Global catastrophe, monster invasion, human civilization destroyed. As the last war god, I died in battle defending our homeland. But when I woke up again, I found myself back right before the monster invasion. A creature claiming to be the panda ancestor was being swaggeringly transported into Huaxia as a national treasure, asserting that the origin of pandas was their country. I publicly took a club and killed it with one strike. However, that single strike awakened a mysterious power hidden within my body. My name is Qin Ming, once the war god who defended Huaxia against the beasts, but now I've fallen at the hands of the strongest 10th tier beast. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on May 4, 2096, before the start of the Age of Disaster. I had been reborn. In my previous life, I died resisting the monster invasion. I vividly remember that among the first wave of mutated beasts, the one codenamed 001, the Thunder Iron Beast, disguised itself as a panda. It was brought in by a cultural ambassador from a certain stick country, who claimed it was their panda ancestor. It can control humans through brainwaves, triggering the S3 season and causing global chaos, while alien beasts took the opportunity to invade on a large scale. In the end, humanity found a way to awaken extraordinary genes, but only after paying a tremendous price, and by then, it was already too late. Now, I saw it again, in the noisy zoo, that giant panda sitting upright in its cage, its eyes revealing a wisdom not typical of an animal. I recognized that it was the Thunder Iron Beast. I had to prevent the occurrence of Season S3 and develop the Transcendent Sequence in advance, giving humanity the power to fight against the alien creatures. At that moment, I discovered the Qiankun Gourd hanging at my waist, the very gourd that had helped me ascend to the position of war god in my previous life. This gourd could extract the blood or flesh of mystical beasts to create elixirs that awaken extraordinary sequence abilities. The blood from the Thunder Iron Beast's eyeballs can extract the most powerful lightning sequence. I have a plan in mind. I must slaughter the Thunder Iron Beast here. This not only can prevent the disaster but also draw national attention, allowing me to return to a leadership position. Most importantly, I can obtain the strongest extraordinary sequence. I swiftly rushed forward, snatched the riot fork from the security guard, and under the stunned gazes of everyone, drove it fiercely into the Thunder Iron Beast's eye. Blue blood splattered out as I caught it with the Qiankun Gourd. I knew this strike wasn't enough to be fatal, so I downed the magic potion from the gourd without hesitation. Zitzi, a powerful force erupted within me, an intense swelling pain spreading throughout my body. I felt the power of thunder, and a message flashed in my mind: Awaken Thunder Sequence, Common Sequence 399, Thunder Driver. Although this was only the lowest level sequence, I knew that as long as I had the Qiankun Gourd, I could continue to advance. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out an ear-splitting roar, tearing open the iron cage. Its massive body rose, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The armed forces quickly rushed into the venue, but tranquilizer guns had no effect on it, and bullets couldn't penetrate its skin. The monster began attacking the crowd, throwing the scene into complete chaos. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, I stepped forward one step at a time. As the monster charged toward the injured armed personnel, a flash of lightning erupted beneath my feet, propelling me into the air. With a fist crackling with electricity, I delivered a heavy blow to its head. The monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, smoke rising from its charred skull. Drawing the combat knife from the captain's leg, I channeled lightning along the blade and plunged it into the Thunder Iron Beast's remaining eye, ending its life for good. The scene fell dead silent. My classmates stood frozen in shock, while the armed personnel swiftly trained their gun barrels on me. In the interrogation room, I calmly met the gaze of the armed squad captain before me. "Bring your superior in here," I said. Outside, a middle-aged man with stubble and a short-haired woman walked in. I recognized them. They were my capable subordinates from my previous life: Lu Chang, the head of the Special Operations Department, and Lu Ying, the team leader. Lu Ying angrily questioned me about why I killed the monster. I chuckled softly, called them by their names, and revealed private information even their families didn't know, completely shocking them. "Because you were all once my subordinates," I confessed honestly, explaining that I was a reincarnator and briefly recounted my experiences from my previous life. Just then, a man in battle armor burst in. It was none other than Long Shagua, the top general of the Huaxia military. "You claim to be a reborn one, then do you know who I am?" he asked. I calmly replied, "Commander of the Southern Military Region of Huaxia, General Long Shagua, head of the Special Operations Department, nicknamed the number one in Huaxia's military." To completely convince them, I broke free from the handcuffs, raised my fist crackling with lightning, and shattered the interrogation table with a single punch. "This is extraordinary power. Sequence 399, the Thunder Driver, the most crucial force in slaying the aberrants," I continue to explain. "All nations received messages from beyond their borders, a warning stating, first phase trial, monster invasion, begins now." They orchestrated this incident to verify the authenticity of that signal. The reason why no monsters can be found within China is because they have hidden themselves, continuously growing stronger, even to the point of being able to withstand nuclear bombs. My words were transmitted in real time through the camera to the conference room at the Huaxia headquarters in Beijing. The leader of Huaxia made a decision. Within 1 week, he must uncover the monsters hiding within the country. If he can accomplish this, he will determine the fate of Huaxia. 5 minutes later, I walked out of the interrogation room. Lu Cheng pinned his shoulder insignia onto my arm and declared, "From now on, Qin Ming is the leader of Special Operations Team 2. Lu Ying curiously asked me how I would handle the panic-inducing live broadcasts and the negotiations with South Korea. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that these weren't the most important matters right now. The top priority now is to establish the Monster Academy, I said with a smile. To deal with monsters, we naturally need monsters. If there are no monsters, I'll create them myself. That's the purpose of the Monster Academy. Prepare a good blade for me, and then get the car ready, I said confidently. Chapter 4, Sequence 16, Annihilation Lightning Flash. While Lu Ying went to prepare, Qin Ming didn't sit idle. He brought Lu Cheng to the room where the corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast was stored. Lu Cheng followed closely behind Qin Ming, his heart racing with excitement. "Mr. Qin, how did you acquire your extraordinary abilities? Did you really come back from the dead?" With only the two of them in the room, Lu Cheng completely let his guard down, shouting excitedly with eyes aglow. Truthfully, he already believed Qin Ming's earlier words. He had never shared the story of his romance with anyone else. More importantly, he was intensely envious of extraordinary abilities. They were precisely the powers he'd always dreamed of possessing. Qin Ming turned his head and smiled at Lu Cheng. He knew Lu Cheng well, a 30-year-old man with the heart of a passionate, adolescent dreamer. In short, he'd read his fair share of manga. It was a pity that in his previous life, Lu Cheng had died protecting him. Qin Ming would never forget the moment Lu Cheng clung desperately to that 8th-tier beast, urging him to run for his life. "This lifetime, I'll make sure you live well and find you a wife." The words barely left his mouth before Lu Cheng flushed crimson. "The wife thing, it's not exactly urgent. Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. When the time is right, I'll get you a powerful sequence ability." Qin Ming patted Lu Cheng's shoulder. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up instantly. "All right. Come on, let me show you what true extraordinary power looks like." Qin Ming walked over to the corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast. Under Lu Cheng's astonished gaze, he used a dagger to cut off a lock of its fur and then knocked out its longest fang. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the Qiankun Gourd materialized in his hand. He placed the materials inside and gave it a few shakes. Lu Cheng's eyes widened. What kind of magic trick was this? "What is this gourd?" Qin Ming explained, "This is a containment object. They're typically found on powerful beasts. After slaying them, you can obtain these containment objects, which possess all sorts of extraordinary abilities." The Qiankun Gourd he had obtained from a mutated green vine in his previous life. Later, he discovered it possessed the ability to create extraordinary sequences. At the start of the previous trial, humans could use firearms against the beasts. But by the third stage of the trials, firearms proved ineffective against the beasts, plunging humanity into an existential crisis. Desperate, humanity took risks, attempting to find weaknesses in the beasts. Gradually, they discovered that the flesh, organs, and other components of these beasts could be used to create extraordinary abilities. By combining different materials from various beasts, they obtained distinct magic potion recipes and developed all kinds of magic potions. These potions were then ranked according to the strength of the extraordinary abilities they granted, forming the extraordinary sequence. By the time Blue Star was destroyed in the previous era, humanity possessed over 1,000 extraordinary sequences. Yet even that was merely the tip of the iceberg. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Lu Cheng was profoundly shaken. All of this completely rewrote his understanding of the world. "So if you know the potion recipes, couldn't we create an entire extraordinary legion? What would we have to fear from beasts then?" Qin Ming shot him a withering look. "You have no idea the price humanity paid for those potion recipes. And besides, the failure rate for consuming them is extremely high. If the formula is wrong, the potion becomes poison. Drink it and you'll explode on the spot. What's even more terrifying is that the potion assimilates humans. Assimilation, do you understand? It turns you into a monster." Whoa! Lu Cheng sucked in a sharp breath. That was terrifying. "And our current human constitution simply can't handle magic potions," Qin Ming continued. "To endure the potion's power, we must enhance our physical constitution. The simplest and most effective way is to consume the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. The energy contained within these beasts' flesh and blood can gradually transform our bodies, enabling us to withstand the potion's effects." Lu Cheng was now drenched in sweat. Then when they first started researching magic potions, didn't that create a lot of human monsters? Qin Ming's gaze grew intense as he looked at Lu Cheng. Exactly. That was at the beginning of the 4th trial phase. Those human monsters were even more terrifying than the beasts themselves, which is why so many evil organizations emerged. Gulp. Lu Cheng's throat rolled, feeling as if the world was about to descend into utter chaos. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. Normally, that would be the case. But he possessed the Qiankun Gourd, which changed everything. The sequence potions, brewed from the Qiankun Gourd, eliminated all negative effects of potions. Even if awakening failed, one wouldn't explode or be assimilated into a monster. Even more powerful, the Qiankun Gourd could advance sequences and even elevate their ranks. Watch closely. Supernatural abilities are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, and sequence tiers are also differentiated. A flash of lightning gleamed in Qin Ming's hand. This is a common sequence 399, Thunder Chaser. Its abilities are quite ordinary. With that, he swallowed the potion from the Qiankun Gourd in one gulp. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as overwhelming thunderous power erupted from Qin Ming's body. The overwhelming aura sent Lu Chang staggering backward in shock. This. Qin Ming clenched his fist, manipulating the lightning into his palm. This is a standard sequence 16, Annihilation Lightning Flash. Did you level up? Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. Qin Ming shook his head. My cultivation remains at the first tier. I've only elevated the sequence's grade. Qin Ming referred to this ability as Sequence Ascension. Beyond Sequence Ascension, there also existed Sequence Advancement. Sequence tiers were divided into Ordinary Sequence, Prohibited Sequence, Royal Sequence, and Divine Sequence. The greatest power of the Qiankun Gourd lies in its ability to advance sequence ranks. The gap between Ordinary Sequence and Divine Sequence is like heaven and earth. This was the true terror of the Qiankun Gourd. However, the materials required for advancement sequence are extremely demanding. In his previous life, he never managed to ascend to Divine Sequence before his death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to that 10th tier beast. Alright, knowing the basics is sufficient. This world will witness many events unfold, gradually unveiling the corner of extraordinary abilities. Time to go. Business calls. Qin Ming turned to leave, adding one final instruction, and find 10 elite soldiers. Devour that thunder iron beast. In the future, you'll all become powerful extraordinary beings. Watching Qin Ming's retreating figure, Lu Chang's heart pounded wildly. It was overwhelming. This was the power he had always craved. Lu Chang clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently, with these very fists, I will protect the land of China. What are you dawdling for? Qin Ming's urging voice echoed. Let's go. I'll take you to hunt beasts and prepare a potion for you. Lu Chang's eyes lit up instantly. Big brother, wait for me. Before long, 5 military armored vehicles arrived at an abandoned mine site on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Bang bang bang. Dozens of armed soldiers, guns drawn and magazines loaded, stormed out of the vehicles, their imposing presence commanding attention. These Special Operations Division soldiers were elite troops selected from the military, the cream of the crop. They formed 2 lines beside one of the armored vehicles, their expressions solemn. Then Qin Ming stepped down from the vehicle and took his place within the formation. All the Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but fix their curious gazes on this newly appointed leader. For some reason, they felt immense pressure emanating from this student. It was as if ordinary soldiers had encountered a battle-hardened, blood-stained veteran general. This compelled them all to stare intently at Qin Ming with solemnity. Boss, are you sure there are monsters here? Minister Lu Chang's voice came from behind. At those words, every Special Forces soldier's eyes widened instantly. Wait, Director? What did you just call him? Boss? He's just a squad leader, isn't he your subordinate? Turned upside down? Everyone was baffled. Qin Ming paid no mind to these details. He stared at the sealed mine entrance ahead. Inside is a thunder iron beast. It's hiding here, feeding on or to level up. It's far more powerful than the one in that stick country. In his previous life, this thunder iron beast hadn't appeared until 3 months later, after the first phase of the trial concluded. By the time it appeared, the thunder iron beast had already ascended to the 2nd tier, its power terrifying. Jiangnan City suffered numerous casualties because of it, later recorded as the city's calamity beast. Qin Ming remembered it all too well. This beast had to be taken down immediately. All personnel, heed my command. Prepare for battle. Raise your weapons. Lu Chang shouted loudly. The soldiers immediately began preparations. Qin Ming watched them as they brought out rifles, light machine guns, heavy sniper rifles, and even RPGs. What? Am I over-prepared? With this firepower, we wouldn't even flinch at 100 thunder iron beasts. Lu Ying chuckled smugly. Qin Ming chuckled softly and shook his head. Very well, then. Let's put on a grand show. Get the live stream ready. Connect to the capital and let them taste the terror of these beasts. Meanwhile, in the central conference room of the capital, dozens of high-ranking officials of China waited with solemn expressions. Chapter 5, Qin Ming's power stuns China's highest ranks. Team leader, the site has been cleared. The mine records have been retrieved. Due to insufficient permits, this mining operation was halted midway. There's no one here. The elderly guarding the mine has been killed. The armed squad leader rushed over to report the situation. Qin Ming looked toward a shipping container ahead, the old man's former residence. He was a lowly old man, no one even noticed when he died. Damn beast! Lu Chang roared. Get ready, I'm going to tear it apart. At that moment, Lu Ying shot Qin Ming a questioning look. But aren't you going to confirm it first? What if there's no monster down there? She knew full well Qin Ming's mission, this was all for show. If he got it wrong, the consequences would be dire. I've already sensed that beast's presence. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Where are the things I asked you to prepare? Lu Ying produced a box over a meter long. Right here. Qin Ming opened the box. Inside lay a Tang sword. He picked up the Tang sword and weighed it in his hand. Clang! As he drew the blade, a piercing cry echoed. All the warriors looked over in astonishment. Not bad. With that, Qin Ming strode forward, blade in hand. All units, prepare for action. Prepare for live broadcast connection. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. All soldiers raised their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, within the central command conference room, a projection screen slowly unfolded, displaying the live feed from the mining site. The live feed has started. Did that kid find the hidden beast so quickly? If it's true, he might actually be a reincarnated individual. Just watch. Admiral Long Xiaoguo speaks very highly of this kid. The conference room was packed with heavyweights from every field. Military, research, biological studies, aerospace, weapons development, virtually every major player across all fields was present. And seated at the center of the conference room was the head of Huaxia. They understood all too well the immense impact this civilization trial would have on the world. If Qin Ming's identity could be confirmed, he would become the future of China. At that moment, the live feed began to pan, sweeping across all the warriors. Seeing the scale of the operation, the high-ranking officials all frowned. Such a massive deployment? Where is that monster? Amidst the murmurs of doubt, the camera returned to Qin Ming. A silhouette stood before them, a young man gripping a Tang sword, his hair whipped by the gale, radiating an air of youthful recklessness. After a moment of silence, all the high-ranking officials watched Qin Ming walk toward the mineshaft and immediately cried out in shock. Wait, he's going down there alone? What? He's only carrying a sword? Not even a gun? Lu Chang, stop him. Don't let him go to his death. The elderly researchers from the major institutes, who had seen little combat, were particularly alarmed. Witnessing Qin Ming venture alone to confront the monsters, they were overcome with worry. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Ming had disappeared into the mine shaft. The live feed fell silent, even Lu Ying's tense breathing audible. In the conference room, all the executives sat with solemn expressions, not uttering a word. Roar! Suddenly, a furious beastly roar echoed through the mine shaft, causing the entire live feed to tremble violently. The executives in the conference room jolted in fright. That beast's roar was more terrifying than any predator they had ever encountered. Boom! 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 The earth began to tremble as Lu Cheng's furious shout echoed through the feed. Everyone, target the mine shaft! Lay down suppressive fire! The scene visibly erupted into chaos. This scene left the bigwigs in the conference room tense, all of them rising to their feet, unable to stay calm. The tremors grew louder, the monster was about to burst through. Boom! Under everyone's tense gaze, Qin Ming was the first to burst out of the mineshaft. Roar! Following him was a thunder iron beast with silver bright fur as gleaming as steel, its sharp claws poised to strike at Qin Ming's back. Sniper, fire! Bang! The gunshot rang out. A thick bullet whizzed past Qin Ming's head, striking the thunder iron beast squarely in the eye. Arg! With an agonized howl, the thunder iron beast crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Ming landed some distance away. Fire support, engage! In an instant, countless shells pounded the thunder iron beast, smoke billowing and explosions reverberating. Inside the conference room, all of Huaxia's high-ranking officials watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding. After a barrage of fire, the thunder iron beast vanished beneath the smoke. Is it dead? With such terrifying firepower, it must be reduced to scrap metal, right? Whispers of discussion filled the room. Just as they began to relax, the smoke began to clear. What? It's still alive. The high-ranking officials snapped to attention. The thunder iron beast slowly rose to its feet, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The shells had only left shallow wounds on its body. The injury only made it more ferocious. The expressions of the soldiers on the scene grew grim. Artillery, prepare. Aim again. Lu Chang roared, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. Such a creature appearing in the city would be devastating. Roar! The thunder iron beast let out a furious roar, suddenly going berserk as it charged toward the sniper crouched atop the armored vehicle. Highly intelligent, it instantly recognized this as the first threat to its existence. Boom! 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 Its heavy footsteps pounded the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Get out of the way! Qin Ming shouted. This thunder iron beast's power surpassed his expectations. Without hesitation, under the stunned gazes of everyone, Qin Ming charged toward the thunder iron beast, Tang sword in hand. This scene left the big shots watching the livestream on the other end utterly speechless. Was he actually going to confront such a terrifying beast with his bare hands? Wasn't that just courting death? Get lost! But Qin Ming roared angrily, lightning flickering around his body as he sprinted forward. With a thud, his feet slammed into the ground, propelling him high into the air as he delivered a flying kick. Boom! With a muffled thud, the massive thunder iron beast was sent flying under the stunned gazes of all present. Boom! The Thunder Iron Beast slammed heavily into another armored vehicle, its massive weight crushing the vehicle's armor, leaving a deep dent. The sniper, who had narrowly escaped death, was already drenched in sweat. That's incredible. Clang! But just then, a blade's ringing sound echoed. Qin Ming's battle blade was now coiled with thunder, his aura so powerful it made his clothes flutter wildly, radiating sheer dominance. In the next instant, Qin Ming charged toward the Thunder Iron Beast once more. Thunderous sword energy erupted in an instant. Hum! The blade flashed, striking down from above. The Thunder Iron Beast let out a furious roar, swinging its massive palm in a fierce strike. With a thunderous crash, Qin Ming was sent flying backward. Meanwhile, a deep gash appeared on the Thunder Iron Beast's palm, blood gushing forth. Qin Ming landed on the ground, his expression filled with astonishment. Something was off about this Thunder Iron Beast. How could it be this strong? Had he not elevated his sequence before arriving, he truly wouldn't stand a chance against it. Could it be, it has already formed a beast core? Qin Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Open fire! At Lu Cheng's command, the second wave of firepower unleashed a furious barrage upon the Thunder Iron Beast. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a continuous wail. At its level, it still couldn't completely ignore thermal weapons. Hold it off. I'm unleashing a big one. Qin Ming channeled surging thunder into his Tang sword, pouring all his might into the blade. Meanwhile, the Thunder Iron Beast, driven utterly mad, charged toward the warriors, forcing them to retreat in terror. Boom! A single punch crushed an armored vehicle beyond recognition. Witnessing this, the soldiers broke out in cold sweat. They had barely dodged that punch alone could have ended them. Hold him off. Buy Qin Ming some time. Lu Chang gripped his light machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage of bullets. Bang bang bang. Lei Taiso was driven back once more, his expression twisted with fury. Is that kid still not ready? Where is he? Inside the Shangjing conference room, the assembled high-ranking officials were tense. But they discovered that Qin Ming's figure had vanished. He's in the air, a military leader suddenly shouted. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Ming in the sky. Qin Ming stood there, both hands gripping his battle blade, thunder coiling around his body. He looked like the thunder god himself, descending with overwhelming might. Annihilating thunder flash. Qin Ming swung his blade downward, and thunder erupted instantly. Boom! The blade's glint illuminated the entire scene, thunder filling the air. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the Thunder Iron Beast was cleaved clean in two, perishing instantly. The entire conference room fell deathly silent at the sight. Everyone stared in disbelief, a single thought echoing in their minds: is this kid even human? After a long silence, the chief took a deep breath. Summon Qin Ming to see me immediately. Chapter 6: Audience with the Chief. Boom! At the scene, as the beast's corpse collapsed to the ground, all the warriors finally exhaled in relief, a weight lifted from their shoulders. Lu Chang and Lu Ying cautiously approached. Qin Ming, are you okay? Qin Ming sheathed his blade and waved them off. I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield. Qin Ming, the chief has ordered you to proceed to the capital immediately, Lu Ying said slowly, her gaze toward Qin Ming now distinctly different. Qin Ming nodded, having anticipated this outcome. By now, the highest echelons of Huaxia had begun to confirm the authenticity of the civilization trial. If they didn't take this seriously now, when the beasts began their assault, the nation would face utter annihilation. A special aircraft will pick you up in 1 hour. No rush. I still need to deal with this Thunder Iron Beast. With that, Qin Ming and the Lu siblings approached the Thunder Iron Beast's carcass. At that moment, Lu Cheng posed a question. Boss, I just remembered something. Can sequence potions be duplicated? If so, wouldn't this Thunder Iron Beast yield multiple sequence 16 Annihilation Lightning Flash potions? He recalled clearly that Qin Ming had explained the Thunder Iron Beast's fangs plus fur plus eyeball blood equals sequence 16 Obliterating Thunder Flash elixir. Qin Ming looked at him and said earnestly, "You're dreaming. Do you think every Thunder Iron Beast has potion ingredients?" Ha! Lu Cheng froze. What are potion ingredients? Look. Qin Ming circled the Thunder Iron Beast's corpse, finally spotting a tuft of fur on its back. See how this tuft differs from the rest? Lu Cheng and Lu Ying leaned in, scrutinizing it for a long moment before both shook their heads. Is there any difference? Qin Ming's finger crackled with lightning. He tapped the Thunder Iron Beast's body, and the electricity instantly spread. The tuft of fur he had pointed out earlier began to shimmer with silver light. The entire coat contained only this one small tuft. Lu Cheng and Lu Ying's eyes widened instantly. We see it. Qin Ming drew his Tang sword and sliced off the tuft. This is the magic potion ingredient. Not all fur contains it. Finding it depends entirely on luck. Of course, ordinary people can't tell. No scientific equipment in the world can detect it. What? So ordinary people can't find it at all? Lu Ying exclaimed. Exactly. Instruments capable of detecting magic potion ingredients haven't been invented yet. In my previous life, they only began developing them during the third stage of the civilization trials. But now, with me here, our monster academy will develop it soon. As he spoke, Qin Ming had already finished examining the entire corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast. Sure enough, no further magic potion ingredients were found. Not so lucky, Qin Ming sighed. Let's see if there's a beast core in its head. Then, under the astonished gazes of Lu Chang and his sister, Qin Ming split open the Thunder Iron Beast's skull. A tiny crystal, shimmering with lightning, lay there. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. There it is. What is this? Lu Chang asked curiously. A beast crystal. It's essential for advancing from the ordinary sequence to the prohibited sequence, and it's also a treasure for transcendent beings to enhance their power. This thing is 1 in 10,000. If a first-tier beast can produce a beast crystal, its advancement all the way to 6th tier will be completely unimpeded. A 6th-tier beast could obliterate an entire city in half a day. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Lu Chang and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. At that moment, they finally grasped the true value of the beast crystal. Qin Ming carefully stored the beast crystal away. This is also the crucial treasure for constructing the Tower of Heaven. Hearing this, the Lu siblings froze again. What is the Tower of Heaven? A weapon of mass destruction. Did you really think I could slay all the beasts in the nation single-handedly? Qin Ming offered a mysterious smile. Come on, once we meet the chief, you'll find out soon enough. Half an hour later, Qin Ming and Lu Chang arrived at the Jiangnan City military district. A military transport aircraft was already waiting there. Commander? Lu Chang stared in surprise at Long Xiaogui, who was waiting ahead. Commander, you. Long Xiaogui nodded. I'll personally escort Qin Ming there. Lu Chang's heart skipped a beat. This was the top brass of the Chinese military personally escorting Qin Ming, proof of just how highly Qin Ming was regarded by the higher-ups. We'll talk on the plane, Qin Ming said as he boarded. Throughout the journey, Long Xiaogui asked numerous questions. As he listened to Qin Ming's answers, his expression grew increasingly grave. By the time Qin Ming arrived in the capital, it was already evening. But when Long Xiaogui brought him to the national central headquarters, he found numerous high-ranking officials already waiting there. Thud. As the conference room door swung open, dozens of eyes turned toward them simultaneously. An immense sense of pressure washed over him. To this, Qin Ming merely smiled. Everyone, it's truly wonderful to see you all again. At these words, the solemn expressions of the executives shifted into something peculiar. The implication was clear: Qin Ming had returned from the dead. If true, they must have been quite familiar with Qin Ming in their previous lives. Yet Qin Ming showed no signs of awkwardness. Instead, he was as relaxed as if he were returning home. Any ordinary student would be so nervous in the presence of so many high-ranking officials of present-day China that they wouldn't be able to utter a word. Then, Qin Ming's expression turned serious. I apologize. In my previous life, I failed to protect China and let you all down. He hadn't had the chance to say those words in his previous life. Now, by making amends, he could finally turn the page. His words fell into a heavy silence. According to Qin Ming's account, in his previous life, he had died fighting for China against the hands of the beasts. A hero who defended the nation need not apologize. Suddenly, the figure seated at the foremost position rose slowly. It was a kind-faced elder, his gaze gentle as he looked at Qin Ming. Young man, though your story may seem absurd, I, an old man, believe you. For what is unfolding before us is already strange enough. Now, tell us what you intend to do. And what is the source of this calamity? Under the expectant gaze of the chief, Qin Ming nodded. He stood in the center of the conference room and spoke slowly. First, regarding the source, the nation received an extraterrestrial signal, one picked up by every developed country. I trust you've already verified this. But many nations dismissed it, including yours. The Eagle Nation even suspected it was some country's scheme to disrupt global order, correct? Hearing this, the assembled high-ranking officials all looked at Qin Ming in astonishment. This information was spot on. Especially the Eagle Nation, they were convinced it was China's doing, which had infuriated them. Qin Ming fixed his resolute gaze upon them. But I can solemnly assure you this civilization trial is real. As for its origin, whether it's the work of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, I cannot say. Each time the trial begins and ends, they contact the nations of Blue Star, yet we've never seen their true form. In our previous era, China endured the trials up to the 10th stage of full 5 years, yet we never uncovered the truth. At these words, every face in the room furrowed. Qin Ming had uttered a crucial keyword: advanced civilization. That was something beyond Blue Star's current technological reach. If true, an advanced civilization targeting Blue Star would be nothing short of a dimensional strike. At that moment, the chief spoke up, waving his hand dismissively. The mastermind isn't the crucial issue right now. If they truly wanted to destroy Blue Star, they could simply send a 10th-tier beast. Why bother with trials? Since the masterminds haven't struck with lethal force, we still have a chance to uncover the truth. These words undoubtedly stabilized the situation. Hearing the chief's words, the assembled high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. Exactly. As long as there's a chance, we still have hope. Everyone witnessed it today. The Thunder Iron Beast I slew was merely the weakest of its kind. Stronger ones still lurk hidden in the world. Qin Ming spoke again, his expression growing increasingly grave. What's more terrifying is that some beasts can shapeshift, hiding among humans even within national leadership. In my previous life, it was the Korean peninsula that served as the spark. Before nations could unite against the beasts, they ignited the S3 season, plunging Blue Star into chaos. What? They can disguise themselves as humans? In an instant, all the high-ranking officials lost their composure. This tactic was utterly unpredictable. Young man, you're exaggerating. Do you really think we're watching sci-fi movies where beasts can disguise themselves? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military uniform spoke up with skepticism. Hearing this, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward him and chuckled. I thought you wouldn't jump in. Seems your IQ isn't that high after all. Then, addressing the crowd, Qin Ming declared, I know many of you still harbor doubts, but it doesn't matter. We happen to have a disguised beast right here, let's expose it for everyone to see. What? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. Chapter 7, Designation 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey. All eyes turned sharply toward the general in military uniform. Wasn't he the one Qin Ming was referring to just now? Clatter. In an instant, the high-ranking officials beside the general scattered. You? General Feng, surely not? Old Gnome from the Biological Research Institute stared wide-eyed at General Feng, utterly shocked. Feng Kai roared angrily, you brat, stop spreading such nonsense. Qin Ming looked at Feng Kai and explained to the others, the thousand-faced monkey is a humanoid beast. Its most distinctive trait is its ability to disguise itself as a human. Look closely. Outwardly, there's not a single flaw. Currently, our Blue Star lacks the technology to detect thousand-faced monkeys. Qin Ming's tone was serious, not the slightest bit playful. The room's occupants couldn't help but cast strange glances toward Feng Kai. Everyone, Qin Ming sighed, the real General Feng Kai has already been killed. In my previous life, it was precisely this thousand-faced monkey that inflicted devastating losses upon our nation. Several elders present here today perished at its hands. What? As Qin Ming spoke, fear gripped the room. They could already envision the calamity a general disguised as the thousand-faced monkey would unleash upon the nation. And since they frequently encountered him, the risk of falling victim was even greater. Guards! This brat is spouting nonsense, seize him. Feng Kai roared. Yet no guards entered, for stationed at the gate was the military's foremost figure Long Xiaogua. Qin Ming, go ahead and make your move. Long Xiaogua said coldly. Qin Ming nodded. As I mentioned earlier, the thousand-faced monkey cannot be detected by instruments. But there is one thing that can. With that, he produced a crystal stone the size of a quail egg. This is the beast core, extracted from the thunder iron beast's brain. This single core emits a unique electromagnetic signal, the very key to exposing the thousand-faced monkey. This is precisely the crucial information for the first stage of the civilization trial. By the time he finished speaking, Feng Kai's expression had already changed. Damned human! How dare you uncover my kind's weakness? You must die. Suddenly, Feng Kai let out a shrill, piercing screech and lunged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was ready. Clenching his fist, thunder coiled around it as he unleashed a punch. Boom! Feng Kai was instantly struck back into his true form, a monkey-like creature, yet its expression was far more ferocious than any ordinary monkey. This scene startled all the powerful figures present. The monkey's appearance was truly hideous. Seeing he couldn't defeat Qin Ming, the thousand-faced monkey attempted to seize the hostage and flee. Its target was the chief among the crowd. But the moment it moved, a strange electrical pulse surged into its brain. Ah! The thousand-faced monkey shrieked, clutching its head as it crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Ming, the blade! Long Xiaogua hurled Qin Ming's battle knife toward him. Qin Ming snatched it away. Clang! With a swift stroke of his blade, he slew the thousand-faced monkey. Seeing the thousand-faced monkey fall, the mighty beings from all realms present finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, their gaze toward Qin Ming changed completely. If there had been any lingering doubts before, they were now completely gone. Witnessing Feng Kai's transformation into a monstrous creature had delivered a profound visual impact that left them deeply shaken. Qin Ming, may we take the thousand-faced monkey's corpse back for research? Asked Old Gnome, the director of the Biological Research Institute, with keen interest. Qin Ming nodded. Of course you may. I still have much I need your assistance with, Professor Gnome. Oh? Qin Ming, do you have further plans? The chief inquired. Qin Ming nodded. The chief studied Qin Ming intently before beckoning him. Come with me. Xiaogua, you come too. Thus, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua followed the chief to another room. The door locked behind them, leaving only the three of them inside. Qin Ming, the chief elder asked in a steady voice, I wish to know the details of your past life and your plans moving forward. Qin Ming answered truthfully, recounting the major events of his previous life. Finally, he addressed the most critical matter at hand. From the moment the signal was received, the civilization trial of Blue Star has commenced. We are currently in the early phase of the first stage. The beasts will conceal themselves among humanity, attempting to find the key to breaking through. 1 week from now, the beasts will gradually reveal their claws and fangs, launching their invasion against humanity. The trial's first phase lasts 1 month. After that, the entire beast army will revolt and launch their final assault. Therefore, the time we have left is running out. Only 1 week? The chief's expression darkened. How many hidden beasts are in the first wave? 2,000, scattered across the entire nation, Qin Ming stated. That many? Long Xiaoguo looked stunned. How are we supposed to handle this? As they spoke, both men turned their gaze toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming spoke earnestly. I currently have 2 plans. 1. Establish a monster academy to cultivate extraordinary beings, prioritizing the initial monster crisis. Plan 2. Launch nationwide infrastructure projects to construct 36 towers reaching heaven across all provinces. These will be used to counter the alien beast's full-scale assault in 1 month. Half an hour later, the chief, Long Xiaoguo, and Qin Ming emerged from the room. The anxiously waiting leaders from all sectors turned their attention to them. The chief, his expression grave, declared, effective immediately, establish the Monster Academy. Qin Ming shall appoint its chancellor. Nationwide Level 1 combat readiness is activated. The Monster Academy is granted Level 1 privileges. All departments must prioritize Qin Ming's directives. China is entering a life or death phase. Everyone, this will be a tough battle. At these words, every face grew solemn. Their gazes immediately turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming stepped forward. Everyone, Monster Academy urgently needs manpower. Elder Gnome, I need you to gather your team, set aside all other work, and immediately begin the biological research project on the exotic beasts. Gnome Lao immediately stepped forward. This old man is ready. Master Jiang, I'll provide you with the blueprints later. We need to construct 36 Tower of Heaven structures nationwide. Qin Ming turned to a middle-aged man, the head of the Ministry of Engineering. Master Craftsman paused. What is a Tower of Heaven? A structure over 600 meters tall. And ensure all 36 sky-piercing towers are interconnected with high-voltage electricity. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Master Craftsman's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you have any idea how colossal this project would be? Qin Ming spoke solemnly. It's the key to locating and annihilating the monstrous beasts. Success could save hundreds of thousands of lives. Master Craftsman's body trembled, the weight of the task crushing him. How much time can you give me? Master Craftsman took a deep breath. Qin Ming locked eyes with the Master Craftsman. 25 days maximum. Master Craftsman felt numb. That would require mobilizing the entire nation's resources. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Don't hold back. No need to consider any consequences. The old craftsman nodded sharply. Understood. I'll make it happen. Qin Ming continued, commanders of all military regions, land, sea, and air forces send 2,000 elite soldiers to Monster Academy. Only the physically strongest. Understood. Commanders from the 5 military regions east, south, west, north, and central including Long Xiaoguo responded in unison. Foreign Ministry. Qin Ming barked. Present. Minister of Foreign Affairs Kai Ting responded loudly, his gaze sharp. Qin Ming fixed his gaze on him. Complete the evacuation operation within 1 week. Chapter 8, The World is Shocked. China evacuating its citizens? The meeting lasted until midnight. Qin Ming produced the blueprints for the Tower of Heaven he had designed in his previous life and handed them to the Master Craftsman to execute. After the meeting, no department had time to rest. They immediately began executing Qin Ming's orders. The headquarters of the Monster Academy was established in Jiangnan City, a specific request from Qin Ming. This was strategic. Jiangnan City was a coastal metropolis bordering the ocean. Among the monstrous beasts, those of the sea were the most colossal and terrifying. He had to ensure coastal security, otherwise, it would become the breakthrough point for the monstrous beast hordes to invade the interior. That night, Qin Ming did not rest either. He brought Lu Chang, old farmer, an old farmer's student, to deal with the beast numbered 002, the thousand-faced monkey. After eliminating it in the conference room, they hadn't yet collected the magic potion ingredients. Gnome Lao acted swiftly, summoning the most capable subordinates from the Biological Research Institute shortly thereafter. When 7 or 8 researchers saw the thousand-faced monkey, they were all startled. Though Master Gnome had warned them to brace themselves, the sight was still profoundly shocking. Qin Ming surveyed the group and wasted no time in issuing orders. Starting today, you are all part of my Monster Academy. Sign the confidentiality agreements immediately. Violators will be executed. Qin Ming's stern warning made it clear just how crucial the upcoming tasks would be. The researchers nodded emphatically, their expressions turning solemn. Qin Ming pointed at the thousand-faced monkey on the stage. I need you to analyze this beast's brainwaves. This will be the key to locating other hidden beasts within the country. The thousand-faced monkey possesses a uniquely structured brain and formidable psychic abilities. We must utilize its brainwave patterns to simulate and replicate its psychic frequency. By integrating this technology into the Tower of Heaven, we'll be able to detect other strange beasts. Understood? Upon hearing this, every researcher including Old Farmer lit up with excitement. This was incredibly challenging. Beyond that, we must study the thousand-faced monkey's biological structure, its flesh, blood, genes, everything. Extract every bit of information. Qin Ming continued. This was based on his experience from his previous life. However, in his previous life, when Huaxia began constructing the Tower of Heaven, they had already reached the third trial phase, wasting far too much time. This led to extremely heavy losses in the early stages. But now, everything was happening earlier. Qin Ming was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. After giving his orders, Qin Ming retrieved the magic potion ingredients from the thousand-faced monkey. This thousand-faced monkey yielded two types of magic potion ingredients: the thousand-faced monkey eyeball and the thousand-faced monkey handbone. When Qin Ming saw that handbone, his eyes lit up instantly. This would perfectly complete a potion sequence. Thousand-faced monkey handbone plus thunder iron beast fur plus refined steel equals iron hand potion sequence 288. Don't underestimate the iron hand for being only sequence 288. It's a sequence with immense potential. The ordinary sequence 288 iron hand, upon advancing to the forbidden sequence, becomes the forbidden sequence 58 steel body. This steel-bodied one is incredibly powerful. Both strength and defense are maxed out. Of course, for ordinary people, advancing to a higher sequence is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But with the Qiankun Gourd, Qin Ming makes it a breeze. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chang, whose body trembled. He already knew what was coming next. Sequence 288, Iron Hand. This transcendence is unique. It doesn't require physical prowess, so you can try it. But it's a bit painful. Can you handle it? Lu Chang nodded vigorously. I can handle it. Qin Ming nodded. Good. With that, he produced the Qiankun Gourd and placed the thousand-faced monkey handbone and thunder iron beast hair inside. Next, he drew his battle blade. Lightning flickered across his hand as he forcefully snapped the steel-forged blade in two, placing one of the steel fragments into the Qiankun Gourd. Shake! This scene left Old Farmer and the entire team of researchers utterly dumbfounded. This was a battle blade forged from refined steel. Qin Ming used a measuring cup to pour the magic potion from the Qiankun Gourd. 30 milliliters exactly right. Not a drop more, not a drop less. Too little would be ineffective, too much would cause mutation. If mutations occurred, they would develop in strange and unpredictable ways. Staring at the vivid green potion before him, Lu Chang swallowed hard, a flicker of unease in his heart. But he didn't hesitate. He downed the entire contents in one gulp. Gulp! As the potion entered his stomach, a terrifying force surged upward, seemingly impossible to suppress. Every bone and joint felt as though it were being hammered and forged, the agony unbearable. Ah! Even Lu Chang, with his iron will, couldn't endure this agony. Qin Ming shoved the knife handle into Lu Chang's mouth. Bite down. Push through it. Whoa! Lu Chang whimpered through clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, bones creaking. Before long, Lu Chang was writhing on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This. Nong Lao and the others stood frozen in shock, utterly helpless. Qin Ming glanced at them, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, you'll get used to it. At Monster Academy, this is merely the beginning. The next day, as Qin Ming had requested, Foreign Minister Tang convened a press conference. Reporters from all sectors swarmed in, with live streams broadcasting the event on the spot. First, the live broadcast of Qin Ming slaying the monstrous beast at the animal pavilion yesterday had already spread far and wide, drawing immense public attention. First, there was concern over the monster's formidable power. Second, the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation had been making a fuss, condemning China for still not providing them with an explanation regarding the incident. In response, Tang provided an explanation, publicly disclosing information about the civilization trial and the monster invasion. He clarified that the so-called panda brought by the Korean delegation was actually monster number 001, the Thunder Iron Beast. Therefore, China owes no explanation to Korea. His words conveyed only one meaning. Bringing monsters into our country, only to have them slain, and now you demand an explanation? China isn't demanding explanations from you Koreans, we're letting it slide. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Extraterrestrial signals, cultural trials, monster invasions. Each one is a world-shaking event. Nations that had received the alien signals were all stunned. The information they deliberately concealed. Who would have thought China would just casually disclose it? What was the purpose? To stir panic? The more they wondered, the more curious they became. What exactly was China up to? At the press conference, journalists from around the world were stunned by Tang's remarks, causing an uproar. Minister Kai, what exactly do you mean? Is the world facing doom? Minister Kai, are these monsters truly that terrifying? Is there any other information regarding the extraterrestrial signal? Questions poured in relentlessly. Tang's expression grew grave as he solemnly declared, this cultural trial is a monumental test for Blue Star. We urge all nations to take this seriously and fight for the survival of our human race. Naturally, our nation is fully prepared. I urge our citizens not to panic. The state will handle everything. Finally, I hereby announce that effective immediately, China will initiate a global evacuation of its citizens. All citizens abroad must return within 1 week. Should you encounter difficulties, contact your local embassy. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond, sending shockwaves through the entire press conference hall. Simultaneously, nations swiftly responded, with directives racing through their respective command centers. The entire world was thrown into uproar by Huaxia's move. Chapter 9, Global Grain Buying Frenzy. China has gone mad. After the press conference ended, the news spread like wildfire across the nation. Already generating significant buzz, the announcement sent interest soaring. Within a minute, the news had surged to the top of trending lists across major online platforms. Qin returned to the backstage area, his expression grave as he looked at Qin Ming. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Is this really okay? Once the news gets out, the public will definitely panic." Qin Ming shook his head. "We still have a week before the beasts reveal themselves. The panic will only intensify then. Giving them a heads up now will be more effective." Qin Ming didn't spell it out explicitly, but Qin understood. Once the beasts launched their assault, casualties would be unavoidable. Surviving this disaster unscathed was no longer an option. "Begin the evacuation. We're running out of time," Qin Ming declared. "How should we respond to inquiries from other nations?" Qin pressed. The sudden evacuation would undoubtedly trigger international panic and encounter resistance. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Just respond with the facts. Whether other nations believe us or not, we've already released the information. Oh, and one more crucial matter. Contact every country immediately and import grain like crazy. Once monsters appear on a massive scale worldwide, grain prices will skyrocket. Once war begins, food becomes the ultimate safeguard. Contact all major trading companies regardless of where their cargo ships are or what they're transporting. Halt operations immediately and fill those vessels with grain for immediate return. The state will compensate for any economic losses." Hearing this, Qin's eyes widened in shock. "Are you out of your mind? That would cause enormous losses." "No, we'll make a fortune." Qin Ming shook his head. "Once the apocalypse begins, no resource will be more vital than food." Qin pondered for a moment. If war did break out, grain truly would be paramount. Now they were buying low. Once war broke out, grain prices would skyrocket. And such an opportunity would only come once within this single week. Realizing this, Qin immediately spoke up. "I'll make the arrangements right now. All departments must cooperate unconditionally." But the next moment, he froze. "Wait, we've only just announced the monster invasion. Would other nations really export large quantities of grain to us?" Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. "How many countries do you think will actually believe us?" "Don't worry. They'll sell. They'll even take advantage of us and charge us a fortune. But it doesn't matter. Just give it to them." "Got it." Qin's excitement surged. This was going to be huge. Soon, leaders across nations urgently convened their parliaments in response to China's actions. Eagle Nation. A middle-aged man in military uniform slammed his fist on the table. "What the hell is China doing? They actually released alien intelligence? Are they trying to cause international panic?" At these words, all eyes in the chamber turned toward him. "General John, we still can't confirm if this information is extraterrestrial. What's the status of the military's search? Have they found any anomalous creatures within our borders?" A biological expert inquired. If they could obtain such creatures, they might verify the authenticity of the alien intelligence through testing. General John snorted coldly. "What alien creatures? I suspect it's all a trick by China. If such creatures truly existed, why haven't we found them?" Today, Qin mentioned these alien creatures might be hiding within cities. "Should we intensify our search efforts?" a high-ranking official suggested. General John glared at him. "What, are you implying I'm not doing my job properly? The military has already searched all regions and found no trace of the beasts. This is undeniable. It's not just us, other nations haven't found them either. But that footage from China is truly alarming. That creature can't even be killed by bullets," someone voiced their lingering concern. "Videos can be faked. China's goal is clearly to mislead us," General John waved dismissively. "If we actually follow their lead, won't we just be playing into their hands like fools?" "Exactly. I suspect China is up to something. Ignore them, otherwise, we'll only fuel panic. As for evacuating their citizens, let them evacuate. If no monsters appear by then, the rumors will collapse on their own. China's official credibility will plummet, and that works to our advantage." At the meeting, voices chimed in one after another. Seated at the head of the table, Eagle San's chief advisor, Tep, smiled. "General John, proceed as you suggest. Strengthen military zone management. Let the others make a fuss, they won't stir up much trouble. Even if there are strange beasts, could they possibly withstand nuclear bombs? Ha ha ha. The chief has a point. Under the firepower of modern weapons, carbon-based lifeforms are mere cannon fodder. Everyone agreed, clearly dismissing China's warnings. Forget intensifying the monster search, they didn't believe it in the first place. Just then, a staff member entered the conference room and handed the chief a critical document. After reviewing it, Tep immediately furrowed his brow. What's wrong? The senior officials turned their gaze toward the chief. Tepo spoke slowly. Huaxia has made a new move. They're importing grain at an unprecedented rate. All vessels belonging to Chinese trading companies have halted their original transactions to load grain for shipment back home. These words sent shockwaves through the room once more. Has China lost its mind? What are they up to? Mass grain imports? Could the monster invasion be real? No, even if there were monsters, they wouldn't need to make such a huge move, would they? China's grain reserves could sustain them well into a war. Could this disaster be far worse than imagined? Whispers filled the room as panic began to set in. China's actions were utterly baffling. At that moment, General John suddenly smiled. Gentlemen, since China wants to buy, let's cash in on this opportunity. Drive up grain prices and make a killing. In this era, the Eagle Nation had absolutely no worries about food shortages. China's move was nothing but needless worry. All eyes then turned to the chairman. At this critical juncture, his decision would be paramount. Tep frowned. We must sell the grain. Seizing this chance to make a huge profit is wise, but we must also guard against China's motives. Investigate thoroughly. Find out exactly what China is up to. Meanwhile, nations worldwide received news of China's grain procurement. They all harbored doubts about China's warnings. Monster invasion? They hadn't spotted any monsters in their own countries. So, every country was watching the Eagle's reaction. The outcome was clear: the Eagle Nation did not heed China's warnings. As for grain exports, they didn't interfere either. Instead, they raised grain prices and made a killing. Countries followed suit, raising grain prices across the board. Thus, a terrifying wave swept across the globe. On one side, China frantically imported grain. On the other side, Chinese citizens rushed back home in panic. When it comes to the motherland, most of our citizens have unconditional trust. Upon receiving evacuation notices, they packed their bags without hesitation. The entire world seemed to be on edge, with China alone in a state of urgency. Consequently, this move drew ridicule from countless foreign netizens. Official representatives from various nations watched the spectacle unfold, seemingly treating it as China's embarrassment. But just as the world was questioning, China was once again rocked by a sensation. A nationwide infrastructure initiative commenced. The Sky Tower project had begun. Chapter 10, Tower of Heaven Project, the terror of China's infrastructure. 5 days remained before the alien beasts launched their global assault. China announced another shocking development to its citizens. A massive infrastructure project will be launched nationwide. Across 36 locations nationwide, bases over 600 meters tall and spanning tens of thousands of acres will be constructed. This infrastructure project is known as the Tower of Heaven Project. With the Sky Tower project about to commence, the nation will mobilize construction workers nationwide to jointly build the Sky Tower. Time is of the essence. For details, please visit the Monster Academy official website. Fellow citizens, the monster invasion is imminent. In times of national crisis, every citizen bears responsibility. We face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Your active participation is urgently needed. Remember, this is an emergency recruitment. Emergency recruitment. The announcement spread like wildfire. Television stations, major social media platforms, and short video platforms continuously pushed notifications, ensuring every citizen was informed. In an instant, the entire nation of Huaxia was abuzz. Countless netizens engaged in heated discussions. Good heavens, is Mom serious this time? What exactly is this Tower of Heaven for? Monster invasion? The Sky Tower is probably meant to fight them. First the evacuation, then massive construction. This monster invasion must be real. I already told my dad he's a construction worker and has already reported for duty. Holy crap, bro, you're quick. When the nation is in peril, every citizen must do their part. I'm signing up too. Beyond the frenzy of online discussions, a feverish wave of sign-ups swept across the real world. Construction sites nationwide halted operations as workers rushed to local registration centers. This was the nation's first emergency mobilization, and citizens realized the situation was far more dire than imagined. There was no time to waste. The number of registrants was displayed on the Monster Academy official website. This suddenly emerged official entity instantly garnered widespread attention. Countless netizens flooded the Monster Academy website, checking the current recruitment progress. 10,000, 30,000, 100,000. In just a few hours, the number of applicants had already reached 100,000. And the numbers continued to surge wildly. By evening, the number of registrants had reached nearly 500,000. Many workers had already begun their tasks. Across the nation, netizens quickly pinpointed construction sites in 36 regions. Under the cover of night, construction sites were ablaze with lights as vast numbers of workers labored. Bulldozers and excavators were visibly busy at work. Meanwhile, on the highways, convoys of construction vehicles escorted by motorcycles continuously transported steel materials to the Sky Tower camp. Roads were blocked, traffic was restricted, and vehicle flow was limited. The scale of the operation was immense. This scene was playing out across 36 regions nationwide, leaving the nation in shock. At this moment, the nation began to realize that this battle might be unprecedented in scale. Soon, the nation's most popular video app, Douyin, was flooded with related footage. The footage showed endless columns of military vehicles, truck after truck, and the Tower of Heaven camp illuminated by lights in the darkness. Though the Tower of Babel camp was still in its early stages, people could already glimpse its immense scale. This was no small base, it was practically a small town. Frenetic discussions erupted online, accompanied by no small amount of panic. Yet the public held deep trust in the nation, believing it would protect them all. What the people didn't know was that the Sky Tower project, while seemingly a weapon to combat the beast attacks, was also a refuge. The 36 Sky Tower structures function as 36 colossal shelters. Of course, the first stage of the civilization trial won't require the shelter yet, but beyond that, it's hard to guarantee. For the sake of Huaxia's civilization, for the sake of Huaxia's flame, Qin Ming must be fully prepared. In the face of apocalyptic disaster, every means is necessary. Only 4 days remain before the alien beasts invade the world. The Tower of Heaven project had already attracted over 1 million registrants. Construction workers across the nation have abandoned their projects, rushing to the nearest Sky Tower camp. Highways and city streets are packed with transport trucks. To ensure truck efficiency, non-emergency drivers are urged to stay off the roads, yielding priority to Sky Tower construction. For 2 full days, the entire nation was in a state of upheaval. Such unprecedented mobilization naturally drew intense international attention. The Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Empire of the Setting Sun, Gull Nation, Land of Cherry Blossoms, White Elephant Nation, Stick Nation, Hans Cat Nation, every country was stunned by China's actions. Eagle Nation, has China lost its mind? What the hell is this? Russia, something's not right. Not right at all. Launch a nationwide search immediately. Check if any strange beasts are hiding within our borders. British Empire, chasing shadows and wind. China is truly a laughingstock. China's actions sparked a wave of ridicule among foreign netizens. Everyone was baffled and perplexed by China's actions. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, China claims monsters are invading, could it be true? This is kinda scary. Eagle Nation netizen, abnormal behavior by a group signals impending trouble. Abnormal behavior by one person? That's just foolish. Korea netizen, hahaha, what monster theory? The monster we sent to China has been confirmed by our government to be nothing more than an elderly panda. China is making such a fuss just to avoid acknowledging Korea as the panda's birthplace. It's laughable. Sun never sets Empire netizen, so that's it all started with a farce from Korea. Hans Cat Nation netizen, our country got spooked and searched all night for monster traces, only to find nothing. Utterly ridiculous. Monster Academy headquarters, Jiangnan City, China. Principal, this has caused quite a stir both domestically and internationally, Luing said slowly. Qin Ming stared at his phone, scrolling through foreign netizens' comments, and couldn't help but shake his head slowly. Ignore them. Just focus on our work. In 4 days, they'll realize how foolish they've been. But many nations are secretly searching for monsters. Why haven't they found any? Luing was deeply puzzled. In the first phase of the civilization trial, only 3 monster species exist. Code 001, Thunder Iron Beast. Prefers lurking in mineshafts. Besides burrowing, it can control humans, making it extremely difficult to detect. Code 002, the Thousand-Faced Ape. It can disguise itself as a human. In this world, only you, me, and your brother can see through its disguise. So how could people from other countries possibly find them? Qin Ming murmured softly. Hearing this, Luing sucked in a sharp breath. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? It can only be said that history is repeating itself. Humanity will suffer a devastating blow. Ha! You only mentioned 2 types of beasts. What about the third? Luing latched onto the crucial point. Bang! At that moment, Lu Chang burst into the room in a panic. Dean, we've detected beast number 003. Qin Ming snapped his head up. It's here. Chapter 11, Designation 003, Weasel. After searching for days, the beast had finally been found. Qin Ming and Lu Chang led dozens of Monster Academy soldiers on a drive to a small town. This was a remote corner of Jiangnan City. Therefore, Lu Chang had gone to great lengths to locate this beast number 003. Principal, as per your instructions, we've inspected every grain warehouse in Jiangnan City. Only this location showed irregularities. Lu Chang explained to Qin Ming in the car. This is a national grain storage facility in Nan Province. When the manager received the inspection order, he discovered that over half the grain was missing from one of the warehouses. At these words, Luing beside him widened her eyes. How much? Lu Chang examined the documents in his hand. To be precise, 38.6 tons. You're not telling me that's what that strange beast ate, are you? Luing gasped, her mouth agape. No, a pack of them, right? How could a single beast possibly consume 38 tons of rice? Unless it was a monster the size of Ultraman. Qin Ming shook his head. Only 38 tons? Looks like that beast is still a tier 1. Perfect timing. This rat will come in handy. Hopefully it'll drop more magic potion ingredients. Soon, Qin Ming arrived at the grain storage station of Windmill Town with his convoy. The station manager hurried out to greet them. Sir, you're finally here. The station manager, a middle-aged man, looked somewhat flustered. What's wrong? Has something happened? Lu Chang frowned immediately. No, it's not that. But during our last inspection, we might have disturbed that monster. Now there's movement in the grain silos, the station manager blurted out frantically. Qin Ming waved his hand. It's fine. You take the staff away. Leave this to us. As he spoke, the soldiers began evacuating the station's staff. Meanwhile, they made their way to the grain silos where the monster was located. There stood 3 massive grain storage tanks, each over 10 meters tall and 10 meters in diameter. These automated silos made loading and unloading incredibly convenient. If a strange beast had hidden inside, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. Wait, how did that monster even get inside? Luing stared at the towering silos, utterly perplexed. Designation 003, Weasel Rat. Its size is freely adjustable, normally shrinking to the size of an ordinary rat, but when enlarged, it can reach 7 or 8 meters tall. Qin Ming surveyed the silos ahead. If left undetected, these 3 silos could be emptied in less than a week. The weasel loves stealing food, meat, grains, anything edible. Nothing escapes its notice. Do you know how terrifying it is when the weasel becomes a plague? In my previous life, countless nations perished from starvation after their grain reserves were devoured by weasel rats. Hearing this, Lu Chang and Lu Ying turned to look at him in astonishment. So that's why you're importing grain like crazy? Qin Ming nodded. Exactly. Weasels can unleash a terrifying famine upon the world. I refuse to let that happen in our country. Lu Chang and Lu Ying both paled. China is a populous nation. A famine here would have catastrophic consequences. Then how do we extract that weasel? Lu Chang looked at Qin Ming. Simple. Get violent. Just smash open the grain storage tanks. Everyone, get ready. We can't let that rat escape. With that, Qin Ming gripped his new battle blade and leapt high into the air. Clang! A flash of lightning-like light erupted from the blade as it swung down toward the massive grain storage tank. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as the grain silo cracked open. Yet not a single grain spilled out. The station master, watching from a distance, paled. Impossible. This granary should be full. It's been eaten clean out, that's why. A flash of lightning gleamed in Qin Ming's eyes. Little rat, I see you. A single slash was delivered. With a thunderous boom, the entire grain storage tank exploded. Squeak! Accompanied by a shrill squeak, a palm-sized rodent-like creature leaped out, lunging straight at Qin Ming. Qin Ming seized the moment, swinging his blade in a backhand strike. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as the weasel rat was smashed hard into the ground. Though powerful, the blow failed to harm the creature. Its silver bright fur bristled on its back, standing on end like a puffed-up ball of fury. That fur, as hard as steel, offered astonishing defense. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Damn, this ferret's close to breaking through to tier 2. Lu Chang, take it down. Lu Chang surged forward, his hands hardening as his fist struck out like iron, unleashing an instant barrage. Iron fist. Boom! The punch shattered the air with a sonic boom. The heavy fist slammed toward the weasel's face. The weasel sensed danger and rapidly enlarged its body. But the punch still slammed hard into the weasel's nose, sending it flying. Sequence 288, Iron Hand, was no joke. Its attack power was absolutely top tier. Squeak! The weasel let out a pained shriek, colliding with Qin Ming the moment it landed. Thunderclap! Qin Ming swung his thunder warblade, delivering a single, decisive strike. The weasel's head was severed cleanly, rolling away on the ground. Target 003, Weasel, eliminated. Qin Ming gazed at the weasel's corpse, a wave of emotion rising within him. In his previous life, when the weasel first appeared, it took over 1,000 armed soldiers and a barrage of artillery shells to eliminate it, ultimately costing an entire company of lives. But now? Just 2 swings. Perhaps in this lifetime, I can change history. Qin Ming sighed, tossing his battle knife to Lu Ying. We're taking this beast back for old farmer to study. Dean, it has magic potion ingredients. Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. He drew his dagger and, mimicking Qin Ming's technique, harvested the special materials from the weasel's body. Weasel's incisors, weasel's claws, weasel's blood, 3 items in total. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. We've got them all. What incredible luck. Dean, is this a set of magic potions? Lu Ying asked in surprise, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Qin Ming shot her a look. Sequence 19, Soul-Devouring Rat. Want it? Ha! Lu Ying gasped. What kind of ability is that? Powerful, but it'll turn you into a monster, Qin Ming stated solemnly. Lu Ying's eyes widened. She immediately covered her mouth and shook her head. Dean, sequence 19? That's not much lower than your current sequence rank. Lu Chang exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Ming shook his head. This isn't even the limit of this sequence's power. When soul-devouring rat advances to royal sequence, that's just the beginning. Lu Chang looked curious. Dean, you have plans? Qin Ming recalled a brother from his past life, a faint smile touching his lips. This sequence ability, it's meant for him. But, will it truly turn into a monster? Lu Chang felt a certain resistance to the word monster. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chang and asked earnestly, do you know why I founded the Monster Academy? Because I intend to forge an army of monsters. An army of mythical beings, an army of monsters. Only then could he uncover the truth behind this trial of civilization. Chapter 12, Sequence 019, Soul-Devouring Rat. 4 days remained until the beasts began their assault on the world. The Tower of Heaven project was still in full swing. The entire nation of Huaxia seemed bustling with activity, all focus centered on this project. China truly lived up to its reputation as a construction powerhouse. In just 2 short days, the framework for the sky-piercing tower's outer walls was erected, revealing its initial grandeur. Of course, appearances alone reveal little. This only fuels greater curiosity among foreign officials. Especially the Eagle Nation, their top dog, Trump, even suspects China might be secretly building some kind of military base. But why such a grand gesture? Now, nearly the entire world was watching China's every move. Yet despite global skepticism, China's leadership shows no signs of halting their actions. For they had witnessed the horror of the monsters firsthand. Beyond the Tower of Heaven project, evacuation plans are also accelerating. Citizens have been returning home in waves over the past 2 days. The majority are making every effort to return within the next 2 days. Time was compressed by Qin Ming. Because Subject 003, the weasel, had appeared. This monstrous beast, driven by its insatiable appetite, could very well reveal itself prematurely. Therefore, Qin Ming and his team must act swiftly to bring back as many citizens abroad as possible. Otherwise, if the weasel were discovered to be plundering grain on a massive scale, their imported food supplies might face serious disruptions. Only within the country would they be truly safe. That day, Qin Ming sensed that the grain import process might not proceed smoothly. He immediately contacted the military's top commander, Long Xiaogui. Qin Ming, General Long, I need your help with something. Long Xiaogui, Dean Qin, please go ahead. Qin Ming, deploy an aircraft carrier strike group to stand by in the South China Sea, awaiting my orders. Long Xiaogui paused. You need to deploy an aircraft carrier? Qin Ming explained frankly, I anticipate obstacles with grain imports. Make the arrangements first, hopefully they won't be needed. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Long Xiaogui made no further inquiries and immediately set about making the arrangements. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Lu Chang drove to an old residential neighborhood in the city center. Dean, you live here? Lu Chang surveyed the surrounding buildings with curiosity. The buildings were dilapidated 7-story structures without elevators, dating back 4 or 5 decades. Lu Chang had investigated Qin Ming's background and knew he lived in this area. Not only that, but Qin Ming was an orphan who had lived independently since leaving the orphanage. He had almost no one connected to him. The only person who could be considered a connection was the orphanage director, who had also passed away a year ago. Director, who are you here to see? Qin Ming sat in the passenger seat. Just wait. They'll be here soon. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a blonde-haired man scurried out like a mouse. Circling around to the car, it locked the tire with a large padlock right before Lu Chang's stunned eyes. Boldly, in broad daylight. Lu Chang's eyes widened. He stared at the blonde guy reflected in the side mirror, momentarily stunned. What the hell is this little bastard up to? Qin Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. That's the local culture. Thump. 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 Then, someone began pounding on the car door. Following Qin Ming's instructions to avoid drawing too much attention during this trip, Lu Chang had driven one of his subordinates' ordinary compact cars. Lu Chang shot Qin Ming a look. You saw this coming, didn't you? If they'd driven a military vehicle, who would dare lock its tires? But even if it was just a regular car, no one should be locking its tires. I'll see what this kid wants. Lu Chang rolled down the window just as the blonde youth snarled, parking fee $200. Lu Chang's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. He hadn't even gotten out of the car yet, and already demanding a parking fee? And 200 yuan? Why don't you just go rob someone? The blonde youth clearly flinched at Lu Chang's glare. The authority of a colonel is not something a petty thug can withstand. The blonde man took a few steps back and shouted. Brother Dong. From the shadows, a slender youth with piercingly sharp eyes emerged slowly. His clothes were ragged, as if he'd emerged from the slums. But when Lu Chang saw him, he couldn't help but frown. That kid's eyes, he's got what it takes to be a soldier. Though only 16 or 17, he possessed a maturity beyond his years, as if hardened by life's trials. Before he even approached the vehicle, he spoke slowly, you in the car, hand over the money. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Lu Cheng genuinely chuckled, about to step out and give the kid a piece of his mind. But the next moment, the youth spotted Qin Ming in the passenger seat and his eyes widened in surprise. Brother Ming? Unlock the doors and let them go. The youth shot a glance at the blonde. The blonde guy froze. These were easy targets, why let them go? The youth snatched the keys from the blonde's hand and moved to unlock the wheel. But just then, several thugs in their 20s and 30s burst out, hurling a glass bottle at him. The youth glanced backward and saw the glass bottle hurtling toward him. But he didn't dodge. Crash! The glass bottle shattered into pieces on the ground, a trickle of blood running down the youth's forehead. You let everyone go? What the hell am I supposed to eat? With so many people in the gang, you're supposed to feed them all? The thug pointed at the youth, cursing furiously, and swung his foot to kick him hard. Lu Cheng and Luing both froze in shock before snapping back to reality. You little brat! Lu Cheng immediately leaped from the car and delivered a flying kick to the thug attacking the youth. The leader of the thugs couldn't react in time, sent flying over 10 meters by the kick. Lu Cheng had held back, otherwise, with his current strength, that single kick could have ended the thug's life. Luing yanked open the car door, grabbed one thug by the throat, and slammed him to the ground. Ah! Within 2 exchanges, all 3 thug leaders were pinned to the ground. Seeing the situation turn against them, the remaining thugs turned and fled. Damn it! Who the hell are you? The gang leader shouted angrily. But when Luing produced her handcuffs, they instantly fell silent, their faces frozen in terror. The inspection bureau? Boss, we were wrong. We were just collecting parking fees, that's all. Several thugs lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Just then, a figure approached slowly. The gang leader looked up and his face froze in shock. Qin Ming? You. Clearly, they knew Qin Ming. Not only did they know him, they'd bullied him regularly. The thugs immediately panicked, realizing this was backup Qin Ming had called in to get revenge on them. But Qin Ming didn't even glance at them. His gaze fixed on the teenager surnamed Dong. Are you okay? Dong Yen was also handcuffed, blood still trickling down his forehead, but he didn't seem to care. He flashed a bright, white smile. Bro Ming, haven't seen you in days. Where've you been? Qin Ming looked at him intently. Big things. In or out? If Ming asks, I'm in. What I'll ask you to do will be even dirtier than what you're doing now. Qin Ming pressed on. Dong Yen grinned. My life belongs to you anyway. Alright, get in the car. Got it. Dong Yen twisted his wrist, and the handcuffs snapped open effortlessly. Here you go, miss. He handed the handcuffs to Luing. At that moment, Luing and Lu Cheng stared at the handcuffs, stunned. How did he manage that? The thug's business was left for Lu Cheng to handle. This old district had been turned into a cesspool by this gang of thugs. It was long overdue for intervention. Later, Qin Ming drove to a secluded spot. He handed the prepared Sequence 019 potion to Dong Yen. Seeing the full cup, Lu Cheng's pupils contracted. Dean, is this amount excessive? He recalled that excessive potions could cause mutations. Moreover, this youth had never consumed the flesh or blood of a beast. He simply couldn't withstand the potion's power. The only outcomes awaiting him were either his body exploding or him transforming into a monster. But before Lu Cheng could intervene, Dong Yen downed the entire cup in one gulp. Tastes a bit harsh, Dong Yen frowned, his expression composed. It hurts a bit. Bear with it, Qin Ming murmured softly. The words had barely left his mouth when Dong Yan's pupils turned blood red, and his muscles began swelling wildly. Then, under the stunned gazes of Lu Cheng and his sister, hair began sprouting all over Dong Yan's body. He was transforming into a monster. Chapter 13, The Mutation in Peacock Kingdom. Ah! The vehicle shook violently as screams echoed continuously. Dong Yan sat in the back seat, his seatbelt tightly securing him. Lu Cheng sat beside him, ready to act at any moment. If Dong Yan underwent any strange transformation, he would act immediately. Snap! Suddenly, Dong Yan's muscles bulged violently, snapping the seatbelt in two. Sakura, get out of the car first. Lu Cheng shouted. Both he and Qin Ming were extraordinary beings, while Xiaoing was just an ordinary person. If a mutation occurred, it could easily cause harm. Lu Xiao sprinted out of the car and slammed the door shut. By now, Dong Yan was teetering on the edge of losing control, his monstrous form becoming increasingly apparent. Not only were hairs sprouting from his limbs, but his neck and cheeks were also beginning to grow fur. Even his facial features were transforming into those of a rat. Dean, are you sure you'll be okay? Lu Cheng asked anxiously. Qin Ming remained calm. Don't worry. While excessive potions from the Qiankun Gourd could indeed cause someone to mutate into a monster, it wouldn't lead to loss of control. Sure enough, after several minutes, Dong Yan's mutation was complete. He was now a veritable rodent-like monster. Brother Ming, this. Dong Yan stared at his own limbs, stunned and utterly incredulous. You know about the major national incident that happened recently, right? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yan nodded. Yeah. That was my doing. Dong Yan's eyes widened in shock. Brother Ming, you. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. You'll understand later. There's no time to explain now. Just know this, the role you're playing is that of a hero. Dong Yen was stunned, yet he trusted Qin Ming completely. Qin Ming briefly explained the abilities of Sequence 019, Soul-Devouring Rat. With your current abilities, you can communicate with your kind and control rodents, correct? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yen seemed to be processing the information before nodding in confirmation. That's correct. Good. Your mission is rather dirty and can't see the light of day. You're putting in the hard work. Qin Ming spoke earnestly. Dong Yen grinned. Brother Ming, you never used to be this polite. Brother, I trust you with this. You're the only one who can handle it, Qin Ming said sincerely. Rest assured, once you advance to Tier 2, you'll be able to freely revert to your human form. What I need you to do is use your Sequence 019 ability to control all the rats nationwide and track down every single weasel hiding within the country. At these words, Lu Cheng beside him suddenly widened his eyes. This mission was no ordinary task, it was incredibly arduous and crucial. Dong Yen nodded. Don't worry, Ming. I'm honored to fight alongside you. Qin Ming handed him a satellite phone. Contact me immediately under any circumstances. Got it. Luing, open the door. Luing opened the passenger door. About 10 meters ahead lay a sewer grate. Lu Cheng froze, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Young man, you've done well. Dong Yen gave Qin Ming one last deep look. Boss, I'm outta here. With that, his form instantly shrank to the size of a normal rat and plunged headfirst into the sewer. Witnessing this, Lu Cheng and Luing stared at each other in stunned silence, momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, their admiration for Qin Ming deepened. The Dean truly isn't an ordinary person. Dean, can this young man handle it? Locating every ferret in the country is a massive undertaking. Lu Cheng asked doubtfully. Qin Ming responded with a calm smile. In his previous life, he held this very position. And no one is better suited for it. Dong Yen grew up in the sewers. This environment is like home to him. Qin Ming didn't spell it out explicitly. But both Lu Cheng and his sister could sense that Dong Yan's childhood must have been incredibly rough. Weasels are different from thunder beasts and thousand-face monkeys. Once the confrontation begins, the weasel will hide deep within the sewers, even the Tower of Heaven can't detect it. That's why we have to proceed this way. As for Dong Yan's loyalty, you can rest assured he won't betray me. Qin Ming spoke slowly, dispelling the lingering doubts in Lu Cheng and his sister's minds. Ha? What are you writing? Luing looked at Qin Ming, who had taken out a small notebook. Qin Ming wrote a single line on the notebook. Monster Sequence. Number 001, Soul-Devouring Rat, Common Sequence 019, Dong Yen. Luing slowly furrowed her brow. Was this a record of his monster army? Suddenly, she noticed the words on another page of the notebook. Upon seeing the words there, Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Divine Being Sequence. ID 001, Iron Hand, Common Sequence 288, Lu Cheng. Sequence Advancement Path. Ordinary Sequence 288 Iron Hand, Prohibited Sequence 058 Steel Body, Royal Sequence 018 Armored King, Divine Sequence 008. I love my motherland, every moment. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's phone rang. Hello, General. What? Lu Cheng's face paled as he heard the voice on the other end. Director, a monster attack has occurred in Peacock Nation. Over 10 people have been bitten to death, and the creature remains at large. Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression darkened. Have the beasts struck? No, it's the weasel rat. It must have been discovered while feeding, then killed to silence witnesses. News has spread like wildfire. The entire Peacock Kingdom is in an uproar, convinced this signals a monster invasion. Eagle Nation and others have launched full-scale investigations. Should we take action? Lu Cheng asked. Qin Ming frowned. Accelerate the evacuation. Order the cargo ships already loaded with grain to turn back immediately and return to the homeland. The grain procurement plan was already underway, it couldn't fail now. By any means necessary, these cargo ships must return home safely. This batch of globally imported grain involved over 3,000 cargo ships, carrying an enormous quantity of food. If one country encountered problems, others would surely urgently recall their shipments. If they prevented China's cargo ships from returning, that would spell trouble. Qin Ming then took Lu Cheng's phone. Dragon General, deploy the aircraft carrier immediately and send helicopters to pick me up. Let's go to the airport. Lu Cheng took the driver's seat and floored the accelerator. Director, what are we doing on the carrier? Luing asked in confusion. Qin Ming replied in a solemn tone, to escort our cargo ship. This shipment of grain absolutely cannot go wrong. Chapter 14, Rich Kid Shocked. You brought me to the aircraft carrier to play? The vehicle sped to the entrance of a large building. Director, the helicopter is waiting on the rooftop. No need to go to the airport, Lu Cheng glanced back. MHM. The three hurriedly exited the vehicle and took the elevator to the rooftop. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Ming, what are you doing here? Then, a chubby young man rushed forward and grabbed Qin Ming's shoulder. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. The dean's position was too sensitive, any mishap was absolutely unacceptable. He instinctively moved to intervene. Qin Ming acted swiftly, blocking Lu Cheng. "He's my roommate. Young master." The moment Lu Cheng moved to strike, 4 burly men in suits rushed forward, shielding the chubby youth behind them. Clearly, as professional bodyguards, they had recognized Lu Cheng's intent to attack. "Ha!" Lu Cheng and Lu Ying exchanged surprised glances. This little chubby guy must have some connections. Lu Cheng's lips curved into a faint smile. But if the other party insisted on starting something, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson in manners. "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? He's my classmate." The chubby kid poked his way through the bodyguards, eyeing Qin Ming and the man and woman beside him with confusion. "After that incident at the zoo, I couldn't get in touch with you. Are you okay? Are they giving you a hard time over there? Damn, the government isn't going to hand you over, right?" Xiaopeng spoke softly. "If you're in trouble, tell me now. I'll see if my dad can help." Xiaopeng's voice wasn't loud, but Lu Cheng heard every word clearly. "What's the deal with this kid?" Hearing this, Qin Ming chuckled. Truth be told, with little Fatty's father's status, he might actually be able to intervene. Xiaopeng's real name was Hua Zhongxing, and his father, Hua Xinghua, was the wealthiest man in China. He accepted the gesture. Hua Zhongxing wasn't just Qin Ming's roommate in their past lives, they were brothers who'd faced life and death together. Thanks to his family background, little Fatty Hua had lived a comfortable life in his previous existence and even obtained a high-ranking, forbidden sequence. After forming a squad with Qin Ming, they fought tirelessly for their nation. But before that 10th-tier beast descended, Xiaopeng had already been gravely wounded. Qin Ming later perished at the beast's hands, and Xiaopeng's ultimate fate remains unknown. But one could probably guess it wouldn't have ended well. A 10th-tier beast, no one could stand against it. Qin Ming pondered. Now that he had been reborn, perhaps he could first take Xiaopeng to witness its might. He spoke up. "I'm fine, but I'm currently working on something big. Want to join the fun?" At these words, Xiaopeng's interest was instantly piqued. "Is it fun?" "Should be pretty fun," Qin Ming chuckled. Lu Cheng and the other man both turned grim. Fun? This was a matter of national survival. But given Qin Ming's current status, he dared not say more. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Xiaopeng slung his arm around Qin Ming's shoulder, brimming with excitement. The 4 of them entered the elevator together, heading for the rooftop. The 4 bodyguards watched the closing elevator doors, their expressions turning grim. "What are you staring at? Notify the chairman immediately." Upon reaching the rooftop, Xiaopeng stared dumbfounded at the armed helicopter before him. "This? Old Qin, did you go this big?" He wasn't without helicopters, but this was an armed one. Beside it stood several armed personnel, rifles at the ready. "Hua Zhongxing, what the hell are you doing? Get over here immediately." A furious voice rang out as a distinguished-looking middle-aged man glared at the chubby kid. This man was none other than Hua Xinghua, the little chubby guy's father and the owner of this building. He had received notification from the military that an armed helicopter would be landing on his building's rooftop to pick someone up, demanding he immediately clear the entire rooftop. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he had personally come to oversee the operation. But to his shock, he found his own son up there causing trouble. And who was that young man beside him? Was he here to cause trouble too? Bang! At that moment, several armed personnel in front of the helicopter snapped to attention and shouted, "Director, Minister, your orders." Seeing this, Hua Xinghua's expression immediately changed as his gaze shifted to the people beside his son. So these were the people the military had come to pick up? He then observed their positioning. The handsome young man clearly stood at the forefront, while the 2 others, a man and a woman of remarkable bearing, lagged half a step behind, clearly following the young man's lead. Hua Xinghua's heart skipped a beat. Who was this young man? And what was his relationship with his son? Even as the nation's wealthiest man, he couldn't help but show a hint of unease. "Dad, Hua Xiaopeng stammered, his words catching in his throat. He thought it was just a casual outing, but this scene had genuinely startled him. Lu Cheng glanced at Xiaopeng. So this was his son? No wonder. Lu Cheng, the wealthiest man in China, was naturally someone he recognized. Conversely, Hua Xinghua didn't recognize Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng stepped forward, extending his hand to introduce himself. Lu Cheng, head of Special Operations, Southern Military District. As Hua Xinghua shook his hand, surprise flashed across his face. At that moment, Lu Ying held up Lu Cheng's credentials beside them. Seeing the rank on the ID, Hua Xinghua's expression abruptly changed. "Colonel? This is actually a colonel?" Hua Xinghua was genuinely stunned. If the man before him was a colonel, then what was the background of this young man? Higher in rank than a colonel? Could he be a general? This young man is a general? You've got to be kidding me. "Mr. Hua, my boss said he'd like to take your son out to broaden his horizons. Is that okay?" Lu Cheng spoke up. "The boss?" Hua Xinghua's face twitched. He glanced at his son, astonishment welling up inside him. That brat, does he have more connections than I do? Hua Xiaopang also sensed his father's unease, and his playful mood vanished instantly. He sensed he was about to stir up trouble. It's fine. Don't you trust me? Qin Ming patted Hua Xiaopang on the shoulder. Let's go. We're running out of time. Don't worry, uncle. I'll keep Zhongxing safe. Qin Ming exchanged farewells with Hua Xinghua before leading Xiaopang onto the helicopter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hua Xinghua's forehead. He felt unexpectedly flattered by this younger man. A big shot calling him uncle. Ahem, Zhongxing, go have fun. Hua Xinghua straightened his posture, adopting the demeanor of a dignified elder. After Qin Ming boarded, several armed soldiers gave Hua Xinghua a slight salute before boarding themselves. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter slowly ascended, stirring up a whirlwind. Hua Xinghua watched the receding helicopter, feeling his entire worldview had been upended. He thought about recent national events and suddenly froze. Hadn't he seen that young man in the news? It seemed the world was indeed undergoing major upheaval. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing that his son had connected with someone like this. After taking off, the helicopter headed southward. Before long, it left the mainland behind and continued flying toward the open sea. Inside the helicopter, Hua Xiaopang grew increasingly astonished, his nerves tightening. Covering his noise-canceling headphones, he shouted to Qin Ming. Qin, where the hell are we going? Qin Ming gazed at the ocean below and pointed out the window. We're here. Hua Xiaopang suddenly leaned forward to look down. On the sea, over a dozen destroyers were arrayed in formation. At the very center of the fleet stood an aircraft carrier. Hua Xiaopang's eyes widened instantly as he exclaimed in shock. You brought me to play on an aircraft carrier? Chapter 15, clad in admiral's garb, the turmoil begins. As the helicopter touched down on the carrier's deck, Hua Xiaopang felt completely numb. Everything felt utterly unreal. Nervously escorted off the chopper, he stared blankly at the rows of new fighter jets parked on the deck, feeling like he was in a dream. Even as the son of the nation's wealthiest man, this was a world beyond his reach. Bang! The soldiers snapped to attention in unison, saluting and shouting in unison. Sir! Hua Xiaopang jolted upright, his entire body springing to attention. His voice trembled as he stammered, Old Qin, what the hell is going on? Qin Ming patted his shoulder reassuringly. Relax. Just follow me. Hearing this, Hua Xiaopang relaxed slightly. But the next moment, a formidable man clad in battle armor strode out from the ranks. That imposing aura left Hua Xiaopang too terrified to even breathe. And when he saw the shoulder insignia on the man's battle robe, his expression changed dramatically. 3 gleaming gold 5-pointed stars shone brightly on the shoulder insignia. The star bearing. Hua Xiaopang's legs trembled. As a Chinese national, he knew exactly what those shoulder insignia signified. Admiral. Hua Xiaopang felt a chill run down his spine. A general had appeared. What was this about? The man who arrived was none other than the military's top commander, Long Xiaogui. Before Long Xiaogui could speak, Qin Ming ordered, set sail. Full speed ahead. Aye. Long Xiaogui nodded. He raised his hand. Send the order, depart. Aye. His subordinates responded immediately. Moments later, the aircraft carrier began its departure. Now, not only Hua Xiaopang, but even the soldiers aboard the carrier couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. A huge question mark formed in each of their minds. Who is this young man? How dare he command a dragon general? Across the land of China, aside from the supreme commander, who else could possibly give orders to the military's top commander? Hua Xiaopang felt his legs grow weak, drenched in sweat. At that moment, the dragon general spoke. By the way, to make you more comfortable here, we've prepared some clothes for you. 2 soldiers stepped out of formation, each holding a box. The dragon general selected the shorter box, revealing a military tunic inside. The dragon general personally draped it over Qin Ming, instantly elevating his entire aura. Combined with Qin Ming's lifetime of battle experience, the aura of lethality radiating from him was enough to make enemies tremble. Hua Xiaopang, standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene. Especially the shoulder insignia on the uniform, 3 gleaming gold stars. General of the army. This was the insignia of a general. This world has gone mad. Old Qin, did you save China? Why would you receive such treatment? Even if you gave Hua Xiaopang 100 heads, he couldn't fathom why. In this moment, he felt the first massive blow of his life. Before Qin Ming, his status as the son of the wealthiest man was utterly crushed. No wonder Qin Ming was so arrogant. If he could become a general at 19, he'd be even more arrogant. At that moment, the dragon general drew a Tang sword from another slender box. This Tang-style broadsword was forged from extraterrestrial meteorite. It's far superior to the one in your hand. Qin Ming took the Tang sword and drew it with a sharp pull. Clang! A piercing blade cry echoed, accompanied by faint thunderous rumblings from Qin Ming's hand, truly terrifying. The Tang blade's body was jet black and razor sharp. A fine blade comparable to a standard containment item. Qin Ming praised. Let's go inside to talk. The next moment, Xiaopang felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. His body trembled as he abruptly met the dragon general's gaze. The overwhelming pressure nearly made his legs buckle. Qin Ming placed a hand on Xiaopang's shoulder. This is Hua Zhongxing, son of Hua Jinghua. He's a key figure for the future. At these words, Xiaopang's eyes lit up. He silently praised his friend. You're the man. The dragon general nodded. Let's go. I'll brief you on the international situation. Xiaopang hurriedly followed behind Qin Ming, timidly asking, Bro, where are we headed? Out to sea. Ha? Won't that cause trouble? Though not well versed in military affairs, Xiaopang knew that a carrier strike group setting sail would inevitably draw international attention. Leaving their own territorial waters would make the situation even more serious. Qin Ming looked at him intently. The real excitement is yet to come. 3 days remained before the monsters invaded the world. China's Tower of Heaven project was still proceeding urgently, causing nationwide uproar. Meanwhile, international unrest began to stir. Following yesterday's monster cannibalism incident in Peacock Nation, authorities launched intensive searches in the affected area. Finally, traces of the monster were discovered in a sewer system. Many soldiers perished in that battle, and it was only through the use of powerful thermal weapons that the monster was finally worn down and killed. Naturally, to calm public panic, Peacock Nation suppressed the incident and did not publicize it. However, news still reached other nations, leading them to believe in the monster invasion. Subsequently, nations launched frantic monster hunting operations. Places like sewers were turned upside down. Before long, another nation reported sightings of the monsters. This time, it was the land of cherry blossoms. After sacrificing hundreds of soldiers and thousands of civilians, the monsters were finally killed by artillery fire. The incident caused a huge uproar. Not only did it fail to be suppressed, but videos of it were also uploaded online. Within half an hour, netizens worldwide had seen the footage, sending shockwaves across the globe. Governments worldwide convened emergency meetings. They finally realized disaster was imminent. China's warnings were real. Japan confirmed the monster in the video was indeed Unit 003, Weasel. At that moment, inside the Eagle's Central Command building, Chief Tep and other high-ranking officials were watching footage of Sakura Nation soldiers confronting the Weasel. In the footage, hundreds of soldiers had cornered the Weasel, unleashing relentless artillery fire. Yet the damage inflicted upon the beast was minimal. Each counterattack by the beast claimed several soldiers. The battle raged on for a full 2 hours before the Weasel was finally worn down and killed. After watching the footage, Chief Technician and the senior officials were all deeply shaken. So China wasn't exaggerating after all, this is actually real. What kind of monster is this? Its defenses are incredibly strong. And this is just one. If multiple monsters coordinated, they could turn an entire city upside down. The meeting room buzzed with agitation as the high-ranking officials lost their composure. At that moment, Chief Tep pounded the table and declared in a deep voice, "Quiet down. General John, what's the status of Eagle Squad's search operation? Any signs of the beasts?" General John shook his head. "Nothing yet. I believe these monster incidents are merely isolated occurrences. Out of all the nations on Blue Star, only 3 have reported them. There's no need for such panic. Sakura Nation struggles so much against these monsters simply because their weapons are inferior. If my forces were deployed, a single armed squad would suffice. Rest assured, everyone. The military has absolute confidence in protecting you all." Receiving General John's assurance, the high-ranking officials finally exhaled in relief. Chief Tep frowned, a lingering unease gnawing at his gut. "By the way, what's the situation over in China?" Chapter 16, Eagle's Fury. We've been duped. China's global evacuation operation is nearly complete, reported the leader overseeing the matter. What? The statement sent shockwaves through the entire room. Nearly finished? How is that possible? It's only been a few days. Is this what China's leadership looks like? The crowd was stunned. Reflecting on it, if the Eagle Nation were evacuating its citizens in an emergency, it wouldn't come close to this level. Forget official execution, even the people might not cooperate. The conference room fell silent for a moment. A deep sense of dread gripped them at China's formidable strength. Beyond that, China's grain procurement cargo ships are also rushing back. This time, we've made a killing. The responsible official spoke with palpable excitement. Finally, some good news. The senior officials all broke into smiles. It's worth noting that China's high-priced grain purchases this time are truly substantial. They didn't have enough cargo ships, so I specially arranged some for them which doubled the price again. What do you think? That sucker from Huaxia actually agreed with excitement. The manager continued with a chuckle. Hearing this, Tupo grew increasingly uneasy. Impossible. China is a major grain producer itself. Why would they import so much? Something's not right, something's not right. Tep's unease grew more intense. Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he turned to General John. General John, immediately increase search forces. Ensure absolutely no exotic beasts exist within our borders. Only 2 days remained before the alien beasts attack the world. At this moment, the aircraft carrier carrying Qin Ming had reached the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Director, due to the global search operation, more and more countries are discovering the number 003 weasel alien beast. The entire world is now beginning to stir with unease. Lu Chang rushed onto the deck to report to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded, murmuring under his breath, just like in my previous life the gluttonous weasel was discovered ahead of schedule. What about our grain cargo ships? Have they returned? They're all on their way back, but the distance is vast. It will likely take several more days for them to rendezvous with us, Lu Chang replied. Qin Ming considered this. Press on. We'll intercept Eagle's cargo ships. Hearing this, Lu Chang's heart sank. If we advance further, we'll be discovered. Besides, with so many nations' cargo ships, why are we only intercepting Eagles? Because only Eagle dares to attack us. Suddenly, General Long Xiaoguo approached. I've ordered the warships to proceed at full speed. Following behind Qin Ming, Xiaopang was stunned. What had he just heard? This aircraft carrier was heading out to fight? At that moment, emergency reports flooded the command centers of nations worldwide. South Korea, report, rodent-like beasts detected in our territory. Troops are rushing to subdue them. Empire of the Rising Sun, report, several anomalous beasts discovered in the grain silos of our nation's Falling Blossom district. All grain within the silos has vanished. Gaul, report, strange beasts have invaded the grain silos in Texas. Elephant Nation, report, grain loss incident occurred at Southern Grain Depot number 1. In an instant, nearly all the strange beasts discovered across nations were found near grain storage facilities. News reports flooded in from all directions. Eagle Central Command Office. All leaders gathered together. As Trump examined the intelligence reports from various nations in his hands, his expression darkened. Now, they could finally confirm that China's warnings had been correct. Chief Tep scanned the data. Grain silos. Grain silos again. Why are grain silos always the problem? Suddenly, he recalled China's massive grain purchases, and his expression darkened. General John, intensify the search of the granaries. This beast might be connected to the grain. No sooner had Tepu finished speaking than a messenger soldier rushed into the conference room, shouting loudly. Bad news. Bad news. Alien creatures have been spotted in several of our nation's major grain silos. The southern region's granaries are currently suffering extensive damage. Reports indicate these beasts have enormous appetites and have consumed significant amounts of grain. What? At these words, Tep and the assembled high-ranking officials paled visibly. So these monsters are targeting the granaries? Damn it! No wonder we couldn't find them, they've been hiding in the granaries all along. How cunning! General John roared in fury. Let's go. I'll lead the men and personally slay those beasts. General John slammed his fist on the table and rose, his face dark with fury. No! Hold your position. Chief Tepo abruptly stood up. Those cunning Chinese. They anticipated this very scenario. If the beasts are targeting our food supplies, then the grain reserves of every nation in the world will suffer severe blows. If the entire world faces food shortages, grain prices will skyrocket, triggering a full-blown food crisis. Boom! His words jolted everyone awake. All the high-ranking officials in the conference room erupted into heated debate. Damn it! Is this China's scheme? Did they predict the crisis and hoard grain in advance? Damn it, they've taken a lot of grain with the Eagle. Tep's face darkened further as his unease erupted completely. General John, I order you to intercept the Chinese cargo ships immediately. Under no circumstances are they to be allowed to return. The grain we sold must be reclaimed. General John nodded sharply. What if the cargo ship refuses? Refuse? Tep snorted coldly. Dispatch the nearest aircraft carrier to seize it directly. Understood. Exactly. That's how we'll handle it. Damn it. Think you can profit off my Eagle? Not a chance. The entire room erupted in chaos. It wasn't just Eagle Squadron countries around the world had caught on. The trouble spots were all grain silos. Upon reflection, China's strategy of buying grain at premium prices was truly ingenious. Yet, despite the shock, no country dared demand China return the grain. After all, the transactions were already finalized. Given the current situation, none of them would be foolish enough to antagonize China. Moreover, their grain exports to China were modest, having little impact on their economies. Except for the Eagle, of course. Among all these nations, the Eagle lady sold the most. Trump simply couldn't swallow his pride, he had to get it back. While General John carried out his operation, Trump also reached out to other major powers. He made calls to every coastal nation in particular. The land of cherry blossoms, the land of the bamboo, the land of kangaroos, the land of elephants, the land of Gaul, the empire where the sun never sets. Every nation allied with the Eagle received Trump's call. Trump, intercept the grain cargo ships bound for China immediately. This guy is playing dirty, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. The news sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of every nation. Had things really escalated this far? Yet they forgot one crucial thing: China had warned the world days earlier. But no one believed a monster would invade. Now look at them blaming others for their own mistakes. Of course, other nations weren't fools either. A little grain won't make much difference to them, but when you add it all up globally, the quantity becomes downright terrifying. Clearly, the eagle had anticipated the grain price surge and now its envy was flaring up. Every nation contacted by Trump gave verbal assurances, yet none took concrete action. The empire of the sun never sets, only fools would provoke China. Of course, their inaction didn't mean they weren't watching the spectacle unfold. Soon, the world's attention shifted entirely to the eagle in China, even overshadowing the monster incidents. At this point, they still hadn't grasped the true horror of this alien creature invasion. Soon, a shocking announcement reverberated through the highest echelons of every nation. The eagle had truly made its move. 2 aircraft carrier fleets were pursuing China's cargo ship from opposite directions. Chapter 17, Cargo Ship Returns Home, Fighter Jets Escort. Dragon General, intelligence confirms the eagle has moved. 2 aircraft carrier fleets are rapidly intercepting our cargo ships at the naval base. In the carrier bridge, a soldier reported to Dragon General. Dragon General turned to Qin Ming. Just as you predicted, eagle has made its move. Qin Ming nodded. That's typical of the eagle. How far are we from the cargo ship? We should rendezvous in about half a day, the captain replied. Among these cargo ships, quite a few belong to the eagle, right? Qin Ming asked. Are all preparations complete? Everything is arranged. We're ready to move at any moment, General Long declared. Qin Ming glanced at his watch and said calmly, let's move. Meanwhile, in the waters ahead, nearly 100 cargo ships plowed forward at full speed. These vessels were loaded with grain, urgently returning to China from Eagle sauce ports. Among them were 25 Eagle sauce vessels, chartered by China at great expense. On each of these 25 vessels, 2 to 30 pre-positioned Chinese operatives were now stealthily making their way toward the bridge. Move out. At the command, the Chinese crew members on each ship immediately stormed the bridge, overpowering the bewildered Eagle captain. This scene played out on every Eagle-flagged cargo ship. 25 captains were taken hostage and ordered to continue sailing toward China. FUCK, have you Chinese people lost your minds? How dare you attack us? One of the captains shouted angrily. They still didn't understand what was happening. But just then, the communicators aboard all 25 Eagle brand cargo ships sounded simultaneously. This is the Eagle Navy. You are now ordered to turn back immediately. Turn back immediately. Do not deliver the supplies to China. I repeat, return to port immediately. Return to port immediately. Hearing this, the captains aboard the freighters were all stunned. Only then did they realize this was a game of brinkmanship between Eagle sauce and China. Unfortunately, the Chinese side had already made preparations. With the captains detained, turning back was simply impossible. Almost simultaneously, other Chinese cargo ships received notifications from the Chinese Navy, instructing them to increase speed. Quickly, full speed ahead, the cargo ship captain ordered urgently. Captain, what's going on? The helmsman asked, puzzled. The captain's face darkened. I'm not sure, but it's urgent. I fear it's related to what we're transporting. Do you know where this message came from? Where? The crew member repeated, still confused. The Mother of King aircraft carrier. What? The sailor's face paled. You mean the nation's aircraft carrier is coming to pick us up? Realizing the gravity of the situation, all cargo ships spared no effort, revving their engines to full throttle and racing forward at top speed. On the Eagle-class carrier, a soldier urgently reported. General John, we've sent the cargo ships a return course message, but there's no response. General John, chewing on his cigar, slammed his fist on the table. What? Damn it, something's gone terribly wrong. Well done, China. Looks like they were prepared all along. General, it'll take time to catch up with the freighter. What should we do now? The soldier asked. General John's expression darkened. Launch 2 armed helicopters and 2 fighter jets immediately. Intercept them directly. Aye. Soon, 2 fighter jets and armed helicopters roared off the carrier deck, racing after the freighter. Boom! Boom! The fighters roared through the sky, breaking the sound barrier with blasts as they accelerated at extreme speeds. Inside the fighter, Pilot 1 quipped, sending us to intercept a cargo ship? Isn't that overkill? Pilot 2 chuckled, the main intercept is for the helicopters. We're just going through the motions, we can't exactly open fire. Pilot 1 roared with laughter. You're right. Let's go intimidate those arrogant Chinese who don't know their place. Not long after the Eagle took action, news reached the ears of major nations' officials. British Empire, what? The fighters are already deployed? Land of the rising sun, the Eagle is aiming to intimidate China. Korea, well done. China's gotten too arrogant, they deserve a taste of their own medicine. Gaul, they deliberately leak this to us. Eagle-san is trying to send us a message too. Elephant Nation, either way, this is going to be quite the spectacle. At this moment, every nation allied with the Eagle Nation was watching this maritime standoff. Their attention was even more intense than during the domestic monster invasion. The Eagle Squadron fighters were swift. Within 2 hours, they had caught up with the convoy of cargo ships. Seeing the radar display showing over 100 cargo ships at sea, both pilots were taken aback. Pilot 1, this many? No wonder the higher-ups are furious. Pilot 2, if the monster incident causes grain prices to rise, the nation will suffer significant losses. They won't let them leave. The helicopters aren't here yet. How about we intimidate them first? Pilot 1's lips curled into a faint smile. What's your plan? Pilot 2 asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. How about a low-altitude flyby? Ha ha, let's do it. In the next instant, the two fighter jets dove from high altitude, charging toward the convoy of cargo ships. Boom! The fighters flew so low that the roar of their engines sent shivers down the spines of the cargo ship crew. Even the ocean churned with waves. All the cargo ship crew members were startled awake, rushing out to investigate. What's happening? Sounds like fighter jets. What? A fighter jet? Is it one of Eagle's? Just then, a voice crackled over the communications channel in the bridge. This is the Eagle Navy. You are hereby ordered to return to port immediately. Failure to comply will result in necessary measures being taken. This is the Eagle Navy. You are hereby ordered to return immediately. Failure to comply will result in necessary measures being taken. The alerts flashed repeatedly, throwing all the cargo ships into chaos. What do we do? Eagle Squadron has sent fighters to intercept us. Damn the Eagle Squadron. Our deal is already done, what's the point of intercepting us now? Damn it, do they really think China is easy to bully? The crew members of every ship were furious, yet a sense of unease also began to rise within them. The Eagle was getting serious. Captain, look behind us. Armed helicopters are approaching. What? We're done for, they're going to intercept us. Chaos erupted aboard the ship, while the pilots and the two Eagle fighter jets grinned from ear to ear. Awesome. I love this feeling. Ah, that was exhilarating. Want to do it again? I don't want it to end so soon. The two discussed doing it again. Just as they prepared to turn back, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Alert, enemy aircraft detected ahead. Alert, enemy aircraft detected ahead. Ha! They immediately looked at the radar screen, where over a dozen new blips had appeared. What is that? So many? The two pilots instantly realized something and abruptly looked ahead. They saw over a dozen dark dots rapidly closing in ahead. Clearly, they were all fighter jets. Yes, over a dozen fighter jets were bearing down on them. Fuck! The two pilots instantly felt their hair stand on end, their expressions tightening with tension. At the same time, a commanding voice boomed through their headsets. This is the Chinese Navy. We are escorting a merchant vessel back to China under orders. Non-combat aircraft, stand down. Chapter 18, Confrontation at Sea. What? Chinese fighter jets? The two Eagle pilots' faces paled. What the hell? How did Chinese fighters end up here? This is bad, they've been waiting for us. Watch out, they're charging at us. FUCK, watch out. Boom. Over a dozen Huaxia fighters sandwiched them between their formations, streaking past on either side. The powerful air currents caused the two Eagle fighter jets to shake violently, pushing them closer together. Get out of the way, we're going to crash. Propelled by the air currents, the two fighters abruptly closed in on each other. Fortunately, their quick reactions allowed them to stabilize their aircraft immediately. Seeing the distance between them reduced to mere inches, both pilots broke out in cold sweat. OMG, I almost didn't get to see my mom again. That scared the hell out of me. Are those Chinese fighters out of their minds? Damn it, I'll get revenge. The two pilots cursed angrily. But just then, the Chinese fighter jets turned around, and 8 of them surrounded them completely. Seeing this, the two Eagle pilots immediately clamped their mouths shut, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, 4 more Chinese fighters headed toward the convoy of cargo ships. Meanwhile, 2 Eagle flag helicopters were already circling ahead of the cargo ships, bellowing arrogantly. This is the Eagle Navy. You are ordered to turn back immediately. Or else. Boom. Before the threat could be fully delivered, 2 fighter jets roared overhead. The high-altitude sonic boom reverberated, shaking the helicopters violently. What's going on? The officer issuing the command froze in shock. How could their own fighter jets be sonic booming them? No, sir. Those aren't ours, they're Chinese fighters, another soldier shouted in panic. What? The commander's face paled as he snapped his head up. Sure enough, 4 fighter jets were approaching. Then, a commanding voice boomed over the communication channel. The voice echoed through the helicopter and cargo ship. This is the Chinese Navy. We are here to escort the cargo ship safely back to its home port. All non-essential personnel must evacuate immediately. This is the Chinese Navy. We are here to escort the cargo ship safely back to its home port. All non-essential personnel must leave immediately. As the commanding voice echoed, the crews aboard hundreds of Chinese cargo ships were overcome with emotion. They all looked up at the sky, where the formidable fighter jets were none other than the Chinese Air Force. There are fighter jets. They're China's fighter jets. The nation has come to rescue us. The nation has come to rescue us. Woohoo! Long live China! All the cargo ship crew members shouted and cheered, overcome with emotion. Meanwhile, the soldiers aboard the two Black Hawk helicopters wore expressions of utter dread. It felt like swallowing a fly, utterly disgusting. Damn it! Where are our Eagle Wing fighters? Call them back immediately, the commander roared, his face twisted with fury. Sir, look ahead. The pilot hurriedly shouted. The commander looked in the direction indicated. High above, 10 fighter jets slowed their approach. Their two Eagle brand fighters were sandwiched between them, as if being held hostage. The commander's pupils suddenly contracted, his entire body trembling. This. He was speechless. Sir, they're still. The commander gazed out toward the open sea, where 4 destroyers slowly emerged, cutting through the waves. Seeing this, how could he not grasp the situation? This sight clearly meant that China's aircraft carrier was nearby. He immediately contacted his own carrier. General John, this is Helicopter 1. We're under enemy threat. Mission failed. At the same moment, similar messages echoed through the radio. General John, this is Fighter 1. We've been hijacked by the enemy. Mission failed. At that moment, General John, seated in the carrier's command center, leapt to his feet. What's happening? General, it's China's fighter jets and destroyers, they're here. We suspect the Chinese carrier is nearby. Pilot 1 spoke urgently, his panic palpable. The slightest mistake would mean his death for his country. What? A Chinese carrier? Have they lost their minds? General John lost his composure. Damn it. China came prepared. General, what do we do now? What do we do? We fight back. I refuse to believe it. Pretend to retreat first. Our fleet will be here immediately. Bang! General John slammed his fist on the table. We can't let this slide. Forward, full speed ahead, catch that freighter. On board the Huaxia warship, Lu Chang watched the retreating Eagle Wing fighters and helicopters before speaking slowly. Director, they're retreating. Qin Ming nodded, standing on the deck with his gaze fixed ahead. Let the cargo ship return first. We'll wait here for the Eagle's warships. Lu Chang paused, taken aback. Are you sure they'll pursue us? They will. Sure enough, not long after, 5 Eagle-class warships appeared ahead. These were destroyers. Aircraft carriers were out of the question. As floating bases, their locations must never be exposed. General John stood on the destroyer's deck, personally leading the delegation. Clearly, this wave had come to negotiate. Both sides halted at sea, maintaining a safe distance. At this moment, the standoff extended beyond the warships to the high-level officials of both China and the Eagle Wing nation. Live footage of the scene was simultaneously relayed to the central conference rooms of China and the Eagle nation. High-ranking officials from both nations watched the feed, their expressions grave. General John picked up the communicator and roared, "This is General John." Then, a response echoed through the communicator. China, Long Xiaogua. At those words, General John's eyes widened in shock. It's him? Long Xiaogui, the foremost figure in Huaxia's military command. Who didn't know him? Not only General John, but even the high-ranking officials of the Eagle faction behind him couldn't help but frown upon hearing the name Long Xiaogua. The top commander of the Huaxia military department had personally arrived, a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. General John paused briefly before shouting, "General Long, what do you mean by this?" Hearing this, General Long smiled. "What do we mean? The grain transaction was completed, yet you sent troops to intercept it. That's your problem." General John was rendered speechless. That much was undeniably true. Clearly, they were in the wrong. You knew monsters were coming and grain would become vital, yet you hoarded it all. Where's your conscience? General John seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration. Yes, that's precisely why we warned you beforehand. But you refused to believe us, selling grain at inflated prices. Now you regret it? The Dragon General sneered disdainfully. I advise you to focus more on the monster invasion. Otherwise, it will be too late. Have you thoroughly inspected your grain reserves? At this, General John and the Eagle brand executives behind him instantly turned grim. Fine. This won't end here. You'll regret this. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, General John could only threaten them. Retreat. This time, the Eagle Squadron had suffered a major setback, but there was nothing they could do about it. Watching the Eagle Squadron warships retreat, the soldiers on board cheered with delight. Holy crap, that was so badass! Was Xiaopang shouted excitedly. Ah, that was satisfying. Dean, that move of yours was absolutely brilliant. Lu Cheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yet at that very moment, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Staring out at the sea ahead, a vague sense of unease washed over him. Something's wrong. Something's happening. Simultaneously, alarm sirens blared across both the Huaxia and Eagle Swan warships. A panicked voice crackled over the broadcast. Attention! Attention! Unidentified submarine lifeform approaching. Repeating, unidentified submerged object approaching. It's colliding. Chapter 19, Ghost Shark Monster Attacks Warship. What's happening? What's going on? On the deck, General John's expression darkened. General, get below deck immediately. An unidentified creature is approaching from below. Two officers reacted swiftly, escorting General John back into the ship's interior. Then, amidst the piercing wail of alarms, a colossal creature burst through the waves and lunged at a destroyer. Boom! It resembled a colossal shark, measuring a full 30 to 40 meters in length. As it leapt from the water, the soldiers aboard the ship felt as if the sky had been obscured, gripped by sheer terror. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the monstrous shark bit down on the destroyer. Boom! With one bite, the destroyer snapped clean in half like a wafer cookie. Thud! After crushing the destroyer, the giant shark slammed back into the sea, exploding like a depth charge and sending up a massive wave. The steel warship, now split in two, slowly sank into the ocean depths. Help! Help! Save us! Save us! Dozens of eagle-wing soldiers flailed on the surface, desperately scrambling toward the shattered deck. This scene was witnessed by soldiers from both nations, leaving them all utterly dumbfounded. Not only them, but the high-ranking officials from both nations behind them fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the spectacle. What is that thing? Good heavens, are there sharks that big? The American high-ranking officials turned pale with terror. Quickly, General John! Get the men out of there and retreat! Chief Potter shouted urgently. The urgent voice snapped General John back to his senses. He immediately shouted, "Quick, rescue them!" Chaos erupted across the Eagle fleet as they scrambled into action. All units, prepare your weapons. Engage the alien creatures. On the other side, Qin Ming bellowed. The dragon general reacted swiftly. That wasn't some giant shark, it was clearly a monstrous beast. Qin Ming rushed to the bow, his expression grave. How could the first stage of the trial involve the Ghost Shark Clan? Among first-tier beasts, the Ghost Shark Clan was undoubtedly a king-like existence. In his previous life, the Ghost Shark Clan only appeared during the second stage of the trial. Could they have existed all along, only never been discovered? As Qin Ming pondered, the Eagle Squadron fleet ahead had already opened fire. Boom! 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 The destroyer's cannons unleashed a frenzied barrage, spewing tons of fire as they pounded the sea surface. Fire! Blow it to smithereens! General John bellowed. But the fleet's assault instantly enraged the ghost shark. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from beneath the sea. The ship's alarm blared urgently. Attention, attention! A monster beneath our ship is charging toward us. An Eagle soldier stared at the radar screen, his pupils trembling. The creature was rapidly ascending. All hands on destroyer number 2, brace for impact! Brace for impact! The soldier's voice grew increasingly frantic. Boom! In the next instant, the ghost shark surged from the depths once more, slamming heavily into the hull. With a violent impact, destroyer number 2 was completely flipped over. The massive warship was lifted off its keel, then slammed into the sea at an angle. The ship capsized. Hundreds of soldiers fell into the water, struggling desperately. Boom! Then, the ghost shark burst from the depths, opening its massive jaws to swallow the soldiers on the surface. Its massive body leapt high above the waves, a terrifying sight. Now, the remaining 3 warships of the Eagle Squadron were stunned. What kind of monster was this? Quick! Target the monster! Fire torpedoes! Bombard it with torpedoes! General John barked the orders in shock. In that moment, he finally grasped the true horror of the alien beast. He had never understood Huaxia's actions all these days. Now, he finally understood. Such monstrous beasts would be an absolute catastrophe for humanity. Not even a carrier could withstand its assault, let alone a destroyer. General, torpedoes locked onto the monster, preparing to fire. Torpedoes fired. Boom! Boom! 2 torpedoes shot out from beneath the warship, hurtling toward the ghost shark. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 massive explosions, the torpedoes successfully struck their target. Yet they inflicted little damage on the ghost shark. The ghost shark's defenses were even more terrifying than those of the land-based, thunder iron beasts. General, the torpedoes hit the target, but it's still moving. The soldier's voice crackled over the radio. What? General John's face twisted in horror. 2 torpedoes and it's still alive? What kind of monstrous creature is that? General, good news. The monster's running away, heading straight for the Chinese fleet. Ha! General John's eyes widened abruptly. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Quick! Have them deal with it. We're pulling out now. Now! Hearing the alien beast had fled, the eagle-eyed high command watching the live feed collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Chief Tap immediately grabbed his communicator. General John, do not retreat. That monster must die. Bring back its corpse. This alien creature holds immense research value. What? General John's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the chief order him to kill the creature. Don't worry, I've called for reinforcements. They'll be here soon. Be careful. Tep shouted excitedly. Remember, the monster's corpse must never fall into China's hands. General John clenched his fists and roared. Fire at will. Avenge our fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the ghost shark, wounded, began charging toward the Chinese fleet. Dragon General, the beast is heading this way. Seeing the rapidly flashing dots on the radar, a soldier urgently called out the warning. Qin Ming, the monster's here. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming with tension. Qin Ming's gaze hardened as his hand rested on his sword hilt. Lu Chang, prepare to engage. Got it. Lu Chang also began to feel a surge of tension. At that moment, a massive shark fin broke through the surface of the sea, rapidly charging toward the warship where Qin Ming stood. The shark fin stood tall, radiating a sharp, icy glint, resembling a massive cleaver. If it collided with the ship, it could easily cleave the warship in two. Witnessing this scene, the senior officials gathered in the Central Command Office of China immediately grew somber. This monster was undoubtedly the most formidable they had ever encountered. Can Director Qin Ming handle it? Someone murmured the question, and the entire conference room fell silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Open fire. Suddenly, the Dragon General on the warship barked the order. Boom! 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 Four warships launched simultaneous attacks, unleashing a barrage of firepower onto the shark's fins. Smoke billowed over the sea surface, thick black flames obscuring the shark fin entirely. But in the next instant, the ghost shark burst forth, its razor-sharp fins slamming violently toward the warship. They're finished! Not far away, General John watched the scene through his binoculars, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face. Yet, just as the shark fin was about to collide with the warship, through the binoculars, a young figure suddenly leaped onto the deck. Clang! The piercing clang of steel split the air as the thunder blade descended with a thunderous roar. Thud! The youth's blade struck the shark's fin. The strike erupted like thunder, carving a gash across the sea's surface as waves erupted skyward. The towering shark fin, as if struck by immense force, was driven straight into the ocean depths. General John's eyes widened in utter shock. OMG, what did I just see? Chapter 20, a stunning blade strike, stunning the Eagle. Eagle's Nest Command Center. The high-ranking officials watching the live feed from the warship all rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They had been watching with keen interest, expecting the monster to collide with the Chinese warship. But why did it suddenly vanish? With the fleets still some distance apart, they hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of what had transpired. Wait, what did I just see? How did that monster suddenly dive beneath the sea? Yeah, it was about to hit us. Why did it run away? The conference room buzzed with murmurs of shock and confusion. At that moment, Chief Tep spoke up. General John, did you get a clear view? What exactly happened? Yeah, did that Chinese warship deploy some kind of weapon? The hawkish high-ranking officials all chimed in with questions. John's hands were trembling. Mr. Trump, that wasn't a weapon. It was a person. What? What person? What nonsense are you spouting? General John's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't find the words. Boom! At that very moment, the colossal beast surged upward from the depths once more. Its body, dozens of meters long, broke completely through the surface, slamming down with brutal force toward the Chinese warship. With the precedent of the Eagle Wing warship, if this colossal beast crashed down, the Chinese warship would undoubtedly be blown to smithereens. But at that very moment, Qin Ming on the deck gripped his Tang sword tightly, terrifying thunder energy surging along its blade. Bang! His feet slammed into the deck, propelling his entire body high into the air. Thunder flashed, the blade tore through the air. Annihilation lightning flash. A horizontal slash, its formidable edge ripping open the ghost shark's belly. The immense force sent the ghost shark flying. Arg! The ghost shark let out an agonized howl as its massive body crashed heavily into the sea surface. Giant waves surged, rocking the entire warship. Qin Ming seized the moment, plunging downward from the sky. The thunder blade drove deep into the ghost shark's body. Thunderous energy surged madly into the ghost shark's body, relentlessly tearing apart its insides. Amidst the ghost shark's wails of agony, it gradually fell silent. Unit 004, Ghost Shark, dead. Holy! On the warship, was Xiaopang covered his head in shock and shouted. Old Qin, are you Superman? Holy! It wasn't just with Xiaopang, every soldier on the warship was left utterly dumbfounded, as if they'd witnessed something utterly terrifying. The first attack, perhaps they didn't quite grasp what had happened. But this time, they saw it all with their own eyes. This mysterious admiral had actually slain such a terrifying beast with a single stroke. The visual impact of that scene was overwhelming. That youth seemed like a god. Bang! Qin Ming leapt back onto the deck, radiating a murderous aura. Lu Chang, take men below to secure the ghost shark's carcass and haul it back to the country. The bloodshed is too heavy. If any of its kin are nearby, they'll be drawn by the scent. At those words, Lu Chang snapped to attention. Hurry up! Did you hear me? Get to work! The warriors moved swiftly, immediately getting to work. Meanwhile, General John stood frozen in place, his entire body trembling. He had seen everything that had just happened. Guys, did you see that? That monster, it seems to be dead. Meanwhile, in the distant Eagle's central conference room, all Eagle Sauce executives stared intently at the screen. Quick, zoom in on the image. Yes, right here. As the image steadily zoomed in, they finally made out the blurred outline of a Huasha warship. The video rewound 2 minutes. The massive great white shark leapt high out of the water, poised to crash down upon the Chinese warship. A blurred figure suddenly leapt up, drew a long sword, and summoned a thunderbolt. The screen filled with blinding lightning. That single strike was breathtakingly magnificent. That figure, like a god, sliced open the monster's belly in one stroke. After watching, the entire conference room erupted in chaos, with gasps of shock echoing throughout. My god, what is that thing? That man just sliced the monster in half? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A monster that can bite through warships, how could a human possibly kill it? Good heavens! China has such a person? Terrifying. Could this be Chinese martial arts? At that moment, every high-ranking eagle-eyed official was utterly dumbfounded, their very worldview shattered. They'd only ever seen scenes like this in sci-fi movies. Even Trump was drenched in cold sweat. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. What was even more terrifying was that today's encounter had completely convinced them of the monster's existence. Therefore, all of China's preparations were geared toward confronting this catastrophe. And now, they possessed such a terrifying entity. Didn't this mean the Eagles had fallen completely behind China? This situation was utterly unacceptable. At this thought, the vast conference room fell into complete silence. After a long pause, Trump finally spoke up. Everyone, China must have obtained certain intelligence. We are merely temporarily behind. Trust us, we can handle this crisis better than China. Follow my orders, keep a close watch on China's every move and prepare for the beast disaster. Boom! Suddenly, the silent screen erupted with the deafening roar of an explosion, causing everyone to jerk their necks back and instinctively crouch down. General, the monsters are coming again. Alert! Alert! Another monster approaching. Attention all units, destroyer number 3 under attack. Ah! Amidst the broadcast feed, chaotic voices and agonized screams echoed relentlessly. Senior officers immediately focused their attention on the screens. At that moment, a second monster appeared and launched another assault on their fleet. Destroyer number 3 was torn apart, its crew buried beneath the sea. Damn it! How can there be more monsters? General John, counterattack now! The high-ranking officials shouted in unison. General John braced himself against a gun turret, nearly losing his footing. The monster's assault whipped up towering waves, rocking the warship violently as spray flew everywhere. Counterattack? We can't even counterattack! General John shouted, his voice trembling with panic. Such a creature could never be dealt with by cannon fire alone. And lurking beneath the sea, it was like a killer who'd vanished without a trace. How could you fight it? Boom! At that moment, the monster attacked again. Destroyer number 5 was rammed by the giant shark, its hull struck directly. The entire warship capsized. Help! Help me! General, save us! Soldiers aboard the ship cried out for help one after another, plunging into the ocean. General John, what do we do? We're the only warship left. If this keeps up, we'll all be buried beneath the sea. The soldiers on board turned their gaze toward General John. John himself was now overcome with panic. What could he do? He was desperate too, wasn't he? But in the next instant, he snapped out of it. Yes. Call for help from the Chinese warships. Quick, contact the Chinese warship. Ask them to come to our aid. Chapter 21 Eagle Sauce, requesting Chinese assistance. Dragon General, Eagle Sauce has sent a distress signal. On the Chinese warship, a soldier handed the communicator to Dragon General. Hello, this is General John. We are under attack by monsters. Please send reinforcements. Please send reinforcements. John's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Hearing this, Dragon General turned to Qin Ming and handed him a pair of binoculars. Hearing John's voice, Lu Chang and Luing couldn't help but laugh. Well, just moments ago he was so domineering, and now he's begging for help? Qin Ming took the binoculars and scanned the Eagle brand warships ahead. Of the 5 Eagle ship warships, only one remained. This time, the Eagle squadron must have suffered heavy losses. Countless soldiers had already met their end at the bottom of the sea. Hey, this is General John. We're under attack by monsters. Requesting support from the Chinese Navy. Requesting boom. John's frantic voice crackled through the communicator once more. But before he could finish, a deafening roar erupted. The ghost shark launched another assault. Through Qin Ming's binoculars, he could see the Eagle's warship tilting sharply to the right, nearly at a 45-degree angle. Hold steady. Hold steady. John's panicked voice crackled through the communicator once more. The soldiers aboard the ship were now in a panic. Quick, fire the torpedoes. Drive it away. Boom. 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 The torpedoes exploded beneath the sea, sending shockwaves that rocked the warship violently. At that moment, high-ranking officials in Eagletown were gripped with tension. General John was their 5-star admiral. He couldn't just die like this. General John, quickly request assistance from China. The high command could no longer sit still, shouting in unison. General John clung desperately to a gun turret, his gaze fixed on the Chinese warship. At that moment, he felt utterly hopeless. From the Chinese side, there was no response. They were abandoning him to his fate. On the Chinese warship, Dragon General held his command, waiting for Qin Ming's decision. Whether to rescue or not, that decision rested with Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming waved his hand. Close in. The warship immediately moved forward, accelerating toward the Eagle brand warship. Meanwhile, John was preparing to call his family to say goodbye. But just then, a voice like that of a god boomed through the communicator. General John, hold on. We're coming to rescue you. General John snapped his head up to look into the distance, where the warship flying the crimson flag was rapidly approaching. OMG, my great motherland, China. Thank you. John's heart surged with joy, clutching at this lifeline. They're here, brothers. China's rescue has arrived. Hold on, everyone. As John bellowed, the soldiers on deck were on the verge of tears. Thank God, no, thank China. Driven by the will to survive, the soldiers on the ship fought even harder. Torpedoes were launched relentlessly, driving the ghost shark back time and again. Finally, the ghost shark was enraged. Roar! A beastly roar echoed through the deep sea. The ghost shark charged furiously from the distance, churning waves and radiating overwhelming power. Its fin, towering higher than the warship itself, loomed like the scythe of death, steadily closing in. Seeing this, all the eagle-winged soldiers were filled with terror. Fire! Fire now! General John barked the order in sheer terror. But this time, the enraged ghost shark absorbed all the firepower, determined to tear them apart. Boom! The massive shark fin sliced through the warship like a cleaver, severing it clean in two. The warship split into two sections, lost its balance, and sank into the sea. All the soldiers, including John, plunged into the water. They struggled desperately, trying to climb onto the wreckage that hadn't yet fully submerged. But as soon as they climbed aboard, the monstrous ghost shark had already turned around. Those eyes, seemingly mocking, surfaced from the water, fixed intently on them. We're done for. That was the thought in everyone's mind. The soldier responsible for filming clutched his helmet tightly, ensuring the footage remained clear. Even in death, they must leave behind the footage. This was their proof of dying for their country. Ah, the monsters are coming. The soldiers on the wrecked warship were terrified. Get out of the way. John shouted furiously, already beyond hope. Boom! Then, before the horrified eyes of all the soldiers, the ghost shark suddenly burst through the waves, its abyssal maw darkening the sky. One bite, and they would surely be swallowed whole. Amidst the soldiers' terrified screams, the ghost shark steadily closed in. Boom! Just as they were about to fall into the ghost shark's jaws, a thunderous voice boomed. Then, a figure wielding a Tang sword soared through the air. Annihilation lightning flash. Hum. Thunder flashed, the blade drew from its sheath, and a thunderous roar exploded. A purple-hued blade arc curved like a full moon, slashing viciously into the ghost shark's body. Thud. Accompanied by a dull thud, the ghost shark's massive body was violently knocked back. Its body, stretching dozens of meters long, was sent sliding sideways as if struck by a missile. This scene left the drowning Eagle Saw soldiers utterly speechless. Boom. The ghost shark's body slammed heavily into the sea surface, sending towering waves crashing skyward. The surging waves engulfed the wreckage of the warship, sweeping the stunned soldiers back into the sea. By the time they managed to climb back out, the battle had already ended. On the sea surface, only the colossal corpse of the ghost shark remained. Beside it lay the Chinese warship. Several lifeboats slowly approached, rescuing the eagle-winged soldiers. At that moment, all the Eagle Saw soldiers were still in a state of shock. General John was among the first to be rescued. He looked around in horror, muttering to himself. What did I just see? Though he had witnessed Qin Ming slaying the monster through his binoculars, seeing it unfold before his very eyes was utterly staggering. General, China has a superhero. I saw it, he saved us. General, I saw it too. That superhuman sliced the monster in two with a single blow. The rescued Eagle soldiers shouted in unison. Those aboard the Huaxia warship couldn't help but chuckle at this. Lu Ying chuckled, seeing them act like they've never seen anything like this before just makes me laugh. Lu Chang gazed at Qin Ming with longing. Boss, when will I be as strong as you? Slaying the ghost shark with a single strike? That was absolutely beyond his reach. Beside him was Xiaopeng tugged at Qin Ming's sleeve, calling him Godfather. Godfather, teach me. That strike was so cool, Godfather. At that very moment, deep within the Eagle's central command conference room, the earlier footage played on loop over and over. That figure moved so fast it blurred even in slow motion. Qin Ming's features remained indistinct. But one thing was certain that was absolutely human. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Not long after the incident concluded, a piece of news began circulating among the high-ranking officials of various nations. Kangaroo Nation, big scoop, big scoop. Guess what happened in the maritime standoff between China and the Eagle Nation? Upon learning the battle had concluded, nations eagerly chimed in. British Empire, spill it. Spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. Gall, I bet the Eagles won big. Land of the rising sun, China's in for a world of hurt this time. Frontline reports, come in. Since Kangaroo Nation was near the incident site, their spies had actually been lurking in nearby waters all along. And the land down under? They were their embedded reporters. As soon as the news broke, the Kangaroo Nation immediately reported the situation. Kangaroo Nation, you're all wrong. Eagle's 5 destroyers sank to the bottom of the sea. General John, leading the remnants, fled in disgrace aboard a lifeboat, and crucially, that lifeboat was provided by the Chinese Navy. China emerged victorious in this battle. The moment these words were uttered, the high-level officials of various nations erupted in an uproar. What? Chapter 22, Global Turmoil, Panic Spreads. What? World leaders were stunned upon hearing the news. How could this be? South Korea, how could this happen? Are they really fighting? British Empire, no way. You're joking, right? How could they actually start a war? Gaul, absolutely impossible. Utterly preposterous. Elephant Nation, even if they did fight, Eagle Chan couldn't possibly lose. Cherry Blossom Nation, did you misread the situation? Didn't Eagle Chan deploy 2 carrier strike groups? Land down under, our forces witnessed it firsthand. China won. Over 100 grain cargo ships successfully evacuated. Here's the kicker, all 5 of Eagle's destroyers were destroyed. What's going on? Tell us. All nations were in a panic. This situation was nothing like they'd imagined. The Kangaroo Nation's leadership held nothing back, relaying the entire sequence of events. These nations, all allies of the Eagle, had long endured its oppression. Over the years, this shared suffering had fostered signs of unity. Take this situation, for instance. Eagle's major moves were always scrutinized and discussed among them. Kangaroo Nation, right when both sides were facing off, the monster appeared and tore through Eagle's defenses. The Eagle's warships were defenseless, yet somehow China counterattacked and killed the monster. They even rescued General John. Upon learning the details, leaders worldwide were stunned. The key point, monsters. This statement pulled them back into the monster crisis. With monster incidents now occurring across nations, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. What shocked them even more was that China seemed to genuinely possess methods to combat these monsters. Consequently, all eyes turned to China, hoping to uncover crucial insights. Naturally, news of the standoff between China and the Eagle Nation couldn't be concealed from other countries. Once it spread, it was no longer a secret among the high-ranking officials of various nations. Of course, such information wouldn't circulate widely among the common people. After all, Eagle still had its pride to uphold. Huaxia, meanwhile, had little inclination to engage in such public discourse, their focus firmly fixed on the monster invasion. This time, China reaped substantial rewards. The global grain procurement plan was successfully completed. Over 500 cargo ships returned from countries around the world. Qin Ming didn't bother counting the exact quantity, but this grain stockpile would sustain China for quite some time. Even if sold on the market, it would yield substantial profits. Of course, selling it was out of the question. Since the monster invasion began, the world had plunged into a state of war, making grain the most vital resource. Another major haul from this expedition was 2 ghost sharks. These 2 ghost sharks were massive, their flesh plentiful. If distributed among the soldiers, they would undoubtedly boost the physical condition of a large contingent. Only 2 days remained before the alien creatures launched their global assault. The emergence of these monstrous creatures across the globe felt like opening Pandora's box, with new beasts being discovered constantly. Chaos erupted across multiple regions in various nations. And nearly all the discovered alien creatures were identified as Type 003 weasel rats. The defining trait of the weasel monster was soon revealed: insatiable gluttony. Consequently, nations began inspecting their grain stores, sparking widespread unrest. Within a single day, hundreds of weasels had been discovered worldwide. Despite preparations, nations were still caught off guard. These beasts were truly terrifying. Ordinary bullets inflicted negligible damage on them. Even the largest caliber heavy sniper rifles could only scratch their skin. Soldiers could only slowly wear them down. The resulting casualties were immense. Even powerful nations must sacrifice 200 to 300 soldiers to take down a single weasel. Weaker nations fare even worse. If unlucky, they might need over 1,000 soldiers just to wear down a single weasel. Such battles were nothing short of sacrificing lives. Successfully killing a weasel was already a stroke of luck regardless of how many soldiers were sacrificed. What's more terrifying is that some weasels, having consumed vast quantities of grain, approach second-tier strength. Such weasels, if they chose to flee, were simply beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers had sacrificed their lives to exterminate it, only for it to escape in the end. How infuriating was that? And such incidents were far from rare. The most notorious example occurred in Elephant Kingdom. That weasel devoured an entire fruit warehouse, claiming the lives of hundreds of workers. When the army moved in to exterminate it, they suffered heavy losses. 500 soldiers were devoured. In the end, the weasel shrank in size and escaped through the sewers. When this news broke, panic swept across the world. A formidable enemy is not terrifying. What is terrifying is one that cannot be killed and escapes. Just 2 days had passed since the monster's appearance, yet unease began to spread among the people. The voices mocking China abruptly fell silent. Simultaneously, foreigners wondered how China, the first to report the monster invasion, would confront these creatures. Yet, as their gaze turned toward China, they discovered that China seemed to have escaped the weasel's attacks. What was going on? In truth, China had not failed to detect the strange beast known as the weasel rat. It was just that compared to other nations, China had encountered significantly fewer of these weasel-like creatures. In 2 days, they had encountered no more than a dozen. Thanks to China's high level of vigilance, coupled with the video footage of Qin Ming battling the beasts, they had compiled valuable experience encountering these creatures. Consequently, the damage inflicted by these weasels in China was almost negligible. Furthermore, with no civilian casualties reported, news of the incident remained limited. Yet what puzzled China's leadership was the sheer scarcity of the weasel rodents they had discovered. This began to cause them concern. Anomaly signifies trouble. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had just returned to Monster Academy by helicopter. Qin Ming had returned ahead of schedule, while the carrier strike group remained at sea providing escort. To guard against potential ghost shark attacks, Qin Ming had left Lu Chang behind. As soon as he landed, Old Farmer and the armed squad leader rushed over to greet him. "Principal, something's happened." Gnome Lao blurted out urgently, not even acknowledging the dragon general standing beside Qin Ming. "What is it?" Qin Ming's heart sank. "We found numerous corpses of weasel rats at the entrance to our compound." Take me to see it." The group immediately rushed to the compound entrance. Near a sewer grate, several weasel corpses indeed lay sprawled. "They're back again. This is the 5th batch." The armed captain's face paled. Previously, they had all been transported back to the academy for research. But these ones had appeared just recently. Hearing this, the dragon general's expression darkened. He turned to Qin Ming and said, "Numerous weasels have been discovered across various nations these past few days, yet our country has found relatively few. Now so many weasel corpses appear, could it be some major problem? Dumping the corpses at the gate, this looked like a warning signal no matter how you looked at it." Qin Ming pondered this for a moment before responding with a smile. "I should know what's going on." Chapter 23, Supermagnetic Detector. "Ha? Dean, you know what's going on?" Old Farmer looked utterly astonished. These past 2 days had been driving him crazy. "Could this be your doing?" Long Xiaogua looked over in astonishment. Qin Ming nodded. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Dean, you weren't even here. How did this happen?" Wu Mu, the armed squad leader, froze in shock. He'd spent countless days hunting the weasel rats. Among the dozen or so beasts slain by Huaxia, several bore his mark. He knew firsthand how formidable these weasels were. He himself was consuming monster flesh 5 times a day, and only with his greatly enhanced physical condition could he manage such feats. But a large-scale hunt like this? Absolutely impossible for him. Unless, of course, it was a master like the Dean. And not just one, multiple such masters. Otherwise, hunting so many weasels would be utterly impossible. After all, the search itself required time. It simply wasn't feasible with a small number of people. Upon this realization, not only Wu Mu but also the dragon general suddenly snapped to attention. "You have someone backing you?" Qin Ming shook his head. "There is someone, but only one. Impossible. How could one person achieve this level of skill?" Long Jian looked utterly shocked. Yet Qin Ming's expression showed he wasn't joking. Qin Ming offered no further explanation. "Don't worry," he said simply. "Just know they're allies. Who else could it be besides Dong Yan?" Judging by the situation, Dong Yan was even more capable than he'd imagined. This guy was born for this kind of work. And since he hadn't contacted me yet, it seemed he hadn't run into any major problems. But relying solely on Dong Yan was far from enough. Next, he turned his gaze to Wu Mu, reaching out to grab the other man's shoulder. A surge of energy coursed through him. Wu Mu's entire body trembled, as if he'd been seen through. Quickly, Qin Ming withdrew his hand, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. His transcendent physique had reached 90%. Once it reached 100%, Wu Mu would be able to absorb the power of the demon potion and become a new extraordinary being. Seems all those days of consuming beast flesh weren't wasted. "How many others have a physique comparable to yours?" Wu Mu responded immediately. "About 30. All elite members of our Special Operations Division." Due to insufficient monster flesh, even the 3,000 elite troops dispatched from various military districts haven't been exposed to it. Qin Ming nodded. It was about what he'd expected. Are you planning to turn them all into extraordinary beings? The Dragon General asked excitedly. Exactly. With 2 days left, we can at least assemble a squad capable of handling the beasts. But that still isn't enough. I recall you mentioned 2,000 beasts in the first phase. Sending a mere 30 men out against them, isn't that like moths flying into a flame? The Dragon General frowned. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Those 2,000 beasts won't appear all at once. Most will emerge a month later, right when the first phase trials are ending, triggering a massive outbreak. We only need to survive the initial phase. I have my own methods to handle the final surge. The Dragon General relaxed slightly. So there was still some breathing room. After all, this was only the first phase of the trial. If it were too difficult, humanity would be finished. Come on, carry these weasel rat carcasses inside. 30 of you eat your fill. Today, you must boost your extraordinary physiques to 100%. Qin Ming led the group into the research lab, carrying the beast carcasses inside. 35 weasel corpses already lay there. Qin Ming had instructed that any beast carcass failing the magic potion ingredient test was absolutely forbidden to be consumed, lest any potential magic potion ingredients be overlooked. Just as Qin Ming arrived, excited voices echoed from the adjacent lab. We did it! We succeeded! Dean, hurry and get the dean over here! Before they could call out, Qin Ming had already sprinted over. This department gathered experts from major fields like aerospace research, biological research, military equipment research, and more. When Qin Ming arrived and saw the camera light detector, his face lit up with delight. The supermagnetic detector. They'd actually built it so quickly. The supermagnetic detector was a crucial tool for detecting magic potion materials. While becoming an extraordinary being grants the ability to discern special materials on beasts, deeply concealed parts might still be missed. Thus, this supermagnetic detector is crucial. Its principle is actually quite straightforward. Magical potion materials on beasts emit unusual energy fluctuations. These fluctuations are invisible to the naked eye, but under an extraordinary magnetic field, they can be easily detected. By integrating the brainwaves of Subject 002, the thousand-faced monkey, into magnetic field technology, an extraordinary magnetic field can be generated. Simply sweeping the supernatural magnetic field over a beast reveals whether it carries magic potion ingredients. Dean, give it a try. A young man wearing glasses handed the device to Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced at the young man. Yuan Gong, the pride and joy of Old Farmer. Qin Ming recalled that in his previous life, Yuan Gong had been the top dog at the Monster Research Institute, a true talent. He took the superior detector. Its feel and appearance were almost identical to the one from his previous life. It had been crafted precisely to his specifications. He held the device and slowly scanned it over the ferret-like beast's corpse on the research table. Like a video recording, it scanned from head to toe. Beep, beep, beep. The next moment, the weasel's claws lit up red on the screen. The supermagnetic detector registered a magnetic field fluctuation, proof that this ferret's claw was indeed a magic potion ingredient. Success! Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The results from the supermagnetic detector matched his own observations. This weasel carcass contained only one potion ingredient, its claw. What do you think, Dean? Did we miss anything? Yuan Gong asked excitedly. Qin Ming shook his head. Let's test it again. The group immediately rushed to the biological research lab, where the floor was littered with the corpses of exotic beasts. Qin Ming used the superior detector to test each one, and the results showed no omissions. Success! Qin Ming's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at everyone. Yes. Awesome. We're amazing. The researchers were absolutely thrilled. Their dark circles faded, and their weary expressions brightened. Ever since Qin Ming gave the order, they hadn't slept for days all to build this thing. Seeing initial results, they were naturally thrilled. Wumu, extract all the magic potion ingredients from the exotic beasts and deliver them to my office later. Qin Ming ordered immediately. Got it. Wumu's excitement surged. With the magic potion ingredients secured, the next step was crafting the magic potions, and they would become China's first extraordinary beings. Qin Ming understood Wumu's thoughts, but unfortunately, with only 30-odd weasel rats, they could only concoct 5 portions of the magic potion. Far from enough for 30 people. If only there were more beasts. Qin Ming sighed inwardly, regretting that this short time was simply insufficient for him to act. But just then, Qin Ming's phone buzzed with a message. It was Dong Yin. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The message contained only a single sentence. Bro Ming, I need your help. Chapter 24, Stirring the Hornet's Nest, the first battle at Monster Academy. Somewhere in the sewers of Jiangnan City. A giant rat slowly tucked away its phone, glancing at its own claws. He muttered under his breath, these paws sure make typing a pain. Then, the giant rat glanced at the corpse of the weasel beast lying on the ground, a faint smile curling his lips. This is getting more and more interesting. Ming, I love this job. Then, the giant rat suddenly let out a faint squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next instant, dozens of small rats crawled out of the sewer, gazing at the giant rat with reverence as if paying homage to a king. These little rats occasionally chirped, seemingly reporting their findings. Of course, ordinary people couldn't understand what these little rats meant. But Dong Yen was different. These rats were his subordinates, his eyes and ears. After listening to their reports, Dong Yen slowly furrowed his brow. So many weasels fell into the trap? This is a bit troublesome. I wonder if Minggu can handle it. Dong Yen then walked to the sewer junction, where the foul stench was particularly overpowering. An ordinary person would likely vomit after just a few moments. Yet for Dong Yen, it felt like coming home. Dong Yen, transformed into a giant rat, scanned the sewer in all directions. His nose twitched, detecting the distinctive scent of weasels. The next moment, the giant rat let out a piercing shriek. Squeak, squeak. A peculiar sonic wave radiated outward in all directions through the sewer system. Terrifyingly, this sound wave reached nearly every sewer in the entire city of Jiangnan. Simultaneously, the weasels already drawn to the area snapped their heads up upon hearing the sound. Their eyes gleamed with extreme excitement. They scanned their surroundings, searching for the source of the sound. Then, they began racing frantically through the sewers. Thump! 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 The frantic pounding of feet and splashing water echoed relentlessly. The entire city's sewer system seemed to tremble. All the weasels collided in the narrow passages, scrambling to charge toward the direction of the sound waves. Like bloodthirsty beasts that had caught the scent of blood, they were utterly frenzied. In an instant, the small rat beside Dong Yen seemed to sense something, shuddering violently as it darted frantically in all directions. Dong Yen showed no intention of moving. He stood his ground, waiting for the weasel army to charge toward him. He scanned each sewer opening until he spotted a weasel emerge, then turned and walked away. Thump! 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 Glancing to the left, at least 7 or 8 weasels were visible. On the right side, there were 5 or 6 more. And more were still on their way. Seeing this, Dong Yan's mouth twitched. This feels like it's getting out of hand. I wonder if the boss can handle this. With that, he took off running, heading straight for Monster Academy. Rying. The urgent alarm jolted the entire Monster Academy awake. All warriors and researchers rushed out, converging on the plaza. Monster Academy, originally a converted military base, was a vast complex. Just as everyone was gathering in panic, Qin Ming's voice came over the loudspeaker. All researchers returned to the building immediately. Do not leave without orders. Armed personnel, assemble at the training field immediately. Secure the compound, lock the ally gates, and transition to level 1 combat readiness. All usable weapons and equipment must be brought out immediately. Hurry! We don't have much time. As the broadcasts echoed continuously, the entire Monster Academy erupted into commotion. Yet amidst the tension, everyone moved with remarkable order and efficiency. Gnome Lao and the other researchers immediately dashed back into the building, shut the ally gates, then sprinted back to the lab to secure all critical resources. Quick! Place the documents in the safe deposit box and simultaneously upload all research data to the central headquarters building in Shangjing. Speed! Old Farmer issued the orders swiftly. Though unaware of the impending danger, as researchers, their lives were secondary to the research they pursued day and night. Even if they perished, this vital information would not be lost. Only after completing these tasks did all the researchers approach the windows to observe the situation on the playground below. The building faced the field directly, granting them a clear view from above. When they saw the scene below, they all sucked in their breath. What are they doing? Could it be that a monster has invaded Monster Academy? 3,000 soldiers had already assembled on the field. These warriors were elite soldiers selected from major military districts, all top-tier combatants. Under Qin Ming's command, the 3,000 soldiers formed a fan-shaped formation, facing the corner of the training ground. This was one corner of the entire military camp. Directly ahead stood a wall over 10 centimeters thick, made of alloy, rising 10 meters high. 2 watchtowers stood at 100-meter intervals along the wall's left and right sides. 5 soldiers were stationed on each watchtower. They manned heavy machine guns, held grenade launchers and submachine guns, their expressions solemn as they watched the ground below. And their target was none other than Qin Ming, positioned beneath the city wall. No, strictly speaking, it was the sewer entrance beneath Qin Ming's feet. Qin Ming drew his long sword and pried open the sewer grate. General Long Xiaogua stood beside him, his expression grave as he asked, "Can your men confirm how many beasts there are?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It's hard to say. There might be over 100. Hearing this number, Long Xiaogua couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Can't we control them? It's already good that we lured them here. Better than letting them roam the city streets, right? Qin Ming said sternly. That was true. Long Xiaogui nodded. Weren't those foreign beasts causing unpredictable consequences precisely because they entered urban areas and wreaked havoc? By luring them to the military camp and preparing for battle, they already held a significant advantage. His only concern was whether they could eliminate every single one of these beasts. If they lost control, the entire monster academy might fall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, an armed helicopter descended from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a figure sliding down on a rope. It was none other than Liu Chang, who had rushed back. For such a major battle, Qin Ming definitely needed to find more help. Having become an extraordinary being, Liu Chang was now about to undergo his baptism of blood. When Liu Chang landed and saw the scene unfolding, even he couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Though he had known what was coming on the way back, the scene before him still exceeded his expectations. Liu Chang said nothing, taking the long knife handed to him by his subordinate and striding toward Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming bent down, peering his head into the sewer. Distant footsteps were faintly audible. Qin Ming sprang to his feet and barked, "Everyone, prepare for battle! Bzzzzzzz." At the command, 3 armed helicopters slowly rose into the air, forming an encircling formation above the sewer entrance. The muzzles of the deep-cold rifles seemed to be gathering energy, ready to fire at any moment. All the fighters tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly and taking aim. Everyone stood ready for battle. Qin Ming and Liu Chang retreated into the encircling perimeter, their expressions grave. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the footsteps in the sewer grew increasingly urgent and dense. The soldiers' heartbeats quickened, fingers poised on triggers. With a thunderous crash, a figure burst forth, a rat-like monster. Dong Yan burst out and bellowed. "Boss, they're here." Chapter 25, Fierce Battle Against the Weasel Army. A giant rat the size of a human suddenly darted out, sending everyone's nerves into a tight knot. Had Qin Ming not warned them in advance, the warriors would have opened fire. "Over here!" Qin Ming shouted. Dong Yan, transformed into the soul-devouring rat, moved with blinding speed, quickly charging toward Qin Ming. At the same moment, a crimson-gray weasel rat burst from the sewer entrance. But its emergence looked peculiar, as if it had been forcibly squeezed out. The next second, 5 or 6 weasel-like beasts burst forth. The moment they appeared, their gaze fell upon the dense crowd of humans ahead, and they froze in shock. They knew instantly they'd fallen into a trap. Yet they had no chance to flee. Soldiers blocked their path ahead, a steel wall loomed behind them, and helicopters circled overhead. More of their kind kept pouring out of the sewer entrance. Escaping back through the sewers was utterly impossible. As more and more weasel-like beasts surged out before them, the soldiers grew tense. Their eyes fixed intently on the front, their ears straining for the commander's order to attack. Yet as the weasel-like beasts multiplied, Qin Ming remained unmoved. The beasts, ready for battle, bared their teeth at them, poised to charge at any moment. In less than a minute, over 50 beasts had surged out of the sewer. Qin Ming's expression hardened as he abruptly raised his hand. "Fire!" In an instant, the frontline warriors, some crouched, some standing, immediately pulled the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Bang! 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 Thousands of rifles fired simultaneously, their combined roar piercing the sky. Almost simultaneously, 4 heavy machine guns atop the observation tower unleashed frenzied bursts of fire, spent shells clattering to the ground. The most terrifying sight, however, came from the 3 armed helicopters hovering overhead. The heavy machine guns mounted on the helicopters spun wildly, sending stray bullets flying in all directions as the deafening roar of gunfire filled the air. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of bullets sent the soldiers' adrenaline surging. Arg! Endless bullets pounded the ferret hounds' bodies. Despite their incredibly tough fur, the weasels were still riddled with holes under such intense fire. Especially the dozen or so at the front, reduced to bloody pulp as they crashed to the ground. The weasel army let out a piercing, wailing roar. In that moment, their eyes turned bloodshot. They cared little for anything else now, charging madly toward the humans ahead. In an instant, over 20 weasel beasts charged in different directions. Their speed was astonishing, covering 50 meters in a single burst. The distance between the warriors and the sewer entrance was barely 100 meters, and they had already covered 50. This position was now beyond the range of the helicopter and watchtower fire. It wasn't that they couldn't fire, but the weasel beasts and the warriors were too close together. Stray bullets could easily hit their own men. Without the helicopter's heavy fire suppression, the charging weasel creatures moved with apparent ease, even dodging bullets fired by the humans ahead. Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly. He shouted, "Fire suppression! Don't let them break through!" If these weasel beasts broke through, the formation would inevitably collapse. If the defensive line were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Director, should we engage?" Liu Chang asked from beside him. Qin Ming gripped his long sword tightly, ready to charge into battle at any moment. But charging meant ceasing fire, otherwise, they too would be mowed down by the hail of bullets. At their current Tier 1 strength, evading such intense firepower was utterly impossible. At that moment, 10 more of the 20-odd weasel rats charging toward them fell, leaving a dozen or so less than 20 meters away. "Reload!" Qin Ming bellowed, and Long Shagwei immediately raised the signal flag. In an instant, the frontline fighters ceased fire and withdrew, while the rear-line fighters immediately filled their positions. The moment the firing ceased, 3 figures burst forward. Qin Ming led the charge, his long sword flashing like thunder as he closed in on a weasel less than 10 meters away. The blade swept horizontally, lightning flashing. Thud! The weasel's head was severed cleanly. Qin Ming's feet planted on the ground, propelling him skyward in a sudden burst of speed. He soared high, closing in on 2 weasel-like beasts. 2 swift strikes, thunder erupting. Boom! Thunder roared as both weasel beasts fell dead on the spot. In less than 20 seconds, 3 beasts were slain. This dazzling display left the warriors utterly transfixed. The scene felt like watching an anime, utterly breathtaking. Iron Fist. On the other side, Lu Chang, bare-handed, swung a punch at a charging weasel rat. As his fist shot forward, his wheat-colored skin hardened to the hue of steel, striking like an iron fist and shattering the air with a sonic boom. Thud! The weasel was struck with such force it was sent flying backward. Roar! Then, another ferret rat lunged viciously, aiming to devour Lu Chang in one bite. Lu Chang's iron-clad hands clamped down on the weasel's jaws, his feet braced against the ground as the impact pushed him back several meters. Ah! Lu Chang slammed the weasel's head into the ground with both hands. Thud! Dust billowed up. His iron fist came crashing down again. Boom! 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 The heavy blow instantly smashed the weasel's head to a pulp. At that moment, both Qin Ming and Lu Chang displayed the terrifying might of transcendent beings, shocking everyone present. But even more terrifying was that pitch-black soul-devouring rat. It extended its razor-sharp claws and tore into the charging weasel rat. The weasel's tough hide was ripped open, its belly exposed, and it died instantly. The soul-devouring rat moved like an assassin, darting across the battlefield at incredible speed, its claws reaping a bloody harvest. Weasels, whose bodies were nearly bulletproof, crumbled like tofu beneath its claws, shattered with a single squeeze. Roar! Soon, only the last weasel remained among the charging horde. It locked onto Lu Chang, its crimson eyes flashing with cunning as it opened its mouth wide and lunged forward. Its speed was so blindingly fast that Lu Chang couldn't react in time. "Colonel, watch out," the soldiers shouted urgently. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. But in the next instant, a dark shadow flashed, knocking the ambushing weasel to the ground. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, the soul-devouring rat opened its jaws wide, biting down on the beast's neck and yanking with all its might. Rip! Blood spattered everywhere. The beast's neck snapped clean off. Even the battle-hardened warriors were stunned by this bloody spectacle. In that moment, they finally understood. The monster the Dean possessed seemed far more terrifying than the beast itself. Retreat! Qin Ming bellowed, and he and Lu Chang hurried back to the encircling perimeter. Dong Yen flickered and returned to Qin Ming's side. The second wave of weasel rats had already broken through, evading the suppressive fire from the helicopter and watchtower as they charged toward the soldiers ahead. Fire! The Dragon General changed the signal flags again. The reinforcing soldiers immediately pulled the triggers, continuing the barrage of fire. After a round of sweeping fire, fewer than 30 weasel beasts remained before them. At that moment, the weasel-like beasts emerging from the sewers had vanished. But the weasel creatures that had emerged later were clever. Seeing the situation turn sour, they immediately burrowed back into the sewers. The weasel-like beasts that had charged out began retreating back into the sewer, dragging their heavily wounded bodies. Over a dozen fell during the retreat. In the end, nearly 20 weasel beasts managed to escape back into the sewer. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately raised his blade and gave chase. Dong Yen, Lu Chang, not a single one must be let escape. Chapter 26, Forging an Extraordinary Warrior, Sequence 89, Healing. Qin Ming's speed was blindingly fast as he leaped into the sewer. Dong Yen and Lu Chang followed closely behind. Lu Ying, rifle in hand, tried to rush after them, but Long Xiaoguo grabbed her arm. "What are you doing? Chase him!" Lu Ying exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency. "Are you a supernatural being?" Long Xiaoguo barked. Lu Ying immediately fell silent. Long Xiaoguo waved his hand and shouted to the soldiers. "Close the encirclement. Guard against another beast attack. The rest of you clean up the battlefield. Ensure the beast is dead, then drag its corpse back to the lab to extract the magic potion ingredients." "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded immediately. On the building's rooftop, all the researchers watched the battle come to an end, utterly speechless. This was their first time witnessing a battle between monstrous beasts. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Such overwhelming firepower, yet still unable to exterminate these beasts, truly terrifying. But what shocked them even more was the combat prowess displayed by the Dean and Minister Lu Chang. It was far beyond what ordinary humans could achieve. Nong Long's eyes gleamed. He genuinely wanted to draw a sample of Qin Ming's blood to examine what had transformed his body. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and his 2 companions continued their pursuit through the sewers. Qin Ming charged ahead, his long blade striking at the 2 slowest weasel rats. Under the force of thunder, the weasel rats' tough skin offered no resistance whatsoever. With 2 swift strikes, Qin Ming severed their heads. But soon, they reached a fork in the sewer. Damn it! They're splitting up! Lu Chang shouted. If over 20 weasels split up and charged into the city, the situation would become critical. That would inevitably lead to numerous casualties. Dong Yan! Qin Ming bellowed. The soul-devouring rat immediately scrambled up from the sewer grate, leaping over both Qin Ming and Lu Chang. It landed ahead, halting its advance. The next moment, the soul-devouring rat let out a shrill cry. Squeak! An invisible wave of sound spread outward. Upon hearing the sound, the fleeing weasel rats visibly froze, halting in their tracks before turning to look. Sequence 19, Soul-Devouring Rat, S ability, Psychic Shockwave. This skill proved remarkably effective against these low-tier beasts. Sure enough, the weasels instantly became dazed, their minds going blank, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Qin Ming and Lu Chang caught up. They launched a fierce assault on the weasel beasts. In the dimly lit sewer, a flurry of flashing blades and swords dazzled the eyes. Lu Chang had just blasted one weasel to pieces when he shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. But when he turned around, Qin Ming had already slain 7 or 8 weasel beasts. Lu Chang's throat convulsed. Freak! But even more terrifying was Dong Yan. His soul-devouring rat form moved with astonishing speed, instantly blocking the weasels ahead, reaping them like a ghostly specter. Dong Yan's combat style was simple, pounce and tear. In no time, Dong Yan had slaughtered all 10 or so remaining weasels. Each strike was lethal. Not only Lu Chang, but even Qin Ming was taken aback. Under their watchful eyes, Dong Yan delivered the final blow to the last weasel, his sharp teeth tearing into its neck. When Dong Yan lifted his head, his mouth was covered in blood. At first glance, he seemed to be the most ferocious beast of all. Examining the corpses on the ground, nearly all had been killed by their necks being snapped. Clearly, Dong Yan had held back in front of the humans just now. Bro, what the? Lu Chang was at a loss for words. Dong Yan swallowed hard, drawing in the beast's blood as if it were a potent elixir. Lu Chang's jaw dropped in shock, nearly making him gag. This Dong Yan was brutally savage. If he hadn't known the truth, Lu Chang would never have believed this monster was actually a newly minted adult. Lu Chang whispered in Qin Ming's ear, if this keeps up, won't something go wrong? He could see Dong Yan was losing control after all, he was now a monster. As the words left his mouth, Dong Yan shot him a cold glance but said nothing. Lu Chang froze, suddenly feeling an oppressive weight. Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Dong Yan approached and looked at Qin Ming. Boss. Qin Ming nodded. Good work. You adapted faster than I expected. Dong Yan grinned, his expression appearing harmless. But those bloodstained teeth sent a chill down Lu Chang's spine. Dong Yan murmured softly, I like this kind of life. To any normal person, those words would make Dong Yan sound like a madman. But Qin Ming remained utterly calm. Is that all the weasel-like beasts in South Province? Yes. Dong Yan nodded. Qin Ming handed the knife in his hand to Dong Yan. Next target, Southeast Province. All right. Keep the knife. Dong Yan gave Qin Ming a deep look. I'm outta here, boss. With that, Dong Yan sprinted deeper into the sewer. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chang clicked his tongue. How did you even meet this monster? His movements were sharp and precise, his demeanor icy cold, never wasting a word. This is a killer through and through. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. His partner from his previous life, could he possibly be an ordinary person? This battle concluded perfectly. Over 100 weasel rat beasts were annihilated. And the Huaxia soldiers? 0 casualties. If those foreign fellows found out about this, they'd be stunned speechless. After all, they pay a heavy price for every weasel they kill, while the Chinese side accomplished it with ease. Of course, the greatest credit for this victory goes to Dong Yan. Without him luring the weasel beasts into the trap, the soldiers wouldn't have had it so easy. Had these weasel beasts reached the city center, the complex urban environment would have made them much harder for the soldiers to handle. After all, deploying such firepower in urban areas would be exceedingly difficult. The foremost condition for eliminating these beasts is to avoid harming civilians. Thus, this achievement was truly remarkable. That very night, the warriors transported all the weasel carcasses back to the research lab. They then extracted all the magic potion ingredients from their bodies. This time, the haul was enormous. Monster Academy acquired a substantial amount of magic potion ingredients. These materials were sufficient for Qin Ming to concoct 20 batches of sequence potions. Late at night, Qin Ming, Dragon General, and Lu Chang arrived at a gymnasium within the academy. Before them stood 20 elite soldiers led by Wu Mu. Each of these 20 possessed physical prowess exceeding 100%, making them prime candidates for potion administration. Placed before them were 20 vials of blue potion. Qin Ming surveyed the group and spoke slowly. This is sequence 89 potion, named Life Restoration. The formula, Ghost Shark Dorsal Fin, plus Ghost Shark Blood, plus Weasel Claws, plus Weasel Flesh, equals sequence 89, Life Restoration. This was a powerful sequence ability, its only flaw being that no path for advancement had yet been discovered for this sequence. In other words, they could only remain ordinary sequence users. But this was sufficient. Having secured 2 ghost sharks at great cost, these 20 soldiers would undoubtedly become the Monster Academy's first batch of elite fighters. Truthfully, Qin Ming himself didn't know the full capabilities of Sequence 89. He had configured it based on his memories in his previous life. He had never known anyone possessing Sequence 89. Qin Ming had no intention of concealing anything. Those with reservations may decline. Yet the next moment, all 20 warriors responded in unison. Reporting to the Dean, we are willing to bear all consequences. Good. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction. The present-day Huaxia needs you. Without hesitation, the warriors picked up the potions before them and downed them in one gulp. Chapter 27, Emergency Recall. The potions concocted by the Qiankun Gourd were undoubtedly flawless. All 20 individuals successfully awakened extraordinary abilities. Ordinary Sequence 89, Life Restoration. Watching them succeed so effortlessly, Lu Cheng's face was filled with astonishment. Wait, didn't you all feel pain or something? At least show some reaction. When he had awakened his extraordinary abilities, it had been a life or death struggle, like walking through the gates of the underworld. Yet his subordinates felt absolutely nothing? Lu Cheng, who had been hoping for a show, suddenly felt unbalanced. Wu Mu. Qin Ming called softly. Here. Wu Mu stepped forward. How does it feel? Wu Mu hesitated slightly. It's incredible hard to describe. I just feel my entire body brimming with power. What kind of abilities did you gain? Qin Ming pressed. Strength and defense have both increased tremendously, but in terms of actual abilities, it feels like nothing's changed. Wu Mu truly hadn't sensed any major changes. He had witnessed Qin Ming and Lu Cheng's battle. One wielded the power of thunder and lightning, while the other could metallize his arms. Both had combat power maxed out. Yet beyond vastly enhanced physical prowess, they showed no obvious transformation. Not only Wu Mu, but the other warriors nodded in agreement. The dragon general looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming looked thoughtful as he explained, many extraordinary beings, when they first gain their abilities, don't know how to use them or control them. Go see Elder Gnome for a comprehensive checkup, then figure it out for yourselves. Yes, the warriors responded in unison. Come, test your strength. Qin Ming extended his palm. Wu Mu's interest was instantly piqued. He stepped forward. Dean, I'll make a fool of myself. Wu Mu clenched his fist, merging body and spirit, and unleashed a thunderous punch. Smack! Qin Ming caught the blow squarely. Qin Ming didn't retreat an inch, but a smile spread across his face. Wu Mu looked utterly disheartened. He hadn't even managed to shake the Dean the slightest. Was he really that weak? Not bad. Qin Ming unexpectedly offered praise. Your strength is commendable. Go back and train some more. Starting today, your squad shall be known as Hunters of the Uncanny. Hunt down the world's demonic beings and protect the lights of every home. At these words, Wu Mu and the others instantly stood tall. Yes, Dean. After the demon hunting squad departed, Long Xiaoguo finally spoke up. How strong are they? Qin Ming smiled. Today's first-tier weasel rat demon beast? Taking on 5 of them at once wouldn't be a problem. That's just a preliminary assessment. If we unlock their full potential, they might be even stronger. Hearing this, General Long's eyes lit up. Excellent. After all, they were ranked 89th in the sequence. Even significantly higher than Lu Cheng's. But comparatively, Lu Cheng's ceiling would be higher advantages and disadvantages, I suppose. When can you get me a potion too? The dragon general chuckled. As the man hailed as the military's top commander, he certainly didn't want to fall behind his own subordinates. After all, he held many of the military's records. Qin Ming nodded. Alright, I'll find you a suitable sequence potion. Receiving Qin Ming's promise, Long Xiaoguo was quite pleased. By the way, after tonight, there's only one day left until the monster attack you mentioned. What should we do next? Nations worldwide are scrambling to hunt down these beasts, causing widespread chaos. Though no incidents have occurred in China yet, we must prepare. Qin Ming's expression turned serious. What's the progress on the Tower of Heaven? Progress is only about 10%. Transporting materials has consumed a significant amount of time, but the pace will accelerate considerably from here on. General Long's expression grew grave. The Tower of Heaven is crucial. Issue the order. We have no more than 25 days left. The initial wave of strange beasts won't erupt on a large scale. We should be able to contain them. But the first stage trial a month from now will bring our first real challenge. Qin Ming thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to the dragon general. These beasts are cunning. I fear they may attempt to destroy the Tower of Heaven. I need to deploy troops to guard it. Make sure they have sufficient firepower. Simultaneously, soldiers must be stationed in all major towns. Even if the beasts appear suddenly, we can contain them immediately. Hearing Qin Ming's words, both the dragon general and Lu Cheng frowned. Guarding the sky-piercing tower is manageable, but deploying troops to every town and village? Our forces are likely insufficient. You must understand troop movements in certain areas cannot be arbitrary. Then we'll conduct a second conscription. For the people's safety, we have no other choice. Qin Ming declared with unwavering resolve. Late at night, at a roadside stall, several young, burly men sipped cheap liquor while chatting about the strange beast incidents unfolding across the world. Guys, these alien beast incidents are getting worse. Something feels off. You bet. The government's really stepping up this time. You all saw the scale of that Tower of Heaven project. I reckon something big is brewing. Wonder if we'll even get a chance to go back. Haha, if we could, I'd be all for it. The man picked up his phone, his words freezing mid-sentence. A text message appeared on his screen. Emergency recall. Almost simultaneously, the others received the same message. They all leapt to their feet, the alcohol completely gone from their systems, their faces flushed with excitement. Exchanging glances, they shouted in unison. Let's go! In a cozy little home within a residential complex. A man hurriedly packed his belongings, while beside him stood his wife, her face etched with reluctance. After a long hesitation, she finally spoke. Is it really that urgent? But the moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Turning away, her eyes reddened as she lifted the sleeping infant from the bed. Sweet baby, let's not sleep yet. We need to say goodbye to Daddy. The man turned and embraced both the baby and his wife in one swift motion. Don't worry, I'll be back. Finally, the man gazed at the swaddled child, his face softening with tenderness. Good baby, Daddy's off to defend our country. You must listen to Mommy. 5 minutes later, the wife stood at the high-rise window holding the child, gazing down at the street below. Watching the figure with a simple backpack disappear into the night, weeping uncontrollably. Mom, that's enough. Stop packing. We won't need any of this. Take more, take more. Don't go hungry on the road. In a small house, a hunched figure stuffed flatbreads into the child's backpack. The man choked back tears at the sight. Mom, I'll be back soon. Take care of yourself. Oh, I know how to take care of myself. You, just make sure you come back safely. The old woman's face was kind, her eyes glistening with tears. The man hoisted his pack onto his shoulders and took a deep breath. I know, Mom. With that, he rushed out the door in haste. Son, wait. Take the red envelope with you, it'll keep you safe. Scenes like this were playing out across the land. Countless passionate men rushed to assembly points overnight, all veterans of the nation. All these years, they have kept one oath in mind. If war comes, we shall answer the call. Chapter 28, Monsters Raid the Eagle Camp. This night was destined to be etched into history. 2 million reservists were urgently recalled. In the still of night, lights flickered in countless homes, each a beacon bidding farewell to the sons they sent forth. That night, soldiers poured back into military camps across the land. Shouldering simple packs, they ran toward the camp gates, charging forward without hesitation. At the gates of every military camp, soldiers stood in formation while officers stood at attention, shouting in unison to the returning warriors. Welcome home. Officers salute each returning soldier. The motherland needs you. The soldiers' eyes instantly welled up with tears as they rushed toward the barracks. They had all once been part of this place. Every returning soldier understood clearly. The nation was about to face a tremendous challenge. China urgently recalled its reserves, and the nation made no attempt to conceal it. By the next day, the news had spread nationwide, causing a massive stir. When foreign nations learned of this development, their reactions were nothing short of explosive. Netizens worldwide flooded online forums with speculation. Holy crap, China urgently recalled its reserves. Is this preparation for the civilization trial? Definitely. Monster incidents are happening worldwide, and each kill comes at a huge cost to the military. China must be worried about manpower shortages. Ha! Isn't this mobilization just sending soldiers to their deaths? Surely no one will go? Wrong. Reports say China urgently recalled 2 million reservists, but over 3 million veterans have already returned. What? Are China's soldiers fearless of death? What terrifying national cohesion, something the Eagle Nation could never hope to match. Online buzz intensified, yet these reports weren't baseless rumors. Across China's major short video platforms, nearly every video featured veterans returning to military barracks. On the streets, men with crew cuts were everywhere. Whenever you spot them carrying backpacks, there's no doubt they're on their way back to duty. At this moment, the entire nation was abuzz. Trending topics flood the charts. Hashtag China urgently recalls millions of veterans in the dead of night. Hashtag shock. Nation urgently recalls millions of soldiers back to barracks overnight. Hashtag major incident. Nation urgently recalls reservists. Millions of soldiers march back overnight. Hashtag breaking news. Nation urgently recalls reservists. 2 million text messages sent. Over 3 million soldiers return. Hashtag is the monster trial beginning? Nation recalls reservists overnight. Major battle looms. Hashtag. The top 5 trending topics are all about the emergency recall. Anxiety spreads nationwide, compounded by international monster incidents. The government must be preparing major actions. Amidst this national unease, military vehicles began appearing on city streets. Within just half a day, armed soldiers became a common sight in cities and towns across the country. The sight of these soldiers on patrol instantly brought a sense of reassurance to the people. Before long, the sight of soldiers everywhere across China once again dominated the trending topics. Videos spread across the globe. Countless foreign netizens expressed envy at the sight of soldiers guarding the streets. OMG, is this China's operational capability? Recalled urgently at night, soldiers patrolling the streets by morning so envious. For some reason, this makes me feel so secure. Seeing their peaceful scenes, then looking at the chaotic food stalls filling our streets, I actually teared up. China's actions have undoubtedly sent shockwaves across the world. Especially when the news reached the ears of top officials in various countries, none of them remained calm. The eagle-eyed Trump chief, clutching the report in his trembling hands, was furious. Bang! He slammed his hand down on the table and roared. That damned China, recalling 2 million reservists? I condemn this action. They're posing a grave threat to international security. Mr. Chief, to be precise, it's over 3 million, and that number is still rising, the Secretary General reminded him from the side. Tep's mouth twitched. Is such a massive mobilization really necessary just to deal with a few beasts? This is a show of force, a blatant humiliation. His gaze settled on General John. The usually haughty General John remained silent this time. He had suffered a major setback at China's hands just 2 days prior, returning to the eagle's nest with his tail between his legs, his face still burning with humiliation. The senior officers present were giving him strange looks. Feeling the collective gaze, General John finally snapped. Don't look at me like that. Next time we take on China, you're the ones who'll be on the front lines. Ahem, General John is joking. Exactly. Your eagle's 5-star general, this position belongs to you. The senior officers scrambled to flatter him, which finally brought a slight improvement to General John's expression. Tep turned his gaze toward General John and inquired, General John, news of China's naval victory over the eagle has spread across the globe, severely damaging our prestige. How do you propose we respond? General John's expression hardened. I don't believe preserving face is our priority right now. The urgent priority is how to address the monster trial crisis. This statement garnered agreement from many, though some felt it was overreacting. We've already handled over a dozen monster incidents domestically with perfect resolution, remarked a high-ranking official. This so-called monster trial is nothing special. Quite right, several high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. General John shot them a cold stare. You all witnessed what happened at sea. That terrifying monster was practically invincible out there. If we don't take this seriously now, we're all doomed. General John trembled with rage. Having experienced it firsthand, he knew the monster's terror better than anyone. Had it not been for that mysterious figure from China intervening, he would have perished long ago. Hearing General John's furious outburst, the room fell silent. The monster was indeed terrifying. But if only a few existed, it shouldn't pose much of a problem for their vast eagle nation. Seeing the silence, General John pressed on, if this monster trial were as simple as you claim, would China have mobilized such massive resources? Look at China's actions and those superhuman beings of theirs. It all proves this is far more complex than we imagined. Recalling the thunderous figure from that day's video, the eagle-winged elite all wore grave expressions. Clearly, China possessed more intelligence. After General John's stern rebuke, the group finally took the monster incidents seriously and shifted their focus to it. Tepu pondered, didn't we eliminate over a dozen of these beasts? What's the status at the research institute? Any discoveries? The Secretary General beside him replied, results aren't in yet, but we can confirm these beasts are not native to Blue Star. At those words, every heart in the room sank. Not native to Blue Star. Tep's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he spoke slowly, step up the effort. We absolutely must uncover something from those alien beast carcasses. Yes, sir. The Secretary General nodded. Just then, General John received an urgent report. Simultaneously, an officer burst into the conference room. Your Excellency, it's terrible. Monsters attacked our military camp, destroyed the research lab, and carried off all the monster corpses. Bang! Tep and John leapt to their feet, their faces frozen in shock. What? Chapter 29, Identity Exposed, Qin Ming targeted. Say that again? General John grabbed the reporting officer by the collar. The lieutenant stammered, it's absolutely true. The barracks surveillance captured it all. Damn it! With all those soldiers in the barracks, they couldn't stop the beasts? General John roared in fury. He knew full well the importance of these beast corpses. They were crucial for their future research on monster trials. To ensure experimental safety, he'd even placed the research lab within the barracks precisely to guard against unforeseen events. Yet, another unforeseen disaster had struck. General, this alien beast ambush has resulted in 1,508 casualties among our troops. The lieutenant's voice trembled. He could already envision the wrath of the higher-ups that would follow. What? True to form, the moment the words fell, Lord Tep and the entire high command could no longer remain seated. The research facility was located at the Helios military camp, where over 3,000 soldiers were stationed. 1,580 casualties, that's over half the force. What the hell happened? Feeling the piercing stares, the lieutenants swallowed hard. The beasts launched a surprise attack through the sewers. Our soldiers simply couldn't react in time. Moreover, there were far too many beasts. By the time our soldiers could react, the creatures had already spread throughout the barracks, launching surprise attacks. They moved with precision, as if strategically deployed. After breaking through the soldiers' resistance, they immediately located the research facility. All the researchers in the lab, except for Dr. Harden, none survived. And the 17 weasel beast corpses we recovered? They've been taken by the creatures. Hiss. Hearing this report, all the high-ranking officials sucked in their breath in unison. This operation, it wasn't something ordinary monsters could pull off. If one didn't know better, they'd think it was the work of a nation's special forces. Clearly, these beasts were far more intelligent than they had imagined. Teppa sat down with a heavy sigh. I think we've all underestimated these monsters. Their fallen comrades' corpses must hold some great secret, that's why they're fighting over them. The Eagle Squad leaders present all fell into deep thought. They finally grasped the gravity of the situation. General John slowly regained his composure, fixing his gaze on the reporting lieutenant. How many of these beasts attacked? What are the casualties? How many corpses remain? As he finished speaking, all eyes turned to the lieutenant. The lieutenant was already drenched in sweat. Hesitating briefly, he steeled himself and spoke. The exact number of beasts remains unknown, but we estimate over 100. Our soldiers did manage to kill several, but their comrades carried away all the corpses. Not a single one left behind? General John erupted in fury once more, his eyes practically shooting flames. Without corpses, what kind of research could they possibly conduct? General John, please calm down. Tep waved his hand, signaling John to compose himself. Though his own expression was grim, he needed to steady the situation. This expedition wasn't entirely fruitless. At the very least, we've learned the importance of the alien beast's corpse. The fact that these beasts risk their lives to seize their own kinds remains proves there's a profound secret here. If we can unravel it, I believe we can overcome the alien beast crisis. True to his reputation as the chief, Tep's words instantly calmed the group. Exactly. Even without the beast corpses, we can keep hunting. And even if we don't have them, other nations do. I can send envoys to Maple Leaf Nation to demand the corpses. I'm confident they won't dare refuse. Defense Minister Arthur spoke slowly. The others' eyes lit up. Right. They don't have them, but their allies do. All right, let's do it. The mood lifted slightly. Arthur looked around at the assembled group and continued. Gentlemen, do you recall that mysterious man from Huaxia? Do you think his mysterious powers might come from these beasts? At these words, everyone's expression froze. General John, in particular, fixed his gaze on General Arthur. Have you uncovered something? Arthur of the Ministry of Defense nodded. Gentlemen, our investigation reveals that China has established a mysterious organization known as the Monster Academy. All of China's recent actions originate from this Monster Academy. And I suspect the head of this Monster Academy is that mysterious man. I am virtually certain this mysterious man is none other than this individual. With that, he activated the conference room's projection screen. On the screen appeared a clear image of Qin Ming. It was the video of Qin Ming slaying the Thunder Iron Beast at the Animal Pavilion. Upon seeing Qin Ming's figure, General John's eyes widened abruptly. It's him! These past days, that figure had been etched into his mind, impossible to forget. General Arthur pointed at the screen. We all thought this was staged by China, but now this footage has vanished from the internet. China is protecting this young man's identity. Highly likely, this youth is the head of the Monster Academy. Following General Arthur's analysis, all the top brass nodded in agreement. Moreover, the footage clearly showed this youth wielding lightning powers identical to the mysterious figure seen at sea. General John's eyes lit up. So you're suggesting we capture this individual and bring him to Eagle Nation? Securing him would undoubtedly grant Eagle Nation a massive advantage in this trial of civilizations. General Arthur shook his head. No. Setting aside whether we can capture him, even if we did, he might not reveal anything to us. Then what do you propose? The others looked puzzled. General Arthur's lips curved into a faint smile. A spy. At this, everyone's eyes lit up, silently giving him a thumbs up. Placing a spy on a young man who hadn't even grown a full beard yet? Couldn't be easier. What Qin Ming didn't know was that, despite hiding in the shadows, he had already caught the enemy's attention. One day remained until the monsters invaded the world. Based on the trials of the previous civilization, the first phase featured only 3 types of beasts. Code 001, Thunder Iron Beast, Code 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey, Code 003, Weasel Rat. Of course, a 4th type of beast had since been discovered, Code 004, Ghost Shark. However, the Ghost Shark clan resides in the seas and currently poses little threat to humanity. Moreover, Qin Ming had no better method to deal with the ghost sharks lurking beneath the sea. As for the 2 ghost sharks slain by Qin Ming at sea, they had already been transported back to the port. Qin Ming ordered them to be dissected immediately, with the meat refrigerated. This was crucial for forging extraordinary warriors. These 2 colossal ghost sharks should be sufficient to enhance the extraordinary physiques of 500 soldiers. And these 500 soldiers would become the backbone of China's future. Meanwhile, after medical examinations, the Monster Academy's Hunters squad finally uncovered the formidable abilities of Healer, ranked 89th. Learning of this ability, Qin Ming was deeply moved, gaining immense confidence in the upcoming operations. Finally, under the intense preparations of China's high command, the first phase of the civilization trial officially commenced. That very night, all major developed nations received a cryptic message. The message was simple. To all nations of Blue Star, the first phase of the civilization trial has officially commenced. The trial will last 30 days. Results will be scored, and civilizations with high scores will receive rewards. Respect this trial, or face severe consequences. Chapter 30, the civilization trial officially commences. Upon receiving this enigmatic message, all nations were thrown into turmoil. Emergency meetings were convened overnight. They no longer believed this was some nation's prank. Following China's warning, most nations had inspected their domestic grain reserves. And just like that, specimen 003, weasel rat, was fully exposed. In recent days alone, nations have been busy exterminating the weasel beasts. Through various experimental methods, they have confirmed that these creatures are indeed not native to Blue Star. Where these creatures originated remained unknown. But one thing is certain, this civilization trial is absolutely real. Thus, when the second piece of extraterrestrial intelligence arrived, the entire world was sent into an uproar. What does officially begin mean? Were the monster incidents they experienced just days ago merely a test? Even so, nations were thrown into utter chaos. What would happen when the true trial commenced? Could this be a global catastrophe? Is the end of the world upon us? Panic. At this moment, leaders across nations began to panic. They finally understood how wise China's recent unusual actions had been. Clearly, China had grasped the gravity of the situation, while they had foolishly mocked China. This scene delivered a resounding slap in the face to the entire world. The Eagles chief, Trump, immediately ordered a thorough investigation into China's actions. Particularly the ongoing Tower of Babel project, find out what the hell it's for. Meanwhile, China was in an emergency meeting. In the central conference room of the capital, China's top leadership gathered, their eyes fixed solely on the screen. On the screen were Qin Ming and Long Xiaohua. When the second message arrived from beyond the borders, Qin Ming was not surprised. Indeed, everything was unfolding exactly as it had in the previous timeline. Qin Ming, how should we proceed? The chief spoke with grave expression. Proceed according to plan. Deploy troops across all regions to encircle and attack any emerging beasts. The moment any beast is sighted, contact the Monster Academy immediately. Additionally, when slaying beasts, you must secure the carcasses, do not let the beasts reclaim them. Qin Ming's voice echoed throughout the conference room. Lastly, sound air raid sirens nationwide. From this moment on, all citizens are prohibited from leaving their homes. At first light, the entire world will descend into chaos. After the meeting concluded, Qin Ming and Long Xiaohua arrived at a heavily fortified base. After navigating through multiple layers of security, they entered a central control room. Inside the central control room, hundreds of people bustled about, each facing a screen. A large screen immediately caught their attention, displaying a massive countdown timer. 5 hours 16 minutes and 20 seconds. 5 hours remaining. When the countdown ended, it would be exactly 6 a.m. This time marked the commencement of the first phase of the monster trial. The massive screen was divided into 36 feeds, each corresponding to one of the 36 Tower of Heaven. The surveillance feed showed the sky-piercing towers being urgently constructed. Both inside and outside the towers, numerous soldiers armed with rifles were visible. Their sole mission is to prevent the beasts from disrupting the tower's construction and to protect the workers on site. Beyond the massive screen before them, hundreds of staff members were equipped with various devices and monitors. Their job was to ensure that combat footage was transmitted to the central control room the moment soldiers detected any alien creatures. This allows Qin Ming to identify issues and make specific arrangements at the earliest opportunity. After all, with the forces at his disposal, it was impossible to deploy them all. Moreover, with his current deployments, soldiers could eliminate first-tier beasts through firepower. Qin Ming's true target was the second-tier beasts. Sending soldiers to hunt down such formidable creatures would be a stretch. Therefore, he must be the first to know the whereabouts of every strange beast within the nation. This night was destined to be sleepless. Air raid sirens blared incessantly across the land. Simultaneously, notifications were issued to the entire population via television, the internet, and text messages. Everyone must stay indoors and not go out. That night, the nation erupted in chaos, with heated discussions flooding online platforms. Those who were out hurried home, refusing to linger outdoors. The message reached the public through various channels. To all citizens, the civilization trial will commence at 6 a.m. Anomalous beasts will attack humans. To ensure public safety, please remain indoors. Lock all doors and windows. Keep TV volume low. Set phones to silent mode. Avoid loud noises to prevent attracting the attention of the beasts. If you spot any traces of the beasts, call to contact the Monster Academy. Rest assured, the nation will spare no effort to protect your safety. As the official announcements spread relentlessly, panic among the populace intensified. The sense of crisis intensified. That night, no one could sleep as panic spread. Fortunately, many brave souls drew back their curtains and saw soldiers standing vigil on the streets. Under the night lamps, those towering figures brought people immense reassurance. Soon, videos of soldiers stationed on the streets trended again. This helped dispel much of the panic. At that moment, everyone waited for dawn to break. Naturally, China's actions did not go unnoticed by other nations on Blue Star. Many nations followed suit, instructing their citizens to shelter in place. Take Eagle-san, for instance. TEP immediately issued orders. Yet when the soldiers drove onto the streets, they found them bustling with activity. True to its reputation as the land of the free, only a handful of citizens heeded the national warning. Remember, China and the Eagle Nation have a time difference. While it was night in China, it was daytime in the Eagle Nation. Everyone was busy with their affairs or enjoying afternoon tea. Who would want to be disturbed for no reason? Clearly, they hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Or perhaps their national cohesion was already this fractured. Upon learning this, both Trump and Putin were stunned. It wasn't just the Eagle Nation, many countries were the same. No other nation could achieve what China had. At this moment, world leaders finally grasped just how formidable China truly is. In terms of national cohesion, they were utterly defeated. To ensure the safety of its citizens, military vehicles were deployed along the streets of the Eagle's capital. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, standing ready for action. Under the soldiers' protection, the public seemed more at ease, continuing to revel in their festivities. 6 o'clock in China coincided precisely with 6 o'clock in the evening in the Eagle Nation. Soon, the hour arrived. Though many citizens remained skeptical, some grew anxious and sought cover. Yet beneath the twilight sky, the scenery remained exceptionally beautiful, showing no sign of monsters appearing. Another 10 minutes passed, and peace still reigned. People began peeking out from their hiding spots. What the hell? I told you Huaxia are cowards. Nothing happened. What a false alarm. Does China just love stirring up trouble? Damn it. A country that spreads rumors like this deserves condemnation. The street erupted in noise once more as the crowd shouted and vented their frustration at Huaxia. Even the station's soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing it as a farce. Yet just as their guard dropped, a man with bloodshot eyes shuffled sluggishly toward the military vehicle. He drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it at the back of a soldier's head. Bang! With the crack of the gunshot, the monster trial officially commenced. Chapter 31, Disaster Strikes, Nations in Turmoil. Ah! A woman witnessed the scene and let out a terrified scream. Bang! 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 After taking down one soldier, the man continued to target the others. The soldiers had just relaxed, completely unaware that someone would open fire on them. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and 3 soldiers outside the armored vehicle collapsed. One soldier even crashed heavily onto the armored vehicle's roof. Inside the vehicle, the soldiers reacted instantly. Fuck! With a furious shout, the soldiers inside immediately opened fire through the gunports, killing the assailants. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the rapid gunfire, chaos erupted instantly. Screams echoed in succession as panicked crowds fled the street. After neutralizing the criminal, soldiers from the armored vehicle rushed out to restore order. Everyone, stay calm. It's under control now. The criminal has been neutralized. Stay calm and stay put. A soldier climbed onto the vehicle's roof, shouting through a loudspeaker. Yet just as these soldiers emerged to restore order, several figures approached head-on from within the crowd. Among them were men and women, unremarkable in appearance. To the soldiers' stunned gazes, they simultaneously drew pistols. The soldiers' pupils suddenly contracted. Watch out! Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Caught completely off guard, the soldiers were all killed. With the threat neutralized, these bloodthirsty men turned their sights once more upon the panicked crowd. Bang bang! Gunfire rang out incessantly as these bloodthirsty men transformed into demons, mercilessly reaping lives. This scene unfolded across Eagle Land. Not only in Eagle Land, but similar incidents erupted in many nations where firearms remained unrestricted. The monstrous creatures they feared never appeared. Instead, it was their own citizens who caused mass casualties and chaos. Instead of being swiftly contained, the riots continued to spread. Soldiers originally prepared to defend against the beasts now diverted their energy to suppressing the riots. So the question arises, these red-eyed individuals from outward appearance alone, they couldn't be distinguished as abnormal. When reinforcements arrived, the rioters hid, tucking their guns into their pockets. Who could tell who was a rioter? Yet when the soldiers let their guard down, the red-eyed individuals drew their weapons again, killing the reinforcements. What was even more terrifying was that these red-eyed individuals now possessed the soldiers' weapons and equipment, completely changing the nature of the conflict. When they roamed the streets with rifles and armored vehicles, who could stop them? Of course, in this land of the eagle's freedom, many still possess firearms. Who would submit to whom? Once the riot began, resistance was inevitable. Gunfire erupted. Civilians clashed with the armed forces of the red-eyed men. Soldiers arriving later to provide backup were stunned by the scene. They couldn't tell friend from foe. At a glance, the reinforcing soldiers mistook the resisting civilians for rioters and immediately launched their assault. And that's when the real trouble started. By the time the soldiers realized what was happening, the entire Eagle Town had descended into utter chaos. At that moment, the people on the streets were filled with regret for not staying safely at home. Before long, the news reached the central conference room of the Eagle Agency. Trump and the entire senior leadership were stunned. What the hell is going on? Trump slammed his hand on the table, clearly furious. Who dares to incite riots during a monster invasion? All the high-ranking officials looked dead silent, their expressions grim. Your Excellency, this is likely not the work of the masses. Similar riots have erupted across nations worldwide. At that moment, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, spoke up with a frown. HM? Are you suggesting these riots are the work of alien beasts? Tep turned to him with a stern expression. Arthur nodded. Precisely. We suspect these rioters may have been controlled or manipulated by the alien creatures. What? At these words, every face in the room paled. Those beasts actually possessed such abilities? How could we possibly fight them? Impossible. I refuse to believe beasts possess such power. General John was the first to object. Bang! At that very moment, a soldier burst into the conference room. Under the horrified stares of the high-ranking officials, he drew his pistol and aimed it directly at the foremost figure, Tep. Your Excellency, beware. Chaos erupted instantly as everyone scrambled to take cover. Tep, pale with terror, threw himself to the floor. His quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the soldier's bullets. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed jarringly through the conference room. Take him down! The soldiers reacted instantly, rushing over to pin the assassin to the floor and confiscate his pistol. Ah! Yet the soldier struggled like a wild beast, emitting a low, guttural growl. What drew even more attention was the bloodshot red in his eyes. Tep and the other high-ranking officials, still shaken, approached under the soldier's protection. Defense Minister General Arthur pointed at the soldier on the ground, his expression grave. Look! This is a rebel. When they have an episode, their eyes turn red. What we never anticipated was that these individuals, controlled by the beasts, had already infiltrated this very place. Hearing this, everyone believed General Arthur's words without question, their faces frozen in horror. Chief Tepu posed a crucial question. Where is the beast? Where is the beast lurking? Exactly. The question is how to resolve this. We must find the beasts and eliminate them, other high-ranking officials chimed in. Arthur shook his head, his gaze turning toward the east. Perhaps China has a solution. Right. China, what's the situation over there? Their eyes lit up, filled with schadenfreude and anticipation. Their own situation was dire enough, but China's must be even worse. Once riots erupted, with China's dense population, countless lives would surely be lost. General Arthur looked at them and sighed. Alas, Huaxia's situation is the complete opposite of ours. They haven't caused much trouble. What? Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? Exactly. With riots like this, how did China manage to suppress them? No one could believe China had handled it flawlessly. Arthur shook his head. It's true. China did experience the red-eyed ones. But when they took to the streets wielding kitchen knives, they were subdued in no time. Tepu exploded in anger. You've got to be kidding me. Why do rioters in our country carry guns, while China's rioters wield knives? That's not fair. Yet as the words left his mouth, he froze. Not just him, every single high-ranking official present froze. Yes, that nation hailed as the safest one that bans guns. The most powerful weapons rioters could get their hands on were kitchen knives, baseball bats, and pipes. Facing fully armed soldiers with such weapons, wasn't that just a surefire way to get themselves killed? As far as I know, the soldiers in China didn't fire a single shot before the riot was quelled. General Arthur's words left the assembled high-ranking officials speechless for a long moment. Trump's face darkened as he stubbornly retorted, even so, they still can't capture the beasts behind it all. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Exactly. The problem remains unresolved. General Arthur shook his head. No, they've exposed the beast lurking in the shadows. At his words, all eyes turned to him in stunned silence. What? How did they manage that? Chapter 32, National Shock. Is this victory? While the entire world descended into chaos, only China remained unscathed. On the streets, rioters did indeed break out. But the moment they appeared, they were apprehended by the soldiers stationed on the streets. Everything unfolded exactly as Qin Ming had anticipated. In the central monitoring room of Monster Academy, the massive screen was divided into hundreds of smaller feeds, each displaying live footage transmitted from soldiers' combat helmets. Watching each rioter get apprehended, everyone's gaze toward Qin Ming brimmed with admiration. "Principal, you're incredible. You were absolutely right." Even Long Xiaoguo looked visibly excited. He was, of course, already aware of the events unfolding across the globe. By comparison, China's actions seemed nothing short of divine intervention. Qin Ming smiled faintly. It was nothing special. These rioters were merely being manipulated by the special abilities of the Thunder Iron Beast, designated as Unit 001. No matter how violent they became, they were still just ordinary people wielding broken kitchen knives. How could they possibly stand a chance against fully armed soldiers? But Eagle Chan's countries were different. In those free nations, guns were everywhere on the streets. Once the fighting started, chaos would inevitably ensue. Inside the command center, all the staff were buzzing with excitement. This monster trial? No big deal. Qin Ming waved his hand. Don't let your guard down. The real battle is just beginning. Notify everyone, centered on the rioter, search the area within 100 meters. The Thunder Iron Beast must be nearby. Though the Thunder Iron Beast could control humans, its range was severely limited. For a Tier 1 Thunder Iron Beast, 100 meters was its absolute limit. A second-tier Thunder Iron Beast, however, can extend its control range up to 300 meters. At this stage, most beasts encountered were first-tier. Second-tier beasts are already considered boss-level threats. Upon detection, Qin Ming must personally intervene. Upon receiving Qin Ming's orders, all personnel immediately disseminated the message. Almost simultaneously, warriors deployed across the nation sprang into action. Thanks to prior preparations, the streets across China were devoid of pedestrians, allowing for swift searches. "Director, we've found it." A staff member's voice drew everyone's attention. The screen zoomed in. On a street in the Magic City, a squad had discovered a Thunder Iron Beast hiding in an alley. The squad immediately called for backup. Soon, over 100 soldiers surrounded the Thunder Iron Beast. This was merely a first-tier Thunder Iron Beast. Seeing itself trapped in the encirclement, it was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how it had been detected. Clearly, these Thunder Iron Beasts possessed exceptional intelligence. The moment they realized they'd been spotted, their first instinct was to flee. Yet under the concentrated fire, the Thunder Iron Beast found no escape, riddled with bullets like a sieve. The Thunder Iron Beast's eyes received special attention. Before it could even begin to fight back, both eyes were shot through. Blinded, the Thunder Iron Beast could only be slowly worn down. Even in its dying moments, it couldn't comprehend how these humans knew its eyes were its weak point. Once its eyes were injured, it lost the ability to control humans. The humans they controlled would return to normal. At that moment, both the Monster Academy's central control room and the Shangjing Central Conference Room erupted with excitement. The first aberrant beast to appear had been easily dealt with a promising start. "Ha, connect me to Monster Academy. I need to speak with Dean Qin." This battle was absolutely brilliant. The chief was visibly thrilled, praising Qin Ming in front of the assembled high-ranking officials. Dean Qin's foresight was impeccable. He predicted everything. So, what about the rewards after the trial ends? I wonder what they'll be. Old General Zhu couldn't stop grinning. Seeing nations like Eagle Sauce suffer defeat filled him with exhilaration. Subsequently, the Thunder Iron Beast's presence became increasingly visible. Under the soldiers' relentless pursuit, the Thunder Iron Beasts had nowhere to hide and were constantly being hunted down. Within just a few short hours, over 50 Thunder Iron Beasts had been slain nationwide. 50 Thunder Iron Beasts scattered across the country was actually not a large number. Of course, this was only the beginning. By now, daylight had fully broken. Many citizens huddled nervously in their homes, afraid to make a sound lest they attract the beasts. Fortunately, no beasts had been bold enough to invade civilian homes. Those who did encounter such creatures, however, had already become captives of the Thunder Iron Beasts, joining the ranks of the rioters. Whenever rioters appeared, soldiers would swiftly rescue them. Those sheltering at home weren't completely cut off from news, while they remained unaware of the situation within the country. But the internet remained accessible, and they witnessed the horrors unfolding abroad, leaving them utterly shocked. The current state abroad could scarcely be described as chaotic, that would be putting it mildly. Gunfights, death, and corpses were everywhere in the videos. This wasn't confined to a single country, it was the reality in most nations. Yet what puzzled them was the apparent calm within their own country. No videos of chaos were circulating on major social media platforms. As dawn broke, many citizens steeled their nerves and cautiously peered out their windows to assess the situation outside. As the curtains parted, gentle sunlight streamed in. Not far away, soldiers stood vigilant on the streets. That moment felt so reassuring. Monsters invaded Blue Star, sparking riots and chaos across nations. Yet in China, the sun rose as usual in the east. TVs aired Bear Story, and everything remained unchanged. Social media platforms buzzed with discussion. Oh my god, did we actually make it through? I saw videos from overseas so terrifying. Wait, how come our country is completely untouched? Yeah, don't we have monsters in our country? Don't be silly. I heard gunfire last night and the monsters' howls. Our country is protecting us. Amidst the intense online debate, an announcement was released from the official website of Monster Academy. Dear citizens of China, since the trials began, over 100 beasts have been eradicated nationwide. The situation is looking very promising. Please continue to stay home. Do not worry, do not panic. Trust the nation, we will win this battle. The news spread instantly across the nation, sending shockwaves through the populace. What? Over 100 beasts have already been slain? Good heavens! What happened in the past few hours? How come I knew nothing about it? Wah, I'm about to cry. Our country has been doing amazing things behind our backs. Wah, there's no such thing as peaceful times, only those bearing the burden for us. I have no regrets for being born in China. No regrets for being born in China. I have no regrets for being born in China. The comments kept flooding in. Everyone could imagine the immense effort and sacrifice behind this brief national announcement. At this moment, the entire nation was moved. While the world was in turmoil, only China, only they, remained safe and sound. Beyond their emotions, people yearned to contribute something, anything to their nation. Not long after, Monster Academy issued another announcement. It contained information about the beasts, known as the monster laws. When the nation saw this monster codex, everyone's eyes lit up. There was work to be done. Chapter 33, Monster Laws. The content of the monster laws was precisely what mobilized the entire nation. The thunder iron beasts that had appeared so far were few in number during the first phase of the trial, so they would not easily expose themselves to humans. They weren't stupid once exposed, only death awaited them. Therefore, hunting down every hidden thunder iron beast within the country is no easy task. They could be lurking within civilian homes, controlling the populace while lying dormant, slowly feeding on humans to grow stronger. China's soldiers cannot conduct door-to-door searches. Such an approach would be a massive waste of time, not to mention the manpower required. The optimal solution lies in mutual surveillance and investigation among the populace. Through Monster Academy's outreach, the Monster Code's principles continuously appear across major online platforms. Monster Codex. Monster Profile ID 001 Thunder Iron Beast Image resembles a panda. Thunder Iron Beast abilities: enormous strength, thick hide, exceptional defense, capable of controlling humans through eye contact. Weakness: eyes. Damage to the eyes nullifies its control ability. Rule 1: watch for red eyes in people around you, it's a sign of control. If you spot it, tie them up and call the police immediately. They won't be much stronger than you. Rule 2: contact all relatives and friends nearby. Confirm safety by replying. Controlled humans cannot use phones. Report immediately if you notice anything unusual. Rule 3: if you encounter a monster, run immediately. If escape is impossible, stare fearlessly into its eyes to become its captive. Do not worry, the state will rescue you. Rule 4: when facing a beast, screaming is your right. It may cause commotion or scare the beast away. Rule 5: critical: thunder iron beasts typically control humans within a 100-meter radius. If you find someone under its control, immediately bring them to a crowded area to avoid attack. Take action. Protect China, everyone has a duty. As the announcement spread, citizens began to stir with unease. Of course, they still followed the state's directives and couldn't venture out freely. But merely screening those around them was already enough to keep them busy. First, they checked their families at home. Any abnormalities could be detected just by looking into their eyes. Next came contacting relatives and friends who were not nearby. This screening process actually uncovered quite a few irregularities. Meanwhile, in the central control room of Monster Academy, phones rang incessantly, all reporting anomalies. In a university dormitory, a young man was bound and gagged by the other 3 roommates, suspended upside down by his waist with 4 leather belts strapped tightly around him. The young man struggled relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot, cursing non-stop. I have red eye disease. I've had it for days. I even have a doctor's diagnosis. I'm not possessed by a monster. But the other 3 weren't buying it. They immediately dialed the Monster Academy emergency hotline. Hello? We've apprehended a monster-possessed individual in our dorm. Please send personnel immediately to capture the beast. On the other end of the line, Luing heard the victim's shrieks and couldn't help but wince. Cursing that fiercely? No way he's possessed. Humans controlled by the beasts exhibit another distinct trait besides red eyes: their emotions remain largely unchanging. Beyond receiving commands from the beasts, they otherwise resembled walking corpses, often unable to speak coherently. Yet the voice on the phone sounded perfectly normal. Luing addressed the phone. Is it possible your roommate truly has red eye disease? Upon hearing this, the victim nearly burst into tears, nodding violently in agreement. Impossible. That beast is getting more and more violent, like it's about to devour someone, the 3 roommates immediately retorted. The victim's eyes widened in fury, filled with murderous intent. Lu Ying forced herself to maintain a professional demeanor. Humans possessed by beasts don't eat people. And judging by his tone, I can guarantee he's perfectly normal. Let him go. He's innocent. Ha? The three froze in confusion. But why are his eyes getting redder and redder? Lu Ying, what did you do to him? We hung him upside down. Lu Ying's mouth twitched. You hung him upside down, his head's flooded with blood. Of course his eyes would turn red. If you don't untie him now, you'll kill him. Ha? The three men froze in shock, then immediately rushed toward the victim. Oh, bro. We're so sorry. Wah! The victim was so furious he trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He wanted to kill these three beasts. After hanging up, Lu Ying glanced at Qin Ming beside her. Such mix-ups had happened countless times before. Qin Ming gave a helpless smile. I can't help it. Better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty go free. It was hard to avoid, some people just weren't sure and had to call for confirmation. By the way, have you found the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast yet? Qin Ming asked. Lu Ying shook her head. Not yet. With all this commotion, those Thunder Iron Beasts must have been alerted. They probably won't dare show themselves again. Qin Ming nodded. That was typical of the beasts. Those creatures possess surprisingly high intelligence. They might already be disguised, hiding among the crowd. With the captive effect, they wouldn't even need to show themselves. Especially if they'd taken control of certain corporate executives, they could simply hide within corporate buildings, using the executives to act on their behalf, completely undetectable. As for checking for red eyes? Just wear sunglasses. In my previous life, such hidden Thunder Iron Beasts were far from rare. By the time they were discovered, they'd already reached 3rd or 4th tier, their power terrifying. Jiangnan University, female dormitory. The female students no longer carried the fear they had at the trial's outset. Some even found time to scroll through short videos. The nation's actions had brought them great peace of mind. Since that was the case, they might as well stay put in the dorms. Classes were cancelled anyway. Most of those remaining were out-of-town students. After the city lockdown, they had nowhere else to go but stay in the dorms. Going home? Not realistic. Of course, there were exceptions. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the door to room 303 was pounded on. The noise startled everyone inside. Xiaomo rolled off the bed and grabbed the broomstick in one fluid motion, clearly a practiced move. Don't worry, it's probably just my dad sending someone to pick me up, one girl chuckled. Her father was a local business owner with considerable influence, so it was likely he'd sent bodyguards to escort her home. Sure enough, the head of discipline's voice echoed outside the door. Yang Xiaoyao, your father has sent someone to take you home. See? Yang Xiaoyao looked triumphantly at Xiaomo and the others. I'm heading out now. Don't worry, the country will protect us. Hang in there. Soon, Yang Xiaoyao left with the dean. Sigh, it's so great to have a rich dad, her roommate sighed. Xiaomo said nothing, immediately closing the dorm door and quietly warning his two roommates. Don't let your guard down. The monster crisis isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyao was led away from the dorm by the dean, but they weren't heading toward the school gate. Yang Xiaoyao asked in confusion, Principal, where are my father's people? Oh, they're in the principal's office. The principal wanted to hear their account of the situation outside, the dean replied slowly, his voice sounding rather cold. Lost in her joy, Yang Xiaoyao clearly didn't notice anything amiss and followed all the way to the principal's office. The distance from the dormitory to the office building in the academic wing was less than 300 meters, and they arrived quickly. Go on in. Your father's people are waiting for you inside, the dean said, adjusting his sunglasses. Thank you, director. Yang Xiaoyao pushed open the door and entered the office. Bang! Before she could react, the door slammed shut behind her. Yang Xiaoyao looked puzzled. There was no one else in the office? Had they already left? Behind the desk, a figure in a suit crouched on the floor, seemingly chewing on something. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyao thought she caught a whiff of blood. Yang Xiaoyao panicked instantly and tentatively called out. Principal. As the words left her lips, the suited figure slowly turned around, revealing a monstrous face covered in black and white fur. Its mouth was dripping with blood. Yang Xiaoyao's pupils suddenly contracted, and she collapsed onto the floor. Help! Help me! There's a monster! Chapter 34, Nations Copy Answers, Fandangue collapses. The first day of the trial passed quickly. With the cooperation of the entire nation, the Leitai beasts could no longer hide and were gradually being hunted down. Of course, there were casualties. Among the missing civilians, some had already fallen victim to the beasts by the time soldiers arrived to search for them. For the Thunder Iron beasts, humans were their favorite food. Beyond the civilian casualties, many soldiers sent to exterminate the beasts also perished in combat. Casualties were unavoidable. However, compared to other nations, China's situation was vastly improved. On this day, China achieved a monumental success, slaying 230 Thunder Iron beasts. When China announced this achievement, the entire world was stunned. Eagle Nation netizen, impossible. We can't even find the shadow of a beast. How could China slay over 200? Bear Nation netizen, this is a miracle. How did China manage it? Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, impossible. China must be exaggerating, spreading lies to deceive the masses. Korean netizen, agree with the above. While we Koreans avoided gunfights, we still paid a heavy price to kill just 5 beasts. China claiming to have killed 230? They think we're fools. Netizens from various nations engaged in heated debates, convinced China was exaggerating its achievements. However, when they saw their own government's official announcements, their faces burned with embarrassment. The official announcements from every country matched China's monster law, word for word. Not a single word had been altered. Clearly, these governments were acknowledging China's achievements and even copying its actions. In an instant, those who had been bashing Huaxia were left speechless. Upon seeing China's monster law, people worldwide were stunned. China had selflessly shared its strategy for combating monsters. Simultaneously, governments worldwide followed the monster law's guidelines and achieved significant results. Though they couldn't suppress the uprising immediately, they uncovered numerous hidden monstrous beasts. The uprising was severely curtailed. Consequently, netizens worldwide showered China with high praise. They deeply recognized that China truly lived up to its reputation as a major power on Blue Star. Such magnanimity was something no other nation could possess. At this moment, they began to envy the people of China. When China evacuated its citizens worldwide, it drew global ridicule. Only now did the world understand China's foresight and its profound care for its own people. Amidst the chaos sweeping the world, China stands as an oasis of peace. Those evacuated from abroad must feel profoundly fortunate to have such a homeland. What a blessing it is to be born in China. After witnessing China's achievements, nations began frantically copying the answers. Yet some nations didn't even get the chance to copy. On the second day of the trials, a piece of news shocked the entire world. The Kingdom of Vandan. It was the first nation on Blue Star to be annihilated. The news sent panic rippling through the populations of every nation. The stench of death seemed to hover over everyone's heads, as if the executioner's blade could fall at any moment. And this was only the first day. With a nation falling so swiftly, could they be next? Smaller nations were particularly gripped by terror. Vandangwa's downfall stemmed precisely from its small territory. Once the monstrous beasts breached the military headquarters and took control of the soldiers, the entire nation descended into a living hell. As one of the world's smallest nations, Vandangwa had few soldiers to begin with. The beasts targeted their military barracks from the outset. Once they seized control of the military zone, the slaughter began. In less than a day, the entire Fandang leadership was wiped out, and countless civilians were killed or injured. Now, the entire Fandang kingdom has become a playground for the beasts. Upon hearing the news, Qin Ming sighed deeply. There was nothing to be done. According to the course of events in his previous life, Fandang kingdom was merely the beginning. As the trials continued, more and more nations would face destruction. The civilization trial was like a sieve sifting through national civilizations. Weak nations would naturally be weeded out. Yet the method was undeniably cruel. At this moment, Long Xiaogua and Lu Chang approached Qin Ming. Long Xiaogua spoke slowly. The number of thunder iron beasts discovered today is significantly lower than yesterday's count. Qin Ming nodded. In the first phase of the trial, our nation only encountered 2,000 abnormal beasts. Most appeared during the final day's massive outbreak, so a decrease is normal. Long Xiaogua frowned. I still have a question. Weren't there supposed to be 3 types of beasts we encountered on land? Then why were all the ones killed yesterday identified as thunder iron beasts numbered 001? Exactly. I can't make sense of it either, Lu Cheng chimed in from the side. Qin Ming's gaze grew deep. The beasts appear in batches. The first 10 days feature the 001 Thunder Iron Beast, the next 10 days the 002,000 Faced Monkey, and the following 10 days the 003 Weasel Rat. It's a perfect month. After all, this is the first phase of the trial. There needs to be a buffer period. Hearing this, Long Xiaogua and the others froze in surprise. So that was how it worked. A hint of worry flashed across Qin Ming's face. What worries me most are the 1,000 Face Monkeys. Their camouflage abilities are too powerful, ordinary people simply can't tell them apart. Long Xiaogua and Lu Chang both darkened. They had witnessed the 1,000-faced monkeys impersonating high-ranking officials of Huaxia. Had Qin Ming not exposed them, Huaxia would have faced grave trouble. What do you think? Lu Chang asked cautiously. Could high-ranking officials in other nations already be infiltrated by the 1,000-faced monkeys? No need to guess, they definitely have. Qin Ming declared with certainty. What? Then the world would descend into chaos. Lu Chang exclaimed, his face filled with horror. Qin Ming nodded. Chaos is inevitable, but it remains manageable. The 1,000-faced monkeys' numbers are limited. It couldn't possibly eliminate every high-ranking official worldwide. A vast nation isn't ruled by a single leader's dictates. Not even a head of state can do that. Long Xiaogui nodded. He understood Qin Ming's meaning, checks and balances. So what should we do? Lu Cheng felt a slight sense of relief. We still have the Tower of Heaven. Those beasts won't be able to cause any trouble, Qin Ming declared with confidence. The Tower of Heaven. Long Xiaogui and Lu Cheng exchanged glances. They still didn't know the purpose of those 36 massive structures. Yet Qin Ming placed immense importance on them. Qin Ming didn't elaborate further. They would understand once the sky-piercing tower was completed. As long as we pass the first stage of the trial, we'll receive rich rewards. China will stand before the entire world. Trial rewards. Both Long Xiaogui and Lu Cheng felt a flutter in their hearts. They too were eager to discover the nature of these mysterious rewards. At that moment, Qin Ming turned to look at Lu Ying and Hua Zhongxing, who were busy at work. So, any sign of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast today? Hua Zhongxing had just hung up the phone and gulped down a mouthful of water, his throat practically on fire. He'd originally hoped Qin Ming would grant him a superpower to play with, but instead got assigned to handle the hotline calls, leaving him dizzy with exhaustion. Nope. All the Thunder Iron Beasts found were killed by soldiers. Haven't come across any second-tier ones yet. Hua Xiaopang shook his head. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something. But Qin Ming, something strange did happen in our class group chat. Xia Mo posted it. Qin Ming frowned the moment he heard that name. Xia Mo. This was a key figure he planned to recruit next. Had something happened to him? Hua Xiaopang relayed the message from the group chat. Xia Mo said her roommate, Yang Xiaoyao, was picked up by her dad's people and it was the dean of students who came to get her personally. But over a dozen hours have passed and she still hasn't been able to contact Yang Xiaoyao. Chapter 35, Crisis at Jiangnan University. After hearing Hua Xiaopang's words, Qin Ming and the others couldn't help but frown. If Yang Xiaoyao was missing, it was highly likely something had happened to her. Qin Ming opened his phone. Since his rebirth, he'd been constantly busy, using his phone only a handful of times. Glancing at it, he saw classmates discussing the matter in their class group chat. Beyond that, numerous unread messages awaited all well wishes from classmates, including his roommate, Hua Xiaopang. After all, he had been with his classmates when the incident at the animal pavilion occurred. Now many classmates assumed he was stuck inside. Scrolling further, he noticed Xia Mo had sent the most messages. Almost every day since the incident, and the last one was from last night. Xia Mo, Qin Ming, are you okay? If you're safe, please let us know. Xia Mo, Qin Ming, monsters really have invaded the world. It's not your fault. They won't give you a hard time, right? Xia Mo, Qin Ming, the Monster Academy announcement says to contact the police if you can't reach anyone nearby. Should I try? Qin Ming froze as he read these messages. He hadn't opened his social media apps because he assumed no one would care about him. But now, Qin Ming felt his brain was starved of oxygen. Faced with such caring messages from a girl, any normal guy would have thoughts. Could Xia Mo actually have feelings for him? But in his previous life, they'd been together almost every day fighting side by side, facing life and death situations, and Xia Mo never seemed to show any signs of it? No, Qin Ming kept replaying the memories in his mind. Things weren't quite as he'd imagined. Perhaps it wasn't that Xia Mo hadn't shown anything, but rather that he'd mistaken her feelings for comradeship. Hey, old Qin, Xia Mo actually came looking for me 3 days ago. She asked me to pull some strings and find out about you. Hua Xiaopang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if uncovering some secret. Qin Ming froze. And then? I didn't bother with her. I've been swamped. Hua Xiaopang shrugged. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Qin Ming's slightly annoyed expression, Hua Xiaopang looked a bit aggrieved. You're busy too. Not replying was actually the right call after all. Qin Ming's current identity couldn't be revealed casually. Lu Cheng and Lu Ying, brother and sister, both shot him peculiar glances, their expressions deeply meaningful. Just then, the Dragon General spoke up unexpectedly. Whether it's for public or private reasons, we can't just ignore our little sweetheart. At these words, everyone turned to stare at Long Xiaogui in shock. Could such words truly come from the usually stern Long Xiaogui? Ahem. Qin Ming was genuinely taken aback by the remark. He immediately turned to Lu Ying. Contact the soldier in charge of Jiangnan University. See if any students entered or left yesterday? Got it. Lu Ying sprang into action. Due to the large number of students remaining on campus, soldiers had been specially dispatched for protection. However, the response they received sent a chill through everyone. Soldiers had maintained a constant guard at the university gates, and no one had entered or exited. Lu Ying also contacted Yang Xiaoyao's father, who immediately panicked and confirmed that the people he had sent hadn't even set out yet. Clearly, Yang Xiaoyao was most likely in trouble. If that were the case, it was highly probable that a lay iron beast had infiltrated Jiangnan University. And if that thunder iron beast had devoured numerous students, it would likely have ascended to the second stage. A second stage beast would inevitably gather numerous first stage counterparts. Jiangnan University must be teeming with danger now. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. Long Xiaogui frowned at Qin Ming. Take plenty of men. Qin Ming nodded and immediately shouted, "Lu Chang, notify the monster hunt squad we're heading to Jiangnan University." Hearing the monster hunting squad was mobilizing, all staff in the command center turned their eyes toward them, their expressions filled with anticipation. The mysterious anomaly hunter squad was finally about to show its true colors. Soon, 3 armored vehicles rolled out of the base. Inside one vehicle, Qin Ming hesitated briefly before pulling out his phone to reply to Xiaomo. "Yang Xiao is likely in trouble. Stay put in the dorm. Watch out for that dean. Wait for me." In the dorm, Xiaomo's phone vibrated. Her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she read Qin Ming's reply. "He's okay. Qin Ming is okay." But the next moment, her eyes dimmed. Has something really happened to Yao Yao? No, judging by Qin Ming's tone, he must know something? Where exactly is he now? And what does wait for me even mean? Just as Xiaomo was about to reply to Qin Ming with her questions, the dorm door rattled again. Thump thump thump. The urgent knocking startled all 3 roommates. Is it meal delivery? Roommate Jiang Yuji leaped off her bed and headed for the door. Xiaomo's expression changed. "Jiang Yuji, hold on." Seeing Xiaomo's cautious expression, Jiang Yuji instantly understood. This was a special time. The other roommate quickly pulled Jiang Yuji back, their breathing becoming rapid. Xiaomo deftly picked up the broomstick. But now, only the wooden handle remained. The broom had been removed. At one end of the wooden handle, a small knife had been used to whittle it into a sharp spearhead. At first glance, Xiaomo now resembled someone wielding a spear. Combined with her decade-plus martial arts foundation, her stance holding the spear clearly instilled a profound sense of security in her 2 roommates. "Who's there?" Xiaomo's voice was cold. "It's me, the Dean of Students." A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. The Dean of Students. Xiaomo instantly stiffened, tension reaching its peak. It was the Dean of Students who had taken Yang Xiao away yesterday. If something happened to Yang Xiao, the Dean of Students was definitely involved. Qin Ming's warning echoed in her mind. "Watch out for the Dean." "Oh, Director, is there something you need?" Xiaomo forced herself to speak through her fear. Jiang Yuji and the other 2 had already huddled together. The 3 of them had discussed Yao Yao's disappearance earlier and knew full well that this principal was deeply problematic. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from behind the curtains. Through the curtain's gap, the principal revealed half his face. The sight nearly made the 3 inside jump out of their skin. Jiang Yuji covered her own mouth with one hand and her roommates with the other, struggling to stifle a scream. Xiaomo took a few frightened steps backward. She was capable, no doubt, but facing the head of discipline who might very well be a monster, she couldn't help but feel terrified. What terrified her even more was that the dean was wearing sunglasses. Only now did it dawn on her that when the principal had taken Yao Yao away yesterday, she had also been wearing sunglasses. Their principal was a woman in her 40s, usually so refined and proper. Why would she ever wear sunglasses? There was only one possibility: the principal had been taken over by a monster. And the sunglasses were to hide her red eyes. The principal looked at Xiaomo and smiled. But that smile looked utterly sinister. "You few, come out here. I need your help delivering meals to the students in the dormitory building." Hearing this, Jiang Yuji and the others covered their mouths and shook their heads frantically in refusal. Xiaomo gripped the wooden stick tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. "Sorry, head of discipline, we 3 are on our periods today. It's not convenient for us." "Oh, all right then." The principal didn't press the issue and turned to leave. The 3 of them instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, we dodged that bullet." But just then, the door to dorm 304 opened, apparently because they'd overheard the conversation with the dean. Then, a warm voice called out, "Principal, let me help." The dean flashed a sinister smile. "Very well, you're quite the helpful student. Follow me." Hearing this, Xiaomo's face paled. "Oh no." Chapter 36, Rescue Jiangnan University. "Don't go, classmate." Xiaomo shouted loudly. In that instant, both the female student standing in the hallway and the dean of students froze in shock. "Everyone, the monster law." Xiaomo warned the student in the hallway from the window. The helpful student looked at the dean, her attention drawn to his eyes. But her view was blocked by his sunglasses. The girl's heart skipped a beat. Sensing trouble, she turned and dashed toward the dormitory, slamming the door shut. Once the girl was gone, the dean turned back with a furious expression. Through the window, his gaze locked with Xiaomo's. The dean flashed a chilling smile and spoke coldly. "You know too much." With that, the dean turned and walked away. Back in the dorm, Jiang Yuji and her roommate clung to each other, their expressions momentarily frozen. Did she find out? She got scared and left? Her roommate visibly relaxed. But Xiaomo remained tense, shaking her head. "Prepare for battle. She's gone to find reinforcements." "Huh?" Jiang Yuji and the others exclaimed in surprise. Fight? What could 2 defenseless women possibly do to fight? Below the girls' dormitory, the dean descended the stairs. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. The next moment, she walked to the building entrance and locked the iron gate. Click. The sound of the lock clicking shut echoed loudly, sealing off the dormitory's only exit. The dean slowly turned her head, gazing into the shadows, her mouth slightly agape. Feast. Then, 5 figures clad in down jackets emerged slowly. These figures, broad-shouldered and sturdy, were clearly not human. When they turned around, their faces revealed themselves to be monstrous, black and white-striped, furry orbs. 5 thunder iron beasts disguised as humans charged toward dorm 303. Meanwhile, inside the dorm, Xiao and the other 2 were frantically dialing a phone number. Footsteps echoed loudly in the hallway. They're coming up. The 3 froze in panic, their faces frozen with dread. Hurry! Hurry! Meanwhile, in the central control room of Monster Academy, staff received a call from Xiao. Room 303, Jiangnan University Women's Dormitory, help. Bang! Ah! Only a single sentence came through the phone, followed by a piercing scream. The staff member's face paled, and he sprang to his feet. Dragon General, Jiangnan University Women's Dormitory, Room 303. At those words, Wei Zhongxing's eyes widened in shock. That's Xiaomo's dorm. Is that the girl you mentioned earlier? General Long immediately caught on. This is bad. The dean just left and won't arrive for another 10 minutes. Lu Ying hurriedly shouted. Dragon General's expression darkened instantly. Contact the team responsible for Jiangnan University immediately. Dragon General, won't that alert the enemy? Lu Ying asked. Their original plan was for Qin Ming and the monster hunters to infiltrate the campus and eliminate the Thunder Iron Beast. Once soldiers entered the campus, it would inevitably trigger a beast uprising. The students would surely panic, and if they stormed out of the dormitories, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon General's face remained stern. The beasts have already begun their attack. There's no time left. But there are thousands of students there. General Long, we've made contact. The person in charge of Jiangnan University is Lieutenant He Fengzhong. Hello, this is He Feng. General Long barked immediately, this is Long Xiaogua. Lieutenant He Feng, there's trouble at the female dormitory. Lead your squad there immediately to eliminate the threat. The anomalies inside may have reached Tier 2, and there could be more than one. Prioritize safety. On the other end of the communicator, He Feng's heart skipped a beat. Roger. The enemy is formidable. Proceed with caution. Dean Qin is already en route with the Monster Hunter squad to provide backup. You must hold out. Copy. At the campus security office, He Feng cursed under his breath. Damn it, causing trouble right under my nose. At the same time, his expression turned grave. The Dragon General contacted us personally, and Dean Qin even mobilized the Anomaly Hunter squad. There must be some big fish lurking within this school. This battle could be life or death. Assemble. At the command, the 30-man squad assembled instantly. After He Feng hastily briefed the warriors on the school's situation, he led them charging inside. But barely had they entered the campus when shrieks erupted from the dormitory building. The soldiers' expressions darkened. He Feng was filled with self-reproach, cursing himself for not noticing sooner. Hurry! Something's wrong in the dormitory building. The soldiers clutched their rifles and sprinted frantically. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a late-eye beast in a suit watched the surveillance feed on the computer, a faint smile playing on his lips. Did you spot it? Go. Eliminate those human soldiers. As he spoke, 5 humanoid thunder beasts stood up, their faces twisted in mockery. Just as the soldiers prepared to cross the academic building toward the girls' dormitory, a dark figure suddenly leaped down from the second floor. Captain, watch out. The soldier behind He Feng's back paled, rushing forward to shove him out of harm's way. Thud. The soldier himself was slammed hard onto the ground by the Thunder Iron Beast. He Feng whipped his head around just in time to see the soldier's body twisted into an unnatural angle, blood streaming from his mouth. He was already dead. Upon his body stood the Thunder Iron Beast, its face twisted with bloodlust. Damn it! All the warriors erupted in fury, raising their rifles and unleashing a furious barrage of fire. Bang! 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 Bullets struck the Thunder Iron Beast, their projectiles bouncing off its hide and scattering to the ground. Roar! In the next instant, the Thunder Iron Beast roared with fury and charged violently toward the soldiers. Ah! Captain! Damn it, get out of the way! There's more over here! Retreat! Quick, retreat! Gunfire and screams echoed through the classroom building. In the central control room of Monster Academy, all staff stared fixedly at the screens, their faces twisted with grief and anger. The screen displayed real-time footage from He Feng's combat helmet camera. Now, the helmet lay on the ground, the image frozen. Only the howls of beasts and the cries of warriors filled the air. In that moment, the vast control room fell deathly silent. Long Xiaogua's clenched fists creaked. 10 minutes later. Bang! 3 armored vehicles smashed through the gates of Jiangnan University, barreling straight inside. Team 1, follow me straight to the women's dormitory. Lu Chang, lead Squad 2 to the academic buildings to rescue our soldiers. Qin Ming barked orders from inside the vehicle. The next moment, the screech of tires on the pavement echoed as two armored vehicles veered off the campus road, charging straight across the field toward the academic buildings. Meanwhile, Qin Ming led 5 men along the campus road toward the female dormitory. Shortly after the armored vehicles entered the campus road, they spotted a large group of terrified students rushing out ahead. Behind them, 2 thunder iron beasts gave chase. "Help! Help! Run for your lives!" The students screamed in terror. But when they spotted the military vehicle charging toward them, their faces lit up with the joy of hope. The military! The military has arrived! The nation has come to our rescue! Overwhelmed with emotion, the students raised their hands and waved. Those behind them heard the cries too, but escape was no longer possible. 3 girls were running at the back of the crowd, the monstrous beast already lunging toward them. "Help! Help!" The 3 girls let out shrill screams. As the ferocious beast lunged toward them, despair washed over all 3. Bang! But at that moment, a figure leaped onto the armored vehicle. Then, under the stunned gazes of the students, the figure darted like a bolt of lightning, leaping over the crowd and charging toward the rear. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly as a streak of lightning surged from his body to the blade's tip. Combat technique: Annihilation Lightning Flash. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Qin Ming instantly blocked the path in front of the 3 girls. With a horizontal slash, lightning danced across the blade. Put! The heads of 2 thunder iron beasts were severed cleanly. Whoosh! The next moment, explosive booms echoed across the field. Chapter 37, The Horrific Scene in the Girls' Dormitory. So powerful. The girls who had fled the dormitory now filled the scene, their beautiful eyes sparkling with awe. Their eyes brimmed with admiration. That blade work, that physique, that stance, it was like a dream lover. Everyone froze in place, clapping spontaneously. Qin Ming turned around, revealing a handsome face. In an instant, the students' eyes widened in shock. Who would have thought this soldier looked so young, probably around their age? Get up. You're fine now. Qin Ming helped the girl who had fallen to her feet. All 3 girls were dumbfounded, staring at Qin Ming's face without blinking. One of them looked utterly shocked, her voice trembling as she called out, "Qin Ming? HM? You know me?" Qin Ming searched his memory for the girl's face, finally recognizing her from class. She was a girl from his class. As the girl spoke, several classmates in the room recognized Qin Ming. "Ah, you're Qin Ming? Why are you dressed like that?" Qin Ming, clad in his special forces uniform, looked like a completely different person. It was no wonder they hadn't recognized him at first. Qin Ming nodded to everyone without offering much explanation. "You all leave now. Get out of the school gates. Someone will protect you." "Oh, okay." His female classmates responded blankly, clearly still reeling from the shock. At that moment, the members of the Monster Hunt Squad 1 disembarked from the vehicle. "Assign 1 person to escort them out of the school. Everyone else, follow me," Qin Ming shouted before continuing his dash toward the girls' dormitory. The moment Qin Ming left, the students erupted into chaos. They ran while surrounding his classmates, bombarding them with questions. "Junior, was that really our school? He's so handsome. How did I never notice such a good-looking junior before? Oh my god, that sword strike he just made, it felt like it cut straight through my heart." Hearing the girls' voices, Qin Ming's face twitched. "You have to admit, these girls have some nerve. What kind of time is this to be discussing such things?" This spot wasn't far from the girls' dormitory, and students kept rushing out along the way. Boys were following behind. It seemed the commotion in the girls' dorm had already spread to the boys' dorm. "Quick! Everyone head for the school gates, soldiers are waiting outside to assist." Wumu shouted loudly, directing the evacuation. Along the way, Qin Ming learned another piece of information. The riot had started in Building 2 of the girls' dormitory, where numerous beasts were present. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's mood sank. He glanced at his phone. Xia Mo still hadn't replied. Could it be Xia Mo's building? A flicker of unease crossed Qin Ming's mind, prompting him to quicken his pace once more. Before long, Qin Ming led his team to Building 2 of the female dormitory. The sight that met their eyes caused Qin Ming, Wu Mu, and the other members of the monster hunters to turn pale. On the second floor of the dormitory, the girls were throwing their bedding down below, then jumping one after another. That was the second floor with the railing. The drop was easily 4 or 5 meters high. Jumping like that would surely cause injuries. Yet this was clearly the smarter choice. Because on the other side of the corridor stood 2 thunder iron beasts. Meanwhile, the main entrance on the first floor was locked tight, with a crowd of students pressed against the iron gate, screaming in terror. No wonder the students were jumping. The main entrance was locked tight. "Help! Don't come over here! Jump down quickly! The monsters are coming!" Amidst the shrieks, students from the upper floors began leaping down one after another. "Damn it!" Qin Ming roared. "Wu Mu, open the door!" Then he sprinted forward, leaping high to grab the second floor railing and swing himself onto the corridor. Roar! A thunder iron beast had seized a female student, poised to sink its fangs into her. A hum filled the air as a flash of blade light erupted. Qin Ming thrust his blade forward, embedding the starfall blade into the Thunder Iron Beast's massive jaws. A ruthless expression flashed across Qin Ming's face as he twisted his wrist, sending the blade spinning. The razor-sharp blade ripped through the Thunder Iron Beast's jaw. Arg! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a piercing howl. Thunder surged from Qin Ming's body as he delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The Thunder Iron Beast was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy blow. Die! Qin Ming closed the distance swiftly, plunging his blade into the Thunder Iron Beast's heart. Boom! Thunder roared as the Thunder Iron Beast's heart shattered explosively. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! Human, you seek death. The other Thunder Iron Beast roared in human speech, charging toward Qin Ming. A flash of lightning danced in Qin Ming's eyes. The starfall blade flickered with electric arcs as he struck instantly. Put! The Thunder Iron Beast's head was severed cleanly. At that moment, Wumu led the Monster Hunters team, having cleared the corridor of Thunder Iron Beasts, rushing up to join them. Dean, the main gate is secure. Qin Ming glanced back. The students were already terrified. Evacuate the students. Yes, sir. Qin Ming continued charging upstairs. Xiaomo's dorm was on the 3rd floor. In the hallway, Qin Ming dispatched another Thunder Iron Beast. His expression grew increasingly grave. The number of exotic beasts at Jiangnan University had far exceeded his imagination. Most importantly, the progression of events was different from his previous life. At this time in his previous life, he had also been on campus, yet no strange beast incidents had occurred. Why was this happening? Could his rebirth have altered something? Lost in thought, Qin Ming had already sprinted to the door of dorm 303. Xia Mo. But room 303 was empty. Only a corpse lay on the floor, surrounded by a large pool of blood. Qin Ming's face paled. He rushed forward and flipped the student's body over. Not someone from room 303. Dean, no monsters on the 3rd floor. I'm evacuating the students. A team member's voice came through the headset. Also, the students say some people were forced onto the roof. The rooftop. Qin Ming charged upward, slaying 2 more beasts and rescuing students in peril. Yet as he raced to the rooftop, he found no sign of Xia Mo. Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened already? Qin Ming? Suddenly, a girl called out in surprise. Qin Ming turned to see a face that looked vaguely familiar. Xia Mo's roommate. It really is you, the girl exclaimed. How did you? Where's Xia Mo? Qin Ming asked urgently. She jumped off the 2nd floor with Yuji. I couldn't bring myself to jump. Did they leave? Qin Ming's tense heart eased slightly. No, they were injured when they jumped, and a monster is chasing after them. You have to go save them. What? Qin Ming's expression darkened. Which way did they go? The girl immediately pointed to the right, the opposite direction from the school gate. The cafeteria? Qin Ming instantly understood. You must follow the soldiers out immediately. With that warning, Qin Ming leaped off the high building right before the stunned eyes of his female classmate. The girl stared in disbelief. But, that's the 7th floor. Thud! Qin Ming landed heavily on the ground, shattering the paving stones beneath him. Just as he was about to move, Lu Cheng's urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. Dean, we've spotted a 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast. That damn beast is incredibly strong. Chapter 38, The Hunting Squad's First Battle. A 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast? Qin Ming's mood instantly darkened. Where are you? Lu Cheng's labored breathing crackled through the communicator again. Huff, huff. We're heading toward the cafeteria. We fought our way here. Some soldiers have fallen, but we haven't found Lieutenant He Feng's body. He must still be alive. We followed the blood trail all the way here. Hurry up. There are still many students over here. The cafeteria. Qin Ming whipped his head around. Wumu, evacuate the students immediately, then head straight to the cafeteria. Wumu, who was carrying a classmate with a leg injury, responded promptly, Roger that. Quick, head for the school gate. They didn't know if any more beasts lurked nearby, so someone had to ensure the students evacuated safely. After making arrangements, Qin Ming immediately charged toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, Lu Cheng and the Monster Hunters squad were locked in a standoff with a ferocious 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast. The Thunder Iron Beast stood upright, its suit torn and stretched across its hide, its face twisted into a terrifying grimace. This Thunder Iron Beast was the one that had disguised itself as the principal. Beside it stood 5 1st-tier Thunder Iron Beasts. The suit-clad Thunder Iron Beast looked at the humans before it and actually let out a wicked grin. You humans actually found a way to awaken so quickly? I truly underestimated you. Hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkened. This Thunder Iron Beast's intelligence was surprisingly high. The suit-clad Thunder Iron Beast chuckled at the humans' astonished expressions. You don't actually believe humans are the only advanced life forms, do you? No, you don't qualify as higher life forms, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Iron Beasts roared with laughter, as if mocking their prey. In that moment, it felt as though they were the true masters of this world. Attack! Liu Chang wasted no words, gripping his long sword and charging straight ahead. Charge! The monster hunters gripped their blades tightly, their auras shifting in unison. Roar! 5 first-tier thunder iron beasts charged forward in an instant. The lead hunter raised his blade to block, unleashing a surge of brute strength as he swept the blade horizontally. Sparks flew where the beast's claws met the blade. The sheer force hurled the thunder iron beast aside. Immediately, 2 more hunters charged forward, their blades striking in perfect unison. The thunder iron beast was instantly cut down. The thunder iron beast in the suit's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How can you humans have so many awakened ones? It had initially assumed only Liu Chang was an awakened, never expecting an entire squad to be. Wasn't Blue Star supposed to be inhabited by weak creatures? Why were there so many awakened here? This completely contradicted everything they knew. Whoa. The next moment, the other 4 of its kind crashed heavily to the ground, equally repelled. They scrambled to their feet, fear etched on their faces. These humans, they're different from other humans. The second-tier thunder iron beast's expression twisted into a savage grimace, suddenly letting out a shrill howl. Roar! The cry echoed throughout the entire school. Then, under the stunned gazes of Liu Chang and the others, thunder iron beasts charged in from all directions, roughly 40 or 50 of them. Moments later, they were completely surrounded by the thunder iron beasts. Liu Chang and every member of the monster hunt squad instantly grew grim. But that wasn't the worst of it. Summoned by the thunder iron beasts, over 100 teachers and students now charged toward them, wielding makeshift weapons like wooden sticks, desks, and chairs. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they had completely lost their senses. This is going to be a real pain. Liu Chang muttered under his breath. Facing the beast, they could always fight to the death. But if these controlled teachers and students joined the fray, it would make them hesitate. After all, they were merely being manipulated. They couldn't bring themselves to harm their own kind. Meanwhile, their visual feeds were being transmitted to the Monster Academy's central command. Long Xiaogua and all the staff watching this scene felt their hearts sink. The monster's schemes were truly vicious. They had completely exploited the military's Achilles heel. The dragon general clenched his fist and spoke coldly, Liu Chang, it's time for the monster hunters to make their move. Remember, do not harm the people. The voice crackled through every member's earpiece. Liu Chang gripped his long sword tightly and roared, Roger that. Hunter squad, engage. Kill. 15 hunters roared in unison, charging toward the thunder iron beast with Tang swords in hand. The battle commenced. Roar! In numbers, the thunder iron beasts outnumbered the hunters' squad 3 or 4 to 1. The moment the fight started, 4 thunder iron beasts charged at one member of the team. The member's expression hardened as he adopted a strategy of trading blows. He abandoned evasion, gripping his long blade tightly and thrusting it at the nearest thunder iron beast. Thud! The blade pierced the thunder iron beast's throat, killing it instantly. But he was knocked flying by another thunder iron beast, its claws tearing viciously into his chest. 3 bloody gashes instantly appeared. Yet, a shocking sight unfolded. The team member immediately stood up, the wounds on his chest rapidly healing. Witnessing this, everyone in the central control room was stunned. Even the dragon general wore an expression of utter disbelief. Indeed, aside from Qin Ming and Liu Chang, no one knew the true capabilities of the Monster Hunters squad. Sequence 89, Life Regeneration, not only granted vastly enhanced strength and defense but also possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. This was precisely why they dared to trade injuries. This was the hunting team's modus operandi. This scene played out across every member of the hunters. They all fought with reckless abandon. In the first round alone, 6 beasts were slain and 9 wounded. But equally, the team members suffered heavy casualties. Yet under their special abilities, such injuries were not fatal. Well done. Kill them. Liu Chang roared, sending nearby beasts flying with 1 blade and 1 iron fist. Kill. The monster hunters operated like a suicide squad, their combat style instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Though their wounds could heal, they still bled and caused pain before regeneration took effect. Before long, every warrior was drenched in blood, yet they continued fighting, growing even more ferocious. Roar! The second-tier thunder iron beast could no longer stand idly by. It would personally tear these humans apart. With a furious roar, its overwhelming aura swept across the entire battlefield. Watch out! Seeing the second-tier thunder iron beast charge toward one of his teammates, Liu Chang immediately lunged forward, his iron fist striking out. Thud! His iron fist collided heavily with the thunder iron beast's claw. Liu Chang's expression changed instantly. As if struck by a speeding truck, his entire body was sent flying backward. The impact sent him crashing down beside the enraged teachers and students. In the next instant, clubs, desks, and chairs came crashing down. Captain! All the team members' expressions turned pale as they rushed to come to his aid. But the second-tier thunder iron beast was faster. It grabbed a hunter's uniform and flung him high into the air like a piece of trash. The team member plummeted through the air. The Thunder Iron Beast had already spread its massive claws, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. If struck, he would likely be torn to shreds. No self-healing ability could save him. Oh no! This is bad. The expressions on all the warriors' faces suddenly darkened. At the critical moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Qin Ming's voice boomed like thunder. Get out of my way! Chapter 39, Xiaomo's Awakening, the First Chosen One. Thud! A thunder-wrapped giant foot slammed into the Thunder Iron Beast, its immense force sending it flying. Crash! The colossal body of the Thunder Iron Beast slammed into the cafeteria wall, causing the entire section to collapse with a thunderous crash. The warrior, plummeting through the air, landed steadily on the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Dean! Seeing Qin Ming appear and rescue their comrade, all the warriors rejoiced. Roar! Two Thunder Iron Beasts lunged forward, intent on tearing Qin Ming apart. A flash of thunderlight darted through Qin Ming's eyes as he raised his starfall blade, its surface crackling with lightning. Rip! One Thunder Iron Beast was instantly ripped open, its belly exposed. Next, the other Thunder Iron Beast's claw lunged straight at Qin Ming. Qin Ming leaned back slightly, evading the beast's claw, then swung his fist. Thunder surged violently as a thunderous fist roared forth. Thud! The punch landed squarely on the Thunder Iron Beast's head. Its massive body crashed to the ground, blasting a deep crater into the earth. The Thunder Iron Beast's eyes widened, a fist-sized scorched mark gouged into its face. It lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. One punch, instant death. Witnessing this, every member of the monster hunting squad sucked in a sharp breath. So terrifying. Qin Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield. With only about 30 beasts remaining, it posed little challenge for the hunting squad. Leave this to you lot. I'm going to deal with that second-tier beast. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast, clad in a suit, rose from the collapsed ruins, roaring furiously. I'll show you who's boss. Qin Ming lunged forward, the starfall blade flashing with thunderous light as he brought it down with brutal force. The Thunder Iron Beast swiftly crossed its arms before its chest, its fur steel hardening at a visible speed. Clang! The blade slammed heavily into the Thunder Iron Beast's arm, producing a shrill metallic clang. The immense force sent the Thunder Iron Beast flying once more, its body crashing into the cafeteria and sending a row of tables and chairs flying. A wave of screams erupted from the dining hall. Qin Ming turned to look and realized there were still over a dozen students inside. These students were cornered by a first-tier Thunder Iron Beast, while facing them stood three figures. Two were Huaxia soldiers, and the third was none other than Xia Mo, gripping his homemade spear. Both soldiers were now covered in blood, trembling as they held two daggers to block the beast, looking as if they might collapse at any moment. Xia Mo fared slightly better, though blood trickled down his arm, clearly indicating injury. What caught Qin Ming's attention was the blood dripping from the tip of Xia Mo's homemade spear. Turning to the Thunder Iron Beast, one of its eyes had been gouged out. Qin Ming roughly guessed what had transpired, inwardly marveling that even without awakening extraordinary abilities, Xia Mo's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The next moment, He Feng and Xia Mo both turned to look at Qin Ming, their faces brimming with surprise and delight. Dean! Qin Ming! Qin Ming was about to respond when the two Thunder Iron Beasts ahead of them launched their attack. Watch out! Qin Ming bellowed, rushing forward to aid them. Let's fight them! With the Dean now present, He Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing the students were saved. He no longer held back, gripping his dagger tightly as he lunged toward the Thunder Iron Beast. No! Xia Mo's face paled. She knew He Feng was buying time for them. But how could he possibly stand against a beast of this caliber? Seeing the human charging toward it, the Thunder Iron Beast roared with rage, swinging its claw in a vicious strike. The claw slammed heavily into He Feng's chest, the immense force causing his chest to cave in. Gush! Lieutenant He Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as he plunged the dagger in his hand into the Thunder Iron Beast's other, uninjured eye. Thud! Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a piercing roar. Now blinded, it went completely berserk, charging forward at the students in a chaotic frenzy. Another soldier tried to block its path but was violently knocked aside. Oh no! With two warriors knocked aside, only Xia Mo remained standing before the students. A flash of terror crossed Xia Mo's face, but there was nowhere left to retreat. Damn it! Despite Qin Ming accelerating to his absolute limit, he was still too late. Yet at this critical moment of life and death, a cold gleam flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. Suddenly, a chill swept out from her center. Crack! A layer of frost crystallized around Xia Mo's hand gripping the spear. The frost spread relentlessly, instantly encasing the spear. In the blink of an eye, the wooden spear transformed into a frost-covered spear. Xia Mo felt a powerful surge of energy erupt within her body, transforming her entire aura. She raised the spear and thrust it forward with all her might. Thud! The icy spear pierced through the Thunder Iron Beast's body. The Thunder Iron Beast thrashed wildly, yet its body remained pinned to the spot. Crackle! Frost began spreading along the icy spear, its freezing essence radiating into the Thunder Iron Beast's body. Then, before the stunned gazes of all present, the Thunder Iron Beast froze solid into an ice sculpture. A cold gleam flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. With a flick of his spear, the ice sculpture exploded with a thunderous crash. The thunder iron beast shattered into icy fragments. Qin Ming rushed to Xiaomo's side, stunned by the scene before him. Had Xiaomo actually awakened his abilities in the midst of crisis? There were two paths to awakening: consuming a magic potion or unlocking one's genes naturally. Those who achieved it naturally belonged to the ranks of geniuses, those blessed by the heavens, known as the chosen ones. Compared to the former, the sequence abilities awakened by the chosen ones were unique, more powerful, and possessed limitless potential. Unique meant that no corresponding magic potion existed for this sequence ability. Xiaomo's awakened ability was the Ice Phoenix, ranked 003 in the Royal Tier sequence. This was identical to the ability he had awakened in his previous life. However, the timing of this awakening had come much earlier. Qin Ming was deeply shaken, inwardly lamenting the unfairness of fate. This was a king sequence. Ordinary sequence, forbidden sequence, royal sequence, divine sequence. Each tier surpasses the last in power. For most people, awakening even an ordinary sequence was a 1 in 10,000 occurrence, let alone the far more powerful king sequence. Yet Xiaomo remained oblivious to what had just unfolded within her. Coming to her senses, she stared blankly at the icy spear in her hands, equally stunned. It's fine. I'll explain later, Qin Ming said softly. Xiaomo slowly turned to look at Qin Ming, a smile spreading across her face. I thought something had happened to you. Then, her gaze fell on the special forces uniform he wore, and surprise flashed across her face. What's this? I'll explain later. Qin Ming turned to face the stunned students behind him. You guys take care of these two soldiers. Leave the rest to us. Oh, got it. Jian Yuji was the first to react, immediately rushing to protect Lieutenant Yifeng. Lieutenant Yifeng and the soldier were badly wounded, but they still had life in them and should hold out for a while. Then, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast not far away. He asked softly, "Want to fight together?" A strange light flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. Yeah. Chapter 40 Eagle Sauce, Condemning China, Demand Compensation. Human. You killed my kin. The Thunder Iron Beast clan will never let you off. The Thunder Iron Beast in the suit rose to his feet, snarling furiously. Seeing this beast actually speak, Xiaomo was utterly shocked. This world seemed different from before. As invaders, death is your only fate. Charge. Qin Ming roared, charging forward. Rip. Lightning danced across his body, and bolts flickered along the starfall blade. Xiaomo watched Qin Ming's transformation in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The next moment, she gripped her wooden staff spear tightly. Snap. Snap. Frost coated the staff, solidifying it once more into a spear. The two charged at the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast, one from the left and one from the right, striking simultaneously. Roar. The Thunder Iron Beast bellowed, raising its palm-sized hand, crackling with lightning. Watch out for its claws. Qin Ming shouted the warning, charging ahead of Xiaomo and slashing out with his blade. Thud. The Thunder Iron Beast's claw collided with the starfall blade, causing thunder to erupt instantly. A shockwave erupted between them, sweeping outward. The sheer force of the impact sent all the surrounding tables flying. This Thunder Iron Beast truly lived up to its second-tier status. Its strength was terrifying. Moreover, it had already mastered the power of lightning, doubling its attack strength. The instant Qin Ming blocked the Thunder Iron Beast, Xiaomo flashed into position beside him. After awakening her special abilities, her physical capabilities underwent a qualitative transformation. Both her speed and strength were beyond what ordinary humans could match. Xiaomo darted to the side, gripping her icy spear tightly with both hands, and lashed out fiercely at the Thunder Iron Beast's midsection. Thud! Ice shards exploded. The Thunder Iron Beast reeled from the heavy blow, its entire body sent flying backward. Regaining its footing, it looked down to find a distinct gash across its belly, still embedded with shards of shattered ice. What was even more terrifying was that those ice shards were its own fur. A look of horror flashed across its face. High-tier sequence? Xiaomo paid it no mind, charging forward relentlessly as his spear shot forth like a dragon. Coming from a martial arts family, her combat skills were nearly on par with Qin Ming's. Xiaomo moved with blinding speed, the spear tip thrusting straight toward the Lei-Tai beast's throat. The Thunder Iron Beast's expression changed, and it immediately turned its head to the side. Crack! The spear pierced the Thunder Iron Beast's shoulder. The moment it struck, the shoulder froze solid. Under the force of the impact, shards of ice exploded outward. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast roared in agony. A gaping wound now gaped on its shoulder, icy shards embedded within, the biting cold relentlessly seeping into its body. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Xiaomo's king sequence was truly formidable. The Thunder Iron Beast's thick defenses were utterly useless against her. Now, the Thunder Iron Beast resembled a block of shattered ice. One strike could shatter it. The Thunder Iron Beast finally panicked. Knowing it was no match for these two, it turned to flee. But Qin Ming had anticipated its move, instantly blocking its escape route. The combat technique unleashed Annihilation Lightning Flash. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a blade of light flashed forth, its piercing aura sweeping across the entire battlefield. The Thunder Iron Beast's entire body froze rigid, then its head was severed from its body as it crashed heavily to the ground. Second-tier Thunder Iron Beast, slain. Xiaomo's beautiful eyes widened. That strike was incredibly powerful. If she had faced that strike herself, her fate would likely mirror that of this Thunder Iron Beast. Qin Ming, that strike of yours seemed different. Qin Ming took a deep breath, his spiritual energy drained by half. It's a combat technique. Every extraordinary ability has its unique attack method. Think of it as a signature move. Qin Ming explained. Xiaomo nodded thoughtfully. Qin Ming looked down at the Thunder Iron Beast's corpse. He hadn't expected his first second-tier beast to be dealt with so easily. This was largely thanks to Xiaomo, otherwise, at his current Tier 1 cultivation, slaying this Thunder Iron Beast would have taken considerable effort. This beast should have a beast crystal inside, right? Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade in reverse and thrust it into the Thunder Iron Beast's skull. Sure enough, the blade tip hit something hard and stopped. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He swiftly cleaved open the beast's skull, discovering a beast crystal within. This was the second Thunder Iron Beast crystal. The first one had to be left for the Tower of Heaven, so this one was perfect for his own use. This was the key to his advancement to the Forbidden Sequence. With psychic users still scarce in the world, he had to seize this chance to boost his abilities and gain a massive lead over others. Watching Qin Ming's actions, Xiaomo felt curious but refrained from asking too many questions. She knew that in the world to come, many things beyond comprehension would likely emerge. Dean. At that moment, Lu Cheng burst in, accompanied by 2 members of the Anomaly Hunting Squad. Seeing the corpse of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast on the ground, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Ming peered through the hole in the wall. The battle outside had ended. Several members of the Monster Hunt Squad sat on the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Any casualties? Qin Ming asked anxiously. This hunter squad was his main force, now losing even one member would break his heart. None. Lu Cheng declared with a hint of pride. 3 are critically injured, the rest have minor wounds. Their abilities are unique, they won't die. Good. Qin Ming exhaled in relief. After the battle concluded, reinforcements poured in. All the Thunder Iron Beasts lurking within the school were slaughtered, and the teachers and students who had been controlled gradually regained consciousness. However, the principal Xiaomo mentioned was likely devoured by the beasts. During the cleanup, only her blood-soaked clothes were found. In this battle, the monster hunters demonstrated formidable combat prowess, slaying a total of 57 Thunder Iron Beasts. Combined with the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast slain by Qin Ming, the total reached 58. The team suffered no casualties, but their physical exhaustion was severe, requiring time to recover. Of the 30 soldiers who entered initially, only Lieutenant He Feng and 3 others survived, the rest were killed. The number of student casualties reached a staggering 170. This marked the deadliest incident for Huaxia since the civilization trials began. The following days, however, were unusually quiet in Huaxia. The number of Thunder Iron Beasts appearing gradually decreased, and by the 5th day, not a single one appeared. Perhaps the Thunder Iron Beasts that appeared had been completely wiped out. Over the 5-day period, China had slain a total of 355 Thunder Iron Beasts. All corpses were transported to the Monster Academy. Under the detection of the super magnetic detector, all magic potion ingredients from these Thunder Iron Beasts were collected. They even obtained 3 beast crystals, which thrilled Qin Ming immensely. With these magic potion ingredients, Qin Ming could now prepare to create the second batch of psychic warriors. Meanwhile, riots across the world had subsided as nations copied Huaxia's solutions. Nevertheless, 2 small nations still fell to the beastly creatures. Overall, however, nations minimized their losses thanks to China's selfless contribution. Unexpectedly, however, Eagle suddenly made a move. It rallied the world's nations to condemn China. Eagle, China possesses methods to combat the beasts yet failed to promptly share them with the world. Eagle condemns this and demands China compensate the victim nations. The news sent the Chinese people into an uproar, with many denouncing Eagle as shameless. Consequently, international relations began to grow tense. Military forces from various nations began massing along borders, the tension growing ever more palpable. Chapter 41, China's counterattack detaining the Eagle's defense minister. With some nations stoking the flames, many countries worldwide turned their sights on China. From the outset, China had announced the monster invasion to the world and taken decisive action. When the monsters began invading various nations, all suffered devastating losses. Only Huaxia remained unscathed. Consequently, many nations suspected China of orchestrating the crisis, issuing condemnations to sway global public opinion. Of course, some nations were well aware of the true nature of the civilization invasion, having received signals from beyond their borders. Joining the chorus condemning China was merely a ploy to get a piece of the pie. These shameless entities demanded reparations. China's neighboring nations have even mobilized large armies to garrison their borders, exerting pressure on China. This immediately enraged our citizens. You truly have no shame. A grain of rice creates a debt of gratitude, yet a bushel breeds resentment. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you dare to accuse us? Disgusting. Damn it. They never should have revealed the monster laws. Scum like this doesn't deserve to live. Does mighty China fear such despicable scum? Bring it on if you dare. A single stone sent ripples across the pond, igniting a fierce online war of words. These nations, barely 2 days into peace, were already stirring trouble again in raging China's leadership. Meanwhile, the instigator gloated, seemingly delighted to see China humiliated. General Arthur, that was a masterstroke. Exactly. China's reputation was actually rising because of this incident, but your sudden blow completely shattered it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In the Eagle's central command room, senior officials raised their thumbs in unison toward General Arthur. Soaking up the praise, General Arthur basked in the admiration. Everyone, you must understand that this civilization trial is a competition between nations. There are rewards at stake. Those rewards will undoubtedly shape our Eagle's future development and standing. Therefore, whether in battle achievements or prestige, we Eagle Sauce must not fall behind China. His words drew unanimous nods of agreement from the assembled leaders. Indeed, the civilization trials are a contest between nations. Though it is a crisis, it is also a contest for national destiny. They had long since discerned the true nature of this trial. Chief Tap clapped with a smile. General Arthur's propaganda campaign has yielded excellent results. Credit due. He then addressed the assembled high-ranking officials. This civilization trial is nothing special. China's lead is merely a matter of luck. Had they not banned firearms, their situation would be far worse than ours. Now that the Eagle Nation has gradually mastered methods to eliminate the monstrous beasts, we will undoubtedly defeat China and claim first place in the trial. Right. Exactly. The senior officials echoed in agreement. Additionally, continue pressuring China through neighboring nations. Contact the land of cherry blossoms and have them activate their espionage program. Get close to that kid named Qin Ming. If you're confident, take him down. Tapu issued orders one after another. Meanwhile, China convened a press conference. This was their response to the Eagle's coalition of nations issuing condemnations. This instantly captured global attention. The central conference room of the Eagle Nation, currently in session, urgently switched to the live feed of China's press conference. Long Xiaogua stood on the podium, facing journalists from various nations below, dozens of cameras poised and ready. General Long spoke with an air of authority and dominance. First, if Eagle Nation seeks conflict, China will see it through to the end. Second, the civilization trial is not over. According to intelligence obtained by our nation, the next monster to appear is designation 002, thousand-faced monkey. These creatures can disguise themselves as humans. They could be people close to you, or high-ranking officials of a certain nation. Particularly those individuals currently inciting nations to mobilize forces and disrupt international security. Take heed, they may be disguised as thousand-faced monkeys. These monsters have one goal: incite nations to slaughter each other, then plunder the chaos. At this point, the Dragon General turned toward the camera and flashed a smile. To all heads of state watching this broadcast, be warned, thousand-faced monkeys may already be lurking among you. Boom! The moment these words were spoken, both the journalists present and the masses watching the live broadcast instantly lost their composure. Reporters on the scene cried out in alarm. General Long, is this true? Has your country already discovered the thousand-faced monkey? What do these monsters look like? Is there any way to deal with them? General, please wait. General. The scene erupted in chaos. But General Long didn't say much to them. He merely left these foreign journalists with a single, calm statement. Your ability to remain in China is a tremendous blessing. Cherish it well. At these words, every reporter froze in place. Indeed, in today's world, no country is safer than China. As the press conference concluded, nations worldwide were left dumbfounded. Especially those nations that had jointly condemned China were now gripped by dread. China clearly possessed critical intelligence, yet had kept it hidden. And now that they just antagonized China, straining relations to the breaking point, how could they possibly contact them to ask for monster strategies? We're screwed. This was the reaction among the nation's high-level officials. Even more panicked were the nations that had mobilized their forces. They immediately recalled their commanding officers. Who knows if they weren't monsters in disguise? Next, these nations rushed to consult with Eagle San. Because this idea came from Eagle Sauce. Inside the Eagle's central command office, all high-ranking officials retreated in terror. Over a dozen armed soldiers aimed their weapons at the Minister of Defense, General Arthur. If what Huaxia said was true, then General Arthur was highly likely to have been impersonated by a monster. No, he might no longer be General Arthur at all, but the monster itself. He was the one who orchestrated the global condemnation of China, even inciting foreign nations to deploy military pressure. If General Arthur were not a monster, his plan would naturally be sound. But if he truly is a monster in disguise, this action is undoubtedly the fuse that will ignite a world war. This fuse would ignite instantly. The world would plunge into chaos, falling right into the monster's trap. No, Your Excellency, everyone, it's not like that. General Arthur's face flushed with anger. How could I possibly be a monster? Don't believe the slander from China. He's just stirring up trouble. Freeze. One more move and we fire, all the soldiers shouted in unison. The cold barrel of a gun was aimed squarely at General Arthur. Tepu's face darkened too. Who could have predicted this? The thought of a monster sitting beside him was terrifying. Lord Tep, I believe it's better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. General John murmured from the side. This statement gained the approval of the other high-ranking officers. Exactly. If we could verify his Chinese identity, that would be ideal. But we have no proof yet. We should detain General Arthur first, just to be safe. Hearing this, General Arthur's eyes widened. What? You want to arrest me? I swear I'm not a monster in disguise. Yet no one paid him any mind. Lord Tep, this matter could be significant. Quite right. Detain him first. We'll find out if he's a monster later. Under the persuasion of the others, Tepu, his face darkening, ordered General Arthur to be detained. General Arthur, utterly helpless, cried out his innocence. Meanwhile, Eagle urgently contacted the allied nations, demanding all countries withdraw their troops and refrain from initiating wars arbitrarily. This time, Eagle had truly shot himself in the foot. Amidst the ongoing uproar over this farce, the monster invasion entered its 11th day. The thousand-faced monkeys, monstrous creatures lurking in nations across the globe, began their covert operations. Chapter 42: The thousand-faced monkeys infiltrate the land of cherry blossoms. Qin Ming's global press conference had dealt a decisive blow to the Eagle's malicious intentions. Now, nations worldwide dare not casually comment on China. For they all understood clearly, China now held the upper hand in monster intelligence. If you want to copy the answers, you'd better stand in line. Those nations that had been itching for conflict quickly reined themselves in. Qin Ming's move not only suppressed hawkish nations like the US but also averted a potential war. Anyone who dares to make a move will inevitably draw attention. General Arthur, the Eagle's defense minister, was a prime example. Cherry Blossom Nation, Office of the Chief. Commander Yamada saluted the chief with utmost respect. Your Excellency, the Eagle Nation has sent word requesting we activate our espionage program in China. Chief Kawashima slowly rose to his feet. Commander Yamada, do you believe the thousand-faced monkey mentioned by Rokoku could be among us? At these words, Commander Yamada's expression darkened. Ryuko may be spreading rumors. To date, no so-called thousand-faced monkey has been discovered anywhere in the world. Moreover, this creature can disguise itself as a human. I find that highly improbable. Is that so? Kawashima nodded slightly. Hand over the spy roster. I'll make arrangements. Yes. Commander Yamada immediately stepped forward with the documents, presenting them with both hands to Kawashima. But Kawashima merely stared at him, making no move to accept the papers. Commander Yamada looked up in confusion. Your Excellency, you don't suspect I'm the monster, do you? Kawashima shook his head. Not at all. Yamada breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, an eerie voice echoed in his ears. Of course you're not. Too bad I am. Commander Yamada snapped his head up to see a grotesque, monkey-like face. His eyes widened, and he was about to scream but a hand clamped down on his throat. I have use for your position as commander. The thousand-faced monkey opened its mouth wide and swallowed Yamada whole. Commander Yamada didn't even have a chance to struggle before being swallowed up without a sound. After devouring Yamada, the thousand-faced monkey reverted to the form of Kawashima, the chief of the land of cherry blossoms. He plopped down into his chair, his face darkening. Damn those Chinese! They ruined my plans. How did they discover my kind? Word is it's an organization called Monster Academy. According to intel from Eagle Sauce, awakened ones have appeared in China. Suddenly, a thousand-faced monkey emerged from the darkness. But before it could take 2 steps, its form slowly shifted, transforming into the likeness of Commander Yamada. What would the people of Sakura Nation think if they witnessed this scene? Both the top and second in command of Sakura Nation had been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Commander Yamada pointed at the documents in Kawashima's hands. This espionage plan is to infiltrate the awakened one, a human named Qin Ming. Kawashima opened the file in his hand, revealing detailed information on Qin Ming and the spy. When he saw the connection between the spy and Qin Ming, a smile spread across his face. This Sakura Nation may be small, but its methods are truly insidious. Exactly. Proceed accordingly. Inform the spy, leave no survivors. Kill him outright if the opportunity arises. Yes, sir. Commander Yamada nodded. By the way, should we continue with the plan to provoke a major war among human nations? Kawashima shook his head. Hold off for now. After that kid's meddling, nations are already on edge, sniffing at every shadow. Any action now risks exposing our kind. Then what should we do next? Yamada pressed. No rush. Stay hidden. First, take this land of cherry blossoms. Then slowly infiltrate outward. This blue star will eventually belong to our thousand-faced monkey clan. Let the Thunder Beast clan and the Weasel clan clash with them. Kawashima, transformed from a thousand-faced monkey, picked up the coffee on the table and took a small sip. His behavior was becoming increasingly human-like. 15 days remained until the conclusion of the first phase of the civilization trial. This period should have been the time for the thousand-faced monkey beasts to act, yet what puzzled Qin Ming was, this cunning thousand-faced monkey had remained completely silent. The world was unusually quiet, save for some nations still in turmoil from the late Iron Beast hunts. Most nations had begun restoring a semblance of normalcy to daily life. China had lifted its lockdown long ago, and its citizens carried on with their lives as before. However, the frequency of military patrols had not diminished in the slightest. The more silent the thousand-faced monkey remained, the more uneasy Qin Ming grew. The most troublesome aspect of the first stage of the trial was this thousand-faced monkey. Yet there were only two ways to track down the thousand-faced monkey. The first method involved using the beast crystal of the Thunder Iron Beast to detect the thousand-faced monkey's brainwaves and thus see through its disguise. Qin Ming possessed 5 Thunder Iron Beast crystals in total, 4 Tier 1 and 1 Tier 2. He kept the Tier 2 crystal for himself, while the remaining 4 were taken by the warriors for street patrols. Yet searching for the thousand-faced monkey across the vast expanse of China with only 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The second method relied on the perception of awakened ones. With their formidable psychic power, they could detect the disguised thousand-faced monkeys. Yet he currently commanded only the 20 members of the Monster Hunters squad, far too few. Even running themselves ragged couldn't cover the entire land of China. It seemed the only option was to advance the training of a second batch of awakened ones. Old Qin. Are you brewing potions again? Upon learning Qin Ming was preparing potions again, Xiaopang grew excited and kept pestering him to enter the lab. What's a magic potion? Xia Mo, standing nearby, looked utterly confused. Ever since returning from school, Qin Ming had kept Xia Mo by his side. This was no ordinary person, a powerful figure from Wangshu 003. Qin Ming knew he had to keep Xia Mizuri close. Xiaopang gazed at Xia Mo with envy, having already learned from Qin Ming what a chosen one was. A freak who could awaken sequence abilities without potions. And it was Wang's sequence which Xiaopang was utterly envious. After Qin Ming explained the potions to Xia Mo, the latter was utterly stunned, never imagining he could be so incredibly fortunate. Entering the laboratory, shelves held numerous glass vessels of varying sizes. Inside them were all the materials harvested from the Thunder Iron Beast and the Weasel Rodent. Fatso, it's not that I don't want to make you a potion, it's just that these materials are too poor in quality, Qin Ming explained. Ha? Materials have quality levels? Xiaopang looked utterly confused. Xia Mo, what color are these materials? Qin Ming pointed to the vessels before them. White, dull, and lifeless, Xia Mo answered truthfully. Exactly. White signifies the lowest grade. Potions brewed from these will only be basic tier, and most won't even offer advancement paths. With such weak sequence abilities, their potential is already capped, Qin Ming explained. Magical potion materials are also graded. Ordinary grade, white, dull, and lifeless. Potions brewed from such materials are typically of the common sequence. Rare grade, purple, emitting a faint purple glow. Potions made from these materials have an 89.9% chance of being ordinary tier, 10% chance of forbidden tier, and 0.1% chance of royal tier. Royal grade, red, emitting a faint crimson glow. Potions made with these have a 79% chance of being common tier, 20% chance of being forbidden tier, 0.99% chance of being royal tier, and 0.01% chance of being divine tier. Divine grade materials, golden in color and radiating brilliant golden light, yield potions with the following probabilities, unknown. In the previous era, divine grade materials were exceedingly rare. No experiments, no probabilities. Ha? That's ridiculously low. Xiaopang was dumbfounded. Those probabilities were terrifyingly low. And those rare materials, royal tier materials, just hearing the name made them sound incredibly hard to obtain. Now he envied Xia Mo even more. So what abilities can you craft with these materials? Xia Mo asked curiously. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he already had a plan in mind. The next moment, the Qiankun Gourd appeared in his hand. Chapter 43, Advancement, Prohibited Sequence 007, Thunder Weaver. Judging by the magic potion ingredients before him, most were Thunder Iron Beast hides and weasel claws. Qin Ming flipped through the potion recipes in his memory, recalling the best sequence ability currently available. Rank 66 in the ordinary sequence, Thunder Mage. Qin Ming recalled that in his previous life, the very first awakened to emerge in the world was a Thunder Mage from Eagle Sauce. Later, Eagle Nation cultivated a cohort of Thunder Mages, enabling them to achieve remarkable results in subsequent civilization trials and solidify their position as the world's foremost nation. These warriors became the very foundation of Eagle Sauce. Of course, this potion was only successfully concocted by Eagle Sauce at an immense cost. Despite nations offering exorbitant sums to purchase the formula, Eagle Sauce refused every offer. One can only imagine how crucial that formula truly was. To put it plainly, if Qin Ming were to reveal the potion formula he knew, the world would absolutely go mad. Of course, Qin Ming would never do such a thing. This civilization trial, while ostensibly about repelling the invasion of monstrous beasts, was fundamentally a competition between nations. Though the ultimate outcome of the trial remains uncertain, Qin Ming is certain that the victorious nation will ascend to new heights. This is a contest of national destiny. Therefore, some information could be shared, while other secrets were best kept to oneself. Unless China had grown so powerful it had nothing left to fear. At present, China merely holds a slight edge over foreign powers. The journey to stand atop a height unreachable by the world was still long and arduous. Qin Ming began preparing the magic potion, with Hu Xiaopang and Xia Emo assisting by arranging test tubes. Thunder Iron Beast Fur, combined with Weasel Claws, 5 milliliters of purified water, 3 milliliters of Thunder Iron Beast blood. Qin Ming spoke as he placed the materials into the Qiankun Gourd. Shake! Xia Emo stared in astonishment at the Qiankun Gourd in Qin Ming's hand, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it. Under the gourd's melting effect, the Sequence 66 potion was quickly concocted. Qin Ming poured it out, filling an entire 20 milliliter test tube to the brim. Hu Xiaopang hurriedly capped the test tube, his face beaming with delight. How much could this thing fetch if we sold it? True to form for the son of the richest man in town, his mind was filled with nothing but money. But honestly, if this potion were traded, especially in the early stages, people would pay any price for it. Of course, that's assuming a perfect success rate. The potions brewed with the Qiankun Gourd had a 99% success rate. Unless the ingredients were truly incompatible, they would almost always succeed. But with normal brewing, the success rate is only 10%. And after humans take it, the success rate for awakening special abilities is only 30%. Calculating by probability, to successfully awaken one human through potion consumption. Out of 100 potion ingredients, only 3 awakened individuals would emerge. What an incredibly low probability. Don't assume potion ingredients are easy to obtain. China has slain countless Thunder Iron beasts, yet only gathered 36 hides, averaging 1 ingredient per 10 beasts. And that's just China. Many nations combined haven't even slain 10 Thunder Iron beasts. After Qin Ming's explanation, Xia Emo and Hu Xiaopang were secretly stunned, finally grasping just how precious this magic potion was. Only then did Xia Emo grasp why Qin Ming had become the headmaster of Monster Academy. A man like this could easily be called Huaxia's savior. What intrigued her most, however, was how Qin Ming possessed such extensive knowledge. What had truly happened to him? Though puzzled, Xia Emo kept her questions to herself. Everyone had their secrets. An hour later, Qin Ming had used up nearly all the potion ingredients. In the end, he obtained a total of 36 Sequence 66 potions. Barring any mishaps, 36 Thunder Mages would soon join his ranks. Alright, you two go out and guard the entrance. It's time for me to advance my sequence rank. Qin Ming said slowly. Xia Emo and Hu Xiaopang nodded, exited the lab together, and took up guard at the entrance. Inside the room, Qin Ming retrieved the second tier, Thunder Iron Beast Crystal. The crystal emitted a faint purple glow. This was no ordinary material, but a rare grade beast crystal. Using a rare grade beast crystal for advancement carried a chance to gain an additional combat skill. The ranks of psychic users were divided into tiers 1 through 9. For ordinary sequences, the initial combat skill at tier 1 was only 1. At tier 2, one could gain another, and so on. However, for the prohibited sequence, the initial combat skill count was 2. Each time a realm was broken through, 2 new combat skills would be obtained. For the royal sequence, 3 combat skills are granted initially, and 3 new combat skills are obtained each time a tier is broken through. As for divine sequence, they start with 4 combat skills. Each tier breakthrough grants 4 new combat skills. When you break it down like this, the gap between different sequence tiers becomes starkly apparent. Take Qin Ming himself as an example. Currently at rank 16 in the ordinary sequence in stage 1, he possesses only 1 combat skill, Annihilation Lightning Flash. However, if he ascends to the prohibited sequence, even at the first realm tier, he would possess 2 combat skills. Beyond that, there's a relatively low chance to acquire additional combat skills. When advancing to a higher tier, using higher quality materials increases the chance of gaining an additional combat skill. Techniques obtained this way are called high-risk combat techniques, and their power far surpasses ordinary combat techniques. Of course, the probability was extremely low, and Qin Ming didn't believe such good fortune would fall upon him. Qin Ming stuffed the rare, grade beast crystal into the Qiankun Gourd, then poured 5 milliliters of purified water inside and shook it vigorously. Soon, a viscous potion congealed at the bottom of the gourd. Qin Ming took a deep breath and swallowed the potion from the gourd. In an instant, a powerful energy surged through his body. Lightning flashed, and a formidable aura slowly blossomed. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the electrical equipment in the lab seemed unable to withstand such high-voltage lightning and collapsed instantly. Bang! 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 Every light bulb, pane of glass, and electronic screen shattered into pieces across the floor. A thick, acrid smell of burning filled the air. Qin Ming's eyes widened as a flash of lightning streaked across his mind. The gene sequence succeeded. Forbidden sequence 007 Thunderstrike Master. Simultaneously, a message flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Thunder Deceiver, a sinister wanderer skilled in manipulating lightning. Combat Skill 1 Thunder Annihilation / concentrates powerful thunder onto the weapon, unleashing a devastating slash. Combat Skill 2 Eerie Flash Thunder wraps around the body, accelerating speed to its peak, creating phantom footsteps. High-risk combat skill, Mystic Card The Cursed Thunder Deceiver gains a bizarre card with random abilities, usable on self or enemies. Reading to the end, Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Holy, did I just get incredibly lucky? High-risk combat skill. Chapter 44 Thunder Elite Squad Hand-Rolled Rasengan? Training Ground. Qin Ming gripped his wooden Tang sword, single-handedly taking down the entire monster hunt squad. Crack. Finally, the wooden blade came to rest against Liu Cheng's throat, crackling with lightning. Liu Cheng's throat convulsed, a look of sheer terror spreading across his face. He had believed his monster hunt squad to be formidable. Yet before Qin Ming, they proved utterly helpless. And this was without Qin Ming even using any offensive combat skills. Merely employing the eerie flash movement technique had left them utterly disoriented. The performance ended, and thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Impressive. The 36 elite soldiers watched in stunned silence. Only then did they realize these battles had transcended the realm of ordinary humans. Even as elite soldiers themselves, they doubted they could withstand a single strike from Qin Ming and the hunter squad. Long Xiaogui stepped forward. Qin Ming, these are the soldiers you requested. Everyone possesses extraordinary physical capabilities at 100%. Qin Ming looked at the 36 soldiers and spoke solemnly, "You've seen it yourselves, this is what a superhuman looks like. Soon, you will join their ranks to defend our homeland." Yes. The group responded in unison, their hearts surging with excitement. Next, Xia Mo and Hua Xiaopang emerged carrying 2 boxes. Opening the cases, they revealed 36 bottles of sequence 66 potions inside. Qin Ming pointed at the potions. These were obtained at the cost of many fallen comrades over the past days. Cherish them well. For those who died, continue to guard the homes and families of the people. At his words, every warrior's expression turned solemn. Thunder investigation, the dragon general bellowed. Present. From the crowd, Captain Lei Jiao stepped forward. Take the potions. Yes. Lei Jiao distributed the potions. Soon, the soldiers swallowed the potion together, their hearts filled with excitement. Watching this critical moment, even the dragon general grew tense. These special ability squads were, after all, China's most powerful means of combating the monstrous beasts. Boom! At that very moment, Captain Lei Jiao was the first to undergo a transformation. Lightning began to coil around his body, rapidly shifting and converging toward his palms. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He pointed at the sandbag nearby. Unleash your combat technique. Lei Jiao didn't grasp Qin Ming's meaning at first, but he quickly caught on. Lei Jiao pressed his palms together, rubbing them vigorously. Under the stunned gazes of the others, the lightning glow in his palms, no larger than a thumb at first, began to rapidly condense. Before long, the lightning bolt transformed into a thunderball, as large as a bull. Lei Jiao's expression grew increasingly grave, as if he was struggling to control this power. Throw it! Qin Ming shouted. Lei Jiao mustered every ounce of strength, hurling the thunderball at the sandbag nearby. Boom! The ball of lightning slammed into the sandbag, triggering a violent explosion. The sandbag instantly shattered, reduced to dust. Whoosh! Liu Cheng and Hua Xiaopang's eyes widened. They both gasped in unison, spiral orb? That blast could have taken out an armored vehicle, let alone a sandbag. Seeing their captain's formidable power, the other team members couldn't contain themselves and eagerly sought their chance to show off. Waves of lightning energy surged forth. Qin Ming's eyelid twitched. He quickly stopped them all. Stop. If you need to practice, head back to the firing range. Don't blow this place to smithereens. At his command, the soldiers halted their actions. Though halted, the smiles on their faces remained. This immense power filled them with exhilaration. Would you call that a success? The dragon general asked, suppressing his excitement. Qin Ming nodded. It is. From now on, they are all Thunder Mages, ranked 66th in the sequence. Let me explain. The Lightning Mage ability possesses tremendous offensive power, but it's a ranged ability. Close quarters combat isn't its strong suit. If you get close to an ability user like the hunting team, you won't even have time to form your lightning ball before you're finished. The group nodded in unison. As elite soldiers, they understood their strengths and weaknesses well. Qin Ming looked at them. From now on, you'll be known as the Thunder Elite Squad. Yes. Lei Jiao led the squad in a unified response. Qin Ming turned to the Dragon General. If they operate independently, they must be accompanied by a hunter squad or armed soldiers for support. The Dragon General nodded emphatically. These were his prized assets. He valued the safety of the Thunder Elite Squad even more than Qin Ming did. Monster invasion. Several more days passed. Today marked the 20th day, the final day of the thousand-faced monkey abnormalities emergence. Yet Qin Ming felt uneasy. Aside from isolated sightings in a few nations, the thousand-faced monkeys seemed to have vanished without a trace. Especially in China, not only were there no signs of the thousand-faced monkeys, but even the thunder iron beasts had vanished. The red-eyed ones had ceased appearing, making it impossible to track down any traces of the thunder beasts. Could it be that the thunder iron beasts had been wiped out? No, Qin Ming sensed it wasn't that simple. Every beast tribe had a beast king. Qin Ming remembered clearly that in his previous life, the thunder iron beast's beast king had appeared in Huaxia. Yet its absence until now proved it had gone into hiding. Given their intelligence, they were either biding their time for the final assault in the first phase of the trial, or preparing a devastating strike to deliver a fatal blow to China. Either scenario would have immense repercussions for China. It could even prevent China from securing first place in this trial. But now that those beasts were hiding, they were truly hard to find, and Qin Ming had no better solution. The sole remaining hope now rests upon the 36 heaven-piercing towers. With the full backing of the Huaxia government, over 1 million construction workers labored day and night on the 36 sky-piercing towers nationwide. Their progress had already reached 80%. This pace was 2 days ahead of Qin Ming's original schedule. The next step was to energize all 36 sky-piercing towers at high voltage for final preparations. For the final technical phase, all top researchers from the Monster Academy had rushed to the front lines to install their research findings onto the sky-piercing towers. To oversee this, the Dragon General personally took charge of supervision. The entire nation dares not relax for even a moment. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain cave in the Jiangnan district of Huaxia, over 100 thunder iron beasts had gathered. The cave was clearly a temporary shelter carved out by these creatures, offering exceptional concealment. Without a thorough search, it would be impossible to discover. Who would have imagined these thunder iron beasts could carve out a base within the mountain itself? At that moment, a slightly larger thunder iron beast stood atop a high point. Instantly, all the thunder iron beasts fell silent, gazing forward with reverence. "King, the thousand-faced monkey clan has contacted us," one thunder iron beast respectfully announced. "They intend to form an alliance with us to hunt down a human. That awakened one named Qin Ming?" The thunder iron beast king's voice was hoarse. "Correct." The thunder iron beast beside him nodded, relaying the thousand-faced monkey's plan. A flicker of anger crossed the thunder iron beast king's face. "Very well. I accept their offer. That human brat killed so many of our kind, I won't let him off. Contact all our kin and have them rush to Jiangnan City." With the Beast King's command, thunder iron beasts hidden across the nation launched a nighttime assault, traversing mountains and valleys as they stealthily advanced toward Jiangnan City. A grand plan was slowly unfolding. Chapter 45. That day, the TV aired Boonie Bears all day long. Day 21 of the Monster Invasion, designation 003, the Weasel Beast makes its official appearance. Compared to the Thunder Iron Beasts and Thousand-Faced Monkeys, the Weasel Beast's actions were far more straightforward and brutal. Without any hesitation or detours, the hordes charged straight toward grain silos across the region. Not just granaries, large supermarkets became prime targets for the Weasel Beast's raids. As the Weasel hordes began their rampage, the world barely settled after days of relative calm was thrown into uproar once more. The Weasel's combat prowess surpasses even that of the Thunder Iron Beast. Moreover, its fur resembles steel needles, forming an exceptionally strong defensive barrier around its body. This posed significant challenges for human soldiers armed with thermal weapons. Unless they could replicate Qin Ming's strategy from the Monster Academy surrounding the Weasels and overwhelming them with concentrated firepower. Otherwise, if a Weasel Beast broke through the encirclement, its ability to change size and maneuverability would spell disaster for the soldiers. But trapping a single Weasel was no simple feat. Without the assistance of awakened individuals, even a formed encirclement could be easily breached by the Weasels. Thus, nations across the world descended into chaos. Despite designating granaries as priority protection zones, nations still suffered severe damage from the Weasels. These Weasels were extremely cunning, devouring their fill before vanishing into the sewers, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, their appetites were enormous. A single Weasel could consume several tons of food. After feeding, they would hide and digest their food at an astonishingly rapid pace. When the Weasel Beasts reappeared, their strength had even increased significantly, and they could even heal their wounds. This is the true terror of the Weasel Beasts. The more they consume, the stronger they become, and their self-healing abilities greatly increase. Such monsters are pure disaster. In just 2 days, the governments of all nations were caught completely off guard. Central Council of the Eagle Nation. Your Excellency, 3 of our states have been attacked by these creatures, and they specifically targeted the regions with the largest grain reserves. At this rate, our nation's food supply will become critically strained, and food prices will inevitably soar. No, it won't just rise, it could even reach a point where money won't buy food. The head of the Supply Bureau reported the situation with a panicked expression. Upon hearing this, Trump's expression darkened instantly. Chaos has begun. Food panic is spreading across the land, with people already hoarding and stockpiling supplies. Some are even resorting to $0 purchases, looting stores and citizens' food supplies. General John added from the side. Chaos. Famine. Riot. The expressions of all the high-ranking officials present darkened as they envisioned the situation outside. Tep slammed his fist on the table. Are we powerless against those monsters? What are the soldiers doing? General John responded, the soldiers are currently exterminating the weasels. Though our losses are heavy, we are not without results. Those monsters aren't invincible. It just takes time to wipe them all out. Then do whatever it takes to handle this. If we need more troops, send them immediately. Tep roared furiously. He gradually calmed down. What's the situation in other nations? Worse than ours, but their grain reserves remain relatively ample. General John's mouth twitched. The problem is, we exported too much grain to China recently and we haven't replenished our reserves yet. At the mention of China, everyone's faces darkened. Damn China. They must have seen this coming. Damn it. I'm starting to suspect they orchestrated this monster invasion. Tep looked at General John. What's the situation over in China? General John hesitated. They're not significantly affected. What? The statement sent shockwaves through the entire high command once more. The entire world was under monster invasion. Why were they unscathed? I'm not entirely sure, but from what I understand, the number of weasel rats appearing in China is far fewer than ours. Plus, their grain silos are well protected. Any weasels that show up get killed immediately. File after file concerning China was distributed to all the top brass. Everyone was thrown into turmoil. Impossible. How did they manage that? Damn it. The Huaxia government is actually distributing food aid to disaster victims? That's all we've been tricking them with. Damn it. Meanwhile, global social media platforms were flooded with complaints from people worldwide. Eagle Netizen, hope Eagle leaders see this video, we're starving. Cherry Blossom Nation Netizen, help. Now we have to guard against not only beasts but also our own people. I just went out to take out the trash and got robbed. Gall Netizen, what? You still dare to go out? It's full of bandits out there. Korean Netizen, I haven't eaten in 2 days. The market's food was all looted. I feel like I'm being sacrificed by the government. China Netizen 1, huh? Why are all the cookies mom handed out today in foreign languages? China Netizen 2, ha, mom got these from the Eagle Nation. Foreign Netizen? Following weasel attacks, affected residents received state compensation only to discover the aid consisted entirely of imported foreign food. As Huaxia netizens continuously shared videos of this, starving netizens abroad saw them and instantly broke down. Damn it, why is my Eagle Nation's food being sent to China? This can't be real. Our country is starving, why would they send food to others? Wait, did everyone forget? Before the monster invasion, China imported massive amounts of food from other countries. This aid is probably that. Holy crap. Did China foresee this? Can they predict the future? All I know is I'm so jealous of the Chinese right now. Help! Why wasn't I born in China? The internet erupted in a chorus of wails, anger, envy, resentment, every emotion spilled forth. Meanwhile, in China, citizens gradually learned the origin of these food supplies. A post titled, "For Food, Our Nation Confronts the Eagles Carrier," exploded across the internet. The post detailed how, just recently, China dispatched an aircraft carrier to escort grain cargo ships, engaging in a fierce standoff with the Eagle on the high seas. The post detailed the operation extensively. Hashtag the Eagle Swan deployed 2 carrier strike groups. Hashtag Eagle Squadron fighter jets intercepted the cargo ships. Hashtag 12 Chinese fighter jets engaged in aerial confrontation. The entire tense situation was described in crystal clear detail, even bordering on exaggeration. That battle nearly escalated into full-scale conflict. In the end, China forcefully repelled the enemy, safely escorting over 100 cargo ships back to domestic waters, securing the food now in their hands. After reading the post, the Chinese public was immediately stirred into a frenzy. Countless people were moved to tears and filled with pride. Oh my gosh, our country did something this monumental behind our backs. I'm about to cry. I heard those soldiers were issued body bags before departure. They went in with a death wish. I remember that day TV aired Boonie Bears all day long. Oh my gosh, you kept this so secret. Mom went into battle alone while we were watching Boonie Bears at home. I'm really going to cry. In that moment, the hearts of the Chinese people were tightly bound together. The world could scarcely imagine how formidable China had become. Chapter 46, The Northern Granary Under Attack. Monster Academy. Watching the online reactions, Long Xiaogua spoke slowly to Qin Ming beside him. Why expose this? Isn't this for the best? The nation's sacrifices must be seen by its people. Qin Ming smiled. More importantly, it will greatly boost our national unity. Let the soldiers know we're not fighting alone. Behind us stand millions upon millions of people. Long Xiaogua nodded, feeling somewhat stunned. Qin Ming's vision extended far beyond his own. In a world under monster invasion, the gaps between nations had widened dramatically. A nation with strong unity held a distinct advantage. Take eagle sauce as an example. Many nations possessed inferior weaponry and technology, yet they achieved far greater results against the beasts than eagle sauce did. This was the power of national unity. Qin Ming smiled. And that's just the surface. Dragon General, do you know what criteria the civilization trials use for scoring? At this, the Dragon General paused, knowing Qin Ming referred to the trials rewards. First, the number of beasts slain. Second, the casualties among our nation's civilians and soldiers. Third, national cohesion and happiness index. These three factors form the scoring criteria. The higher our score, the richer the rewards we'll receive. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the Dragon General was utterly shocked. Now I understand your entire strategy. Simultaneously, anticipation stirred within him. What rewards would await upon completing the civilization trial? However, Qin Ming showed no excitement as expected. Instead, he frowned. The calmer things are now, the more I fear the final assault of the beasts. Something feels terribly off about this situation. The Dragon General nodded, his expression growing grave. It is indeed bizarre. In these days of searching, we haven't found a single thunder iron beast or thousand-face monkey. It's as if they've vanished completely. Qin Ming's mood darkened. How much longer until the Tower of Heaven is completed? Will it be ready before the beast's final assault? The Dragon General spoke with confidence. No problem. Within 5 days at most, all 36 sky-piercing towers will be unveiled. Day 25 of the monster invasion. Nations worldwide plunged into chaotic warfare. Compared to China, far more weasel rat monsters appeared in their territories. Moreover, after repeated ambushes and escapes, those weasel-like beasts had rapidly evolved, growing stronger with each encounter. They rushed straight to the granaries, targeting any place where food was stored. This caused food supplies worldwide to suddenly snap like a broken thread, and famine began to spread. Governments worldwide were desperately hunting down the beasts, guarding grain stores fiercely and daring not to transport supplies lightly. This led to severe food shortages in many regions, leaving people struggling to survive. When the world's gaze turned to China, everyone was stunned. Why were there so few weasel rat beasts appearing in China? Why had the granaries across China suffered minimal damage? This phenomenon baffled not only the nations of the world but even the people of Huaxia themselves. Indeed, China showed no signs of chaos whatsoever. Where on earth had those weasel-like beasts gone? What they didn't know was this. Beneath the dazzling neon lights, beneath the bustling metropolis where they live, in the filthy, foul-smelling sewers, a monster is bearing the brunt of everything for the people of China. Southeast Province, Magic City Sewers. The glow of neon lights seeped into the sewers, occasionally illuminating the darkness. Dong Yen, transformed into the soul-devouring rat, darted swiftly through the tunnels. Ahead, 2 ferret-like beasts fled in terror. The soul-devouring rat suddenly let out a shrill cry. The 2 weasel-like beasts were struck as if by a heavy blow, their heads snapping back as they crashed to the ground. Before they could react, their pursuers closed in from behind. Sharp claws instantly pierced through the neck of one weasel beast. The weasel-like beast twitched a few times before its life faded. Seeing this, the other weasel-like creature fled forward in terror. Dong Yen leapt forward, his body crashing heavily onto the weasel. The weasel beast let out a furious growl, its claws digging into Dong Yen's body. Rip! Blood gushed forth. Yet Dong Yen showed no fear. He opened his mouth wide and bit straight into the weasel's neck, yanking hard. The weasel's body tensed, its pupils filled with terror. After a few desperate struggles, it crashed heavily to the ground. Pa! Exhausted, Dong Yen lay in the foul-smelling sewer, spitting out the beast's blood from his mouth. Number 137. That should be all the weasels left in Southeast Province. Dong Yen looked up at the sky. Through the sewer manhole cover, he saw stars twinkling and neon lights flickering. The world outside seems pretty lively. Dong Yen murmured to himself, pulling out his phone to send Qin Ming his location with a message, too. Then he slowly stood up and walked toward the center. The next city. Shortly after Dong Yen departed, an armed SWAT entered the sewer and retrieved the 2 beast carcasses. Dawn broke the 26th day of the monster invasion. Dong Yen arrived at the next city. Once again, it was the sewers. Before him lay a dense swarm of rats. The rats chattered incessantly, as if relaying a report. Dong Yen frowned. No sightings of ferret beasts? Impossible, he hadn't been to the city before. A chill ran down Dong Yan's spine. Something felt off. Without hesitation, he pressed on toward the next city. He ran non-stop for an entire day, daring not to pause even for a moment. Yet after traversing several cities, he still hadn't found the weasel-like beast. The unease grew more intense. Something's wrong. Way too wrong. No matter how well the weasel rat could hide, it couldn't evade his rat pack's tracking. The lack of sightings proved that the weasel-like beasts truly did not exist here. That left only one possibility: the weasels had migrated en masse, likely in an organized migration. Or perhaps they had gathered in one place, preparing to launch a surprise attack somewhere. Dong Yen pressed onward to the next city, his suspicions growing. After another day of travel through 7 or 8 cities, he still found no trace of the weasel beasts. In recent days, he had traversed nearly every city in southern China. There was only one possibility left: the weasel beasts had headed north. The northern provinces were almost entirely China's major grain-producing regions, including several crucial grain reserve bases. This is bad. Dong Yan immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and contacted Qin Ming. What? Qin Ming's expression darkened upon hearing Dong Yan's report. Understood. I'll dispatch the Beast Hunt Squad and the Thunder Elite Squad to secure the area. After hanging up, Qin Ming briefed the Dragon General on the current situation. You intend to send reinforcements north as well? The Dragon General fell deep in thought. Half our awakened are already in the north. Dispatching more would leave the south completely exposed. The reason China hadn't suffered large-scale granary raids was precisely because Qin Ming had deployed the Hunter and Thunder squads before Operation Weasel. With awakened individuals and armed forces combined, they could generally hold their ground as long as the beasts didn't launch a massive assault. But if Dong Yan was right and the weasel beasts had all moved north, then those major granaries would likely be in danger. It's settled then. With me, Lu Chang, and CIMO in the south, it should be manageable. Qin Ming made his decision. The Dragon General nodded in agreement. On the very day the Hunting Anomalies Squad and Thunder Swift Squad departed, the 3 major granaries in northern China were ambushed by weasel-like anomalies. Almost simultaneously, the army of Thunder Iron Beasts concealed within a mountain in Jiangnan City also began their covert advance. Chapter 47, Feint East, Strike West? The Monster's Deception. 2 days remained until the final assault of the trial's first phase. Dean, the 3 northern granaries are under simultaneous weasel beast attacks. Our warriors are mounting fierce resistance. Lu Chang urgently reported to Qin Ming. Qin Ming hurried to the central control room, his gaze fixed on the massive screen ahead. At this moment, the Hunting Abnormalities Squad and Thunderous Valiant Squad had split into 3 smaller teams, each guarding one of the 3 granaries. The screen displayed footage of their fierce battles against the weasel rats. These weasel rats were cunning, showing no intention of engaging our fighters head-on. They would strike and retreat, only to suddenly charge out again. What the hell are these creatures playing at? Qin Ming looked perplexed. This didn't resemble an offensive at all. Do you see the pattern? Long Xiaogua asked from beside him. Qin Ming shook his head. Something's very off. Let me think about their real purpose. Long Xiaogui nodded. Just received word Wumu has spotted the thousand-faced monkey. That thousand-faced monkey disguised itself as a grain warehouse supervisor. Once exposed, it was surrounded and killed. Ha! Qin Ming suddenly realized. This was the second thousand-faced monkey to appear in China. Qin Ming instantly sensed something was amiss, a bad feeling settling in his heart. Could the thousand-faced monkey clan be joining forces with the weasel rat clan? The thousand-faced monkeys were far more intelligent than the weasel rats. No wonder they'd left the south to launch an offensive in the north. This must be the thousand-faced monkey's plan. The next moment, Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. No, if that thousand-faced monkey is a high-ranking officer, doesn't that mean our southern defenses are exposed? Hearing this, the Dragon General and Lu Chang's eyes widened in shock. You mean, a feint? The weasel clan lured their awakened ones north, leaving the south vulnerable. Next, the thousand-faced monkey clan may launch an offensive in the south. No, not just the thousand-faced monkey clan, the Thunder Iron Beast clan too. Upon careful analysis, this scenario is indeed plausible. This would explain the weasel's peculiar actions. Their true objective wasn't to breach the granary, but to tie down the support teams, the Monster Hunter Squad and the Thunder Elite Squad stationed there. This is trouble. Qin Ming's mood instantly darkened. Lu Chang, notify all regions to enter level 1 combat readiness. All civilians in the south are strictly prohibited from leaving their homes. Yes, sir. Lu Chang sprang into action immediately. Is the sky-piercing tower complete? Qin Ming turned to Lu Ying. Lu Ying responded urgently, 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals have been installed on the Tower of Heaven. Final adjustments are underway. It should take about 5 hours. 5 hours? Qin Ming frowned. This schedule would indeed allow completion before the monster's final assault, but he had underestimated the beasts. These beasts were likely to unleash a major assault before the final push. Dingshan Town, Jiangnan City. At this moment, the Thunder Iron Beast King led over 100 of his kind down the mountain in silence, hiding near Ding Mountain Town. Ahead of their hiding place stood an ancient city wall, patrolled by the stationed Huaxia soldiers. The soldiers numbered over 100, divided into 3 squads, maintaining a strict guard. Qin Ming had issued orders. Those beasts were likely hiding deep in the mountains, so they had to stay on high alert wherever the mountains met the town. Just then, a squad of patrol officers in uniform approached the city gate, immediately drawing the soldiers' attention. Lieutenant Huang Tao commanded the post. Drawing on years of military experience, he instantly sensed something amiss with this patrol. Comrades, greetings. We've just returned from patrolling Ding Mountain. May we request entry? The lead patrol officer saluted Lieutenant Huang Tao on the ramparts. Huang Tao's expression darkened. Stand down. In an instant, soldiers along the ramparts raised their weapons and took aim. The lead patrolman's face paled. Sir, what are you doing? Patrol? That duty belongs to our military. Who gave you orders? Huang Tao barked angrily. The Chancellor had issued explicit directives regarding the hunt for the beasts. Only fully armed and equipped soldiers were authorized to undertake such missions. With the patrol's meager weapons, sending them out would be nothing short of suicide. There was absolutely no way higher-ups would send them to hunt beasts. As he spoke, Lieutenant Huang Tao immediately activated the camera on his helmet visor. The camera feed was connecting to the central control room of the Monster Academy. Below the city walls, the lead patrol officer's expression darkened upon hearing Huang Tao's words. They'd been too careless. They were well aware that China had multiple military branches, but to avoid detection, they had disguised themselves as patrol officers. They hadn't expected these soldiers to be so cautious. Roar! The next moment, the patrolman below the city walls let out a strange, feral roar. He leaped onto the ramparts and scrambled upward like a monkey. Huang Tao's expression darkened. It's a beast. Fire! Bang! 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 The moment the thousand-faced monkey moved, the soldiers on the ramparts immediately pulled the triggers. Rifle bullets poured down relentlessly. The thousand-faced monkey that had leaped onto the wall was struck by multiple bullets and immediately knocked back down. Bullets pierced its body, spilling green blood. Clearly, compared to the Thunder Iron Beast and the Weasel Rat, the thousand-faced monkey possessed significantly weaker defenses. Yet, it was unrealistic to expect just a few shots to kill it. As another volley of bullets rained down, the thousand-faced monkeys below revealed their true forms. The wounded ones grew even more enraged. In the next instant, 8,000-faced monkeys leaped simultaneously, their bodies soaring high and landing directly atop the city walls. 6 were knocked back down, but 2 successfully broke through, instantly tackling 2 soldiers. Their monstrous jaws clamped down on the soldiers' necks, killing them instantly. Damn it! Lieutenant Huang Tao roared in fury, wildly spraying his rifle. But the thousand-faced monkeys were incredibly swift. At such close range, they instantly charged into the crowd of soldiers. Then, the 2 monkeys of 1,000 faces shifted their forms, transforming into the likeness of soldiers. The soldiers stared at each other in confusion, halting their attack immediately. Unable to distinguish the monkeys from their comrades, they dared not fire. Lieutenant Huang Tao froze in shock, sensing something was terribly wrong. He immediately pulled out his communicator. This is Lieutenant Huang Tao. The city gates of Dingshan Town are under attack by shape-shifting monkeys. Deep combat recording successfully activated. Hearing the voice through his earpiece, Huang Tao finally exhaled in relief. If he died without relaying the message, he would be a traitor for all time. At that moment, the live feed from the scene connected to the Monster Academy's central control room, and the urgent situation immediately caught the attention of Qin Ming and the others. Luing shouted, Dean, we have a situation. Qin Ming and the Dragon General instantly turned to face the screen. But what they saw was utterly shocking. A soldier in the front suddenly raised his rifle and aimed it at Huang Tao. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lieutenant Huang Tao collapsed to the ground. Captain, the soldiers roared in fury. Chaos erupted. The 2 shape-shifting monkeys disguised as soldiers began wildly spraying their rifles, mowing down soldiers left and right. At that moment, Qin Ming and all the staff watching the live feed were utterly horrified. Qin Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he barked, Quick! Open the other soldiers' combat helmets! Soon, the feed reconnected. Damn it, we'll fight them to the death. Fortunately, the soldiers were all wearing body armor. Aside from a few unlucky ones, many soldiers were still alive. They scrambled to pick up their weapons and fight back. But by then, the thousand-faced monkeys had already surged up from below the city walls. Human bodies against beastly forms, they stood no chance. A grim resolve flashed across Lieutenant Huang Tao's face. All units, heed my command, we will not let them enter the city, even if it costs us our lives. Snap! The safety pins flew off the grenades. Lieutenant Huang Tao gripped a grenade in each hand and lunged fiercely at a thousand-faced monkey. Director, Dragon General, Huang Tao takes his leave first. Under the stunned gazes of all present, Lieutenant Huang Tao pinned the thousand-faced monkey to the ground, the grenade crushed beneath its beastly form. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions sent shivers through every heart. Chapter 48, Tragic Heroism. The city gates fall. Captain! All the soldiers witnessed this scene and roared in grief and fury. Lieutenant Huang Tao and the thousand-faced monkey perished together. This was the first thousand-faced monkey they had ever slain. But now was no time for grief. More thousand-faced monkeys were already charging in. While gunfire could wound them, at such close range, the monkeys could instantly charge into the crowd. If they disguised themselves as soldiers, the chaos would make it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Worse still, some were already charging toward the city gates. Damn it, we can't let them get inside the city. A soldier lunged at a thousand-faced monkey attempting to burst into the city. Man and beast rolled on the ground as the soldier immediately pulled the pin from his grenade. See you in the next life, brothers. Boom! With a deafening blast, the thousand-faced monkey was blown to pieces. The soldiers' fate was even more gruesome. Their bodies simply couldn't withstand the monkey's defenses. The grenade's force reduced them to splattered flesh and bone, a gruesome sight. This scene deeply shocked the other soldiers, their eyes instantly turning red with fury. Damn it, let's fight them to the death. Rather than being picked off one by the thousand-faced monkeys, they'd rather go down fighting together. That way, more of them might survive. Snap! A young soldier pulled the pins on 2 grenades with both hands, sending the safety pins flying. Brothers, take care of my parents for me. With that, the soldier charged forward. A thousand-faced monkey across the battlefield revealed a horrified expression, its sharp claws striking out, instantly piercing the soldier's chest. Ah! The soldier screamed in agony, yet his arms clutched the thousand-faced monkey tightly. Xiao Wei! The warriors roared in grief and rage. Damned beast, die! Soldier Xiao Wei, clutching the thousand-faced monkey, slammed his head hard into the beast's face, knocking it down instantly. The grenade was pressed against the ground. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions sent both the thousand-faced monkey and soldier Xiao Wei flying through the air. Damn it, damn it! A soldier's eyes reddened as he yanked the pin from his grenade. But in the next instant, the grenade was snatched away by his young comrade beside him. Brother Chang, your wife and niece are waiting for you at home. The young soldier snatched the grenade and immediately charged at a thousand-faced monkey. He dove forward, the grenade exploding. The young soldier spat blood from his mouth and slowly closed his eyes. Xiaodong, you bastard! Xiang's tears welled up instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of grenades exploding echoed continuously. Within mere minutes, every thousand-faced monkey on the city walls was annihilated. But of the 100-strong troop, only about 30 remained. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen comrades. The acrid smoke mingled with the stench of blood, creating an atmosphere of profound sorrow. In the central control room of the Strange Studies Academy at that moment, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Luing and Xia Mo covered their mouths, weeping bitterly. Hua Zhongxing stood nearby, staring blankly, utterly stunned. Born into privilege, he had never witnessed such a scene. When the soldiers chose to go down with the beasts, his entire body trembled. Every single person present was deeply moved. Even Qin Ming and Long Xiaoguo clenched their teeth and gripped their fists tightly. They were all heroes. Qin Ming sighed deeply. Though he had witnessed countless similar scenes in his past life, witnessing it now still stirred his heart. People, after all, are passionate beings. Boom! 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 But just then, a deafening roar erupted from the screen. Everyone's expressions turned alarmed. What's happening? Hearing the sound, Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly. This is bad, it's the sound of a beast horde. Sure enough, the surviving soldiers all turned their gaze toward the city gates. At the foot of the distant mountains, a massive herd of thunder iron beasts charged forward with ferocious intensity. At a glance, there were likely no fewer than 100 of them. Prepare for battle. The soldiers, unable to dwell on their grief, hurried back to the city walls to prepare for battle. Dean, we need reinforcements. Dean, request reinforcements. The cries echoed incessantly. Qin Ming watched the horde of beasts, his gaze growing icy. Hold your ground. All the soldiers in the city are rushing to your aid. Roger that. Brothers, let's fight these beasts to the death. The warriors' shouts echoed through the scene. Soon, the crack of gunfire filled the air. Lu Chang, Xia Mo, move out. Qin Ming couldn't bear to watch any longer. First the thousand-faced monkeys ambushed us, then the thunder iron beasts launched a fierce assault. This was clearly the beast's scheme. With so many thunder iron beasts, the city gates couldn't hold. If the beasts breached the city walls, it would spell utter catastrophe. After Qin Ming departed, the dragon general took command at the operations center. Quick! Dispatch all soldiers within the city to reinforce the gates. At that moment, Luing suddenly shouted. General Long, it's bad. Civilians are evacuating the city, and there are 2 elementary and middle schools near the city gates. Parents are picking up their children. What? General Long's face turned pale. He immediately recalled that just 2 hours earlier, Qin Ming had ordered all citizens in the southern city to return home to prepare for a possible beast attack. Yet in just 2 short hours, the evacuation was far from complete. Luing quickly switched the Heaven's Eye feed to the screen. Approximately 1 to 2 kilometers inside the city gates, 2 primary and secondary schools were located. Patrol officers and firefighters were urgently evacuating the students. At that very moment, the city gates were breached. Over 100 thunder iron beasts charged straight through the soldiers' gunfire, smashing open the gates. Some charged onto the city walls to engage the soldiers in fierce combat, while others plunged directly into the city. Lu Ying's face paled. Dragon General, it's too late. The beasts have breached the defenses. The Dragon General's expression darkened as he immediately shouted, notify all reinforcements heading to Ding Mountain Town do not proceed to the city gates. Establish defenses 1 kilometer from these 2 schools. You must buy time for the students. Yes, sir. Lu Ying and the staff immediately began making the necessary calls. Meanwhile, Qin Ming also received the news. He, along with Xia Mo and Lu Chang, set out with the few remaining soldiers from Monster Academy. 5 armed helicopters and over a dozen armored vehicles mobilized simultaneously. At the same time, air raid sirens blared across Ding Mountain Town, their piercing wail echoing continuously. Broadcasts blared from every village, school, and public space. Attention all residents, an alien beast has launched a surprise attack on Dingshan, breaching the city gates. Immediately seek shelter indoors and secure all doors and windows. Attention all residents. As the broadcasts blared, the school evacuation intensified. Yet less than half the students had evacuated by then. Even with the assistance of patrol officers and firefighters, far too few students could be evacuated. Evacuation requires transporting people to distant locations. Under such urgent circumstances, the system simply couldn't keep up. Just then, an armed company arrived in a hurry. Company Commander Sun Tingliang leaped from the military vehicle and shouted to the evacuating teachers and students. "There's no time. Get inside the school and take cover." As he shouted, the sound of the frontline battle crackled through Captain Sun Tingliang's earpiece. "Captain, our defenses have been breached. The alien beast horde is heading straight for the school." Hearing this, Sun Tingliang's expression abruptly darkened. "Quick! Everyone retreat to the school." Chapter 49, Global Broadcast: The Chinese Army Shocks the World. "Quick, back up! Back up!" Patrol and firefighting soldiers hurriedly shouted for the students to return to the school. "Get inside the buildings and lock all doors and windows." Nearly 2,000 students remained in the 2 nearby schools. Beyond that, numerous civilians remained in the nearby villages. This defensive line absolutely must not be breached. "Captain, the defense line is set. The beasts are charging through." A soldier shouted loudly. Company Commander Sun Tingliang scrambled onto the armored vehicle. "Go! Take your positions." The current defensive line was only about 200 meters from the school. The line a kilometer away had already been breached, with dozens of soldiers torn apart by the thunder iron beasts. Now, the entire town depended solely on this company. Over 100 soldiers held their ground along the line, weapons fully mounted. Several armored vehicles blocked the road as soldiers stood ready for battle. Boom! 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 At that moment, the thunder iron beasts appeared ahead, their expressions savage and utterly frenzied. Leading the charge was none other than the Thunder Iron Beast King. Roar! The Beast King roared, commanding all Thunder Iron Beasts to charge. The beast's roar was terrifying, its sound waves causing the earth to tremble. Sun Tingliang's expression darkened as he roared, "Open fire! We can't let those beasts break through our defenses." Boom! 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 In the next instant, artillery fire erupted. The warriors clashed with the beasts. Under the terrifying barrage, the beasts' advance was halted. At that moment, civilians sheltering in buildings along the street pulled out their phones, streaming the scene live online. Some even started live streaming. Just as the live streams began, the central control room of Monster Academy received the alert. Lu Ying looked at the Dragon General. "Dragon General, civilians have started live streaming. Should we cut it off?" Dragon General watched the battle unfold on the screen, pausing briefly before replying, "No need. Let the entire nation witness the terror of these beasts. This disaster is only the beginning. They will have to face it eventually." With official tacit approval, the citizens' live streams instantly exploded across the internet. Countless citizens flooded into the live stream rooms. When they saw the warriors holding back the beasts, they gasped in shock. "Good heavens, where is this? How can there be so many beasts? It's a small town in Jiangnan City. So many monsters, could there really be this many within our borders? Holy crap, I just saw some brutal footage. Thought it was fake, but turns out they're actually fighting. What? There's a school right behind them. I can see students. Huh? Seriously? Damn it, this is bad news." All the viewers watching the livestream were buzzing with discussion, their moods growing tense. News of the situation in China quickly spread overseas. Governments worldwide received the news immediately. Eagle Nation, what? A small town in China under attack by hundreds of monsters? Cherry Blossom Nation, quick, pull up the live feed from the scene. British Empire, how terrifying. Why would so many beasts appear at once? Korea, ha. Karma's A. At that moment, high-ranking officials from various nations and foreign netizens flooded into the livestream. Those who had initially intended to watch the spectacle were all stunned by the unfolding scene. These soldiers are doomed. With so many beasts, they can't possibly hold them back. Yeah, even with decent firepower, the sheer numbers are overwhelming. Holy crap, I've never seen this many beasts before. What the hell did China do? I bet this is the monsters' revenge. China killed so many of them, they must have been enraged, so they gathered their forces to retaliate against one place. You gotta hand it to these soldiers, they deserve respect. If it were our country's troops facing this, they'd have bailed ages ago. The world buzzed with commentary, some expressing awe, others gloating, and still others mocking. As for the trolls, Chinese netizens fired back immediately. Of course, everyone's focus remained on the battlefield. Damn it, hold your ground. The commander will be here soon, we can't let a single beast escape. Company Commander Sun Tingliang gripped a heavy machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage toward the front. But this firepower proved utterly ineffective against the Lei Tai beast's thick hide. The Thunder Iron Beast King stood behind, holding back from attacking, instead wearing an amused expression. King, the Weasel clan has entered through the sewers. They'll burst out at the school behind us and attack the students, a Thunder Iron Beast reported respectfully. The Beast King let out a wicked grin. Then we won't rush to break through the defenses. Let's see if these human soldiers choose to block us or return to save the students. That Qin Ming should be arriving soon, right? A Thunder Iron Beast beside him replied, according to the Weasel clan's intelligence, Qin Ming isn't in the north. That means he must be heading here to provide support. The Beast King's face twisted with cunning. Qin Ming is our target. The moment he appears, we'll launch our assault. I'll tear him apart with my own hands and avenge our kin. As he spoke, his ears twitched, picking up sounds from beneath the ground. The Weasel tribe is coming. Clang, clang, clang. At the same moment, deep beneath the battlefield, dozens of weasel beasts raced through the sewer system leading to the school. The rodent horde swiftly breached the soldiers' defenses, charging straight toward the school. Just as they were about to reach the school, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was a gray soul-devouring rat, standing alone on the stagnant water, blocking the path before the pipes. Dong Yan's mouth twisted into a grimace as he stared at the dozens of weasel-like beasts before him, his expression more grave than ever. Boss, I'm about to engage, he said into his phone. Qin Ming's voice came through the phone. Dong Yan, I'm counting on you. Dong Yan flashed a toothy grin. My life is yours. Boom. With that, Dong Yan, transformed into a soul-devouring rat, lunged fiercely at the swarm of rats. 5 minutes later, the Thunder Iron Beast King stared at the school in the distance, a look of confusion on his face. Why hasn't anything happened yet? According to the plan, the Weasel Rat Pack should have already entered the school and started the slaughter. Watching his clan members being pelted by cannon fire, the Thunder Iron Beast King's expression darkened. Bunch of useless fools. We'll do it ourselves. Roar. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the Thunder Iron Beast King let out a furious roar. In an instant, all the Thunder Iron beasts seemed to go berserk, charging toward the defensive line with ferocious momentum. The left flank took the brunt of the assault. The Beast King charged through the barrage of fire, ramming into the armored vehicle. Boom! The armored vehicle was sent flying. Several soldiers were thrown to the ground. The next moment, the beast lunged forward. Facing the creature's gaping maw, the soldier had nowhere to flee. A look of fierce determination flashed across one soldier's face as he ripped open the bomb strapped to his body. No! Company Commander Sun Tingliang roared in grief and fury. Boom! As the beast charged forward, the bomb detonated with a deafening blast. The ferocious shockwave hurled the creature skyward, one arm flying high into the air. The soldier, however, was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Steel Company, never retreat. Without hesitation, soldiers on the left flank ripped the explosives from their bodies and clutched the charging beasts with all their might. Steel Company, never retreat. Amidst the soldiers' furious battle cries, explosions erupted. Boom! 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 The artillery fire engulfed both soldiers and beasts alike, creating a scene of profound tragedy. This scene was captured clearly on the live broadcast feed. In that moment, governments worldwide and billions of people were left utterly stunned. A deathly silence. Only one question echoed in their minds. Is this the true face of the Chinese military? Chapter 50, The Ancestral Hall Drums Sound, a new page opens in the family register. Yes, this is the Chinese military. After the beasts breached the defenses, they resolutely chose to sacrifice themselves, taking the beasts down with them. In that moment, as the explosions roared, the warriors' lives bloomed. Blood mist stained the earth, staining the eyes of the Chinese people crimson. Every citizen watching the live broadcast was deeply moved. The scene erupted in a frenzied roar. Charge! Avenge our brothers! Company Commander Sun Tingliang stood atop the armored vehicle, planted his foot firmly, and hoisted the heavy machine gun, unleashing a furious barrage of fire at the monstrous beasts ahead. Boom! 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 Shells rained down, smoke billowed thickly. After breaching the left flank, the thunder beasts launched their assault on the right wing. Without the left flank to distract them, the pressure on the right surged. Company Commander Sun Tingliang bellowed, advance. Reinforce the left flank. Hold them back. 10 soldiers charged toward the left flank, suppressing the enemy with their fire as they advanced. Boom! 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 However, by the time they arrived, the right flank had already fallen. The sound of explosions signaled that the soldiers on the right flank had resorted to their final desperate measure, taking the beasts down with them. Fill the gap. Quickly fill the gap. The company commander continued to shout furiously. He knew full well that this tactic was nothing but sacrificing his men's lives to buy time. But he had no other choice. There were only so many capable men left. This was the only way to buy a little more time for the reinforcements led by the hospital director. Meanwhile, the left flank's defensive line, which had been breached not long ago, fell for the second time. Captain, we can't hold them back any longer. As the Thunder Beast lunged forward, the soldier ripped the detonator from his chest. Boom! Cannon fire roared, hurling the beasts away. But the beasts, now prepared, immediately curled their bodies, their thick fur blocking the fatal blow. Charge! Keep charging! Sun Tinglian's eyes reddened. But now, only about 20 soldiers remained by his side. If they pressed on, the main road's defenses would collapse completely. I'll handle it. At that moment, a group of patrol officers and firefighters charged forward. They picked up the rifles of fallen comrades and established a defensive line on the left flank. Suddenly, the fierce assault of over 10 men halted the beasts once more. Yet even so, it was still insignificant. The alien beasts slowly advanced, repeatedly shattering the defenses on both the left and right flanks. Even among the later arriving patrol and firefighting units, casualties began to mount. The Huaxia soldiers were retreating. At that moment, countless viewers watching the live feed sighed in unison. It's over. They can't hold them back. A touching scene, but alas, human strength is still too insignificant. This brings tears to my eyes. The spirit of the Chinese people is something we in the West have never possessed. Thud. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the thunderous drumbeat erupted abruptly. Despite the roar of gunfire, the drumbeat pierced the sky, striking deep into everyone's heart. What's going on? Where's that drumming coming from? The live broadcast camera panned, searching for the source of the drumbeat. Soon, the camera settled on an ancient building beside the school. The two-story structure radiated a weighty sense of history. A large plaque hung above its entrance. 4 characters were inscribed upon it: Huang Clan Ancestral Hall. This ancestral hall had stood for centuries, representing the Huang clan, the largest family in Dingshan town. At that moment, an elderly man stood on the second floor of the hall, vigorously striking the long dormant drum. Beside him, another elderly man with snow-white hair lit 3 incense sticks, pressed them to his forehead, and bowed deeply toward the heavens. As the live stream camera focused on the 2 elders, everyone in the chat room froze in shock. Foreign viewers, in particular, were utterly perplexed. What on earth were these 2 old men doing beating a drum at such a critical moment? Wasn't the chaos already enough? Wouldn't the loud drumming just draw the attention of the beasts? What's going on? Is this some kind of Chinese ritual? These Chinese folks must know they can't beat the beasts, so they're praying for divine intervention. Truly a country steeped in feudal superstition. These 2 old men ruined the whole atmosphere. Why didn't they just stay home? The 2 elders' actions instantly sparked heated debate among foreign netizens. But then, some Chinese netizens immediately countered. What do you know? The clan drum is beating, the ancestral incense is burning, these 2 elders are summoning their family members. Good heavens! Beating the clan hall drum is reserved for family celebrations, ancestral rites, or when facing external threats it summons clan members. The Huang family is preparing for a desperate fight. This revelation sent shockwaves through both domestic and international netizens. What? Are these villagers joining the battlefield? Then, under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, accompanied by the drumbeat, young and strong villagers emerged from all directions wielding kitchen knives, hoes, spears, and long sticks. They were all from nearby villages, members of the Huang clan. Originally, they had been hiding at home like ordinary citizens. But now, the sound of the clan hall drum had made their purpose clear. Within mere moments, hundreds of young and strong men had gathered beneath the ancestral hall. The drumbeat continued unabated. The white-haired elder planted his long incense stick into the ground, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the crowd below. Sons of the Huang clan! Monstrous beasts slaughtered our soldiers at the gates of our ancestral hall. If we stand idly by, we dishonor our forefathers. When the nation faces peril, every commoner bears responsibility. Are the sons of the Huang clan willing to fight these beasts? The white-haired elder shouted with full vigor. Fight! Kill! At the clan hall entrance, hundreds of young and strong men roared with fury. The clan elder gripped the railing tightly, his voice trembling with emotion as he declared. In this battle, regardless of life or death, their spirit tablets shall stand before the altar. A new page shall be opened in the family registry. They shall receive the first incense offerings, and the clan shall provide for their families, young and old. Go forth and show the might of our Chinese sons. Charge! To the thunderous beat of drums, hundreds of warriors surged onto the streets, charging toward the soldiers' defensive line. Charge! Let's fight these beasts to the death. Soldiers, we're here to help you. Hundreds of young men, armed with crude weapons, charged the defensive line without fear. The tribal chief led the charge, snatching a rifle from the ground and bellowing to his people. Anyone with military training, pick up the guns on the ground and start firing. Hundreds surged forward in an instant, completely blocking the street. Many veterans among them picked up the weapons and fired with practiced skill. This scene stunned even the soldiers engaged in combat. Company Commander Sun Tingliang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to order the villagers back, but the words simply wouldn't come out. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream, whether Chinese or foreign, were utterly stunned. Countless Chinese citizens felt tears welling up in their eyes, yearning to join the battlefield. Foreigners, meanwhile, stood frozen in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom how a nation's people could demonstrate such unity. Such national cohesion was something they could never hope to achieve. Even more astonishing was the reaction from governments worldwide. Countless high-ranking officials felt both fear and envy. The eagle-eyed leader, Trump, stared intently at the screen, his expression horrified. This nation of China is terrifying. Chapter 51, Qin Ming makes a dominant entrance. Of course, many voices of skepticism also emerged. What's so shocking about it? They're just a rabble. Once the casualties start piling up, they'll turn tail and run. Ah, exactly what I was thinking. Nobody's immune to fear of death. These folks are just riding a wave of blind passion. Exactly. Just wait and see how majestic they look now, how pathetic they'll be soon. The voices of skepticism grew louder. The Chinese people couldn't care less about these words, just a bunch of loudmouths. Government officials from various nations noticed these voices too. Trump gave a bitter smile. I actually hope it turns out as they say, a China like this isn't too terrifying. Yet the bravery of the Huaxia people was something they never could have imagined. Soon, ammunition reserves dwindled and the intensity of fire gradually slowed. Seizing this opening, the Leitai beasts bared their savage fangs and charged, breaching both flanks of the defenses. Then, they charged straight toward the crowd in the center of the street. Company Commander Sun Tingliang roared, "Soldiers, advance! Villagers, fall back!" In the next instant, soldiers gripped their daggers or wielded their spent rifles as weapons. Just as they prepared to engage the beasts in close combat, the Huang clan's men charged forward. Armed with kitchen knives, long sticks, and iron pipes, they shouted with fervor. Charge! They charged fearlessly, attempting to halt the beast's advance with their own flesh and blood. But how could mortal flesh stand against the monstrous beast? The cleaver struck the thunder iron beast, failing even to cut through its fur. Roar! The thunder iron beast roared in fury, swinging its massive paw and flinging several young soldiers flying through the air. Soldiers immediately shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" They charged to the front, shielding the villagers. The beast's claws were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, claiming a soldier's life with every swing. Yet not a single man retreated. They knew clearly that if this line of defense collapsed, the beasts would storm the school, inflicting devastating harm upon the students. Witnessing this scene, every single viewer watching the livestream was deeply moved. Even the voices that had doubted them fell silent. They had all believed these villagers were no match for the beasts. True, their mortal bodies were indeed fragile, but their spirit and conviction were unbreakable. Government officials from various nations watched in stunned silence. They found it hard to believe how the Chinese could remain so resolute, fearless even in the face of death. They seemed to glimpse the source of China's strength. With such a people, how could China not be mighty? Move aside. At that moment, the roar of engines filled the air. Company Commander Sun Tingliang slammed the accelerator of the armored vehicle, charging straight toward the beast. Soldiers and villagers scrambled out of the way. Crash! The armored vehicle slammed into a thunder iron beast, sending it flying. Without slowing down, it charged straight toward the final Beast King. The Thunder Iron Beast King watched the oncoming vehicle with a look of amusement. You're asking for it. It swung its fist, unleashing a devastating blow. Thud! The fist slammed heavily onto the armored vehicle's hood, causing the front end to plunge downward while the rear was flung upward by the momentum, flipping the entire vehicle over. At that very moment, Company Commander Sun Tingliang leaped out through the armored vehicle's sunroof and lunged directly at the Thunder Iron Beast King. Almost simultaneously, all eyes fixed on Sun Tingliang. When they saw the several explosive charges strapped to his body, their expressions changed drastically. Company Commander, don't! Captain, stop! The soldiers roared in unison. Crack! In the next instant, the Thunder Beast King seized Sun Tingliang by the shoulders and hoisted him into the air. You insignificant human, you truly have no fear of death. A resolute look flashed across Sun Tingliang's face. If I die, I'll take you down with me. With that, he reached to tear the fuse from his body. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Several helicopters rapidly approached. Everyone looked up to see one of the helicopters open its doors. 3 figures plummeted from the sky. Boom! One figure plunged like lightning, charging straight toward the Beast King. Everyone present was startled. What was that? The Thunder Iron Beast King narrowed his eyes, flinging Sun Tingliang from his grasp and swinging his fist with brutal force toward the figure in the sky. Boom! Lightning flashed, tearing through the sky. Under the stunned gaze of the entire world, a thunderous figure collided heavily with the Thunder Iron Beast King. Thud! A deafening roar echoed. The earth beneath them erupted violently, sending billowing clouds of dust skyward. The Thunder Iron Beast King's hooves plunged into the ground, its legs buckling under the crushing force. Roar! The next moment, the Beast King roared in fury. His massive body, as if struck by a heavy blow, flew backward through the dust and crashed heavily onto the ground. Whoa, what was that? Good heavens, is that a flying man? Is that China's secret weapon? Everyone was stunned. The Beast King, impervious to cannon fire, had actually been driven back. In an instant, all eyes converged on the billowing smoke. As the dust settled, Qin Ming's figure slowly emerged. Dressed entirely in black, he gripped the Starfall Tang blade, his expression resolute, a sternness tinged with anger. Upon seeing Qin Ming, even Company Commander Sun Tingliang's face lit up with surprise and delight. "Commander!" The soldiers snapped to attention, shouting excitedly. "It's the Dean! The Dean is here!" Everyone was overcome with excitement, leaving the nearby villagers and viewers in the livestream utterly bewildered. "Who is this?" They seemed to be shouting for the Dean? The Dean? You mean the Dean of Monster Academy? Ha! That young? The livestream instantly erupted in chaos. Neither Chinese citizens nor foreign netizens knew the identity of the Monster Academy's Dean. This mysterious figure who commands all of China's institutional resources, a young man? The world instinctively found it unbelievable. When Qin Ming appeared, high-ranking officials from nations around the world rose to their feet, their gazes fixed intently on the figure on the screen. Under international scrutiny, Qin Ming's identity was no secret. Yet beyond the Eagle Nation, which understood his capabilities, other countries knew little about him. His sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of officials worldwide. "It's him! It's definitely him!" General John pointed at the screen in the Eagle's command center, shouting excitedly. Trump immediately shouted, "Get the recording ready! I want to see what this kid's really capable of." At that moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on Qin Ming. Don't forget, he jumped from a great height. Such a feat, how could any ordinary person possibly accomplish it? Boom! Boom! Simultaneously, two figures plummeted from the sky, their impact scattering the dust cloud. Behind Qin Ming, flanking him on either side, were Xia Mo in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and Lu Chang, fully armed. Lu Chang turned his head. "Sun Tingliang, get the civilians out of here. Leave this to us." Without hesitation, Sun Tingliang immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Withdraw. Lead the men to safety." Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, Qin Ming slowly stepped forward, facing the Thunder Iron Beast King head-on. Before him stood dozens of Thunder Iron Beasts. Witnessing this scene, the world gasped in shock and the live stream exploded with reactions. "Holy crap, what is he doing?" Chapter 52, Thunder Judgment. Qin Ming stood before the soldiers. The beasts growled menacingly, yet none dared advance. But soon, the Thunder Iron Beast slowly closed in, encircling Qin Ming and his two companions. Amidst the horde, the Thunder Iron Beast King revealed a sinister grin, its gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked up at the sky as soldiers from the helicopter slowly descended. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Leave this to me. All soldiers, enter the sewers and support Dongyan." "Roger that," came the reply through his earpiece. Meanwhile, deep within the sewer beneath Qin Ming's feet, Dongyan's transformed soul-devouring rat lay covered in blood, gasping heavily with one arm limp and dangling. Beneath him lay a pile of over 30 dead weasel beasts. Qin Ming murmured softly, "Little Yen, hold on." With that, he snapped his head up. "Draw your sword." Clang! As the words left his mouth, Lu Chang drew his long sword. Snap! Xia Mo connected the two sections of his spear. Charge! In the next instant, before the stunned eyes of the world, Qin Ming erupted like a cannonball, his form propelling forward with explosive force. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a furious roar and lunged forward. Combat technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! A bolt of thunder flashed across the Tang sword, lightning arcs dancing as it swept horizontally. Thunder shook the heavens as the blade's light blazed. Rip! The two charging Thunder Iron Beasts were decapitated instantly. Thud! Thud! As the two headless corpses crashed to the ground, the livestream exploded with excitement. High-ranking officials from various nations watching the livestream all stared wide-eyed. What? How is this possible? Why could he break through the beast's defenses with a single strike? My goodness, what was that thunder? This was the first time such supernatural abilities had ever been witnessed by the world, and it was bound to cause a massive uproar. Qin Ming had anticipated this outcome, yet he chose not to conceal it. Awakened ones would be exposed sooner or later. After slaying two Thunder Iron Beasts with a single strike, Qin Ming charged forward, his speed as swift as lightning. Combat skill, Deceptive Flash. Boom! Thunder coiled around Qin Ming's body, transforming his aura into a savage, terrifying force. Thunder Iron Beasts kept charging from all sides, but Qin Ming dodged them all. His footsteps flickered, his speed so swift it left afterimages in his wake. His long blade slashed relentlessly, cutting down two more Thunder Iron Beasts. Everyone was stunned. These beasts, impervious to bullets, were being dispatched by the young man as easily as slicing through melons, utterly unbelievable. Even the Thunder Iron Beast King wore a look of terror. It had underestimated Qin Ming's strength. This combat prowess was far beyond what a first-tier cultivator should possess. Had he advanced to the second tier? The next moment, it let out a low growl. A second-tier Thunder Iron Beast beside it roared in fury and charged toward Qin Ming. Roar! Sharp claws tore through the air, flashes of cold light darting out. The Thunder Iron Beast unleashed its feral skill, rending claws. A single swipe like that could wreck even a tank. Qin Ming neither dodged nor retreated, continuing his charge toward the Beast King. Just as the second stage Thunder Iron Beast's claws came crashing down, a cold glinting spear instantly pierced through its back. Hum! The void trembled, and a bone-chilling aura rapidly spread. A trail of frost spread along the spear's tip, releasing a wisp of icy white mist. Thud! The spear thrust forward, piercing the palm of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast. But before the blood could flow, the cold ice froze the wound. With a flick of the spear, the frozen palm of the Thunder Iron Beast shattered violently, sending shards of ice flying. The second-tier Thunder Iron Beast was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and wailing incessantly. One of its arms had been shattered into ice shards. Seeing this, the Thunder Iron Beast King's expression turned horrified. The King's Sequence. This is bad. Attack together. Kill that woman. The Beast King roared furiously. Dozens of Thunder Iron Beasts lunged forward with savage ferocity. Xiaomo gripped his icy spear and thrust it toward one of the Thunder Iron Beasts. Thud! The first-tier Thunder Iron Beast couldn't react in time, its chest pierced clean through. Xiaomo closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick with his long leg. Thud! The sheer force sent the Thunder Iron Beast flying backward. Meanwhile, the icy frost continued to spread across its chest. As it collided with another Thunder Iron Beast, Xiaomo reached out and clenched his fist at the void. Battle skill ice explosion. Boom! The frozen Thunder Iron Beast exploded violently. The other Thunder Iron Beast was also sent flying by the powerful blast, its body even lacerated by flying ice shards. Roar! At that moment, all three Thunder Iron Beasts lunged toward Xiaomo simultaneously. There was nowhere left for her to evade. Xiaomo's gaze sharpened, a chill flashing across her face as she thrust her spear into the ground. Battle skill, Frozen Realm. Crackle, crackle. A thread of extreme cold rapidly spread beneath the spear. Boom! Frost erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. The three Thunder Iron Beasts charging forward saw their pupils contract sharply as the icy cold engulfed their bodies, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures. Deprived of momentum, they crashed heavily to the ground. Under the blazing sun, the three massive ice sculptures glistened brilliantly. The livestream chat fell deathly silent. Viewers watching the livestream were left utterly speechless, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Government officials from various nations sat bolt upright, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. The battle raged on. Behind Xiaomo, another figure fought valiantly. Lu Chang was now surrounded by 7 or 8 Thunder Iron Beasts, his Tang sword already shattered. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, sending the beasts flying one after another. Under Xiaomo and Lu Chang's cover, Qin Ming had already charged to the Thunder Iron Beast King's side. His long sword swept horizontally, thunder roaring. The Beast King roared in fury, extending its claws to strike viciously at Qin Ming. Clang! A piercing clash echoed. Qin Ming was knocked back by the immense force, but the thunder had already struck the Beast King, causing it to tremble violently. The Thunder Iron Beast King had already reached the second-tier realm, its aura brutally savage. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws, and a thunderball slowly coalesced within. Puff! The thunderball shot forth. Qin Ming activated his evasive flash, his form transforming into lightning as he instantly dodged the thunderball's impact. Boom! The thunderball exploded on the ground, blasting a massive crater into the concrete pavement. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming closed in. Thunder flashed across his long blade as energy gathered. Battle skill, Thunder Annihilation Slash. A savage strike landed on the Thunder Iron Beast King, tearing open a gash in its resilient hide, blood spilling freely. Lightning arcs danced across the wound, relentlessly corroding the Beast King's body. Roar! The Beast King roared in agony. It swung its massive claw, aiming to smash down on Qin Ming. Qin Ming's feet darted again. With a sliding dodge, he evaded the claw and positioned himself behind the Beast King. His Tang sword slashed, tearing at the tendons of the Beast King's legs. Blade light flashed as Qin Ming struck swiftly, the edge slicing up from the heel along the calf, thigh. Roar! The Beast King let out a piercing roar and crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Ming leapt high into the air, flicking his finger to summon a card shimmering with lightning energy before his eyes. High-risk combat technique deceptive card. In the next instant, the card pulsed, revealing 5 bold characters. Thunder Judgment. A surge of divine lightning surged into the Starfall longsword. Qin Ming descended like a thunder god, his body erupting with thunderous energy. Then, under the stunned gaze of countless spectators worldwide, he swung his blade. Face your judgment, Thunder Iron Beast. Chapter 53, Slaying the Beast King, Supernatural Powers Revealed. Boom! A deafening explosion split the heavens as thunder tore through the sky, bearing the might to shatter worlds as it crashed toward the Thunder Iron Beast King. Judgment Thunder. The Thunder Iron Beast King's pupils suddenly contracted, fear etched across its face. It desperately wanted to flee, but it was too late. The thunder pierced its body, terrifying voltages raging within its flesh. The acrid smell of burning slowly rose as the Thunder Iron Beast King was reduced to charred remains, crashing heavily to the ground. Beast King, executed. Roar! Witnessing this, the other Thunder Iron Beasts let out furious roars. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Qin Ming were filled with fear. With the Beast King dead, panic began to spread among them. Now, they were already contemplating retreat. Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade, his gaze cold as he surveyed the gathering beasts. He roared, "Kill! Not a single one shall be spared!" Thunder crackled around Qin Ming as he charged at the beasts with ferocious intensity. At that moment, Qin Ming resembled the Thunder God himself, wielding his thunder-forged blade to judge the wicked. Each swing of his blade claimed the life of a beast. Beside him, Xiaomo wielded his icy spear with unmatched ferocity, freezing one beast after another into ice sculptures. Lu Cheng displayed unmatched ferocity, engaging the beasts in bare-handed combat. The sight of his fists connecting with flesh delivered a visceral visual impact. The entire world watched the livestream, witnessing the three of them grappling with the beasts, their hearts filled with awe. This scene shattered all their preconceptions. Monsters that bullets and artillery couldn't harm now lay helpless like fish on a cutting board, utterly defenseless. The world buzzed with discussion. Holy crap, are these even human? How can he control lightning? Holy crap, is that girl the Ice Maiden? She even froze the beast solid. Ha! Is this like the superpowers from movies? Now I understand why China is so powerful. They've mastered this kind of ability. The world was in utter shock, especially the high-ranking officials of various nations. Beyond their astonishment, their expressions had darkened to the extreme. Clearly, the capabilities China has mastered have shattered their preconceptions. If this continues, Huaxia will inevitably rise to the pinnacle of the world, a scenario none of them wish to see. Quickly, investigate how these people acquired these extraordinary abilities. The same order came from the heads of state of various nations. They had all recognized it. This power holds the key to countering the monster invasion. Heat weapons proved woefully inadequate against the monstrous beasts. The live broadcast continued. After the Thunder Iron Beast King was slain, the other two second-tier beasts were swiftly eliminated as well. Under the combined assault of Qin Ming and his two companions, every alien beast on the battlefield was vanquished. We won! We won! A sudden, excited shout erupted from the crowd. Like a pebble sending ripples across a pond, the soldiers and villagers all roared with exhilaration. We won! We won! We've defeated the beasts! We are the victors! The warriors all broke into beaming smiles, only to burst into tears amidst their laughter. Yes, they had won. They had avenged their fallen comrades. At that moment, all of Huaxia erupted in celebration. This battle that had seemed hopeless, they had won it. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Qin Ming rushed toward the school with Xiaomo, yanked open a manhole cover, and plunged down. The instant they landed in the sewer, several soldiers immediately turned and aimed their guns at them. Upon recognizing Qin Ming, the soldiers instantly lowered their weapons, their eyes red as they shouted, "Director!" Qin Ming nodded with difficulty. Looking ahead, he saw over a dozen dead soldiers lying on the ground, surrounded by a large pile of weasel rat corpses. Dong Yan lay atop the weasel corpses, covered in blood, not a single clean spot on his body. Dong Yan had now reverted to human form, clearly having broken through to the second stage. He had single-handedly held off dozens of weasel rats. Xiaomo's heart trembled at the sight of such a harrowing scene. Qin Ming's eyes also reddened as his gaze fixed on Dong Yan. As if sensing Qin Ming's presence, Dong Yan struggled to lift his head, propping himself up with one hand to straighten his body. After a few unsteady steps, he steadied himself, his arm hanging limply at his side. He looked up at Qin Ming and offered a faint smile. "Boss, mission accomplished." Qin Ming looked at Dong Yan and nodded firmly. "Good work. The applause from above belongs to you." On the battlefield, across the world, countless people applauded and cheered wholeheartedly for this fierce battle. But they didn't know that deep beneath their feet, in the dark sewers, an even fiercer battle was raging. Some had built a line of defense with their very lives. He toiled silently in the shadows, unseen by anyone. This was where Qin Ming felt he had failed Dong Yan. Dong Yan shook his head. "Boss, I don't care about that." Qin Ming composed himself and spoke slowly, "Let's go. I'll take you back to tend to your wounds. The next battle, it's time for us to exact our revenge." After the battle concluded, it sent shockwaves across the world. The live footage was broadcast across nations and trended on major platforms. At a certain military base in Eagle Land, Chief Tap, General John, and a group of high-ranking officials arrived at a heavily guarded laboratory within the base. "Your Excellency, this is the crystal we discovered within the brain of a Thunder Iron Beast." A white-haired research doctor in a lab coat held up the crystal for all to see. The old man, wearing thick spectacles, gazed at the crystal in his hand with a look of intense fervor. The longing in his eyes felt eerie. Yet the old man paid no heed to the stares of those around him. Tep frowned and shot a glance at General John. General John cleared his throat softly and murmured, "Your Excellency Tep, this is Dr. Bazaar, Eagle's most distinguished scientist." Do not mind his peculiarities, they are merely the outward manifestation of a scientist's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Tepu nodded, choosing not to dwell on it. He understood that truly capable individuals often possessed eccentric personalities to some degree. Greetings, Dr. Bazaar. Lord Tep extended his hand. Dr. Bazaar lifted his spectacles and glanced at Tep. Your Excellency, shaking hands with a scientist is a major faux pas. As he spoke, he raised the beast crystal in his hand. This crystal possesses extraordinarily potent supernatural energy. That Chinese youth likely wields his extraordinary abilities through such crystals. At these words, Tep and the assembled high-ranking officials' eyes lit up. Is this true? Dr. Bazaar chuckled darkly. Whether it's true or not, we'll only know once we test it. Besides this crystal, we've also extracted numerous special active cells from the blood and flesh of the monstrous beasts. These substances might also induce mutations in humans. So, shall we conduct an experiment? Dr. Bazaar asked, coaxing him gently. Tep frowned. Human experimentation? Dr. Bazaar gave a wicked grin. No, that's our eagle's future super soldiers. These words struck a chord deep within Tep. Superhuman's Eagle Nation must have them too. After careful consideration, Tepu decided to agree to Dr. Bazaar's plan. Dr. Bazaar chuckled, Your Excellency is wise. Then, without another glance at Tep, he turned back to fiddling with the corpse of a strange beast. If Qin Ming were here, he'd strangle this Dr. Bazaar on the spot. For this man was about to create unimaginably terrifying monsters, bringing unimaginable calamity upon humanity. Chapter 54, The Tower of Heaven, completed, the counterattack begins. After Tep and the other high-ranking officials departed, the Bazaar doctor slowly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Bang! The research lab doors closed, leaving only the Bazaar doctor and a dozen researchers inside. Dr. Bazaar, wearing white gloves, raised the Righty beast crystal. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing it intently, his face consumed by madness. Any of you, willing to become part of history? No sooner had the words left his mouth than over a dozen researchers stepped forward without hesitation. Professor, I volunteer. Dr. Bazaar slowly raised his head, his ghostly smile fixed on the eager student before him, clearly pleased. Eddie, you're the one. The Bazaar doctor pointed at a slightly stockier man. Hearing this, the other students stepped back, their faces filled with envy and regret. The chosen Eddie was overcome with excitement and immediately exclaimed, Thank you, Professor. Eddie was just over 30, regularly exercised, and was in excellent shape and health. Go! Dr. Bazaar chuckled. Without hesitation, Eddie removed the ID badge from his neck and turned toward a steel cage behind him. This steel cage was specially crafted for the Eagle Army, even cannon fire couldn't break it. Eddie stepped inside without a second thought, even closing the door himself. Then, the Bazaar doctor handed over the beast crystal he held in his hand. Eddie snatched it up, a flash of madness in his eyes, and shoved the beast crystal into his mouth. Gulp! As Eddie swallowed the beast crystal, Dr. Bazaar and the other researchers grew tense. The next moment, Eddie felt a searing energy surge through his body, threatening to consume him. Ah! Eddie collapsed to the ground in agony, his expression twisted in excruciating pain. My body! My body's going to explode. Water! Give me water! Eddie rolled on the ground, clutching his chest and tearing at it with all his strength, continuing even as his hands drew blood. Give him water! Dr. Bazaar commanded. Then, another researcher pulled out a tablet and began operating it. Whoosh! Above the cage, the sprinkler system activated, drenching Eddie. Eddie's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly leaped up, clinging upside down to the ceiling like a spider. He opened his mouth wide and gulped down the water from the sprinkler. Seeing this, Dr. Bazaar's eyes lit up. There it is, that's the power. But the next moment, Eddie crashed heavily to the floor, his body glowing bright red, as if about to explode at any second. No! His body temperature has skyrocketed to 65 degrees and is still rising, a researcher shouted. Dr. Bazaar glanced at the data beside him, his expression darkening. Inject the serum. A student nearby scrambled to comply. Then, a mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, its sharp needle piercing Eddie's body. An unknown liquid was injected into him. This so-called serum was actually a concoction of alien beast blood. As for which alien creature's blood Dr. Bazaar had blended in, no one knew. After the serum entered Eddie's body, he suddenly began convulsing violently, his muscles swelling and bulging. Before long, the strain of his growing muscles tore through his clothing, veins and tendons bulging horribly across his body. Hair began growing on his claws, and his nails lengthened. Under the stunned gazes of onlookers, Eddie transformed into a monstrous creature, a rat's face, the limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast, a hybrid born from 3 exotic beasts. Roar! Suddenly, Eddie knelt on the ground, letting out a beastly roar. Thud! His fist slammed into the floor, instantly cracking the hard surface. Witnessing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Dr. Bazaar's eyes burned with fervor. What a perfect creation! Bang! Suddenly, the monster lunged at the iron cage, clutching the sturdy bars with a hideous snarl. Faced with such a creature, Dr. Grotesque showed no fear, only delight. Eddie, did you hear your teacher? Eddie. At the bizarre doctor's call, the monster's blood-red eyes slowly returned to normal. The creature emitted a hoarse voice. Master. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the bizarre doctor erupted in maniacal laughter. Central Control Room, Monster Academy of Huaxia Nation. Following the conclusion of the battle at Ding Mountain Town, Monster Academy received some good news. Principal, the Tower of Heaven is complete. Lu Ying exclaimed excitedly. Qin Ming gazed at the sky-piercing tower displayed on the screen, a smile spreading across his face. Finally completed. The screen displayed the sky-piercing tower, now standing in Jiangnan City. A colossal steel tower over 600 meters tall stood majestically upon the earth. Centered around the tower, the complex covered tens of thousands of acres, with numerous surrounding structures forming a town-sized settlement. Encircling it all was a 100-meter-high steel wall. Perched atop the walls were various high-tech weapons, surface-to-surface missiles, anti-aircraft guns, rocket launchers, howitzers, heavy machine guns. Of course, this is merely the surface. Deep underground lies a hidden subterranean base. Though called the Tower of Heaven, it was essentially a massive shelter. Accommodating millions of people posed no problem whatsoever. The construction of these 36 sky-piercing towers had nearly depleted all of China's resources. For the past month, all of China's industries, manufacturing, and construction sectors halted operations to focus entirely on supplying these 36 sky-piercing towers. Beyond that, China purchased vast quantities of steel from neighboring nations. Amidst wartime tensions, neighboring nations were initially unwilling to sell strategic materials like steel. Ultimately, China secured these supplies by trading food. The grain Qin Ming had stockpiled from various nations earlier proved crucial. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the unwavering support of the Chinese people. Without the tireless, round-the-clock efforts of construction workers nationwide, such monumental infrastructure projects could never have been completed. Currently, only the steel city walls and the main tower of the sky-piercing tower are fully operational. Many surface structures and underground bases remain under continuous improvement. Full completion will require a considerable amount of time. But this is sufficient. The current sky tower has met Qin Ming's requirements. Now, it was time for Huaxia's revenge. As soon as the sky-piercing tower was completed, Qin Ming immediately issued orders to the Hunter Squad and Thunder Squad, instructing them to head to the major sky-piercing towers respectively. They would form the main force of this vengeance operation. Beyond these two special forces squads, soldiers from Monster Academy possessing 100% extraordinary physiques were also mobilized urgently. Moreover, military districts across the nation mobilized troops, deploying them toward the sky-piercing towers. At this moment, all of China sprang into action. Citizens were confined to their homes as nationwide lockdowns were enforced, a suffocating sense of impending storm slowly enveloping the land. With 24 hours remaining until the monster's final assault, nations worldwide once again received intelligence from beyond their borders. The message was simple, consisting of only a single sentence. Phase 1 of the trial, 24-hour countdown. Upon completion, the alien beasts will launch a full-scale assault against all major civilizations. Upon receiving the message, governments worldwide were thrown into immediate uproar. Qin Ming, however, responded with a chilling smile. Full-scale attack? I'll tear your lair to shreds. Chapter 55, The Tower of Heaven activates, the revenge plan. Monster Assault Countdown, 23 hours 58 minutes and 13 seconds. Monster Assault Countdown, 23 hours 58 minutes and 12 seconds. A series of countdowns appeared across all information networks, television, mobile phones, text messages, short video platforms. Every device capable of receiving external information seemed hacked, with the crimson-lettered countdown flashing overhead. Like death knells, it was drawing ever closer. In that instant, the entire world was thrown into upheaval. What's going on? Why is there a countdown on my phone? We're doomed. Have alien creatures invaded our phones? Oh my god, please save humanity. What should I do? What should I do? I haven't even dated yet, I don't have a girlfriend, I don't want to die. Anyone up for a whirlwind romance in the final 23 hours? The internet erupted in chaos as people worldwide grew anxious, panic spreading rapidly. Not just ordinary citizens, even governments were panicking. While others were unclear about the source of this information, they knew exactly where it came from. This information undoubtedly came from those extraterrestrial civilizations. This also demonstrates that advanced civilizations beyond our realm possess the capability to invade Blue Star at any time. Yet they chose not to do so, instead testing Blue Star through the civilization trial. This sent shockwaves through the entire world, with national websites being flooded by netizens. But national authorities were powerless, they'd already exhausted every possible measure. What the hell? Why is there a final assault? The recent alien creatures had already left them overwhelmed, and now a final assault? How could they possibly defend against this? Eagle Nation High Command, quick! Check what measures China has taken. Gaul, copy their answers. Quick, find China's answers to copy. British Empire, any moves from China? Keep a close eye on them. Amidst global turmoil, nations instinctively turned their gaze toward China. Meanwhile, China had already convened a press conference. The event was broadcast nationwide to ensure every citizen could follow. Amid this atmosphere, anxious citizens flooded the livestream. To their astonishment, the central figure of this press conference was none other than Qin Ming. With his identity now exposed, Qin Ming saw no need to hide. When his identity as the Dean of Monster Academy was revealed, the conference became even more sensational. Not only Chinese citizens, but nearly every nation in the world broadcast the event. Government officials from major nations were watching closely. They all understood that this Monster Academy dean was a psychic. And he was now the central figure in China. Every recent move China had made originated from this young man. Qin Ming gazed into the camera and spoke slowly. "Fellow citizens, my name is Qin Ming, Dean of the Monster Academy. First and foremost, the countdown you see on your phones is real. When the countdown ends, monsters will launch an attack on the entire world. Boom!" The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into chaos, panic spreading like wildfire. But please do not worry, China has already prepared countermeasures. Trust the nation, we have the capability to protect you all. Qin Ming continued. By this point, the public's agitation had subsided. Live chat messages flooded the screen. "Dean, we trust the nation, and we trust you. Yes. We will never cause trouble for the nation. We support all actions taken by Monster Academy." Less than half a day had passed since the battle at Ding Mountain Town, yet Qin Ming's heroic deeds remained etched in the nation's collective memory. At this moment, Qin Ming was the very backbone of China. Every word he spoke served as immense encouragement to the people. Perhaps Qin Ming himself was unaware of just how deeply he was revered in the hearts of the people. Qin Ming paused briefly before speaking solemnly. "Secondly, on behalf of all China, I pay tribute to the fallen warriors." With that, he stood at attention and rendered a solemn military salute. His salute completed, Qin Ming's gaze sharpened. "Next, I declare. China will launch a full-scale counteroffensive against all beasts nationwide. Slay the beasts and avenge our fallen warriors." The world fell silent at these words. Not only the fiercely patriotic citizens of Huaxia, but also the eagerly awaiting netizens worldwide were utterly dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to announce a counteroffensive against the monsters? Why the sudden call for a counteroffensive? In the Eagle's central conference room, His Excellency Trump stared in disbelief, scratching his ear. "Did I hear that wrong? What did he say? South Korean netizen, has China lost its mind? What does he have to counterattack with? Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, we don't even know where the beasts are hiding. What kind of counterattack is this? British Empire, this bluff is getting bolder by the minute. I'll be damned if I don't see how China pulls this off." Clearly, people across nations didn't believe Qin Ming's words. They'd all witnessed the beast's terror firsthand, living under constant dread. Facing these invincible beasts, merely staying alive was a miracle. To even think of counterattacking was pure delusion. The chorus of skepticism grew louder, but at that very moment, the live feed abruptly shifted. The camera split into 36 separate feeds, each corresponding to one of the 36 Tower of Heaven. Of course, the shots were taken from the outer perimeter of the towers. Their internal layouts remained classified. Yet when the world beheld the 100-meter thick steel walls and the towering, sky-piercing towers soaring over 600 meters high, utter astonishment gripped them all. Even the high-ranking officials from various nations stood up instantly. All eyes were fixed in awe upon these colossal structures. Good heavens! Is this China's Sky Tower project? Have they already completed it? Holy crap, in just 1 month, China managed to build such a colossal structure? Unbelievable. If this were the US, it wouldn't be finished in 10 or 8 years. China truly inspires awe. This is the sheer power of Chinese infrastructure, utterly magnificent. The Sky Tower's unveiling instantly captivated the world. Yet an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Qin Ming issued an order to all 36 sky-piercing towers before the eyes of the entire world. "All forces, heed my command. Operation Retribution, commence." The words had barely left his mouth when all 36 sky-piercing towers erupted in dazzling light. Terrifying currents surged through the towers. Boom! With a deafening roar, the 36 sky-piercing towers fused together, forming a colossal net that enveloped the entire land of China. In that instant, people nationwide rushed out onto their balconies in awe, gazing up at the azure energy net spanning the sky. Good heavens, how did they manage this? Is this a protective shield? So this is the true power of the Tower of Heaven. All our efforts these past days have been worth it. The nation was stunned, people embracing each other in excitement. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. At the 4 cardinal points of the nation east, south, west, and north stood 4 unique sky-piercing towers. Atop each of these 4 towers sat a thunder iron beast crystal. Massive currents surged through these 4 beast crystals, channeling unique energies across the 36 sky-piercing towers nationwide. The moment this vast energy network formed, all the exotic beasts lurking within China's borders instantly revealed expressions of terror and restlessness. Particularly the thousand-faced monkeys, they sensed their camouflage had been completely exposed. Simultaneously, on the central screen of Monster Academy, points of light began to reveal themselves one after another on the map of China. These points of light represented the hidden beasts. Long Xiaoguo stared at the screen, clenching his fists as he bellowed. All forces, heed my command. Move out. Chapter 56, a revenge operation that shocks the world. To boost morale, Monster Academy launched a live broadcast of this operation for the entire world to witness. As the operation commenced, soldiers deployed across the nation's 36 sky-piercing towers immediately sprang into action. Leading the charge were members of 2 special ability squads. Inside the Sky Tower of Jiangnan City, over a dozen technicians watched the live feed in their office. On screen, Xia Mo led a squad of soldiers in an urgent operation. Seeing the direction they were approaching from, every technician in the office froze in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a counterattack? Why were they heading straight for their technical department? However, at that moment, a look of panic flashed across the eyes of one of the young men wearing glasses. I'm going to the restroom. The man hurried toward the door. Beep. But just as he reached the doorway, the mechanical door beeped open from the outside. The moment the door swung open, over a dozen gun barrels were trained on the man. The scene startled all the technicians in the room. The young man reacted swiftly, immediately stepping aside. Xia Mo approached, glancing at the tablet in his hand where a light point was blinking. She looked up at the young man, her voice cold and detached. Thousand-faced monkey, no need to pretend. The next moment, the icy spear shot straight toward the man. What? Xiao Guang is the thousand-faced monkey? The colleagues' expressions changed drastically as they all stepped back. Facing Xia Mo's spear, the young man's expression suddenly twisted into a savage grimace. He couldn't understand how he'd been exposed. His disguise had been flawless. He sidestepped the spear, but he was no match for Xia Mo. Though the spear missed his vital areas, it still pierced his shoulder. Roar! The young man roared in fury as his form began shifting into that of a monstrous beast. He tried to struggle, but the frost spreading from the wound was moving too fast. Frozen world. Xia Mo's expression hardened as his spear erupted with a deep, biting chill. With a crack, the thousand-faced monkey froze solid into an ice sculpture. Seize him! Soldiers immediately bound him tightly and led him away. Glancing at the stunned technicians in the room, Xia Mo gave them a nod. My apologies for the disturbance, everyone. With that, Xia Mo turned and left. The entire scene was being broadcast live. Seeing this footage, both the Chinese people and the people of the world were utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that the Dragon General had been telling the truth about the thousand-faced monkeys. They could disguise themselves as humans, hiding in every corner of the world, living peacefully alongside you. And this particular shape-shifting monkey was even more terrifying. It was actually an insider within the Tower of Heaven. Right under our noses. How dare these cunning beasts? Amidst the shock, everyone instinctively wondered if a thousand-faced monkey might be lurking right beside them. The entire world erupted in chaos. The live broadcast continued as nearly all of China sprang into action. The energy of the Tower of Heaven originated from the 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals. Except for the weasel rat designated 003, both the Thunder Iron Beasts and the thousand-faced monkeys could be tracked by the Tower of Heaven. The Thunder Iron Beast crystals were particularly effective at detecting and disrupting the brainwaves of the thousand-faced monkeys. Meanwhile, Lu Chang led a squad of soldiers away from the Tower of Heaven. Navigating with his tablet, he headed straight for a gas station. Gas stations were among the few stores still open for business today. After all, military vehicles constantly pass through, making fuel an essential supply. When the gas station attendant saw the group of soldiers charging toward him, he sensed trouble and turned to run. Lu Chang immediately charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that slammed into the man's back. The man slammed hard into the wall, reverting to his original form. The soldiers immediately opened fire. The thousand-faced monkey had weak defenses. After a volley of fire, it was no longer breathing. Take it away! Lu Chang grabbed the corpse of the thousand-faced monkey and tossed it onto the military truck. This entire scene was live-streamed by nearby soldiers, leaving the citizens utterly exhilarated. Revenge! Yes, this was revenge. Such scenes were playing out across the nation. Some thousand-faced monkeys had disguised themselves as ordinary humans, hiding in their homes. But they couldn't escape the detection of the Tower of Heaven. In a northern residential complex, Wu Mu led a squad of soldiers into the housing area, killing a thousand-faced monkey on the spot inside a house. At a university, Lei Jiu hurriedly arrived with his troops. The tablet's navigation system indicated a thousand-faced monkey was in the men's dormitory. As soon as they reached the dorm entrance, thunderous sounds of combat erupted from above. Lei Jiu and his soldiers looked up in shock to see a large group of bare-chested, passionate youths surrounding a thousand-faced monkey beast in the hallway. Damn it, take him down. Damn it, you don't even bring toilet paper when you go. I knew something was off about you. That bastard. As the roars erupted, tables and chairs flew through the air from above, crashing down on the thousand-faced monkey trapped in the center of the circle. The monkey was helpless, beaten senseless, unable to fight back. Below, Lei Jiao stared in disbelief. Are our students really this fierce? A soldier reminded him, Captain, this is the Physical Education Academy. Lei Jiao nearly burst out laughing. Wow, sneaking into the sports academy? That's practically suicide. Finally, the thousand-faced monkey couldn't take it anymore and leapt off the third-floor corridor. Perfect timing. Lei Jiao's face lit up with delight. He rolled a lightning ball in his hands and hurled it fiercely at the thousand-faced monkey. Holy crap! A raisin gun? The boys upstairs were all stunned, then erupted in excited shouts. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the thousand-faced monkey was struck by the lightning orb. Its body was instantly hardened by the electricity, killed in one blow. Holy crap, that was awesome! Damn awesome! Damn, that was epic, bro! Several dorm buildings erupted in cheers, their shouts echoing all day long as they regressed to primal excitement. Lei Jiao and the warriors couldn't help but laugh. After carrying away the thousand-faced monkey's corpse, Lei Jiao addressed the students. Thanks, everyone. Still got work to do. Gotta roll. Got it. Boom. 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 Thousands cheered, nearly shaking the heavens. This scene was also being broadcast live. At that moment, people around the world couldn't help but feel envious. What a heartwarming scene. This is what youth is all about. Goodness gracious, I want to go to China, it's truly paradise on earth. Forget it, no hope. After China finishes evacuating its citizens, they'll refuse entry to anyone. General Long Xiaoguo was right, China is the safest place on Blue Star. As the retaliatory operation commenced, the entire day was filled with Huaxia soldiers hunting down the alien beasts. By now, the beasts had all realized their hiding was futile. Though the final assault was still over 10 hours away, they could no longer wait. If they didn't flee now, they would all lose their lives. At this moment, the beasts understood clearly, China was no longer a place they could remain. Not only were their devices tracking their movements, but there were also numerous awakened individuals. They had been defeated and could only flee like stray dogs. Now, they had only one thought, escape. Escape from China. Those near the border flee to other countries. Escaping China meant a glimmer of hope. If all else fails, they'd head for the deep mountains, at least the wilderness is harder to search. Thus, a baffling spectacle unfolded across China. While other nations suffered the ravages of these beasts, the beasts within China were frantically fleeing. Chinese soldiers, pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, were chasing them down. This spectacle left the entire world utterly bewildered. The Chinese people, however, were filled with exhilaration and soaring morale. This revenge plan was truly gratifying. Citizens flooded major online platforms with their reactions. One phrase flooded every major online platform. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished. Chapter 57, Spending Every Last Penny to Become a Chinese Citizen. Under China's retaliatory campaign, the monstrous beasts across the land were chased into utter disarray by the warriors, left utterly defeated. The thousand-faced monkey's soul disguise ability proved utterly useless, completely exposed under the detection of the Tower of Heaven. The thunder iron beasts, the only ones capable of some resistance, were also being relentlessly hunted down by the awakened. After multiple major battles, even the thunder iron beast king had perished. These ordinary thunder iron beasts could no longer stir up trouble. Their numbers were already sparse, and now they faced further misfortune. The beasts intended for the final assault phase were now being hunted down one by one. The countdown displayed across major information platforms was nothing short of a joke for China. With the beasts nearly exterminated, what was there left for a final assault? Yet while some rejoiced, others grieved. Beyond China, nations worldwide remained in dire straits. With less than 10 hours until the monster's final assault, the global atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Netizens from various countries began reaching out to China. Eagle netizen, Dear China, I admit I was a bit loud earlier. My apologies. Please extend some assistance to Eagle Nation. Korean netizen, China should send psychics to aid Korea and bring construction workers to build us a Tower of Babel, that's what friendly neighbors do. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, the sheer audacity of the above request is laughable. Our demands are modest, we simply hope China can provide the technology to detect the disguise of the monstrous beasts. Gull netizen, can China open its visa system? I'd gladly give up all my possessions just for citizenship. Countless voices echoed, some begging China for aid, others desperate to join its nationality. Yet they seem to have forgotten how they mocked China when it first began constructing the Tower of Heaven. This battle was not only China's counterattack against the beasts, but also a rebuttal to the foreign skeptics. Seeing these foreign netizens' comments, Huaxia citizens swelled with pride. No regrets for being born in China. Patriotic slogans flooded the internet, revealing the united heart of the Chinese people to the world. China's counteroffensive sounded a clear warning bell over their heads. The countdown continues, and nations worldwide begin to panic. Especially among high-ranking officials, composure is now slipping. They possess no means to detect the thousand-faced monkey. If it lurks among them, who wouldn't be terrified? In the Eagle's Central Command Office, every high-ranking official sat on pins and needles, exchanging nervous glances. Everyone looked like a beast in disguise. Trump spoke in a low voice, "Does anyone have a solution?" Yet no one dared speak. In these extraordinary times, whoever spoke up first would likely become the prime suspect. After all, General Arthur, the Secretary of Defense, was still locked up in prison. The thousand-faced monkey had disguised itself as a high-ranking official precisely to seize control of the narrative. Now that authority was right before them, who dared seize it? If you offered a bad suggestion, you'd likely be labeled as the thousand-faced monkey. Seeing everyone remain silent only infuriated Tep more. "You bastards! Are you just going to stand by and watch Eagle Lass fall behind China? The countdown is ticking. If we don't have countermeasures, we're just waiting to die." Everyone desperately wanted to speak, yet none knew what to say. In this first battle for national destiny, the Eagle had already lost. They had lost utterly and completely. Of course, not every nation stood idly by. China's neighbor, the Bear Nation known as the warrior race, had already implemented countermeasures. In the Bear Nation's central conference room, a gathering of high-ranking officials sat. Seated in the center position was none other than the Bear Nation's supreme leader, the Iron-Blooded Emperor. Behind the Iron-Blooded Emperor stood a row of soldiers, all armed and ready. None of these soldiers carried weapons, they stood sullenly, bare-handed. The Iron-Blooded Emperor rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the assembled leaders before him. To stabilize the nation, those of us in leadership must never falter. With that, he drew a dagger and slashed his hand with force. Red blood flowed freely. Seeing this, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials changed, none understanding the meaning behind the leader's actions. Clang! The Ironblood Emperor tossed the dagger onto the desk of the next high-ranking official. "I've already contacted Huaxia. Qin Ming, the dean of the Monster Academy, taught me a simple method: self-mutilation. If it's the thousand-faced monkey, the blood will be blue." At these words, all the high-ranking officials' eyes lit up. This was a brilliant solution. Good. The next high-ranking official didn't hesitate. He picked up the dagger and slashed his palm. Blood flowed out normal. But when it came to a high-ranking military official, he erupted in fury. "I fought for my country for decades. Do I really need to prove myself this way?" The moment the words left his mouth, the Ironblood Emperor immediately drew his pistol. The man's face paled instantly. He spun and charged toward the door. Bang! The Ironblood Emperor fired, the bullet striking the man squarely in the head. The man staggered but did not fall. Instead, he turned to reveal a ghastly, monkey-like face. The Ironblood Emperor fired several more shots, and the soldiers behind him joined in the barrage. Riddled with bullets, the man collapsed heavily to the ground, quickly reverting to his true form. It was indeed a beast, the thousand-faced monkey. The expressions of the assembled high-ranking officials darkened. The disguised figure was none other than a great general of the Bear Nation. The true owner of that body had likely been devoured by this beast. Damn it, one high-ranking official spat angrily. All right, everyone calm down. Now that the beast has been exposed, it's all good. Exactly. Let's get down to business now. Several high-ranking officials chimed in one after another. Yet the next moment, the Ironblood Emperor stared at them with a stern expression. "Pick up your blades and continue." At these words, the expressions of those who had spoken changed instantly. Sure enough, during the subsequent inspection, it was revealed that those individuals were all disguised by the thousand-faced monkey. Within just 2 short hours, the Emperor, with his iron-fisted methods, had unearthed every beast disguised as a national leader. Beyond this, official authorities across nations were employing their own methods to root out the thousand-faced monkeys lurking within their own high-ranking circles. Regardless of whether they were genuine or not, anyone showing the slightest hint of involvement was detained pending investigation. Adhering to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, a large group of high-ranking officials were detained. With only hours left before the alien beast's final assault, if even their own high-ranking officials were infiltrated by the thousand-faced monkeys, this battle would be lost before it even began. Though crude, this method proved remarkably effective. Following the detention of these spies, governments worldwide mobilized their forces, preparing for the impending battle. When Qin Ming received the news, a faint smile touched his lips. All of this unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The course of the world today has diverged from that of the previous era. At this point in the previous timeline, the S3 war had already begun. But because he exposed the thousand-faced monkeys, they were unable to act. By his estimation, the thousand-faced monkeys now hiding within the high echelons of various nations would either be detained or dare not show their faces. The fuse for a world war had been completely severed. Of course, Qin Ming's actions undoubtedly drew the full wrath of the beasts upon himself. At that moment, in the Central Command Office of Sakura Nation, the expressions of Chief Kawashima and Commander Yamada were grim. "King, many of our kindred have been captured," Commander Yamada stated gravely. "And the Chinese are carrying out a brutal massacre of our kind." Kawashima, disguised by the thousand-faced monkey, wore a grim expression. "Qin Ming, this human must not be spared. Order our spies to act immediately assassinate Qin Ming. Chapter 58, Border Interception. Seeking gold tickets. Monster assault countdown, 59 minutes and 12 seconds. The countdown echoed like death knells, each tick tugging at the world's heartstrings. Nations frantically mobilized, deploying every available soldier onto the streets to prepare for a desperate battle against the monstrous beasts. On the Huaxia side, warriors continued hunting down the beasts, systematically clearing each hotspot detected by the Tower of Heaven. Director, a massive horde of beasts is fleeing toward Monkey Nation, was Zhongxing shouted, staring at the instrument in his hands. Approximately how many? Qin Ming frowned. No fewer than 200, was Zhongxing shouted. Contact the border garrison immediately. Set up defensive lines and intercept every last one of those beasts. Notify Lu Chang, Xiaomo, and any other psychics who can arrive within an hour. Assemble immediately. Qin Ming issued the orders swiftly. Roger that. Was Zhongxing sprang into action. Soon, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Dong Yan, and Lu Chang boarded an armed helicopter, flying toward the Monkey Kingdom border. Inside the aircraft, Qin Ming studied the tablet in his hands, displaying a map of all China. Numerous points of light flickered across the screen, rapidly moving toward the border. Constant lights indicated stationary beasts, while blinking lights signaled their movement. Qin Ming zoomed in on the cluster of lights. Counting them, there were nearly 300 beasts, and more stragglers were constantly converging nearby. Clearly, they had coordinated to breach the border defenses together. I'm curious, Xiaomo asked doubtfully, how do these beasts communicate? Why are their objectives so perfectly aligned? Thunder iron beasts and thousand-faced monkeys possess powerful brainwaves. Communication over hundreds of kilometers is no problem. By transmitting signals to each other, they can achieve near-synchronized communication, Qin Ming explained. These creatures are truly terrifying. Without psychics, they'd be nearly impossible to handle, Lu Chang remarked with a sigh, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward Qin Ming. He felt genuine admiration for Qin Ming. Without Qin Ming, perhaps China would now be suffering the same catastrophic disaster as other nations. How could it be possible to hunt down the beasts like this now? We've leveraged our information advantage. After the first phase of the trial concludes, we must intensify our efforts to cultivate psychics. Otherwise, we'll still be no match for the beasts. Qin Ming's expression turned serious. A suspicion formed in his mind: the era of psychics might arrive sooner than anticipated. In his previous life, psychics didn't emerge until the third trial phase. But due to his rebirth, their existence had been revealed prematurely. It was highly probable that the mastermind behind the trials would release the sequence formulas. Achieving this goal was simple: just include one or two sequence formulas among the rewards for completing the first trial phase. That way, all nations could deduce how psychic abilities were born. Of course, without precise formulas, the failure rate would be extremely high. But that wouldn't stop those madmen from conducting all sorts of experiments. Once they start haphazardly concocting magic potions, the end result will be monsters far more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Therefore, Qin Ming must cultivate a cohort of powerful psychics beforehand to safeguard China. After hearing Qin Ming's analysis, the others on the plane fell silent. By the way, I still have one question: how does one advance to the second tier? Xiaomo asked. From Qin Ming, they learned that psychic power levels ranged from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Each tier grant new combat techniques and a significant leap in power. Yet, up until now, she hadn't felt any signs of advancement. Qin Ming turned to Dong Yan. Yan, how did you advance to the second tier? Tell us. Dong Yan pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure myself. I just kept slaying beasts, gradually mastering my abilities more and more, until finally I broke through. Among the four of them, Dong Yan had undoubtedly slain the most beasts. After hearing this, Xiaomo and Lu Chang still looked perplexed, clearly not grasping the concept. Everyone turned to Qin Ming, hoping for an answer. Qin Ming explained, the source of power for psychic abilities is called mental force. The stronger your mental force, the greater your mastery over your abilities. Constantly battling strange beasts is like repeatedly tempering your mental power. When your mental power reaches a certain bottleneck, you break through. It's an energy shrouded in mystery, sometimes tangible, sometimes intangible. Some individuals can even break through their limitations without engaging in combat. The others gasped in astonishment. Xiaomo's eyes lit up. I see. It's like a martial arts manual: some need repeated practice to master it, while others grasp it instantly upon deep comprehension. Qin Ming nodded. Exactly. So even though sequence abilities have a ranking, it doesn't represent the true level of power. Even a lower ranked ability, if mastered to its fullest, could defeat a higher ranked one. It's even possible for a common sequence ability to defeat a royal sequence one. The others nodded in agreement. Then who ranked these abilities? Lu Chang seized upon a crucial question. Qin Ming looked upward. The mastermind behind the civilization trial. Whenever a new ability emerged on Blue Star, the mastermind would reveal it during the post-trial summary. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, their ability rankings would all be exposed. Dean, we've arrived. The pilot called out as the helicopter began its descent. Qin Ming glanced at the platform. The strange beasts had already gathered and were rushing over. They were estimated to be about half an hour away. After disembarking, a middle-aged man in military uniform led soldiers to meet them at a brisk pace. Thump! The sound of marching footsteps echoed in unison. At ease. Director, I'm Su Xiao, in charge of border security, the middle-aged man saluted solemnly. Qin Ming smiled and extended his hand, shaking Su Xiao's. He recognized Su Xiao in his previous life. They had fought against monstrous beasts together. Su Xiao was now a major general. Later, he would gain supernatural abilities, becoming a powerful awakened one. He would earn great merit defending the border and be promoted to lieutenant general. Sadly, Su Xiao would die young and at the hands of humans. Su Xiao was slightly taken aback by Qin Ming's warmth but quickly regained his composure. Director, our deployment is complete. Assembled here is the 23rd Regiment of the 8th Division, 10th Army. Qin Ming nodded. A regiment's worth of troops would suffice. He scanned the surroundings. There were over a dozen tanks alone. Truly befitting the borderland's vast territory, formidable weaponry, and no fear of being worn down. This should give those bastards a taste of their own medicine. You have no idea how frustrating it was fighting in the city. Lu Cheng complained. In urban combat, many heavy weapons were unusable, otherwise civilian casualties would be too high. The military had to be extremely cautious. But here at the border, it was different. They could unleash their full power. One after another, helicopters began arriving, all from the Hunter Squad and Thunder Squad units deployed across various regions. As time ticked by, the number of gathered awakened individuals reached 15. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the hills ahead, the sound of monstrous beasts charging. Qin Ming perked up instantly. Get ready, they're here. Chapter 59, Elite Thunder Iron Beast, Royal Grade Material. Boss, I've picked up the scent of a weasel. Dong Yan spoke up from the side. Qin Ming glanced at the tablet in his hand with surprise. The number of detected hotspots had already reached nearly 500. These were all thunder iron beasts and thousand-faced monkeys. Weasels, however, were undetectable due to their weak brainwaves. If we're actually getting weasels here, then the numbers might be even higher than we imagined. Glancing at the countdown for the monster's final assault, he saw it had reached the last 10 minutes. Qin Ming chuckled. Looks like all the beasts of China have gathered here. They've chosen this spot for their final assault? Can't win, so they run? Nice try. The next moment, Qin Ming roared, Thunder Mages, charge your power. They're coming. Boom. 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 The earth trembled as the hills ahead erupted into chaos. Roar. Then, under the tense gazes of thousands of warriors, 7 or 8 second-tier thunder iron beasts charged out of the hills first. Following closely behind were weasel-like beasts, interspersed with thousand-faced monkeys. Accompanied by the thunder iron beasts' roars, hundreds of beasts surged forth. At first glance, there were more than expected, likely 700 or 800 beasts. So these weasel beasts came along too. Qin Ming waved his hand decisively. Thunder Mages, fire! 10 members of the Thunder Elite Squad rolled the thunder orbs in their hands and hurled them forward. Under the stunned gazes of the warriors, the orbs slammed into the beast horde, unleashing terrifying energy blasts. A wave of beasts was sent flying. Then, Qin Ming bellowed, Tanks, fire! At his command, over a dozen tanks lined up in formation opened fire simultaneously. Boom! 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 The terrifying sonic wave shook the heavens. A single volley of fire leveled the hills ahead. The hordes of beasts were blown skyward, vanishing into the choking smoke. Qin Ming watched the tablet in his hands as dozens of glowing dots vanished at once. Now, after the attack, the beast horde scattered in both directions. Qin Ming grabbed his radio and barked orders. First tank squad, shift 30 meters left. Third squad, shift 30 meters right. Fire. Helicopters, indiscriminate strafing. Drones, swarm coverage. One command after another was issued, and the tanks charged forward first. Boom. 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 The relentless bombardment kicked up billowing clouds of dust, completely obscuring the beasts' movements. Only the tablet screen showed the constant stream of alien beasts being eliminated. Then, helicopters overhead long prepared launched missile strikes and machine gun fire. Boom. 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 Amidst the thick smoke, under the intense artillery fire, a third of the hundreds of beasts had been wiped out. The rest were scattered, fleeing in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound came from above as swarms of drones, equipped with infrared sensors, detected the beasts amidst the smoke. The next instant, a drone slammed into its target, its payload exploding with a thunderous blast. Thud! A thunder iron beast was instantly blown away, its skin torn open and flesh exposed. Roar! The beast let out a piercing roar. Damned humans! We've been ambushed! Run! Scatter! Disperse! Everyone disperse! Charge toward the border! The beasts' shrieks echoed as they began to scatter. Yet as they burst through the dust, wave after wave of soldiers poured out, cutting them off. Fire! Machine guns spat fire, howitzers roared, bullets whizzed through the air. The faces of all the beasts paled. Puff, puff, puff. Merciless fire tore into their bodies. Though the beasts possessed formidable defenses, under such concentrated bombardment, death was inevitable. One by one, the beasts fell with agonized cries. Some cunning beasts hid behind their comrades, advancing along the path, attempting to break through the soldiers' formation. Roar! A weasel rat charged swiftly, lunging toward the warriors. Clang! A flash of steel and lightning struck as the weasel was cleaved clean in two. Qin Ming crushed the beast beneath his foot, driving the starfall blade into its skull. The weasel twitched twice before falling still. Kill every beast that charges out. Bang! Xiaomo and Dong Yan leaped forward. The icy spear thrust forward, instantly slaying a 1,000-faced monkey. Xiaomo's spear technique was as swift as a dragon, and he showed no fear toward the several beasts facing him. Dong Yan was even more terrifying, his arms transformed into beastly claws, reaping the lives of the beasts like a demon. Roar! Suddenly, several thunder iron beasts roared in fury, charging toward Qin Ming simultaneously. Dean, watch out! The soldiers opened fire in support. Yet their bullets couldn't even scratch these thunder iron beasts. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. These are second-tier beasts. Bullets won't hurt them. Stand back. Qin Ming charged forward swiftly, his starfall blade flashing with thunderous energy. 5 second-tier thunder iron beasts charged ferociously. Boom! In the next instant, Dong Yan transformed into a soul-devouring rat, charging like a cheetah and sending 2 second-tier thunder iron beasts flying. Roar! Dong Yan let out a furious roar as he grappled with the 2 thunder iron beasts. Ice blast! Almost simultaneously, Xiaomo hurled his frost spear, embedding it deep into one of the second-tier thunder iron beasts. With a loud bang, the thunder iron beast was violently blown away. In an instant, only 2 of the 5 second-tier thunder iron beasts remained. Qin Ming's starfall blade, fully charged, came crashing down. Thud! A thunderous blade of light flashed across the sky, stunning every soldier present. 2 second-tier thunder iron beasts were instantly cleaved apart. Qin Ming's footsteps flickered with thunder as he charged forward at lightning speed. Combat skill Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, one thunder iron beast had its head cleaved clean off. Roar! The other thunder iron beast charged forward swiftly. Qin Ming raised his blade to block. The immense force sent him reeling backward. Qin Ming stared in astonishment at the second-tier thunder iron beast before him. Such immense power? The next moment, he noticed the faint red glow emanating from the thunder iron beast's claws. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It's actually a royal-grade material? No wonder it's so powerful. Those possessing rare materials, or perhaps royal-grade materials, are elite boss-level creatures among the beasts, far more powerful than ordinary ones. King-grade materials? This is a huge score. Qin Ming's face broke into a smile as lightning flashed in his hand. High-risk combat skill, deceptive cards. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across Qin Ming's hand as a card materialized in his palm. The card's image flickered as its abilities randomly refreshed. Thunderbolt gun. As the card's flickering ceased, a pistol covered in thunderbolts materialized in Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming was astonished. This high-risk combat skill was truly extraordinary. The next moment, Qin Ming aimed at the elite thunder iron beast before him. Roar! Sensing intense danger, the thunder iron beast roared and charged forward in fury. Beep beep beep. The mechanical whir of the thunderbolt gun echoed as terrifying thunder gathered within. Qin Ming pulled the trigger. Thud! A fist-sized lightning projectile erupted from the barrel. Where it passed, the air rippled in concentric waves. Beneath the ground, terrifying energy carved out a long, deep trench. In an instant, every warrior's gaze was drawn to the shot, utterly stunned. The elite thunder iron beast's pupils suddenly contracted as it watched the bullet magnify before its eyes. Boom! The next moment, the bullet struck the elite thunder iron beast, its immense force reducing it to nothingness. All that remained was a glowing red claw fragment falling to the ground. It was the very king-class material. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. With this king-grade material, he might just awaken his second special ability. Chapter 60, The Beast Assault begins. Is China already doomed? King-class, Thunder Iron Beast Claw. Qin Ming picked it up, his grin stretching all the way to the back of his head. His luck in this life was truly remarkable. Then, his gaze swept across the entire battlefield. The battle had ended. Every beast had been utterly annihilated. Dean, mission accomplished. Lu Chang rushed over, his face aglow with excitement. Qin Ming nodded. Well done. He then handed the beast's claw in his hand to Lu Chang. Keep this safe for me. We'll take it back to the Monster Academy later. Got it. Lu Chang nodded in agreement. Cheers erupted across the battlefield as victorious warriors roared with excitement. In this battle, the Huaxia soldiers suffered 0 casualties while eliminating over 800 beasts. If the world were to learn of this, it would surely cause another sensation. Such a feat was unmatched anywhere in the world. Qin Ming climbed atop a tank and addressed the soldiers. Heroes, you've all worked hard. We have won this battle. I will report this to headquarters and ensure each of you is duly rewarded for your valor. Boom! 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 The soldiers cheered excitedly, each one bursting with joy. Next came the task of clearing the battlefield. Lu Chang led the supernatural squad in harvesting magic potion ingredients from the monsters' bodies. The super magnetic detectors were already in mass production, and each of them had one, so the detection of magic potion ingredients was fast and error-free. After collecting the magic potion ingredients, the corpses of these beasts also needed to be transported away. They would be used for research and to enhance the warrior's physical constitution. Of course, Qin Ming didn't actually want the warriors to eat the repulsive alien beast meat. Especially humanoid creatures like the thousand-faced monkey, there was something inherently unsettling about them. Qin Ming strictly forbids it. Even if the supply of beast meat runs low, consumption is forbidden. Though the warriors they selected possessed exceptional mental fortitude, prolonged exposure could still take a psychological toll. It could even warp their minds, fostering extreme and dangerous ideologies. This was no mere conjecture, it had happened in his previous life. Therefore, Qin Ming must prevent this from happening. If only they could obtain the Yijin ship, then soldiers could enhance their extraordinary physiques without needing to eat beast meat. Unfortunately, that item only appears during the third stage trial. While clearing the battlefield, Qin Ming found himself with spare time and began observing the world's situation. The alien beasts' all-out assault had commenced. Nations worldwide descended into chaos. During the first trial phase, each nation deployed a total of 2,000 beasts. Early on, aside from China achieving significant beast kills, other nations had slain very few. This led to an overwhelming number of beasts during the full-scale assault. For smaller nations, facing 1,000 or 2,000 beasts was an utterly devastating blow. Undoubtedly, many nations would be annihilated during the first phase trial. Their civilizations would sink into the dust of history. Such is the cruelty of the civilization trial. Those who fail to pass will face annihilation. That was how it unfolded in the previous cycle until the very end. Even the great nation of Huaxia was obliterated. At this thought, Qin Ming clenched his fists tightly. Those behind the scenes who treated lives as worthless chaff, he would root them out. Sure enough, not long after, a string of text appeared on Qin Ming's tablet. Manhwa has fallen to the beasts. Civilization destroyed. Trial concluded. Tulu nation overrun by monstrous beasts. Civilization destroyed. Trial concluded. The crimson text drifted across the screen, signifying the complete fall of a nation and the untimely deaths of countless citizens. These messages were one of the methods the mastermind had used to infiltrate human technology. Humanity's proud technological achievements had now become tools for spreading their propaganda, a truly tragic turn of events. The news sent shockwaves rippling across the world. The monster assault had only begun half an hour ago, and already 2 nations had been destroyed? Panic swept across the world. Even Qin Ming was powerless to stop it. The nations destroyed were small states, their territories minuscule, barely larger than a single town in China. Imagine trying to stop 2,000 beasts appearing in a single small town. How could anyone possibly defend against that? Even if Qin Ming led his elite squad there, they'd be torn to shreds by the beasts. From the very start of the civilization trial, they were destined to be cannon fodder. Yes, it was that unfair. But this world has never been fair. Especially in a world under the civilization trial, where strength is the only truth. Perhaps in the eyes of the masterminds behind the scenes, Blue Star is as insignificant as an ant. The so-called civilization trial is nothing more than them tossing a slightly larger insect into an ant colony and watching them slaughter each other. Is this merely a game, or something more? Who can say? Another half hour passed, with constant news of nations being annihilated popping up. Qin Ming had grown numb to it all. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, but that he had seen too much in his previous life. Qin Ming stared at the platform in his hand. The number of strange beasts detected by the Tower of Heaven was dwindling. As the last speck of light vanished, bold golden text appeared on electronic devices worldwide. Congratulations to Huaxia Nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. All 2,000 exotic beasts nationwide have been eradicated. Congratulations to Huaxia Nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. All 2,000 monstrous beasts across the nation have been utterly annihilated. Congratulations to Huaxia Nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial. All 2,000 monstrous beasts nationwide have been utterly annihilated. The message flashed 3 times in succession. In that instant, the world erupted in shock. People thought they were seeing things. The entire world was enduring monster attacks, with nations continuously being wiped out. Yet amidst the news of civilizations collapsing, a special message appeared. China passed the civilization trial? Congratulations? These words felt utterly unfamiliar. Their trial had only just begun, yet China's had already concluded? In an instant, the entire world erupted. Holy crap, China passed the trial? Holy crap, am I seeing this right? How is this even possible? China, can you speak up? How did you do it? Can you save us? I just got evacuation orders. The eagle is about to bomb our neighborhood. Please tell us how to clear the game. Cheating. Definitely cheating. How could China be more powerful than the eagle nation? Online, it's all wails of despair, envy, and of course skepticism and sarcasm from foreign netizens. Whenever there's a story, there are always opposing voices. Qin Ming ignored them completely. But when he saw the posts from Huaxia citizens, a smile spread across his face. Wow, it's over. Monster Academy announced the end of Phase 1 trials. China has won. Haha, nationwide lockdown lifted. Everyone can go out, breathe fresh air, and hug each other. Thank you, nation. Thank you, Monster Academy. Thank you, Principal Qin Ming. This life is worth living in Huaxia. This life is worthy of being a Huaxia citizen. Victory achieved. Next comes the scoring and distribution of rewards. Just thinking about the rewards made Qin Ming feel excited. Chapter 61, Scoring Settlement SSS, Generous Rewards. As Huaxia passed the first stage of the civilization trial, the entire nation erupted in celebration. This phenomenon stood in stark contrast to the situation abroad. Foreign nations watched with envy. Simultaneously, nations began reaching out to China for assistance. They hoped China would share its methods for dealing with the monstrous beasts. Qin Ming felt helpless about this. He had no solution either. Finally, he posted an announcement on the largest online platform under the official account of Monster Academy. The monster offensive will last only 3 days. After 3 days, the beasts will go into hiding, creating even greater chaos. Nations unable to combat them may choose to evacuate, but be warned, do not nurture a threat that will eventually harm you. Nations with the capability should eliminate as many monsters as possible, as this will yield richer rewards. These 3 concise sentences instantly resolved the indecision plaguing the officials of various nations. Fight. Only by fighting can we survive. Qin Ming's warning was clear. Even if they fled, the monsters would not vanish, they would merely hide once more. The thought sent chills down the spines of the nation's leaders. Who would willingly live in constant fear? Thus, the next 3 days became Blue Star's darkest days. In regions already beyond control, missile strikes became the only option. It was a strategy that killed 1,000 enemies but cost 800 of their own. No one wanted to resort to it, but it was the last line of defense. The entire world descended into madness. Monster Academy. Long Xiaogua spoke calmly. I thought someone who'd witnessed the world's destruction would become cold-blooded. You still can't bring yourself to do it, can you? He was referring to Qin Ming's actions in alerting the nations. To this, Qin Ming offered a calm smile. Other nations are, at most, our competitors, not our enemies. They aren't worthy of being our enemies. Ha ha ha. Long Xiaogua burst into laughter upon hearing this. Has our China truly grown this powerful? Humanity's true enemies are the monstrous beasts, those invading creatures. We share a common fate. Can Blue Star truly have only one China? Competition fuels China's drive. Qin Ming stated earnestly. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Long Xiaogua looked surprised. Now I finally understand why you became commander-in-chief. Qin Ming shook his head slowly. If he had truly been strong enough, China would not have fallen in his previous life. He looked intently at the dragon general. The first phase is merely the beginning. The future will be far more brutal. Prepare yourselves. General Long nodded. How do we proceed in the next phase? Qin Ming produced a piece of paper. Phase 2 is a defensive battle. These 3 locations, each within a 10-kilometer radius, must be evacuated of all civilians and heavily fortified. Those are the landing sites for the second wave of beasts. Time is running out. The second phase will commence in 1 week. Hearing this, Long Xiaogua's expression darkened. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Hold on. Qin Ming paused, then took the paper again and added another location. This is a beast landing point in Xianghua, not far from our border. Inform them, make sure the beasts don't wander into our territory. Long Xiaogua took the address and smiled. Hard to imagine how Xianghua will thank you for this. Qin Ming waved it off. They'll have plenty of chances to repay this favor in the future. Long Xiaogua laughed heartily and hurried away. Qin Ming took a deep breath. Hope these locations don't change. That would be a real headache. 3 days passed quickly. The first phase of the civilization trial concluded. As if obeying a command, all the beasts vanished into hiding. The battle was over. Regardless of how fierce the fighting had been, the people of the world remained incredibly uplifted. This ordeal was finally over. Next came the eagerly anticipated scoring and settlement phase. On this day, every electronic device on Blue Star was hacked. Everyone stared at their phones or televisions. Text messages popped up on screens. Congratulations to all civilizations. You have passed the first stage of the civilization trial. Scoring results are as follows. First place, Huaxia. Monsters eliminated, 2,000 perfect annihilation. Domestic facility damage, minimal. National cohesion, extremely strong. Overall rating, SSS. Second place, Bear Nation, alien beast eliminations, 1090 passing, domestic facility damage, minor, national cohesion, strong, overall rating, A. Third place, Eagle Nation, alien creature eliminations, 1639 excellent, domestic facility damage, severe, national cohesion, weak, overall rating, B. Fourth place, Empire of the Sun Never Sets, alien creature eliminations, 892 passing, domestic facility damage, severe, national cohesion, moderate, overall rating, C. Fifth place, Land of Cherry Blossoms, alien creature eliminations, 139 fail, domestic facility damage minimal, national cohesion strong, overall rating, C. As the rankings were announced, the world erupted in uproar. As expected, China claimed the top spot with an astonishing SSS rating. The scoring data for other nations was equally astonishing. What's going on? I've wiped out so many monsters, yet I'm ranked below that bear country? Hey, look at your national cohesion, you blew up 2 cities. Third place is pretty good for you. Haha, our bear nation's in second place Yura. Ha? What's up with Sakura Nation? They only killed this many monsters? Even Elephant Nation in 10th place has more. Unfair. Japan is rated C? Have they colluded with the beasts? The world buzzed with discontent and murmurs of dissatisfaction. But the next reward stunned everyone. Reward settlement. First place, China, 50 random awakenings to the super sequence, 2 forbidden class containment items, 1 royal sequence potion formula, 5 gene chips, 1 blood igniting cloak blueprint. Second place, Bear Nation, randomly awakened 20 individuals to the supernatural sequence, 2 ordinary containment items, 1 forbidden sequence potion formula, and 2 gene chips. Third place, Eagle Nation, 10 randomly awakened extraordinary sequences, 1 ordinary containment object, 1 forbidden sequence potion formula, 1 gene chip. Fourth place, Empire of the Sun Never Sets, randomly awaken 8 individuals to the extraordinary sequence, 1 ordinary containment item, 1 ordinary sequence potion formula, 1 gene chip. Fifth place, Land of the Rising Sun, 6 randomly awakened extraordinary sequences, 1 ordinary containment item, 1 ordinary sequence potion formula, 1 gene chip. 10th place, Elephant Nation, 1 randomly awakened extraordinary sequence, 1 common sequence potion formula. At 10th place, the rewards abruptly ceased. When the rewards appeared, annotations appeared for every term humans didn't recognize: extraordinary sequence, containment item, elixir formula, gene chip. In that instant, extraordinary sequences and psychics were fully exposed to the world. Everyone went wild. The extraordinary abilities they had long dreamed of finally had a chance to be theirs. But none was more exhilarated than Qin Ming. His pupils trembled as he stared at the rewards displayed on the screen. 2 forbidden class containment items. And the blueprint for the blood-ignited cloak. No one understood the power of these containment units better than he did. China, it's time to rise. Chapter 62, The Dawn of the Supernatural Era. After the reward settlement, just as Qin Ming had anticipated, their ability sequences were all exposed. The following extraordinary sequences appeared in the first phase of the trial. Royal Sequence 003, Ice Phoenix. Prohibited Sequence 007, Deceptive Thunder Caller. Ordinary Sequence 16, Obliterating Lightning Flash. Ordinary Sequence 19, Soul Devouring Rat. Ordinary Sequence 66, Lightning Mage. Ordinary Sequence 89, Life Restorer. Ordinary Sequence 288, Iron Hand. Ordinary Sequence 399, Thunder Driver. These sequence abilities, all belonging to awakened individuals from China, had now been fully exposed by the Black Hand. Black Hand refers to the mysterious force or individual orchestrating this civilization trial, an unofficial designation adopted by Blue Star's authorities. As for why the Black Hand exposed the revealed sequence abilities, it wasn't targeting China specifically, but rather to give the world a clear understanding of the supernatural sequence. Qin Ming had anticipated all of this. The timeline of this life had accelerated due to his rebirth. In his previous life, psychic abilities only emerged during the third stage of the trial. But because Qin Ming had created psychics prematurely, the balance of the civilization trial had been disrupted. If one viewed the civilization trial as a game, then the emergence of superhumans in China was a game-breaking bug. Naturally, the Black Hand couldn't simply erase this glitch. To maintain equilibrium, other civilizations must also gain access to psychic abilities. Thus, the supernatural sequence was exposed. Moreover, the information revealed was exceptionally detailed. The hierarchy of ranks common, prohibited, royal, and divine was clearly outlined. The cultivation tiers of psychics were divided into 9 levels. The strength classifications of supernatural beasts, from Tier 1 to Tier 10. Additionally, there were containment objects, entities or artifacts possessing extraordinary abilities. Of course, the introduction ended there. Information regarding magic potions, rank advancement, and other details remained undisclosed. But that's no longer necessary. The top 10 nations in the trials have each received a potion formula. Even a fool could figure out what's going on. It could be said that the transcendent sequence was no longer a secret on Blue Star. Henceforth, extraordinary beings would undoubtedly emerge in vast numbers across the world, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the extraordinary. Naturally, this is the course of world development. The torrent of history cannot be stemmed. But Qin Ming must take decisive action to warn the nations of the world. Though they possess the elixir formula, the elixir materials are finite, meaning the number of elixirs they can concoct is limited. Those with bad luck might not even obtain a single magic potion ingredient from several exotic beasts. The real fear lies in those reckless individuals substituting ordinary materials for magic potion ingredients. Such concoctions are bound to fail. The consequences would be either exploding their bodies to death or mutating into monsters, turning against humanity. The evil organization of the previous era was born precisely this way. It represented the dark side of humanity, posing a threat even greater than that of the beasts themselves. Therefore, Qin Ming must make this clear to the world to prevent such a situation from occurring. Then, after revealing all the information, the Black Hand delivered its final message. It concerned the second phase of the civilization trial. In an instant, the restless blue star fell silent as all eyes fixed upon the electronic screens before them. To all civilizations, the second phase of the civilization trial will commence 1 week from now. Specific rules will be announced at the trial's start. Prepare yourselves. This single sentence sent shockwaves rippling across Blue Star once more. The joy of victory had barely begun to settle when crisis loomed once more. Panic began to spread. Meanwhile, governments worldwide, having obtained information about the psychics, grew increasingly confident and gradually accepted this civilization trial. However, only the top 10 nations from the first stage possessed the actual magic potion formula. All other nations could only watch helplessly. Next came the trade between nations. Countries without the magic potion formula would inevitably seek trade with the top 10 nations, all in pursuit of the formula. China, in particular, received requests from the heads of nearly every nation. Some heads of state even insisted on personally visiting China for negotiations. This situation thoroughly annoyed China's high-level officials. Ultimately, the final decision rested with Qin Ming. After all, China's psychics were all created by Qin Ming, and only he possessed the magic potion formula. When the dilemma landed on Qin Ming's shoulders, he too found himself at a loss. Should he assist other nations? In the end, Qin Ming decided to convene a global summit of nations first thing tomorrow morning. He would freely release a supernatural formula. The news sent shockwaves through official circles worldwide, with nations erupting in excitement. 6 hours after the trial concluded, the rewards were settled. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, streaks of light plummeted from the sky, descending upon every nation on Blue Star. At the pinnacle of the Tower of Heaven, Qin Ming gazed at the streaks of light in the sky and spoke slowly. The awakened are about to emerge. Prepare for a press conference. Ensure these individuals are brought back to Monster Academy. Lu Chang nodded. Everything is ready. Simultaneously, 50 streaks of light crashed into the land of China, each striking a different Chinese individual. These individuals, both men and women, were all under 40 years of age. The moment the streaks of light entered their bodies, they knew they had become the chosen ones. At Jiangnan University, Zhang Yuji, who was strolling along the campus path, shuddered as a look of astonishment spread across his face. A powerful surge of psychic energy surged through his mind, followed by a flood of information. I've become a psychic? Xiao you. Her roommate beside her covered her mouth in utter shock. Students nearby also noticed the scene, their eyes brimming with envy. Hey, you've been chosen. Wow, you're so lucky. How does it feel? What kind of ability did you get? Can you tell us? A large group of classmates immediately rushed over. Zhang Yuji was startled. But soon, school administrators hurried to the scene. Everyone, please disperse. The principal shouted anxiously. Before long, Zhang Yuji was taken away. Within 5 minutes, Wu Mu, captain of the monster hunters, arrived at the school with his soldiers and escorted Zhang Yuji back to Monster Academy. The same scene unfolded across the entire nation. China, which achieved an SSS rating in the first phase of the civilization trial, had a total of 50 awakened individuals. Within an hour, all 50 were officially escorted and immediately transported to Monster Academy. The same phenomenon unfolded in the top 10 nations. Each awakened was treated like a precious treasure, all being brought into the official fold. Of course, not every nation succeeded in recruiting these awakened individuals. Take Eagle Country, for instance, out of 10 spots, only 7 joined the official ranks, while 3 slipped away. As for why they fled, the reasons varied, perhaps fear. Regardless, as superhumans began emerging across nations, the age of extraordinary on Blue Star has commenced. Chapter 63, Recruiting Awakened Ones, Rewards arrived. Monster Academy. Wah! Old Qin, life's so unfair. Hua Zhongxing clutched Qin Ming, weeping bitterly. The long-awaited supernatural abilities hadn't fallen upon him. Old Qin consoled him, the first batch of rewarded awakened ones are all low tier. They're not that powerful. As the great young master Hua, shouldn't I at least start with a forbidden tier ability? Hua Xiaopang froze upon hearing this. Really? Would I lie to you? Qin Ming patted Hua Zhongxing's shoulder. Alright, your turn will come soon enough. Hua Xiaopang wiped away his tears, feeling a little better inside. You've already prepared the magic potion for me, haven't you? No. Qin Ming shook his head. Ha? Hua Xiaopang's voice rose several pitches, his face falling with disappointment. Qin Ming shot him a look. Powerful sequence abilities weren't something you could just get easily. Most of the ones appearing now were mass sequences. What was a common sequence? It was a sequence possessed by multiple individuals. Sequences like Xiaomo's royal sequence were essentially one of a kind. Even if one obtained a copy of the royal sequence potion formula, gathering the required ingredients would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Crafting even one was a stroke of incredible luck. The same materials would almost certainly never appear a second time. This is the fundamental gap between sequences. The potion formulas, rewarded by the Black Hand to various nations, are mostly mass-produced sequences widely reproducible with non-unique materials. Awakened individuals crafted from these tend to be relatively weaker in power. With Qin Ming's consolation, Hua Xiaopang felt a little better. Just then, Lu Chang returned. Dean, the first batch of awakened ones has been brought back. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go see them. Inside the reception room now were 9 individuals, including Jiang Yuji, all hailing from southern province. Due to their proximity to Monster Academy, they were the first group to be sent here. Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Long Xiaogua, Lu Chang, and the others entered the reception room. Almost simultaneously, Xiaomo and Jiang Yuji's eyes met. Xiaomo. Xiao Yu. The two embraced excitedly. This is great. You're an awakened too. Now we can fight together. Xiaomo beamed. Exactly. We're all the same kind now, Jiang Yuji exclaimed excitedly. Qin Ming knew Jiang Yuji too, they were classmates. Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging Jiang Yuji. He suddenly fell deep in thought, memories surging through his mind. In his previous life, he remembered Jiang Yuji being the first awakened one at their school, taken away by the authorities immediately. He'd heard about her later. She'd been serving the nation ever since. But by the time he and Xiaomo awakened and joined the authorities, Jiang Yuji had vanished. He and Xiaomo had even gone searching for her, only to discover something shocking. Jiang Yuji's files had been sealed. Though stunned, Qin Ming and Xiaomo could do nothing. Their access levels didn't extend to sealed files. As they grew stronger and shouldered heavier responsibilities, they gained power but gradually forgot about Jiang Yuji. Qin Ming snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. What happened to Jiang Yuji back then? Why was her file sealed? If she had sacrificed herself, why would her file be sealed? After becoming commander-in-chief, I should have investigated. But it was too late now. There was no going back. Dean, here are the files on these awakened individuals. Lu Chang handed over the documents. He had already completed his investigation beforehand. Qin Ming opened them to find each individual's family background and awakened abilities documented. When an awakened received their extraordinary abilities, their minds would know the details of the powers they gained, including their sequence ranking. Jiang Yuji, 19 years old, awakened at sequence rank 25, gunslinger, possesses the ability to enhance firearms. Lan Yangyi, 23 years old, awoken at common sequence 89, life healer, possesses powerful self-healing abilities. Bu Yangkon, 33 years old, ranked 89th in the ordinary sequence, healer, possesses powerful self-healing abilities. Scanning further down, he discovered that aside from Jiang Yuji, the other 8 individuals were all sequence 89 healers. What a coincidence, Qin Ming muttered under his breath. Well, that worked out. If their backgrounds checked out, they could be directly incorporated into the hunting anomalies squad. Wu Mu, run a thorough background check on these individuals. If they pass, they're yours, Qin Ming instructed Wu Mu beside him. Roger that. Wu Mu replied. As for Jiang Yuji, she was still a forbidden sequence. Best to keep her close for now and observe the situation. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuji's file. Under the education section, there was a peculiar entry. 2 years studying abroad in Sakura country? Qin Ming immediately frowned. Qin Ming, the fighter jet for Xinjiang has arrived. The Dragon General's voice interrupted Qin Ming's train of thought. At the news, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go pick them up. Wu Mu, I'm leaving this to you. Yes, Dean. Seeing Qin Ming about to leave, Xiaomo hurriedly called out, Qin Ming, where are you going? Qin Ming was about to respond, but when he saw Xiaomo pulling Jiang Yuji along, the words on his lips shifted. I have some business to attend to. Take good care of Xiao Yu. I'll be back soon. With that, Qin Ming and the Dragon Generals departed. As soon as they stepped outside, the Dragon General asked, are you guarding against that girl? Is it because she studied abroad in Sakura country? Qin Ming didn't know how to respond. That reason alone wasn't enough to warrant his caution. But recalling how Jiang Yuji's records had been sealed in his previous life, the two facts combined were certainly worth pondering. In these unusual times, it's best to err on the side of caution. Hearing this, the Dragon General paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Soon, the group arrived at the aircraft runway. As soon as the three J-95s came to a stop, the pilots immediately exited the cockpits. Each of the three pilots held a box in their hands. Spotting General Long and Qin Ming approaching, the pilots snapped to attention and saluted. General Long, President Qin. General Long returned the salute. Good work. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Alright, let's get down to business. The three pilots promptly lifted the boxes in their hands with both hands. Dean Qin, everything is here. Good. 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 Qin Ming exclaimed 3 times, his voice brimming with excitement. These 3 boxes contained the urgently delivered rewards from the capital. Inside were 2 forbidden-level containment items, a formula for the King Sequence potion, a blueprint for crafting the blood-burning cloak, and 5 gene chips. These were the rewards for China achieving an SSS rating in the first phase of the trial. The Black Hand would deliver the rewards to each nation's central command, hence the need for shipment from the capital. To ensure their safe delivery, the military dispatched 3 of the latest fighter jets for the transport mission, a clear indication of their critical importance. This was something that concerned the very fate of China. Even Qin Ming must handle it with utmost caution. Especially those 2 forbidden-grade containment units. If utilized properly, they would undoubtedly become China's ultimate weapons. Of course, containment units come in all shapes and forms. We still need to see what these 2 contain. Soon, everyone gathered in the research lab. The box sat before them, never once opened. At this moment, even Qin Ming felt his nerves tighten. It was time to open the blind boxes. Qin Ming hesitated no longer and opened the first box. Chapter 64, Containment Object, No Entry Ahead, Kite. Snap. The box opened. Inside was a warning sign bearing 4 large characters. No entry ahead. Dragon General, Lu Chang, and Hua Xiaopang all crowded around. What's this? But when Qin Ming saw the warning sign, his eyes lit up. A containment object of the barrier type. Qin Ming took the warning sign and examined it closely. Insert it into the ground and infuse it with psychic energy to activate. Once activated, a peculiar barrier will form around the area. Awakened beings and beasts within will be drawn into it, while ordinary people will be kept out. Without the caster's permission, no awakened or beast can breach the barrier unless, of course, they use overwhelming force to blast it open. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. Wow, this is incredibly useful. Hua Xiaopang exclaimed. Wait, you mean it isolates ordinary people from the beasts? What does that mean? Lu Chang was a bit confused. Watch closely. Qin Ming picked up the warning sign with both hands and thrust it forcefully into the ground. Thunder crackled around his hands as he smeared the sign with force. Buzz. Instantly, the 4 characters no entry ahead glowed with a blood-red light, and a surge of energy shot skyward. With a thud, the sky trembled. A crimson square barrier completely enveloped Monster Academy. What just happened? Lu Chen looked around in shock, still frozen in place inside the research lab. Looking out the window, the surrounding buildings appeared unchanged. But now, the Dragon General and Hua Zhongxing who had been beside him had vanished. He stared at Qin Ming, his face frozen in shock. We've also gone to another parallel world? Qin Ming shook his head and swiftly pulled up the no entry ahead sign from the ground. The next moment, they were back where they had been. The Dragon General and Hua Xiaopang reappeared. What, where did you go just now? Hua Xiaopang asked in alarm. We never left this room, Lu Chang replied solemnly. Qin Ming explained, this is the terrifying power of the barrier containment device. We were all here the entire time. Everything in this place remained, but ordinary people were completely cut off. Such a barrier allows us to effectively battle beasts and psychics within the city without harming ordinary citizens. Of course, casualties from combat are unavoidable. Everyone understood, and they were utterly stunned. Their greatest fear in battling monsters was harming civilians. With this treasure, they could fight without restraint. This containment object is truly terrifying. Even the Dragon General couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He looked at Qin Ming. Can the containment object be replicated? One isn't quite enough. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Do you really think it's like cabbage? Every containment item is hard-won. They cannot be replicated. The moment those words left his mouth, the Qiankun Gourd, strapped to his waist, suddenly trembled, as if refuting Qin Ming's claim. Qin Ming froze momentarily. He drew the Qiankun Gourd with a backhand motion, staring at it in astonishment. You can replicate now? The Qiankun Gourd trembled again, then fell silent. What does this mean? The Dragon General asked, puzzled. Qin Ming looked stunned. It means it can, but it's currently powerless to do so. Really? Several people in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. The Dragon General opened his mouth. I was just asking. Qin Ming was equally shaken. He knew the Qiankun Gourd was extraordinary, but he hadn't realized its capabilities were this vast. Just because it couldn't be done now didn't mean it couldn't be done later. This meant the Qiankun Gourd had room for improvement. What tier of containment item is this treasure of yours? Lu Chang couldn't help but ask. This question genuinely stumped Qin Ming. He truly had no idea what tier the Qiankun Gourd belonged to. Surely it wasn't just forbidden grade. Could it be king grade? Or even god grade? Qin Ming shook his head, dismissing the thought. He'd explore its full potential gradually in the future. Alright, we've got the no entry ahead containment object sorted. Next. Amidst the group's excitement, Qin Ming shifted his gaze to the second box. With the first containment object introduced, everyone's anticipation for the second object grew even stronger. Click. The box opened, revealing the second containment object. It was a palm-sized kite, shaped like an eagle. Or any bird, for that matter. After all, it was merely folded paper, its appearance that of a bird-like species. What is this? Not only did Lu Chang and the others fail to recognize it, but even Qin Ming was baffled. Despite all he'd experienced in his previous life, he'd never encountered this kind of containment item. Let me try. Qin Ming attempted to channel psychic energy into the kite. Yet the containment object showed no reaction whatsoever. Huh? No reaction? That's weird. Was Xiaopang blinked, still baffled. Qin Ming was equally perplexed. Maybe my psychic energy isn't strong enough. Some powerful containment vessels require immense strength to activate. My cultivation level still falls short. In the end, Qin Ming could only offer this explanation. He stowed away the second containment vessel, then turned to the third box, the final reward of this batch. Qin Ming opened it. Inside lay 5 gene chips and 2 sheets of paper. Qin Ming picked up the 2 sheets of paper to examine them. One was indeed the formula for the demon sealing potion. After just a glance, Qin Ming tucked it away. The ingredients for the potion were far too rare, gathering them together was practically impossible at present. Besides, what Qin Ming lacked least were magic potion recipes, his mind was brimming with them. The second sheet was what Qin Ming had been hoping for. Blood-igniting cloak crafting blueprint. The blueprint clearly detailed the cloak's abilities, required materials, and more. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The materials needed for this cloak were actually easy to obtain, it was just the fur of the Thunder Iron Beast. However, mass production would necessitate sourcing them globally, otherwise, there simply wouldn't be enough. Moreover, all Thunder Iron Beasts within the borders of Huaxia had been hunted to extinction. Yet Qin Ming hesitated over the true merits of the blood-ignited cloak should he truly undertake its creation? While the blood-igniting cloak's power was undeniably formidable, the cost was equally steep. Ah well, he'd figure it out once it was made. Finally, Qin Ming's gaze settled on the last item. The gene chip. Its function had already been explained by the Black Hand. Infuse it into water, then have ordinary people soak in it, and they'll gain enhanced physical prowess. A single gene chip could elevate approximately 100 people's extraordinary physique to 100%. However, this was merely its most basic application. There exists another function that Black Hand failed to mention. This gene-enhanced solution, diluted from the gene chip, could also accelerate the physical recovery of injured psychic users, an extremely rare resource. Hearing Qin Ming say this, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. If that's the case, this treasure is incredibly valuable. Using it to enhance physical constitution seems like a waste. Long Xiaogui nodded in agreement. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. It's actually manageable. We can still spare enough to forge awakened ones. He paused before adding, besides, other nations still have their own supplies, don't they? Dragon General frowned. You want to trade? They won't just hand it over so easily. Qin Ming smiled. Don't worry. After tomorrow's World Conference, they'll hand it over willingly. Chapter 65, World Summit exposing the monster's disguise? The next day, all 50 awakened born on Blue Star were transported to the Monster Academy. Each of them understood exactly what had happened to them. After all, the existence of special abilities was no longer a secret in the world. After thorough background checks, all were found to have clean records. Moreover, they were eager to join Monster Academy and contribute to defending their homeland. Qin Ming reviewed their files. He discovered that 37 possessed the ability Life Regeneration, ranked 89th in the Universal Sequence. Another 11 possessed the Thunder Mage ability, ranked 66th in the Standard Hierarchy. It seemed this was the Black Hand's deliberate plan. He didn't want China to have too many psychics with diverse abilities. Qin Ming didn't care about that, he could create them himself anyway. 2 others were special cases, Jiang Yuji and the oldest among them, an uncle named Songyan. Songyan's profession was a pastry chef, and his awakened extraordinary sequence bore some connection to his trade. What surprised Qin Ming was that the uncle's extraordinary sequence was actually Prohibition Sequence 011, Pastry Chef. Relatively speaking, this sequence offered average combat prowess but possessed exceptionally potent support capabilities. Pastries crafted by the pastry chef grant stamina restoration when consumed by psychics. The pastry chef also possessed 2 initial combat skills, mental dumplings, which created dumplings that restored mental energy, essentially a mana regeneration effect. The other, pastry mastery, enhances production speed, visual appeal, and texture. Without a doubt, Songyan's unique ability would become the Monster Academy's greatest logistical support. This news delighted Qin Ming immensely. Qin Ming entrusted all these new recruits to the two captains, Wu Mu and Lei Jiu. With 1 week remaining before the second phase of the civilization trial, there was still ample time for thorough training. At 11 a.m., the World Nations Conference commenced. This was a meeting of utmost importance to the high-level officials of all nations. They had projected themselves in early and were waiting in the venue. July 7, 2096, the first global summit since the monster invasion began. The Dragon General led Qin Ming to a conference room. Representing China at this meeting were the two of them. By this era, virtual projection technology had reached remarkable maturity, making participation in the meeting indistinguishable from meeting in person. When Qin Ming and the Dragon General entered the projection meeting, the heads of state from all nations were already waiting. The representatives from Huaxia were the last to arrive. Yet at this very moment, no one dared to raise an objection. Not even the arrogant eagle dude dared to cross China at this critical juncture. Over 100 national representatives sat in the conference hall. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Qin Ming. They marveled inwardly. Qin Ming was far too young. Present in the hall were Kawashima, the chief of the Cherry Blossom Nation, and Commander Yamada. These two individuals, disguised by the thousand-faced monkey, had somehow infiltrated the high-level human conference. If the world were to discover this, it would surely cause another uproar. Qin Ming, of course, had noticed them as well. Unfortunately, this was a virtual projection, making it impossible for him to identify whether the thousand-faced monkey was present. Ahem, Qin Ming cleared his throat softly. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself first. I am the Dean of Huaxia's Monster Academy. And the initiator of this conference. As he finished speaking, the high-ranking officials from various nations present nodded in unison. Qin Ming's identity was well known to them. They had conducted their share of private investigations. Qin Ming swept his gaze across the room and remarked indifferently, I know there are those disguised as thousand-faced monkeys here, but it doesn't matter. It won't affect anything. What? The remark instantly sent the room into an uproar. Dean Qin, are you serious? Dean Qin, please enlighten us. Any anomalies must be eliminated. We cannot allow beasts to infiltrate this meeting. Exactly, Dean Qin. This gathering includes high-ranking officials from all nations. If there are beasts disguised among us, the consequences would be severe. High-ranking officials from various nations spoke up in unison, all visibly agitated. Even Long Xiaogua, standing nearby, was stunned by Qin Ming's words. The chief representative of Eagle Nation, Tep, spoke with grave solemnity. Should any alien beast be disguised among us, I, Eagle Nation, pledge to take decisive action. Qin Ming wore a faint smile as his gaze swept over each person present. Commander Yamada of Sakura Nation shuddered, feeling as if he'd been completely red. Beside him, Chief Kawashima pressed his hand firmly against Yamada's thigh and whispered urgently. Don't fall for it, he's bluffing. That cunning human. Hearing this, Commander Yamada gradually regained his composure. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze suddenly fixed on Yamada. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Yamada immediately panicked. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. What are you so nervous about, sir? Yamada was suddenly at a loss for words. Though the beast possessed high intelligence, its emotional range was far less complex than that of humans. With this simple test, Qin Ming immediately saw the problem. This Yamada something was definitely off. But just as Tepu was about to confront him, Qin Ming changed his tone. Just kidding. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Alright, back to business. With that, Tep's words died on his lips. High-ranking officials from various nations present furrowed their brows. This single test already revealed that Qin Ming was no ordinary man. Those who had ascended to such positions were all shrewd individuals, and they too had picked up on something. Though Qin Ming had shifted the topic, some still stole glances at the two representatives from Sakura Nation, their guard rising silently. Kawashima felt a sinking sensation in his chest as a surge of anger welled up inside him. Qin Ming was toying with them. Yet he couldn't argue back. After all, they weren't human. The more they spoke, the more likely they were to expose themselves. Qin Ming inwardly marveled at their restraint. Very well, then. Let's discuss the purpose of this meeting. And the magic potion formula I'm offering you all for free. At these words, everyone perked up instantly. Especially those nations that hadn't yet obtained the magic potion formula were thrilled beyond measure. Having witnessed the formidable power of China's supernatural beings, they were naturally envious. Qin Ming made no attempt to conceal the truth, stating plainly, consuming the flesh and blood of supernatural beasts enhances one's extraordinary physique. Boom! In an instant, the entire crowd erupted into commotion. Consume the flesh and blood of supernatural beasts? Is that really possible? Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Here's a free tip. Those whose physique hasn't reached 100% extraordinary physique will have a 100% failure rate when consuming magic potions. Also, those nations that obtained the magic potion formula, do you know how the magic potion ingredients are gathered? Not all magical potion ingredients can be used to brew potions. Using the wrong ingredients won't just prevent awakening special abilities, it could turn people into monsters. That would be a catastrophe. Qin Ming laid out the gravity of the situation point by point. The faces of the high-ranking officials from various nations instantly paled, their unease growing even more palpable. Dean Qin, please enlighten us. Yes, Dean Qin. We are one global family, please advise us. Delegates from various nations spoke up in unison. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips as he produced two instruments. His true purpose had arrived. This device tests whether a human body has achieved 100% extraordinary physique. This one detects magic potion ingredients. Ladies and gentlemen, are you interested? Chapter 66, Being a Great Power is no easy feat. When Qin Ming unveiled the two devices, all the national representatives' eyes widened in astonishment. Dean Qin, what are these? What can this camera-like device test for? The crowd murmured in unison. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the room instantly quieted. Let me introduce this first, the Superior Physical Condition Tester. With this device, we can determine whether a soldier possesses an extraordinary constitution. Its importance goes without saying. If one fails to meet the superhuman physique standard, consuming the magic potion will inevitably fail, and a dose of the potion will be lost. Whoosh! The words had barely left his mouth when the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Though they were all high-ranking officials from various nations, this revelation stunned them. This was pure, hard-hitting information. If Qin Ming hadn't mentioned it, how would they ever have known? Dean Qin, surely you're not giving this away for free? President Putin narrowed his eyes. Qin Ming smiled without responding. It is indeed a complimentary gift. Then he pulled out another device, the supermagnetic detector. This supermagnetic detector, developed by our Monster Academy, possesses the ability to detect magic potion ingredients. The nations that obtained the potion formulas should know what potion ingredients are, right? Qin Ming looked at the representatives of Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and the Empire of the Rising Sun with a smile. Magical potion ingredients are actually certain materials from exotic beasts' fur, claws, teeth, and so on. But I can assure you, not all fur qualifies as potion ingredients, nor does every exotic beast yield them. At these words, every face in the hall furrowed. So this device can detect genuine magic potion materials? Tep asked. Exactly. You may not believe it, but that's fine, I'll demonstrate for everyone. Qin Ming stood up and began testing the prepared beast carcass beside him. Sure enough, only a small tuft of fur from the massive carcass glowed. See? This is the true magic potion ingredient. The rest of the fur is poison. If you use the wrong materials. At this point, Qin Ming paused, his expression turning grave as he swept his gaze across everyone present. Using the wrong ingredients means the potion won't create an awakened one, it'll create a monster. These monsters are even more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Qin Ming's voice cut like a blade, piercing straight into everyone's hearts. His words sent a chill down the spines of the representatives from every nation. Representatives from smaller nations trembled visibly with fear. If that were the case, the risk factor was simply too high. One misstep, and they might end up creating monsters themselves, a classic case of shooting themselves in the foot. Qin Ming surveyed the room and spoke calmly, you are all intelligent individuals. You understand the gravity of this situation. The assembly nodded solemnly in unison. Dean Qin, how do you intend to sell these two instruments? The Sunset Empire representative asked eagerly. Qin Ming's intentions were already crystal clear. If they still didn't understand, they were fools. Qin Ming smiled. The supermagnetic detector requires gene chips in exchange. Oh, and buy one, get one free. The superior physical tester is complimentary. What? You want our gene chips? The Sunset Empire representative exclaimed. Impossible. We only have one gene chip, we won't give it to you. Chief Tep of Eagle Nation immediately refused. Other nations frowned in unison. Only the top 5 nations possessed gene chips, most simply didn't have them. Qin Ming smiled. The primary function of gene chips is to enhance human extraordinary physique, though their effects are limited. But that's not the only way. Consuming the flesh and blood of exotic beasts can also enhance extraordinary physique. I won't elaborate further. You can figure it out yourselves. Hearing this, representatives from nations possessing the gene chip, including Tup, fell silent. Qin Ming's words made sense. Using gene chips solely for enhancing extraordinary physical constitution was far too extravagant. Instead of that, it would be better to trade them for those two instruments. Moreover, once acquired, they might even be replicated for mass production. Dean Qin, my Peacock Nation likes gene chips. Might we offer other compensation? Inquired the Peacock Nation representative. Qin Ming nodded. Yes. You may offer Thunder Iron Beast pelts in exchange. If that proves insufficient, iron ore, grain, or other resources may also be considered. But the prerequisite is that those 4 nations must first exchange their gene chips. At these words, the eyes of all the national representatives lit up, but their expressions immediately darkened. If they could trade other goods instead, that would be ideal. But the catch was, the eagle-eyed ones had to agree to set the terms first. Qin Ming, we refuse. Tap immediately interjected. Before he could finish, Qin Ming cut him off. Without waiting for any rebuttal, Qin Ming left the meeting after delivering one final statement. You all think it over carefully. I'm out of here. The Chinese delegation withdrew from the meeting, leaving the representatives of other nations staring at each other in bewilderment. Instantly, all eyes turned to the representatives of Bear Nation, Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and Cherry Blossom Nation. The Bear Nation representative was the first to express willingness. Whether you agree or not, China has undoubtedly made the greatest contribution this time, not just in information, but also in the technology behind these instruments. You all understand the gravity of this situation. Therefore, Bear Nation is the first to endorse it. With that, all pressure fell squarely on the Eagle Nation, the Setting Sun Empire, and the Land of Cherry Blossoms. The faces of the three nations' representatives darkened. Especially Sakura Nation, the two representatives disguised as thousand-faced monkeys were seething with rage. They naturally had no desire to introduce equipment designed to combat the monstrous beasts. But now, they were being forced into a corner. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. What truly terrified them was that Qin Ming knew far too much. Such a figure absolutely could not be allowed to remain. After the meeting, Long Xiaogua noticed the change in Qin Ming's expression. This is the first time I've seen such a cunning side of you, General Long remarked with a smile. He was genuinely impressed that Qin Ming could employ such methods to secure the Jin chip and Thunder Iron Beast fur. Am I scheming? Qin Ming shook his head. The price I paid was greater than all of them combined. As a competitor, I didn't need to remind them so much or offer them so much help. But I didn't want them to be too weak either. Otherwise, if only Huaxia remained in this world, that would be a huge problem. At this point, Qin Ming let out a heavy sigh. Ah, Dragon General, I finally understand. It's truly no easy feat to be a great nation. At these words, even the solemn Dragon General couldn't help but twitch his face. Chapter 67, Assassination of Qin Ming. Seeking gold tickets. It must be said, Qin Ming's move proved remarkably effective. Under the pressure of global powers, the Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and the Land of Cherry Blossoms all agreed to China's terms. They harbored bitter resentment toward Qin Ming for this. Of course, Qin Ming couldn't care less. Regardless of this World Conference's outcome, they would remain rivals. Even if nations resisted competing, the shadowy forces would manipulate the rules to force them into competition. The so-called civilization trial was nothing but a scheme to breed parasites. It was simply a matter of seeing who would survive to the end. Qin Ming saw through it all. Once the deal was sealed, Qin Ming's plan could proceed smoothly. First up was the blood-ignited cloak, already in production. With the blueprint in hand, he simply entrusted the task to the tech experts at the Monster Academy. His target was the second stage of the civilization trial. Compared to the first stage, the power of the beasts appearing in the second stage would increase significantly. Given the current number of psychics in China, they were still a bit short. The current monster hunting squad, including the newly recruited members, totaled 57 individuals. The Lei Xiao squad, including the 12 new recruits, totals only 48 members. Combined, they barely exceed 100, far from sufficient. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming holed up in the Monster Academy, relentlessly crafting magic potions. All magic potion ingredients from the monsters slain in the first phase were collected and delivered to the Monster Academy. For these 3 days, Qin Ming worked non-stop, only pausing to eat and sleep. Using the Qiankun Gourd, he repeatedly concocted magic potions. However, the available potion ingredients were limited, as only 3 types of beasts had appeared so far. Additionally, the ghost shark number 004 remained in the ocean, beyond their current reach for hunting. Ultimately, the potions produced included 3 doses of Sequence 089, Life Restoration, and 72 doses of Sequence 066, Thunder Mage. Thus, the Monster Hunters squad reached 60 members, while the Thunder Elite squad grew to 120. Qin Ming divided them into 60 squads, each consisting of 3 members, 1 Life Healer, paired with 2 Thunder Sorcerers. These 3-person squads underwent intensive training in coordination and teamwork to maximize their combat effectiveness. When the third phase trials commenced, these individuals would form the backbone of Huaxia's defense forces, deployed nationwide to protect every household. Notably, Lu Cheng's rank had also advanced. Lu Cheng held Sequence 288, the Iron Hand, which was relatively weaker in power. However, this sequence is exceptionally complete and demands highly specialized materials. Among them, the thousand-faced monkey handbone is one of the rarest alchemical ingredients. Fortunately, among the collected materials, there was one rare-grade, thousand-faced monkey handbone. Thus, a new sequence was born. Standard Sequence 288, Iron Hand, Forbidden Sequence 058, Steel-Bodied One. After brewing so many potions, the Qiankun Gourd seemed to undergo a transformation. A message flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Qiankun Gourd proficiency enhanced, advancing to Tier 2. Now capable of brewing a contract holder's second sequence elixir. Feeling this notification, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It's here! A second, sequential ability. This was the terrifying power of the Qiankun Gourd. It allowed contractors to possess multiple sequence abilities. Normal sequences are incompatible with each other. Sequences could be promoted, just like Liu Cheng advancing from an ordinary sequence to a forbidden sequence, and eventually even to a royal sequence or divine sequence. But an individual can only possess one sequence. Forcibly consuming a second potion would result in their body exploding. Yet as the master of the Qiankun Gourd, Qin Ming could forge a second sequence, even a third. In his previous life, he possessed 3 sequences. He was hailed by the world as the war god of China. This lifetime, the second sequence arrived even faster. Yet Qin Ming currently lacks the necessary conditions. First, the abilities of the second sequence must be formidable, yet he lacks the ingredients for the magic potion. The Royal Great Thunder Iron Beast Claw was one source, but it was far from sufficient. Second, Qin Ming's cultivation realm is still unable to withstand the power of the second sequence. He must at least advance to the second-tier realm. However, Qin Ming already had a plan in mind. During the second phase of the civilization trial, there exists a unique beast. That is his opportunity to obtain the second sequence. 4 days remained until the second stage trial. During these days, the land of Huaxia had returned to calm. No more beasts roamed the land, and the people could resume their normal lives. Of course, this was only a fleeting respite. These days were actually the Black Hand giving nations time to process the emergence of supernatural abilities. After 3 straight days of non-stop work, Qin Ming could finally relax. But just then, Xia Mo sent him a text. "Qin Ming, wanna grab a bite? Me and Xiao Yu are out." Qin Ming paused for a moment before replying. "Alright, send me your location. I'll head over now." Soon, Qin Ming received the location. By the time he got the location, Qin Ming had already started his car and was driving toward the city center. Monster Academy was located some distance from the city center, out in the suburbs, requiring about a half-hour drive. Part of the route included a mountain road. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming drove onto the mountain road. The mountain road was only 2 lanes wide, but it was relatively clear with little traffic. Under the night sky, dim headlights illuminated the road as the car cruised at 90 miles per hour. But then, a blinding beam of light pierced through the windshield. A blinding white light filled Qin Ming's vision. Boom! Then, a heavy truck came barreling toward him in the wrong lane, its blinding headlights rapidly growing larger before his eyes. Qin Ming squinted, vaguely seeing the truck hurtling straight toward him. Qin Ming's expression changed. As the truck closed in, he yanked the steering wheel hard, swerving the car onto the adjacent lane. Vroom! The heavy truck roared past, its powerful airflow causing Qin Ming's sedan to shudder. His car narrowly avoided the collision. But just as Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, another heavy truck, its headlights off, plowed straight toward him. Boom! At high speed, the 2 vehicles collided with a thunderous crash. Qin Ming felt his body slammed by a tremendous force, his mind buzzing. The sedan instantly deformed, its entire front-end engine compartment crushed together. After the impact, the heavy truck showed no signs of stopping, continuing to push Qin Ming's car backward. The car became wedged beneath the truck, its mangled frame scraping the pavement, trailing sparks and flashes of lightning. Finally, the truck slammed on its brakes, flinging the car into the air. It rolled countless times before landing upside down on the ground. The engine caught fire, flames roaring violently. The fuel tank cracked open, gasoline threatening to flow toward the flames. Simultaneously, 4 vehicles pulled over along the roadside. Over a dozen gun-toting men in black emerged. The men cautiously approached the covered car. When they reached about 5 or 6 meters away, 2 of them pulled out 4 or 5 grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them toward the vehicle. Clunk, clunk. Trapped beneath the vehicle, Qin Ming's mind buzzed with a deafening roar. Through the haze, he glimpsed a grenade rolling toward him. The next moment, the grenade exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! The entire vehicle erupted in flames, its fiery glow piercing the sky. Chapter 68, The Traitor Exposed. In the darkness, the blazing fire illuminated the dimly lit road. It also illuminated the faces of the men in black. All wore masks, concealing their true features. The vehicle burned fiercely, yet they showed no signs of stopping. They pressed forward cautiously, crouching low as they searched for Qin Ming's figure. This operation must succeed. Failure was not an option. Then, as the shadowy figure slowly approached, a figure stood atop a streetlight above their heads. "Hey, are you looking for me?" The sudden voice from above made everybody flinch. They snapped their heads up to look. The blinding light from the street lamp blurred their vision, and the figures in black couldn't make out the silhouette above. But whoever it was, if they witnessed the crime, they would die. "Shoot!" One of the black-clad figures immediately raised his gun. Bang! The bullet left the barrel, its crack shattering the stillness of the night. Boom! In the next instant, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The figure sliced the bullet clean in 2 with a single stroke of his blade, sending it hurtling down toward the street lamp. The gunman's face paled. Before he could react, the blade descended. Swish! The gunman's arm, along with the pistol, was severed and fell to the ground. Ah! The man in black let out a pitiful scream, his face contorted with terror. With a snap, Qin Ming seized his throat with one hand, lifting him up with superhuman strength. Now, all the black-clad men could clearly see the man's face. Qin Ming! How is this possible? Wasn't he in the car? How did he escape? All the men in black were thrown into a panic. This was utterly unbelievable. How are you unharmed? The black-clad man in Qin Ming's grasp stammered. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh. You know nothing about extraordinary power. With that, he clenched his fingers with all his might. Snap! The black-clad man's head snapped clean off. Thud! The black-clad figure fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide open, already lifeless. The other black-clad figures were overcome with terror. Shoot! Shoot now! Bang! 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 Bullets flew relentlessly. Yet to Qin Ming, this posed no threat whatsoever. Combat skill, deceptive flash. Lightning bolts flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet, his speed so blindingly fast it was impossible to track. Especially under the cover of night, his figure became as elusive as a ghost. In a few swift blinks, he took down two opponents. A slash severed a pistol from its wielder's hand, while hand blade strikes landed on the opponent's arm and leg joints. The crisp crack of breaking bones echoed as both men lay on the ground, their limbs shattered, wailing in agony. The remaining men were terrified. There was no question of resistance now. They turned and sprinted toward the car, attempting to flee in the vehicle. But how could they possibly escape Qin Ming's grasp? These black-clad men were nothing more than ordinary people. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Ming had subdued them all. Not long after, a dark shadow charged from the distance, moving with the speed of a predator. As it reached the front, its massive beastly form shifted back into human shape. The arrival was none other than Dongyan. This location was only about 10 kilometers from the Monster Academy. With the soul-devouring rat's perverted senses, he would have definitely heard the vehicle explosion and gunfire. Seeing Qin Ming unharmed, Dongyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This date's off. Qin Ming picked up his phone and glanced at the text message from Xia Mo. His gaze sharpened slightly, lingering on the word Xiaoyu. 1 hour later. Monster Academy Dean's office. We got it out of them. They're all spies from Sakura country. A surge of anger welled up in Longjiang. Qin Ming nodded. No surprise there. You figured it out? Longjiang raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, Kawashima and Yamada from Sakura country are both disguised by the thousand-faced monkey. At the World Conference, Qin Ming had already sensed something was off about them. Damn it, they actually set their sights on you. The Dragon General was furious. If news of Qin Ming's attack reached the capital, the higher-ups would likely be in an uproar. Qin Ming was the very backbone of China now. If anything happened to him, the sky would fall. Wait, how did they even track you down? Dragon General snapped upright, his gaze sharpening to a terrifying intensity. Only those from the Monster Academy could have exposed Qin Ming's whereabouts. Like the guards. Stop speculating. My family is fine. The problem lies here. With that, Qin Ming handed over his phone's chat history. A particular message immediately caught Long John's attention. Xia Mo, Qin Ming, wanna grab dinner? Me and Xiaoyu are out. Jian Yuji? Dragon General's expression darkened. Recalling Jian Yuji's educational background from her background check, she had studied abroad in Japan for 2 years. He naturally didn't suspect Xia Mo. Qin Ming had told him that in her previous life, Xia Mo had been one of China's pillars of society. Xia Mo was undoubtedly trustworthy. Then, it could only be Jian Yuji. Qin Ming nodded. It must be her. The Dragon General stared at Qin Ming and made a throat-slitting gesture. Qin Ming shook his head. No rush. She still has use. She likely doesn't know the Sakura Nation's high command has been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Perhaps we can use her to deal with the beasts over there. That evening, Xia Mo and Jian Yuji returned. They remained unaware of the events that unfolded, assuming Qin Ming had urgent business that prevented him from keeping their appointment. Jian Yuji acted perfectly normal, showing not a single crack. Everything continued to run smoothly. Over the next 3 days, nations worldwide launched their counterattacks. Especially those nations that had received the magic potion formula, Reward began steadily producing psychic warriors. Led by these new superhumans, they began exterminating the beasts overlooked during the first trial phase. The war never ceased. Time ticked away, leaving only 1 day remaining until the second phase of the civilization trial. Knowing the exact start time of the trial, the entire world was gripped by dread. Waiting was the most agonizing part. Qin Ming had already finalized his preparations. All civilians in the 3 locations where the beasts had descended had been evacuated to safe areas. Heavy military forces had been deployed to surround these areas, and even the entire team of psychic operatives had been dispatched. Now, all that remained was to await the trial's commencement. On the eve of the second phase of the civilization trial, the blood-ignited cloak was finally forged. After careful consideration, Qin Ming decided to distribute the blood-ignited cloak, ensuring every psionicist received one. Of course, Qin Ming repeatedly emphasized that the blood-ignited cloak must not be used unless absolutely necessary, but the cost was immense. With all arrangements finalized, Qin Ming led Lu Cheng to one of the beast descent points. Xia Mo and Jiang Yuji led teams to the other two beast descent points. The third beast descent point fell under Dong Yan's command. Don't underestimate Dong Yan. Just because he was alone, he was a second-tier cultivator with formidable strength. Upon arriving at the spawn point, Qin Ming surveyed the area and was startled by the military deployment. There were likely as many as 20,000 soldiers. The array of weaponry was even more terrifying. Qin Ming sucked in a sharp breath. This second wave of beasts was in for a world of trouble. Chapter 69, the second stage of the civilization trial begins. On the eve of the second phase of the civilization trial, official headquarters of the Bear Nation. The Iron Blood Emperor personally guarded the border. This was a small town near the northern border of Huaxia, separated from Huaxia by a river. At this moment, the Huaxia border glowed with lights. Numerous soldiers were stationed along the frontier, seemingly guarding against some impending threat. Simultaneously, the Bear Nation government deployed 30,000 soldiers, over 100 tanks, dozens of armed helicopters, and every type of formidable weaponry imaginable. They encircled the town within a 10-mile radius. This massive deployment shook the entire Bear Kingdom. No one knew their purpose. The Iron Blood Emperor personally commanded the front lines, his gaze fixed intently upon the land ahead, his expression solemn and agitated. Commander, the Huaxia forces have also established defenses along their border. They're likely preparing for the beasts to break through and escape, reported a bearded general. It seems our intelligence from Huaxia was accurate. Iron Blood Emperor spoke with palpable excitement. At such a critical juncture, Huaxia would not deceive us. If this truly is a beast descent point, we will lead the world in the second phase of the trial, keeping pace with Huaxia. This time, our Bear Nation has a chance to secure second place in the trial. The bearded general nodded. I've heard China has also deployed defenses at 3 locations domestically. They couldn't possibly pinpoint the exact beast landing site, could they? If that's the case, it's terrifying. The Iron Blood Emperor's gaze grew deep. That Monster Academy dean is no ordinary figure. Regardless, we must firmly secure China as our ally. Moreover, if this landing point proves accurate, we'll owe China a massive debt of gratitude. The major moves by China and Bear Nation naturally didn't escape the notice of the world's major powers. The Eagle Nation, in particular, learned of their grand maneuvers immediately. Trump looked puzzled. What are China and Bear Country up to? Could they have discovered the landing point for the second stage trial's beast? General John suddenly interjected. This statement stunned the high-ranking officials present. If that's the case, it's beyond belief. Exactly. Who could possibly match them? But how did they predict it? I've heard ancient Chinese culture possesses the ability to divine celestial secrets. Could those people be behind this? The room buzzed with speculation. Especially that last remark. It silenced everyone. The mystical powers of the East had long been rumored across the world. Though they didn't believe it, existence itself was reason enough. Tep snorted coldly. Mystical powers? I bet it's that freak academy's headmaster pulling strings. That kid knows far too much. He must have the guide to the civilization trials. Nothing to fear. I'll find an opportunity to capture him in China. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the source. It was a man with a hooked nose. This man was one of the fortunate awakened individuals selected after the first phase of the civilization trial concluded. Eagle Sauce had rewarded 10 awakened individuals in total. 7 of them were willing to serve the official organization, and this hawk-nosed man was one of them, the most powerful one. A Forbidden Order ability user. Archer, are you confident you can handle Qin Ming? General John frowned. Archer's lips curled slightly, his expression dismissive. He's just a mere novice. In terms of rank, he's only Forbidden Sequence 007, while I'm Forbidden Sequence 005. Achilles was supremely confident. As a mercenary by nature, coupled with his awakened abilities, he was certain he could take down Qin Ming. Tep hesitated for a moment. Handle this civilization trial first. I'll make arrangements for dealing with Qin Ming. Central Command, Sakura Nation. Chief Kawashima's face was dark as night. Their assassination attempt on Qin Ming had failed. Your Majesty, Commander Yamada frowned. It seems that human is not so easily dealt with. Kawashima's face remained impassive. Regardless, he must die. Otherwise, our expansion on Blue Star will be severely hindered. That brat knows too much. Commander Yamada hesitated. King, should we consider joining forces with the races from the second trial phase to deal with Qin Ming? Kawashima nodded. I've already made the necessary arrangements. I know all the races that will appear in the second phase of the trial. Then Qin Ming is as good as dead. Commander Yamada frowned. King, I've received intelligence that Huaxia has established formidable defenses at 3 locations within their borders. Could they have predicted the landing sites of the beasts? Impossible. Kawashima shook his head vehemently. The landings are random. Even the kings of those three races don't know where they'll appear. How could China possibly know? As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. China's digging its own grave this time. Concentrating so many troops in one place, if their prediction fails, they won't even have time to retreat. It'll be an absolute catastrophe. Just wait. We'll sit back and enjoy the show. Naturally, Huaxia's actions did not escape the notice of the world's nations. Similar discussions echoed across the globe. From government officials to ordinary citizens, no one was willing to believe China could accurately predict the landing points of the beasts. Some netizens even mocked China on online platforms. Some accused China of feudal superstition. Others called China foolish. Every kind of voice is out there. In short, they refuse to believe it and don't want to believe it. They simply cannot bear to see Huaxia grow strong. Despite China's repeated assistance to them, people always have their own selfish motives. A thankless dog remains a thankless dog. A dog can't change its habit of eating feces. Time ticked by. Amidst the solemn global atmosphere, the Black Hand suddenly emerged. With a thunderous boom, a deafening roar shook the heavens, as if a bolt of lightning had struck the Blue Star. In an instant, all electronic devices on Blue Star were infiltrated by the Black Hand. A crimson countdown appeared on every electronic screen, capturing the world's attention. Then, a message popped up. Civilization Trial Phase 2, 10-minute countdown initiated. This trial, Civilization's Bloody Clash, will see 3 species of alien beasts randomly appear within the territories of various nations, engaging in an offensive-defensive battle. For the first 24 hours of the trial, the beasts serve as the defending side, while all civilizations act as the attacking side. After 24 hours, roles will reverse. The trial will last a total of 10 days. Reward system. Upon trial conclusion, rewards will be granted based on each civilization's performance. Special Reward 1, complete annihilation of all beasts ends the trial early, granting the victorious civilization an additional reward. Special Reward 2, a Beast King will randomly appear among the alien beasts. The first civilization to defeat the Beast King will receive an additional reward. Note, the Beast King is formidable, but the drop rates for magic potion ingredients and containment units on its body are significantly increased. As the information prompt concluded, the countdown ended. The Black Hand gave humanity no time to react. With a deafening roar, the entire Blue Star trembled as the beasts descended. Chapter 70, The Descent of the Beast, Wasteland Wolf. Thud. 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 Beams of light slammed into the Blue Star's surface from the sky. Unlike the first trial phase, the arrival of these beasts was nothing short of spectacular. No sneaking around, just pure, unadulterated arrogance. Jiangnan City, Huaxia Nation. In Qin Ming's Camp 1, a pillar of light crashed down. Terrifying energy instantly swept through, flattening all surrounding structures and raising billowing clouds of dust. Almost simultaneously, 2 more beams of light struck the other 2 defensive camps. The prepared warriors were thrilled. The prediction had come true. Director Qin Ming's strategy proved flawless. The next moment, Qin Ming's communicator crackled with the voices of the commanders from Camps 2 and 3. Director Qin, the beam has struck position 2 precisely. Director Qin, the beam has landed precisely on position 3. Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed, history's script hadn't changed much. Excellent. Long Xiaogui exclaimed with excitement, immediately shouting, "All units, prepare to receive the alien creatures." All 3 positions erupted in thunderous cheers. But none were more thrilled than Xiong Nation. 3 beams of light descended upon Xiongwa, one of which landed precisely within their pre-established encirclement. Ironblood Emperor's face was aglow with excitement. Excellent. Dean Qin Ming truly foresaw everything. The beams of light touched down on Blue Star's surface almost simultaneously. Each civilization received 3 beams. The moment the beams touched down, countless people were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming energy. The beams didn't choose uninhabited areas to strike. On the contrary, they descended upon densely populated areas. The chosen locations offered no defense whatsoever. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to their families. This scene was destined to be a catastrophe and unavoidable disaster. Qin Ming had anticipated this outcome. Yet he was powerless to stop it. Having been reborn, the only locations he could recall were those within his own country. And that location in Bear Country happened to be right near the border of China. In his previous life, the monstrous beasts that descended there had breached Xiong Nation's defenses, inflicting immense devastation upon the Chinese border, an event etched deeply into Qin Ming's memory. A flicker of pity crossed his mind. Qin Ming paid little attention to foreign affairs. His immediate priority was dealing with the alien beast before him. If memory served him correctly, the strange beast that had descended upon position 1 was numbered 005, the Wasteland Wolf. At that moment, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the scene ahead to everyone. As the scene unfolded, every warrior's expression changed drastically, filled with shock. Before them had once stood a small town, buildings standing tall, a scene of peace and tranquility. Now, however, all the buildings had vanished. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate wasteland. Even the ground had transformed, the once lush earth had become a desert. Before them lay no small town at all, it was clearly a desert. Good heavens, how did this happen? How did they manage this? Lu Chang and Luing stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with solemnity. The ability to alter the natural environment was utterly terrifying. The dragon general wore an equally grave expression, deeply aware that the capabilities of the Black Hand were far beyond anything Blue Star's understanding could explain. If the Black Hand was a higher civilization, it must be several dimensions above Blue Star. Facing such an adversary could inspire despairing terror. This world is far more complex than we imagined. And this is only the beginning. Qin Ming offered a word of comfort. He knew these revelations must have profoundly shaken them, but this was merely the second stage of the civilization trial. Compared to what lay ahead, these trials were nothing. Prepare for battle. Qin Ming grabbed his communicator and barked the order to the warriors. Roger that. Units responded in unison. Moments later, dozens of armed helicopters soared into the sky, their icy cold divine fire cannons locked onto the light pillars ahead. Bzzzzzzzzz. Accompanied by a terrifying hum, the drone hive launched. All units, take note, the moment the light column vanishes, the alien beasts will appear. Open fire immediately upon sighting any strange beasts. Qin Ming's voice crackled through the soldiers' headsets. 20,000 soldiers stared intently ahead, their expressions solemn and tense. The next moment, the pillar of light slowly faded. A vast army materialized at the center of the battlefield. They were humanoid creatures, their skin cracked and fissured like broken concrete. The monsters' long limbs and the long tails protruding from their backs bore a striking resemblance to wolves. At first glance, they resembled werewolves from the movies. Yet their grotesque forms were far more terrifying than any cinematic werewolf. These beasts were designated 005, the Wasteland Wolves. Roar! As the wilderness wolves appeared, they instinctively let out a howl to the heavens, displaying their fierce and arrogant demeanor. Especially the crimson one leading the pack like a sovereign descending, its gaze commanding the world. Just as the howling horde reached its peak, they suddenly noticed the sky above them filled with human helicopters. All the wilderness wolves froze in shock. They frantically scanned their surroundings, only to find humans everywhere in the distance. They had fallen into a human encirclement. King, something's wrong. A subordinate beside the red-skinned desert wolf spoke in alarm. The Wolf King was also stunned. What was going on? Boom! The next moment, a massive explosion echoed. In the center of the pack, a wolf seemed to step on something, causing the ground to erupt violently. The blast sent over a dozen wolves flying. Landmines! These were mines Qin Ming had ordered his men to plant in advance. The entire pack of wilderness wolves froze in shock. Before they could react, a barrage of flames erupted from all directions. Fire! Kill! The roar of the human army pierced the heavens. Endless shells thundered down upon the alien beast hordes. Boom! 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 Terrifying barrages of fire tore through the wilderness wolf hordes. Despite their formidable defenses, the barrage tore limbs from their bodies, leaving them mangled and bloodied. Most of the wasteland wolves were first-tier beasts, and they were no match for human firearms. Moreover, the Huaxia military had prepared extensively. Every weapon they could muster was deployed, save for nuclear arms. The aerial bombardment, combined with the relentless assault of tanks and artillery on the ground, could level even a mountain, let alone these beasts. Boom! 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 The battlefield center was shrouded in smoke and fire, with flames reaching the sky. The 1,000-strong army of the wasteland wolves was thrown into disarray, with a large number falling instantly. The Wolf King's face twisted with fury. Charge out! Charge out with all your might! We cannot be surrounded by the human army. At the Wolf King's command, all the desert wolves charged madly in all directions. Especially the second-tier wilderness wolves, dodging artillery fire as they charged swiftly toward the encircling human soldiers. Yet they still underestimated the Chinese formation. Even the second-tier wilderness wolves were blown to pieces. They couldn't unleash any of their formidable power. In less than 10 minutes, the entire pack of wilderness wolves lay fallen. Amid the smoke and dust, only the blood-soaked Wolf King remained. By then, the artillery fire had ceased. Qin Ming, Lu Chang, and over a dozen other psychics slowly approached the Wolf King. The Wolf King's face twisted in fury, his rage tinged with fear. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded the Wolf King like a prized treasure. This Wolf King was the very Beast King spoken of in the rules. The Wolf King froze instantly under Qin Ming's greedy gaze. He was the invader, yet why did he suddenly feel like the prey? Chapter 71, China ends trial early, shocking the world. Boom! 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 Tanks advanced, infantry gradually closing in. The vast battlefield was steadily shrinking. The wasteland wolf beast king was trapped in the center, all his kin already dead, corpses littering the ground. The wasteland wolf beast king's body trembled for the first time, he felt fear. Wasn't the civilization trial supposed to be an invasion by the strong? Why did it now feel more like sending lambs to the slaughter? Up ahead, Qin Ming and Lu Chang gripped their Tang swords tightly as they advanced slowly. The wilderness wolf panicked instantly. Its once proud demeanor vanished completely, replaced by an overly polite expression. Humans, let's talk this out. There's no need for violence. Hearing this, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. This must be a fake wolf, right? It feels more like a husky to me. Should we try to persuade it to surrender? Qin Ming spoke calmly. Would you like to sleep with a bomb in your arms? Lu Chang choked on his words and shut his mouth. Attack! Qin Ming bellowed. Bang! 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 The Thunder Mage, behind him, immediately hurled the charged Thunderball in his hand. Powerful surges of energy slammed toward them. The Wasteland Wolf's pupils suddenly contracted as it darted aside to evade. The Thunder Orbs exploded on the ground, their power surpassing even cannon shells. The Wasteland Wolf scanned its surroundings, desperately seeking an escape route. But whether sky or earth, it was completely surrounded by the human legions. Even if it grew wings, it couldn't escape. Damn that thousand-faced monkey. Didn't he say humans were easy to deal with? The Beast King of the Wilderness Wolves cursed furiously, charging toward a direction devoid of psychics. Just as it was about to break through the circle of psychics, Qin Ming flashed forward, blocking its path with a swift slash of his blade. The desert wolf's pupils contracted sharply as a bone blade erupted from its arm, which it thrust forward to block the strike. The starfall blade, crackling with lightning, slammed into the bone blade. The immense force sent the wasteland wolf reeling backward. The Beast King's eyes flashed with savagery. A mere first-tier Psionicis dares challenge this king? You truly don't know when to quit. In the next instant, a powerful aura erupted from the desert wolf's body. Long bone blades sprouted from both arms, and its tail transformed into a sharp, scythe-like weapon. The Beast King plunged both hands into the ground and thrust upward with all his might. Boom! A whirlwind 3 stories tall swept toward Qin Ming, carrying a torrent of sand. Qin Ming's expression darkened. This Beast King was no ordinary foe, it actually possessed combat techniques. Thunder Annihilation Slash. The Starfall blade descended with a thunderous crash, unleashing a torrent of lightning. The sandstorm tornado shattered instantly. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King burst from the dust, its bone blade slashing toward Qin Ming's face. Thunder surged beneath Qin Ming's feet, propelling him forward at blinding speed as he dodged the Beast King's bone blade. Simultaneously, the Starfall blade swept horizontally, slicing through the body of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King. A white scar appeared. After their paths crossed, Qin Ming stared at the white scar on the Beast King's chest, his expression darkening. This slash didn't even pierce the skin of the Wilderness Wolf Beast King. This beast's defenses are truly thick beyond compare. Dean, watch out. Amidst the cries of the crowd, several more thunderballs slammed toward him. Qin Ming managed to dodge, but the Wilderness Wolf evaded them just as easily. Against a second-tier Wilderness Wolf Beast King, the Lightning Mage's abilities were no longer formidable. With its speed, landing a hit was nearly impossible. Attack together. At that moment, Lu Chang charged forward. Joining him were 5 members of the Monster Hunters squad. Gripping the Tang swords specially crafted by Monster Academy, they launched their assault on the Wasteland King. Lu Chang led the charge, swinging his fist at the Wilderness Wolf. The Wilderness Wolf showed no fear, countering with a powerful punch of its own. Thud! The two collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a tremendous burst of force. Lu Chang felt as if he'd been struck by a truck, sent flying backward. The 5 members of the Monster Hunt squad surrounded the Wilderness Wolf, taking turns to attack. But they had underestimated the true terror of the Wilderness Wolf, especially this one, a genuine Beast King. Despite their 5-to-1 advantage, the team found themselves overwhelmed by the Wolf of the Wilderness, sustaining injuries from the very first clash. Fortunately, the team members possessed the life regeneration ability, allowing their wounds to heal rapidly. Dean, does this Wilderness Wolf have any weaknesses? It's far too powerful. After clashing with it, Lu Chang finally grasped the sheer terror of this beast. Qin Ming shook his head. The Wasteland Wolf is a 6-sided warrior, it has no weaknesses. We'll just have to tough it out. Can we keep blasting it with heat weapons? Lu Chang pressed. It's useless. It's already reached tier 2, and its defenses are incredibly strong. Firepower won't do much to it. Once we open fire, it might slip away in the chaos that would be disastrous. Qin Ming's voice grew solemn. Right now, there's only one way: wear it down. With that, a surge of psychic energy erupted. High-risk combat technique, deceptive card. With a hum, a card materialized in Qin Ming's hand. The card spun, randomly selecting a skill. Thunder Judgment, combat power doubled, mastery of thunder doubled. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It was the very skill that had appeared before Thunder Judge. Perfect for the current situation. Boom! In the next instant, an explosive surge of energy erupted from Qin Ming's body. Thunder coiled around him, and bolts of lightning danced across his form. His combat power now rivaled that of a second-tier psychic. Charge! Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade tightly and charged toward the Wasteland Wolf King. Lu Chang followed closely behind, his steel-hard body charging headlong, clashing directly with the Wilderness Wolf. The battle raged fiercely. At first, the Desert Wolf could hold its ground. but gradually, as the wounds piled up, it began to falter. Qin Ming's repeated slashes left the beast covered in blood. Similarly, members of the Monster Hunt Squad and Lu Chang also bore various wounds. Lu Chang fought with blazing fury, finally unleashing a powerful combat technique. Steel Body Shockwave. Lu Chang's fist slammed into the chest of the Wasteland Wolf's Beast King, a piercing force tearing through its body and inflicting immense internal damage. Qin Ming seized the moment. Thunder Judgment. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Thunder coiled around the Tang sword, slicing through the void before plunging deep into the Beast King's heart. The Wasteland Wolf Beast King's eyes widened, its pupils trembling. It looked down in disbelief at the blade embedded in its chest, its face contorted with terror. Boom! Thunder raged, tearing violently through its body. Finally, the Wilderness Wolf Beast King collapsed heavily, its life extinguished. A second-tier Beast King, dead. This battle had been a tough fight, but thankfully, the outcome was favorable. Just as Qin Ming finished off the Beast King, reports came through his earpiece from outposts 2 and 3. Director, this is position 2. All aberrant beasts have been completely annihilated. Dean, this is position 3. All the beasts have been completely wiped out. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Success! He glanced at the time. Only 45 minutes had passed since the trial began. The attacking side's offensive time had not yet expired. At that moment, as the entire world was engaged in a tense battle against the beasts, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, capturing the attention of all. The next moment, a resounding celestial voice echoed. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for successfully passing the second stage of the civilization trial. You have annihilated all 3 alien beast races and secured first place in this trial. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for annihilating the alien beasts. The trial ends early, granting an additional reward. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for securing the first kill of the Beast King, earning an additional reward. As the announcement echoed, the entire world erupted in chaos. Chapter 72, Dissecting the Beast King, the second superpower sequence. What? China has already passed the trial? Holy crap, how did they pull that off? Our country is in chaos. With only minutes left before the beast's counterattack, I feel like we're doomed. Panic swept across the world, yet everyone was equally stunned by China's achievement. Holy crap, China passed the trial so quickly. Did they actually predict the beast's landing points? No need to guess. China's Monster Academy just uploaded the battle footage. Those 3 monster spawn points landed right in their ambush zones. It's insane. The moment this netizen posted, the world erupted. Not long ago, they were mocking China, saying it couldn't possibly predict accurately. But the backlash came swiftly. The world couldn't fathom how Huaxia had pulled it off. In the Eagle Nation's central command room, President Trump and the entire Eagle Nation leadership were stunned upon receiving the news. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Trump raged like a rooster with its feathers ruffled. The Eagle Nation had lost again. And they'd been utterly crushed. They had secured the power of the gifted, believing it would grant them the strength to challenge China for supremacy. Yet reality had delivered a brutal slap in the face. While the Eagle Nation was still scrambling to cope with the arrival of the monstrous beasts, China had already passed the trial. This vast disparity was unbearable for Trump. Tep's eyes blazed as he glared at the assembled high-ranking officials, bellowing his orders. I don't care what methods you use, you must secure the Eagle's hegemonic position. Meanwhile, another figure seethed with fury, the thousand-faced monkey of the land of cherry blossoms. Sakura Nation's Central Command Office. Chief Kawashima and Commander Yamada, upon receiving news of Qin Ming's annihilation of the monstrous beasts, wore grim expressions. The secretary reporting from the front lines trembled visibly, head bowed, unable to speak. She sensed the fury radiating from these 2 powerful figures. Though she couldn't fathom the cause of their fury, she dared not utter a word. But as Kawashima's secretary, she had indeed sensed something off lately. The chief seemed like a different person, with many of his daily habits changing. Combined with the incident involving the thousand-faced monkey, she felt a growing sense of dread and had even considered resigning. Come here. Kawashima suddenly spoke up at that moment. The secretary's body trembled as she forced herself to suppress her panic and slowly approached. Just as she reached his side, Kawashima suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Under the secretary's terrified gaze, he snapped her neck. Then, Kawashima transformed back into the thousand-faced monkey and devoured the secretary. 3 figures then emerged. One of them was none other than the wilderness wolf. Flanking him were a 2-headed canine beast and a bipedal feline demon. Had Qin Ming been present, he would have recognized them instantly. Code 005, Wilderness Wolf. Code 006, 2-headed dog. Code 007, Eerie Cat Demon. These 3 beasts had actually appeared in the central office of Sakura Nation. After the thousand-faced monkey finished feeding, another emerged from the shadows. With a twist of its form, it transformed into the likeness of the deceased secretary. Your Majesty. The secretary handed the thousand-faced monkey a handkerchief. The shape-shifting monkey reverted to Kawashima, took the handkerchief, and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It calmly sat back in its seat, as if this entire episode had merely been a means of venting. Then, Kawashima turned to face the desert wolf ahead and spoke slowly. Your king has already died in China. The crimson steppe wolf clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury. The desert wolf tribe had settled across the world. Due to the rules of the trial, each nation had chosen a beast king just like the one standing before them. But only they knew the truth, the true beast king of the steppe wolf clan was in China. The one who fell in battle was the true king. The desert wolf before them seethed with rage, glaring at Kawashima. Take us to China. We must avenge our king. Kawashima shook his head. Going there now would be no different from seeking death. Moreover, our infiltration of the land of cherry blossoms remains incomplete. Any large-scale action would expose our identities. Since we're already here, why not seize this nation by force? The humanoid cat demon spoke in human language. Exactly. With our strength, it would be effortless, the two-headed dog chimed in, unwilling to remain hidden in the shadows forever. Kawashima shook his head. Too hasty. If we expose ourselves, the surrounding nations will surely unite against us. Moreover, I've received intelligence that these humans possess a type of thermal weapon called a nuclear bomb. Once activated, it would obliterate this cherry blossom nation into fragments. Therefore, we cannot act rashly. Moreover, by controlling a nation, we can accomplish much more. Hearing this, the three beasts ahead frowned in displeasure. No need for those faces. The people of this nation are yours to devour. Kawashima stated calmly. Return now. I'll handle China. You follow the rules. When your turn to attack comes, wreak havoc as you please. Oh, and here are photos of those psychic beings from the land of cherry blossoms. They'll appear on the battlefield, kill them. With that, the secretary handed the documents to Wasteland Wolf. Wilderness Wolf's lips curved into a faint smile. Leave it to us. Those pitiful psychics from Sakura Nation thinking themselves chosen by heaven would end up as the most miserable cannon fodder. Kawashima would certainly not let them live. Because these psychics could see through their disguises. Qin Ming could roughly guess the uproar China's early completion of the trial would cause worldwide. Though he knew it would invite trouble like that night's assassination attempt, he didn't care. Truth lies only upon the edge of the sword. As long as China remained sufficiently powerful, petty criminals would dare not act rashly. The beasts that descended for the second stage of the trial were identical to those in his previous life, still the same three clans. This brought Qin Ming some relief. The world's narrative hadn't shifted drastically due to his rebirth. Completing the trial early would grant China more time to regroup. After the battle concluded, Qin Ming ordered soldiers across all three battlefields to swiftly clear the area, gathering every last bit of magic potion ingredients. As for Qin Ming himself, he plunged into a period of intense activity. The corpse of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King was immediately transported back to the Monster Academy. Under Qin Ming's personal supervision, every last bit of magic potion material was extracted from its body. To Qin Ming's surprise, this Wasteland Wolf Beast King even carried a common grade containment item. It was a double-bladed axe, quite heavy, with its specific abilities still to be analyzed. It was later found on the battlefield, likely dropped by the Wilderness Wolf Beast King during the artillery bombardment. Qin Ming felt incredibly fortunate. Had the Beast King wielded this containment item in battle, casualties would have been inevitable. This containment item ended up being a boon for Liu Chang. It was clearly a weapon well suited to him. After obtaining the weapon, Liu Chang was ecstatic, unable to put it down. Next came Qin Ming's turn. He discovered a beast crystal within the Wasteland Wolf Beast King's skull. Additionally, he discovered one royal grade magic potion ingredient and one forbidden grade magic potion ingredient. Both of these potion ingredients were exactly what he wanted. Liu Chang, stand guard outside. I'm about to do something big. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with determination, his face radiating excitement. He was about to awaken his second ability sequence. Chapter 73, Royal Sequence 005, Magician. Liu Chang knew Qin Ming was about to do something big, so he guarded the research lab door with utmost caution. Of course, within Monster Academy, it was generally safe. But given the gravity of the situation, Liu Chang dared not let his guard down. Inside the lab, Qin Ming locked the door. He first retrieved the beast crystal of the Wilderness Wolf Beast King. This was a King-class beast crystal, containing immense energy. Still stuck at the first tier, Qin Ming knew he could only break through by using this King-grade beast crystal. Clutching the crystal in his hand, Qin Ming channeled his spiritual energy, slowly absorbing its power. After over 10 minutes, the crystal's energy was depleted, crumbling into dust. Qin Ming's body trembled as even more powerful spiritual energy surged within him. He had broken through to the second tier. Upon reaching the second tier, a message flashed through Qin Ming's mind. He had gained 2 new combat techniques. Prohibition Sequence 007, Deceptive Thunderer. Each time a realm is broken through, 2 new combat techniques are acquired. Qin Ming didn't immediately examine them. His attention was entirely focused on the magic potion ingredients before him. King-grade magic potion ingredient, Wilderness Wolf Demon Heart. Forbidden Great Potion ingredient, Wilderness Wolffinger Bone. This was the first time he'd ever concocted this sequence of abilities. Thunder Iron Beast Claw, King Grade Plus, Wasteland Wolf Demon Heart, King Grade Plus, Wasteland Wolf Finger Bone, Forbidden Grade Plus 50 ml Purified Water plus playing cards 1 deck. A strange combination. Qin Ming had never even heard of it before. Yet the formula was undoubtedly precise, for it was precisely the reward obtained from the first stage of the civilization trial. The Soul King Sequence formula granted to Huaxia was this very one. Precisely because he'd never seen it before, Qin Ming's curiosity was piqued. He resolved to concoct it himself. He stuffed all the ingredients into the Qiankun Gourd and gave it a few shakes. Soon, the ingredients inside melted away, and Qin Ming could clearly hear the liquid swirling within. Qin Ming poured out the concocted potion, a vivid crimson liquid with a viscous consistency. Most people would find it terrifying. But to Qin Ming, it was no different from juice. Qin Ming downed it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. The potion rolled down his throat, waves of energy slowly surging through him. The next moment, Qin Ming felt his body grow significantly lighter. Almost simultaneously, a stream of information flooded his mind. Royal Sequence 005 Magician. Combat Skill 1, Playing Card. Soldiers summon one playing card at a time to fight for you. Different cards possess distinct abilities. As your realm increases, you may summon more cards. Combat Skill 2, Ace. Draw and possess the Joker or Ace cards to enhance combat prowess. Combat Skill 3, Ace of Spades. Deploy both Jokers to deliver a fatal blow. The King Sequence ability starts with 3 combat techniques. However, Qin Ming currently resides at the second-tier realm, meaning these two sequences operate on incompatible levels. Simply put, Sequence 005 Magician is at the first tier. To advance the Magician ability to Tier 2, Qin Ming still needs to spend time studying this ability. Or, to put it another way, he must use the Magician ability to slay the monstrous beasts. Qin Ming had anticipated this situation, as it mirrored his previous life. Feeling the power within him, Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. 2 sequences, 2 distinct abilities. This felt truly satisfying. This would effectively bridge the awkward gap of limited early-stage abilities for an ability user. Even with the Thunder Striker ability alone, even after advancing to Tier 2, there were only 5 combat techniques. The options were indeed limited. But now it was different. Magician was a royal sequence. Qin Ming was thrilled, itching to find a beast to test it out on right away. Unfortunately, not a single beast could be found in Huaxia at present. Qin Ming then examined the 2 new combat techniques added to the Trickster Thunder ability. Eerie Thunder Array creates a thunder-filled eerie array on the ground. Enemies stepping on it will trigger an electrocution effect. Thunder Shadow during combat creates 2 Thunder Shadow clones. These clones possess limited combat strength and are effective for distracting enemies. Seeing these 2 combat skills, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These were purely support skills. While lacking powerful offensive capabilities, they would undoubtedly deliver unexpected surprises to enemies in battle. Not bad. Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. With his current strength, he now possessed the ability to protect himself on Blue Star. Had Lu Cheng heard this, he would have scoffed in disdain. Self-defense? Who on Blue Star could possibly be his match? By the time Qin Ming finished all this, the world had undergone tremendous changes. The dynamic between the beasts and humanity had shifted. The beasts had shifted from defense to offense, launching a frenzied assault on civilizations worldwide. This war was destined to be bloody. The human offensive window was set at 24 hours, a period allocated solely for mobilizing forces. Unlike China, which had predicted the beasts' landing points and prepared days in advance. Other nations, however, were caught completely off guard. No one knew where the beasts would appear. They could only scramble to mobilize forces for attack once the beasts appeared, wasting precious time in the process. Of course, several formidable nations existed in the world. Take the Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and Gaul, for instance. They didn't hesitate at all. The moment the beasts appeared, they immediately launched missile strikes. Once the coordinates were confirmed, missiles were launched, delivering indiscriminate strikes on the beasts' landing sites. Under the missile barrage, all first-tier beasts were annihilated. But for second-tier beasts, it was another story. A single missile strike might not prove more devastating than a relentless barrage of bullets. Unless the missile detonated directly on the beast's head. Thus, after the missile assault concluded, soldiers and psychics still had to enter the field. But 24 hours is a short window. Once that time passes, the beasts won't wait defensively in their original positions. Thus, what followed was a chaotic offensive. The beasts infiltrated the city, mercilessly reaping human lives. Panic spread across the world. Upon receiving the news, Qin Ming felt neither joy nor sorrow. The second trial would not last long, merely 10 days. But one thing was certain, more nations would vanish from the face of the earth. After 10 days, the surviving beasts would retreat into the shadows once more, lurking in the darkness and launching sporadic attacks on humanity. Once the beasts grew stronger, they would erupt in full force. This sequence of events mirrored his previous life exactly. During the second phase of the trial, human firearms still held some effectiveness. But when the third trial phase begins and third-tier beasts emerge, thermal weapons will become utterly useless. The world that follows will be a chapter of the extraordinary. The second stage civilization trial progressed faster than anticipated. While Qin Ming was busy crafting sequence potions at Monster Academy, the 10-day assault period of the beasts was slowly drawing to a close. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous resonance, the second phase of the civilization trial concluded. Esteemed civilizations of all nations, the second phase of the civilization trial has concluded. Scoring will be tallied shortly. Chapter 74, Second Phase Settlement Universal Supernatural. As the celestial announcement echoed, text messages flashed across every electronic screen on Blue Star. The civilization trial was tallying results. Yet on battlefields across nations, the fighting raged on. The ferocious beasts, driven by insatiable aggression, continued their rampage, slaughtering humans with relentless fury. Only after slaughtering every human soldier in sight did the beasts slowly cease their attacks, slipping into the cities. The world was filled with cries of despair as countless people were left homeless. While heat weapons might not inflict significant damage on the beasts, they proved devastating to ordinary humans. Cities bombarded by missiles lay riddled with holes, their former prosperity reduced to ruins. It's over. Finally over. God, save us. I can't endure these days anymore. Countless people knelt amidst the rubble, wailing in grief. Of course, some also raised victorious cheers. For a nation, the cities ravaged by heat weapons represented only a small fraction. For most people, this was a tremendous victory. It felt even more comfortable than the trials of the first phase. Take Eagle, for instance. Countless people were cheering at that very moment. At the Eagle's central command, all the high-ranking officials were thrilled as if they had won a great battle. This time, their formidable weapons had proven their worth. Firearms alone had eliminated the majority of the beasts. Compared to the first phase of the trial, Eagle's sauce had made tremendous progress. At this moment, the entire world awaits the trial's final tally. Even nations that had performed poorly were no exception. They understood clearly that only the rewards from the trial could help them resolve their current predicament. Soon, information popped up on the electronic screen. St. Lu Nation has failed this trial. Its civilization is extinct. The Kingdom of Honor has failed this trial. Its civilization is destroyed. Palau failed this trial. Its civilization is destroyed. 17 nations appeared on the screen in succession, signifying their imminent disappearance from the pages of history. Witnessing this, the world couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Everyone realized how close death was to them. Soon, the sorrow was swept away, for the ranking scores followed. First place, Huaxia. Eliminated 3,000 alien beasts. Domestic facility damage minimal. National cohesion extremely strong. Overall rating, SSS. Second place, Eagle Nation, 2,819 alien beasts eliminated, domestic facilities severely damaged, national cohesion strong, overall rating S. Third place, Empire of the Sun Never Sets, 2,722 alien beasts eliminated, domestic facilities severely damaged, national cohesion strong, overall rating S. Fourth place, Bear Nation, 2,311 alien beasts eliminated, domestic facility damage minimal, national cohesion extremely strong, overall rating A. Fifth place, Gaul, eliminated 2,523 abominations, domestic facilities damaged severe, national cohesion moderate, overall rating A. When the rankings were released, the world was stunned. China was the undisputed leader, but the subsequent rankings proved somewhat unexpected. Even Qin Ming hadn't expected that the second place would go to Eagle Sauce, while Bear Nation ended up in fourth. But he soon understood why. Among the top 5 nations, only Bear Nation refrained from using large-scale thermal weapons, resulting in lower monster elimination counts. Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and Gaul had all resorted to direct missile bombardment, effectively wiping out nearly all first-tier beasts, naturally resulting in higher elimination counts. But the national cohesion scores that followed were downright absurd. The Eagle Nation actually received a strong rating. Logically, with so many casualties, such high scores seemed impossible. But consider this, those who perished were all from the disaster zones. Since they were already dead, how could they possibly generate any emotional response? Meanwhile, the citizens in unaffected regions, untouched by this trial, naturally approved of the nation's response measures, leading to strong cohesion. At this realization, Qin Ming's face twitched. This was essentially exploiting a glitch. Over in Eagle Land, the whole nation was celebrating. In contrast, Bear Nation was feeling rather uncomfortable. The iron-blooded emperor sighed heavily. This time, Bear Nation lost because it wasn't ruthless enough. Of course, the iron-blooded emperor had no regrets. He would never bomb residential areas. This trial tested the very essence of humanity. The next segment was the even more anticipated reward phase. The electronic screen flashed another message. First place, Huaxia. Random reward, 100 awakened ones, 10 basic magic potion formulas, 1,000 magic potion materials. Second place, Eagle Nation randomly rewards 60 awakened ones, 6 basic elixir formulas, 600 elixir materials. Third place, Empire of the Sun never sets randomly rewards 50 awakened, 5 basic elixir recipes, 500 elixir ingredients. Fourth place, Bear Nation randomly rewards 40 awakened, for basic elixir recipes, 400 elixir materials. Fifth place, Gaul randomly rewards 30 awakened, 3 basic elixir recipes, and 300 elixir materials. Wow! So many awakened ones? Good heavens, won't the world be ruled by them soon? Holy crap, what a bounty! If everyone gains abilities, what monsters could possibly stand in our way? The world erupted in commotion as countless people cheered wildly. The Black Hand reward undoubtedly propelled the world into an extraordinary new chapter. Awakened individuals were one thing, but the real significance lay in the magic potion recipes and ingredients. It was like handing humanity a hunting rifle, granting them the power to hunt. And this was a global reward. Even the last ranked ice nation received a formula and a substantial amount of potion ingredients. Upon careful tally, the number of magic potion recipes awarded this time reached a staggering 200. This signaled that over 200 new sequence abilities would emerge on Blue Star at once, propelling the entire world into the age of the supernatural. Qin Ming's face darkened instantly. This development would significantly diminish China's advantage. He understood the meaning behind the Black Hand. This was an attempt to intensify the rivalry between nations. With such vast resources now available on Blue Star, conflict was inevitable. It would no longer be merely a struggle against the beasts. Conflicts among humans would gradually emerge. Qin Ming had already foreseen it. The evil organization would erupt prematurely. When the government could no longer control its people, internal strife would erupt, and that would be the true horror. Qin Ming's expression darkened completely. The butterfly effect had arrived. His rebirth had accelerated the arrival of the extraordinary, fast-forwarding the plot's timeline. Once common folk began recklessly concocting demonic potions, social order would collapse entirely. Though the authorities could suppress it, many would still risk everything in pursuit of their own supernatural abilities, lured by the allure of power. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of the Dark Age from his previous life? All of this had come so suddenly. Qin Ming murmured grimly. The sky is about to change. Chapter 75, The New Department Hunters of the Uncanny. After the rewards concluded, the Black Hand continued its announcement. Phase 2 of the civilization trial concludes. Rewards will be distributed randomly. Upon seeing this message, officials from various nations were instantly dumbfounded. Wait, weren't the previous rewards distributed directly to the governments? Why are they being distributed randomly this time? Doesn't this mean the rewards will all flow into private hands? At that moment, officials across nations sensed trouble brewing. Once rewards reach the people, retrieving them won't be so straightforward. Human nature simply cannot withstand such trials. Qin Ming's expression had completely darkened. The world was about to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, the world's populace erupted in excitement, believing this to be a divine gift of power bestowed by heaven to protect themselves. The Black Hand message hadn't finished transmitting. As the electronic screen flashed new information, everyone fell instantly silent. Phase 3, Civilization Trial, Supernatural Chapter. Monstrous beasts will randomly appear across the major civilizations of Blue Star. In addition to ordinary beasts, this trial will also spawn forbidden beasts, king beasts, and cataclysm beasts. These creatures possess immense power, enabling them to create their own domains, abbreviated as dungeons. The 3 types of beasts represent 3 distinct difficulty levels of dungeons. To pass Phase 3 of the civilization trial, locate the domain beast and clear its instance. The civilization that clears 10 instances first will claim the top spot in this trial. Note, non-magic users may also enter instances. Those who demonstrate exceptional performance may receive sequence potions, granting access to the extraordinary. As the latest information flashed across screens, the world stared in stunned silence. These were new rules, and they involved the entire population. Especially that final hint had meant the entire world could participate. Touch the extraordinary. Who in this world wouldn't desire such immense power? Instantly, people across nations were electrified with excitement. The lingering anxiety of the past vanished. Instead, fervent anticipation took hold. Monster Academy. Qin Ming stared at the new rules popping up on his phone and couldn't help but shake his head slowly. Is human nature also part of the trial? The dragon general beside him, seeing Qin Ming's expression, sighed heavily. The Black Hand has planted a bomb among us humans. Qin Ming nodded. Convene a press conference immediately. Inform the nation of the consequences of consuming magic potions and warn them against attempting to concoct them recklessly. Furthermore, all awakened must undergo official supervision. All scattered magic potion formulas and magic potion ingredients must be confiscated. But as he spoke these words, Qin Ming paused. I fear it won't be that simple. Long Xiaoguo nodded solemnly. Indeed. July 26, 2096, 9 a.m. A tremendous roar echoed across the sky as countless streaks of light plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the surface of Blue Star. At that moment, countless people waited with bated breath. They knew well that this signaled the arrival of the rewards for the second stage of the trial. Each streak of light in the sky represented a human awakening their special ability. Everyone hoped they would be the fortunate one. The streaks of light raced at blinding speeds, piercing the atmosphere like unstoppable waves as they surged toward every corner of the world. The second wave of awakened individuals had emerged. Then came countless more streaks of light. This time, the streaks were more numerous than before and varied in color. This was the second reward: potion formulas and potion ingredients. Different colors represented different tiers of potion ingredients. Qin Ming gazed at the sky filled with an overwhelming number of streaks of light. So many! This time, the magical potion materials awarded to Huaxia totaled a full 1,000 portions. This far exceeded the alchemical materials Huaxia had obtained in its previous 2 trials. The only question is how much will actually reach the nation's hands. The press conference was held last night. I'm sure all citizens saw the Monster Academy's statement and understand the importance of the potion formula and potion materials. Most citizens would hand these items over, but there was concern that some unscrupulous individuals might deliberately hoard them. Soon, all the streaks of light vanished, falling to the mortal realm. Almost simultaneously, Monster Academy received calls from citizens reporting finds of magic potion ingredients and recipes, all willing to hand them over to the state. The phones rang incessantly, including calls from some of the newly awakened individuals who declared they had awakened special abilities and wished to serve the nation. The Monster Academy immediately mobilized personnel to travel nationwide and assist these individuals. One day later, Lu Chang arrived to report the situation. Principal, out of the 100 awakened individuals identified in our nation, 95 have been taken into custody. 80 have expressed willingness to join the official ranks, while 15 have refused. 5 remain unaccounted for. Qin Ming frowned. No trace? The dragon general beside him inquired, can the Tower of Heaven locate them? Qin Ming shook his head. The Tower of Heaven draws its energy from Thunder Iron Beast crystals. These crystals can only detect Thunder Iron Beasts and thousand-faced monkeys. They cannot track ordinary extraordinary beings. To locate them using the Tower of Heaven, we'd need other beast crystals. For now, that's impossible, as that beast only appeared during the 7th stage trial. Continue the search. We cannot allow unknown transcended beings to infiltrate the civilian population, Qin Ming declared. Understood. Lu Chang continued his report, Dean, regarding the magic potion formula and magic potion ingredients. Lu Chang's expression darkened. We recovered 9 formulae, but only 712 potion ingredients. This figure greatly surprised Lu Chang. He had expected to recover at least 90%, but only 70% had been retrieved. Qin Ming nodded slightly. It's roughly what I anticipated. As for the formulas, recording them and handing over the originals to the state is merely a formality. These 10 copies won't prevent their circulation. As for the potion ingredients, that's even more predictable. Whether they end up on the black market or are smuggled abroad, they're worth a fortune. Lu Chang paused, realizing he hadn't considered the matter as deeply as Qin Ming. But hearing Qin Ming explain it, he understood. Human nature is truly unpredictable. Qin Ming turned to Lu Chang. Also, the task of recovering the potion ingredients must be entrusted to someone you trust. As the words fell, the dragon general's eyes widened abruptly. You mean someone might have tampered with them? Qin Ming shook his head. Not possible, it's inevitable. From the villagers' homes back to Monster Academy, how many hands would the potion ingredients pass through? Who could guarantee they wouldn't get greedy? Tampering with them would be incredibly easy. And after tampering, they could shift the blame onto those missing awakened ones. It would be flawless. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening instantly. I'll make arrangements immediately. Lu Chang hurried away, leaving only the Dragon General behind. The Dragon General turned to Qin Ming. What do you propose? Qin Ming took a deep breath. My focus must be on the 3rd civilization trial. These trivial matters can be handled by the Monster Academy. I plan to establish a new department. We'll divide the Monster Academy's awakened individuals into teams and deploy them to every province and city. They'll handle local supernatural incidents. The new division will be called the Anomaly Hunters. Chapter 76, Beast Smuggling, Assassination Operation in Sakura Nation. And so, from that day onward, teams cloaked in hooded robes began appearing across the land of Huaxia. They hunted among mortals, concealed beneath the shadows, safeguarding the lights of every household in China. The Anomaly Hunters organization was born, with Qin Ming as its commander-in-chief. After the 2nd phase of trials concluded, several days of rest were granted. Across all electronic screens, a crimson countdown still glowed, still marking the start time for the 3rd phase trial. 6 days remained until the countdown ended. Qin Ming used this time to continue brewing magic potions. From the slain beasts this time, Huaxia had obtained over 200 potion ingredients. Combined with the 700 plus recovered from rewards, the total potion materials now exceeded 1,000. However, the number of potions that could actually be concocted was extremely limited. Ultimately, he managed to create 2 sequences with relatively more abilities. Common Sequence 198 Hercules, Common Sequence 200 Iron Man. Of these, 58 individuals were forged with Hercules and 62 with Iron Man. These were both lower-tier abilities, but under the current circumstances, they still represented formidable power. More importantly, both of these sequence abilities possess distinct advancement paths. For instance, Hercules can advance to the Forbidden Sequence Popeye and the Royal Sequence Captain. Another path allows advancement to the Forbidden Sequence Barbarian Body and the Royal Sequence Barbarian King. Different paths yield different powers upon advancement. Of course, it would be up to them to seek out resources for advancement later on. Within the Hunter of Anomalies organization, Qin Ming established a comprehensive set of regulations, clearly defining rewards and punishments. Those who earn merit can exchange their merits for extraordinary resources. After all, every treasure obtained by Huaxia is stored in the reward vault. Those with the means can claim them. Drawing on his past life experience, Qin Ming established these systems with remarkable ease. While other nations were still gaining rudimentary knowledge of the extraordinary, China had already established detailed, meticulous, and rigorous plans. Commander Qin, these are the 2 additional rewards sent from the capital. In the Monster Academy office, Lu Cheng handed Qin Ming 2 boxes. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These were the additional rewards for the second phase of the trial, one for completing the trial ahead of schedule, and the other for being the first to slay the Beast King. Qin Ming was also curious what could these rewards be? Opening one of the boxes revealed a common grade containment item, a single die named the Parallel Die. As for its specific abilities, Qin Ming wasn't familiar with them yet. He'd need to experiment. The second item was also a common grade containment object, a wooden raven named Catastrophe Bird. Qin Ming stared at the Yibane bird in surprise, feeling rather fortunate. He actually got this thing. What is this? Xiaomo beside him looked at the crow with confusion. It looked like nothing more than a toy. Qin Ming explained, the Calamity Bird. When strange beasts appear within its range, it sounds an alarm. This is a valuable item. Lu Cheng's eyes widened. Too bad there's only one. If we could deploy these nationwide, that'd be perfect, Qin Ming chuckled. Overall, this containment item was quite useful. At that moment, Lu Cheng glanced at Xia Mo, hesitating to speak. Qin Ming interjected, go ahead. She already knows. Hearing this, Xia Mo understood Qin Ming's meaning, and a cold look flashed across her face. Lu Cheng nodded and handed Qin Ming his phone. This contains the intercepted communications between Zhang Yuji and Sakura Country. Qin Ming took the phone, and Xia Mo quickly leaned in as well. The screen displayed Zhang Yuji's intelligence reports to Sakura Nation, containing numerous classified details. Details like Qin Ming's ability to create sequence potions, Monster Academy's deployments, and the establishment of the Hunter of Anomalies organization. Every piece of information Zhang Yuji possessed had been sent out without reservation. Damn it! She actually did this. Xia Mo clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes icy cold, the chill radiating from her body. Calm down. Qin Ming reached out and gently touched the back of Xia Mo's head. Only then did Xia Mo withdraw her aura. Lu Cheng stared at her in utter shock, muttering under his breath, truly worthy of being King Sequence 003. That aura is incredibly powerful. Qin Ming returned the phone to Lu Cheng, a smile spreading across his face. She still underestimates China. Using a phone to transmit information? What era is this? The internet is under state control. It wouldn't take much effort to intercept it. Zhang Yuji probably still didn't realize she'd been exposed. Should we move? Lu Cheng asked. Qin Ming shook his head. No rush. She still has use. Isn't Kawashima after me? Then let's give them a surprise. The next day, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Cheng, and Dong Yan secretly left Jiangnan City and headed for Hong Kong. Central office of Sakura Nation. Kawashima, disguised as the thousand-faced monkey, and Commander Yamada sat on the sofa, savoring Sakura Nation's specialty sake. King, the wasteland wolf, and the deceptive raccoon cat have already been deployed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should have landed in Hong Kong by now, Yamada reported. Kawashima sipped his sake, a faint smile playing on his lips. They're merely bait. The real trump card is Sakura Nation's psychics. Yamada nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Ha, Qin Ming is as good as dead this time. He's probably still enjoying his vacation, right? Had Zhang Yuji not exposed the threat, the Chinese authorities would never have suspected supernatural beasts were smuggling themselves into the country. After all, across the entire Blue Star, only China remained free of these beasts. Let's wait for the good news, Kawashima chuckled softly. With the king of the wilderness wolves dead, they won't let this rest. Meanwhile, along the coast of Hong Kong, dark heads began surfacing from beneath the sea. Holding low, they slipped into Hong Kong's docks under cover of night. They were the wilderness wolves and the sinister civet cats. Both these strange beasts possessed humanoid forms. Dressed in loose trench coats and masks, they were nearly indistinguishable. The wasteland wolf leader gazed at the brightly lit cityscape in the distance, a faint smile curling his lips. It really is a bustling place. Too bad it'll soon become the wilderness wolves' playground. At that moment, a large truck slowly pulled up. A man opened the rear door. The man lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity. "Get in." Over a dozen desert wolves and weird lynxes climbed aboard the truck. The man closed the door, returned to the driver's seat, and with a slight upturn of his lips, spoke into his earpiece, "Received." The next moment, a voice came through the earpiece, "Clear ahead. Head straight for Jiangnan City." Roar. The truck's engine roared as it slowly moved forward. Above the truck, on a high-rise crane, three figures cloaked in black capes watched the vehicle intently. Qin Ming stood in the center, holding the containment vessel, Catastrophe Bird. The bird's beak, like a compass, pointed toward the truck below, trembling slightly. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. How interesting. Not only beasts, but psychics too. Lu Chun cracked his neck, his face alight with excitement. "Finally, we get to fight psychics? Let's move out," Qin Ming said slowly. "Roger that," Dong Yan's voice crackled through the earpiece. The next moment, Dong Yan emerged slowly from the darkness, positioning himself in front of the large truck. He pulled out a warning sign and slammed it into the ground. "Sorry, no entry ahead." Dong Yan placed a hand on the sign, and a surge of energy erupted. The words "No entry ahead" on the sign instantly illuminated. With a thud, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Inside the truck, the driver's pupils suddenly contracted. He urgently shouted into his earpiece. "We're ambushed." Chapter 77, 167 Hong Kong Squad, Brother Hanan. Activate the barrier. Dong Yan murmured softly. The "No entry ahead" warning sign erupted with crimson light, enveloping the entire dock in a square barrier of light. "Damn it!" The truck driver frowned, flooring the accelerator and slamming into Dong Yan with brutal force. Crash. Yet the moment the truck collided with the barrier, it felt like crashing into a solid wall. The entire front end of the vehicle was mangled. How is this possible? The man's expression darkened instantly. He immediately spoke into his earpiece, "I've been blocked." A response came swiftly through the earpiece, "It's likely the hunters from Shangjiang. Release the beasts immediately. Take out the hunters here first." Bang! The words had barely left his mouth when the truck's cargo door was kicked open. The wasteland wolf leader stepped down from the vehicle, a playful expression on his face. "Men, I smell the scent of an awakened one." The weird lynx leader leapt down, his face alight with excitement. "Is that so? Then shall we feast first?" "Ah, that's exactly what I had in mind." Rumble. In an instant, all the beasts in the cargo bay surged out. The man in the driver's seat stepped out, gazing up at the barrier in the sky. He spoke slowly, "A containment subject? An unexpected bonus, I see." Dong Yan stood not far ahead, tilting his head. "People from the land of cherry blossoms?" Ueda Tsukasa's lips curved into a faint smile. "Call your teammates out. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death." As he finished speaking, one by one, the strange beasts appeared on the roof and both sides of the vehicle, completely surrounding Dong Yan. Click. The sound of a lighter clicking echoed. 5 thug-like men emerged from the shadows. The handsome man with long hair in the center lit a cigarette, his expression arrogant. To his left stood a buzzcut man slung with a Tang sword, his face lean with a faint smirk. To his right stood a brash, muscular man in a dress shirt with slicked back hair, gripping a machete. The two on the outer edges were a chubby man wearing glasses who looked somewhat timid, and a young man in a tank top revealing his bulky muscles. At first glance, these 5 were the very picture of thugs. "Want a smoke?" The long-haired man at the front offered Dong Yan a cigarette. Dong Yan frowned and declined. "Oh, right. Forgot to introduce myself. Hong Kong, Hunter of the Strange, Squad 167, Captain Hanan." The long-haired man's lips curled into a slight smile. From the elevated crane, Xiaomo watched the scene unfold and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure these are hunters and not just thugs?" "They used to be thugs, but now they've been recruited into the hunters." Lu Cheng explained. Captain Hanan, the skinny one on the left, codename Wild Chicken. The guy in the shirt, codename Heavenly Lord. The young man with glasses, codename Big Dumb Guy. The guy in the vest, codename Gunpowder Dot. These 5 are the hunters stationed in Shangjiang Squad 167. Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. In his memory, Squad 167 would later become a special unit within the Hunter Corps, no ordinary bunch. Oh, and worth mentioning, all 5 of them are second reward awakened, each with a different awakening sequence, Lu Cheng added. Weren't they forged by Qin Ming? Xiaomo looked astonished, unable to help but marvel at how fortunate Squad 167 truly was. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Lu Cheng, you and Xiaomo go search for other psychics. They should be at the docks." "Roger that." Lu Cheng nodded and departed with Xiaomo. Meanwhile, Qin Ming watched the scene below. He was eager to see just what capabilities Team 167 possessed. "Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh?" Ueda Tsukasa was thoroughly displeased with Hanan's attitude. He clearly held the upper hand in this situation, yet the other party acted as if victory was already assured, truly asking for a beating. Take him down. Ueda Tsukasa snapped, his hand shooting out as the beast on his back lunged forward. You bunch of jerks, so rude. Wild Chicken spat in Cantonese, drawing his Tang sword as a gust of wind blossomed along its edge. Battle technique, blunt strike. Buzz. A single slash unleashed a whirlwind of force, its wind blades slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades. The two charging desert wolves were sent flying, their bodies lacerated by the gale force wind, blood dripping from their wounds. Wild Chicken, you're the toughest around these days. Heavenly Lord chuckled, gripping his machete as he charged straight at Ueda Tsukasa. What's the deal? Stealing my prey? Wild Chicken shouted in displeasure, charging forward unwilling to be outdone. Battle skill, blunt slash. Battle skill, earth rift. Wild Chicken and Heavenly Lord struck simultaneously, their blades descending in unison. In an instant, a gale force wind swept through, invisible blades closing in on Ueda Tsukasa. Almost simultaneously, the Heavenly Lord's blade struck the ground. Boom! The earth split open, sending a shockwave surging across the ground. Faced with their overwhelming assault, Ueda Tsukasa's expression changed, and he leapt backward in haste. Boom! The earth-shattering blast split the truck's cab clean in two, its power overwhelming. As the truck exploded, over a dozen beasts were scattered. From the crane, Qin Ming watched the scene unfold and gave a slight nod. Pushu 45, Wind Hunter. Ordinary Sequence 46, Ground-Tearing Tiger. Impressive abilities. Qin Ming held high hopes for this squad. If they didn't meet an untimely end, they would undoubtedly become one of the pillars of China in the future. Qin Ming watched their battle without intervening, instead observing with keen interest. By now, the battle had erupted in full force. Gunpowder and Big Dumb Guy had also joined the fray. Boom! Firepowder pulled a handful of chips from his pocket and hurled them at a desert wolf. The wasteland wolf swatted them away with a look of utter disdain. But the moment it made contact, the chips exploded with a thunderous blast, sending the wolf flying through the air. Big Dummy followed up, swinging his baseball bat down with all his might. Thud! Thud! The desert wolf's skull was smashed to a pulp. Seeing this, Dong Yan raised his gaze slightly, a look of approval in his eyes. How about that? Pretty impressive fighting skills from my brothers, huh? Hanan said in fairly clear Mandarin. Dong Yan extended his hand, pointing at the wasteland wolf leader ahead. Your turn. Hanan took a deep drag on his cigarette, and a ball of flame erupted from his hands. Bear! In the next instant, flames surged upward, and two Tang swords materialized in his hands. He tilted his head slightly, gazing upward, a sharp gleam flashing across his face. Hey, bro, the boss is watching us. Can we make this debut look good? From the crane, Qin Ming smiled faintly. Did you notice me? Hearing their boss's words, Wild Chicken and the others, who were in the thick of battle, froze for a second before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, fighting with legit gear really is a blast. Wild Chicken, wind whipping around him, sliced the weird lynx cat dead with a single stroke. Go! Hanan spat out his cigarette, dual blades flashing as flames licked their edges. Splatter! The wasteland wolf leader stumbled backward, a long gash gouged across his chest. The cigarette fell to the ground, sparks flying. Simultaneously, Hanan charged forward with blinding speed, his scorching aura engulfing the entire battlefield. Battle technique, Flame Dragon. His twin blades swept out, a fiery phantom slicing through the night sky in a dazzling display. Boom! The wasteland wolf leader was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth, his face frozen in utter shock. Human, how can you be this strong? Chapter 78, Qin Ming Strikes, Sequence 134, Acrobatics. Hanan pointed one blade diagonally at the ground and slung the other over his shoulder, gazing indifferently at the wasteland wolf before him. Come stirring trouble on my turf? You must be tired of living. Boom! Hanan stomped the ground violently, launching himself forward. Stop him! The wasteland wolf leader roared in fury. The wasteland wolf beasts nearby lunged madly forward. Hanan swung his blades, igniting them with blazing flames. He cut through the beasts like slicing through vegetables, driving them back. The wasteland wolf leader, enraged beyond measure, charged forward. Its massive tail lashed out, aiming straight for Hanan. Hanan raised an eyebrow, blocking with his blades held horizontally at his sides. Boom! The immense force sent Hanan reeling backward. Second stage? Hanan frowned. The pack leader sneered coldly, Human, you're quite good, but you're still too weak. In the next instant, the wasteland wolf leader unleashed his full might, his second-tier cultivation revealing formidable power. Man and beast clashed in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the pheasant faced off against a second-tier mystic lynx. The weird lynx bore the face of a young girl, its expression both sinister and savage. It swung its claws, relentlessly clawing at the pheasant. The pheasant gripped its Tang sword tightly, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Using the blade to block attacks, the two were locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Nearly half the beasts in the arena had perished, but the survivors were all second-tier, possessing formidable strength. Team 167 Hong Kong found themselves in a fierce stalemate. Dong Yen watched intently, holding back. The spectacle had lasted long enough, it was time to intervene. He glanced up at Qin Ming on the crane, then suddenly struck. The instant he moved, Tsukasa Ueda also sprang into action. Both men charged forward at incredible speed, hurtling toward each other. Ueda Tsukasa reached behind his back, secretly gripping a dagger tightly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Dong Yen. But just as their bodies were about to collide, Dong Yen twisted his body, leaping high into the air and soaring over Ueda Tsukasa. His body plummeted rapidly from the air, hurtling straight toward a second-tier wilderness wolf. The wilderness wolf was stealthily lurking behind the vehicle, attempting to ambush Big Dumb Brother. Thud! Seizing the opportunity, the wilderness wolf lunged fiercely at Big Dumb Brother. Big Dumb Brother hadn't even reacted yet, but the others were terrified. "Big dumbass, behind you!" Haonan shouted the warning. Just as the wilderness wolf was about to knock Big Dumb down, Dong Yen plummeted through the air, his massive hand clamping down on the wolf's neck. Boom! Dong Yen slammed the beast of the wilderness into the ground, his immense strength pounding a deep crater into the concrete pavement. A cold gleam flashed in Dong Yen's eyes. The palm gripping the wolf of the wilderness's throat suddenly sprouted sharp claws, instantly piercing its tough hide and sinking deep into its neck. Arg! The wilderness wolf's eyes widened instantly. It thrashed violently a few times before its life force vanished. One strike, one kill. Holy! That fierce? The entire Hong Kong squad was stunned by the scene. This was a second-tier beast, yet it had been taken down so effortlessly. Is this the caliber of expert at the Hunter headquarters? Even Haonan wore a look of surprise. Clearly, Dong Yan's strength surpassed their expectations. Meow! The next moment, a sinister civet cat let out a shrill cry and lunged toward Dong Yan at breakneck speed. Dong Yan snapped his head up, his icy gaze suddenly narrowing. Battle technique, soul impact. A powerful surge of psychic energy slammed into the weasel cat's head. Maya! The weasel cat let out a piercing shriek as its body plummeted lifelessly. Dong Yan lunged forward, grabbing its head with one hand and its arm with the other. He yanked hard, exposing the weasel cat's pale neck. Then, Dong Yan sank his teeth in. Blood spattered everywhere. Holy! Wild Chicken's eyes widened instantly as he sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa! Heavenly Lord and Gunpowder couldn't handle the horrific sight, their necks jerking back in reflex. That guy's got some guts. Big Dumb rolled his throat, feeling deeply immersed in the scene. He imagined his mouth was filled with the weasel cat's blood. In their minds, no sane person could do such a thing. Indeed, Dong Yen was no ordinary man. This was his fighting style. After emerging from the sewer, he had already restrained himself considerably. Not far away, Ueda Tsukasa was drenched in sweat. He urgently contacted his partner through his earpiece. "Hey, found the exit yet? I've run into some serious trouble here." Soon, a frantic voice crackled through the earpiece. "We've got opponents too. Someone's hunting us down." Hearing this, Ueda Tsukasa's expression darkened instantly. It seemed their opponents had come prepared. No time to linger, these guys weren't to be trifled with. Run! Ueda Tsukasa turned and sprinted away. How could Dong Yen let him get away? He immediately gave chase. "Leave these beasts to you lot." After giving the Hong Kong squad a quick briefing, Dong Yen shot forward at full speed. "Hey, these are all second-tier beasts. This is gonna be tough." Wild Chicken shouted urgently. Facing a pack of second-tier beasts was indeed a struggle for them. Seeing Ueda Tsukasa escape, Dong Yen couldn't possibly not pursue him. Bang! Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, blocking Ueda Tsukasa's path. The figure gripped a Tang sword, clad in a black uniform. A cloak billowed behind them, and in the faint moonlight, the sharp contours of their face were revealed. Spotting the newcomer, Dong Yen halted, a faint smile spreading across his face. The 5 members of the Hong Kong squad all turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. Qin Ming? Ueda Tsukasa froze in place, his expression souring. It's him? The Hong Kong squad's 5 members fixed their gaze on Qin Ming, clearly recognizing him. He's the commander of the Hunter of the Unusual division? Youngster. Tianyi clicked his tongue, astonished by Qin Ming's age. Qin Ming walked slowly to a spot 30 meters away from Ueda Tsukasa and stopped. "Surrender peacefully, and I'll spare your life," Qin Ming stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Ueda Tsukasa. A look of fury instantly flashed across Ueda Tsukasa's face. "Big talk. We're both awakened. Do you really think you can beat me?" Qin Ming shook his head. He truly wouldn't learn until it was too late. The next moment, Ueda Tsukasa moved, charging toward Qin Ming at lightning speed. He reached behind his back, rubbed his hands together, and several daggers materialized. Throwing knives. Swish. 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 Under the night sky, the daggers gleamed with a deep, icy silver light as they hurtled toward Qin Ming. Lightning flared beneath Qin Ming's feet. With a slight tilt of his head, he dodged every single one. Ueda Tsukasa's expression darkened. How was this possible? Why was the opponent dodging so effortlessly? The next moment, Ueda Tsukasa's expression darkened. "Oomph. You think that's enough to evade me? Die." Ueda Tsukasa flicked his wrist and the flying knives abruptly changed course, hurtling toward Qin Ming's back of the head. Without even turning his head, Qin Ming's starfall blade flashed with an arc of electricity. Lightning flashed. The starfall blade swung backward. Clang! 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 All the throwing knives were blocked, dropping limply to the ground. Qin Ming watched Ueda Tsukasa's horrified expression with amusement. Sequence 134, Acrobatics. I didn't misread it, did I? Ueda Tsukasa's pupils suddenly contracted, his mind reeling in shock. How did you know? Chapter 79, The Sakura Nation's Psionic Squad emerges. Sequence abilities are the deepest secret every awakened keeps. Once exposed, their methods could be easily deciphered, inevitably placing them in grave danger. Yet he had never shared his sequence ability with anyone, not even his teammates, who only had a vague understanding. But how did Qin Ming know? Simply because he used a flying knife? Ueda Tsukasa felt utterly shaken, as if standing naked before Qin Ming with no secrets left. Was this the true power of the Monster Academy's headmaster? In this world today, the number of people who didn't know Qin Ming could probably be counted on one hand. His legend spread across the world, rivaling that of the gods. Ueda Tsukasa's expression darkened. He began to regret accepting this assassination mission. From the moment he landed, he'd been ambushed, falling straight into Qin Ming's trap. How could he possibly win now? China was clearly prepared. He even suspected there was a mole within Sakura country. Yet this operation was known only to the top brass. How could things go so wrong? Ueda Tsukasa couldn't fathom it. He didn't want to know either. Escaping with his life was the greatest fortune he could hope for now. Captain, I've located the target. Ueda Tsukasa spoke into his earpiece. At this point, if he didn't call for backup, it would be tantamount to waiting for death. With his own squad plus 7 or 8 second-tier beasts here, victory should be possible. That was Ueda Tsukasa's reasoning. Soon, a response came through his earpiece. Target? Who? Qin Ming. Ueda Tsukasa's mouth twitched. What? Qin Ming is here? Isn't he in Jiangnan City? Reporting position. We'll be there immediately. Captain, should we take care of these two tails first? No need. Just go surround Qin Ming and take care of them all at once. Several voices crackled through the earpiece. Ueda Tsukasa wanted to protest, but he opened his mouth and closed it again. If Qin Ming was that strong, his teammates would have bailed long ago. They wouldn't be here to rescue him. But with his teammates gathered now, they might stand a chance. After all, the captain and those teammates were all quite strong. So Ueda Tsukasa whispered, hurry over. I'll try to hold Qin Ming off. Way to go. An excited voice crackled through his headset. Qin Ming? Are you sure you're not a mole? Never mind. I'll take you down first. The next moment, Qin Ming moved. Ueda Tsukasa panicked and stumbled back a few steps. Wait, hold on. My teammates are on their way, just wait. Qin Ming offered no reply, a bolt of lightning flashing across his body as he shot forward with a whoosh. The sheer speed startled Ueda Tsukasa. Ueda Tsukasa's face paled as he hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest. Thud. Qin Ming's massive foot slammed down, landing heavily on Ueda Tsukasa's arms. A terrifying force sent Ueda flying backward, tumbling several times across the ground before coming to a halt. No sooner had he regained his footing than Qin Ming charged toward him again, delivering another kick. This kick struck directly into Ueda Tsukasa's ribs. Snap! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Ueda Tsukasa tumbled through the air, simultaneously forcing back the pain as he flung a throwing knife. Shadow split blade. Swish, swish, swish. The throwing knife splintered mid-air, instantly multiplying into over a dozen blades that closed in on Qin Ming. Qin Ming swung his starfall blade horizontally. Thunder extinction slash. Rip! Thunder flashed, igniting brilliant radiance beneath the night sky. With a single strike, all the flying knives were cleaved away. Ueda Tsukasa braced himself with one hand against the ground, immediately flipping upright to steady himself, his face twisted with fury. You think that's all I've got? In the next instant, Ueda Tsukasa gripped his daggers with both hands and charged swiftly toward Qin Ming. Both blades struck simultaneously, aiming straight for Qin Ming's throat. Qin Ming raised his starfall blade, blocking the daggers. Ueda Tsukasa flipped his wrist, sending the dagger in a graceful arc toward Qin Ming's eye. Qin Ming jerked his head aside, thrusting his knee upward to kick Ueda Tsukasa in the chest. Ueda countered with an elbow strike, knocking Qin Ming's knee away. He then executed a sweeping kick mid-air, his movements remarkably agile. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. So it seems your acrobatics ability has granted you combat skills. Qin Ming deflected Ueda Tsukasa's high kick with a palm strike. Almost simultaneously, his right fist slammed forward. Thunder coiled around his fist as it slammed forward. Thud. The fist slammed heavily into Ueda Tsukasa's chest. Gah! Ueda Tsukasa spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground in a heap. No matter how impressive acrobatics might be, they remained mere acrobatics. Against Qin Ming, a battle-hardened veteran, such tricks were utterly insignificant. Moreover, Ueda Tsukasa was only at the first tier of cultivation, his mastery of his abilities still unrefined. He couldn't possibly unleash the true essence of his acrobatics. Ueda Tsukasa tried to struggle, but a sharp Tang sword was already pressed against his throat. He gave up. Qin Ming toyed with him like a monkey on a leash. Dong Yen strode forward swiftly and bound Ueda Tsukasa tightly. Though bound, a flicker of excitement passed through Ueda Tsukasa's eyes. Tying him up with this flimsy rope? For someone with the acrobatics ability? That's no joke. Qin Ming shook his head. You won't hold him like this. He could break free from chains. Then, under Ueda Tsukasa's stunned gaze. Snap. Snap. Qin Ming snapped Ueda Tsukasa's wrists out of joint. Ah! Ueda Tsukasa let out a pained scream, cold sweat pouring down his face. Ruthless. This guy is ruthless. After all this, Ueda Tsukasa's companions finally arrived, 4 men and 1 woman. Their expressions darkened instantly at the sight of Ueda Tsukasa on the ground. Ueda Tsukasa, grasping at a lifeline, cried out urgently, Captain! Save me! Save me! Leading the group was a middle-aged man named Watanabe Jiro. Seeing this scene, his mouth twitched violently. Didn't you say you'd hold off Qin Ming? You got taken down already? Ueda Tsukasa's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Hold him off? Qin Ming had beaten him like a child. Thud. Thud. Chasing after Watanabe Jiro were none other than Xia Imo and Lu Chang. Watanabe Jiro and his men glanced back, their expressions souring. This situation wasn't looking good. The enemy numbers were considerable, but thankfully, they still had the on their side. Watanabe Jiro's gaze swept forward, confirming the presence of both the Wasteland Wolf leader and the mysterious Weasel leader, along with several second-tier beasts. With this lineup, if they couldn't take down Qin Ming, they might as well find a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. Watanabe Jiro turned to Qin Ming, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Qin Ming, you sure are confident. Setting a trap for us and bringing only this handful of people? You think you've got this in the bag? Qin Ming smiled. I'm curious who gave you the courage to speak like that. By the way, have you met the head of your Cherry Blossom Nation? Probably not, or you wouldn't have ended up here. At this remark, Watanabe Jiro and his men froze. They hadn't met the supreme leader. What do you mean by that? Watanabe Jiro frowned and asked. Qin Ming pointed at the monstrous creatures behind them. Don't you find it strange that those beasts would obey the official orders of the land of cherry blossoms? Have you never questioned your superiors? At these words, a heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Qin Ming's meaning was now crystal clear. Qin Ming gave a cold laugh. Your nation's top leadership has been entirely replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Yet here you are, still foolishly risking your lives. Jiro Watanabe, Tsukasa Ueda, and the others paled. Impossible. Qin Ming stared at them with scorn. Then tell me, how do you suppose I learned your whereabouts? Chapter 80, Clash of the Awakened Ones. Seeking gold tickets. Watanabe Jiro and the others' pupils suddenly contracted. Indeed, aside from the highest echelons of Sakura Nation, no one else knew their whereabouts. Yet they'd been ambushed immediately after landing. Was there a mole? Someone must have leaked the information beforehand. Could it really be someone from Sakura Nation's high command? But what could their motive be? You fools! Kawashima is a chameleon. What use would they have for psychics? Naturally, they'd send you out to die. Once you're dead, no one will ever see through his disguise. Qin Ming laughed. At these words, Watanabe Jiro and the others paled. Impossible. You're spreading demonic lies. Watanabe Jiro shouted. Qin Ming shook his head slowly. Rest assured. Besides you, every awakened individual in the land of cherry blossoms will be slowly killed by the beasts. The entire nation will become a playground for them. Captain, don't listen to him. If it were true, China would have acted long ago. How could they tolerate a ticking time bomb right beside them? Fukunaga Akiko interjected coldly from the side. Qin Ming shot Fukunaga Akiko a dismissive glance. A mere island? What does China have to fear? If Sakura Nation truly falls, the world's great powers will sink it with nuclear weapons. Hearing this, the faces of the entire Sakura Nation squad darkened. They knew Qin Ming spoke the truth. Japan, while not small, was certainly not large. Moreover, its maritime location, with no neighboring land borders, meant deploying nuclear weapons would carry absolutely no risk of retaliation. The group was rendered speechless by Qin Ming's retort, yet they began to gradually believe his words. It was entirely possible that the Sakura Nation's leadership had already been replaced by the beasts. If that were the case, the nation's destruction was only a matter of time. No, he had to get this information back to his people. Watanabe Jiro stared at Qin Ming. You're telling me this to get us to go back and fight the thousand-faced monkey? Qin Ming shook his head. You're overthinking it. If you dare set foot on Chinese soil, you'll only find death awaiting you. Watanabe Jiro's expression darkened instantly. Do you think you're our match? Qin Ming raised the starfall blade, pointing it at Watanabe Jiro. I'll give you a chance to send word. Otherwise, you won't have time. Watanabe Jiro clenched his fists, feeling utterly exposed before Qin Ming, as if he'd been completely red. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone. He opened a group chat filled with awakened individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. Watanabe Jiro typed a message. We were ambushed during our mission in China. Be cautious of the higher-ups, I suspect they've been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. We may not return. Long live the Empire. After confirming the message was sent, Watanabe Jiro crushed his phone into pieces. He could imagine the uproar this message would cause in Sakura country, but there was no other choice. This was the only thing he could do. He couldn't stand by and watch Sakura country fall into the hands of the beasts. Clap. 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 Applause erupted. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. All set? Now I'll send you on your way. You bastard, don't get too cocky. Watanabe Jiro swung his katana and charged at Qin Ming. Almost simultaneously, Dong Yan stepped in front of Qin Ming. His palms underwent beast transformation, becoming a pair of long-haired claws. The claws tore through the air, striking directly at Watanabe Jiro. Watanabe Jiro's pupils contracted in shock at Dong Yan's transformation. The sword slashed down, colliding with the claws. Clang! Sparks flew as the two powerful forces collided, sending both men flying backward. Clearly, this Jiro Watanabe was also a second stage awakened. To break through to the second stage at this moment required either extraordinary talent or the absorption of beast crystal energy. This alone demonstrated Watanabe Jiro's formidable prowess. While Dong Yan and his opponent clashed, the others sprang into action. Fukunaga Akiko drew a pistol and aimed it at Qin Ming. Bang! The gunshot echoed, the bullet accelerated to extreme velocity by the power of her ability. Lightning flashed across Qin Ming's body as the bullet whizzed past. Boom! The bullet slammed into the concrete ground, blasting a massive crater. Failing to land a hit, Fuchumiko fired several more shots in rapid succession. Explosive flamethrower shell. Boom! 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 The bullets tore through the air, trailing long flames behind them. Neither their speed nor their destructive power could be matched by ordinary firearms. Qin Ming had no doubt this shot could pierce right through a tank. Just as Qin Ming prepared to act, a figure stepped in front of him. Clang! 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 The bullets struck Liu Chang, one after another, dropping to the ground. Several holes were blasted through Liu Chang's combat suit, revealing the steel hard skin beneath. How is this possible? Fukunaga Akiko watched the scene, her face frozen in shock. Her bullets had actually been blocked by flesh? Liu Chang brushed off the sparks from his body, a faint smile playing on his lips. Your gun? Nothing special. With that, Liu Chang unleashed a punch toward Fukunaga Akiko. Shockwave. Thud. Liu Chang's punch created a sonic boom as a shockwave swept through the air, instantly bearing down on Fukunaga Akiko. Get out of the way. A young man immediately rushed forward, forcibly taking the blow. Boom. The shockwave slammed into the youth, the immense force sending him staggering backward. Though he looked a bit disheveled, he remained unharmed. Clearly a defensive type awakened. Leave him to you. Thunder flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet as he activated his Eerie Flash technique, charging swiftly toward Watanabe Jiro. Captain, watch out. Another man charged forward, swinging a metal rod with brutal force toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming swept his blade horizontally, sending the man reeling backward. Then, the starfall blade swept upward, slicing along the man's abdomen. Rip! A long gash ripped open the man's torso, blood gushing out. But in the next instant, the wound began to heal rapidly. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. Sequence 89, healing? This ability was all too familiar to Qin Ming. Wasn't this precisely the monster hunting squad he had forged? I'll see just how far this sequence ability can go. Qin Ming closed the distance, pressing forward relentlessly. Mayano's expression shifted slightly. He dared not relax, immediately unleashing a powerful aura. He had actually reached the second tier as well. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. So this was an elite squad. Qin Ming's guess was correct. Watanabe Jiro's team was currently the strongest supernatural squad in Sakura Nation. Originally, with so many beasts, they had a good chance of assassinating Qin Ming. But things had unexpectedly turned out this way. Thud. Suddenly, a massive truck was lifted into the air and slammed down toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down and saw a giant man, resembling a sumo wrestler. This scene startled all of Qin Ming's companions. How heavy was that truck? And it was actually lifted? Clang! A flash of icy coldness erupted as the spear shot forth like a dragon, thrusting forward with blinding speed. Crack! The oncoming truck froze instantly. As the spear's edge swept through, it sliced the massive vehicle clean in half. Boom! Boom! Massive chunks of ice crashed to the ground, sending a chill sweeping through the air. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the figure who had struck. Xiaomo stood before Qin Ming, her icy spear held high, radiating an aura of formidable presence that commanded respect. Xiaomo turned to face the enemy, revealing her exquisite yet icy profile. Hey, attacking our captain without provocation comes at a price. Chapter 81, The Magician, Ace of Spades. In that moment, every member of the Sakura Nation's psionic squad recognized Xiaomo's extraordinary nature. It was the overwhelming pressure of a superior being. Clearly, this was not a psychic of their caliber. And this quickly. Qin Ming glanced over at the Hong Kong team on the other side. They were already at a disadvantage, and continuing the fight could prove dangerous. Noticing Qin Ming's concern, Dong Yan immediately understood. I'll go help them. Dong Yan rushed to support the Hong Kong team. Now, the situation here became 3 against 5. Mayano, the two of us will handle Qin Ming. Fukunaga Akiko and Chui Hao handle the woman. Sumo Guy, you take the soldier. Captain Watanabe Jiro immediately issued his orders. Go! In an instant, 5 figures charged forward simultaneously. Bang! 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 Fukunaga Akiko fired first, blazing bullets streaking towards Xiaomo. A chill flashed in Xiaomo's eyes as he swept his spear horizontally. Battle skill, Frozen World. The flaming bullets were instantly engulfed by the frigid air, freezing solid into ice balls that fell limply to the ground without even exploding. Fukunaga Akiko's expression darkened as she continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 Xiaomo darted aside, evading the bullets, then closed in. His sword shot out like a dragon, thrusting toward the pistol. With a clang, the pistol was knocked away. Just as the spear was about to thrust further toward Fukunaga Akiko, Mayano swung his blade, halting Xiaomo. Muscle hardening. The muscles in Mayano's arms suddenly swelled as he swung with all his might towards Xiaomo. Xiaomo held his spear horizontally across his body. With a loud bang, Mayano unleashed a sudden burst of power. A terrifying, inhuman force surged through his arms, sending Xiaomo reeling backward with a single strike. But in the same instant, a small section of his katana froze solid. Ice blast. Xiaomo extended his hand and grasped at the air. Boom! The katana in Mayano's hand instantly shattered, the immense force hurling him backward. So powerful. Mayano scrambled to his feet, his katana now chipped and cracked. Attack together. Fukunaga Akiko kept her sights locked on Xiaomo. Meanwhile, Lu Chang was locked in combat with the sumo wrestler. The situation was awkward. Lu Chang was actually being overpowered. Shockwave. Lu Chang unleashed a punch, sending a powerful shockwave crashing into the sumo wrestler's body, yet he didn't budge an inch. The sumo wrestler charged forward in a swift lunge. Lu Chang braced himself, swinging his steel arm with all his might. But the sumo wrestler grabbed his arm in one swift motion, then executed a brutal shoulder throw. Lu Chang flew through the air like a punching bag. What the hell? Lu Chang scrambled to steady himself, feeling utterly bewildered. Again! Lu Chang charged forward again. This time, the sumo wrestler met him with a powerful punch. Boom! As their bodies collided, a powerful surge of energy erupted. Both men stumbled back several steps. You're also a forbidden sequence? Lu Chang's eyes widened as he finally understood why his opponent was so formidable. Both were at the same tier, but the sumo wrestler was also a prohibited sequence, making their strengths evenly matched. And when a sumo wrestler faced a steel-bodied warrior, in terms of physical combat, the sumo wrestler clearly held the advantage. Sure enough, upon their next clash, Lu Chang was grabbed by his waistband and thrown into a back throw, pinned down once more. Of course, with Lu Chang's physique, this attack caused him little harm, just looked rather embarrassing. Qin Ming glanced briefly to confirm neither fighter was in danger before focusing on his own battle. Ahead of him, Watanabe Jiro and Kino Akid watched him with wary expressions. Exchanging a glance, they both charged forward simultaneously. 2 powerful auras revealed their true strength. Second tier, forbidden sequence ability users. Battle technique, Fire Lotus Blade. Roar! In an instant, blazing flames erupted from the long sword in Watanabe Jiro's grasp as he delivered a fierce downward strike. Under the night sky, the flaming blade sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming showed no fear. Thunder surged from his body as he swept his starfall blade across. Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! Thunder and flame collided, sparks of brilliant light erupting in the darkness. Watanabe Jiro was sent reeling by the immense force, horror etched across his face. In the next instant, Qin Ming activated his eerie flash footwork, charging rapidly toward Watanabe Jiro. Watching Qin Ming rapidly grow larger before his eyes, Watanabe Jiro's expression changed drastically as he swung his sword to intercept. Qin Ming's figure flickered as his combat technique activated. Thunder Shadow. Watanabe Jiro's vision blurred, and he suddenly saw 3 Qin Mings. He swung his blade at one of the duplicates. The figure wobbled slightly, clearly an illusion. No! Watanabe Jiro's expression turned grim. By the time he regained his senses, Qin Ming's true form had already swung his blade down. Despite Watanabe Jiro's desperate dodge, the blade still pierced his chest. Splatter! A long gash spurted blood. Ah! Watanabe Jiro collapsed in pain. Qin Ming was about to close in and finish him off. But at that very moment, Kino Akid charged forward. Her fist, encased in metal, slammed down with tremendous force. Qin Ming sidestepped, dragging his starfall blade upward from the ground, driving it straight toward Kino Aki's chest. Clang! But in the next instant, a thick sheet of iron blocked Qin Ming's blade. Qin Ming froze, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the shield. Die! Suddenly, Kino Afong roared, reaching out to grab a nearby shipping container. The container flew through the air, hurtling toward Qin Ming. A metal manipulator? Qin Ming murmured, deducing Kino Aki's sequence ability. Sequence 31, Metal Manipulator, the power to control metal. This is going to be tough, Qin Ming murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. But immediately afterward, a distinct aura surged from his body. Magic cards. Qin Ming's other ability manifested. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of playing cards shot out instantly. The cards gleamed with a sharp, icy glint in midair, slicing the incoming container into shards. Boom! 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 Countless fragments crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. What is this? At that moment, whether it was Kino Aki, Watanabe Jiro, or Mayano and the others engaged in other battles, all of them looked over in utter shock. A second sequence ability? Impossible. How could you possess a second ability? Everyone was utterly stunned. Qin Ming smiled faintly. The moment to strike had arrived. Qin Ming flicked his wrist, sending the playing cards hurtling toward Kino Aki. Spinning at high speed, the cards' whistling sound echoed like the scythe of death, striking fear into hearts. Watch out! Watanabe Jiro rushed forward, clutching his wound, and swung his blade. Battle technique, fire blade art. The flaming blade collided with the cards, halting their advance. But Qin Ming had already darted in. Combat technique, deceptive array. An arc-shaped trap suddenly illuminated beneath Jiro Watanabe's feet. The instant he stepped on it, an electric shock surged straight to his forehead. Clang! Under the terrifying shock, Watanabe Jiro's blade fell to the ground. His body stiffened, making it difficult for him to move. Captain! Kino Aki's face paled as she rushed forward to block Qin Ming. Qin Ming produced two cards from his hand, flinging them out with force. Battle skill, Ace of Spades. The two jokers whistled through the air, each clutching a bomb as they hurtled toward Kino Aki. Kino Aki's expression abruptly changed as he hurriedly enveloped himself in metal. The next instant, the jokers slammed into the ground, unleashing an earth-shaking explosion that reverberated through the earth. Boom! Kino Aki was reduced to charred remains. At the same time, Qin Ming flashed past Watanabe Jiro. Clang! The starfall blade retracted as Watanabe Jiro's head, still bearing a look of utter shock, slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 82, Jack of Spades, the Assassin of Destiny. Gurgle gurgle. Watanabe Jiro's head rolled across the floor, eyes still wide with terror. He never imagined he would die like this. Before coming here, he had solemnly vowed to the other awakened that he would take Qin Ming's head. But now, it was his own head that had been severed. Captain! In an instant, the entire Sakura Nation psionic squad turned to him with stunned expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. Damn it! I'll kill you! The sumo wrestler roared with fury, charging toward Qin Ming with heavy footsteps. Qin Ming shot him a cold glance, flicked his palm upward, and casually flicked a playing card. It was the Jack of Spades. Go! Qin Ming flicked his wrist, sending the Jack of Spades flying. Battle technique, Poker Soldier. In the next instant, a dark figure burst forth from the rapidly spinning Jack of Spades. Dressed in a black tailcoat, the shadow adjusted the top hat on his head, revealing a cold smile. A cold gleam flashed in his other hand. Under the night sky, the gleam was sharp and dazzling, radiating an aura of death. The shadow and the sumo wrestler crossed paths. Swish! The cold light vanished in an instant. The shadow landed with grace, its leather shoes clicking on the pavement. Blood dripped from the dagger in its hand, a vivid crimson. The sumo wrestler froze in place, as if rooted to the spot. The man in the tailcoat slowly turned, adjusting his hat to reveal a handsome face. His almond-shaped eyes seemed to sparkle with an unusual light. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the man in the tailcoat's lips curved into a faint, wicked smile. Allow me to introduce myself, Jack of Spades, the fated assassin. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the blood from the dagger splattering onto the ground, emanating a chill. In that very instant, the sumo wrestler suddenly lifted his head, a jet of blood spurting from his throat. Under the moonlit night, the scene was visually striking. Thud! The sumo wrestler collapsed heavily onto the ground, lifeless. Mayano and Fukunaga Akiko stared wide-eyed, utterly horrified. Qin Ming waved his hand. The man in the tailcoat flickered, and the playing card flew back, clamping between his fingers. The card flipped, revealing the Jack of Spades. What is this? Mayano's pupils trembled. How could a playing card transform into a human? He couldn't comprehend it. In that moment, he finally grasped how shallow his understanding of sequence abilities truly was. Hey, done looking? The next instant, Xiaomo's voice rang out as her spear whistled through the air. Fukunaga Akiko reacted first, raising her pistol as bullets sprayed relentlessly. Clang! 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 The spear swung, deflecting every bullet. Get out of the way. Mayano rushed to block in front of Fukunaga Akiko, his arm swelling instantly as he gripped his katana and swung it down with a heavy chop, the blade flashing into view. Xiaomo's eyes flashed as frost erupted from her body. Battle skill, Ice Phoenix. In the next instant, an icebird spread its wings and charged forth, carrying an extreme chill. Mayano's pupils abruptly contracted. As the Ice Phoenix collided, his limbs began to stiffen. Frost spread across the ground, instantly freezing his feet. The frost spread rapidly. Under Mayano's horrified gaze, it crept from his lower limbs to his chest, finally covering him entirely up to his head. Mayano became a frozen statue. Behind him, Fuchu Akiko attempted to intervene, but the instant her touch reached Mayano, the frost seized her, freezing her arms and spreading upward. No! Fukunaga Akiko let out a piercing scream before she too was completely encased in ice. With that, the Sakura Nation's special abilities squad was wiped out. Watching this scene, Tsukasa Ueda, lying prone on the ground, trembled violently, his face contorted with terror. Dead. All dead. Every single one of their people was dead. Ueda Tsukasa was utterly devastated by the scene before him. He had believed his squad to be the cream of the crop among the world's psychics. But reality had dealt him a brutal blow. Facing Qin Ming's team, they had virtually no power to resist. These Chinese were terrifying. Qin Ming paid no attention to Ueda Tsukasa lying on the ground. Instead, he led his men toward the Hong Kong squad currently battling the beasts. With Dong Yan's assistance, the Hong Kong squad had already decimated most of the beasts, leaving only the strongest leaders, the Wasteland Wolf and the Mystic Lynx, standing. Seeing this, the Wasteland Wolf leader's expression darkened considerably. He had witnessed the Sakura team's casualties. What a bunch of useless trash. Qin Ming stared at the Wasteland Wolf leader. Are you here to avenge your king? The Wasteland Wolf offered no reply, but its fierce gaze spoke volumes. Qin Ming shook his head. Too bad. You miscalculated. Daring to set foot in China means you're already doomed. Human, you deserve to die. The Wasteland Wolf leader, enraged by Qin Ming's words, lunged forward with a savage roar. But in the next instant, Dong Yan suddenly blocked its path, his sharp claws clamping down on its throat and hoisting it high into the air. The leader's expression twisted in shock. He stared at Dong Yan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this human possessed such immense strength. Dong Yan's expression remained cold as his sharp claws pierced through the wolf's throat in one swift motion. Splatter! The desert wolf's body stiffened, dying in terror. On the other side, the weird lynx leader attempted to flee, only to be pierced by Xiaomo's spear, pinned to the floor. With that, all the smuggled beasts had been eliminated. Boss, these guys are seriously tough. Wild Chicken whispered in Cantonese to Hanan. The next moment, Qin Ming turned to look over. The members of the Hong Kong squad froze instantly. Though Qin Ming was younger than them, they always felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in his presence. It was like street thugs encountering a battle-hardened general, a mix of fear and reverence. In his previous life, Qin Ming had been a legendary warrior of China, slaying countless monstrous beasts. His aura was far beyond that of ordinary men. Good work. Credit to you. Qin Ming commended the group. The crowd's faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Commander. The next day, at the heart of Sakura Nation. Your Majesty, the assassination attempt on Qin Ming has failed. Team Watanabe Jiro has lost contact. Bang! Kawashima slammed his palm on the table, his face twisted with rage. What? How could this happen? Commander Yamada asked cautiously, it's unclear at this point. Could it be Zhang Yuji? You suspect she's a double agent? Kawashima frowned. Yamada shook his head. Hard to say. But one thing is certain, we all underestimated Qin Ming. Judging by how long they've been off the grid, they probably haven't left Hong Kong yet. That means they walked straight into an ambush the moment they landed. Our plan was compromised long ago. Either Qin Ming is truly that powerful, or Zhang Yuji has compromised us. Kawashima's face darkened. That human must die. He knows too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. Yamada hesitated before speaking. King, before Watanabe Jiro went missing, he seemed to have disclosed something to the psychics of Sakura country. Now they have grievances and wish to meet with us. What? Kawashima leapt to his feet. Meet them? If they meet, won't their identities as thousand-faced monkeys be exposed? Kawashima clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. Damn it! This must be Qin Ming's doing. King, what should we do now? Yamada asked. Kawashima's face remained cold. Find Eagle. Chapter 83, The Bizarre Doctor, my students? Aren't they all here? Find Eagle-chan? Yamada looked puzzled. What good would that do? Kawashima sneered coldly. The Eagle-san ordered us to take action against Qin Ming. They can't just stand by and watch, can they? Have them send their best operatives. Interfere with Huaxia's actions during the third trial phase and suppress any unsettled psychics here while they're at it. Commander Yamada's eyes lit up. Killing two birds with one stone. We can also send psychics to infiltrate China with them. As for whether these guys live or die, who cares? Ha ha ha, exactly. Kawashima nodded. Japan's psychics are indeed a nuisance. We must strengthen our capabilities as soon as possible. Once we ascend to Tier 3, they won't be able to see through our disguises unless their cultivation surpasses ours. Commander Yamada's eyes gleamed with a sinister glint. Rest assured, King. I'm prepared. In this land, no one will bat an eye at a few deaths. You're welcome. Before long, contact was established with the Eagle Nation. After Kawashima conveyed his intentions to Tap, the latter frowned. The idea of taking action against China weighed heavily on his mind, and he didn't agree immediately. Mr. Tap, I believe Japan's plan is sound. General John voiced his opinion during the meeting. Judging by their performance in the previous 2 civilization trials, China has held a significant advantage. If we don't intervene, they'll likely take first place again in the 3rd trial. Each consecutive victory only widens the gap between us. Exactly. General John is absolutely right. At the meeting, the assembled high-ranking officials unanimously expressed their agreement. Hearing this, Tep felt a stir of unease. He then turned to the defense minister, General Arthur, seated beside him. What do you think? General Arthur's expression was grim at that moment. He had only recently been released. It was precisely because of Qin Ming's words that he had been imprisoned as the thousand-faced monkey. It wasn't until the emergence of the awakened and Eagle Sauce confirmed he wasn't the thousand-faced monkey in disguise that he was finally released, his innocence restored. General Arthur harbored deep hatred toward Qin Ming. Especially given the current situation, he was absolutely in favor of it. I agree with this course of action, but we cannot deploy our Eagle Nation's awakened ones to carry it out. If China discovers it, they will surely sabotage us. We must admit, we need to tread carefully with China these days. This was a demoralizing statement, yet no one dared to contradict it. For everyone understood the truth. In terms of both the number of awakened and the intelligence they possess, China now far surpasses the Eagle Nation. Provoking China would likely leave the Eagle Nation at their mercy in countless future endeavors. Take the overclocking detector. This device represents a monumental contribution to the world. Who knows what other treasures China might be hiding? Refusing to share with the Eagle would be like shooting oneself in the foot. Tap frowned. But if we don't deploy our own psychics, how can we deal with China? At this remark, all eyes turned to General Arthur. General Arthur's lips curved into a faint smile as he surveyed the room. I've heard rumors about some rather unsavory experiments going on at your Beiyang base. At this, the expressions of those present shifted. Truly the Minister of Defense he'd only just arrived and already knew their most classified secrets. Tep showed no intention of hiding anything. Are you referring to Dr. Bazaar? Arthur smiled faintly. I'm well aware Dr. Grotesque has claimed many lives, but equally, his achievements are substantial. Isn't this the very moment to test the validity of his findings? The thought of those monsters made many high-ranking officials at the meeting hesitate. They had all seen the creatures inside and knew their terrifying nature. Their fear was that these monsters were beyond control. Those creatures obeyed no one but Dr. Bazaar's commands. Once released, they feared trouble would erupt before they could even be transported to China. General Arthur's gaze swept across the faces of the assembled officials. He gave a cold laugh. What? Scared now? When we first proposed this experiment, every single one of you was in favor of it. The high-ranking officials looked grim. Back then, desperate for extraordinary power, they had chosen a dangerous path. But now things were different. They, the Eagles, had awakened ones of their own and even possessed the elixir formula. With sufficient potion ingredients, they could continuously produce awakened ones. Those monsters were utterly unnecessary. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, General Arthur burst into laughter. Let me tell you, it's over. This path leads only to ruin. You want to destroy those monsters? The moment Dr. Grotesque finds out, the first one to die will be one of you. Don't think your awakened ones can stop him. General Arthur, now imprisoned, seemed to have lost his mind. Hearing this, everyone at the meeting grew fearful. Tep's expression darkened. Arthur, this matter is yours to handle. At this, Arthur's lips curled into a faint smile. Rest assured, the top spot in the 3rd trial will undoubtedly belong to Eagle. Beiyang Military Base. Arthur rode the elevator down to the experimental facility buried over 200 meters underground. This was Eagle's most secret military base without a doubt. Escorted by 2 awakened soldiers, General Arthur navigated through multiple security checkpoints to reach the laboratory of the eccentric doctor. Boom! The mechanical doors swung open, revealing the brightly lit laboratory. An old man with a shock of disheveled white hair slowly turned, still holding a vial of green reagent in both hands. Dr. Bazaar, hello. General Arthur spoke respectfully. A chilling smile spread across the doctor's aged face. You're back again, General Arthur. Well, how did things go with the matter I entrusted to you last time? General Arthur chuckled. I've fulfilled my duty. With that, he produced a document covered in official seals. At the top of the document, 3 large characters were written, passage permit. Dr. Bazaar leaned closer, adjusted his reading glasses, and scrutinized the document. Only 10? My masterpiece is meant to shock the world upon its debut. This quantity seems rather meager. Dr. Bazaar shot a displeased glance at General Arthur. General Arthur swallowed hard, thinking to himself, 10 is too few. How many did you actually create? Very well. 10 will do. Follow me. Dr. Bazaar, his back slightly hunched, led General Arthur deeper into the laboratory. General Arthur followed with a sense of unease. For some inexplicable reason, every time he came here, he felt an inexplicable dread. Not just him, even the two awakened behind him shared that feeling. General Arthur scanned the room, trying to break the icy silence. Dr. Bazaar, have your students been dismissed for the holidays? Why do I feel like there are so many fewer of them? As they spoke, the group had already begun moving toward the darker areas. Suddenly, Dr. Bazaar halted in his tracks, turning back with an amused smile. My students? Aren't they all right here? Click. The next moment, lights flashed on, revealing row upon row of prison cells. At the sight before them, General Arthur and the two awakened behind him gasped in horror, their pupils dilating in shock. What is this? Chapter 84, The Third Civilization Trial begins. Bang! A monster suddenly lunged at the cage, producing a metallic clang. Roar! Then came a furious roar. The sound wave crashed over them, followed by waves of foul, putrid breath. General Arthur stumbled backward in fright. Had the two awakened behind him not caught him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Even the awakened frowned at the sight of the creature within the cage, feeling an immense sense of oppression. What was even more terrifying was that there wasn't just one monster here. At a glance, there were likely no fewer than dozens of cages, some on the ground, others stacked high in the air like a beehive. These are all of them? General Arthur's throat convulsed. Eddie, don't scare the general, Dr. Bazaar said to the monster. The creature slowly retreated. General Arthur's gaze fixed on the creature, a monstrosity combining the face of a rat, the limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast. Arthur was at a loss for words to describe its appearance. Dr. Bazaar turned to Arthur. General, this is my foremost student, also known as Mutant Specimen Number 1. I refer to him as Specimen Number 1. He chuckled. Eddie, say hello to the general. Roar! The creature let out a loud roar, its long fangs razor-sharp. Is this Eddie? General Arthur looked uneasy. He knew Dr. Eddie, but this current form made him feel both unfamiliar and terrified. He never imagined the deranged mad doctor would subject his own student to such experiments, utterly horrifying. What terrified Arthur even more was the sheer number of monsters now under the mad doctor's control, far exceeding his expectations. No, to be precise, it surpassed the expectations of all Eagle's high-ranking officials. So many monsters, even more than the awakened beings under Eagle's control. If they were to break free, Eagle's forces might not be able to handle them alone. At that moment, Arthur was filled with deep apprehension toward the mad doctor. In this Eagle Empire, you could offend anyone, but you absolutely must not offend Dr. Grotesque. General, please make your selection. Most of them are usable, except for the ones at the top, Dr. Bazaar spoke slowly. No. Arthur waved his hands hastily. You know them best, Doctor. You choose. I'm fine with any of them. Very well, the Bazaar doctor nodded, his gaze turning to General Arthur. What is the target? General Arthur's expression turned serious. China. Qin Ming. Qin Ming. The Bazaar doctor's eyes lit up as he retrieved a file from the table. The file contained Qin Ming's portrait and detailed records, his background, abilities, and every action he'd ever taken, all meticulously documented. Staring at Qin Ming's photo, the Bazaar doctor's eyes held an unusual gleam. That kid's body is definitely different. As time passed, the third civilization trial loomed ever closer. Across the world, every nation except China was embroiled in daily warfare. The monstrous beasts left behind from the first two civilization trials had yet to be completely eradicated. Although some nations had begun to cultivate awakened ones, their numbers remained limited. Moreover, the combat prowess of these beasts was no weaker than that of the awakened. Consequently, many nations tread cautiously, hoping awakened ones will annihilate the beasts, while fearing their sacrifice would mean losing their final trump card. In short, the situation is dire. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, currents were stirring within the Huaxia nation. Intelligence indicates that wild awakened individuals have surfaced in certain locations. Moreover, on the black market, one could even purchase magic potion recipes and magic potion ingredients. Some of these formulas and materials were previously leaked rewards, while others were imported from abroad. The situation is chaotic, to say the least. Qin Ming predicted that in time, awakened ones would emerge in vast numbers, ushering all humanity into the age of the supernatural. This had been true in his previous life as well. It was the tide of history, an inevitable progression that no one could halt. His rebirth had even accelerated this process. Qin Ming couldn't tell if this was good or bad. The more awakened there were, the stronger the resistance against the alien races would become. Yet simultaneously, the world would descend into greater chaos. Even within China, incidents of psychic individuals harming others have already begun to surface. When faced with absolute power and the lure of immense profit, laws and regulations struggle to restrain human nature. That day, a thunderous roar suddenly split the sky. A thunderous explosion instantly captured global attention. Glancing at the phone, the countdown had reached 0. The third civilization trial has begun. In that moment, countless people looked up at the sky, murmuring softly. Then, a celestial voice resounded, reaching every ear. The third civilization trial now commences. Civilizations across nations will randomly receive a domain beast. Discover the domain beast, clear the dungeon, and receive unexpected rewards. The civilization that first slays 10 domain monsters shall claim the top rank in this trial. The third civilization trial lasts 30 days. Welcome to the age of transcendence. Seek transcendence? Aspire to become a powerful psychic? Go forth, the dungeon holds everything you desire. Celestial voices echoed ceaselessly, ensuring every being on Blue Star could hear. The Black Hand no longer hid its true nature. Initially, it merely infiltrated electronic devices to disseminate information, but now it appeared directly before the world. It declared to humanity, it was real. No one knew the true identity of the Black Hand, but one thing was certain, it was a force humanity currently had no means to oppose. As the Black Hand's voice echoed, the entire world was thrown into upheaval. Undoubtedly, in this era, everyone yearned for greater power to become a figure everyone looked up to. Just like Superman, Batman, Captain America, Spider-Man, Iron Man. Those idols who only exist in parallel universes. At that moment, the world went mad. Though they knew the odds of becoming an awakened were slim, the temptation proved irresistible. What felt absurd was that this trial of civilization seemed to have taken a strange turn. People embraced it, eagerly awaiting its arrival. With the commencement of the third civilization trial, undercurrents began to stir within Huaxia Nation. Underground factions began hunting for the descending beasts, seeking to locate domain beasts and seize their opportunities. In the central control room of Monster Academy, hundreds of staff members stared intently at their screens, using the heavenly eye to scan for anomalies. Simultaneously, 36 Tower of Heaven structures activated urgently, probing for traces of the beasts. Soon, Luing detected an anomaly and immediately shouted, "Principal, we have a situation." At her words, Qin Ming, the Dragon General, and others immediately turned their attention to the screens. Luing zoomed in on the screen, pointing to a dense fog on the display. A shopping mall in the Demon City is shrouded in thick fog. The next moment, Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the fog, his pupils suddenly contracting. The fog abruptly contracted, and with it, the entire shopping mall vanished. Chapter 85, The Vanishing Mall, the first dungeon. Gone? In an instant, everyone's expression changed. How could such a massive mall simply vanish? It's definitely a domain beast, Qin Ming said in a low voice, though he didn't know what rank this beast was. Domain monsters were classified into 3 tiers: prohibited beasts, king beasts, and catastrophe beasts. The domains they created represented 3 distinct dungeon levels. The higher the tier, the more challenging the dungeon. Moreover, the dungeons created by these domain monsters cannot be destroyed by conventional weapons. Take this mall before us, it vanished from existence before everyone's eyes. Even a nuclear strike would be utterly useless. The only way to clear the instance was to slay the domain beast. Dispatch the anomaly hunters in Magic City immediately to investigate the situation, Qin Ming ordered. Director, we just received word that the entire 013 Shanghai squad has entered the instance, Luing replied. Qin Ming nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen showing the completely vanished mall. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He had never encountered a beast capable of making entire structures vanish. Could it be a king beast? A sense of unease washed over Qin Ming as he turned to Xia Mo and Lu Chang. We need to go there personally. He then addressed the Dragon General. Additionally, deploy awakened ones to support Magic City. With a domain beast appearing, I fear some ordinary beasts might cause trouble. Long Xiaogui nodded. Rest assured, I'll personally oversee it. By the time Qin Ming and his 2 companions arrived in the demon capital, 2 hours had passed, and that was by helicopter. Originally, Qin Ming's current squad consisted of 4 members, including Dong Yan. However, Qin Ming had dispatched Dong Yan elsewhere. With underground factions growing increasingly turbulent lately, Qin Ming had reactivated Dong Yan as his covert operative. Soon, the 3 arrived at the scene. Commander-in-Chief. Upon seeing Qin Ming's arrival, the commanding officer immediately stepped forward to greet him. What's the situation? Qin Ming inquired. The officer replied promptly, the surrounding neighborhoods have been completely sealed off. Team 013, the anomaly hunters, have already entered the area. We still have no concrete information at this time. Qin Ming frowned, his gaze shifting to the vast empty space ahead. This was where the shopping mall used to stand, yet now there was nothing left. Do you know how many people were inside before the mall vanished? The commander shook his head. Probably a few dozen, mostly mall staff and security personnel. Since humans knew the exact timing of the civilization trial, citizens dared not venture out during this period, leaving the mall nearly empty. Hearing this, Qin Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fewer people meant less trouble. But the officer hesitated. Before we arrived to secure the perimeter, quite a few civilians rushed inside. It seems there were awakened among them. Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart sank. He knew exactly why these people entered the dungeon to obtain extraordinary powers. For awakened individuals, the dungeon also presented a tremendous opportunity. If they could slay a domain beast, the rewards would be invaluable. My apologies, Commander. We arrived too late, the officer bowed his head. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Don't blame anyone. They chose this path themselves. Also, we'll be entering shortly. If any unregistered awakened attempt to join, block them if possible. If not, let them in, I'll deal with them inside. The officer nodded firmly. Qin Ming waved to Xia Mo and Lu Chang. Let's go inside. The three entered the vanished mall under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. As Qin Ming approached the center, he sensed a surge of energy. Reaching out to touch it, he felt ripples spread out like water waves. In the next instant, the trio vanished from everyone's sight. Soldiers stood vigilantly guarding the perimeter, but an unexpected incident still unfolded. Just as Qin Ming had anticipated, an awakened individual had trespassed into the dungeon. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted from another entrance of the mall. The commander urgently demanded, "What's happening?" "Captain, we're under attack at Psychics," came the soldiers' voices over the headset. "Captain, we can't hold them back. They're getting in." The commander quickly responded, "Any casualties?" The commander said, "If we can't hold them back, let them in." "No casualties. They don't seem to dare harm us," the soldiers replied. The company commander finally exhaled in relief. Clearly, these wild awakened individuals still knew their limits. China hadn't yet issued an official ban on wild awakened individuals, so despite possessing supernatural abilities, they dared not act too brazenly. If they dared attack Chinese military personnel, it would be a declaration of war against the Chinese government and the Hunter organization. They didn't have the guts for that. Yet just as the company commander was thinking this, two dark figures suddenly burst out from the distance. An aberration. The alert soldiers reacted instantly, raising their rifles and firing. Roar! One of the beasts charged forward, slamming a soldier aside with a single swipe. The company commander's face paled. Stop them! But the creatures moved with blinding speed. After slaughtering several soldiers, they charged straight toward the instance. The company commander blocked the entrance, his machine gun unleashing a furious barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet every bullet was dodged by the monster before him. The creature's appearance was bizarre, a rat-like face, the long limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast. The company commander was stunned. He had never seen such a bizarre beast before. Even more terrifying was the creature's gaze. It looked at him with human-like intelligence. Before the company commander could react, the creature had already knocked him flying and charged into the instance. Captain! Captain, are you okay? The soldiers immediately rushed over to check on the company commander's injuries. The company commander had merely taken a hard fall. It wasn't serious. But his face was grim as he muttered under his breath. Something's wrong. Those two beasts are not right. Contact Monster Academy headquarters immediately. Those two beasts are problematic. The two monsters that had charged in were the handiwork of Dr. Bizarre. Abnormal being number 1 Andy, abnormal being number 3 Fox. When Long Xiaogui received the news, he immediately contacted Qin Ming. But Qin Ming was deep within the instance and had already lost contact. No communication device could reach him. Long Xiaogui's expression darkened instantly. Qin Ming, you're on your own now. The third civilization trial proved far more complex than anticipated. This time, those entering the instance included not only monster hunters but also wild awakened ones, unknown monsters, and even ordinary people. Qin Ming remained completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. He had already entered the instance's interior. Upon entering, Qin Ming saw the vanished shopping mall, but now its interior was filled with thick fog. Visibility was extremely low beneath the thick fog, limited to roughly 50 meters. In other words, they couldn't even see the end of the mall. If any monstrous beasts attacked them, it would be all too easy. Lu Cheng frowned. Dean, finding the domain beast under these conditions won't be easy. Qin Ming nodded. There are no easy domain monsters. I can now confirm this beast is a king beast equivalent to a monster possessing King Sequence. What? Lu Cheng was taken aback. Starting off with such intensity? This wasn't going to be fun. Everyone stay put. First, locate Team 013. Qin Ming pulled out his communicator and called out in a low voice. This is Qin Ming. Team 013, come in. ZZZZZZ. The static crackled through the earpiece. The next moment, a faint, weak female voice came through. Commander, this is Kong Chiotong of Team 013. We need help. Chapter 86, Artificial Monsters. Help. ZZZZZZ. A crackling static filled the earpiece. Kong Chioton's voice was barely audible, as if she'd suffered severe injuries. Where are you now? Give me your location, Qin Ming urgently demanded. I'm on the first floor, at the Hongxing shoe store, but the captain and the others are gone. Kong Chioton's voice came in fits and starts. We're coming right now. Hang on, Qin Ming replied. Lu Chang, standing nearby, had already pulled out the blueprint the company commander had given him. It was the mall's floor plan. He quickly located the position of Hongxing shoe store. It's right ahead. Lu Chang announced. Let's go. The three stayed close together, advancing cautiously. Stay alert. Domain beasts usually have many minions. They could be hiding in the shadows, Qin Ming cautioned. Boom. Just then, a sound came from ahead, as if someone had accidentally kicked a trash can. Someone's here. Xia Mo whispered. Qin Ming frowned and quickened his pace. Before long, the figure came into view. To their surprise, it was a teenager, roughly 17 or 18 years old. Spotting the approaching figures, the youth turned and fled. Lu Cheng hurriedly shouted, Kid, don't run off. But the youth paid him no mind, charging straight ahead. Damn it, he's a civilian. Lu Cheng immediately gave chase. How could the youth outrun Lu Chang? Just as Lu Chang was about to catch him, a dark figure burst out of the thick fog. The youth was tackled by the shadow and dragged deeper into the thick fog. Bastard! Lu Chang roared with fury, immediately giving chase. Lu Chang, come back! Qin Ming roared, halting Lu Chang in his tracks. I'm going after him. You two find Squad 013. Lightning flickered beneath Qin Ming's feet as he charged toward the shadow's direction. Though this move risked falling into the enemy's trap, Qin Ming had no choice. He couldn't just stand by and watch a young boy die. Qin Ming's speed was blinding. In mere moments, he caught up to the shadow. He drew the starfall blade and swung it in a sweeping arc. Sensing danger, the shadow dropped the youth and rolled forward, evading Qin Ming's strike. Qin Ming swiftly shielded the youth behind him. I'm a soldier of China. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, the youth paused, his eyes narrowing as he studied Qin Ming's profile with curiosity. The next moment, his eyes lit up. Dean Qin Ming? You know me? Qin Ming asked in surprise. I've seen you on TV. The boy seemed genuinely excited, gazing at Qin Ming as if he were a celebrity. Qin Ming was speechless. Then why did you run just now? The boy looked terrified. I thought you were one of those bad guys. Qin Ming frowned. What bad guys? Brother Qin Ming, watch out. The boy's pupils suddenly contracted. The dark figure lunged forward. Qin Ming shielded the youth behind him as the starfall blade flashed with a bolt of lightning. Battle technique, thunder annihilation slash. Boom! The thunderous blade flashed, cleaving the monster in two with a single strike. Clunk! The monster's corpse fell to the ground. It was a creature with bat wings and a dog-like body. Qin Ming recognized this strange beast, the dog bat. A relatively common exotic beast, it wasn't the culprit behind the chaos in this mall. Clearly, it had been drawn here by the king beast. Qin Ming glanced at the canine bat. His luck was poor, it carried no magical potion ingredients. Qin Ming turned to the youth. What's your name? Why are you here? I'm a temporary employee here. My name is Fan Yu, the youth replied. Now, what did you say about bad guys? Fan Yu nodded. Before you arrived, a group wearing cloaks entered. They found our mall employees. To protect us, that squad killed many monsters and acquired quite a few items from them. Just as they were preparing to evacuate us, the bad guys appeared. They ambushed the squad and stole their loot. While the two sides were fighting, the monsters arrived, and chaos ensued. Our staff scattered in all directions and ended up separated. Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression darkened. The cloaked squad Fan you mentioned was clearly Squad 013. And those villains were most likely wild awakened. Damn it, these bastards were looting in the chaos. This act infuriated Qin Ming beyond measure. You're coming with me. Qin Ming instructed Fan Yu to stay close behind him. He dared not leave Fan Yu alone here. Encountering a beast would surely mean certain death. Where are you headed, brother Qin Ming? I can guide you, I know this area well. Fan Yu quickly offered. I'm heading to the Hongxing shoe store. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. With Fan Yu leading the way, things would be much easier. The two moved swiftly through the mall, their footsteps stealthy. Qin Ming wasn't the least bit afraid of the beast spotting them now. Consumed by rage, he was eager to slay as many of them as possible. Soon, they reached the Hongxing shoe store but found no one inside. Xia Mo. Lu Chang. Qin Ming called out through his earpiece, but there was no response. Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly. Could something have happened? Unlikely. With Xiaomo's abilities, it couldn't have happened so quietly. The thick fog must be blocking the signal. Qin Ming scanned the ground and spotted bloodstains. The trail of blood led straight outwards. Qin Ming immediately pulled Fan Yu along and followed the trail of blood. Soon, he heard the sounds of a fight. Hide here. I'll come back for you later. With that, Qin Ming hurried forward. Ah! Help! Help me! A piercing scream rang out. Qin Ming looked over and saw a monster tearing at a man. The man was clearly an awakened one, still struggling fiercely. When Qin Ming saw the creature, his expression changed drastically. He recognized it instantly. This creature wasn't a beast, but a human transformed into a monster. Damn it, how could such a monster exist in China? Who dares to do this? Roar! Just then, the monster abruptly turned, revealing a hideous face. Qin Ming froze. It was a Western face. Was this a monster created by the West? Qin Ming felt slightly better, but not much. Western monsters invading China, that couldn't be a good thing. And the creature before Qin Ming's eyes was none other than Dr. Freak's number 3 mutant fox. Save me! Save me! Dean Qin, save me! The man clearly recognized Qin Ming, clinging to him like a lifeline as he shouted desperately. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he immediately drew his blade and advanced. A powerful slash sent the monster flying, and the man was saved. Qin Ming pursued the monster, a surge of fury erupting from him. The man breathed a sigh of relief after being saved. But just then, a masked figure appeared behind him. A dagger pressed against his throat. Sorry, your cover's blown. Chapter 87, The Mysterious Organization, The Masked Man. A ghostly voice suddenly echoed. The man turned in shock to see a familiar face. No, Vice President, I won't reveal anything. Don't kill me. The masked man shook his head slowly. The moment your mask fell, you knew your fate. Be more careful in your next life. With that, a single slash across his throat ended the man's life amidst his horrified expression. Wah! The man clutched his throat as blood gushed forth. Qin Ming, who had been pursuing the monster, abruptly turned his head, his expression darkening instantly. His gaze locked with the masked figures. The masked man's eyes flickered, then he turned and vanished into the thick fog. Damn it! He'd been too careless. Qin Ming hadn't expected someone to show up to eliminate witnesses. He rushed to the man's side. The body was twitching, and the mouth opened slightly, as if trying to speak. But with his throat slit, he could no longer speak. Qin Ming's face darkened. He'd lost his chance to uncover the forces behind the man. Silencing witnesses? Daring to challenge the hunters? It seemed this group of wild awakened individuals had already grown to a considerable scale. The man before him stared at Qin Ming with terror in his eyes before collapsing heavily to the ground, his life extinguished. Qin Ming clenched his fists, ready to pursue the masked figure, but a growl erupted from behind him. Are you Qin Ming? The monster stood behind Qin Ming, its voice raspy. Qin Ming rose to his feet, his gaze cold and unflinching as he studied the creature. He knew without a doubt this was a fallen one. The so-called fallen were those whose awakening had failed, transforming them into monstrous beings neither human nor ghost. There was no doubt about it, this creature before him was the result of haphazardly concocted, demonic potions. But clearly, this fallen one wasn't an accidental creation, it was a monster deliberately engineered by humans. And the mastermind behind it had a clear target, Qin Ming himself. Qin Ming stared at the fallen one before him and spoke slowly. I'm wondering how I can pry your mouth open and make you reveal the forces behind you. The fallen one gave a cold, vicious laugh, revealing a hideous visage. Qin Ming, you truly are that arrogant. Too bad you're about to die. Boom! In the next instant, Fox stomped his feet hard against the ground, launching himself at Qin Ming with blinding speed. Under the immense explosive force, the floor tiles shattered with a crack. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. He's reached the second tier? Anyone with this kind of power must have been cultivated by some nation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the starfall blade was already drawn from its sheath. Clang! Thunder flashed as the blade sliced through the air. Clang! Steel-like claws lunged at Qin Ming, only to be parried by the starfall blade. The immense force pushed Qin Ming backward, slamming him hard against the wall. Boom! The wall cracked like a spider web. A flash of thunder lit Qin Ming's eyes as he unleashed a horizontal slash with his blade. Thunder extinction! The powerful strike carved a long gash across Fox's chest. Fox let out a pained growl, his body staggering backward. Realizing he was no match for Qin Ming, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned and charged into the thick fog. Dean, second floor. Qin Ming was about to pursue, but Lu Cheng's urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. Qin Ming halted his steps, abandoning the pursuit of the fallen one. Fan Yu, second floor. Brother Qin Ming, over here. Fan Yu emerged from the shadows, leading the way. Director, we're in a second floor arcade. Requesting backup. Lu Cheng's voice continued. I'll be right there. At that moment, Lu Cheng guarded two injured members of Team 013. Ahead of him, Xiaomo stood alone with a rifle, holding back over a dozen second-tier dog bats. Xiaomo, only at stage 1, was clearly struggling against so many stage 2 beasts. More troubling still, 3 masked figures stood behind the dog bats. They lurked there, watching Xiaomo and Lu Cheng like ghosts. It's them, Kong Chiotong said weakly. These masked men attacked us. Lu Cheng's expression darkened. He desperately wanted to intervene and aid Xiaomo. But if he left, there would be no one to protect Squad 013. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed his pants. Lu Chang looked down to see another member of Team 013, a young man named Bao Mingxian. Bao Mingxuan's injuries were even more severe than Kong Qiutong's, the kind that would be fatal without immediate treatment. Bao Mingxian looked at Lu Chang with intense seriousness. Don't worry about us. Go save our captain. He went up to the roof to protect the civilians. Go save them. Hearing Bao Mingxuan's words, Lu Chang's heart sank. He snapped, what nonsense. The commander is almost here. We can get all of you out safely. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of intense combat erupted from the direction of the advance. The group looked up just in time to see a thunderous shadow streak past, instantly cleaving two dog bats in half. Roar! The next moment, the three-headed bat lunged fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming flicked his wrist, unleashing another surge of energy. Pinching two playing cards between his fingers, he flicked them away with effortless grace. Magic, ace of spades. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the jokers on the cards suddenly grinned with ghostly smiles before bursting out from the cards. Ha ha ha. The black and red jokers emitted sinister laughter, each clutching a bomb as they lunged toward the monstrous beast. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, instantly shattering the three-headed bat into fragments. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Kong Qiutong and Bao Mingxian, as well as the three masked figures in the distance, changed abruptly. This powerful? Bao Mingxuan's mouth fell open in utter shock. The three masked figures trembled visibly. It's the hunter commander. Damn it, how did he get here? Get out of here fast. Without a second thought, the three masked figures turned and plunged into the thick fog. Qin Ming saw them, but made no move to pursue. Gripping the starfall blade, he reaped the lives of the dog bats one by one. Under the guise of the eerie flash technique, these dog bats couldn't even come close to Qin Ming. Combined with his battle experience as a god of war from his previous life, slaughtering these beasts posed no challenge. Yet this scene left the two members of Team 013 utterly stunned. They knew Qin Ming was strong, but they had no idea he was this ridiculously powerful. After helping Xiaomo eliminate every last dogbat, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Squad 013. Bao Mingxian and the other immediately lowered their heads. Sorry, Commander. We let you down. Qin Ming shook his head and pulled out two steamed buns. Want some? Bao Mingxian and the other man froze, confused by the sudden offer of food. Hurry up, these heal injuries, Lu Chang quickly interjected. This was the only support ability among the monster hunter's Uncle Song-An's masterpiece, the healing buns. Hearing Lu Chang's words, Bao Mingxian and Kong Qiutong quickly stuffed the buns into their mouths. Soon, a peculiar energy began healing their wounds. Though not fully healed, they regained about 30 to 40% of their combat strength, leaving both utterly astonished. Qin Ming nodded. As long as you can fight, that's all that matters. We're desperately short on manpower right now. Squeak. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rang out. At the sound, everyone instinctively covered their ears in discomfort. Qin Ming whipped around, his expression turning grave. It's the King Beast. It's appeared. Chapter 88, Team 013 in Crisis, Blood-Soaked Cloak. Once the King Beast appears, it will feed. We must hurry. Qin Ming led the group upward. Along the way, they encountered numerous dog bats blocking their path, all of which were swiftly eliminated by Qin Ming and Xiaomo. Captain. Do you copy? This is Mingxian. Acknowledge please. Along the way, Bao Mingxian repeatedly tried to contact the captain via communicator, but there was no response. Upon reaching the third floor, they found several bodies lying on the blood-soaked floor. Not our employees, Fan Yu shook his head. These were probably ordinary people trying to come in search of fortune, Bao Mingxian said. Foolish. Lu Chang gritted his teeth in frustration, his face twisted with anger. What dungeon? This is just a trap set by the Black Hand. Xiaomo shook his head, feeling pity for the lives lost. Human nature is always greedy, Qin Ming remarked calmly. They must pay the price for their actions. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, the group continued running forward, searching for the other members of Team 013 along the way. Meanwhile, the Beast King was likely preoccupied elsewhere and hadn't attacked them. Meanwhile, on the mall rooftop, Squad 013 leader Zhao Mingde, along with members Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan, were leading over a dozen mall employees to safety. When they reached the rooftop, thick fog blanketed the sky, obscuring their vision. Captain Zhao Mingde's expression darkened. The anticipated helicopter rescue had not materialized. Captain, we're likely still within the beast's territory, Zhang Yingwei reported. Captain, we still can't establish contact with the outside world. Anai Quan added urgently. Zhao Mingde ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Below, it was still pitch black, he couldn't see a thing. Clearly, any hope of escaping the building was gone. The mall only had 4 floors. With their awakened physical abilities, jumping down wouldn't be a problem. But with so many civilians here, there was no way they could take them with them. Zhao Mingde scanned the surroundings and declared, you two stay here and protect the civilians. I'm going down to find Xiaotong and Mingxian. Captain, we can't let you go. The two immediately blocked Zhao Mingde. We don't even know where Xiaotong and Mingxian are. Going down now is like walking into certain death. Captain, be rational. Reinforcements are already on their way. Shut up. Zhao Mingde glared at them, his eyes bloodshot, his tone unwavering. They're our teammates. As captain, it's my duty to protect them. But you? You're hunters. Soldiers. Your duty is to protect the people. Zhao Mingde's voice reverberated so intensely that both fell silent. They too desperately wanted to go rescue them. Smack. Zhao Mingde slammed his hands on both their shoulders and spoke sternly. This place is yours now. With that, Zhao Mingde hoisted his long sword and prepared to descend the stairs. Sir. The mall employees watched Zhao Mingde's retreating figure, their eyes stinging with tears. They understood all too well what the captain's departure now signified. At that moment, a heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. Zhao Mingde glanced at the crowd, said nothing, and resolutely moved forward. Just as he opened the rooftop gate, it was violently blown open, sending Zhao Mingde flying along with it. Roar! A monstrous figure appeared before them, accompanied by a deafening roar. The intruder was none other than the fallen one, Eddie. Eddie's gaze swept over Zhao Mingde and the others. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from them, a wicked smile curled his lips. Found you, monster hunters. Zhao Mingde sprang to his feet, shielding the panicked crowd behind him. Captain, this aberration seems different. Zhang Yingwei and Aniquan rushed to Zhao Mingde's side, their voices grave. Zhao Mingde gripped his long sword tightly, his expression grave. If I'm not mistaken, this is a fallen one. A fallen one? Zhang Yingwei and Aniquan instantly understood. Before joining the hunters, they had all undergone training in paranormal basics. The fallen humans mutated into monsters by consuming faulty potions were part of that curriculum. So this monster really was a fallen one. Their faces darkened. This was going to be a problem. Just then, another entrance to the rooftop was smashed open. 5 masked figures emerged. It's them. Seeing these figures, Zhang Yingwei and Aniquan's faces twisted with rage. It was their attack that had caused Qiu Tong and Ming Xian to go missing. Damn it, Captain, let's kill them. Zhang Yingwei shouted furiously. Zhao Mingde grabbed his arm to restrain him. The greater good comes first. Our mission is to protect the people. Meanwhile, the masked figure watched the scene unfold, his brow slightly furrowed. They had come searching for the Yi King Beast, yet after combing the entire mall without finding their target, they concluded the Yi King Beast must be on the rooftop. Yet I never expected to witness this scene. Vice President, that beast seems odd, remarked a man wearing a Ultraman mask. The leader in black frowned. That's a fallen one, not a beast. A fallen one? The others looked perplexed, clearly less informed than the dark-clad man. Those who failed their awakening and were assimilated into monsters, they are the fallen, the black-clad man explained. These beings are even stronger than the beasts and are far more difficult to deal with. The group gasped in horror. Damn, so this stuff really exists? I thought the government was just trying to scare us, but it turns out they're real. Looks like foreigners. No rush, just watch from here, the black-clad man stated. Then, he led the group back to the edge of the rooftop and offered Eddie a friendly gesture. We have no intention of interfering. Do as you please. Eddie shot them a dismissive glance before fixing his gaze on Zhao Mingde and the others. Is Qin Ming here? Zhao Mingde froze. The commander? This guy's target is the commander? Zhao Mingde snorted coldly. Intruder! You trespassed on Chinese territory. You're asking for death. Eddie sneered, revealing a savage expression. Are all hunter exterminators this arrogant? Then you'll be the first to fall. Boom! Eddie scrambled to his hands and knees, then launched himself forward at Zhao Mingde. Get out of the way. Zhao Mingde's expression darkened as he raised his long sword to block Eddie. Eddie's claw slammed down, colliding with Zhao Mingde's immense strength. Thud! Zhao Mingde was sent flying, a gash tearing open his chest as blood gushed out. Captain! Aniquan's expression darkened as he rolled a thunderball in his hand and hurled it fiercely at Eddie. Boom! Lightning flashed as the thunderball struck Eddie, exploding with a deafening roar. Yet Eddie absorbed every single arc of electricity. Aniquan froze. How is this possible? What he didn't know was that Eddie's body was that of a thunder iron beast. This weak lightning couldn't affect him at all. Of course, this was also due to Eddie's immense power. Eddie had already reached the second-tier realm, surpassing Aniquan and the others. Brute force. At that moment, Zhang Yingwei's hand suddenly swelled as a powerful force erupted, slashing furiously toward Eddie. Sequence 089, a life regeneration ability user. However, Eddie merely gave this formidable strike a dismissive glance. He swung his claw, sending Zhang Yingwei's long sword flying with a single strike. In the next instant, under everyone's stunned gaze, the beastly claw tore downward, sinking into Zhang Yingwei's shoulder before hoisting him high into the air. Ah! Zhang Yingwei screamed in agony, his body thrashing violently. I've never eaten a psionicist before. The monster Eddie gazed at the struggling Zhang Yingwei, his eyes gleaming with greed as saliva dripped from his monstrous jaws. Hiss! This scene stunned the masked spectators watching from afar. This fallen one was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Stop! At that moment, Captain 013, Zhao Mingde, rose to his feet, covered in blood, his voice filled with fury. A resolute expression flashed across Zhao Mingde's face. He slashed his palm open with a blade, then pressed his blood-soaked hand against his chest. Instantly, the blood-burning cloak draped over his body seemed to devour the blood voraciously, transforming from black to a vivid crimson. Witnessing this, Jiang Yingwei and Anai Quan's eyes instantly turned red as they cried out in anguish. Captain, no! Chapter 89, Burning Blood Cloak activated, Humanity's Reverser. The moment the Burning Blood Cloak activated, Anai Quan and Jiang Yingwei knew exactly what the captain intended to do. The blood-ignited cloak was the emblem of China's anomaly hunters, a standard containment item issued to every hunter. Its purpose, however, was reserved solely for life or death situations. The burning blood cloak ignites the wearer's bloodline power, infinitely draining their spirit to temporarily amplify combat prowess. The sole cost? Death. The Hunter Code explicitly states that the blood-ignited cloak must never be used unless facing a life or death crisis. But at this moment, Captain Zhao Mingde had no other choice. He could not stand by and watch his team members die before his eyes. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful aura erupted. The blood-ignited cloak shimmered with vein-like patterns. Once activated, it seemed to take on a life of its own, like a demon. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the burning blood cloak instantly enveloped Zhao Mingde's body. Blood-red patterns gradually spread and solidified. Finally, the cloak formed an energy armor over Zhao Mingde, a black and red shell with vivid crimson patterns swirling across its surface. Upon closer inspection, the vivid red patterns were revealed to be blood-boiling, seething blood. The blood of Zhao Mingde, captain of the 013 Demon City Squad of the Monster Hunters. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Especially the masked individuals across from them. All of them furrowed their brows. What is this? The masked man with the salted egg superhero mask stammered. His power is increasing, he's ascended to the second tier. Damn it, how did he do that? The other masked figures were equally stunned. Truly befitting the official organization, their mastery of such things was beyond comparison to wild awakened beings like them. Yet the vice president merely shook his head indifferently. That's called the blood-burning cloak. It's a containment object. He's essentially burning his own life force to boost his power. What? The others were even more shocked upon hearing this. Has he lost his mind? He has the ability to turn and run, why would he choose to die? At that moment, the group fell silent. Yes, this is the essence of the Chinese soldier. The defiant ones of this world. Let's see. I want to witness the power of that blood-ignited cloak, the vice president murmured coldly. Captain. Jiang Yingwei, seized by the monster eddy, struggled relentlessly, writhing in agony. See, Captain. Anai Quan's eyes reddened, his emotions reaching their breaking point. Zhao Mingde turned to face Anai Quan. I'll buy you some time. Reinforcements should arrive soon. With that, Zhao Mingde gripped his Tang sword at an angle and began walking forward at a measured pace. Bang! In the next instant, Zhao Mingde shot forward explosively, swinging his blade horizontally at the fallen eddy. Battle technique, Silver Arc. Clang! The blade hummed with vibration, its silver bright edge flashing in the darkness as energy erupted. Fallen One Eddy's expression shifted slightly. He flung Jiang Yingwei aside with one hand as his razor-sharp claws shot forward. Clang! The long sword jammed beneath the beast's claws, sparks flying everywhere. Zhao Mingde's expression darkened as a powerful force erupted from his body. Clang! The long sword erupted with force, striking the Fallen One Eddy back. Zhao Mingde rose and charged forward, his Tang sword flashing with a silver bright cold gleam as he delivered a vicious strike. Clang! 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 The long sword moved with blinding speed, each strike landing on the Fallen One's body. The steel-like body clanged with each strike, forcing the Fallen back relentlessly. Battle technique, Silver Moon vanishes the void. A cold gleam flashed in Zhao Mingde's eyes as he channeled his spiritual energy to its peak, unleashing a fierce strike. Hum! The long sword traced a dazzling arc through the air, gleaming like a silver moon. Splash! The silver blade tore a long gash across the Fallen One's chest, blood spattering wildly. Arg! The Fallen let out a bestial growl as its massive body slammed heavily into the wall. Hiss! Witnessing this, the masked figures all sucked in sharp breaths. Damn, that's powerful. The upgrade isn't just a little bit. Truly worthy of being a containment subject. Too bad it's a one-time deal. Like you'd dare use it if you had the chance? The group murmured among themselves. Only the vice president at the head of the group wore a grave expression. Crossing an organization like this was no small matter. Boom! At that moment, the Fallen One Eddy emerged from the shattered wall. His face twisted in fury as he glared at Zhao Mingde. Hunter, you've pissed me off. Hum. Zhao Mingde, clad in crimson armor, pointed his sword at the Fallen One. Come at me, Fallen One. Roar. Fallen One Eddy roared with fury, charging swiftly toward Zhao Mingde as his claws whipped downward. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Mingde's eyes. Facing the claw, he neither dodged nor defended. Captain. Anai Quan and Jiang Yingwei's faces paled. Sir. The protected civilians covered their mouths in terror, their eyes filled with dread. Clearly, Zhao Mingde intended to trade his life for theirs. Thud. The fallen one's claw slammed into Zhao Mingde's chest, the sharp talons tearing with force. Rip. Blood spattered everywhere. Zhao Mingde clenched his Tang sword, thrusting it into the abdomen of the fallen one before being knocked back. Thud. The blade pierced through, and the fallen let out a piercing howl. Fallen one Adi stumbled backward, while Zhao Mingde was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. But he rose swiftly, blood already seeping through the armor on his chest. The fallen one touched his wound, his rage intensifying. Thud. 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 Heavy footsteps pounded the ground as the fallen being charged toward Zhao Mingde once more. Zhao Mingde staggered back several steps, gripping his long sword tightly as he braced to defend. But this time, he couldn't block it. The fallen one's fist slammed into his chest, denting the armor. Gah! Zhao Mingde spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a bird with broken wings. Roar! The fallen leapt high into the air, snatched Zhao Mingde, and slammed him hard into the ground. Thud! The concrete floor cracked with spiderweb like fissures. The fallen planted his foot squarely on Zhao Mingde's chest, crushing the armor beneath him until it buckled and warped. Gurgle! Blood trickled from Zhao Mingde's mouth as his breath grew faint. Ah, Captain! Zhang Yingwei charged forward in fury, slashing his palm open and pressing it fiercely against the chest. Burn for me! I demand power! Whoosh! The black cloak billowed in the wind, gradually staining crimson. The crimson cloak enveloped Zhang Yingwei's body, seeming to greedily suck his blood. Zhang Yingwei's pupils suddenly contracted, bloodshot eyes filled with intense pain surging through his mind. In the next instant, the cloak slowly coalesced, forming a formidable blood-patterned armor. Feeling the powerful force surging through his body, a flicker of joy crossed Zhang Yingwei's face. He had the power to help the captain now. Get out of my way! Zhang Yingwei gripped his long sword with both hands, leaping onto the fallen one's back and thrusting it downward with all his might. Die! Thud! The blade pierced clean through the fallen one's body. Chapter 90, Squad Leader Zhao Mingde of Team 013, reporting for duty. Growling. The fallen screamed in agony, violently flinging Zhang Yingwei off his back. As he was flung away, he delivered a powerful kick. Thud. Zhang Yingwei was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow. Old Jiang. Ni Quanbei roared in fury, preparing to activate his burning blood armor. Stop. But just then, Captain Zhao Mingde, lying on the ground, stopped him. You still have civilians behind you. If you die too, who will protect them? Zhao Mingde staggered to his feet, blood dripping from his long sword onto the ground. Ni Quan's entire body trembled, his eyes already reddened. Zhao Mingde felt the life force steadily draining from his body. He knew his end was near. The next moment, he watched the fallen soldier before him still struggling to draw his blade. The final blow? Zhao Mingde murmured, yet his aura surged upward. Sequence 142, Silver Arc, my apologies for presenting you with such an incompetent master. Finally, let me use my life to make you shine one last time. Boom! In the next instant, Zhao Mingde erupted with explosive force. Above, the sky veiled in thick fog seemed to part slightly. A faint moonlight streamed through the gap, bathing Zhao Mingde in its glow. Hum! Zhao Mingde raised his long sword. Its silver blade flashed with a cold gleam as a sense of tragic grandeur gradually spread. Bang! At that very moment, several figures burst through the entrance. It was Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Chang, Kong Qiutong, Bao Mingxian, all rushing in. Qin Ming's gaze immediately locked onto Zhao Mingde's blood-red armor, his heart clenching in shock. Captain! Kong Qiutong and Bao Mingxian instantly shed tears. Don't cry. Zhao Mingde stood tall, his posture as reassuring as an elder comforting a younger relative. As long as you're all safe. Then, Zhao Mingde turned his gaze to Qin Ming and spoke solemnly. Commander, Hunter 013 Squad Leader Zhao Mingde reporting for duty. Bang! In the next instant, Zhao Mingde charged toward the fallen with an air of tragic resolve. Battle technique, Silver Arc Fading Moon. Zhao Mingde's form blurred into a trail of afterimages as his speed reached its peak. Under the moonlight, his long blade glowed with icy radiance, slicing through the air to form a crescent moon. In an instant, the surroundings fell deathly silent. Only the faint arc of moonlight illuminated the earth. Hum! The arc of light vanished in a flash, its icy glint slicing through the fallen one's body. Put! A grotesque arm, veins bulging, flew through the air. The fallen creature crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhao Mingde clutched his long sword, his aura draining completely from his body. He staggered, collapsing powerlessly. Captain! In an instant, Kong Qiutong, Bao Mingxian, and Ni Quan all rushed forward, scooping Zhao Mingde into their arms. Kong Qiutong wept uncontrollably. Captain, it's okay now. We're here. The commander has arrived. Thud! Suddenly, a figure clad in blood-red armor crashed to its knees beside them. Everyone turned sharply and immediately saw the activated blood-ignited cloak enveloping the figure. Old Jiang! You! Bao Mingxian froze in shock. Kong Qiutong's sobs grew louder. Why did you have to do this? Captain, I'm sorry. Jiang Yingwei gazed at the barely conscious Zhao Mingde. Zhao Mingde slowly shook his head. Squad 013, the future rests on your shoulders. He grabbed An arm. Take care of your brothers and sisters. An nodded, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, Qin Ming approached with a complex expression, lowering his head to look at Zhao Mingde. I'm sorry we arrived too late. Zhao Mingde offered a faint smile. Commander, it's our duty. The civilians. We've protected them. Qin Ming glanced back at the crowd behind him, their eyes reddened with tears, and whispered softly, rest assured, they'll be fine. Leave it to us from here on. Qin Ming's voice was heavy, yet solemn and resolute. Commander, can he still? Zhao Mingde struggled to point toward Jiang Yingwei. All eyes fell upon Jiang Yingwei. Qin Ming sighed and shook his head. Once the blood-ignited cloak is activated, it cannot be reversed. Jiang Yingwei froze for a moment, then grinned. It's fine, Captain. I'll walk with you. Qin Ming walked over and patted Jiang Yingwei on the shoulder. Let's fight. Yes. Jiang Yingwei sprang to his feet, grasping the long sword engraved with the name, Zhao Mingde. Captain, I'll cut it down for you. Qin Ming stepped forward, with Xia Mo and Lu Chang close behind. Grief and suppressed rage welled up within them both. At that moment, as Qin Ming advanced toward the fallen one, the masked figures lurking in the corner felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though Qin Ming's gaze didn't land on them, his aura seemed to lock onto them, terrifyingly so. Vice President, maybe we should just leave. The man in the super egg mask swallowed hard. The leader in black wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ming. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to see just how powerful this commander of the Hunter Corps truly was. Just as all eyes were fixed on Qin Ming, he suddenly moved. Lightning flashed across his body as he darted forward with lightning speed. Qin Ming! Fallen one, and he roared, his claws whipping out. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as the starfall blade drew a long arc of lightning. Thud! The blade descended, severing the fallen one's arm clean off at the shoulder. Roar! The fallen screamed in agony. Qin Ming closed in, his blade flashing relentlessly as he hacked viciously at the fallen one's chest. Its tough hide crumbled like paper before Qin Ming, blood spattering everywhere. The scene was horrifying. Anyone could see the rage burning in Qin Ming's eyes. After countless blows, the fallen one's chest was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Already weakened to the brink of death by Zhao Mingde and Jiang Yingwei's relentless, fearless attacks. Now, facing Qin Ming, it had little strength left to fight back. Finally, Jiang Yingwei charged forward and severed the fallen one's head with a single stroke. Captain, it's dead. Jiang Yingwei turned, overcome with emotion, only to find the captain already lying lifeless in Kong Qiutong's arms. Captain! Tears fell from Jiang Yingwei's eyes. Qin Ming placed a heavy hand on Jiang Yingwei's shoulder, his gaze fixed coldly ahead. There are still enemies. In the next instant, Qin Ming and the others fixed their gaze on the masked figures ahead. Jiang Yingwei gripped his long sword tightly, turning with a cold glare to face them, his eyes burning with fury. You bastards! Vice President! The man in the super egg man mask backed away in terror. Shouldn't we run? The man in black stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at Qin Ming. We have no intention of antagonizing the hunters. Qin Ming gave a cold laugh. Isn't that laughable? You intend to keep us here? The man in black frowned. What? You're not seriously considering killing the king beast and competing with us for the reward? You know where the king beast is? The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, Qin Ming lifted his head, gazing up at the thick fog in the sky. Aren't you coming out? Chapter 91, The King Beast Appears. Please vote for gold tickets. Seeing Qin Ming gaze upward, everyone froze, then looked up in unison. He, you humans are quite clever. Suddenly, an eerie female voice echoed from the sky. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a bat-like beast emerged from the thick fog. Is this the royal beast? Xia Mo narrowed her eyes slightly. She sensed an unusual aura emanating from this bat-like creature. She wasn't alone, the masked squad across from them sensed it too. Qin Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. This royal beast was a treasure trove. That distinct aura came from the magic potion ingredients and containment objects on its body. This creature actually carried its own containment vessel. At that moment, the black-clad man's eyes gleamed with greed as he murmured, "Shall we fight them for it?" The four behind him hesitated. Their purpose in coming here was the king beast, but now, to fight over the treasure, they would have to clash with the hunters. They weren't afraid of Team 013, but Qin Ming was no pushover. Yet, just as they hesitated, Qin Ming made his move. Move! At the command, Xia Mo struck first, curling his icy spear like a javelin. Crackle, crackle. The icy spear shot forward like a bullet, trailing a chill that seemed to freeze the very air in its path. Good luck to you. The black-clad man moved, flicking his wrist to unleash an invisible force that sent the ice spear flying back. Simultaneously, Qin Ming charged forward, his thunder blade slashing down with a deafening roar. Damn it! The masked man's expression darkened as he swiftly sidestepped the attack. With a thunderous crash, all four were sent flying by a powerful blast of air. The long sword slammed into the railing, shattering the concrete instantly. Whoosh! The four masked figures stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shock. This power was simply beyond their ability to withstand. Vice President, I must excuse myself. One of them sensed something was terribly wrong and turned to flee, attempting to leap off the rooftop. But Qin Ming wasn't about to let him escape. Activating his eerie flash technique, he lunged forward as the man scrambled over the railing. The starfall blade stabbed through his back. Thud! The starfall blade pierced through the man's body. Ugh! The man's pupils suddenly contracted, his face frozen in terror. He regretted not running sooner. The next moment, the man collapsed heavily to the ground, his life slowly fading away. The remaining masked figures exchanged horrified glances. They never imagined the commander of the Hunter Corps could be this formidable. Run! The man in the super egg mask couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Just as they were about to flee, the bat-like monster circling overhead revealed an eerie grin. Humans, running away isn't the solution. Suddenly, the beast's eyes flashed crimson, and an invisible force enveloped the masked figures. Then, as if possessed, the group's eyes turned bloodshot and their aura turned savage. They stopped fleeing, instead gazing at Qin Ming and the others with sinister, devilish expressions. This scene caused the man in black to frown. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he shouted to his companions, "They're under the Beast King's control. Watch out!" Qin Ming looked up. Truly worthy of the title King Beast, it's formidable. Kill! The masked man roared and charged forward. Just as Lu Chang was about to intervene, a voice came from behind him. "Let me handle this." In the next instant, Jiang Yingwei charged forward with unstoppable momentum, his blood burning fiercely within him. "Captain, I'm coming with you. Farewell, everyone. I'm Jiang Yingwei, member of Team 013. The muscles in Jiang Yingwei's arms swelled to their absolute limit, veins bulging visibly. His hands gripped the Tang sword tightly, unleashing his final strike. Sequence 89, Life Regeneration, Combat Technique, Wild Might. Boom! The blade sliced through with overwhelming force. His opponent reacted instantly, assuming a powerful defensive stance as iron blocks rapidly coalesced around his body. Iron Man! Clang! With a crisp clang, the blade struck the man's head. The mask shattered instantly, revealing a face covered in stubble. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from his forehead as he stared wide-eyed before crashing heavily to the ground. Pushu 200, Iron Man, defeated. After the strike, Jiang Yingwei staggered, his powerful aura rapidly dissipating. The effect of the blood-ignited cloak was fading. With a loud bang, the blood-red armor's energy depleted, shattering into pieces on the spot. Old Jiang! Seeing this, Bao Mingxian rushed forward and steadied Jiang Yingwei. Jiang Yingwei's gaze fixed on Qin Ming as he trembled. "See, Commander. I did my best." Qin Ming's voice caught in his throat. "Squad 013, Jiang Yingwei, you have fulfilled your mission. Return to your unit." "Yes." His voice trembling, Jiang Yingwei slowly collapsed. Under the moonlit night, the biting wind howled, creating a scene of profound sorrow and grandeur. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, his gaze growing even more fierce. "Those two are yours to handle." His gaze then fixed on the man in black. The black-clad man sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qin Ming, his expression darkening. Any desire to fight had vanished from him. Without hesitation, the man in black turned and charged toward the edge of the rooftop. "You think you can still escape?" Qin Ming flickered forward, blocking the man's path. "Not just you, I'll root out every last one of your backers." Qin Ming strode forward swiftly, his thunder blade flashing with blinding light. Battle technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. The black-clad man's expression darkened as he drew a short dagger from his waist to parry. Clang! The clash of blades sent the black-clad man flying backward from the sheer force of the impact. Regaining his footing mid-fall, he hurled several throwing knives in a flurry. Qin Ming flickered aside, evading the dagger's assault. But in the next instant, the knives abruptly changed direction, stabbing toward Qin Ming's back. "Commander, watch out!" Kong Chiotong shouted. Qin Ming felt the icy glint approaching from behind. His eyebrow arched. Manipulation? Qin Ming spun and swung his blade, knocking all the knives out of the air. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad man lunged forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Ming. But as he took a step forward, his feet landed on a treacherous array, and electric shocks surged through him. The black-clad man shuddered violently. "What is this?" By the time he regained his balance, Qin Ming's sweeping kick had already struck. Thud! The black-clad man was sent flying. "Your second tier too?" Blood trickled from the corner of the man's mouth as he struggled to his feet. "Don't underestimate me." The black-clad man suddenly went berserk, and behind him, daggers flew into the air. Combat technique, Blade Edge. Buzz buzz buzz. All the daggers shot out simultaneously, cutting off every retreat for Qin Ming. Qin Ming watched the scene with indifference. With a flick of his wrist, he caught a playing card. It was the Two of Clubs. Magic card Soldier. Under the black-clad man's stunned gaze, the card suddenly shot forward. From the card, a seductive woman clad in a bodycon skirt and black spade pattern stockings burst forth. Gripping a leather whip, she flashed a playful smile at the man in black. Spades bind. The Spade 2 woman lashed out with her whip, instantly coiling it around the black-clad man's body. The man's face paled instantly. What is this? Chapter 92, Slaying the King Beast, first dungeon clear. The black-clad man was paralyzed. He hadn't even engaged in serious combat. How had he been captured? In that moment, he seemed to grasp the meaning behind Qin Ming's dismissive gaze. Qin Ming hadn't even considered him a threat. The black-clad man grew angrier the more he thought about it, but there was nothing he could do. The leather whip binding him was too tight, so tight he couldn't struggle. It was over. The black-clad man let out a heavy sigh as he was secured by Kong Chiotong and Bao Mingxian. Meanwhile, the man in the salted egg superhero mask and his companion had also been defeated. Under Xiaomo's relentless assault, they offered little resistance before being knocked out. The masked man, in particular, had his feet frozen solid. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move, his face ashen. Only then did they realize that the Hunter Commander squad was in a completely different league from the Demon City 013 squad. They could toy with Squad 013, but before Qin Ming's squad, they were nothing but clowns jumping around. After their capture, they glanced toward the vice president only to find him already lying on the ground. Their mouths twitched in disgust as curses raged in their minds. Damn it, why did we trust that bastard? We should have run the moment we could. They had no idea what awaited them next, and now they felt like dying. Qin Ming paid no heed to their petty thoughts. He lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the king beast circling endlessly in the sky. Utterly useless. The beast shot a contemptuous glance at the masked man. Then, its gaze settled on Qin Ming and Xiaomo, seeming to recognize they weren't easy to deal with. It flapped its wings intending to flee. Qin Ming's expression darkened. You think you can just run? In the next instant, a warning sign materialized in his hand and slammed into the ground. No entry ahead. Thud. A crimson light shot skyward, enveloping the entire mall. A barrier materialized, blocking the Beast King's retreat. The beast slammed headfirst into the barrier wall, turning back with a look of fury. Human, you're courting death. Qin Ming had no intention of wasting words. Bring it down. At his command, Xiaomo assumed an archer's stance. Frost spread, coalescing into an icy bow. Xiaomo drew the bowstring, and a bone-chilling arrow slowly materialized. Bang! The arrow shot forth, exploding into a shower of ice crystals. The icy projectile traveled at blinding speed, striking the king beast's wing. The beast struggled, trying to steady itself, but the frost on its wing spread rapidly, nearly freezing it solid. Unable to struggle, the beast descended with a grim expression. Awaiting her descent was the combined assault of Qin Ming and his two companions. Chirp! The Bat King beast let out an angry cry, flapping its wings to unleash two howling whirlwinds. Under the gale, Lu Chang and Xiaomo were blown away. Qin Ming steadied himself and shouted to the crowd behind him, "Get off the rooftop!" The crowd, positioned farther away and near the exit, quickly rushed to safety. Meanwhile, the masked trio bound to the ground were hurled by the gale, crashing heavily into the railing wall. Qin Ming braced against the gale and flicked a playing card forward. Spinning through the air, the card revealed its face, a jack of clubs. The next moment, a tall woman leapt onto the card. Archery in hand, she unleashed a volley of arrows at the Bat King beast. Whoosh! 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 Arrows whistled through the air. The Bat King beast halted its hurricane to evade the arrows. What the hell is this? The man in the salted egg superhero mask, witnessing this bizarre scene, was instantly stunned. Playing cards turning into people? Is that really that terrifying? Vice President, what kind of power is this? The man in black looked grim. You're asking me? Who should I ask? When it came to understanding sequence abilities in this world, no one knew more than Qin Ming. Compared to him, they were mere amateurs. At that moment, Qin Ming charged forward again, violently flinging two playing cards. The Joker King. Joker. Ha ha ha. The Joker revealed a ghastly grin as each clutched a bomb and charged toward the Bat King beast. A fuse burned rapidly on each bomb, radiating a dangerous aura. The Bat King beast's eyes widened in terror. It sensed the sheer horror of this impending strike. It backed away in fear, finally crashing into the fence. Just as it was about to take flight, Lu Cheng suddenly grabbed the iron pipe railing. Combat technique, Iron Hand. In the next instant, the iron railing twisted and contorted, transforming into an iron hand that seized the Bat King beast as it attempted to take flight. A mighty yank. The Bat King beast crashed to the ground in shock. At that very moment, the Joker King arrived as expected. Ace of Spades. Boom! Two bombs exploded with a thunderous roar, sending the Bat King beast flying. But it didn't get blown downstairs, because Iron Hand was still clinging to it. The Bat King beast, gravely wounded, was utterly panicked. Squeak! The Bat King let out a piercing shriek, its terrifying sonic waves causing everyone to cover their ears. Simultaneously, thick black mist began spreading from its body, rapidly expanding outward. Soon, the entire rooftop was engulfed in thick fog, completely obscuring visibility. This is bad. I can't see anything. Lu Chang shouted. Xiao, keep an eye on those guys. Qin Ming immediately shouted. Within the thick fog, the vice president and his two companions thought they could seize this chance to escape, their faces lighting up with joy. But the next moment, a chill swept over them. Holy, what is this? Ah, help! No! The screams abruptly ceased as ice encased their bodies, transforming them into three frozen statues. Xiao walked over, muttering, seems like I overdid it. Oh well, I'll just burn them off later. Beside him, Bao Mingxian and Kong Qiutong stood frozen in shock. Clang! A collision echoed through the thick fog as the Bat King beast broke free from Lu Cheng's iron grip. Damn it! How could there be such a powerful human? This is only the third trial stage, why would such a formidable opponent appear? The Bat King beast growled in frustration. It had nearly lost its life. Thankfully, it was smart enough to release the thick fog and flee immediately. This place was no longer safe. It needed to find a hiding spot to grow stronger. Once I reach tier 3, no, tier 4, this king will emerge to slaughter all before me. The Bat King beast thought to itself, preparing to spread its wings and soar. But the next moment, a voice echoed from behind. No, you won't get the chance. The Bat King beast spun around in shock, staring at Qin Ming who had pinpointed him through the thick fog. Its entire body trembled as it flapped its wings, ready to flee. Snap! But its foot was seized. Qin Ming yanked it down. The Bat King beast's face contorted in fury, its wings like razor blades slashing viciously at Qin Ming. Qin Ming gripped his long sword tightly and thrust it downward with all his might. Thud! The starfall blade pierced the Bat King beast's wing, pinning it to the ground. Then, a flash of thunder erupted from Qin Ming's hand, the high-risk combat skill, Trick Card. The card spun, materializing a thunder-flashed pistol in Qin Ming's hand. Trick Thunder Gun. Qin Ming pressed the gun against the Bat King beast's forehead. I hope you'll drop me more loot. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the Bat King beast's head instantly exploded. Then, a celestial voice echoed across the globe, and all electronic screens displayed a message. Congratulations to the first civilization to clear the dungeon. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 93, Generous Rewards, Mysterious Incense Burner. The world trembled at this divine proclamation. The first instance already cleared? China again? The world erupted once more, though they were already somewhat numb to it. This was the third civilization trial, and China still dominated the first one. After the previous trials, every nation had produced awakened ones. Though the gap between them had narrowed, why could they still not surpass China? Especially upon hearing the reward distribution, nations were on the verge of losing it. In Eagle Nation, Supreme Leader Tep slammed his fist on the table in fury. Why? That bastard archer. Didn't he claim he was stronger than Qin Ming? Why hasn't he cleared the instance yet? General John beside him clicked his tongue. He entered the instance immediately, but there's still no sign of him emerging. I told you. That guy's all talk nothing but hot air and arrogance. Just then, Archer initiated a communication link. The voice echoed through the conference room as the connection was established. Chief, I cleared the dungeon. How about that? First place, right? Ha ha ha. The excited and proud words came from the other end. In the conference room, every Eagle executive's face twitched. Tep's expression darkened further as he snapped, before you, China already cleared it and claimed the first clear bonus. What? Archer was stunned. Impossible. How could they have done it so fast? He believed his team was formidable, having dominated every instance run, so why had they lost? Tepa seethed with anger, forcing himself to calm down. This is only the first dungeon. There are 9 more to go. What you should be concerned about is how to conquer the entire trial, understand? Though dissatisfied, Achilles, as the captain of the Eagle Nations awakened, had to give him some face. 3 parts discipline, 3 parts encouragement. This was the imperial art of leadership he'd learned from Chinese history. Use the loot from this run to boost your combat power. You are the Empire's hope. Tepper murmured softly. Archer froze momentarily, his face lighting up with delight. Thank you, Chief. After ending the communication, the smile vanished from Tep's face. He turned to General Arthur, his brow furrowed. Has Dr. Bazaar's creation not yet entered Chinese territory? General Arthur's expression was equally grim. It has infiltrated. Unfortunately, it may not have encountered the dungeon's spawn location. Tap the tabletop. It doesn't necessarily need to enter the dungeon. Just causing some trouble for China would suffice. By the way, what's the status with Monkey Kingdom? General Arthur gave a cold chuckle. They won't get the chance to refuse. We've already dispatched awakened ones to drive Monkey Kingdom's beasts toward the Chinese border. Tap nodded. Good. Regardless, we will win this third civilization trial. Shopping mall rooftop. After Qin Ming slew the Bat King beast, the thick fog gradually dispersed, revealing the vanished mall once more. Soldiers were entering, searching for survivors and eliminating the beasts. Xiao approached, examining the beast's corpse on the ground. This thing, it really wasn't easy to deal with. Qin Ming nodded. It was indeed a formidable foe. Had it not encountered these two exceptional individuals, any other Chinese monster hunting squad would have been mere cannon fodder. That thick fog alone had sapped most of their combat effectiveness. Without visibility, their psychic senses couldn't detect the Bat King beast's presence, leaving them with no choice but certain death. The Bat King beast possessed another massive advantage: it could fly. Flying beasts were exceptionally difficult to deal with. Even long-range attackers could only watch helplessly when facing flying beasts. It's like trying to hit an airplane with a cannon. You might not land a single shot even after firing thousands. Of course, a powerhouse like Xia Mo, who possessed the King Sequence, was a different story. If Qin Ming's guess was correct, this Bat King beast instance would give nations worldwide a headache. The trials are fair. The fact that the Bat King beast instance appeared in China means it will appear in other countries too, only the timing might differ. He was certain the phones in the capital were already ringing off the hook. Official requests for strategies would inevitably pour in from foreign governments. Qin Ming didn't dwell on it. His gaze settled on the corpse of the king beast before him. The dungeon's rewards had already been distributed, a brutally direct method, delivered right onto the boss's corpse. Qin Ming picked it up to examine it. It was a sequence advancement formula. Ordinary sequence 089, life restoration. Forbidden sequence 037, fearless 1. Recipe: 10 ml ghost shark blood, 10 ml dog bat blood, 1 tonlan grass, 1 undying flower, 5 ml purified water. Seeing this formula, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This was a new formula, one beyond his current knowledge. Among the Chinese hunters of the strange, 60 possessed sequence 089's life restorer. If they all advanced to prohibited sequence, it would undoubtedly form a formidable force. However, the ingredients listed for this potion were rather demanding. Materials like tongue grass and immortal flower were ones he had yet to encounter. Still, Qin Ming was confident they would appear in the upcoming dungeons. It was a decent reward, and Qin Ming stored the formula away. Next came the second reward, 5 gene chips. These things were quite valuable, currently the rarest items within the hunter organization. First, they could enhance soldiers' extraordinary physical constitution. Second, they could heal the injuries of psychic beings. Hunters inevitably sustained injuries during battles with aberrations, and certain wounds inflicted by extraordinary abilities were beyond the capabilities of current medicine. That's where gene chips came in. Perhaps we also need a doctor. Qin Ming pondered this, recalling a highly capable healing type awakened from his previous life. Once things settled down, he would definitely recruit her. Next, Qin Ming scanned the other rewards, all magic potion ingredients. Over a dozen were of the common tier, and 3 were rare tier, quite a decent haul. Moreover, there were still potion ingredients left on the Bat King beast's body. Just then, Lu Chang approached carrying the super magnetic detector, sweeping it over the Bat King beast. Purple teeth, purple claws, and crimson bone wings corresponded to rare grade and king grade, respectively. Lu Chang's face lit up. 3 high-grade materials? That's some serious luck. There's something even better. Qin Ming pointed to an object on the Bat King beast's back. Ha! What's that? Lu Chang and Xia Mo both widened their eyes. The object was an incense burner. It lay upside down on the beast's back, supported by 3 bronze feet. Inscriptions adorned its surface. Is this an antique? Lu Chang blinked. A containment object. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw wisps of black mist seeping from the inverted rim of the incense burner. So this thick fog isn't the Bat King beast's ability, it's this containment object causing trouble. Ha! Xia Mo was taken aback. It? Qin Ming sensed something eerie about this containment item and warned cautiously. Step back, everyone. I'm pulling it off. Qin Ming reached out, grabbed the incense burner, and yanked it off. The moment the incense burner was removed, an even more eerie, thick fog rapidly spread. Chapter 94, The SCP Foundation. Get out of the way. The moment the fog began to spread, Qin Ming reacted instantly, shoving the 2 people behind him out of the way. But he himself was engulfed by the fog. Completely enveloped by the fog, Qin Ming felt as though he had been transported to another dimension. Heh, so it's just a wet behind the ears kid. A sinister female voice echoed from deep within the fog. Before Qin Ming could react, the thick fog rapidly closed in. Boring, boring. As the fog retreated, Qin Ming thought he glimpsed a tall, slender figure, but the shadow flickered and vanished. Qin Ming, are you okay? A frantic voice rang in his ears as Xia Mo shook Qin Ming's arm. Qin Ming snapped back to reality, the incense burner still clutched in his hand. Something felt off. Dean, what's wrong? Lu Chang asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly freeze like that? Ha! Qin Ming looked at them in astonishment. Didn't you see the thick fog just now? What thick fog? Didn't it dissipate ages ago? Was I the only one who saw it? And who was that woman? Qin Ming muttered under his breath. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed such an eerie scene. And this incense burner in his hand, it hadn't appeared in his previous life either. Though containment objects were notoriously bizarre, this incense burner was something Qin Ming truly couldn't fathom. Qin Ming, what containment level is this object? Xia Mo inquired, sensing its unusual nature. Qin Ming shook his head. He truly couldn't tell. But he sensed it was far from low tier. Containment items were classified into ordinary, forbidden, royal, and divine tiers, each tier possessing distinct abilities. With this incense burner, they now possessed 7 containment objects. Qin Ming's own Qiankun Gourd, whose level he didn't know, Lu Cheng's ordinary grade double-bladed axe, plus the Bird of Calamity, and parallel dice. Forbidding level items included Forbidden Path Ahead and Kite. But one thing was certain, this incense burner was absolutely not on the same level as those. Qin Ming now faced a dilemma. He had to carry the incense burner himself and dared not place it carelessly. Infusing it with psychic energy, the incense burner transformed into a wisp of dense mist and imprinted itself onto Qin Ming's arm. The containment item was unique. It could be housed within an awakened individual's body and retrieved at any time. He'd study that incense burner later to figure out what it was. Then, Qin Ming turned away. Bo Mingxian and Iquan and Kong Qiutong had already laid their fallen comrade to rest. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of soldiers' hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Soon, the company commander arrived on the rooftop, accompanied by his soldiers and a contingent of anomaly hunters dispatched from other cities. Yet when they witnessed the scene before them, all froze, their hearts heavy. Zhao Mingde, Jiang Yingwei. The company commander's voice trembled slightly. He knew both men well. They were good friends. But now, they had fallen in battle. The 2 support teams of anomaly hunters who had rushed to aid them also wore somber expressions. They had seen it, the crimson-stained, blood-stained cloak, and knew exactly what had happened. They were heroes. Qin Ming spoke in a solemn voice, every single one of them. Boom! In an instant, every soldier including the hunter squad stood at attention, faces solemn. Qin Ming gazed at the 2 fallen heroes on the ground and solemnly commanded. Salute! Swish! Fingers pressed together, hands swept across their brows and pressed against their temples. Every soldier rendered the most solemn salute. The great battle had ended, but the mood within the hunter organization was heavy. Zhao Mingde and Jiang Yingwei became the first and second heroes to fall since the organization's founding. Both had perished in fierce combat with monstrous beasts after activating the blood-ignited cloak. Though they had prepared thoroughly before joining the hunters, the news of their comrades' deaths still pierced their hearts with unbearable sorrow. Their deeds would forever be etched into the annals of Chinese history. Monster Academy Headquarters. Interrogation Room. Fu Ziong, 22 years old, born and raised in the Magic City. His father runs an import-export business, a second-generation rich kid, you know. Lu Cheng glanced at the file and spoke coldly. Seated in the interrogation chair was a young man who usually wore an air of nonchalance, but now looked somewhat defeated. This youth was one of the 3 masked individuals apprehended. Fu Ziong wore the Ultraman mask and was the youngest among them. Talk. Tell us everything you know. We're giving you a chance to atone for your crimes. Lu Cheng stared coldly at Fu Ziong. Fu Ziong looked panicked. I want to see a lawyer. I have the right to remain silent until my lawyer arrives. Lu Cheng nearly laughed out loud. Playing that card with him? Slap. Lu Cheng flung his phone across the room, playing a video. The footage showed a middle-aged man in a suit, bound in an interrogation room just like him. His face twisted with rage as he bellowed into the camera, "You little punk, what the hell did you do? Do you even know who you're messing with? Have you lost your mind?" The video was filled with desperate curses. Dad. Fu Ziong truly panicked this time. Had they even arrested his father? This was his last line of defense. In that moment, he finally realized how laughable his status was in the face of absolute power. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Ming, who had remained silent until now, fixed his gaze on Fu Ziong. A flash of thunder crossed his icy eyes. What organization are you from? Who is your leader? Seeing the look in Qin Ming's eyes, Fu Ziong panicked completely. No, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It's an organization called the SCP Foundation. They specifically recruit psychics. I just joined recently. Then soon after, I was assigned a mission and ended up participating in this small operation. I didn't attack the hunters. Fu Ziong desperately wanted to spill everything he knew. SCP Foundation? Qin Ming furrowed his brow. In his previous life, such an organization did indeed exist. But his focus had been on the anomalous creatures, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. That was Xia Mo's responsibility. But Xia Mo wasn't a reincarnated soul. She had no memories of this. Fine, that meant there was no lead. How many people are in the SCP Foundation? Qin Ming asked. I don't know. Fu Ziong shook his head repeatedly, genuinely clueless. Perhaps the vice president knows, he pondered before continuing. The vice president, that meant the man in black. But that guy was tight-lipped, unwilling to say anything. There was another one who also kept his mouth shut. Otherwise, they wouldn't have focused their attention on Fu Ziong. This guy was the breakthrough. But he was clearly just a new recruit, with little understanding of the SCP Foundation. Probably wouldn't yield much information. Qin Ming's face darkened as he stared at Fu Ziong. Perhaps they'd have to find another way in. How did you acquire your sequence ability? Fu Ziong didn't hide anything. I bought a magic potion, cost me 20 million. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Can you track down the seller? Fu Ziong nodded eagerly. If I can atone for my crimes, I'll find them. Chapter 95, The Incense Burner Woman. Qin Ming hadn't expected the SCP Foundation to show up so quickly. Looking back on my previous life, this organization was nothing short of a cancer within China. Originally thought to be merely an underground force, but as official investigations deepened, the waters behind it grew increasingly murky. Reborn into this world, the SCP Foundation was still in its infancy. It must be uprooted before it could gain traction. Commander Fu Ziong claims his magic potion was sold to him by someone named Old Ding. Old Ding's identity is still under investigation. We're currently trying to get Fu Ziong to contact him. But the guy's being cautious, his phone's been turned off the whole time. Lu Chang reported to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. Keep monitoring him. By the way, has the second instance appeared yet? Not yet. Many countries have already cleared the first instance. As he spoke, Lu Chang handed Qin Ming a set of documents. Based on the information exchanged among nations, only 3 distinct instances have appeared so far. Here are the details for the other 2 instances. Qin Ming glanced through them briefly. Neither instance seemed particularly special. They could be cleared with sufficient combat power, nothing worth studying. What concerned him were the more peculiar instances, those requiring intelligence or even specific rules to clear. Those were the real headaches. The third trial lasts a month. It's only the second day now. The second instance probably won't appear so soon. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, his expression gradually darkening. Has that fallen one been found? No, Lu Chang replied grimly. After we cleared the instance, the fallen one vanished. Likely hiding. The fallen they referred to was the one Qin Ming had first encountered. Number 3, Fox. Qin Ming had let it escape after severely wounding it, and it remained unfound to this day. Any leads on the identity of the fallen one that died? Qin Ming pressed. Lu Chang shook his head. Nothing was on him. Hard to determine his identity. Only that he had Western features. Qin Ming frowned. Seems foreign powers have developed quite a few of these things. Internal troubles and external threats. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand exposed. Troublesome. Could the fallen be the work of those Western nations? Lu Chang ventured cautiously. Qin Ming nodded. Their target is me. It's 100% their doing. If it were a private organization, they wouldn't target me. Damn it. They actually dared to pull this? And we provided them with so much information. Lu Chang was furious. It's only natural. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Get some rest. We've got plenty more to handle. Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder. By the time Qin Ming returned to his room, night had fallen. After battling through the dungeon all night and then interrogating 3 more SCP Foundation members upon his return, Qin Ming hadn't slept a wink in days. He stripped off his clothes, ready to wash up and sleep. But then, Qin Ming noticed the incense burner mark on his arm. He had set aside all containment objects upon his return. Only this incense burner could he carry with him at all times. What exactly are you? Qin Ming summoned the incense burner and placed it beside the television. There stood a wooden carving of Guanyu that Qin Ming had placed there for worship. Qin Ming placed the incense burner beside Guangong. After a moment's thought, Qin Ming took out 3 incense sticks, lit them, and placed them in the small incense burner before Guangong. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon the mysterious incense burner once more. I'll offer you some incense too. So Qin Ming lit 3 more incense sticks and placed them in the container of the incense burner. The long incense sticks burned, releasing wisps of white smoke that drifted away with the breeze. Only after completing all this did Qin Ming step into the shower. Hot water poured over his head, washing away the fatigue of the day. At that very moment, the incense burner containment object suddenly emitted a thick fog. A figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of high heels echoed. Following the heels upward revealed a pair of long, slender, fair legs. The calves were slender, the thighs full, yet without an ounce of excess fat. Everything was flawlessly perfect. Above them, a high-slit cheongsam garment with an antique flair, seemingly out of place in modern times. The cheongsam sculpted the woman's figure into an S-curve, her waist slender enough to grasp, sensual yet graceful. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with subtle makeup and vivid red lips. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, a long hairpin swaying with delicate bells. At first glance, neither her attire nor her makeup resembled that of a contemporary woman. If Qin Ming had seen her, he would have instantly recognized the era of her attire. That was clearly 1920s or 1930s fashion. Unafraid of disturbing Qin Ming, the woman first surveyed the room's furnishings with a look of wonder. Then, her gaze settled on the bathroom door. The sound of running water emanated from there. The woman covered her mouth and giggled softly. Men, how amusing. Soon, the sound of water ceased and Qin Ming emerged from inside wearing a bathrobe. He sniffed the air, detecting an unfamiliar scent. Perfume. A very vintage kind. Strange. How could there be perfume in my room? The next moment, his puzzled gaze fell upon the incense burner on the counter. The incense stick had already burned out, showing no signs of anything unusual. Am I overthinking this? Qin Ming shook his head, unable to make sense of it. With a flick of his wrist, he sealed the containment object, the incense burner, back onto his arm. The next day, Qin Ming woke up groggily in bed. He had slept straight through until the afternoon. Qin Ming glanced at the time in disbelief. It was already 3 in the afternoon. What the hell? Had he really slept that soundly? Qin Ming was thoroughly puzzled. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Chang. Hey, Commander, old Ding has news. Qin Ming's eyes lit up and he sat up immediately. The SCP Foundation, he would root out this cancer. An hour later, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Chang, and Fu Ziong drove out of Monster Academy and headed toward Nan City. Nan City, roughly an hour's drive from Jiangnan City, was a bustling metropolis in Nan Province. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. True to its reputation as a metropolis, Nanchang revealed its charm only after dark, a sea of neon lights and vibrant colors. Having weathered the impact of the previous 2 civilization trials, China had now returned to normal life. Moreover, with monster hunters now stationed across the land, citizens' safety was assured. As nightlife commenced, the bar district buzzed with the most vibrant energy. In a bar with a great atmosphere, Qin Ming, dressed in trendy clothes, sat in a booth, his arm around a woman in a short skirt. The woman was stunningly beautiful, her cool demeanor tinged with a blush of shyness. She interacted with Qin Ming from time to time, drawing envious glances from passers-by. This woman was none other than Xia Mo, currently playing the role of Qin Ming's girlfriend. Being held like this by Qin Ming made her genuinely shy, yet she felt deeply happy inside, her slight nervousness overshadowed by excitement. Across from them sat Fu Ziong, his face tense with nerves. Don't be nervous. Just act like you normally do. Qin Ming picked up his wine glass and took a slow sip. Really? Fu Ziong's eyes lit up. I want to. He gestured toward the girl Qin Ming was holding. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. I've got you covered. Just then, a fat man decked out in gold and silver approached, flanked by 2 pretty girls. Spotting Qin Ming, Zhongxing chuckled. Old Qin, I'm here. Chapter 96, Nightclub Adventure, Target, Old Ding. Zhongxing approached with a broad smile. But as he neared the booth, he froze. This was an unfamiliar face. He stared at Qin Ming. Who are you? The next moment, Zhongxing spotted Xia Mo beside him, her face heavily made up. His expression darkened instantly. Damn it! You're messing with my boss's woman? Zhongxing lunged forward, ready to fight. Qin Ming grabbed him and pinned him to the sofa. Calm down. It's me. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhongxing froze, then growled lowly, Holy, boss, what the hell are you doing? He stared intently at Qin Ming's face. This clearly wasn't the Qin Ming he knew. You changed your appearance? Zhongxing quickly caught on, his voice low. Qin Ming nodded. You could say that. He had indeed altered his appearance, but it was achieved through a battle skill. Upon waking this morning, he discovered his magician sequence ability had advanced to Tier 2. Wang Sequence 005 Magician. Each tier breakthrough grants 3 combat techniques. One of these was magical disguise. It allowed him to alter his appearance at will. He naturally had to change his appearance for this mission. After all, he had streamed publicly multiple times, making him a household name with no secrets left. If old Ding showed up and saw his true face, wouldn't he turn tail and run? Thus, aside from Xia Mo, Lu Chang remained unseen. Although Lu Chang rarely showed his face in public, his upright demeanor immediately aroused suspicion. Xia Mo, on the other hand, after applying makeup, gained an added layer of sensual charm that completely masked her original identity as a college student. Unless you were familiar with her, you wouldn't recognize her at all. Zhongxing examined Qin Ming's face and couldn't help but smack his lips. Man, boss, your ability is seriously out of this world. When can you hook me up with one? He'd been coveting supernatural abilities for ages. Qin Ming smiled. Soon. Don't worry. Zhongxing felt slightly better. Then he turned his gaze to Xia Mo. You two are so in love. At that moment, Xia Mo had her arm draped around Qin Ming's, her long legs crossed as she leaned into him looking like she'd been clubbing for years. It must be said, Xia Mo's performance was truly impressive. Of course, she felt no resistance toward Qin Ming whatsoever, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so natural. Still, hearing Zhongxing's comment made Xia Mo's cheeks flush. Qin Ming picked up his glass, sipping as he did so, while his other hand rested on Xia Mo's shoulder. Unconsciously, he tugged her off the shoulder top up a bit. This gesture made Xia Mo's cheeks flush even deeper. Her affection for Qin Ming had been hidden deep within her heart for a long time. Qin Ming hadn't known before, but after the civilization trial began, it was as if he'd suddenly had an epiphany. Is it because our status is different now? Why do I feel like you've gotten smarter? Xia Mo asked. Ahem. Qin Ming nearly choked, inwardly thinking. If I told you I'd been reborn, would you believe me? In his previous life, Qin Ming had never noticed Xia Mo's feelings, leading him to miss out on so much. This time around, he was determined to make amends. Qin Ming held Xia Mo even tighter. A hint of bashful blush touched Xia Mo's usually cool, composed face. Across from them, Fu Ziong watched the scene with a pang of envy. He glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, swallowed hard, and tentatively reached out. Soon, his hand found a response. Slender fingers intertwined with his. Fu Ziong's eyes lit up, ready to take the next step. Snap. But in the next instant, his fingers were twisted together. Then a cold voice rang in his ear, "If you dare touch me again, I'll cripple you." A sharp pain shot through him, and Fu Ziong instinctively tried to cry out. Immediately, a piece of apple was shoved into his mouth. "If you dare make a sound, I'll cripple you just the same." A bead of cold sweat slid down Fu Ziong's forehead as he clutched his fingers, forcing himself to endure the agony. He stared at the fat man across from him in disbelief, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, what kind of woman did you bring?" At that moment, Fat One nearly burst out laughing. This guy actually dared to fight back? Wasn't he just asking for it? Were the two women he brought ordinary people? Both of them were members of the Southern City's Monster Hunters squad. You know their squad number? Team 011 from South City. They're even more formidable than the Demon City 013 squad. And the red-haired woman seated beside Fu Ziong is none other than Liang, the captain of Team 011. How could Fu Ziong not be unlucky? Watching the fatso gloat, Fu Ziong felt like crying. Damn it, he'd been set up again. Liang and her teammate Ji Yun nodded to Qin Ming in greeting. Qin Ming raised his wine glass with a smile. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly. Liang flashed a sweet smile and raised her glass in response. Young Master Qin, you're too kind. Alright, she's getting into character fast. Ji Yun beside the fat guy was also savvy, constantly clinking glasses with Wu Xiaopang and bantering back and forth, clearly enjoying themselves like regular guests. After a moment, Qin Ming turned to Fu Ziong. The time's passed, but he still hasn't shown up? Fu Ziong's expression darkened. He scheduled this time with me. He looked up and scanned the room. Soon, he spotted the person. A man with a crew-cut cigarette dangling from his mouth approached. Qin Ming set down his glass and whispered, "Target in sight. Old Ding, over here." Fu Ziong beckoned. The buzzcut man walked over, plopped down, and arrogantly crossed his legs. The man was in his early 30s, his arms covered in tattoos, clearly someone from the underworld. This was tonight's main character, Old Ding. "What's up, Fu? Got any good leads?" Old Ding stubbed out his cigarette butt, his gaze sweeping over the people in the booth. Xia Mo particularly caught his eye. But he quickly averted his gaze, turning his pleading eyes toward Wu Xiaopang. Wu Xiaopang frowned and tugged at his clothes. Damn it, I'm straight. Hearing this, Old Ding's face darkened instantly. Don't get me wrong, I meant your watch is nice. Wu Xiaopang finally exhaled in relief. Damn, your gaze is seriously creepy. If you like it, it's yours. With that, he took off his limited edition Richard Mille and tossed it over with obvious disdain. Old Ding was about to explode, but the moment he caught the Richard watch, a grin spread across his face. Ha, what a generous young master. Damn, what kind of spendthrift is this? Old Ding was over the moon. He recognized the limited edition watch worth millions. Young Master Fu, truly worthy of being your friend, what a generous gesture. Old Ding grinned as he slipped the watch onto his wrist, then turned to smile at Fu Ziong. That look, not a trace of arrogance remained. Fu Ziong was also stunned by Wu Xiaopang's lavish display. Could this guy actually be a real tycoon? Fu Ziong, let's get down to business. Wu Zhongxing waved impatiently. Fu Ziong's face twitched. Little Fu? Old Ding, I won't beat around the bush, my brother wants 2 bottles of potion. Potion was their slang for magic potion. Old Ding frowned. Not easy to come by these days. Smack. The next moment, Wu Zhongxing slapped Old Ding's shoulder. Price is negotiable. Money's the least of my worries. Chapter 97, Identity Exposed, Caught in the Trap. Seeing Wu Xiaopang's bold and unrestrained demeanor, Old Ding hesitated. This was undoubtedly a huge deal. Brother Ding, this is a big shot, Fu Ziong signaled to Old Ding. After a moment's thought, Old Ding held up one finger. 2 bottles, 100 million. Holy, you're robbing me. Fu Ziong nearly spit out the wine in his mouth. 100 million? 50 million per bottle of magic potion? Are you out of your mind? Wu Xiaopang frowned too, clearly unhappy with the price. Old Ding shrugged. Nothing we can do. The authorities are cracking down hard now, and resources are scarce. Naturally, the price goes up. That much was true. The magic potion ingredients currently circulating on the market were all rewards from the last trial, with a few imported from abroad. In short, they were absolutely priceless. Just so you know, Old Ding cautioned, those potions aren't guaranteed to work. If you're someone of high standing, it's best not to dabble with them lightly. Enhancing extraordinary physiques isn't your concern, we've got our own methods. Fu Ziong declared. He then turned to Qin Ming. So, brother, deal? Hua Xiaopang also turned to Qin Ming, seeking his approval. Old Ding froze. So this guy was the one calling the shots? He'd assumed the bold, rotund fellow was the boss. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze settled on old Ding. Money's no issue, but I want a high-tier one. Damn, he'd found someone who knew his stuff. The higher the sequence, the stronger the abilities that was universally acknowledged. Old Ding gave Qin Ming a piercing look. If Fu Ziong hadn't brought him here, he'd have doubted this guy's credentials. I can't decide this on my own. Let me make a call. Qin Ming raised his hand. Go ahead. Old Ding left. Stepping out of the bar entrance, he cautiously glanced back. Those men hadn't followed him out clearly, they weren't afraid he'd escape. This should be a legitimate deal. Then he dialed a number. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Got it, boss. Old Ding hung up, his face solemn as he walked back inside. He returned to the booth, a smile on his face. Folks, my boss says he wants to handle this deal personally. Oh, and he doesn't want cash, he wants gold. No problem. Qin Ming chuckled. We've had it ready for ages, just didn't expect you to be such a tightwad. Fu Ziong clicked his tongue. Stepping outside the bar, a black minivan had its doors already open. Hua Xiaopang retrieved a heavy box from his own vehicle filled with gold. Unrelated parties, please don't get in the car. Old Ding's gaze lingered on Xia Mo and the other two girls. Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling them to leave. In the end, only he, Hua Xiaopang, and Fu Ziong boarded Old Ding's black minivan. The vehicle sped away shortly after. Xia Mo and the others got into Hua Xiaopang's car and immediately put on their headphones. Should we follow? Ian Laneying turned to Xia Mo in the front passenger seat. Xia Mo glanced back at the side mirror and noticed another car still parked behind them, with someone inside watching. We're being watched. Following them would alert them. She then pulled out a tablet and opened a tracking app displaying a real-time location. The tracking device was embedded in the Richard watch Hua Xiaopang had given Old Ding. Old Lu, keep an eye on them. Roger that. On a nearby rooftop, 4 men cloaked in black hooded robes stared at the tracking data in their hands. Time to move. Lu Cheng shouted, then leapt high into the air, landing on another building. A young man stowed his sniper rifle and followed, leaping between buildings. 20 minutes later, a black van pulled up before an unfinished building. Under the dark canopy, only a campfire illuminated the empty ground. What the hell is this place? Hua Xiaopang grumbled as he got out of the car. Qin Ming positioned himself in front of him. As an ordinary person, the fat guy would be in serious danger if they were attacked. Brother Ding, where's your boss? Fu Ziong asked with confusion. But just then, Old Ding abruptly turned, fixing Fu Ziong with a piercing stare. Well, you betrayed the organization. Don't you want to live? The words sent Fu Ziong into a panic. Qin Ming frowned. Have we been discovered? Clatter. At that very moment, a large group of masked figures burst out of the darkness, surrounding Qin Ming and his 2 companions. Seeing this, how could they not realize they'd fallen into a trap? Fu Ziong's face twisted with fury. Old Ding, what the hell is this? Old Ding laughed. Don't think I don't know. You entered the dungeon with the vice president in the demon city, and then everyone vanished. How come you were the only one who came out? And you had the nerve to bring monster hunters after me? Fu Ziong's expression changed. You're with the Foundation too? Wait, even if you are from the Foundation, how did you know my identity? Fu Ziong was deeply puzzled. Foundation members all wore masks, and none knew each other's true identities. Only the president and vice president knew the identities of all members. You fool, did you think there was only one vice president? Old Ding sneered disdainfully. Enough. You've said too much. Just then, a man wearing a swirling mask slowly emerged from the darkness. Spotting the newcomer, Old Ding immediately bowed his head. Boss. The man waved him off. Idiot, get lost. Old Ding's hair stood on end as he hurriedly retreated behind the man. The man's gaze fixed on Qin Ming. Are you the monster hunter from South City? I had no intention of interfering with you, but since you've come knocking, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Ming made no attempt to conceal his intentions. He spoke calmly, going against the authorities. USCP Foundation people really are arrogant. The man in the vortex mask lifted his eyes. Seems that fool Fu Ziong spilled everything to you lot. Then Vice President Zhao Geng has also fallen into your hands? Qin Ming nodded. You'll soon fall into mine. The man in the whirlpool mask twitched his mouth. Damn it, you're even more arrogant than me. Looks like you're a vice president too, huh? Let's see how many vice presidents you have to arrest me. As he spoke, Qin Ming's aura shifted, and a playing card appeared in his hand. The man in the whirlpool mask frowned. Attack! In an instant, masked figures wielding knives and clubs charged viciously toward Qin Ming. You're sending ordinary people after me? Have you lost your mind? Qin Ming flicked his wrist, sending the playing cards flying like razor blades. Swish! 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 The cards circled around the attackers, slicing cleanly through their heels. Blood spattered as the heels snapped clean off, sending the men tumbling to the ground. Ah! Screams erupted. This is interesting. The man in the whirlpool mask waved his hand, and 6 others all wearing identical whirlpool masks stepped forward. These 5 emanated distinctly different auras. They were all awakened. The man in the whirlpool mask chuckled. I wonder how long you'll last against them. Chapter 98, 1 against 8, stunning the enemy. Qin Ming glanced across the way. Including old Ding, there were 8 awakened ones. 8 awakened appearing in one city? That's quite a number, even more than the local anomaly hunters. Of course, SCP Foundation members weren't present in every city. It likely took someone at the level of vice president or higher to assemble this many agents. Qin Ming cracked his neck. This was going to be a proper fight. Boss, protect me. Hua Xiaopang tugged nervously at Qin Ming's shirt. Fu Xiang is yours to handle. Protect him well, or I'll skin you alive. Qin Ming shouted. With a flick of his wrist, a containment device appeared in his hand. No entry ahead. Bang! The no entry ahead sign slammed into the ground, and a red beam shot skyward in an instant. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the red light abruptly dispersed mid-air, forming a square barrier that enveloped everything nearby. A containment? Vice President Whirlpool frowned. It's a barrier. You two aren't planning to take on 8 of us, are you? Qin Ming pressed his hand against the indicator panel, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wrong. It's 1 against all 8 of you. The next moment, the barrier activated, enveloping them all in a surge of energy. By the time Vice President Xuanhua regained his senses, they had already entered the containment barrier. On Qin Ming's side, he stood alone. Fu Xiang, an awakened being, had not been drawn in. Outside the barrier, Fu Xiang stared blankly at the vanished figures. All the awakened in the arena were gone, leaving only him behind. On the field, a group of masked individuals remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Fu Xiang finally grasped Qin Ming's intent. He was to protect Hua Xiaopang alone, while the enemy had left him only a group of ordinary people. Fu Xiang felt somewhat displeased he had been underestimated. With no other choice, he could only vent his frustration on these criminals. Soon, the battle erupted in the arena, while Hua Xiaopang hid inside the car, watching with envy. Meanwhile, Lu Chang, who had been tracking the location, stared at the vanished Redda, his expression freezing. Ha! Why did the tracking signal vanish? Then, an urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. Old Lu, Qin Ming must have activated his barrier. They've been discovered. You need to rush over to support them. Xia Mo was in the car, racing toward the last known location of the signal. Yin Lanying, behind the wheel, instantly accelerated, tearing down the highway at 150 miles per hour. Inside the barrier, Qin Ming and Vice President Xuanhua faced off against 8 opponents. Vice President Xuanhua surveyed the surroundings. The scene appeared identical to the outside world, save for a faint crimson barrier enveloping the area. This containment object is interesting. Does it intend to trap us here? Do you really think the 8 of us need to run away to deal with you? Ha ha ha. Old Ding was the first to burst out laughing. Are all anomaly hunters this arrogant? Another man wearing a whirlpool mask stepped forward. He was burly, with the number 1 carved into his mask. For now, let's call him Whirlpool 1. Whirlpool 1-eyed Qin Ming, flexing his wrists. His voice was icy. Come on. I'll give you a chance. 1-on-1. Captain, go get him. Captain, don't go all out, we still want to play. The rest of the Swirl Squad cheered him on. Qin Ming raised his hand, beckoning. Hope you don't regret this. Boom. Whirlpool 1's body suddenly swelled, muscles straining his clothes until they burst, revealing gray, resilient skin. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly, Standard Sequence 065, Rhino. The burly man froze upon hearing the name. Looks like the authorities know more than I thought. Thud. 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 The next moment, the burly man charged forward, his thick arms swinging viciously toward Qin Ming. Suddenly, Qin Ming moved. Lightning fast, he delivered a fierce kick. Boom! The burly man was struck as if by a sledgehammer. His chest caved in from the kick, sending his entire body flying backward. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to an awkward halt. In that instant, everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the scene. What just happened? 1 kick and he flew? Is this guy that good? Old Ding's throat rolled as he stared in disbelief. Next. Qin Ming continued to wave dismissively. Damn it, I'll go. Immediately, a slender man stepped forward, his mask engraved with the number 2. Qin Ming silently noted, Whirlpool 2. He had to memorize these guys' sequence abilities, otherwise, he'd easily get the short end of the stick in a melee. Whirlpool 2 gathered power in both hands and actually formed a thunderball. Qin Ming chuckled. This was all too familiar. Standard Sequence 066, Thunder Mage. This spell packs a punch, but its flaws are glaring. The wind-up time is ridiculously long. Whirlpool 2 was still rolling the lightning ball when Qin Ming flicked a playing card from his hand. Whoosh! The card flew like a blade, slicing toward Vortex 2's face. Whirlpool 2's expression changed drastically as he instantly stopped and dodged. You bastard. That's not fair, I wasn't even. Shut up. This guy isn't your average awakened. Attack him together. Vice President Whirlpool bellowed. Kill him. The group began to realize something was terribly wrong. This man before them was far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Boom. 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 The rhino-like man charged first, the very earth trembling beneath his feet. Battle technique, rhino charge. Rumble. Wherever the man passed, the ground shattered inch by inch like plowed earth. A flash of lightning-like brilliance flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. A deceptive formation. A thunder and lightning equation suddenly materialized before the rhino man. The rhino man stepped into the formation, and lightning instantly surged up. Ah! The rhino man's body convulsed violently as he endured the terrifying electric shock. Qin Ming began advancing rapidly, his aura shifting as he activated his second sequence ability. Sequence 005, Magician. Combat technique, Ace. Draws the Ace of Spades and Ace of Hearts to enhance combat prowess. A playing card appeared in Qin Ming's hand, a black joker face. The Jack of Spades, Shadow Assassin. A surge of energy coursed through him, transforming Qin Ming's appearance. He now wore a black tuxedo and a tall magician's hat. In Qin Ming's hand now rested a dagger designed for assassins. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Ming's speed increased several-fold, surpassing even the agility of the eerie flash technique. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming closed the distance to the bull-like man, the sharp dagger flashing a cold gleam. Thud! The dagger sliced through the rhino man's throat, sealing his fate with a single stroke. Whoa! The man clutched his neck desperately as blood gushed out wildly. Captain! At that moment, everyone's faces paled. Their captain had been cut down in one stroke. The enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations. Whirlpool Vice President stared intently at Qin Ming, a flash of shock crossing his face. Impossible. How could you possess two sequence abilities? Who are you? Qin Ming slowly removed his hat. In the instant it concealed his face, he transformed back into his original appearance. Seeing that familiar face, the pupils of the figures across from him suddenly contracted, their bodies trembling involuntarily. You're the Dean of Monster Academy? The Commander-in-Chief of the Monster Hunters? Chapter 99, Wang Su 002 The Deception Specialist. How are you here? When Qin Ming revealed his true identity, the people across from him all panicked. They might not fear the monster hunters, and could even stand up to Nanqing's 011 Hunter Squad. But facing Qin Ming, the very man who had personally built both the Monster Academy and the Monster Hunter organization, they were genuinely terrified. It could be said that in all of China today, the one with the highest prestige was undoubtedly Qin Ming. Single-handedly leading China to top the civilization trials twice, standing firm against all nations of Blue Star. All of this was Qin Ming's doing. And the world whispered that Qin Ming was Blue Star's very first awakened. His understanding of the extraordinary realm was unmatched. This might sound outrageous, hard to believe. Had the Vortex Squad heard such claims before, they might have scoffed at them. But now, they had witnessed Qin Ming wielding two sequence abilities with their own eyes. In their understanding, it was impossible for a single person to possess two sequence abilities, yet here they were, vividly manifested in Qin Ming. How could they not panic? Damn it, I really want to strangle you. The Whirlpool Vice President glared furiously at Old Ding. Who the hell did you have to provoke? Why did you have to bring this big shot into it? The president had warned them repeatedly, provoke anyone else, but never touch Qin Ming. And now? He'd practically walked the guy right to the doorstep. Old Ding's lips trembled as he stammered, I didn't know. Vice President, what do we do now? Asked Whirlpool 5. The Vice President's face darkened as he clenched his fists. What else can we do? Kill him. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who die. At those words, a cold gleam flashed in everyone's eyes. There's no other choice. Charge. In the next instant, all seven moved simultaneously. Whirlpool 5 swept his hand, wings sprouting from his back. As he soared upward, he drew a pistol and aimed it at Qin Ming. Bang! 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 Bullets streaked through the night air, hurtling toward Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming tilted his head slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the bullet's assault. So slow. Damn it! Vortex 2 rolled a lightning orb and hurled it fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's form flickered. In his Little King form, his speed was extraordinary. He narrowly dodged the Thunderball, charging straight toward the Thunder Mage. Get out of the way! A gruff voice bellowed as Whirlpool 3 shuffled forward with heavy steps, colliding with the Lightning Mage and sending him flying. Earth Wall! Vortex 3 slammed both palms onto the ground. A mud wall shot up from the earth, instantly blocking Qin Ming's path. Crack! The dagger swept across, carving a deep gash into the mud wall. Combat technique, Mud Wall Impact. Next, Whirlpool 3 shoved the wall with all his might. The entire structure surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing heavily toward Qin Ming. A second combat technique? A second tier awakened? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised to find another expert. Qin Ming kicked off the wall, using the momentum to flip backward into the air. Ace of spades. The Joker cards appeared in his hand and shot out instantly. Here comes the bomb. A red and black Joker clutching a bomb leapt out from among the cards, slamming hard into the earthen wall. Boom! A towering explosion erupted, its scorching shockwave spreading instantly as the earthen wall shattered violently. The three burly men of Whirlwind 3 bore the brunt of the blast, their pupils suddenly contracting as the shockwave surged toward them. The next instant, the blast wave slammed into them, hurling them backward. Gah! The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Simultaneously, Whirlpool 4 and Whirlpool 6, a man and a woman, closed in from both sides. Battle technique, hardening. The two swung their baseball bats, their weapons instantly hardening as immense force roared toward him. Clearly, both were awakened individuals of the Iron Man rank, a common 200 tier class. A card appeared in Qin Ming's hand once more. Battle skill, Ace. The king's power descended, amplifying strength, critical hits, and fury. In the next instant, Qin Ming's black tailcoat transformed into a vivid crimson, and his aura shifted completely. As two hardened baseball bats swung toward him, Qin Ming swiftly extended both hands, catching the bats barehanded. Crack! The bats didn't budge an inch. Whirlpool 4 and Whirlpool 6 both paled. How is this possible? Your strength is utterly worthless. Qin Ming squeezed with all his might, and the bats instantly deformed, twisting into twisted ropes. The two were utterly dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock. Good night. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he launched a double-fisted strike, slashing down on both men's necks. Thud! An overwhelming force surged through their bodies. Their eyes widened in terror, their gazes unfocused as they crashed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. With two more fallen, Vice President Xuanhua's expression darkened at the sight. Qin Ming raised his head, spreading his hands with a commanding air. Still not surrendering? If I'm in a bad mood, I might just kill you. Bastard! Vice President Xuanhua, seething with rage, charged forward to clash with Qin Ming. A faint green glow emanated from his body, and his movements were remarkably agile, clearly a trained fighter. After a flurry of frantic attacks, Qin Ming hadn't even budged an inch. The vice president's face darkened instantly. Combat technique, vine entanglement. He slammed his hand into the ground, and a thick vine shot upward, rapidly closing in on Qin Ming. The moment the skill activated, Qin Ming recognized the opponent's sequence ability. Prohibited Sequence 029, Vine. This was a rather impressive sequence ability. Unfortunately, it was nowhere near enough to impress Qin Ming. Qin Ming flicked his wrist, sending several cards whistling through the air. Their sharp, icy glints sliced the vine into multiple segments. Combat skill, Deception. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. The severed vines transformed into several venomous snakes. Hiss. The venomous snakes opened their crimson maws, lunging toward Qin Ming. This unexpected turn of events sent a shock through Qin Ming's face. Gripping his dagger tightly, he swept it forward. Battle technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Put. All the venomous snakes were cleaved in two, their bodies plopping to the ground. The moment they hit the ground, the snakes reverted to their vine forms. This sight left Qin Ming looking astonished. Wang Su 002 Deception Specialist? Damn, this is the real big fish. In an instant, Qin Ming's gaze turned intense as he fixed it on Old Ding. Old Ding's hair stood on end. He hadn't wanted to reveal his true strength, but now it was too late. Yet when he met Qin Ming's gaze, he knew he was done for. He seemed far too powerful. Qin Ming fixed him like prey. If memory served, Wang Su 002 Deception Specialist had ultimately become one of the SCP Foundation's most formidable agents. In his previous life, that entity had caused no end of trouble for China. Never imagined he'd encounter one so soon. Capturing Old Ding would make this trip worthwhile. The next moment, Qin Ming abandoned Vice President Xuanhua and charged straight toward Old Ding. Whirlpool 2 rolled a grenade ball in his hands, attempting to block the path, but Qin Ming flicked a playing card. Combat technique, Card Soldier. The card flashed the 2 of clubs. A woman dressed in a bodycon skirt, black thigh-high stockings, and high heels slowly materialized. Under the Thunder Mage's stunned gaze, the 2 of clubs whipped out a leather whip, instantly binding him. Ah! The Thunder Mage screamed in agony, bound and sprawled on the ground. The Spade 2 woman plopped down on his waist, her wicked gaze seductively captivating all. Deputy President Xuanhua and Old Ding were utterly dumbfounded. A human transformation trick, could it really be played out like this? Chapter 100, The Mysterious Woman Appears. Seeking gold tickets. Seeing Qin Ming charging toward him, Old Ding panicked and shouted urgently. Help me. Quick, help me. The woman flapped her wings, swiftly flying toward Old Ding to carry him away. But in the next instant, her body froze in mid-air. Looking down, she saw Plum Blossom 2 had wrapped her leather whip around the woman's ankles. Then, Plum Blossom 2 gave a sharp tug, yanking the Whirlpool 5 woman down from the air. You're asking for it. Whirlpool 5's face darkened as she spread her wings, unleashing a gust of wind to strike Plum Blossom 2. Plum Blossom 2 was no pushover either. After Qin Ming's magician skill reached Tier 2, the poker soldiers, his summon rivaled the strength of Tier 1 awakened beings. Dealing with a common sequence 188, Birdman posed little challenge. With Whirlpool 5 neutralized, only Old Ding and the Vice President remained active on the battlefield. As for the burly earth-manipulating Swirl 3, he had been rendered completely incapacitated after Qin Ming's trump card strike. Now, there was no one left to aid Old Ding. Vice President! Loud Ding shouted in panic. The Vice President's face darkened as he rushed over. Vines coiled around him. Thick vines slammed toward Qin Ming once more, this strike far more powerful than before. Qin Ming swung his dagger. Thunder Annihilation Slash. Thunder flashed, and a blinding blade light erupted. As the vines were about to be severed once more, the Vice President swiftly unleashed a second combat technique. Vine Golden Scales. In the next instant, the thick vine was covered in a layer of faint scales, greatly enhancing its defense. The blade struck the vine but failed to sever it, nearly sending it crashing backward. Old Ding swiftly countered, combat technique, deception. An invisible force struck the vine. Instantly, the vine seemed to come alive, transforming into a colossal python. Over 100 meters long, its gaping maw could swallow 3 Qin Ming's whole. Qin Ming frowned. Truly worthy of the title of King Sequence, his abilities were truly beyond compare. The Vice President was also stunned by the spectacle. Damn it, so Old Ding was playing dumb all along. Ha ha, Qin Ming, let's see how arrogant you can be now, the Vice President laughed arrogantly. Qin Ming glanced at him and sneered, fool. The deceiver's abilities only affected others. Once he took down the Vice President, there'd be no one left to deceive. In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure flickered. Thunder crackled around him as he charged swiftly toward the Vice President. Vice President, watch out! Old Ding sensed Qin Ming's intent and shouted a warning. Ha, bring it on. The Vice President controlled the giant serpent, wrapping himself tightly within its coils, shielded beneath its thick scales. Let's see how you strike me, the Vice President roared with arrogant laughter. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he gave a chilling smile. You think a magician only knows how to play with cards? In the next instant, a powerful surge of psychic energy erupted from Qin Ming. Magic, telekinesis. Qin Ming stood rooted to the spot, thrusting his large hand forward with force, plunging it directly into the intangible void. Visibly, his arm and hand vanished entirely. Then, under the Vice President's stunned gaze, the space before them suddenly trembled. A large hand emerged. Snap! The giant hand clamped around his throat, hoisting him high into the air. The laughter abruptly ceased. Holy! Old Ding's titanium alloy eyes widened in shock. From his perspective, Qin Ming's massive hand had traversed dozens of meters of space to seize the Vice President. The hand seemed to split apart. He'd only ever seen this kind of thing in magic shows on TV. Telekinesis magicians passing through glass with bare hands to retrieve items from display cases. But what Qin Ming was doing now was even more terrifying, physically traversing dozens of meters of space to appear directly before the Vice President. It was utterly mind-boggling. Holy! Old Ding was so stunned his lips trembled. Save me. At that moment, the Vice President, held high in the air, cast a pleading glance toward Old Ding. Old Ding was utterly flustered. How could he save him? He had no way. The next instant, Qin Ming exerted tremendous force, slamming the Vice President hard onto the ground. That was a drop of over 10 meters. Landing headfirst like that, no skull could withstand that. Stop, the Vice President screamed in terror. Crash! With a thunderous crash, the Vice President's head slammed into the concrete, knocking him unconscious. The giant python vanished the instant the Vice President lost consciousness. Qin Ming slowly turned, his gaze settling on Old Ding. You're next. Old Ding trembled as he stumbled backward. No, I surrender. Don't hurt me. Seeing his comrade's gruesome state, any desire to fight had vanished. Qin Ming approached steadily, his voice calm. Don't worry. I'll be quick. You'll just need to sleep it off. Old Ding's expression changed abruptly as he snatched out an ancient pocket watch. You bastard, you really think I'm easy to push around? You're going to sleep. The pocket watch dangled, swaying back and forth as an invisible energy began to radiate outward. A containment vessel? Qin Ming immediately grew alert. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. His mental energy was dissipating, his consciousness wavering, as if he were drifting into drowsiness. No! This containment object induces hypnosis. Qin Ming instantly closed his eyes, frantically gathering all his psychic energy to fortify his mind. Ha. Old Ding chuckled at Qin Ming's state. Clutching his pocket watch, he advanced step by step toward Qin Ming, the invisible energy growing increasingly dense. Even with his eyes shut, Qin Ming felt unbearable discomfort. That mental force was invading his brain, attempting to hypnotize him. Simultaneously, he sensed Old Ding closing in. Qin Ming tried to summon Plum Blossom 2 for help, but Plum Blossom 2 had already dissipated when he was hit by the mental assault. Whirlpool 2 and Whirlpool 5 on the ground wore expressions of glee. Old Ding, kill him. Quick, he can't move now. The two shouted excitedly. Old Ding cautiously approached Qin Ming, continuously activating the containment object, the pocket watch. Qin Ming held his ground, his mind steeled. He had only one chance to deliver a fatal blow to Old Ding. Even if he knocked the containment object loose, he could break the stalemate. But just then, the mark of the incense burner on Qin Ming's hand stirred. Thick black mist suddenly began to spread. Old Ding's pupils instantly contracted, halting his steps. Then, a long, slender leg slowly emerged from the thick fog, its graceful form swaying with each step. Clickety-clack. The sound of high heels echoed loudly, as if stomping on people's hearts, each step accompanied by a tremor. Hearing this sound, Qin Ming's spirit jolted. He tried to open his eyes, but all he could see was thick fog. Behind him, Vortex 2 and Vortex 5 looked equally puzzled. They too saw only thick fog, unable to discern the scene ahead. The only one who could see clearly was Old Ding. At that moment, a seductive woman in a cheongsam slowly emerged from the fog, step by step, closing in on Old Ding. Old Ding's heart trembled. He retreated in terror, attempting to attack the suddenly appearing, stunningly beautiful woman with his pocket watch. Yet the woman merely smiled with amusement, extending her jade-like hand in a slow gesture. The pocket watch in Old Ding's hand slipped from his grasp, flying straight into the woman's palm. At that moment, Old Ding's entire body trembled, as if bearing immense pressure. Who are you? Chapter 101, The Second Domain Beast, Southern Feather Snow. The cheongsam-clad woman toyed with the pocket watch in her hand. This little thing is quite nice. I'll take it for fun. With that, she took the watch and dissolved into a wisp of thick mist, returning to the incense burner mark on Qin Ming's arm. As the woman vanished, Old Ding cleared his throat, and the bone-chilling pressure slowly dissipated. Old Ding's face was etched with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. My containment object. The pocket watch was a forbidden class containment object, his ultimate weapon. Not only did it fail to harm the woman in the slightest, it had actually been taken from him. What did she say at the end? Not bad, little thing. Want to play with it? Is that what she said? Old Ding's defenses crumbled. Just as he stood there flustered, Qin Ming opened his eyes before him. Qin Ming looked startled and uncertain, having roughly guessed what had just transpired. The woman from the incense burner had emerged and intimidated Old Ding. As for what she did next, that was a question for Old Ding himself. Your value keeps growing. Qin Ming murmured, charging toward Old Ding. Old Ding's eyes widened. No. But the next moment, Old Ding collapsed as if struck by a bullet. Thud. The sudden turn of events left even Qin Ming momentarily bewildered. What just happened? Looking back at Old Ding on the ground, he was now cold as a stone, not a trace of life left in him. Dead? Qin Ming frowned. No, it's the deception expert's skill, feigning death. Qin Ming immediately closed his eyes to sense the situation. Through the containment object, forbidden entry ahead, he could perceive that Lao Ding's figure had vanished from within the barrier. The corpse on the ground was merely a means for him to escape. Damn it, he got away. Qin Ming frowned. Wang Su 002 truly formidable. On the other side, witnessing Lao Ding's sudden demise, both the Thunder Mage and Bird Woman froze, their faces etched with horror. They had clearly been gaining the upper hand moments ago. How had the battle situation shifted so abruptly? What did he do? Bird Girl looked at Qin Ming with terror. The two of them clearly hadn't grasped what had just happened. Soon, Qin Ming sensed the situation outside the barrier. With a loud crash, the barrier shattered like glass, glowing with sparks of crimson light. Qin Ming and the others reappeared before the unfinished building. Commander. Qin Ming. Lu Chang and Xia Mo hurried over. Yin surveyed the scene, her expression turning shocked as she saw several awakened lying on the ground. She stared intently at Qin Ming and murmured, could one person have done this? Ha? Where's Old Ding? Fu Ziong scanned the area but couldn't spot Old Ding anywhere. As for that corpse? It had vanished without a trace. Qin Ming shook his head. He got away. He's a Wang Su 002, deception specialist, ability user tough to deal with. At those words, everyone's expressions changed. Wang Su 002? Commander, we'll initiate a manhunt immediately. Yin stepped forward with Team 011. Qin Ming waved his hand. No need. Since he's escaped, we'll proceed with Plan B. Xia Mo immediately handed over the tablet, displaying Old Ding's location. Qin Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Dong Yan. The call connected, but he remained silent. Until Dong Yan's voice came through. Boss. Where are you? Shan Chang. Come to South City. I'll send you a location. Keep an eye on someone, he's an SCP Foundation member. Qin Ming explained Old Ding's situation in detail, concluding with his instructions, I need you to stay close to him and infiltrate the SCP Foundation. No problem. Dong Yan replied calmly. After hanging up, everyone stared at Qin Ming in astonishment. Fu Ziong, in particular, felt genuine dread toward Qin Ming. This guy was terrifying. He was infiltrating the SCP Foundation. Then, what about me? Fu Xiang asked, his voice trembling. Now that he was completely exposed, he didn't even qualify to be planted within the SCP Foundation. Would he be eliminated? The thought sent Fu Xiang into a complete panic. Qin Ming patted Fu Xiang on the shoulder. Go to Qingxinjai to settle down for a while. Fu Xiang froze. What is that? A place to detain awakened individuals. I just opened it, Qin Ming replied. Fu Xiang's face drained of color. How about starting as a guard? Fu Xiang's eyes lit up. Qin Ming genuinely wanted to give Fu Xiang a chance to redeem himself. He had merely strayed down the wrong path, and since he hadn't attacked Team 013 at the time, earning merit now could serve as atonement. Though this mission hadn't exposed the SCP Foundation, it wasn't entirely fruitless. At the very least, they had dismantled a stronghold. Qin Ming believed positions like vice president were few and far between. Taking down 2 vice presidents at once would severely cripple the SCP Foundation, likely preventing them from stirring up trouble anytime soon. Just as Qin Ming had surmised, the SCP Foundation operated in deep concealment. The Vortex Squad yielded little information, their lips were sealed. Though perhaps tight-lipped wasn't quite accurate, they simply knew nothing. No one knew how the SCP Foundation was established or who its director was. Not even the vice president was any different. So continuing the interrogation wouldn't yield much. Ultimately, it all depended on Dong Yen. True to expectations, Dong Yen didn't disappoint Qin Ming. 2 days later, he sent word that he had made contact with Old Ding. Given Dong Yan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly establish deeper roots within the SCP Foundation in the future. This was precisely why Qin Ming was developing his covert network. Some people simply had to operate in the shadows. After handling the matter in South City, Qin Ming intended to leave. Unexpectedly, the second domain beast appeared, landing precisely in South City. Inside a cat cafe, Qin Ming and Xia Mo were analyzing the situation with the 011 Anomaly Hunter Squad. The cat cafe served as Team 011's headquarters, usually quiet and ideal for work. In one room, Team 011's leader, Yin held a report. Frost descended on the small fishing village in the southern city this morning, followed by a blizzard of goosefeather like snow in the afternoon. The villagers sensed something was off and evacuated immediately, but all the livestock left behind froze to death. Hearing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Heavy snowfall in the middle of summer? What's even more absurd is that this is South City. Historical records show no instance of heavy snowfall ever occurring here. Have all the villagers evacuated? Yin nodded. Yes, all nearby villages have been evacuated. The military is currently assisting and has sealed off the incident site. What about our people? Have they gone in to investigate? Xia Mo asked. Ji Yun and the other team members have already gone to investigate the situation, Yin replied. But the snow is very heavy right now, and visibility is poor. They plan to wait until daylight to enter the area. Qin Ming fell deep in thought, his memories racing. A domain beast capable of summoning heavy snow? The next moment, Qin Ming seemed to recall something, his expression abruptly changing. Damn it, it can't be that thing, can it? Chapter 102, Global Instance, Forbidden Beast, Ice Python. Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, everyone looked over in confusion. Bang! Just then, Lu Chang rushed over breathlessly. Commander, we just received a message from the Dragon General. Take a look at this. He opened his tablet and tapped to play the video. The footage showed a small town in Eagle Sauce Nation, now completely frozen in ice and frost, resembling a winter wonderland. As the camera panned across the scene, countless frozen civilians could be seen, their faces frozen in terror as if they had witnessed some horrific event in their final moments. Such scenes were everywhere. What was even more terrifying was that the affected area continued to spread. This is exactly what happened to us. Yin frowned and spoke up. Exactly. This happened yesterday in Eagle Sauce. Initially, only one village was affected, but Eagle Sauce failed to detect it in time, allowing the disaster zone to rapidly expand until it engulfed the entire town. And now the frost and snow zone keeps expanding, claiming thousands of lives already, Lu Cheng analyzed swiftly. I suspect this is the same phenomenon as the domain beast that appeared in our fishing village. Qin Ming nodded. No need to suspect. It's that thing, the forbidden beast, ice serpent. A forbidden beast, the others exclaimed in surprise. With such a massive scale, I thought it might be a king beast. Xia Mo remarked. Their first dungeon encounter had been with a king beast. Without the SCP Foundation, it would have been fairly manageable. But in this frozen wasteland, the scale of the disaster made it far more challenging than the Bat King beast. Qin Ming shook his head. Though they're forbidden beasts, they're no walk in the park. There's more than one ice serpents or pack-dwelling anomalies. The weakest are at least tier 2, and the Beast King can even reach tier 3. What? Xia Mo and the others paled. Third-tier beasts? Lu Chang recalled Qin Ming mentioning that third-tier beasts possess the power to destroy an entire city. If I'm not mistaken, that Beast King in Eagle Sauce Nation has already reached tier 3. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spread so rapidly. Qin Ming's voice was grave. We can't wait until dawn to act. He still remembered how, in his previous life, the ice serpent beast had first appeared in northern China. It was winter then, and no one noticed anything unusual. Within mere days, the entire city of Urban fell. Temperatures plunged to -100°C, freezing every civilian who couldn't escape into ice sculptures. The ice serpent tribe spread like wildfire, its expansion astonishingly swift. Fortunately, awakened individuals began to emerge. China sacrificed nearly all its awakened to contain this catastrophe. Yet precisely because of the awakened sacrifices, China's developmental window was delayed, leaving it perpetually behind major powers like the Eagle Nation. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, the ice serpents would arrive so swiftly? Let's go. We need to check the scene. Qin Ming was about to lead everyone out. But just then, the Dragon General called. Hey, Qin Ming. Qin Ming answered immediately, what's up, Dragon General? Dragon General's urgent voice rang out on the other end of the line. That blizzard phenomenon isn't just happening in China, it's happening everywhere. This is a unified event across all nations. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. The Black Hand was setting the stage for a competition among all civilizations. If I'm not mistaken, this instance will heavily influence the final scoring of the third civilization trial. To claim the top spot in the third civilization trial, this instance would be the most crucial one. At this moment, not only China but nations across the globe were thinking the same thing. Soon, the world, which had only recently calmed, was once again thrown into upheaval. All eyes were fixed on this bizarre blizzard. And China was the focal point of global attention. Numerous national defense ministries directly contacted China, seeking solutions. Of course, these matters were left to the Dragon General to handle. Half an hour later, Qin Ming and his group arrived at the small fishing village. The area had already been cordoned off by the military. Besides Team 011, Wu Mu and Lei Jiao had also arrived with their respective squads. Wu Mu and Lei Jiao were stationed at the Monster Academy and did not belong to any city squad. Their primary mission was to assist city squads. And here they were, responding to a situation like this one. Upon seeing Qin Ming and Lu Chang arrive, Wu Mu and Lei Jiao immediately stood at attention and saluted. After all, Lu Chang had once been their direct superior. Commander, Minister. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Alright, what's the situation? Wu Mu's expression was grim. Commander, as you can see, the snow is so thick and deep that even our lights can't penetrate it. Our men dare not advance. Qin Ming looked ahead. Less than 50 meters away, the ground was covered in frost, creating two stark extremes compared to where they stood. Lu Chang glanced at his bare arms. You know what? This damn weather is freezing. If we're going in there, we'll need to bundle up. Otherwise, we'll turn into popsicles the moment we step inside. Qin Ming nodded. Get me some cold weather gear. I'll go check it out. At these words, Wu Mu and Lei Jiao both paled. Commander, visibility is poor. We should wait until daylight. No. Inside are the ice serpents. They have three types, the Pioneer Squad, the Combat Squad, and the King. The ones spreading the ice and snow on the periphery are the Pioneer Squad. We must eliminate them to stop their expansion. Otherwise, at their current pace, several nearby villages will be covered by dawn. The larger the ice serpent's territory, the harder it will be for us to deal with them. Qin Ming stated solemnly. Hearing this, the others fell silent. No one understood the beasts better than Qin Ming. Of course, they also hoped Qin Ming wouldn't come to harm. For now, he wasn't just a hero of China, he was the spiritual leader of both their Monster Academy and the Monster Hunters. Soon after, the cold weather gear arrived. Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Chang were fully equipped, each riding a snowmobile. This mission would still be carried out by the three of them. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want Wu Mu, Lei Jiao, or even Team 011 to join, it was simply that this hellish environment was no walk in the park. The ice serpents were far more vicious at night than during the day. If Wu Mu and the others entered, casualties were inevitable. Casualties that could be avoided were naturally minimized. Qin Ming donned his helmet and asked, how's the comms? Xiaomo, copy that. Lu Chang, copy that. Let's go. Qin Ming twisted the throttle, and the snowmobile surged forward, plunging headlong into the vast expanse of snow. Three snowmobiles charged into the snow, their headlights casting faint, dim light. The conditions were far harsher than anticipated. Visibility was less than 10 meters, and the snow likely reached knee height. Be careful. We'll circle the perimeter. If you spot an ice serpent, eliminate it immediately. If outmatched, retreat without delay. Under no circumstances push deeper. Qin Ming instructed over the communicator. In this environment, venturing too deep meant certain disorientation. Once disoriented, they'd be trapped in an ice serpent ambush, a dead end. Their target was the ice serpent's pioneering squad. As the three circled along the outer perimeter, the light and the sound of their snowmobile drew unwanted attention. Soon, pairs of crimson eyes began to emerge slowly from the darkness. Chapter 103, Entering the Snowfields, Ice Serpent Assault, Seeking Gold Tickets. Hiss. The ice pythons in the pioneer team weren't large, and they knew how to hide beneath the snow, making them difficult to spot in this environment. Nor did the ice snakes attack immediately. They waited, biding their time for more of their kind to arrive. Strange, I haven't spotted any ice serpents. Lu Cheng's voice crackled through the communicator. He brushed the visor of his helmet, clearing away the snow mist, and scanned the surroundings carefully. Damn it, this hellish weather, I can't see a thing. Hold on, stop first, Qin Ming shouted. All three snowmobiles halted simultaneously. Qin Ming frowned and glanced back, but there was nothing behind them. Strange. I definitely heard something. Maybe they're not in this area. Let's keep going and see. Qin Ming restarted the snowmobile. Its roar echoed as it kicked up a cloud of white snow. Just as the snowmobile pressed forward, over a dozen ice serpents simultaneously reared their heads from beneath the snow, bearing crimson forked tongues. They had been following the snowmobile all along, slithering swiftly, their numbers steadily growing. Qin Ming and his two companions had circled nearly half the village, yet still found no trace of the ice serpents. Something felt terribly wrong. With all the noise they were making, how could they not have attracted the ice serpents? That was impossible. But just then, sounds began to approach from behind. Qin Ming spun around abruptly, meeting the gaze of countless pairs of crimson eyes. Hiss. In an instant, dozens of ice serpents burst simultaneously from the snow. They appeared not only behind them, but also from the sides and front. Two larger ice serpents charged out from beneath the snow, colliding with Xia Mo in an instant. The opportunity struck simultaneously, and all three were attacked. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Watch out. Clang. Qin Ming abruptly drew the starfall blade, lightning crackling around his body. A sweeping strike unleashed a burst of thunder. Thunder annihilation slash. Boom. The blazing blade of thunder illuminated the night sky, and even the snowflakes seemed to shriek. Bang. 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 All the ice serpents charging from behind were swept away. But they were swift, burrowing back into the snow and vanishing. Lu Chang, meanwhile, was knocked off the snowmobile by an attacking ice serpent, tumbling into the snow and instantly buried. Two of the ice serpents were still clinging to his arm, biting down. Fortunately, Lu Chang possessed the ability of the steel-bodied one, his entire body covered in iron-hard bumps, preventing any injury. Xiaomo's situation, however, was dire. The two ice serpents, thick as thighs, instantly smashed her snowmobile to pieces, hurling her into the air. Xiaomo soared into the air, a frozen bowstring coalescing in her hands. Bang! 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 The bowstring snapped, sending three icy arrows whistling through the air. They struck the heads of the two colossal ice serpents with pinpoint accuracy. However, the frost arrows shattered with a bang upon striking the ice serpent's scales. Xiaomo furrowed her brows slightly. What formidable defense! Qin Ming watched Xiaomo fall, leaping high to catch her in his arms. Landing on the snowmobile, Qin Ming ordered, protect the vehicle. If the snowmobile were damaged, their situation would become even more perilous. Knee-deep snow meant they couldn't move an inch. Meanwhile, Lu Chang shook off the ice serpent clinging to him and scrambled back onto the snowmobile. These things are a real pain. Lu Chang cursed under his breath. With his current Tier 1 strength, fighting Tier 2 ice serpents was indeed a struggle. Moreover, as a close-quarters combat specialist, he was at a significant disadvantage in this environment. Qin Ming stood on the snowmobile, his Tang sword in hand as he scanned the surroundings. They were now completely surrounded. The snow on the ground swirled like ocean waves, forming whirlpools as the ice serpents slithered beneath the surface. Protect the vehicles at all costs. Qin Ming shouted. Xiaomo, cover me. With that, Qin Ming charged forward, slashing his blade into the snow-covered ground. Boom! Snow exploded upward, a blinding flurry obscuring Qin Ming's vision. At that moment, the massive ice serpent rose from the ground, its gaping jaws lunging toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming, watch out! Xiaomo immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow. Thud! The ice serpent was knocked slightly off course. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ming's blade swung down. Rip! The blade sliced through the serpent's scales, blood spattering out. Arg! The ice serpent let out a piercing shriek as its massive body crashed heavily onto the snow. Only then did the three finally get a clear look at the ice python. It was a giant serpent, pure white as frost, resembling an ordinary python in form but covered in thick, menacing scales. But what was truly absurd was its girth as thick as a human thigh and its length, which must have stretched over 40 or 50 meters. Holy, that big? Lu Chang clicked his tongue. If it wrapped around you, wouldn't you be turned into mincemeat instantly? This isn't the Pioneer Squad, it's the main force of the Ice Python clan, the combat unit. Qin Ming warned. Everyone stay alert. There's another massive one lurking beneath the snow. I'll take this one down first. With that, Qin Ming stomped hard on the snowmobile's footrests and launched himself toward the colossal serpent. Roar! The colossal serpent suddenly opened its jaws wide, unleashing a howling blast of frigid air. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he instantly sidestepped to evade. Yet his helmet was still engulfed by the frigid aura, freezing solid. His vision completely obscured, Qin Ming yanked off his helmet. What met him was the icy serpent's thick tail. Thud! The massive tail lashed violently against Qin Ming, sending him crashing heavily into the snow. The ice serpent continued its assault, its massive tail crashing down from above. Boom! In the next instant, Lu Cheng charged forward, braced his shoulder against the ice python's tail, and seized the opportunity to leap to his feet. Qin Ming seized the moment to leap up, lightning flashing as his long sword drew from its sheath. Rip! The blade struck the ice python's neck with brutal force. The serpent's head flew off instantly. Roar! Immediately, the other giant ice serpent, sensing its companion's death, lunged forward, lunging at Qin Ming's back. At the critical moment, Xiao leapt high into the air, swinging his icy spear with a sharp, cold glint as he thrust it toward the giant serpent. Thud! The spear pierced the serpent's body, and a strand of frost spread rapidly. Battle skill, ice explosion. Xiaomo's eyes narrowed as his spiritual energy surged violently. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the colossal ice serpent crashed backward. Qin Ming seized the moment, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed 2 cards, which appeared in his hand. Magic Ace of Spades. The Joker shot forward, carrying flaming bombs that landed on the ice serpent. Thud! A violent explosion erupted. The colossal ice serpent was instantly blown apart, its body crashing heavily onto the snow. Both colossal ice serpents were thus killed. But almost simultaneously, the smaller ice serpents hidden among the pioneer team launched their own assault on the snowmobile. Their bites and ramming shattered the sled's runners and snapped the handlebars, rendering the snowmobile completely inoperable. Seeing this, Qin Ming and his companions' expressions darkened. Kill them! These creatures are the core of the Ice Python clan. Chapter 104, Ice Crisis, World in Turmoil. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao charged forward, rifle raised. His spear thrust forward, piercing the body of an ice serpent that writhed in agony. The ice serpents encountered by the pioneer team were significantly smaller, with bodies no thicker than a wrist and lengths of about 7 or 8 meters. Pinned to the ground by Xiao, its tail still lashed wildly. Xiao twisted with all her might, shattering the serpent's spine. She then charged toward the other ice serpents, moving swiftly and with ruthless precision. The spear danced with fierce authority in her hands. A sweeping thrust struck the serpent's vital spot, killing it instantly. Second-tier beasts proved no match for her. Qin Ming and Lu Cheng were also engaged in battle, yet for some reason, they both sensed that Xiao had changed. Yes, she was brutal. What's gotten into her? Lu Cheng asked Qin Ming with a puzzled look. Qin Ming shook his head. Without his helmet, his face was already frost-covered, his lips turning purple. What he hadn't even noticed was the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was from a blow he'd taken earlier from the giant ice serpent, leaving him slightly injured. Soon, under Xiaomo's relentless assault, dozens of ice serpents lay dead. Suddenly, a surge of psychic energy erupted from her body, its powerful aura sweeping through the air. Xiao had broken through, successfully advancing to a second-tier extraordinary being. Xiao relentlessly pursued the ice serpents, launching frenzied attacks. As it began to retreat deeper into the snow, Qin Ming urgently called out, "Xiao, that's enough. Don't go in." The Ice Serpent Pioneer Squad, seeing their enemy's overwhelming power, lost all will to fight and fled deep into the wilderness. Qin Ming and his group, however, had their snowmobile damaged and were utterly unable to pursue. Moreover, night had fallen, and the vast expanse of snow made venturing deeper far too dangerous. Qin Ming grabbed Xiao and shouted, "Are you okay?" Having discarded his helmet, Qin Ming had no communicator and could only shout. What he didn't hear was Xiao, beneath her helmet, silently weeping. On the other end, Lu Cheng was about to come over when he heard choked sobs through his headset. Lu Cheng? He immediately halted his steps. Xiao removed her helmet, revealing a face flushed crimson from the cold, streaked with tears across her pale cheeks. Qin Ming froze. What's wrong? He desperately wanted to reach out and wipe Xiaomo's tears, but his gloves were encrusted with ice shards. Just then, Xiao slipped off her gloves and reached out with her warm hand to touch Qin Ming, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, her face filled with heartache. She blamed herself. It was her failure to shield Qin Ming that had led to his injury. Qin Ming's heart trembled. "It's fine, I'm okay." Qin Ming snatched Xiaomo's helmet and placed it on her head. Xiaomo's small face was stubborn. "I'm at the second tier now. My sequence ability is higher than yours, and I'm stronger. I don't care, I'm protecting you." Qin Ming smiled helplessly, reaching out to touch Xiaomo's helmet. Fine. You can protect me from now on." Qin Ming felt deeply moved. Having lived a second life, he truly didn't place much importance on romantic attachments. He had experienced far too much. Yet he had forgotten one crucial thing: he was only 19, and Xiao was 19 too. That was the prime of youth. He admitted he had slightly neglected Xiao. "Let's go. We're leaving this place." Qin Ming took Xiaomo's hand. A radiant smile spread beneath Xiaomo's helmet. Even if Qin Ming couldn't see it, he knew it would be beautiful. After all, she was the famously aloof campus beauty of Jiangnan University. How could she not be? Not far away, Lu Cheng stood frozen in place, feeling bitterly envious. Damn it, this was the love he'd longed for. Before the ice python's reinforcements arrived, Qin Ming and his two companions quickly harvested the magic potion ingredients from the creature's body. Luck was on their side. From one of the giant ice serpents, they obtained a rare grade scale. They also found some common grade teeth, snakeskin, and other materials. Qin Ming gathered them all, his eyes growing brighter. These materials were precisely what was needed to forge a new sequence. If they gathered more, perhaps they could create an entirely new troop type for Monster Academy. The heavy snow continued, blanketing the world in a hazy whiteness. Qin Ming gazed into the depths and spoke slowly. That's enough. We should head back. Though the snowmobile was destroyed, they were still in the outer perimeter and could make their way out. The three journeyed together for about half an hour when Wu Mu and Lei Jiu arrived to meet them. Seeing the trio nearly buried in snow, the others' expressions turned grim as they rushed to assist. Only after they reached the perimeter of the cordon did Wu Mu and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Commander, our scouts have just confirmed that the ice and snow are indeed spreading more slowly. Ian Laneying reported excitedly. Qin Ming nodded as he sipped his ginger tea. We've killed dozens of ice serpents. Their clearing force has suffered heavy losses, so naturally their pace has slowed. As he spoke, he looked up in puzzlement. These people seemed overly tense. What's going on? Dean, look. Wu Mu pulled out his phone, displaying a crimson-colored message. The entire civilization of Bagui Nation has fallen. Civilization collapsed. Withdrawing from the trial. The Wugwa Nation civilization has fallen across all fronts. Civilization destroyed. Withdrawing from the trial. Two nations fell in quick succession. Wu Mu explained, these two nations dispatched armies into the frozen secret realm. Not only did they fail to halt the ice's spread, but they actually accelerated its expansion. Ultimately, the entire countries were buried in snow, with no one able to escape. This incident has caused a massive international uproar. At these words, Qin Ming's expression darkened. Their response was flawed. Sending troops in was a suicide mission. Soldiers would nearly become food for the ice serpents. Fed, the serpents would multiply rapidly, eventually becoming unstoppable. Wu Mu nodded. Exactly. Now, nations dare not send troops in recklessly. They can only have awakened ones hunt the ice serpents from the periphery. Some have even resorted to using missiles. What? They've resorted to missiles? Lu Chang, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Both Gaul and the Empire of the Sun never sets have deployed them. The ice serpents spread so rapidly they overran a city, prompting the missile strikes. What was the outcome? Lu Chang pressed urgently. Qin Ming shook his head. Useless. Within the ice serpent's domain, the missile's power is drastically weakened. They might even fail to detonate. Hearing this, Wu Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, Dean. You're freaking amazing. The one targeting Gaul did indeed misfire. It didn't detonate at all. The one aimed at the Empire of the Sun never sets did detonate, but it seemed to have little effect. Every nation was stunned. How is that possible? Lu Chang looked utterly astonished. This is transcendence. Once a third-tier beast appears, the world's conventional weapons become virtually useless. Qin Ming's expression turned grave. Wu Mu hesitated before speaking slowly. Dean, the major nations just held a meeting and unanimously decided to use nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons? In an instant, every pair of eyes snapped upward. Chapter 105, Nuclear Counterstrike Plan. Seeking gold votes. Indeed, with all other means proving ineffective against the advancing ice, the nations unanimously decided to deploy nuclear weapons. Qin Ming shook his head slowly. It won't work. Once the supernatural chapter is revealed, all conventional weapons on Blue Star will become largely ineffective. Should we try to stop them? Lu Cheng frowned. No need. It's futile anyway. They'll only see China as obstructing their progress and competing for a better outcome in the third civilization trial. Qin Ming had no intention of obstructing Eagle Chan and the other nations. They wouldn't relent until they reached the Yellow River. Resistance was futile. However, news of nations preparing to deploy nuclear weapons soon spread across the international stage, capturing the world's attention. Such a historic moment, they even opened a live stream, intending to broadcast this nuclear counterattack publicly. At that moment, in a city called Holy City on the western coast of Eagle Nation, despite it being summer when people normally wore light clothing, the area had transformed into a harsh winter landscape, snow swirling, ice and snow everywhere. Its inhabitants were buried beneath the snow. Sensors recorded temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees Celsius. Such temperatures were utterly inhospitable to normal human survival. Even awakened ones with extraordinary physiques had to proceed with extreme caution in such conditions. After awakened individuals conducted thorough investigations, it was determined that the situation was beyond resolution, leading to the decision to deploy nuclear weapons. Of course, this was merely the Eagle's one-sided account. Qin Ming knew full well that these awakened had never truly ventured deep into the frozen wasteland. Had they would have found a way to deal with the ice serpent. By containing the ice serpent's expansion team, they could prevent its territory from growing. The Eagle State simply didn't want to risk its awakened individuals, hence resorting to this desperate measure. At this moment, the entire world watched the live broadcast, awaiting the Eagle's counterattack. And the nuclear bomb everyone had been anticipating didn't take long to arrive. On the open sea, a nuclear submarine slowly surfaced. With a clang, the hatch cover swung open. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a deafening roar, a long missile shot skyward. Carrying a nuclear warhead, the missile pierced through the clouds, locked onto its target, and screamed toward the holy city. A long trail of flame stretched across the sky, plunging toward the holy city under the tense gaze of countless onlookers. "It's coming!" Countless people gasped in horror. Some watched the live stream on their phones, while others could actually see the nuclear warhead streaking across the sky above their heads. Finally, the missile reached the skies above the holy city, plummeting downward with increasing speed. Just as it entered the icy atmosphere, the nuclear warhead detonated. This was a hollow-charged nuclear warhead. The instant it detonated, an unimaginably terrifying energy erupted, its shockwave spreading rapidly outward. The nuclear bomb blazed like a dazzling sun, flashing violently across the frozen landscape. In that moment, the breath of the global audience seemed to catch in their throats. Yet the massive eruption everyone anticipated never materialized. The earth did not shake violently, nor did the explosion unleash a devastating force that swept away everything in its path. The explosion seemed like an ordinary blast, causing no significant disturbance. In an instant, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. Is this a nuclear bomb? What the hell? Was this what they were expecting? What the hell? In the Eagle Sauce headquarters conference room, all the executives were stunned. Trump stared blankly at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. He even began to doubt whether the nuclear bomb had been stored too long, losing its potency. Did it fail to detonate or what? After regaining his composure, Tep glared angrily at General John. General John frowned, studying the report from military headquarters. Your Excellency, the data indicates the nuclear bomb detonated successfully, but under those unique environmental conditions, it didn't unleash significant destructive force. Or rather, its destructive force was significantly diminished. Is this due to the environment? Tep's face darkened. No need to rush. We'll know once we assess the situation in other nations. At that moment, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, spoke slowly. Correct. Contact the Empire of the Rising Sun and the Gallic Republic. Order them to launch immediate nuclear counterstrikes. Soon after, nuclear missiles from the Empire of the Rising Sun and Gaul took flight, each employing distinct detonation methods. One was detonated at low altitude, the other on the ground. To the world's astonishment, the low-altitude detonation succeeded, yet its effect mirrored that of the Eagles, failing to pose a significant threat. The ground detonation, however, failed. After crashing into the earth, the nuclear bomb was instantly encased in ice, its core frozen solid, preventing detonation. At that moment, the world was stunned, one after another left speechless. No one could believe that humanity's pride in joy nuclear weapons had lost their power. Southern City, China. Dragon General arrived at the frontline base in the small fishing village. Watching the live feed on the screen, he too felt utterly bewildered. Why is this happening? He asked Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Qin Ming explained, it's not that the nuclear bomb lost its power. Its destructive force is being significantly suppressed within the domain. The entire frozen landscape is now saturated with extraordinary energy, and this energy is suppressing the bomb's destructive force. In the face of the extraordinary, conventional weapons are utterly insignificant. At these words, the expressions of everyone present darkened. This was not good news for humanity. Clearly, the nuclear counterattack plan had failed. Governments worldwide were thrown into turmoil, hastily convening emergency meetings. This crisis struck suddenly and swiftly, catching them completely off guard. This frozen disaster proved far more devastating than the previous two trials of civilization. While the previous monstrous beasts could be fought with weapons, now even nuclear arms had lost their deterrent power. How could they possibly fight back? Even more terrifying was the alarming speed at which this crisis spread. Within a single day, it had expanded from a small town to an entire city, a development beyond imagination. What would happen next? Would it fall like Bagué and Ogo? Governments worldwide began to panic. Under the Eagle's coordination, Western nations urgently convened an international conference. At the meeting, nations poured out their dire situations, pleading for support from the major powers. The Eagle nation took the lead, leaving Trump overwhelmed. But just as the leaders were at a loss for solutions, the representative from Gaul suddenly spoke up. Well, it seems China hasn't been significantly affected. As far as I know, a small town in China also experienced an ice and snow crisis a day ago, but the disaster hasn't spread yet. This statement sent shockwaves through the assembly. What? Is that true? While nations were scrambling to deal with the snow and ice disaster, they had overlooked China. But China was the true god of answers now. Soon, the situation in China was laid out on the table. Upon seeing the facts, all the representatives were stunned. China's ice and snow crisis had not spread, it was actually showing signs of shrinking. This phenomenon was completely different from what they were experiencing in their own countries. Instantly, the representatives erupted in chaos. How is this possible? How did China manage this? Damn it, China's beaten us to it again. Chapter 106, Deep into the Frozen Realm. Seeking gold tickets. Upon learning China possessed a method to curb the snowstorm disaster, all nations turned their attention toward them. China didn't hold back, immediately launching a live broadcast to reveal their methods to the world. At dawn, 3 teams led by Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Cheng the 011 Monster Hunt Squad and Wu Mu and Leijio fully armed and riding snowmobiles, charged into the frozen wasteland under the watchful eyes of the global broadcast. This scene unfolded before the eyes of every nation and every citizen watching the global broadcast. Watching them charge so casually into the snowstorm, the world was stunned. Peacock Nation netizen, wait, they're just charging straight in? Aren't they afraid of dying? Eagle Nation netizen, have the awakened of Huaxia gone mad? I bet they won't make it out alive. Bear Nation netizen, they're Chinese soldiers. You don't understand the weight of the word soldier. Gull netizen, I admire their courage, but this is kinda dumb. Countries voiced differing opinions, but most were filled with contempt. They couldn't fathom how China could possibly stop a monstrous disaster that even nuclear bombs couldn't handle with just this small force. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials from various nations fell silent upon witnessing China's actions. They value awakened individuals immensely. Even the loss of one is a tremendous blow, so none are willing to send them into such a battle. There was no doubt that charging into the ice disaster would result in heavy casualties. Yet they were powerless to intervene. They couldn't simply stand by and watch the ice disaster spread. Damn it, China's approach is despicable. I'd rather they hadn't shared their solution with us. Presenting an action we cannot replicate, isn't this just humiliating us? General John seethed with fury, convinced Qin Ming was pushing things too far. Teppo's face was equally grim. What's the point of all this? The next moment, his gaze fell upon Archer. Now the leader of Eagle's superior department, Archer had earned the right to attend high-level meetings. Feeling Chief Tep's gaze, Archer's eyes darted away, unwilling to meet his stare. He had visited the holy city, now frozen in ice and snow. Even at its outskirts, he sensed an eerie presence. He certainly didn't want to go to that hellhole. Seeing Achilles actually dodging his gaze, Tep's expression darkened instantly. Achilles, this is the duty of the supernatural department. With no room to evade, Achilles had to bite the bullet. Chief, how many of us are there in the department of the extraordinary? If we just die like this, who will protect you all in the future? At this, the expressions of the current high-ranking officials shifted. Achilles had a point. Oomph. What a bunch of useless fools. General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, rebuked them without mercy. As far as I know, wild awakened individuals have already ventured in to explore. The more dangerous the place, the more valuable the rewards. Your cowardly, life-obsessed attitudes are an absolute disgrace to our great eagle. You. Archer glared at General Arthur, his face flushed with anger. Hearing this, the other high-ranking officials also felt dissatisfied with Archer, but none spoke up to rebuke him. After all, they still needed Archil and his team's protection. Tep frowned. What solution does General Arthur propose? General Arthur spoke directly, issue the passes. I'll go demand reinforcements from Dr. Bazaar. Those monsters? All the high-ranking officials frowned immediately. To be honest, they were quite wary of those monsters. If they could avoid using them, it was best to do so. They had even significantly reduced the resources allocated to Dr. Bazaar. No, I won't agree. General John objected first. I think it's feasible, Archer countered. Let them explore first, then our extraordinary department will step in. The others exchanged glances, unable to find a reason to refuse. Finally, Teppa made the call. All right, let's move immediately. We can't let China keep outpacing us. Thus, Dr. Bazaar dispatched another 10 fallen. Officially, it was 10, but in reality, it was 30. 10 headed for the Holy City, while 20 infiltrated various regions of Eagle Land. Not even General Arthur knew about this. No one could have imagined that Dr. Bazaar was no longer content to remain confined within his tiny laboratory. He had grander plans. With China's intervention, nations worldwide realized there was no better solution. They reluctantly dispatched their own awakened ones. This was both a catastrophe and a competition. If nations prioritized self-preservation over sacrifice, they would fall behind, ultimately losing their competitive edge and still face ruin. Dragon General, intelligence reports indicate all nations have begun mobilizing, Luing reported. Dragon General took a deep breath. As expected. Qin Ming was right again. One move affects the whole body. He was absolutely correct. With competitors moving, other nations had no choice but to follow suit. No one wanted to fall behind at the starting line. General Long was starting to admire Qin Ming. Qin Ming and his group of over a dozen people were now deep within the snowstorm, riding snowmobiles. Compared to last night, visibility was significantly better in the morning. Visibility extended to about 30 meters, greatly increasing everyone's sense of security. Our target remains the Ice Serpent's Pioneer Squad. Eliminate the entire squad, and this frozen domain won't be able to expand. Also, the magic potion ingredients on the ice serpents are valuable. Remember to harvest them after killing them, don't waste them. Qin Ming's voice crackled through their helmets. Roger that, Commander. The group responded in unison. As usual, they began by sweeping the outer perimeter. Over a dozen snowmobiles plowed through the blizzard, braving the freezing wind as they circled the perimeter. Yet after a full lap, not a single ice serpent was found. They genuinely hadn't found any, and none were following them either. Could the entire pioneer team be wiped out? Lu Chang asked into his communicator. His suspicion wasn't unfounded after all, they had slain dozens last night. Qin Ming frowned. No. The Ice Serpent Pioneer Squad is definitely larger than that. They must have anticipated our move and gone into hiding. His gaze fixed on the depths ahead, his expression growing grave. They're luring us deeper. If we go deeper, once our snowmobiles are destroyed, getting out will be even more trouble, Xiaomo said. Qin Ming nodded. You're right. That's exactly it. Overhearing the conversation, members of Team 011 Laneying, Wu Mu, and others exchanged surprised glances. Are those ice serpents that intelligent? Should we call for backup? Qin Ming fell into deep thought. Though we've trapped the ice serpents here, they'll still breed. The longer we wait, the worse it gets for us. We can't delay any longer. We need to push deeper and probe further. With that, Qin Ming charged forward, riding straight into the depths. Chapter 107, The Ice Serpent Appears, the Egg-Laying Serpent King. Everyone sensed Qin Ming's urgency and felt a bit puzzled. Only Lu Chang knew Qin Ming's identity as a reincarnated individual. He understood the burden Qin Ming carried. Whatever weighed so heavily on Qin Ming's mind must indicate that the current situation was dire, or that something monumental was about to unfold. Lu Chang had guessed correctly. Qin Ming's concerns were precisely these. Compared to his previous life, progress in this one was accelerating rapidly, the entire pace intensifying. In the previous life, awakened ones only began to emerge during the third civilization trial, while domain beasts didn't appear until the fourth trial. This meant the entire plot had advanced by an entire stage. The fourth trial of this life equated to the fifth trial of the previous one. The fifth trial, however, marked a dark age in the previous life. Vast swaths of territory fell under siege, and countless lives were lost. That period would later be known as the Dark Migration. Global catastrophe forced humanity to build shelters for survival, severely restricting their living space. Qin Ming had initially believed there was still time, but given the current situation, he now realized humanity's window of opportunity was rapidly closing. Perhaps all preparations hinged on this trial. That was why Qin Ming was so urgently driven. With China's current capabilities, facing the Dark Migration would be extremely challenging. Qin Ming gazed at the blinding snowstorm ahead, his thoughts fixed. I must forge the squadron of sequence soldiers. Buzz buzz buzz. The snowmobiles hummed incessantly as the group charged deeper into the frozen wilderness. About halfway through their journey, Qin Ming and the others could already see the once small fishing village. Yet beneath the heavy snow, the village houses were now nearly half buried. Wu Mu thrust a bamboo pole into the snow. It nearly vanished beneath the surface. This pole was nearly 2 meters long. The group's expressions darkened. If they were to accidentally fall into the snow, they would be instantly buried. The conditions were far harsher than they had imagined. Everyone be careful. Protect your snowmobiles, don't damage them. Qin Ming cautioned over the communicator. At that moment, Xiaomo frowned and said, something feels off. We've gone deep into this, yet we still haven't seen the ice serpent. Qin Ming had noticed it too. Something was definitely off. The fact that the Pathfinder squad hadn't shown up was one thing, but their current position was already within the combat squad's territory. Why was there still no sign of them? The next moment, Qin Ming suddenly remembered something. Could the Ice Serpent King be laying eggs? At this, everyone turned to look at him in shock. Laying eggs? Qin Ming explained, exactly. When an ice serpent lays eggs, its entire lineage retreats to protect the queen. So, what happens when the king lays eggs? Wu Mu's throat convulsed. Qin Ming's expression turned grave. When the king lays eggs, all the ice pythons become far more ferocious. Their protective instincts become terrifyingly strong. If they detect any intruders, they'll fight to the death. But we must stop them. If the ice pythons successfully lay eggs, their power will surge dramatically, making them far harder to deal with later. With that, Qin Ming drove deeper into the wilderness. The snowmobile plowed forward until it finally reached the village entrance. Hiss! The sound of the ice serpents echoed. They finally saw the ice serpents. Almost simultaneously, the ice serpent spotted them, lifting its icy gaze. It was a combat-grade ice serpent, thick as a thigh and standing over 10 meters tall when upright. The group's hearts sank. Prepare for battle. Qin Ming bellowed. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaomo beside him had already charged forward. His spear shot forth like a dragon, its steel shaft instantly coated in a layer of frost. Hiss! The ice serpent let out a furious hiss, its massive jaws spewing a torrent of frost. Watch out! Everyone gasped as the frost engulfed Xiaomo. Yet in the next instant, Xiao burst through the frost and scathed. Thrust. Xiao thrust his spear forward, a sliver of icy light erupting from the tip, instantly piercing the ice python's neck. The ice serpent offered no struggle. Its enormous pupils instantly lost their light, and its massive body crashed heavily onto the snowy ground. Bang! So powerful. Team 011 and Wu Mu's group stared in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Is this even possible? Ji Yun blinked in disbelief. A second-tier ice python, killed in one strike, truly terrifying. Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Xiao was growing stronger by the day, especially after advancing to Tier 2. Few could match her within the same realm. Moreover, the Wang Su 003 Ice Phoenix sequence itself possessed formidable combat prowess. Combined with Xiaomo's lifelong immersion in martial arts, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Collect the magic potion. Qin Ming ordered. Lu Cheng immediately stepped forward to search the ice python's body. Finally, he found a piece of ice python scale and an ice python tooth. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These are the ingredients for the magic potion. I need them in large quantities. If this sequence squad could be fully developed, it would be immensely beneficial for the next civilization trial. Hiss. The earlier battle clamor seemed to have drawn 2 more combat-grade ice serpents crawling out from deeper within. Commander Qin. Yin Lanying urgently called out. Qin Ming glanced over. Only 2? Take them down quickly, then lure out the rest. They seemed to be in a prime position, like luring mobs in a game. They could draw them out in waves, making the fight much less stressful. The others agreed. Yet in the next instant, 2 more colossal ice serpents reared their heads from the snow. Boom! 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 One after another, over a dozen colossal beasts surrounded them, all combat-grade ice serpents. Damn it! The group instantly sensed trouble. This wasn't a safe spot at all, it was clearly a trap. The enemy had already spotted them. Qin Ming snapped to attention. With so many combat ice pythons here, could the Python King be nearby? Why wasn't the Python King emerging? No, it wasn't unwilling to show itself. It was in the critical period of egg laying. Qin Ming's pupils flashed with alarm as he shouted, "The King Serpent is likely nearby. You handle the ice serpents, I'll search for its lair." With that, he immediately twisted the snowmobile's throttle and continued deeper into the wilderness. "I'm coming with you," Xiao immediately declared. "No, you stay here and protect everyone." Qin Ming urgently stopped Xiao. But just as Qin Ming started moving, the ice pythons went berserk, trying to block his path. Crash! A thick tail smashed down from above. Qin Ming accelerated sharply, dodging the ice serpent's tail. But in the next instant, another massive tail swept toward him. This time, Qin Ming had no way to evade. His body leapt high on the snowmobile as he swung his blade down. Rip! The ice serpent's tail was cleaved clean in 2. The other ice serpents continued charging toward Qin Ming. Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The ice serpent's intense reaction confirmed he was on the right track. The Serpent King must be ahead. Hold them off! Qin Ming bellowed. Xiao and the others immediately charged forward, blocking all the ice pythons. Qin Ming broke through the encirclement. But before he could get far, the snow ahead suddenly erupted. Massive creatures burst from the ground, snapping their jaws open as they lunged forward. Chapter 108, Chance Encounter with the Ice Python King. Roar! The monstrous jaws lunged, intent on tearing Qin Ming to shreds. Qin Ming's pupils contracted as he flicked 2 playing cards from his hands. On the cards, the red and black kings blinked their cunning eyes before leaping straight into the ice serpent's gaping maw. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, a burst of flames shooting from the ice serpent's maw. The ice serpent let out a shrill, agonized roar as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. But his snowmobile was also blocked in place. Before it stood over a dozen second-tier combat ice serpents. Standing over 10 meters tall amidst the blizzard, they radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. An ordinary person would likely faint at the sight. Qin Ming's gaze grew intense. He was certain the Ice Python King lay ahead, otherwise, these creatures wouldn't be blocking his path so fiercely. He glanced back at his companions. Everyone was locked in combat, and several snowmobiles had been wrecked. The situation looked grim. Qin Ming turned his gaze back to the ice serpents ahead. Retreat was no longer an option, he had to eliminate every last one of these creatures. I'll have to fight to the death. In the next instant, Qin Ming violently twisted the snowmobile's handlebars, sending the vehicle hurtling forward. Hiss! 3 ice serpents launched their attack, opening their massive jaws and spewing icy breath. As they opened their mouths, the surrounding ice and snow intensified. Blizzards of frost pelted his face, relentlessly battering his helmet. His vision grew increasingly blurred. Despite wearing cold weather gear, his body still trembled, limbs stiffening. The temperature had plummeted to levels unbearable for humans. Qin Ming knew full well that with so many ice serpents closing in, his snowmobile was doomed. As the frost assaulted him, Qin Ming leapt high into the air, drawing the starfall blade from its sheath. Boom! Prohibition Sequence 007 Thunderstrike erupted fully, bolts of lightning surging across his body before spreading to the Starfall blade. Qin Ming swung his blade horizontally, unleashing the combat technique Thunder Annihilation Slash. Thunder tore through the frost, its blinding radiance instantly illuminating the surroundings. The blade struck directly into the body of one of the ice serpents. Rip! The thunder ripped through, cleaving the ice serpent's body clean in two. The ice serpent crashed heavily to the ground. Next, the second ice serpent lunged forward to bite. Qin Ming evaded its attack using the eerie flash technique. He landed steadily on the serpent's corpse. Without the snowmobile, the only place he could land was the serpent's corpse. Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the roof ahead, half concealed by snow and ice. Ahead lay the houses of the small fishing village, scattered and clustered together. They offered a perfect vantage point for him to stand and create a favorable combat environment. However, the nearest rooftop was nearly 50 meters away. Qin Ming couldn't jump that far, and walking across the ground was out of the question. The moment he left the ice serpent's corpse, he'd likely be buried in the snow. Gamble it. Qin Ming flicked his hand, pinching a playing card between his fingers. It was the blackjack. Combat skill, Ace, draws the ace of spades to imbue oneself, enhancing combat prowess. In the next instant, the jack card glowed brightly and slowly settled onto Qin Ming's body. Adorned in a dazzling tailcoat, Qin Ming felt his steps grow lighter. Jack form activated, speed enhanced shadow assassin. Qin Ming sprinted across the frozen python's corpse, gathering momentum for a leap. Boom! Qin Ming soared high into the air, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc. The ice python attacked relentlessly, its tail lashing out, but Qin Ming dodged every strike. He even used the momentum mid-air to land steadily on the rooftop. He entered the village's perimeter, surveying the scattered rooftops around him with a smile. This battlefield let him fight to his heart's content. Hiss! An ice python charged forward with ferocious momentum. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly and executed a thrusting motion. Magic, remote object detection. In the next instant, Qin Ming thrust his blade fiercely toward the charging ice serpent. The void before him seemed to become a mysterious space. As he thrust, half of Qin Ming's arm and the starfall blade vanished, as if plunged into that enigmatic void. 50 meters away, the ice python froze abruptly. Before it, a long blade abruptly thrust forth from the void, piercing precisely into its body. Immediately after, Qin Ming swung his blade horizontally with force, cleaving the ice serpent's body open and killing it instantly. With this, Qin Ming had slain 3 ice serpents, his efficiency terrifyingly high. But the deaths of their kin enraged the remaining ice serpents beyond measure. They charged at Qin Ming like mad beasts. Qin Ming leapt across the rooftop as if walking on solid ground, effortlessly evading the ice serpent's attacks. With the magician, Xiao Wang form stacked with the trickster's deceptive dodge technique, Qin Ming's speed reached its absolute peak. He weaved through the chaos, transforming into a lethal assassin, reaping the lives of one ice python after another. After over 10 minutes, all 10 plus ice serpents lay slain by Qin Ming. Witnessing this scene, Wu Mu, Yin Lanying, and the others struggling at the village entrance were stunned. Despite their numbers, they had been timid and cautious against these second-tier ice serpents, each misstep risking injury. Yet here was Qin Ming, single-handedly facing over a dozen ice serpents, moving with effortless ease, almost appearing relaxed. This stark contrast felt almost unbelievable. Especially for the members of Team 011. They had been chosen for the team because they considered themselves exceptional, but now, they felt a sense of defeat. The gap was simply too vast. Though this was their first time witnessing Commander Qin Ming in combat, his fighting prowess and tactical awareness were enough to earn their profound respect. Keep fighting. I'll go find where the Ice Serpent King is hiding. Qin Ming shouted to the group. With that, he leapt across rooftops, heading deeper into the village. Along the way, he landed on a 3-story house, the village chief's residence, a landmark in this small fishing village. He then pulled out a hand-drawn map. It depicted the approximate layout of the small fishing village, drawn with a 3-story self-built house at its center, the very landmark building beneath his feet. The sketch was crude, resembling something a primary school student might draw, a hastily sketched map produced by the village chief in his haste. What Qin Ming sought was a dry well. The Ice Python King would inevitably choose a relatively mild location to lay its eggs, as the young would be unable to withstand the extreme cold during the incubation period. Located in the south, the entire fishing village lacked cellars. The only relatively warm spot was the village's sole dry well. Qin Ming painstakingly determined the direction on the map, finally settling on the east. He set off at a rapid pace. His only landmarks were the village entrance and the village chief's house. He could only use these 2 points as reference points to determine his direction and search for the dry well. But the extremely low visibility presented a significant challenge. When he glanced back, the distinctive 3-story building had vanished. Qin Ming felt numb all over, as if he were about to get lost in the blizzard. He opened the map again, trying to determine his direction. With a loud thud, an ice python launched its attack. The thatched cottage beneath its feet shattered completely, and Qin Ming's body was knocked off his feet. He plummeted into the snow, his body continuing to fall. Qin Ming's heart sank. Was he really going to fall into that dry well? Before he could react, his body hit the ground. Crack! Something snapped beneath him, shattering into pieces. Qin Ming snapped his head up, meeting a pair of blood-red eyes. The pupils were larger than his own head. Qin Ming's throat convulsed. Ice Serpent King? Chapter 109, Slaying the Serpent King, An Unexpected Windfall. Qin Ming looked down to see he had crushed an egg the size of a human head. Clearly, this was an egg freshly laid by the Ice Serpent King. Qin Ming looked up in astonishment and realized he was inside a dry well. But this dry well had likely been remodeled by the Python King, as the surrounding space was quite spacious. Of course, for the colossal form of the Python King, this space was barely adequate. Roar! The Ice Python King let out a furious roar, its foul stench wafting toward him. Its freshly laid eggs had been crushed, no wonder it was furious. With a thunderous crash, the Ice Serpent King snapped its massive jaws down. Qin Ming's expression changed as he leapt high into the air, evading the Ice Serpent King's attack. The dry well space was vast to Qin Ming, yet the Ice Serpent King occupied most of it, leaving him little room to maneuver. After dodging, Qin Ming looked up, considering whether to ascend. But upon looking up, he saw the well's opening had been taken over by the ice pythons. They had likely been summoned by the king, but the confined space of the dry well made it difficult for them to descend. Damn it, no way up! Qin Ming's gaze sharpened as he studied the king. Then, noticing the snake eggs it guarded beneath its body, a bold idea formed. In the next instant, Qin Ming flicked his hand, summoning several playing cards that shot toward the snake eggs on the ground. The Python King roared in fury, shifting its massive body to block the cards. Clang! 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 The cards struck the Python King's body with a crisp clang, leaving not a single mark. A third-tier beast. Qin Ming's expression hardened as he confirmed the Python King's rank. He had suspected the Serpent King might be third-tier, but never imagined he'd face it alone. Qin Ming knew that with Xiao, Lu Chang, and the others by his side, taking down a third-tier beast wouldn't be a problem. But right now, he was alone. He truly lacked the confidence to slay a third-tier beast, especially one of the forbidden beast rank. Roar! As Qin Ming pondered, the Python King launched another attack, its roar shaking the surrounding area. A sudden buzzing filled Qin Ming's ears. He clutched them in discomfort. A sonic attack? Thud! The Serpent King whipped its tail, slamming it viciously toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming swiftly raised the starfall blade to block the strike. Thud! With a dull thud, Qin Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Damn it! Qin Ming scrambled to his feet, rolled forward, and dodged the Python King's follow-up strikes. Third-tier beasts are no joke. He had no choice but to fight back. Thunder crackled around Qin Ming as he pushed his footwork to its absolute limit, otherwise, evading the Python King's attacks would be impossible. Though massive, this beast was incredibly swift. Battle skill, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! Lightning flashed across the starfall blade as he swung it horizontally, rippling the air. The blade struck the Serpent King's tail with brutal force. Yet, contrary to expectations, no blood spattered. Such a powerful strike only left a faint white mark on the Serpent King's body. The Serpent King lashed its tail, sending Qin Ming flying once more. A dull ache shot through Qin Ming's chest. This won't do. I need a solution. He flung his sleeve aside, revealing the containment item mark on his arm. Qiankun Gourd, incense burner, kite, parallel dice, prohibited ahead, 5 containment items, yet none seemed capable of fighting. But the next moment, Qin Ming's gaze settled on the parallel dice. He had to try this one. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed it. A white die, about the size of an apple, appeared in his hand. Buzz! The Python King's assault struck again. Qin Ming swiftly channeled his psychic energy into the parallel dice. In an instant, the parallel dice erupted with an eerie energy, causing the surrounding space to seem to warp. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He flipped the parallel dice in his hand, and the surrounding space immediately inverted. With the space inverted, the well opening became the surface of the Earth's core, and the Serpent King immediately plummeted toward it. Similarly, everything that had been on the ground was now pulled by gravity, tumbling toward the well's opening. As the Python King plummeted, the snake eggs followed in its wake. Only then did Qin Ming truly grasp their sheer number. Good heavens, this King Python was truly prolific. There were easily over 100 eggs. If all these hatched, what a nightmare that would be. As the King Python rapidly plummeted out of the well, Qin Ming flipped the parallel dice once more. Gravity returned to normal, sending the King Python and its eggs crashing back to the ground. Seeing this, the King Python's eyes widened in horror. Falling like this would shatter every single one of its offspring. The Python King frantically coiled its tail on the ground, attempting to catch the eggs with its body. Perfect opportunity. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Python King, I still have use for your eggs. Leave them with me. Qin Ming shot upward, flicking his hand to produce 2 playing cards. Battle technique, Royal Flush. The jokers charged forward from the cards, each clutching a bomb. With sinister laughter, they hurtled toward the Python King's head. The Python King's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. It desperately wanted to dodge, but couldn't move, otherwise its young would be lost. In the next instant, the Python King opened its massive jaws, spewing a blast of frost. To its shock, the frigid ice had completely encased its own head. Boom! The bombs detonated with a deafening roar. The terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. The Python King was struck with devastating force. The ice on its head shattered violently, and its massive head slammed hard against the wall. Magic, remote object detection. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, aiming it at the Serpent King's eye and thrusting forward with all his might. His arm and blade pierced the void, surging forward before the Serpent King and striking precisely at its eyeball. Put! Blood spattered as the Serpent King let out a piercing shriek, its body thrashing violently. Roar! Roar! At the well's opening, the ice pythons echoed the Serpent King's fury, their own enraged hisses rising in response. Meanwhile, Xiao and his companions had already slain all the ice pythons at the village entrance. Upon hearing the python's shrieks, their expressions abruptly changed. No! It's the King Python! Xiao scrambled onto a snowmobile. Quick, go support him! Lu Chang, Wu Mu, and the others all panicked, scrambling onto snowmobiles and racing toward the village. On the other side, Qin Ming was hurled into the wall once more. With a wet gurgle, Qin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression darkened as he stared at the rampaging Serpent King. Looking back at the well, more ice snakes from the pioneer team were now climbing down. Their smaller size made them ideal reinforcements. Qin Ming knew he couldn't delay any longer. The parallel dice flipped once more, warping space as the Python King's massive body slammed against the confines of the narrow well. A flash of lightning darted through Qin Ming's eyes. With a flick of his hand, another card spread with thunder appeared. High-risk combat technique, deceptive card. The heaven-condemned deceptive thunder user gains a mysterious card. The card possesses a random ability that can be applied to either self or enemy. Come on, give me some luck. Qin Ming growled under his breath. The thunder card spun rapidly before settling on an image, a thunderous longbow. Thunderclap Ow, an arrow imbued with the user's own thunderous power, unleashing 5 times their combat strength and possessing the might to pierce the heavens. Reading the description, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. His luck was truly good. He'd randomly drawn an offensive card. The next moment, Qin Ming gripped the thunderclap Ow tightly and drew the arrow back with a fierce pull. Boom! Thunder flashed as a powerful surge of thunderous energy erupted from Qin Ming's body, propelling him to draw the bowstring taut. Bang! The thunderbolt arrow shot forth, piercing the sky in an instant and hurtling toward the Serpent King with terrifying force. Thud! In the next instant, the thunderbolt arrow pierced the Python King's skull, pinning him to the wall with a single strike. The Serpent King's body twitched a few times before all signs of life vanished. Clink! A crystal core rolled out from the Serpent King's shattered skull, radiating a deep, icy aura. Chapter 110 Eagle Sauce collapses, China wins again. Loot drop? A beast core from a third-tier beast? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Finally, something worthwhile. Qin Ming stepped forward to catch the beast core. It was a frost-emitting crystal nucleus, and upon careful sensing, he could feel the immense energy contained within. Beast cores were one of the paths for awakened ones to enhance their strength. Absorbing its power could enhance one's spiritual energy, making their sequence abilities stronger. But the drop rate was extremely low. He was incredibly lucky this time. Roar! At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from above the well opening. Following the death of the Python King, the remaining ice pythons all went berserk, charging down to confront Qin Ming. Qin Ming's expression darkened as his gaze fell upon the snake eggs beside him. No! Don't break my snake eggs! These eggs were still of great use to him. Boom! Just as the ice pythons were about to charge down, a powerful explosion erupted, violently flinging both pythons at the well opening back. Commander, we're here! Wu Mu and the others' voices echoed from outside. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Though the king serpent was dead, numerous ice serpents still lurked outside. Without reinforcements, he'd have been in serious trouble. Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the smaller ice serpents climbing down. You lot are next. He drew the starfall blade and launched his attack on the ice serpents within the well. The battle erupted once more. Before long, every ice python in the well was slain. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he gazed at the snake eggs scattered on the ground. He struck gold. Let's clear the ones outside first. Qin Ming looked up, leaping into the air. He somersaulted several times along the wall before landing steadily on the ground. Numerous ice serpents still prowled the battlefield, but with the Serpent King slain, the frost had ceased. Vision cleared, allowing the group to finally fight freely. As the balance shifted, the ice serpents gradually faltered, falling one after another. Finally, every last one of the ice serpents was wiped out. Qin Ming, how are you holding up? The Dragon General's voice came through the earpiece at just the right moment. With the snowstorm subsiding, communications were restored. Qin Ming shouted into the headset, send someone in to clear the battlefield. We've won. The news sent the warriors outside the ice and snow into a frenzy of cheers. Victory! We've won! Dragon General was thrilled and quickly responded, alright, I'll send people in immediately. Soon, the sound of helicopters circled overhead, and snowmobiles sped toward the scene. The battle was over. The sensation wasn't confined to the soldiers outside, it reverberated among all global viewers watching the live broadcast. Don't forget, the broadcast had been continuous. When the blizzard suddenly vanished, audiences worldwide noticed the anomaly and flooded the chat with comments. Wait, how did the blizzard in China stop? The vanished villages have reappeared. Could China have succeeded? Ha! No way. They've only been in there for less than 3 hours, they really succeeded? Then, when snowmobiles and helicopters began deploying, the world finally confirmed it: China had truly triumphed. They had resolved the blizzard crisis. The Eagle Nation received the news immediately. In the central conference room, all the high-ranking officials were on the edge of their seats. Tipo sprang to his feet. What's going on? How did they manage that? Where are our men? What's the current situation? Tep's gaze fell on General Arthur, who looked rather grim. Dr. Bizarre's monsters had been inside the holy city for some time now, yet there was still no word from them. Clearly, China had won again. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Tep slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. The enemy had already triumphed, yet they remained foolishly clueless, lacking even a single strategy to counter the monstrous beasts. How could they possibly compete? They might as well just bow down and submit. Of course, that was impossible. The Eagle Nation could never lower its proud head. Sakura Nation. Chief Kawashima frowned, gazing at the ice serpent beside him. This makes no sense. How could you have lost? As he spoke, all the beasts in the arena turned their gaze toward him. Thunder Iron Beast, Weasel Rat, Wilderness Wolf, Two-Headed Dog, Mysterious Cat. Every beast ever seen on Blue Star was present here. Under the thousand-faced monkey's control, Sakura Nation appeared remarkably calm in the face of these beasts. For all these descended creatures had been co-opted by Kawashima. What people didn't know was that beneath Sakura Nation's placid exterior, its interior had become a paradise for the beasts. The current situation vividly illustrated Sakura Nation's predicament. The Ice Serpent, a creature nations worldwide were fighting, had appeared in the high-level meeting room of Sakura Nation. What would the citizens of Sakura Nation think if they knew? The Ice Serpent now emitted a bone-chilling aura as it spoke in human language: "I will kill that human." It stared at the live feed before it, watching Qin Ming and his team transport its corpse. And that Serpent King, its head pierced through, it was its wife. When it saw Qin Ming appear holding the snake eggs, the Ice Serpent lost all composure. Its terrifying aura seemed poised to freeze the entire conference room. My child. The expressions of all the beast representatives changed. Kawashima's face shifted, revealing the form of the thousand-faced monkey, unleashing a mental shockwave at the Ice Serpent. Calm down. In an instant, the Ice Python's aura was suppressed. Its eyes widened in shock as it stared at Kawashima. Late third tier? You've actually reached that realm? Kawashima offered a faint smile, offering no further explanation. But those words alone sent shockwaves through the other beast representatives. They all stared at Kawashima in shock, their expressions tinged with fear. Kawashima spoke calmly: "I understand your feelings, but now is not the time for revenge." The Ice Serpent's face twisted with fury. My child is in their hands. Kawashima shook his head. That Qin Ming is no easy opponent. The men I sent last time all died. Rest assured, I'll find a way. Don't rush. Everyone should also consider this: Qin Ming truly cannot be spared. In an instant, the beasts in the conference room all fell into deep thought. Almost simultaneously, the attention of nations worldwide converged upon China. Most nations had now established specialized departments dedicated to studying China. They hoped to obtain first-hand intelligence directly from China. But this time, though China was broadcasting live, the blinding snowstorm obscured everything happening beneath it. How exactly did Huaxia deal with the beasts? In truth, there was little technique involved in dealing with the Ice Serpent this time. It was pure power overwhelming. The only tactic worth mentioning was dealing with the Ice Serpent's vanguard squad. As long as the vanguard was eliminated, the ice domain would cease to spread. Truthfully, most nations on Blue Star could handle this crisis. It all came down to whether they were willing to bite the bullet and pay the price. Qin Ming revealed no further information. He was clearly being targeted lately, with the Cherry Blossom Nation sending assassins and Western infiltrators posing as fallen ones. Qin Ming would be foolish to leak information to them. After the battle concluded, Qin Ming ordered his soldiers to extract all the magic potion ingredients from the Ice Serpent's body and send them to the Monster Academy. Simultaneously, the 100+ snake eggs were also transported back to the Monster Academy. This time, he intended to forge a cohort of formidable sequence-level psychics. These ability users would become China's trump card in the 4th Civilization Trial. Chapter 111, Forbidden Sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master. Over the next few days, nations worldwide remained preoccupied with combating the ice serpents, and the ice crisis eased somewhat. However, some nations, due to improper handling, not only failed to halt the spread of the ice crisis but actually accelerated its progression, making the situation increasingly dire. Most nations, as Qin Ming had predicted, achieved significant results after paying some costs and even secured considerable spoils. Within the dungeons of domain beasts, players could find not only elixir ingredients and elixir formulas, but also containment units with relatively high drop rates. Qin Ming attempted to acquire potion ingredients globally, particularly those obtained from ice serpents. However, nations were reluctant to sell, fully aware that potion ingredients would become the cornerstone of their nations. Without producing more awakened individuals, their countries would inevitably face extinction. Thus, magical potion ingredients are now the world's most precious resource. Of course, some inevitably flowed into the black market. This was unavoidable. On the 5th day after Qin Ming cleared the ice serpent instance, the third instance appeared in northern China. Qin Ming did not handle it personally, instead dispatching the anomaly hunters from Shangjing to deal with it. Dungeons were both calamities and opportunities. Qin Ming couldn't handle them all himself, lest others' chances diminish. Protecting a nation couldn't be done by one person alone. Qin Ming had already submitted all the magic potion recipes and advancement sequence formulas he knew to the state, incorporating them into the Hunter Hall of Merit. The Hunter's Merit Hall functioned as an internal confidential network for hunters. All hunters could access it to retrieve information and exchange their merits for resources. Naturally, items like the advancement sequence formula could only be obtained through merit point exchange. Once a hunter gathered all the materials required for a progression formula, the Monster Academy would then uniformly prepare the magic potion. Within the borders of China, privately brewing potions is illegal. This was a rule established by Qin Ming, the only effective way to prevent the emergence of fallen ones. Yet Qin Ming knew that some would still take dangerous shortcuts. It was possible that fallen ones had already emerged within China. Thus, the situation was far more dire than imagined. This had been the case in his previous life. Humanity had surrendered most of its territory before any significant resistance could even begin. Action must be accelerated. Qin Ming had little time left. Once the dark migration commenced, the people wouldn't even have a chance to flee. Monster Academy. Qin Ming and Xiaomo stood in the laboratory, surrounded by piles of potion ingredients laid out before them. Ice serpent scales, ice serpent teeth, ice serpent eggs, ice serpent skin. Qin Ming retrieved his Qiankun Gourd and began concocting the potion. This time, he was brewing Prohibition Sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master, an exceptionally powerful sequence. Especially when used for city defense, it was a formidable weapon. The ingredients for the Ice Cannon Master potion were exceptionally demanding. While ice python materials were relatively easy to obtain, the most difficult to acquire was the ice python's egg. It was truly a matter of luck, not skill. Not all ice pythons laid eggs, and if an ice python sensed it couldn't protect its young, it would crush all its eggs before dying to prevent humans from exploiting them. The Python King had shared this mindset, but it had underestimated Qin Ming's power, never expecting him to instantly kill it with a single strike. The ice python raiding party that surged down from the well opening wasn't actually targeting Qin Ming. Their primary objective was to destroy the snake eggs. Unfortunately for them, they all failed. Hundreds of snake eggs fell into Qin Ming's hands. Scales, snake skin, egg yolk, eggshells, 5 milliliters of clear water. Qin Ming murmured as he stuffed all the materials into the Qiankun Gourd. Shake. Soon, the liquid inside the gourd began to slosh audibly. The magic potion was successfully brewed. Qin Ming transferred it into a test tube, a milky white potion radiating an icy chill. Let's go. Time for a test run. Qin Ming led Xiaomo to another room. The moment they entered, all eyes in the room turned toward them. That was the Dragon General, Liu Chang, and 108 warriors. Dragon General's gaze fell upon the magic potion in Qin Ming's hand. Did it work? Qin Ming nodded, looking at the assembled soldiers. Who wants to try first? Bang! A middle-aged man stepped forward first. Special Operations Squad Leader, Cold Wind. Dragon General introduced him, Special Forces, the elite of the elite Cold Wind. Good. Qin Ming could see that Lang Feng's extraordinary physique had reached 100%. Cold Wind stepped forward, took the magic potion from Qin Ming's hand, and downed it in one gulp without hesitation. Cold. Cold Wind felt as though he'd swallowed a mouthful of ice water, his body shivering uncontrollably. Soon, the potion took effect and a bitterly cold aura emanated from Lang Feng's body. Everyone's eyes lit up. Had it worked? A look of joy spread across Lang Feng's face. Commander, I can feel extraordinary power. Qin Ming nodded. Demonstrate your combat technique. Yes, sir. Cold Wind extended his hand, and a frost-covered pistol suddenly materialized. Combat Skill 1, Frost Pistol. He aimed at a training dummy on the range and fired instantly. Bang! The bullet left the barrel, striking the target man's head with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! Immediately, frost began spreading across the dummy's body. In an instant, the dummy was frozen solid into an ice block. Everyone present wore expressions of shock. Instant freezing, that's incredible. Qin Ming smiled and nodded. Continue. The initial combat techniques of the forbidden sequence came in pairs. Cold Wind waved his hand, and the frost pistol in his grasp transformed into a massive hand cannon. The cannon's muzzle was as large as a human head, radiating waves of biting cold with an unmistakable sharpness. "Commander, shall I demonstrate?" Lung Feng asked tentatively. Qin Ming nodded. "Continue." "Got it." Cold Wind immediately chambered around and aimed at the distant target figure. Boom! A shot erupted, propelling a pineapple-sized, icy projectile that instantly shattered the target man. Whoosh! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That was far too powerful. Even the Dragon General's eyes lit up. This isn't even the limit of this sequence ability, it's merely a hand cannon. Once your cultivation reaches higher realms, the combat techniques will be far more terrifying. Hand cannon? They could build you a cannon. This sequence 009 Ice Cannon Master is specifically designed for city defense. One blast turns most beasts into Ice Pop's deadly stuff. Very good. Practice with these first while I prepare the remaining batches. Qin Ming led Xia Mo back to the research lab. 2 hours later, 100 doses of the Ice Cannon Master potion were complete. 3 hours later, 101 sequence 009 ice cannons were successfully born. Surveying this new force, the Dragon General's eyes gleamed. Qin Ming, I still think this number is a bit too small. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. I'd love to make more, but we're short on materials. Those snake eggs are the key ingredient. The Dragon General pondered for a moment, then flashed a sly grin. I've heard that Bear Nation's Ice Python dungeon also has snake eggs. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Really? The Dragon General nodded. They've even requested our assistance. It's not far from our border. Qin Ming beamed. Then what are we waiting for? We'll send reinforcements, no problem. And we'll take all the materials. Shouldn't be a problem, Dragon Sword chuckled. The next moment, Qin Ming turned to the eager new awakened ones and grinned. Your time to shine has come. Chapter 112, The Ice Cannon Master's First Battle shocks Bear Nation. Bear Nation. Front lines of the Ice Serpent instance. The Iron Blood Emperor, Bear Nation's supreme leader, wore an expression of grave concern. This Ice Serpent crisis proved far more severe than he had anticipated. They had already sacrificed over a dozen awakened ones just to barely halt the spread of the ice and snow, yet still had no permanent solution. At that moment, a bearded general burst into the command tent, shouting excitedly, "Commander! China has responded!" Hearing this, the Iron Blood Emperor leapt to his feet. What did they say? The bearded general beamed with excitement. The Dragon General says he can help us resolve this ice crisis. Excellent! The Iron Blood Emperor pumped his fist in excitement. But they have a condition, the bearded general continued. What condition? Iron Blood Emperor calmed himself slightly. They can completely eliminate the ice serpent threat, the bearded general stated gravely, but they demand all the ice serpent materials recovered, especially the egg-laying serpent king. The Iron Blood Emperor fell deep in thought. This demand wasn't unreasonable compared to the future of Bear Nation, a few materials were insignificant. They also said they could forge 10 awakened ones for us free of charge as part of the exchange, the bearded general continued. This statement caused the Iron Blood Emperor to pause slightly. After all, Bear Nation possessed the capability to concoct magic potions themselves, they didn't need anyone's help. Could it be that Huaxia possessed some special technique in potion making? Do you think their potion success rate might be higher than ours? Otherwise, how could they have so many awakened ones? As far as we know, most cities in Huaxia now have awakened squads stationed to guard every location. That's a significant number. The Iron Blood Emperor suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Their nation's potion success rate was a mere 10%. Even after consumption, warriors weren't guaranteed to awaken sequence abilities, the odds were far too low. As Bear Nation's experts explained, every human body is different, making certain potions unsuitable for some individuals. This results in the majority of potion ingredients being wasted. If China had found a way to overcome this problem, that would be a different story entirely. The Iron Blood Emperor suspected China had likely already solved this problem, which was why they could produce so many awakened individuals. Regardless, this is advantageous for us. If we could learn China's potion brewing methods, that would be even better. The Iron Blood Emperor ordered the bearded general to immediately respond to China. Bear Nation accepts China's request. What the Iron Blood Emperor didn't know was that Bear Nation's potion success rate had already reached its absolute limit. 10% was the ceiling. Of course, materials to boost success rates would emerge later, but that was still far off. The reason China achieved a 100% success rate was because Qin Ming possessed the Qiankun Gourd. Without this containment vessel, China could never have achieved such a commanding lead over the rest of the world. Huaxia swiftly received Bear Nation's reply. That very day, Qin Ming boarded a chartered flight northward with over 100 newly trained ice cannon masters. After completing this mission, Qin Ming would need to thoroughly prepare for the fourth stage of the civilization trial. Know if his hunch was correct, the third phase of the civilization trial would likely culminate in one final climactic event. The finale would undoubtedly culminate in a major event. That's how it unfolded in his previous life, though he hadn't joined the nation back then and remained unaware of the specifics of that decisive battle. But Qin Ming recalled that in the previous life, the eagle-eyed nation had claimed the top spot in the third stage trial, delivering a devastating blow to China. At this thought, Qin Ming cursed inwardly. Had he known he would be reborn, he would have thoroughly researched the major events that unfolded in the nation during the early stages. That way, he wouldn't have been caught so off guard. The Bear Nation's ice crisis loomed at China's northern border. Qin Ming led the ice cannon squadron to land in the north before proceeding to Bear Nation. Once over a dozen military vehicles crossed into Bear Nation's territory, the Iron Blood Emperor personally led a welcoming party to meet them. Qin Ming met with the Iron Blood Emperor, giving him a deep, penetrating look. The Iron Blood Emperor was not tall, but his gaze was sharp and his physique sturdy. He didn't look a day over 60. Commander Qin, the Iron Blood Emperor, greeted him with a smile, extending his hand. Qin Ming responded politely. Truthfully, when the Iron Blood Emperor first saw Qin Ming, he was startled. The man looked even younger than he did on camera. It was hard to imagine that China, under this young man's leadership, was advancing at the forefront of the world. After brief exchanges, the group headed straight for the front lines, soon arriving at the snow-covered wilderness. Though it was summer, a chill swept over them. The ice crisis in Bear Nation had escalated significantly, now engulfing an entire town. If left unchecked, the ice serpents would soon dominate half the sky. Qin Ming led his soldiers off the vehicles. As the troops formed into a disciplined formation, the local Bear Nation soldiers present couldn't help but be struck by their appearance. A deep sense of respect welled up within them. The discipline of the Huaxia soldiers remained as awe-inspiring as ever. The Iron-Blooded Emperor and the Bearded General both fixed their gaze on the soldiers behind Qin Ming, their expressions turning stunned. So many? No, strictly speaking, 100 men to tackle this ice crisis was clearly insufficient. But if all 100 were awakened ones, that would be terrifying. Their entire Bear Nation had only a little over 200 awakened individuals combined. Yet China casually brought out 100. How many more must they have back home? The thought sends shivers down my spine. Commander Qin, what is your plan for this battle? The Iron Blood Emperor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Qin Ming smiled faintly. Against the Ice Serpent, there's no plan needed. Charge straight in and decapitate the Serpent King. At these words, the Iron Blood Emperor and the assembled awakened of Xiong Nation all froze in surprise. That was downright bold. But with only this many men, is it enough? Asked the Bearded General. We have enough. Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the depths of the ice and snow. He didn't want to delay any longer. The Serpent King had laid its eggs some time ago. If they hatched, this entire mission would be for naught. Soon, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Cheng entered the camp to don their cold weather gear. By the time they emerged, 108 ice cannoneers stood ready. Cold Wind's voice crackled through the helmet communicator. Commander, the ice cannon squad is ready. Good. Get on the vehicles. Qin Ming led the group onto the snowmobiles. But just then, over a dozen snowmobiles approached from the distance. Leading the charge were none other than the Iron Blood Emperor and the Bearded General. Qin Ming and his team froze in surprise. Sir, you. The Iron Blood Emperor lifted his helmet, revealing a confident smile. I'm an awakened too. I'm still a soldier. Isn't it only right to fight on the battlefield? Qin Ming gave him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of a warrior nation, even their supreme leader personally joining the fray. Such spirit was truly admirable. Then let's move out. Qin Ming bellowed. The ice cannon squadron, led by Cold Wind, sped off, plunging headlong into the blizzard. This scene startled both the Iron Blood Emperor and the Bear Nation awakened. That was incredibly bold. The Bearded General's expression darkened. Wait! There's a pack of ice serpents right there. They hurried after them. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, signaling the start of battle. The Iron Blood Emperor and his men exchanged puzzled glances. Gunfire? Will that even work against second-tier ice serpents? Yet when they caught up to the ice cannon squad, the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The entire nest of dozens of pioneering ice pythons had been frozen solid. Each stood upright like ice pops, still poised in an offensive stance. But they were frozen solid. Iron Blood Emperor and the Bear Nation awakened ones were all dumbfounded. What had happened? Chapter 113, Supernatural Weapon? Sweeping the battlefield. Qin Ming waved his hand decisively. Clear the battlefield. As soon as he spoke, Lung Feng led his team forward. Everyone drew their blades, slashing through the frozen ice serpents one by one. Then, like slaughtering chickens for a feast, they harvested all the magic potion ingredients from the ice serpents' bodies. Their swift and decisive action stunned the Iron Blood Emperor and others watching from behind. To their astonishment, these Huaxia soldiers had even brought sacks with them. Every single piece of magic potion ingredient was stuffed into the sacks, as if they feared missing even one. Iron Blood Emperor's expression froze. He desperately wanted to say it wasn't necessary. After all, Bear Nation had agreed to forego the potion ingredients. They wouldn't try to pull any tricks. But seeing the excitement and sense of accomplishment on their faces, he kept his thoughts to himself. Soon, dozens of ice serpents were thoroughly dealt with. Press on. Qin Ming waved his hand and the soldiers continued their advance. Advance directly? The bearded general looked stunned. The Qiankun awakened behind him also looked stunned. Going straight in? That was far too dangerous. Yet none voiced dissent. In this world, questioning China's authority was sheer folly. Quick, keep up. The Iron Blood Emperor twisted the throttle, keeping pace. They had expected a major battle, but things were going surprisingly smoothly. The crucial part was they hadn't even witnessed the battle. Keep up, they couldn't afford to miss this again. The frozen realm of Bear Country was vast indeed, and the ice serpents were relatively numerous. Before long, the group encountered a second wave of ice serpents. This wave, too, was a pioneer group of ice serpents. They weren't particularly large, numbering around 20 to 30. Seeing the ice serpents appear, Iron Blood Emperor and his men lit up, even more excited than Qin Ming. Watch closely. Learn how they fight. Iron Blood Emperor instructed his subordinates over the communicator. The awakened warriors wiped their helmet visors, their eyes gleaming with focus. Up ahead, Cold Wind stopped his motorcycle and bellowed, "Draw your weapons." At his command, over 100 ice cannon masters simultaneously extended their hands. Frost condensed around their palms, solidifying into handguns. This spectacle sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through the Iron Blood Emperor and his companions watching from behind. Amidst the frost and snow, hundreds raised their icy pistols in unison. The sight was utterly breathtaking. Fire! Qin Ming commanded in a deep voice. In the next instant, cannon fire erupted as icy bullets left the barrels. Bang! 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 Icy bullets whistled through the air, striking the ice serpent with pinpoint accuracy. A startling sight unfolded as the bullets struck the ice serpent's body. A wisp of frost instantly exploded. Crack! Instantly, the icy chill spread, an extreme cold seeping into every part of the ice serpent's body, freezing it solid. Perhaps a single shot wasn't enough to freeze it, but when several shots converged, the chill surged violently. Even an ice serpent, accustomed to living in a world of ice and snow, couldn't withstand it. Is it really that simple? The Iron Blood Emperor and his followers stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Was this the power of China? They had expected a grand battle, but this was it? Was that it? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Huaxia squad swiftly moved forward to harvest, stripping everything of value from the ice serpent's body. Then, they pressed forward. Commander, if we keep pushing deeper, won't we be wasting the ice serpents in other areas? Lung Feng couldn't help but ask. Qin Ming replied, no, they won't. The moment the Python King faces danger, it will summon all the ice pythons back. Not a single one will escape. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This was a huge win. Especially Lang Feng as the captain of the ice cannon squad, more materials meant more recruits for his team. How awesome was that? And so, the group pressed deeper into the labyrinth, executing every ice serpent they encountered. After about an hour, they had traversed the outer perimeter and reached a deeper area. Stay alert, everyone. We're entering the territory of the combat ice serpents now, Qin Ming warned. Boom! Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than two colossal ice serpents burst from the ground. Roar! Their deafening roars reverberated through the air, the terrifying sound waves nearly splitting their eardrums. Watch out, giant ice serpents, the Iron Blood Emperor shouted urgently. Bang bang! In the next instant, two figures leapt from their snowmobiles, each charging toward one of the colossal ice serpents. Thunder Annihilation Slash! Frozen World! With a thunderous roar, lightning surged as the blade struck, severing the colossal serpent's head clean off. On the other side, Xiaomo's spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing the ice serpent's body with extreme frost. The serpent instantly froze solid, becoming an ice sculpture. With a forceful shake, the serpent's body shattered, its fragments plummeting like shards of rock into the snow and ice. Boom! 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 Frost and snow flew everywhere, and a snow mist spread out. Watching the two colossal ice serpents fall, the Iron Blood Emperor, the bearded general, and the entire group of Bear Nation Awakens stood speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. This is insane. My God, that's so powerful. As fellow Awakened, they knew their own strength well. A single ice serpent required at least two Awakened working together to defeat. Yet in Qin Ming's hands, it hadn't even lasted a single strike. This was simply too powerful. The bearded general swallowed hard. Now I finally understand why China is so powerful. The Iron Blood Emperor nodded in agreement. With such beings, how could China not be formidable? As the advance continued, the Bear Nation troops were stunned again and again. They discovered that even the colossal ice serpents couldn't halt the advance of the Chinese soldiers. Especially Qin Ming and that woman, they were absolute killing machines. Facing second-tier ice serpents, they sliced through them like cutting melons and vegetables. In less than an hour, they had slain over 30 giant ice serpents. Finally, as the main force neared the territory of the Serpent King, ice serpents from across the entire frozen domain converged. In moments, ice pythons surged from every direction, 200 or 300 of them, it seemed. The combat ice serpents numbered over 100, their aura intensely ferocious. Qin Ming scanned the battlefield and murmured, "There are more than I anticipated. Guys, we've got a big job ahead." Hearing this, Cold Wind and the other Ice Cannon squad members felt their fighting spirit surge. Far from being intimidated, they were brimming with eager anticipation. "Commander, they seem rather excited," the bearded general murmured. The Iron Blood Emperor's expression darkened. "An army like this is truly terrifying." The other awakened ones, however, had long been thoroughly impressed by the Chinese soldiers. Throughout their journey, they hadn't even gotten a chance to fight. On the battlefield, war was about to erupt. Just as the Bear Nation forces speculated how Qin Ming would deal with the ice serpent, Qin Ming bellowed, "Bring in the heavy firepower." "Got it." The soldiers responded in unison. In the next instant, the ice pistols in their hands vanished, replaced by massive hand cannons. "What is that?" The Iron Blood Emperor and his men stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on the ice cannon. "Fire!" Qin Ming swung his arm. "Fire!" The soldiers opened fire instantly. Boom! 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 The frigid projectiles erupted from the barrels, crashing heavily into the colossal ice serpent's body. Roar! A single shot sent the colossal ice serpent reeling backward as if struck by a massive blow. Where the shell struck, scales shattered and flesh was torn apart. The battlefield erupted in a hail of gunfire and deafening explosions as the ice serpent army was driven back in retreat. This scene left the Bear Nation soldiers reeling for a long time. They sensed that the Huaxia soldiers had entered an extraordinary hot weapons era, while they themselves remained stuck in the cold weapons age. The gap between them felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Chapter 114, The Male Python King Appears. Double Kings clamp down. Boom! After a volley of cannon fire, Qin Ming leapt high into the air, starfall blade in hand, thunder crackling around him. He swung his blade. Rip! Thunder ripped through the blizzard, a breathtaking spectacle. Two colossal ice serpents crashed to the ground. Under the stunned gazes of the Bear Nation's people, Qin Ming descended like a god, radiating unmatched dominance. Is this what a high-tier sequentialer looks like?" murmured the bearded general. As he spoke, all eyes turned to a man. His name was Sotaf, the foremost awakened of Bear Nation, standing at the second tier. Feeling the collective gaze, Sotaf snapped out of his shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. "No way. Commander Qin is also only at the second tier, yet his strength far surpasses anything I could ever hope to achieve. So powerful, it's terrifying." Soda's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even someone as formidable as Sotaf had been struck down. Qin Ming's prowess had truly surpassed everyone's expectations. The Iron Blood Emperor, seated at the head, fixed his gaze with unwavering resolve. A silent decision formed within him, under no circumstances should they antagonize China. This friendship must be held onto tightly. "We're going to help too," Sotaf declared to his companions. The Bear Nation's Awakened joined the fray. The battle grew increasingly tense. The icy serpents were overwhelming in number, and casualties began to mount on the battlefield. The ice serpents were clever. Recognizing the ice cannon master's attack patterns, they attempted to close the distance for close combat. Fortunately, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng held back the serpents' assaults, allowing the ice cannoneers to stabilize their formation. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, they finally managed to slay every last ice serpent. These ice serpents showed no sign of retreat, fighting to the bitter end. This convinced Qin Ming that the Serpent King must be ahead. After the ice serpents were all slain, the frost in the sky visibly lessened. Qin Ming turned to survey his soldiers and saw that all the awakened from Xiong Nation were wounded. "The wounded stay here. Cold Wind, take 10 men and follow me to search for the ice serpents." "Yes." Cold Wind responded immediately, leading a small squad forward at full speed. But not long after setting off, Qin Ming sensed something amiss. He whipped his head around to see the snow rapidly heaving up behind the Iron Blood Emperor. Something was beneath the snow. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he shouted, "Watch your backs." The group snapped to attention and whirled around. Boom! 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 The snow mound surged upward as the creature charged toward them straight at the Iron Blood Emperor. "Protect the first seat," the bearded general roared. Sotaf reacted first, swiftly blocking the Iron Blood Emperor's path. His massive hand flipped, conjuring a colossal shield that slammed into the snow. Spear shield. At that moment, sharp spikes protruded from the shield. The creature beneath the snow collided with it, slamming heavily against the shield. Boom! The powerful impact sent Sotaf flying through the air, his body hurled high into the sky. Roar! Immediately, a furious roar echoed as a colossal serpent surged from the ground, its gaping maw poised to swallow Sotaf whole. "Captain!" An awakened one's expression changed as he leapt high into the air, slashing his blade toward the serpent's jaw. But in the next instant, the serpent's tail whipped up from beneath the snow, slamming down hard on the man. Crack! Countless bones snapped within the man's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his helmet completely drenched in crimson. He slammed into the snow like a cannonball, his fate unknown. The serpent showed no sign of stopping, snapping its jaws shut around Sotaf. Its gaping maw nearly swallowed Sotaf whole. Sodav's expression hardened as his shield rapidly expanded, jamming the serpent's jaws shut before they could close. Roar! The serpent roared, spewing a foul, putrid breath that nearly shattered Sodav's eardrums. This sequence unfolded in mere seconds, before the others could react. The Iron-Blood Emperor bellowed, "Sodav, hold on. We're coming to rescue you." With that, the remaining awakened of Bear Nation charged forward. "Hold your fire. You're no match for it." Qin Ming sped back on his snowmobile. His expression was grim. He hadn't expected to encounter a male Python King here. This was a third-tier Python King, having even reached the mid-stage of the third tier. Each realm was subdivided into early, mid, and late stages, with advancements signifying proximity to the next breakthrough. The Python King he had slain earlier was merely in the early third stage, and it was also in its egg-laying period, greatly diminishing its strength. But this Python King before him was not the egg-laying one. It was male, and its power was vastly superior. Crack! At that moment, Sodav's shield, under the Serpent King's relentless gnawing, seemed on the verge of collapse, cracking open in multiple places. Sodav's face paled. "All units, fire!" Qin Ming bellowed, and all the ice cannon operators immediately raised their hand cannons. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of icy projectiles struck the Serpent King, yet they only forced it to stumble back slightly, failing to breach its defenses. A first-tier awakened one was clearly no match for a mid-third-tier beast. Seeing their attacks prove ineffective, the expressions of the entire group grew tense. At that moment, the Python King, enraged, lashed out with its massive tail. Their faces paled. Before they could react, the blow swept them all away. Boom! 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 Snowmobiles exploded one after another, flames shooting skyward. The ice cannon squad was utterly destroyed. This sent a chill down the spines of the Iron-Blood Emperor and his men. The beast proved far more formidable than they had anticipated. Just then, Qin Ming and the others finally returned. "Xia Mo." The moment the words left his mouth, Xia Mo raised his hand, swiftly materializing a longbow of frost. He drew the bowstring, knocked an arrow, and fired. Bang! An icy arrow shot forth with blinding speed, expanding in midair until it reached the Python King, where it had grown as thick as a spear. With a thunderous boom, the arrow exploded upon the Serpent King's body, shattering scales and oozing blood. The Serpent King's body swayed violently, nearly dislodging Sodav from its jaws. Simultaneously, Qin Ming stomped hard on the snowmobile's footrests, launching himself high into the air. He charged straight at the Serpent King's head, swinging his blade in a strike that split the sky with thunder. Boom! The blade struck the Serpent King's face, sending a jet of blood spraying upward. The Python King roared in pain, opening its massive jaws to spit out Sodav. Immediately after, the Serpent King's massive tail lashed out, striking Qin Ming with tremendous force. Battle skill, Deceptive Flash. Qin Ming stepped into the void, using the momentum to evade the Serpent King's attack before spinning around to deliver another strike. Rip! The scales atop the Serpent King's head were cleaved apart, tendrils of lightning coiling around the wound as it howled in agony. Again! A second surge of energy radiated from Qin Ming's body. Wang Su 005, Magician. Qin Ming pinched between his fingers, producing two playing cards. The Jokers. Battle skill, Royal Flush. Qin Ming flung the cards forward. The black and red Jokers leapt from the decks, clutching bombs as they grinned and lunged toward the Python King's head. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted before the stunned gazes of the crowd. Boom! Flames shot skyward, and the powerful shockwave slammed the Python King hard into the snow. Arg! The Python King roared in pain, but within moments, it reared its head once more, its gaze fierce and menacing. He's still standing. The crowd's expressions turned grim. This Python King was far too powerful. Roar! Yet another roar echoed through the air. The egg-laying female King Python, hearing the male's agonized cries, emerged as well. In an instant, the two third-tier Python Kings flanked the group, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 115, The Heaven-Earth Gourd, a startling turn of events, seizing the Python Kings. Two Python Kings? Seeing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. This situation completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Qin Ming found it. Two third-tier beasts. And that male King Python was likely already at mid-third tier. Now, aside from him and Xia Mo, no one else stood a chance against it. One misstep could easily lead to casualties. This was not what Qin Ming wanted to see. "Qin Ming, what do we do now?" "We're surrounded," Xia Mo said gravely, his expression grim. "Can you lead the others to hold off the female Python King?" Qin Ming asked. At this, both Xia Mo and Lu Chang were startled. Lu Chang's eyes widened. "What do you mean? You're going to take on the male Python King alone?" Qin Ming nodded. "Don't worry. I have the containment device." Xia Mo gave Qin Ming a long, searching look before nodding firmly. "Leave it to us." "All right." Qin Ming hesitated no longer. "Spread out the fight. Don't let them come into contact with each other." Two third-tier beasts meant even the slightest mistake could cost lives. If they joined forces, it would spell disaster. The best course was to fight them separately. Spread them out. Get the wounded fighters away from the battlefield. Qin Ming shouted to the Iron-Blood Emperor. The Iron-Blood Emperor hoisted the wounded Sodaf onto a snowmobile and nodded solemnly. Counting on you. Immediately, Qin Ming twisted the throttle, drawing the male Python King toward the opposite side. Meanwhile, Xia Mo and his team launched their assault on the female Python King. Most of the Ice Cannon Master's snowmobiles had been destroyed by the male Python King's earlier assault, leaving them stranded on the snow. Fighting while stationary posed a significant challenge. Thus, the ones truly facing the mother Python King head-on were Xia Mo and Lu Chang. Fortunately, both had advanced to the early second tier, and Lu Chang wielded an ordinary grade containment item, the double-bladed axe. Fire to cover us. Lu Chang bellowed into the communicator as he and Xia Mo charged toward the mother Python King. Ready, fire. The Cold Wind Organization's Ice Cannon Squad, over 100 members wielding hand cannons, aimed at the mother Python Queen. Bang! 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 The hand cannons fired in unison, basketball-sized frost projectiles raining down on the mother Python Queen. Roar! The mother Python King staggered under the barrage, its agonized screams echoing. You beast, take this axe. Lu Chang leapt high into the air, swinging his massive axe down with all his might toward the mother Python Queen's tail. Hum! Psychic energy surged into the axe, activating the containment device's properties. A crimson glow erupted as the double-bladed axe radiated a bloodthirsty aura. Lu Chang instantly felt his mental energy being violently drained. Ah! With Lu Chang's roar, the crimson axe slammed into the Queen Python's tail. Splatter! Scales shattered as a deep gash tore open, blood gushing forth. That single blow nearly severed the Queen Python's tail at the root. Arg! The Mother Serpent King let out a piercing shriek, violently whipping its wounded tail to slam into Lu Chang. Clang! Lu Chang's steel-hard body was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling dozens of meters across the snowy ground. Ice arrows! Xia Mo unleashed a barrage of icy arrows, slowing the Queen Python's movements. Immediately, Xia Mo leapt off the snowmobile, thrusting his spear forward to smash it down onto the Queen Python's skull. Thud! A terrifying force erupted as the Mother Python King crashed headfirst into the snow, its entire body collapsing. Xia Mo closed in once more, gripping the spear backwards with both hands and thrusting it downward with all his might. Thud! The spear pierced through the Queen Python's body, pinning her to the ground. Arg! The Queen Python let out an agonized howl, calling for the King Python's aid. But in the next instant, her head was met with a barrage of fire from the Ice Cannon Squad. Snowflakes and blood splattered. Roar! On the other side, the male Python King, lured away by Qin Ming, roared in fury, speaking in human language. Cunning humans, I will crush you. Qin Ming maneuvered his snowmobile around to the male Python King's front. Sorry, you've already missed your chance. Qin Ming held the Qiankun Gourd in his hand, shaking it a few times. The beast core he had placed inside earlier had already melted. That beast core was the very third-tier beast core he had obtained by slaying the Python King in a small fishing village in Huaxia. Now, it had been melted by the Qiankun Gourd into a strand of rich energy liquid. Qin Ming lifted the Qiankun Gourd and gulped down every last drop of the energy liquid inside. In the next instant, he felt a powerful energy coursing through his body, eventually transforming into a thick spiritual force that filled his entire being. With a bang, Qin Ming's cultivation realm broke through. From mid-tier second stage to late-tier second stage, his strength had more than doubled. This was the feeling. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The state he had experienced on the bloody battlefields of his previous life had returned. At that moment, the King Python had no time to spare for Qin Ming. He turned and prepared to rush back to save his mate. You won't get away. Qin Ming murmured, pinching his fingers together to summon a card. Battle skill, Poker Soldier. The image on the card spun rapidly before finally settling on the Ace of Spades. Go! Qin Ming flicked the Ace of Spades, which instantly transformed into a burly man clad in a black suit. The man's muscles strained against the suit, nearly bursting it open, radiating sheer power. The suit-clad brute materialized from the Ace of Spades, wrapping his arms around the male Python King's tail. Every muscle tensed as he managed to halt the Python King's forward momentum. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is Ace of Spades the strong man? Seizing the moment, he gripped the Starfall blade with one hand and thrust it toward the male Python King's eye. Battle skill, Remote Object Detection. In an instant, Qin Ming's blade pierced the void, materializing before the male Python King's eyes. A flash of its sharp, icy glint flickered. Thud! The Starfall blade pierced the King Python's vertical pupil with pinpoint accuracy, sending a jet of blood flying. Roar! Struck by the heavy blow, the male Python King instantly lost control, lashing its massive tail to fling Black Ace away. Spada reacted with lightning speed, scrambling to his feet on the snowy ground. He pounced on the Serpent King, pinning it down and immobilizing its movements. Meanwhile, the Iron-Blood Emperor and his companions, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood utterly dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Ming in disbelief. What was that slash just now? His hand flew off? Not just flying, it was like teleportation. The awakened of Xiong Nation were dumbfounded. Such an earth-shattering spectacle had just unfolded. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming clamped 2 cards between his hands. Still the black and red jokers. Battle technique, Ace Bomb. Both cards were hurled simultaneously. Inside, the jokers burst forth, each cradling a bomb with its fuse already lit. Notably, after Qin Ming's breakthrough, the bombs held by the jokers had grown larger. Originally palm-sized, they now reached the size of a human head. The jokers themselves weren't large, and clutching the bombs made them look rather strained and comical. Yet this scene was no laughing matter. Anyone could see the terrifying energy contained within those 2 bombs. Boom! The bombs erupted in a deafening blast, sending the Python King's head crashing into the ground. Blood stained the snow red. This was the most powerful explosion the King Bomb had ever unleashed, blasting a massive crater into the ground. The male King Python was left barely clinging to life after this strike. Just as Qin Ming prepared to step forward and finish him off, the Qiankun Gourd at his waist suddenly stirred. To Qin Ming's astonished gaze, the Qiankun Gourd flew out, opened its own lid. It sucked the massive male King Python right inside. As the colossal serpent vanished before his eyes, Qin Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 116, Operation Fortress. What on earth was happening? The Ice Python King had been absorbed by the Qiankun Gourd? Qin Ming stared in astonishment at this unprecedented event. The Qiankun Gourd had accompanied him through 2 lifetimes, yet Qin Ming had no idea it could contain living creatures. That male ice python was still alive, not a dead object. What did the Qiankun Gourd mean by absorbing it? Just then, the Qiankun Gourd swayed unsteadily, as if stuffed to the brim, before fluttering back into Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming scrutinized the gourd closely. On its smooth surface, a tiny pattern had appeared. Wasn't that pattern the very image of the ice python? Qin Ming was as excited as if he'd discovered a new continent. Had he unlocked a new ability of the Qiankun Gourd? He'd have to study it thoroughly later. With that thought, Qin Ming hurriedly turned to the mother serpent on the other side. Don't kill it! Qin Ming shouted to stop everyone, and Xiaomo and the others immediately halted their actions. Qin Ming rushed over, also pulling out his Qiankun Gourd and pointing it at the mother ice python. Seal it! True to form, the Qiankun Gourd seemed to understand Qin Ming's command. A powerful suction erupted from its opening, drawing the mother ice python inside. Immediately afterward, the surface of the Qiankun Gourd displayed an additional ice python pattern. What's going on? Lu Chang looked utterly bewildered. The awakened individuals from Xianghua and others on the other side were even more dumbfounded, having no idea what had transpired. Obstructed by Qin Ming, they hadn't seen the Qiankun Gourd in his hand. Once both ice serpent queens vanished, the icy domain began to gradually dissipate. After a thorough search, Lung Feng and his group discovered the ice serpent eggs in a room, a total of 105. Another huge haul. With these ice serpent eggs, China could produce an additional 100 Forbidden Sequence 009 ice cannon masters. This would become Qin Ming's reserve of power. Before long, the scene was cleared, and even the ice and snow began to melt. The Iron Blood Emperor hastily thanked Qin Ming and the assembled Huaxia soldiers. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. By the way, I promised to forge 10 awakened ones for you. Before Qin Ming could finish, the Iron Blood Emperor cut in. I've already prepared everything. Though the ingredients for the magic potions might be insufficient. The Iron Blood Emperor's face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. How much have you prepared? The Iron Blood Emperor tentatively replied, 36 rare grade items and 250 common grade items. At those words, Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. So little? This quantity wouldn't even be enough for 10 people to awaken? Of course, when brewing potions normally, the success rate was only 10%. Then, the rate of humans successfully awakening after consuming the potion was 30%. Therefore, with 100 potion ingredients, only 3 individuals would awaken successfully based on the ratio. Yet Xianghua had prepared a mere 200 or so potion ingredients. In their understanding, it was impossible to forge 10 awakened individuals with that quantity. Qin Ming sensed a lucrative opportunity. Alright, hand over all these materials. I'll craft 20 awakened individuals for you. Really? The Iron Blood Emperor's face betrayed utter disbelief. As the head of a nation, he struggled to maintain his composure, overcome with excitement. For Xianghua, 200 potion ingredients weren't much. These were leftovers from previous wasteful experiments. He'd been satisfied just to create 10 awakened ones. For Qin Ming to promise 20 was like manna from heaven. Of course, he knew Qin Ming must have a way to increase the success rate. But that was someone else's secret, and he knew his place. This was a powerful ally to cling to, not someone to scheme against. Soon, the Iron Blood Emperor led Qin Ming and the others to a temporary base. Inside the base was a laboratory where all of Bear Nation's potion ingredients were stored. Inside the lab, only Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Chang were present, while soldiers like Long Feng stood guard outside. When Qin Ming and the others saw these magical potion ingredients, their eyes lit up. We've hit the jackpot. Lu Chang was visibly excited. Coming to Bear Country to help fight the ice serpent had already been a huge gain, and now with all these magical potion ingredients, this trip was truly a windfall.
How many potions can you brew with this? Xia Mo asked Qin Ming.
Qin Ming was busy sorting the potion ingredients, separating them into batches like a clinic doctor preparing medicine. Among them were many ingredients unheard of in China. Qin Ming spoke slowly, nearly 300 potion ingredients. I can probably concoct about 60 batches of magic potion.
The rest are simply unusable. 60 batches. Xia Mo's eyes widened.
If we give Bear Country 20 batches of magic potions, that leaves us with a net profit of 40 batches.
Qin Ming nodded. But that's not the crucial part. I discovered something truly valuable.
Saying this, he picked up a piece of exotic beast scale.
What is this? Xia Mo and Lu Chang looked over curiously.
A scale from a second-tier beast, the drill-scaled beast.
Rare grade?
Lu Chang examined the scale's color, clearly not an ordinary material. Come to think of it, the mountain drill was part of a dungeon Bear Nation cleared earlier. That dungeon never appeared in China, Lu Chang continued. A flicker of excitement lit up Qin Ming's eyes.
This is exactly what I need. What's it for? Lu Chang asked, puzzled. Watch.
Qin Ming placed the armored pangolin scales into the Qiankun Gourd, then added thunder iron beast claws, wasteland wolf fur, 5 milliliters pure water, and 10 g sand. When Qin Ming poured a handful of sand into the Qiankun Gourd, Lu Chang was utterly dumbfounded.
Was this potion recipe for real? What genius could have devised this?
If he didn't know Qin Ming's capabilities, he'd think Qin Ming was just messing around. Qin Ming shook the Qiankun Gourd, quickly melting all ingredients into liquid before pouring out a brown bottle of magic potion.
What's the sequence? Xia Mo asked. Common sequence 021, Earth Artisan. Earth Artisan? Xia Mo and the others looked puzzled. Qin Ming chuckled. Don't underestimate the Earth Craftsman. It's the top choice for defensive structures. You don't seriously think the Tower of Heaven's steel walls alone can stop the beasts, do you? At this remark, Xia Mo and the others froze again. It finally dawned on them tanks couldn't even withstand the beast's claws. How could they possibly think ordinary steel would hold?
We need the Earth Masters to build a new refuge base. Qin Ming spoke with grave seriousness.
The Dark Migration is approaching. If I'm not mistaken, when the fourth civilization trial begins, humanity's living space will be severely restricted. We need a base that can withstand the beasts. I call this plan Operation Fortress.
This. Xia Mo and Lu Chang both gasped in shock, their hearts instantly gripped by a profound sense of impending doom.
Are you suggesting we abandon our current homes and relocate the entire population of China? Chapter 117, Ambush and Framing.
Establishing a base was inevitable. The Tower of Heaven was the foundation Qin Ming had laid.
Humans now spread across the entire blue star, their population scattered.
When the beasts descended en masse, it would be nearly impossible to protect everyone. Even in this age of extraordinary abilities, the proportion of true power users among the vast population remained painfully low. As countless disaster films have shown, survival ultimately hinges on retreating to secure bases, the only way to preserve humanity's last vestiges of civilization. Of course, by the time such a situation arises, the world will already be in an extremely dire state. Qin Ming wasn't certain whether the civilization trial would commence during the fourth stage. This timeline was indeed significantly earlier than in his previous life.
But if it truly commenced in the fourth stage, the advance would be excessive. Ultimately, it depended on how the Black Hand orchestrated their plans. He was determined to expose the shadowy figure behind it all. We can only prepare for the worst and make contingency plans in advance. But one thing is certain, at the conclusion of the third stage of the civilization trial, a fierce battle will undoubtedly unfold. Qin Ming stated firmly. Xia Mo and Lu Chang froze. What fierce battle?
Truthfully, Qin Ming hadn't been entirely certain, but after careful consideration, he had formed a hypothesis.
A clash of civilizations. What do you mean? You think the Black Hand would provoke a war between nations? Lu Chang's expression turned grave. Qin Ming nodded. This isn't a conventional war, it's a battle between extraordinary beings.
Xia Mo grasped it immediately and interjected, so the third stage dungeon is providing extraordinary resources to nations, enabling them to produce more superhumans, who will then represent their countries in the final competition.
Qin Ming looked at Xia Mo with surprise. Your little brain is sharp, you get it right away. That's exactly it.
So we have two immediate objectives. First, prepare for the decisive battle of Phase 3. Second, prepare to establish our base.
Lu Chang declared in a solemn tone.
With clear objectives set, he felt his energy surge.
Hurry up, hurry up. Get all the potions brewed. There's a mountain of work waiting back home.
Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, glancing at Xia Mo and Lu Chang beside him. It was time to finalize the squad roster. Including Dong Yan, who was operating undercover, they only had 4 members.
Sending any single one of them out on a mission would be risky. He'd deal with that upon returning home.
With that thought, Qin Ming redoubled his efforts, continuing to concoct the potions. As the three worked in the lab, the sky gradually darkened until deep night fell. At the temporary camp, soldiers stood guard at their posts. With the ice and snow crisis over, the Bear Nation soldiers stationed here had gradually departed, leaving only a handful behind to protect the Iron-Blood Emperor and the Bearded General. As for the Huaxia Ice Cannon Squad, they were all receiving treatment and recuperating under Xiongwa's arrangements. Of course, Captain Coldwind remained. He and over a dozen others guarded Qin Ming's laboratory, barring anyone from approaching. Under the moonlight, the deep night was exceptionally quiet. A patrol of Bear Nation soldiers moved near the main camp. At that very moment, a figure peered out from an alleyway. He watched the passing patrol with a hint of amusement, slowly raising his hand. Steel wires danced across his hand, glinting with a silvery light. Combat technique, stranglehold. The man's fingers flickered rapidly, sending strands of steel wire flying from his hands. In the darkness, the patrolling soldiers were completely unaware of the wire's presence. Instantly, their necks felt as if something had wrapped around them. The thin yet resilient wires dug deep, leaving bloody gashes. 5 soldiers struggled desperately, but the wires had already pierced deep into their skin. Their hands were covered in blood. Whoa! They desperately wanted to scream, but their throats were tightly constricted, leaving them utterly voiceless. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed them, and consciousness began to fade. The captain's pupils dilated as he was about to pass out. He reached for the rifle strapped to his body, trying to pull the trigger to alert the camp of the enemy's approach. But just as his finger touched the trigger, a steel wire sliced through. Both the rifle and the squad leader's finger were severed. Whoa! Intense agony surged through him, but the captain was powerless to resist. With a wet thud, the steel wire wrapped around his neck had already cut deep into his windpipe and aorta. The same fate befell the other 4 soldiers, their lives extinguished in an instant. Just as their bodies were about to collapse, 2 long-limbed monsters flashed forward, snatching them all away. The entire sequence unfolded in utter silence, executed with seamless coordination. The man in the alley let a faint smile touch his lips. His figure flickered as he sped toward the main camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the moonlit night, several figures darted through the darkness at blinding speed. As the uninvited guests invaded, the camp's guards were taken down one by one, utterly defenseless. Inside one tent, the Iron-Blood Emperor, Bear Nation's supreme leader, and the Bearded General were discussing matters. Beside them stood Sodav, captain of Bear Nation's awakened warriors. Outside the tent, over a dozen soldiers and 2 awakened ones stood guard. But at that very moment, steel wires shot out from the darkness. Over a dozen soldiers met their end instantly as the wires tightened around their necks, killing them instantly. The 2 awakened reacted instantly, both dodging simultaneously. The wires aimed at them missed their targets. Theirs! One of them shouted, but before the sound could escape his throat, a massive shadow pounced, knocking him down and vanishing into the darkness. The other soldier's face drained of color as he charged toward the tent. Almost simultaneously, a flying knife pierced his chest, while steel wire tightly bound his feet. The awakened one stared at the tent mere inches away, summoning every ounce of strength to shout. "Chief!" The cry echoed. Inside the tent, the Iron-Blood Emperor and his 2 companions instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Thud! The next moment, the man who had shouted crashed heavily into the tent, lifeless. Hadi! Sodav stared at the corpse on the ground and shouted fiercely. "Enemy!" His voice rang out loud and clear, yet no one answered. The Iron-Blood Emperor and the Bearded General's moods instantly darkened. Something's wrong. Sodav immediately positioned himself in front of the chief, conjuring a shield with one hand. "I'll go check." The Bearded General grabbed the steel longsword from the table and walked slowly toward the tent exit. Thud! The next moment, he saw only a dark shadow charging toward him. Before the Bearded General could react, he was sent flying. "Who's there?" Sodav snapped his gaze around and saw a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall. The Iron-Blood Emperor's expression darkened. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a creature. "General, cover the chief's escape." Sodav bellowed, his voice crackling over the radio. "White Bear Squad, anyone out there? Come in immediately. No one can save you now." The humanoid monster grinned eerily, its sharp claws lunging towards Sodav. Sodav, no slouch himself, thrust sharp spikes from his shield, forcing the humanoid monster back. Seizing the moment, the Bearded General grabbed the Iron-Blood Emperor by the arm. "Commander, let's go." The Bearded General charged behind the tent, cleaving it open with a single stroke before bursting out the rear. Once outside, he bellowed, "Someone. Quick, someone." Yet the vast encampment remained silent, save for flickering figures hundreds of meters away in the Huaxia camp. The Bearded General immediately had an idea. "Commander, quickly. Head to Qin Ming's position." "Ha ha ha ha. Think you can escape now?" A mocking laugh followed. Several dark figures blocked their path. Behind these figures lurked over a dozen humanoid monsters. These monsters carried the corpses of Xiongwa soldiers in their hands, occasionally taking a bite. At this sight, the Iron-Blood Emperor and the Bearded General's expressions instantly darkened. "Who are you?" The leader's lips curled into a faint smirk.
Who we are is none of your concern.
But your deaths will make this world a better place. The bearded general frowned.
What do you mean?
The Iron-Blood Emperor suddenly snapped to attention, his pupils trembling violently.
Frame up.
They plan to kill us and pin it on Qin Ming.
If this plan succeeds, there will be an inevitable consequence.
Xiong Nation would declare war on Huaxia.
Chapter 118, Qin Ming's Rescue, Reunion with the SCP Foundation.
At this thought, the Iron-Blood Emperor shuddered with dread, his face darkening.
A war between two nations would plunge the world into chaos.
These bastards are utterly unpredictable.
Damn it, who the hell are you?
The Iron-Blood Emperor roared in fury. The man across from him gave a wicked smile.
You don't need to know. Attack!
With a wave of his hand, the humanoid monsters behind him surged forward, charging toward the Iron-Blood Emperor and the bearded general.
No!
The bearded general stepped in front of the Iron-Blood Emperor. First seat, you go first. Iron-Blood Emperor gripped his steel blade, his expression resolute. There's no escaping. His gaze shifted toward the Huaxia camp. The soldiers over there must have received word by now. I hope they arrive in time. At the Huaxia camp, the Xiongwa soldiers stationed here heard the distress call transmitted through their communicators.
Every soldier snapped to attention. Something's wrong. Quick, notify Commander Qin Ming.
The soldiers rushed toward the laboratory. But before they arrived, three figures burst out of the lab. It was Qin Ming and his team.
Commander Qin Ming, the soldiers shouted.
Qin Ming didn't even turn his head.
I know. Lang Feng, assemble the troops.
Lang Feng, who had been standing guard, hadn't processed the order yet.
What's going on? Something's happened in Xiongwa.
Hurry! Lu Chang shouted, following Qin Ming's lead.
Something's wrong?
Lang Feng's eyes narrowed as he grabbed his communicator and blared, everyone, assemble immediately. As the ice cannon squad assembled, Qin Ming and Xia Mo had already charged toward the Bear Nation camp. Qin Ming held a toy crow in his hand. The crow pointed steadily ahead, its body trembling violently as it emitted a shrill, piercing screech. The containment object, Calamity Bird, triggered an alarm whenever abnormal beasts appeared within its designated range. Thus, even without receiving a message, Qin Ming knew something was amiss. His expression darkened. With the two camps so close, the enemy had managed to infiltrate without a sound.
This meant they were well prepared and possessed considerable strength.
To silently eliminate Xiongwa's guards suggested the enemy numbers were substantial and their coordination seamless. Their target was clear, the Bear Nation's chief. Why choose this moment to strike? They were clearly targeting him. If anything happened to the Bear Nation's chief, his presence here would make him impossible to exonerate, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Speed up! Lightning flickered around Qin Ming as his speed surged once more. A kilometer's distance was but a minute's journey for Qin Ming. Soon, he reached the outskirts of the Bear Nation's encampment. Even from a distance, he could smell the stench of blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he could make out the bodies of fallen soldiers.
Qin Ming, over there. Xia Mo pointed in the direction of the battle sounds.
Qin Ming immediately charged over, discovering the bearded general already gravely wounded, one arm torn off, his face deathly pale. The Iron-Blood Emperor fared slightly better, though his body bore numerous wounds.
Before them stood two humanoid monsters.
At the sight of these humanoid creatures, Qin Ming's expression abruptly changed.
Fallen ones.
At that moment, one of the fallen charged toward the Iron-Blood Emperor, its claws aimed straight for his throat. The Iron-Blood Emperor was too weakened to defend himself, blood streaming continuously from the arm gripping his long sword. Qin Ming's form flickered as he pushed his eerie flash technique to its absolute limit. Just as the monster's claws were about to strike, a bolt of lightning flashed, blocking the attack before the Iron-Blood Emperor. Clang! The claws struck the starfall blade, producing a metallic clang.
Qin Ming?
Seeing the figure before him, the Iron-Blood Emperor's face lit up with joy. The bearded general lying on the ground also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, speaking weakly, "You finally made it." Humph. Frustrated at being blocked, the fallen one frowned, his expression displeased. Who goes there? Qin Ming's expression remained cold as he swung his starfall blade with force.
Battle technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom!
Under the night sky, thunder erupted as the blade swept horizontally. Feeling the terrifying blow, the fallen one before him immediately retreated. But his reflexes were too slow. The blade struck, severing the blood-veined arm clean off at the shoulder.
Ah!
The fallen being let out a piercing howl, its body reeling backward in rapid succession. Qin Ming closed the distance, swinging his blade to instantly sever the fallen one's head. Seeing this, the other fallen creature lunged viciously forward.
Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a bowstring snapped. An icy arrow pierced the fallen one's chest. Crackle, crackle. Frost spread, gradually encasing the fallen one in ice before its terrified eyes. In less than 2 seconds, the fallen one was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Xia Mo emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching Qin Ming's side. The sight of the man and woman appearing caused the expressions of those across from them to darken instantly.
The leader, his face stern, fixed his gaze on Qin Ming.
Qin Ming, commander of the Huaxia hunters? So you recognize me?
Qin Ming's gaze locked onto the man. Judging by his appearance, the man was likely from Bear Nation, as were several others beside him. Behind them, however, someone hurriedly pulled a mask over their face. In the rush, Qin Ming caught a glimpse of his face, a Chinese man.
Hey, no need for the mask.
I already saw you, Qin Ming addressed the masked man. The masked man's gaze darted away, hesitant to meet Qin Ming's eyes. The masked man murmured softly, find a way to leave. We're no match for him. Hearing this, the leader frowned.
So many of us aren't his match? You've got to be kidding. The masked man grew frantic, gritting his teeth. I'm not joking.
2 vice presidents have already fallen to him. The others' expressions changed.
2 vice presidents?
The leader was slightly surprised, but his reaction was muted. Those are just useless trash from your Huaxia faction, the man snorted coldly. Today, I'll see just what this guy's got. He then turned to his companions and said, have the fallen distract him. We'll use the chance to kill the Ironblood Emperor.
The mission must not fail.
Yes, boss.
The group responded in unison. Damn it.
The young man from Huaxia's face darkened.
Bunch of idiots.
Fight. As soon as you start, I'm outta here. In Huaxia, no one dared question this commander of the Hunter Corps.
If you want to go die, go ahead. I'm not tagging along.
Charge.
Roar.
Over a dozen fallen charged out, closing in from different directions.
Qin Ming's expression turned grim.
Though he didn't know what organization the enemy belonged to, the fact they'd allied with the fallen was not a good sign.
Should we take prisoners? Xiao gripped his spear tightly.
Qin Ming shook his head.
You protect the Ironblood Emperor. I'll handle them. Xiao pouted. Fine. Here I come.
Just as Qin Ming was about to strike, Lu Cheng finally arrived. He leapt high into the air, bringing the containment object double-bladed axe crashing down. His target was none other than the masked Chinese youth. Holy! The Chinese youth's face paled as he flung a fireball while retreating rapidly.
Boom! The massive axe shattered the fireball and slammed heavily into the ground.
A thunderous explosion echoed as the ground split open, revealing a crack several meters long. This sent a chill down the spines of the SCP Foundation members. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already engaged the Fallen in combat. These Fallen ones were clearly not on the same level as the Western Fallen ones encountered last time. All of them were only at the first tier. Facing Qin Ming was nothing short of suicide. Qin Ming flickered through the air, slicing through the charging Fallen like cutting through butter.
Ah! The successive screams drew the enemy's attention.
They shifted their gaze from Lu Cheng, and when they turned back, they were all stunned.
Every single Fallen one lay dead on the ground.
The leader's pupils trembled as a chill crept up his spine. We're screwed.
Chapter 119, The Hot-Blooded, Over-the-Top Fitness Coach.
Slaughtering over a dozen Fallen in mere moments, that wasn't something just anyone could do. The leader's face darkened instantly. Qin Ming was far stronger than he'd imagined.
I knew it.
The Chinese man's face turned ashen.
What are you standing around for? Split up and run.
The moment the words left his mouth, the 6 Foundation members turned and fled.
The masked Chinese man flicked his hand, sending a burst of sparks skyward that obscured their vision. Run!
Everyone scattered in all directions.
Qin Ming suddenly fixed his gaze on the Chinese man and shouted, Lu Cheng, you handle the masked man. Capture him alive.
Lu Cheng reacted instantly, his steel body gleaming coldly as he charged straight into the blaze.
Qin Ming, meanwhile, gave chase after the others.
The leader's face darkened. With a flick of his fingers, an invisible steel wire shot toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming's eyebrow arched as he raised his blade horizontally before him.
Clang!
The starfall blade severed the wire.
Boss, that guy's closing in fast.
What should we do? Shouted a scar-faced youth.
Damn it, I'll hold him off.
You guys get out of here. A bald, burly man halted, turning to slam his fist into the ground.
Boom!
A shockwave erupted from the ground beneath Qin Ming's feet.
But Qin Ming was swift. His feet moved like lightning, dodging the shockwave's impact in an instant.
In the next instant, Qin Ming lunged forward, charging straight at the man. The bald man's face paled. He grabbed the ground and flipped upward.
Boom!
The earth was flung upward like a carpet, forming a wall of dirt.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Sequence 46, Earth Engineer, a pretty decent sequence.
And it had already reached the early 2nd tier.
This ability would be outstanding for constructing defenses.
Too bad it falls short in combat. Qin Ming held nothing back, 2 cards fluttering from his hand.
Combat skill, Ace of Spades. Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening roar, the earthen wall shattered violently. The bald man was sent flying by the blast, his body scorched as if charred, crashing lifelessly to the ground. Hearing the explosion, his companions immediately turned to look. Seeing the burly bald man's gruesome death, their expressions all changed.
Boss, we can't run anymore.
If we keep fleeing, he'll pick us off one by one, the scarred youth declared.
Right, boss. Let's fight him head on.
The leader's face darkened. He understood their predicament. Clearly fleeing now would only lead to their individual slaughter. Better to take down Qin Ming now, than they might still stand a chance if they join forces. Alright, let's fight him. As the man gave the order, the others halted in unison. Clang! The scarred man drew his machete, its blade crackling with lightning, clearly another lightning-based sequence. Beside him stood a burly middle-aged man whose attire resembled that of a fitness instructor. Behind them stood two men who looked like twins. Now, the five stood in a straight line, ready to fight Qin Ming to the death. Qin Ming halted as well, his expression cold as he surveyed them. Are you sure you want to fight? Once it begins, there will be no way out for you. The leader snorted coldly. Qin Ming, you really are arrogant. I'll see just what you're capable of. All at once. Boom! All five attacked simultaneously. The scarred man gripped his long blade tightly, bringing it down with a vicious swing. Boom! A massive thunder light blade flashed another early-stage second-tier psychic. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. These Xiong Kingdom psychics were developing rather quickly. No, it had nothing to do with Xiong Nation. It was this faction's doing. Qin Ming lunged forward, slashing his starfall blade diagonally. An even more powerful bolt of thunder instantly ripped through the air. Thud! The two bolts of thunder collided, unleashing a violent explosion of energy. Under the terrifying shockwave, the scarred man stumbled backward, his face frozen in horror. Prohibited sequence? Boss, he's a forbidden sequence user. The scarred man shouted. I saw that. The squad leader flicked his fingers, sending barbed wires flying like bullets straight toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his blade to block. Clang! 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 Every wire attack was blocked. Just then, the fitness instructor charged forward, wielding the long iron rod. That iron rod looked like the bar from a barbell. With a buzzing hum, the bar whistled through the air. As the rod was about to strike, a playing card sprang from Qin Ming's body. Battle technique, card soldier. With a bang, the card exploded in a puff of white smoke, revealing a card soldier clutching a shield, standing before Qin Ming. This card soldier was different from the ones before. Those had been direct human forms. But the soldier before him was simply a playing card, a card with arms, legs, and a head. Its entire body was a thin playing card, emblazoned with a large one of diamonds. The ace of diamonds held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. As it blocked the iron rod, it thrust its spear forward with force. Yet when the sharp spear pierced the fitness instructor's abdomen, it couldn't penetrate an inch. The fitness instructor then struck a pose, flexing his abdominal muscles as if showcasing his most perfect physique during a bodybuilding competition. What shocked Qin Ming was that in this pose, the fitness instructor's physical defense had undergone a qualitative leap. Clearly, this move was a defensive technique from a fitness instructor. Qin Ming inwardly exclaimed, unbelievable. These sequence abilities were truly bizarre and varied, nothing he'd ever seen before. Next, the fitness instructor changed his stance. He slowly raised his arm, flexing his massive biceps as if gathering energy. Qin Ming recognized this move instantly. Wasn't this Whitebeard's signature move from One Piece, the Sea Quake Punch? Explode! The power to destroy everything. The trainer then bellowed a cheesy, over-the-top slogan as his arm muscles instantly swelled, unleashing a thunderous punch. Sea Quake Fist. Thud! The fist slammed heavily onto the shield of Block 1. Crack! The shield shattered explosively, a powerful force surging into Block 1's body. With a bang, Block 1 exploded completely. Qin Ming was also knocked back several steps by the force. Prohibited sequence? Qin Ming stared at the fitness instructor in astonishment, never expecting this to be a prohibited sequence ability. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. Well then, let's see how this blade fares. Qin Ming swung his blade horizontally, unleashing a torrent of thunder. A thunderous explosion erupted, thunder annihilation slash. To his surprise, the fitness instructor showed no intention of dodging, continuing to strike poses. He strained his muscles to the limit, clenched his fists, and lowered his arms slightly, striking a crab-like stance. Iron block. Qin Ming. Clearly, this guy's a die-hard One Piece fan. Thud. The long sword arrived as expected, slashing fiercely into the fitness instructor's well-defined muscles. Boom. The taut muscles ripped apart in an instant, exploding outward as blood spattered everywhere. The trainer's pupils trembled as he collapsed powerlessly, his face frozen in disbelief. Qin Ming slowly withdrew his blade and said, "Didn't anyone tell you never to block a blade with your body?" Chapter 120, Foundation Guardian, Dongyan. After dispatching one opponent, Qin Ming lifted his head once more, his gaze settling on the four figures ahead. Surrender now, and you still have a chance. Bull. Kill him. The squad leader roared in fury as barbed wire formed a net, lunging toward Qin Ming. For others, the invisible barbed wire would be a major obstacle, but before Qin Ming, it couldn't even make a ripple. At Qin Ming's level of cultivation, the wires held no secrets from his eyes. With a light swing of his blade, the wire mesh was torn apart. At that moment, the scarred man charged forward again, his cleaver flashing like lightning, his momentum formidable. Qin Ming's patience snapped. A playing card shot from his hand. Battle skill, Ace. Summon the Big and Little Kings to possess the body, allowing switching between Big King and Little King combat forms. The card flipped, revealing the Red Joker. Qin Ming donned a crimson tailcoat, his aura surging instantly. Facing the scarred man slash, Qin Ming gripped his long sword tightly and swung it out with all his might. Clang! The scarred man's blade shattered instantly. A thunderous blade flash sliced through the air, decapitating him in an instant. Before the scarred man could even react, his head had already been severed. Roar! At the same moment, the twins who had remained motionless until now also struck. Their forms suddenly swelled, transforming into two ferocious bears. Animal-type sequence? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. These weren't beasts or fallen ones, but Zoan-type abilities like Dongyan's. This type of sequence ability allowed the user to transform into an animal and wield all its natural abilities. In the early stages, Zoan-type sequence abilities were notoriously troublesome opponents. The two raging bears roared furiously, charging forward at breakneck speed, the very earth trembling beneath their impact. Buzz! At that moment, a spear swept horizontally, instantly blocking the path before Qin Ming. Xiaomo swung her frost spear, sending both raging bears flying with a single strike. As always, she preferred to shield Qin Ming. I could handle this myself. Qin Ming muttered under his breath. I won't allow you to get hurt. Xiaomo declared coldly, a resolute expression flashing across her face. Wang Su 003, Ice Phoenix, a stage 2 early tier opponent, proved far more formidable than Qin Ming had anticipated. Combined with Xiaomo's martial arts prowess, her spear danced like a whirlwind. She resembled an ancient female general, dashing and utterly formidable. Another powerful thrust of her spear slammed into the chest of a raging bear. It coughed up a mouthful of blood and was instantly beaten back into its original form. The other beast was also driven back step by step, its ferocious bear form reduced to a pitiful bear, utterly disheveled. Finally, Qin Ming faced the leader of the group. The man's face darkened. He had no intention of continuing the fight and turned to flee. Qin Ming closed the distance swiftly, swinging his blade. Boom! Unexpectedly, the man spun around abruptly, offering no defense whatsoever, seemingly seeking death. Qin Ming's expression darkened. It was too late to hold back. The man fell beneath his blade. Xiaomo showed no mercy either, swiftly slaying both raging bears. Qin Ming glanced back and saw the masked Chinese man already subdued by Lu Chang. Well, this fellow will do. Clearly, this Chinese man possessed valuable information. Leaving the bodies for Long Feng to handle, Qin Ming approached the masked youth. Lu Chang ripped the mask from his face, revealing the youth's features. The youth looked terrified, unable to meet Qin Ming's gaze. SCP Foundation? Qin Ming inquired. The youth froze slightly, wondering how Qin Ming knew. Your mask has already given you away. Spill it. What's the deal with the fallen? Has your organization infiltrated Bear Nation yet? Qin Ming spoke while wiping his knife. This sent a chill down the young man's spine. He had witnessed the entire scene firsthand. If he didn't spill the beans, his fate was sealed death. I'll talk. Will you spare my life? The youth pleaded. Qin Ming nodded. All right. I run a place called Xingxingjai. It's full of people like you. You still have value. The young man swallowed hard. Under Qin Ming's mix of persuasion and pressure, he spilled everything. Qin Ming's suspicions were correct. This group belonged to the SCP Foundation. It wasn't that the SCP Foundation had infiltrated Bear Nation, rather, this foundation had already spread globally, evolving into a large-scale, sinister organization. So whether it was China infiltrating Bear Country or foreign powers infiltrating China, who could say for sure? A global evil organization? Qin Ming's expression darkened. Who possessed such power? Then what about these fallen ones? The youth replied, I'm not entirely sure about that either. Now that the dungeon has descended, many have accidentally obtained potion ingredients. However, without the precise formula, quite a few have become fallen ones. Of course, some are aware of the risks, but they don't care, they crave power. As for the SCP Foundation, besides containing the awakened, they're also containing these fallen. At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Thus, the world grows ever more turbulent. The Ironblood Emperor, his bandages still fresh, spoke slowly. His cold gaze fixed on the young man. Killing me to sow discord between China and Bear Nation, is this to provoke conflict? What is the purpose? To forge a new order? To target a nation's leader? This SCP Foundation harbors wolfish ambitions. This is no longer petty skirmishing in some remote corner. Beyond seizing national resources, they're plotting a colossal conspiracy. The young man, intimidated by the Ironblood Emperor's glare, stammered, I didn't know. This was information from higher-ups. At this point, Qin Ming grew curious. What terms did the SCP Foundation offer you? Why would you risk your lives for them? The youth met Qin Ming's gaze. They can make us stronger. Just like your hunter organization, complete missions to earn merit points and receive rewards from higher-ups. Qin Ming frowned. Your superior is the vice president? The youth shook his head. No, the vice president is just a minor leader, essentially a local liaison. Above the vice president are the protectors, and my superior is one of those protectors. The group was startled.
The hierarchy was so rigid? Then are you the vice president? Lu Chang inquired.
The young man shook his head again.
I report directly to the Guardian. I don't work under any vice president.
My main task is to establish connections here in Xianghua.
Got it.
No wonder he mingled with the Foundation members here in Bear Country.
Do you know who your direct superior is? Qin Ming inquired. I do. The young man gave an answer that surprised everyone.
Even Qin Ming hadn't anticipated this. He'd assumed the young man wouldn't know. After all, this was a guardian, a figure whose status surpassed even that of a vice president.
His name is Master Ding, also a Chinese national.
It said he was just an ordinary Foundation member before, but when his network was disrupted, he was the only one who escaped. After that, he rapidly rose to guardian in a short time, all because he had a powerful enforcer clearing every obstacle for him.
As he spoke, the young man's body trembled involuntarily.
He had seen that enforcer, a truly ruthless individual. Yet, as he uttered these words, Qin Ming, Xiamo, and Lu Chang all wore peculiar expressions. If they weren't mistaken, the Ding the young man referred to was none other than Old Ding. And the enforcer by Old Ding's side was the undercover operative Qin Ming had planted.
Dong Yen. Chapter 121, High-Level Meeting, Launching, Fortress Plan. Has Dong Yen been in touch with you lately? Lu Chang frowned. No.
Qin Ming shook his head. He had no idea what Dong Yan's current situation was. Yet he harbored not a shred of doubt about Dong Yan. His trust in him was absolute. If Dong Yan hadn't contacted him, it must mean he faced some difficulty. Take the current situation, for instance. Dong Yan was likely aware of it, yet hadn't notified Qin Ming even in such critical circumstances. That alone suggested his own situation must be extremely dire.
Qin Ming didn't dwell on it.
He believed Dong Yan would contact him once he handled his current affairs. With this matter settled, Qin Ming led his team out of Bear Country. Before departure, he completed the transaction with the Ironblood Emperor, handing over 20 batches of sequence potions. To the astonishment of the Bear Kingdom, the success rate of these 20 potions was a perfect 100%. Every Qiong Kingdom soldier who consumed the potions successfully awakened. This left the Ironblood Emperor profoundly shaken and filled him with even greater admiration for Qin Ming. As the Huaxia military vehicles departed, the Ironblood Emperor and the bearded general watched with heavy hearts. Ah, if only such a talent belonged to our Bear Nation, the bearded general sighed heavily. The Ironblood Emperor's gaze grew deep as he spoke slowly.
Heroes emerge in times of chaos. His destiny is extraordinary.
But to protect an entire nation single-handedly, that is no easy feat. After returning from Bear Nation, Qin Ming and his companions did not head straight back to Monster Academy.
Instead, they made their way to the capital's headquarters.
When Qin Ming arrived at the Shangjing Central Base, the Dragon General was already waiting there. The two proceeded together to the Central Command Office. As they pushed open the office doors, the gazes of all the high-ranking officials in Huaxia turned toward them. The chief rose to his feet, his gaze intense as he fixed it on the two figures at the doorway.
Welcome back, our great heroes.
Commanders from all military districts present saluted in unison. Qin Ming returned the military salute. As the commander of the Anomaly Hunters, he now held a position within the military headquarters. Within the entire Huaxia military command, his status was second only to the chief and Long Xiaogua. Soon, under the gaze of the assembled high-ranking officials, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua took their seats. The gathering comprised the foremost figures across major fields, individuals of immense influence within Huaxia and the core of its leadership.
Among them were giants like Old Farmer from the research department and Old Craftsman from the engineering department. They all understood this assembly was to prepare for the impending major conflict.
The chief spoke first, turning his gaze to Qin Ming.
Commander Qin, according to your report, you were ambushed in Qiong Nation?
The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of every high-ranking official present shifted.
What? That happened too? Was it the Bear Nation's doing? Damn it! How dare they?
Qin Ming waved his hand, calming the military zone leaders.
This has nothing to do with Xianghua.
Strictly speaking, the target of the attack was Xianghua's supreme leader.
They intended to frame me for the incident. What?
The group grew even more stunned.
What kind of faction would be so audacious? A group called the SCP Foundation. This organization has spread across the globe. Qin Ming outlined the SCP Foundation's basic information.
After hearing this, the group fell silent.
Undoubtedly, this organization was far more troublesome than anyone had imagined.
Qin Ming gazed intently at the group and said, "This is just one of the evil forces.
I suspect more will emerge in the future."
No, perhaps they already exist, but their power hasn't matured yet, so they dare not show themselves. The mood among the leaders grew somber.
Qin Ming, what can be done?
The leader's gaze turned to him. As he finished, all eyes turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming's voice was solemn.
Evil organizations are difficult to deal with. They operate in the shadows while we are in the open. Uprooting them completely is extremely challenging. However, I have already deployed personnel to take action. I believe there will be results. I've come today to discuss a plan with you all.
Hearing this, puzzled expressions spread across their faces.
With Qin Ming's current authority, what crucial plan could possibly require their approval?
Qin Ming spoke slowly. I call it the fortress plan. Using the Tower of Heaven as our foundation, we will expand our base to shelter all the people of the nation.
What?
At these words, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials changed dramatically. Even the chief commander furrowed his brow. Wait, does this mean we're abandoning our territory? A military leader interjected.
I find this unacceptable. Doing so would mean China is capitulating to the monsters. Surely the situation hasn't become that dire yet?
The high-ranking officials voiced their concerns one after another, their expressions grim. Qin Ming had anticipated their heated reactions, but this course was unavoidable.
Gentlemen, I won't mince words. Reducing our defensive forces is inevitable.
You've all witnessed the recent incursions, the ice crisis in the fishing village, the lava monsters in the mountain city, the tsunami in the south, all caused by these creatures. These aberrant beasts possess the power to manipulate nature, which spells immense disaster for ordinary citizens.
And this is only the beginning.
The aberrations appearing now are merely the start.
More powerful ones will descend in the days ahead.
With our current strength, we simply cannot protect the scattered populace. Qin Ming's words rang out with conviction.
The high-ranking officials present were both stunned and helpless. Qin Ming was absolutely right.
Had it not been for the swift response of the Anomaly Hunters Department and the Monster Academy, countless civilians would have perished in the recent dungeon invasion. This situation has already been laid bare in foreign countries. Currently, the entire world has been affected, with only China remaining largely unscathed. Every other nation has seen cities fall, completely overrun by monstrous beasts.
The conference room fell into deep contemplation.
After a long pause, the leader slowly spoke. I believe Qin Ming has a point. The thermal weapons humanity prides itself on have lost their potency. Relying solely on our awakened individuals will hardly suffice to protect all the people of China. Once a place is invaded by beasts, our people won't even have a chance to evacuate.
Currently, only one monster hunting squad is assigned per city.
Relying on a single squad to protect an entire city is clearly unrealistic. As the chief spoke, the assembled high-ranking officials exchanged glances, all agreeing with the proposal.
Qin Ming, what is your proposal? The chief asked. Qin Ming nodded. The fortress plan isn't something that can be accomplished overnight.
We need to build massive bases capable of accommodating our people.
The current scale of the Tower of Heaven is far from sufficient.
Moreover, the materials of the tower's outer walls cannot withstand high-tier anomaly beasts. Hearing this, the senior officials nodded in agreement.
It was indeed a monumental undertaking.
Does Commander Qin have a specific plan? Inquired the master craftsman of the engineering department. Qin Ming smiled in response. Then we'll need your assistance, master craftsman. The master craftsman paused, then responded loudly, whatever I can do, I shall do without hesitation. I require an engineering team, the cream of the crop, preferably under 40 years of age, Qin Ming stated. The senior officials looked puzzled. What is this for? Qin Ming smiled confidently.
I intend to forge a team of civil engineering awakened ones.
Chapter 122. The infrastructure madman strikes again with a world-shaking masterpiece. After the meeting, Huaxiao once again plunged into bustling activity. During this period, the construction of the Tower of Heaven was nearly complete, now standing as towering steel fortresses. 36 sky-piercing towers now stood guard over the land of Huaxia. Qin Ming's fortress plan was built upon this foundation. Though the plan relinquished vast swaths of territory, the 36 sky-piercing towers were strategically positioned across China, occupying the most advantageous locations.
With these 36 towers standing, Huaxia would never fall to the alien beasts.
Moreover, the towers were interconnected. Even if a territory fell to the beasts, reclaiming it would not be difficult. It could be said that as long as the 36 sky-piercing tower bases stood, the foundation of China remained secure. The next day, Qin Ming returned to the Monster Academy with Xia Mo and the others. Upon their return, Qin Ming immediately commenced the preparation of magic potions. First up were the spoils from their expedition in Bear Country, over 100 ice serpent eggs alone, plus a mountain of various ice serpent materials. Qin Ming began concocting potions, starting with the Forbidden Sequence 009 Ice Cannon Master potion. He managed to produce a total of 110 bottles. The potions were barely finished when Lu Chang and Lang Feng were already waiting at the training hall. Over 100 soldiers stood ready, consuming the potions in peak condition. The results were smooth. The potions brewed from the Qiankun Gourd achieved a success rate of 99%. Another batch of ice cannoneers had successfully emerged, bringing the total number of ice cannoneers to 215. This squad would become Qin Ming's trump card. Qin Ming attempted to acquire ice serpent eggs worldwide but found no success. While every nation possessed ice serpent dungeons, not every instance housed an egg-laying serpent king. Qin Ming's discovery was purely a stroke of luck.
News of the Bear Nation's ice serpent dungeon being eradicated spread worldwide. Learning that China had provided assistance, other nations looked on with envy.
Many nations urgently requested China's assistance, but China was already overwhelmed and unable to respond to all requests. China now faced its 7th and 8th dungeons, with domain-type beasts continuously descending and causing significant disruption within its borders. The newly trained 200-plus ice cannoneers were all dispatched to provide support, and the situation was extremely critical. At Monster Academy, Qin Ming continued concocting potions. This time, he was brewing the common sequence 021, Earth Craftsman. This potion ingredient was obtained from creatures called drill pangolins. Some were acquired from the Bear Nation, and after returning, a drill pangolin instance also appeared in China. Qin Ming immediately dispatched Xia Mo and Lu Cheng to personally lead the team to handle it. With Xia Mo and the Ice Cannon Master squad, the mission proceeded smoothly. They slayed over 700 drill armor beasts, securing hundreds of potion ingredients. Pangolin scales plus thunder iron beast claws plus wasteland wolf fur plus 5 milliliters pure water plus 10 G sand equals common sequence 021, Earth Craftsman. One by one, brown potions were concocted exactly 200 vials. Qin Ming immediately sought out the Master Craftsman. The old craftsman had already made preparations, gathering 200 top-tier construction engineers to await him here. These engineers represented the nation's finest in both practical skills and architectural theory. Moreover, as per Qin Ming's request, all were under 40 years of age. Qin Ming reasoned that while the earth artisan ability could alter terrain and construct defenses, recruiting specialized talent was undoubtedly superior. After all, specialization was key. And in present-day China, such talent was certainly not in short supply. In the Monster Academy training hall, Qin Ming surveyed the engineers before him, his expression solemn as he nodded.
Gentlemen, I trust you all know what needs to be done.
I won't waste words. The crowd gazed at the elixir on the table, their excitement palpable. The world had now entered an extraordinary new chapter, and they naturally aspired to become such figures themselves. The opportunity lay before them, something many yearned for yet could never attain. Without hesitation, they all prepared to partake. Yet to Qin Ming's surprise, it was Master Jiang himself who took the lead in consuming it. As Master Jiang put it, even his old bones wanted to go wild once more. Qin Ming didn't stop him, he fully supported the idea. Becoming an awakened one meant physical prowess and combat power far beyond that of ordinary humans. As the primary leader of the U Fortress project, Master Craftsman bore immense responsibility. He couldn't afford to collapse from exhaustion, making becoming an awakened one the best possible choice.
The awakening process went exceptionally smoothly. All 200 engineers successfully awakened, becoming bearers of sequence 021 abilities. Master Craftsman's eyes gleamed. His 60-something body seemed reborn, brimming with vitality. Dean Sheen, this feeling is truly magnificent.
Master Craftsman exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement.
Qin Ming smiled. Can you feel this power? Master Craftsman nodded. I know what to do now. With that, he produced a blueprint. This is the blueprint designed according to your specifications. Take a look.
Qin Ming glanced at it briefly and nodded in satisfaction.
Excellent.
There's no time to waste. I'll take you to the Tower of Heaven now to begin work. Half an hour later, Qin Ming and the group of awakened individuals led by Master Jiang arrived at the sky-piercing tower in Jiangnan. The sky-piercing tower base had transformed into a steel fortress, complete with numerous structures and fully equipped facilities. The only drawback was its limited size. It wasn't actually that small, the area of a single sky tower was easily large enough for a small town. Yet accommodating the vast populace of China made it feel cramped. Therefore, expansion was imperative. And so, an astonishing event unfolded before the citizens of Jiangnan City. Not far outside the city limits, a 100-meter-high earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground. It took nearly half a day for Qin Ming and the Master Craftsman to circle the entire city center of Jiangnan. One after another, 100-meter-high earthen walls rose from the ground, connecting seamlessly like fortress walls to encircle the entire city of Jiangnan. This phenomenon caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan City and soon spread nationwide. Media outlets across the country rushed to report on it, and the nation was abuzz with discussion.
Good heavens! What on earth is happening? The entire city of Jiangnan is walled off? Such a massive project completed in just a few hours? Could it be the work of some strange beast? Probably not. If it were, monster hunters would have shown up already. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Makes me feel super safe. Amidst the public debate, the official announcement from Monster Academy was released. The public need not panic. The city walls are an official operation, which we refer to as the Fortress Plan. Constructed by awakened individuals from the Monster Academy, the city wall boasts defenses surpassing steel, forming an impenetrable barrier to protect the populace. This initiative will be implemented nationwide. Specific details cannot be disclosed at this time. Citizens need not panic, all actions are taken for the safety of the people. This announcement sent shockwaves across all of China. Nations worldwide received the news simultaneously.
When the 100-meter-high walls appeared before their officials, the international community erupted in astonishment.
Good heavens! China's infrastructure madman has delivered another world-shocking masterpiece. Chapter 123, Global Instance, Undercurrent Stirring.
The moment Monster Academy's announcement was made, foreign governments received the news immediately. When the 100-meter-high city wall of Jiangnan City appeared on their conference room screens, the room fell deathly silent. The Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Gull Nation, Empire of the Rising Sun, Peacock Nation, Land of Cherry Blossoms, Stick Nation, officials from nearly every country stared at the towering walls simultaneously.
A long silence ensued.
In the Eagle Nation's central conference room, Supreme Leader Tep stared blankly at the scene, his mouth slightly agape.
Can someone tell me how China managed this? No one responded. Defense Minister General Arthur frowned. According to records, this wall was constructed in half a day. By human effort alone, this is utterly impossible.
Then there's only one possibility: it's the work of an extraordinary being. Beside him, Archil, head of the supernatural department, narrowed his eyes.
This kind of power, likely the work of Earth elementalists.
At this remark, all eyes turned toward him.
Chief Tep raised an eyebrow. Do we have such a power user in our ranks? Achilles nodded. 1. Capable of this? Tep pointed at the screen. Archil shook his head. Not quite. Tep.
He genuinely wanted to slap the life out of this guy. Seeing the anger on Tep's face, Akir quickly added, a project like this isn't something one person can accomplish.
It requires at least 100 people.
I suspect China possesses an entire army of Earth-type awakened.
Over 100 people? Senior officials in the hall collectively sucked in their breath. That number was simply too large. Their entire Eagle Nation had only 500 awakened individuals. China had over 100 just for defensive fortifications. What about combat-type awakened? Wouldn't that number be even greater?
According to scout reports, the awakens sent to assist the Bear Nation already exceed 100, and that's just their reserve force. Across various cities, there are also specialized teams hunting anomalies. When tallied, the number of Chinese awakened has reached a staggering figure. General Arthur spoke slowly.
This was absolutely bad news. Silence fell once more. Tep narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to General Arthur. What is the status of the personnel we dispatched earlier?
General Arthur's expression darkened.
All contact has been lost. They're most likely already dead.
They were referring to the 10 fallen under Dr. Bazaar.
Sacrificed.
Tep muttered to himself, deep in thought. If all Chinese cities could build walls like this, it would make another assassination attempt on Qin Ming even harder.
But it's just an earthen wall, right? Its defensive capabilities can't be that impressive, General John questioned. Archil countered immediately, no. These walls were built using awakened abilities. Their defensive strength far surpasses ordinary walls. Firearms likely won't stand a chance. But I have a question: what's the purpose of building these walls? They can only block beasts from outside. Who's to say beasts won't appear within the city?
The assembled high-ranking officials turned to look at him in surprise.
That makes sense. Beast spawns are random. If one spawns inside the city, what use is the wall then? Could they have discovered a method to exclude the beasts from appearing within the city? The same question came from the Dragon General's mouth. Can you guarantee the beasts won't appear within the city?
Qin Ming shook his head.
Not yet. We're still missing one thing. What is it? The Dragon General looked puzzled.
A containment device called the Quantum Light Shield.
Once activated, no beasts can manifest within its range, and it also provides defensive capabilities.
During enemy invasions, this Quantum Light Shield will form a protective barrier to defend the city walls, Qin Ming explained. Hearing this, the Dragon General's eyes lit up.
Such a thing exists? Where can it be obtained?
It appears in the third stage of the civilization trial, Qin Ming pondered. But so far, there's been no sign of it.
If I'm not mistaken, it should appear in the 10th instance. The Dragon General frowned. Didn't you say the 10th instance would be a major battle? Correct. It should appear around that time.
Currently, in terms of dungeon clear counts, Huaxia Nation had completed 8, with the 9th underway.
The timing was about right. In the third stage trials, China held a commanding lead.
Even second place Bear Nation had only cleared 6 dungeons.
Third place is Eagle Nation with 5 dungeons. Then let's complete Fortress Project first.
The moment Jiangnan City's walls were unveiled, the nation erupted in praise. It must be said, these walls truly instill a profound sense of security. The Dragon General sighed, if every city could be like this, we wouldn't need to relocate the populace.
Qin Ming shook his head. Do you really think the Quantum Light Shield is as common as cabbage? Without it, breaking through these earthen walls wouldn't be difficult for the beasts. The Dragon General understood this well, but relocating the populace was an incredibly arduous task.
I'll have master craftsmen expedite the work, Qin Ming said. First, we'll fortify the 36 cities surrounding the Tower of Heaven. That forms the bedrock of the fortress plan.
The dragon general nodded. Just then, both their phones rang simultaneously.
Qin Ming glanced at his screen, a battle report from the front lines.
Commander, the 9th instance has been cleared. Qin Ming and Long Xiaogui exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "We've cleared it." Boom!
Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. A celestial voice resounded across the globe. Congratulations to Huashan Nation for clearing 9 dungeons and successfully activating the 10th dungeon.
The 10th instance is a global instance. All major civilizations will enter this instance together to compete.
This instance offers exceptionally rich rewards, containing unimaginable resources.
Participation is mandatory for all civilizations.
Hearing this news, Long Xiaogui stared at Qin Ming in shock.
You were right after all. Qin Ming's brows furrowed slightly. A global instance? They're forcibly cramming all nations together to compete.
While they may appear harmonious on the surface, when real interests are at stake, no one will hold back.
This battle would undoubtedly be brutal.
And this, it seemed, would be a monumental turning point for Blue Star.
At this moment, nations worldwide were in an uproar.
Official minds raced, strategizing how to navigate this competition.
Meanwhile, many nations are harboring ulterior motives.
Take the land of cherry blossoms, for instance. It must be noted that the upper echelons of this nation had already been entirely replaced by monstrous beasts. They harbored deep-seated hatred toward Qin Ming, whom they viewed as a thorn in their side. This presented the perfect opportunity for them to eliminate Qin Ming and expand their influence. It wasn't just the land of cherry blossoms, the Eagle Nation harbored the same ambition.
They understood clearly that as long as Qin Ming remained, they could never prevail over China. So if they couldn't have him, they would destroy him.
Qin Ming must die. Immediately, Trump ordered Archer to mobilize all awakened across the nation. Official entities across nations also harbored their own hidden agendas and ulterior motives. Beyond this, the dark forces lurking in the shadows also began to stir.
In a mere blink, the world's undercurrents surged. A colossal storm was about to erupt.
Chapter 124 was Xiaopeng's Awakening, Forbidden Sequence 004, The Merchant.
The 10th instance will arrive in 3 days.
Black Hand meant the instance would be another dimension, and Blue Star's people would enter through the instance portal.
The instance portal will randomly appear near every individual intending to enter. This method is downright terrifying. No fixed location, no designated group, it randomly appears near every person intending to enter the instance. Does this mean the Black Hand can read human thoughts? Or does the Black Hand possess some extraordinary power? Clearly, this is beyond what Blue Star's technology can explain. Governments worldwide chose not to investigate further. People understood the Black Hand belonged to a civilization operating on an entirely different plane. To survive, one must simply play by the Black Hand's rules. 3 days was not a long time, and Qin Ming remained constantly occupied. The immediate priority was implementing the fortress plan. Master Craftsman handled this aspect. Qin Ming accompanied him to several sky-piercing towers, leaving the rest for Master Craftsman to arrange. The city walls were merely the beginning. After their construction, numerous additional facilities would need to be built. Fortunately, Qin Ming's plan was sound. Encompassing the entire city within the fortress project meant fewer complications regarding residential housing. At the very least, there were ample dwellings to accommodate the populace. Of course, the fortress plan extends beyond the surface. The underground base is a massive undertaking in itself. Drinking water and food supplies required mobilizing resources nationwide for distribution, an extraordinarily arduous task. After arranging everything, Qin Ming returned to the laboratory to concoct potions. This potion was specifically for Hua Zhongxing. The kid had been obsessing over awakening for ages, and after Qin Ming's efforts to gather resources, he finally secured all the necessary ingredients. This sequence ability was actually one Hua Xiaopeng possessed in his previous life. However, in that life, Hua Xiaopeng only gained this ability after completing the 4th stage of trials, meaning he was still far from achieving it. Therefore, Qin Ming had gathered the potions for him. What Hua Xiaopeng needed most now was an assistant. Prohibited Sequence 004, Merchant. This was a powerful sequence pathway. Common Sequence 039, Trader. Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant. Royal Sequence 009, Fate Mage. Divine Sequence?
Qin Ming's knowledge stopped there. He knew little about the Divine Sequence. But if one could advance to Royal Sequence 009, Fate Mage, that ability alone would be formidable. Moreover, Qin Ming had directly synthesized Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant, skipping the Common Sequence stage entirely, enough for Hua Xiaopeng to showcase his talents. Half an hour later, Qin Ming successfully brewed the potion, a bottle of blue elixir. This single vial depleted all the rare grade materials Qin Ming had on hand. Some of these had even been obtained from Bear Country.
Hua Xiaopeng was incredibly fortunate.
Had they not made that trip to Bear Country, Qin Ming would never have gathered all the ingredients for this potion. Upon receiving the potion, Hua Zhongxing was overcome with emotion. Trembling, he cried out to Qin Ming, "Honorable father, please accept my humble bow.
My dear son, please rise at once." Xia Mo, standing nearby, was utterly speechless.
Lu Cheng chuckled to himself. He rarely saw this side of Qin Ming. He understood the immense weight Qin Ming carried on his shoulders. Ever since his rebirth, Qin Ming had tirelessly worked for the sake of China. Though he now stood among China's elite, most had forgotten Qin Ming's true nature. He was still just a 19-year-old youth. Under the protection of the others, Hua Xiaopang swallowed the magic potion and successfully awakened Forbidden Sequence 004 Merchant. Hua Xiaopang was still unfamiliar with this ability, so Qin Ming instructed him to practice diligently. Turning his gaze, he looked at Lu Chang. "What about the person you asked me to find?" Lu Chang's expression turned serious. "We haven't found them. They seem to have vanished." Qin Ming frowned. How could this happen? Lu Chang produced a file. Here are his records. According to his family, he suddenly lost contact 2 months ago. I checked the timeline, it coincides precisely with the end of the first trial. Do you recall that after the first trial concluded, Huaxia rewarded a group of awakened individuals? Most were willing to serve the nation, but several remained untraceable. I suspect this man is one of them. The strange part is, his background is spotless. He doesn't seem like someone who would betray the nation. Qin Ming pondered for a moment, straining to recall Su Zilian's background. Yes, the person he had Lu Chang search for was a young man named Su Zilian, one of Qin Ming's teammates from his previous life. He was an exceptionally talented doctor. But the fact that Su Zilian was nowhere to be found was unexpected for Qin Ming. Have you checked with his family? We did. His family didn't seem particularly concerned about his disappearance. Their relationship didn't appear to be very close. Qin Ming shook his head. No, Su Ziliang had an excellent relationship with his family. Their reluctance to speak likely means something happened to him. But judging by his parents' reactions, Su Ziliang should still be alive, just in some kind of trouble. Lu Cheng frowned. If someone vanished right under our noses, only one organization could pull that off. The SCP Foundation? Qin Ming nodded. That's what I was thinking. Su Ziliang was likely captured by the SCP Foundation. Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. Given Su Zilian's abilities, he'd likely already risen to a high-ranking position within the SCP Foundation. This was a real headache. Just as Qin Ming and Lu Chang were talking, Qin Ming's phone rang. He opened it to find an unknown number. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, picked up the phone, and answered in a deep voice, "Hello? Boss, it's me." A deep, magnetic voice came through the line. It was Dong Yen. "What's going on?" "Sorry, boss. I really couldn't get in touch with you earlier. I was in charge of the assassination attempt on the Ironblood Emperor in Xianghua. They're testing me." Dong Yan's voice was calm, without much apology. Qin Ming's lips curved slightly upward. He felt neither offense nor resentment. This was simply how he and Dong Yan operated. "Heard you've climbed the ranks?" "Hardly high-ranking. Old Ding actually secured the 6th Guardian position. I'm under him." Dong Yan continued, "I'm contacting you now to inform you that the chairman has issued a warrant for your arrest. You are currently the SCP Foundation's #1 enemy. They'll be targeting you during this global instance." Qin Ming nodded, unsurprised. "Go on. There's also the matter of the fallen ones we need to discuss. Many have appeared domestically, though most are foreign infiltrators. Particularly in Eagle Land, the Fallen there have formed a massive faction, and we're collaborating with them. Word is the origin of the Fallen in Eagle Land traces back to their government agencies. They were researching this field, but it seems they've lost control." Dong Yan explained one by one. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. "Dr. Bazaar?" A firm voice came through the phone. "Yes, that's the one." Qin Ming's heart finally settled. It really was that bastard. "Boss, just be careful. This global instance has a lot of people wanting to take you down." At this point, Dong Yan's emotions finally showed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself," Qin Ming replied with a smile. "By the way, I need to ask about someone, a guy named Su Ziliang. He should be with the SCP Foundation." At those words, Dong Yan spoke in astonishment. "He's the first Guardian." Chapter 125, the Qiankun Gourd Space World, fusing with the Ice Python. The first Guardian? Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. He really is something else. He's done quite well for himself. "I've interacted with him before. He seems a bit different," Dong Yan remarked. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. "He'll be our ally, but I'm wondering how to win him over." "That'll be tricky," Dong Yan replied gravely. "He wields significant power, and the Foundation chairman holds him in high regard." "Ha? You've met the Foundation's chairman?" "Yes. He wore a mask, so I couldn't see his face. He was Chinese." "Chinese?" Qin Ming frowned. "All right, proceed with caution. Seek opportunities to interact with Su Ziliang." "Roger that," Dong Yan replied. After the call ended, Qin Ming fell deep in thought. "It seems this SCP Foundation won't be easy to deal with. Commander, the Dragon General wants you to confirm the personnel for the instance." Lu Chang spoke up at that moment. Qin Ming nodded. This time, the team couldn't be too small, but it also couldn't be too large. Moreover, the participants had to possess a certain level of strength. At least all of them had to be stage 2.
First, send me the roster of second-tier awakened individuals, then ascertain their willingness to participate.
For the next 3 days, prioritize resources for the Ice Cannon Squad. I need 50 individuals to reach Tier 2 and accompany me into the instance.
Understood. Lu Chang took the documents and went to handle the matter. Xia Mo.
Qin Ming turned his gaze to Xia Mo standing nearby. With only the two of them left in the room, Xia Mo, seeing no one else present, drew closer to Qin Ming.
Qin Ming smiled and pulled Xia Mo into his embrace. Xia Mo stiffened, her lovely face flushing instantly. Our campus beauty is blushing? Qin Ming teased. Xia Mo stubbornly turned her head away.
Suddenly, Qin Ming planted a smacking kiss on her cheek.
Xia Mo jolted as if electrocuted, whipping her head around to stare at Qin Ming.
Her large eyes sparkled like little stars. Her fair, delicate face, rosy lips, and flawless features blended the allure of a sophisticated woman with the sweetness of a young girl.
Absolutely stunning. How could I have overlooked this stunning beauty in my past life? Smack!
While Qin Ming was lost in thought, Xia Mo suddenly leaned in, her lips brushing his in a butterfly-like kiss. The soft, velvety sensation lingered long after the fleeting contact, leaving Qin Ming yearning for more.
Xia Mo blushed, wriggling free from Qin Ming's embrace. I've got work to do. Hey, wait! Qin Ming called after Xia Mo, we need to talk. Xia Mo inquired, what is it? Qin Ming's expression turned serious. Over the next couple days, make contact with Zhang Yuji. See if the Cherry Blossom Nation has passed any information to her.
Also, tell her we're bringing her along for this dungeon run.
Got it. Xia Mo's expression also turned serious. It was about time to pull out this mole.
After everyone left, Qin Ming went alone to the training hall. The training hall was spacious and exclusively his. Qin Ming's objective this time was to uncover where the ice python absorbed by the Qiankun Gourd had actually gone. He took out the Qiankun Gourd and examined the markings on it closely. There, 2 ice serpent kings were imprinted upon it, lifelike as if they were stickers. Qin Ming was unaware of this ability that Qiankun Gourd had never displayed it in his previous life.
This piqued Qin Ming's curiosity. As Qin Ming attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the Qiankun Gourd, an unexpected event occurred. The Qiankun Gourd suddenly opened its mouth, sucking Qin Ming inside. When Qin Ming regained his senses, he found himself inside the Qiankun Gourd. It was a vast space, deep and mysterious. Clang! The clanking of chains followed. Qin Ming walked forward in astonishment and discovered the 2 ice python kings that had been captured. Both the male and female ice serpent kings were now bound by iron chains, the links tightly constricting their bodies. The moment they saw Qin Ming, both serpents became agitated, crashing violently in their chains as they tried to break free. But all their efforts were in vain. They couldn't break free from the chains. And Qin Ming seemed to realize that within this space, he held the power to control everything. Still not convinced, huh? Qin Ming extended his hand and squeezed with all his might. Clank! The iron chains swiftly contracted, tightening around the ice serpent king. Roar! The ice serpent king let out a pained roar, speaking in human language. Human, stop! Qin Ming showed no sign of stopping, continuing to tighten the chains until the ice serpent king finally let go, utterly exhausted. When the chains finally loosened, the gaze of the 2 ice serpent kings toward Qin Ming had changed. From initial disdain and rage, to sheer terror. They were genuinely afraid of this human youth before them. Qin Ming looked at them. Are we ready to talk now? The male ice serpent king nodded urgently. Yes, yes. How did you beasts come to Blue Star? Qin Ming voiced his greatest question. Yet the male python king shook his head. We don't know. We did come from another world, but that world had limited space for survival. Then, inexplicably, we ended up here. In our consciousness, this is a world suitable for our survival. Our greatest goal is simply to endure here. Qin Ming fell deep in thought. It seemed the alien beasts didn't know much about Blue Star either, they were likely just cannon fodder. Of course, this was just the ice python's perspective. It was possible they weren't ignorant of the purpose behind invading Blue Star, but rather their power was too weak to warrant knowing. Qin Ming realized pressing further would yield nothing, so he simply dropped the subject. His gaze then fell upon the altar beneath the male ice python. He had noticed that beneath both the male and female ice serpents lay intricately patterned altars. The chains binding the ice serpents originated from these very altars. Qin Ming scanned the area and found a total of 10 such altars. Does this mean it can hold 10 beasts? Qin Ming wondered. But what use is it to store the beasts? After confirming there was no danger, Qin Ming slowly approached the altar. As he drew near and read the inscriptions on the altar, Qin Ming froze. 2 options were inscribed upon the altar. 1. Contract. 2. Fusion. Qin Ming understood what a contract entailed, essentially subjugating the ice serpent to serve him in battle. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. A 3rd-tier ice serpent fighting by his side would be a major asset even on Blue Star. But what did this fusion mean? Qin Ming scrutinized the fusion option, noticing 2 patterns connecting the 2 ice serpents. Qin Ming froze in surprise. Could it mean merging the two ice serpents together? Let's try it.
Without hesitation, Qin Ming pressed the fusion button. In the next instant, both altars erupted with an eerie glow, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Qin Ming watched as the two ice serpents merged together, almost as if he were playing a game. Merging into one entity, the ice serpent radiated waves of frigid chill, its aura growing even more formidable. Their appearance underwent a profound transformation. The icy scales now held a faint golden sheen, and two slender horns sprouted from their heads. With a loud bang, a notification popped up before Qin Ming's eyes. Ice Serpent Fusion successful. Prohibited Beast Ice Serpent. Prohibited Beast 1-star Ice Serpent. Upon reaching 9 stars, can evolve into the Royal Beast Frost Dragon.
Chapter 126, Entering the Dungeon, the World of Monsters? Is that even possible? Qin Ming's eyes widened in utter shock. Fusing 2 ice serpents into a forbidden beast of 1 star. If this logic holds, the maximum fusion level is 9 stars, and beyond that, it can even evolve. This feels pretty powerful. But the number of ice serpents needed for fusion is insane. Where am I supposed to find that many?
Qin Ming didn't think ordinary ice pythons could fuse either. At the very least, it would take an ice python king.
But ice python kings weren't exactly easy to come by. He'd consider it later if the opportunity arose. What was certain, however, was that the fused ice serpent king possessed vastly superior strength. Even its appearance alone had grown more imposing. Next step, the contract, right? Qin Ming looked at the remaining contract button and pressed it. In the next instant, the patterns on the altar erupted with light once more. The glow enveloped the ice python, and imperceptibly, Qin Ming sensed a faint connection forming between himself and the python king. Soon, the king python's gaze toward Qin Ming no longer held hostility, but respect. Master. The Serpent King's voice was hoarse, and it had changed, no longer the voice of the male Serpent King before. This 1-star Serpent King seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, as if its very soul had been replaced. Qin Ming could see the Ice Serpent King's information illuminate within his mind. Beast, Ice Python King. Realm, 1-star Forbidden Beast Late Stage 3. Combat Techniques, Frost Breath, Ice Armor, King Serpent Spear. Status, Recovering. After reviewing this information, Qin Ming was certain he could summon the Ice Serpent King into battle. Without delay, Qin Ming couldn't wait to give it a try. He returned to the training hall, retrieved the Qiankun Gourd, and summoned the Ice Serpent King. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the Ice Serpent King slammed onto the ground, sending tremors rippling through the air. The Ice Serpent King appeared, behaving docilely, showing no signs of attacking its master. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This Qiankun Gourd truly was a marvelous treasure. This ability alone was enough to make others envious. At that very moment, within the gourd's inner space, an incense burner drifted in. Thick mist slowly billowed out, revealing a graceful figure. The woman in the qipao gazed in surprise at the altar before her, her expression turning pensive. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 days passed swiftly, and the eagerly anticipated global instance finally arrived. At this moment, the entire world waited with bated breath. Official teams from various nations had assembled their forces, ready to enter the instance at any moment. Qin Ming was no exception. This time, all of China's participants entering the instance were monster hunters, totaling 200 individuals. Among them, Qin Ming personally led 150 ice cannon masters led by Lung Foam, 30 healer sequencers led by Wumu, 10 thunder mages, and 10 earth artisans. The remaining 100 were small teams of anomaly hunters from various regions across China. With Qin Ming's approval, the anomaly hunters would enter the instance in small teams, each fighting independently. Resources obtained need not be surrendered to the organization. Of course, any surplus resources could be surrendered to the organization in exchange for merit points. For the anomaly hunters, this dungeon run was a trial by fire. This battle would likely prove far from simple. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the voice of the Black Hand echoed across the sky. The instance is now open. Slay the instance boss to clear the instance. All survivors will be transported out. Now, all extraordinary beings wishing to enter the instance, unleash your power. The instance entrance will appear beside you. Hearing this, spiritual energy slowly blossomed from Qin Ming's body. In the next instant, a vast void portal slowly expanded. Qin Ming turned to ask, "Are you ready?" "Always ready," the warriors shouted in unison. "Let's go." Qin Ming led the charge, stepping first into the void portal. A flurry of bizarre lights swirled around him, and Qin Ming's mind went blank. When he came to, he found himself in a different world. Mo? Qin Ming immediately looked around for his companions. As expected, everyone had been scattered. This was a randomly generated instance. He had to find his allies immediately. Otherwise, if danger struck, he wouldn't even have anyone to call for backup. Qin Ming pulled out his phone, trying to contact his teammates, but there was no response. Clearly, communication was blocked here. "Guess I'll have to take my chances," Qin Ming muttered, scanning the surroundings. He found himself in a dense forest. Not a single ray of light filtered through the canopy. Thick foliage blocked the sky entirely, plunging the surroundings into darkness as if night had fallen. Could it be getting dark already? Qin Ming murmured to himself. Suddenly, his mind raced and he summoned the Ice Serpent King. Do you recognize this place? The Ice Serpent King shrank to the size of a small snake and curled up on Qin Ming's hand. It curiously scanned the surroundings, its vertical pupils glowing brightly. This seems to be our world. Ha! Qin Ming looked stunned. What did you say? This is your world of beasts? The Ice Serpent King seemed to be confirming its observations, scanning the area and occasionally sniffing the air. Finally, it nodded decisively. Yes, this is the world of the beasts. But I can't be sure exactly where we are. Qin Ming was genuinely stunned. So, the alien race invades Blue Star and they set up a dungeon? Now it's humans invading the alien race? Interesting. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire the Black Hand's imagination. They sure knew how to play. Unfortunately, the Ice Python King didn't recognize this place. Master, you must be cautious. Many beast races live in groups. If discovered, you'll likely face a coordinated attack. The Ice Serpent warned. Qin Ming nodded and placed the Ice Serpent King on his shoulder. He moved cautiously in one direction. According to the Ice Serpent King, this world teemed with diverse races, and its entire expanse was even larger than Blue Star. Therefore, the area they had descended upon was likely just one region among many and a relatively weak one at that. Otherwise, encountering 5th or 6th tier beasts would mean the game was over before it even began. They might as well just wait for death. Since this was a trial, Qin Ming trusted that the Black Hand would exercise restraint. But the overall situation remained grim after all. This was the beast's territory. As they walked, the Ice Python King perched on his shoulder suddenly called out to Qin Ming. Master, there's something good over there. Following the Ice Serpent King's gaze, Qin Ming spotted a small purple flower. A spiritual herb? Qin Ming recognized the flower instantly. Spiritual herbs belong to the extraordinary species. When consumed, they could enhance human physique, mental power, or extraordinary traits. Take these blossoms before him, for instance, they were thunder coagulating flowers. For a lightning attribute extraordinary being like Qin Ming, they offered immense benefits. Not only could they enhance his lightning abilities, but they could also temper his physique, accelerating his breakthrough to the next realm. These spiritual herbs were also graded, much like extraordinary beings, divided into 9 tiers, 1st grade to 9th grade. The thunder coagulating flower before him was a grade 1 spirit herb, the most common variety, yet still quite valuable to Qin Ming. Qin Ming tucked it away, storing it directly within the inner space of his Qiankun Gourd. Let's keep moving. Qin Ming stood up and set off once more. Yet at this moment, he froze in place. Before him, a thick green mist was slowly spreading out. Poison gas? Qin Ming's expression darkened. He seemed to grasp the mechanics of this dungeon. No wonder they didn't specify a direction. The poison gas was forcing humans toward a single target. And at the end of that path lay the boss's lair. Qin Ming cursed under his breath. This is a poison run. Chapter 127, The Merchant's True Power, the Money Tree. It's a poison barrier. Run. The Ice Python King on his shoulder urged Qin Ming to flee. No prompting needed. Qin Ming was already bolting. That poisonous gas looked like trouble. I know where this place is, the Ice Serpent King continued. This is the southern region of the 10,000 races world. Only the south has this kind of barrier poison. The multiverse world referred to the present world, and since the Ice Serpent King resided in the north, it naturally didn't recognize this place. Qin Ming nodded, silently committing the information to memory. Once he reached a relatively safe spot, Qin Ming glanced back to confirm the direction the toxic barrier was spreading. From this, he deduced the location of the humans' final gathering point. If his guess was correct, the mechanics of this dungeon resembled a popular battle royale game on Blue Star, a shrinking poison zone forcing all players into a final showdown. Qin Ming observed the poison barrier's trajectory again. It showed no signs of halting, instead steadily contracting. This meant the area within the poison zone was vast. Realizing this, Qin Ming knew he had to hurry to find his men. The longer they were separated, the greater the risk of danger. Though he had complete faith in his soldiers. As he pressed forward, Qin Ming heard the sounds of combat ahead. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? So disgusting. Up ahead, a chubby man was being chased by a toad-like creature. The frog-like creature was a vivid green, massive in size, standing as tall as a person. Facing this frog-like creature, the fat man was utterly defenseless, forced to flee relentlessly. Help! I don't want to die. Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Ming immediately picked up his pace. At the same time, the toad was about to catch up to the man. It suddenly extended its tongue, attempting to devour him. The fat man's hair stood on end. Ah! Fatso! At the critical moment, Qin Ming arrived, slashing out with his blade as a flash of lightning erupted. Boom! Thunder crackled across the sky, and the blade struck the toad's long tongue. Snap! The long tongue fell to the ground, twitching like a fish out of water. The frog was flung backward by the recoil of its severed tongue, tumbling several times. Xiaopang snapped his head up and saw the person he most wanted to see. He let out a roar. Old Qin.
Hua Xiaopeng lunged toward Qin Ming, his voice hoarse with exertion.
If I'd known it would land randomly, I never would have come.
Hua Xiaopeng was genuinely terrified he'd only become an awakened being a couple of days ago.
Wait, you're an awakened now?
Qin Ming looked utterly astonished.
That was Forbidden Sequence 004. You're lucky. What kind of ability is this? Merchant? How am I supposed to fight? Hua Xiaopeng wailed.
Qin Ming sighed helplessly.
You haven't grasped the essence of merchant yet. Where are your combat skills?
Hua Xiaopeng wiped away a tear.
Just to buy and sell.
And sell is even a passive skill.
As for buy what? What could I possibly buy from a frog? Buy its life. Qin Ming replied earnestly.
Hua Xiaopeng froze.
What do you mean?
With buy, you expend your mental power. As long as your mental power is sufficient, you can purchase everything it possesses.
Qin Ming explained. Like an arm or a leg. Hua Xiaopeng's throat convulsed. Are you sure? Try it yourself?
Qin Ming stepped aside, leaving Hua Xiaopeng face to face with the frog-like beast. With Qin Ming by his side, Hua Xiaopeng found his confidence. Fixing his gaze on the toad-like beast, he unleashed his combat technique.
I'm buying your life.
In the next instant, Hua Xiaopeng felt his spiritual energy surge forth like a flood, draining his reserves dry in an instant. Then, the frog-like beast's eyes suddenly bulged wide as its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, dead.
Witnessing this, Xiaopeng's expression shifted dramatically. Is it really possible?
Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and his body went limp as he collapsed toward the ground. Qin Ming reacted swiftly, grabbing him and pulling him up. I was about to ask how your spiritual energy could be so strong enough to kill a second-tier early-stage toad beast in one strike.
Turns out you were just overexerting yourself.
Qin Ming sighed softly, pulling out a vial of potion and forcing it into Hua Xiaopeng's mouth. This was a mental energy potion concocted using gene chips designed to restore mental energy. Before long, Hua Xiaopeng slowly regained consciousness, though his face remained somewhat pale. Upon waking, he clutched Qin Ming's hands tightly.
I'm invincible. This power is too incredible. Does that mean no one can stand against me? Taking someone's life with a single word, what else could that be but invincibility? Words become law. Give it a rest. Qin Ming poured cold water on his excitement. This only works against weak beasts like that.
If you face someone stronger than you, even draining yourself dry won't buy you their life.
At best, you might leave a wound on them. Got it?
Hua Xiaopeng snapped to attention, grasping Qin Ming's meaning.
So the damage of this skill depends on the strength of my mental power? Exactly. Qin Ming didn't elaborate further.
After all, he was merely a prohibited sequence merchant.
If he could advance to King Sequence and become a fate mage, that would be even more formidable. Not only could he buy lives, but he could even buy fate. That's so awesome. Hua Xiaopeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning a bright future. Godfather, what about sell? How does that skill work? Selling is a passive skill. He didn't know how to activate it. Come on, let's go. Qin Ming led Hua Xiaopeng toward the toad's corpse. Bad luck this beast didn't drop any magic potion ingredients.
Hua Xiaopeng was disappointed too. His first slain beast hadn't dropped anything.
Without any loot, it just felt incomplete.
At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the chubby boy's hand. A gold ring adorned his plump fingers.
Take off the ring. Hua Xiaopeng didn't understand, but he obeyed. Sell it.
Qin Ming flicked his wrist, knocking the ring off the fat man's finger. Caught off guard, the ring landed on the back of the toad-like beast.
Sell it?
Hua Xiaopeng looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Just then, as the ring landed on the toad's head, it slowly began to glow with a golden light. The ring vanished and a gold coin sprouted from the toad's head. Staring at the gold coin, Hua Xiaopeng was dumbfounded.
What does this mean?
Qin Ming examined the gold coin, smacking his lips.
True to form for a merchant, luck really is on your side. You actually got a containment item. Ha? A containment item?
Hua Xiaopeng hurriedly reached out to pick it up. It was a gold coin stamped with a balance scale pattern. The moment it touched his hand, Hua Xiaopeng knew this coin was no ordinary item.
And it's a taboo grade containment object. My luck is going to explode. Hua Xiaopeng asked excitedly, what's going on here?
Qin Ming explained, sell meaning you trade an item you possess. The beast will either drop a loot item for you or exchange something you have for an equivalent value. But the exchange can only be for items, not things like your life.
This is distinct from purchasing.
In short, as long as the fat man has something to sell, he is guaranteed to reap rewards.
This is the power of a merchant.
At the same time, Hua Xiaopeng is also Qin Ming's cash cow.
Chapter 128, White Socks, Scalpel. Vote request. Old Qin, what's the use of this gold coin container?
All along the way, Hua Xiaopeng had been studying the gold coin he'd just acquired, but he still couldn't figure out its purpose. Qin Ming took it to examine as well, only to discover this gold coin didn't seem like an ordinary containment object.
Why do I get the feeling this is your special item?
Hua Xiaopeng was confused.
What do you mean?
Qin Ming didn't elaborate, as he wasn't entirely sure himself.
When we encounter a monster, you handle it.
Before long, they indeed encountered a strange beast, a bright green toad, though much smaller than the previous one. Late stage Tier 1 monster.
You handle it.
Qin Ming directed at Hua Xiaopang. Hua Xiaopang felt a twinge of dread, but steeled himself and stepped forward.
I'm gonna take your life.
Hua Xiaopang bellowed, clenching his fists and striking a dramatic pose. Immediately, his spiritual energy surged forth like a raging flood. A wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, his spiritual energy hadn't completely drained this time. He quickly steadied himself by grabbing Qin Ming, halting his stumbling steps. His eyes darted nervously toward the toad ahead.
Sure enough, it was dead.
A flicker of excitement flickered across Hua Xiaopang's pale face.
Powerful. I'm truly powerful. Alright, draining yourself like that isn't good.
Qin Ming led Hua Xiaopang toward the toad's corpse. Once again, Hua Xiaopang removed his $1 million watch and activated the sell skill. Another gold coin appeared, identical to the previous one.
Another containment object? Hua Xiaopang was stunned. Was his luck just that good? This isn't a containment object.
Qin Ming was now certain of his guess.
He examined the coin. This is likely a merchant's exclusive item, your currency.
Perhaps when you use the buy skill in the future, you won't need to pay with mental energy, but with these gold coins instead.
You're currently at Tier 1.
Once you advance to Tier 2 and acquire more combat skills, those abilities will likely require gold coins to activate.
Got it? Hua Xiaopang's mouth twitched.
He understood Qin Ming's words perfectly. So these gold coins were genuinely valuable to him.
Impressive. Hua Xiaopang inwardly marveled.
He had no idea who created this extraordinary system, but whoever it was had a brilliant mind. Qin Ming urged him to study it more. The merchant sequence profession wasn't a pure combat class, many of its abilities were quite brain-intensive. Qin Ming himself wasn't too familiar with it, but in his previous life, Hua Xiaopang had truly mastered the merchant class to perfection.
The two continued their journey.
Hua Xiaopang experimented with using gold coins to activate the buy skill. It worked exactly as Qin Ming had described. However, Hua Xiaopang couldn't help but feel that spending gold coins to cast skills was an utter waste. After all, mental energy could be replenished, but gold coins were gone forever once spent. Qin Ming shot him a look. Mental energy is the source of power for extraordinary beings. You can't just keep freeloading off gold coins forever. Hua Xiaopang chuckled, his mind churning with new ideas. Just as they spoke, the sound of combat erupted ahead. Roar! The beast's roar echoed through the air. Qin Ming and Hua Xiaopang both paled instantly, immediately shutting their mouths.
Qin Ming crouched behind some grass, gently parting the foliage to glimpse several masked extraordinary beings battling the beasts.
They were ferocious crocodile beasts, a substantial number, over a dozen in total, all at the second tier.
One of them was even late second tier. Qin Ming recognized these crocodile beasts.
They were a type called swamp crocodiles, known for their astonishing defense and extreme difficulty to deal with.
Old Qin, could those masked guys be from the SCP Foundation?
Hua Xiaopang asked. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. It was hard to say for sure.
He couldn't just assume every masked figure belonged to the SCP Foundation.
Hua Xiaopang counted them up, only 4 humans versus over a dozen swamp crocodiles. The disparity in strength was significant.
Aren't they afraid of dying?
Why provoke these beasts?
Qin Ming's gaze shifted beyond the beasts.
In the marshland, a lotus pod had sprouted. There's a spiritual herb there.
Really?
Hua Xiaopang realized with a start. If it was for the treasure.
Should we intervene? No rush.
Let's assess the situation first, Qin Ming murmured. But just then, as if drawn by the commotion, another 4-person squad arrived.
Holy crap, there's something good here.
The 4-person squad immediately spotted the lotus pods on the marsh. It's the Koreans, Hua Xiaopang murmured softly. Seeing competitors arrive, the original 4 masked men grew cautious. But then, more and more people heard the commotion and rushed over. It's a spirit herb. At least 3rd-grade spiritual herbs. This is a real treasure. Before long, 3 more factions arrived. Judging by their accents, they hail from Eagle Nation, Elephant Nation, and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Each squad was small, consisting of only 3 or 4 members. The strongest among them was a blonde man from Eagle Nation, possessing a late 2nd-tier cultivation level. Such power placed him among the elite across the entire Blue Star.
The blonde man surveyed the group and revealed his identity. I'm Major Cliff from the Eagle Nation's Supernatural Division. This is ours. You can leave now. The Eagle Nation's Supernatural Division?
Hearing this, the expressions of the Elephant Nation and Stick Nation squads both shifted. The team from the Empire of the Rising Sun also frowned. They truly didn't want to antagonize Eagle Sauce. But at that moment, a young man leading the masked squad coldly spat out 2 words, idiots.
Take him down.
Immediately, the 3 masked men behind him launched their attack.
Boom!
A searing fireball roared downward.
Fuck! Get out of the way. Cliff roared in anger and scrambled back. Boom! The fireball exploded, sparks flying everywhere. Take him down! Cliff bellowed, signaling his men to charge. From the masked squad, a man wearing the Imperial Hero mask suddenly charged forward. Wearing white gloves, he held a scalpel, aiming it at one of the enemies. A rotten gut. In the next instant, a cold gleam flashed in his almond-shaped eyes. Appendicitis. Cut. Splatter. The scalpel flashed with a cold gleam. Before the enemy across from him could react, a gash opened in his lower abdomen. The man looked down at the exposed intestine, his face turning pale as he nearly fainted from shock. The carotid artery. The masked man from Emperor's Blade rushed forward, his bare hands gripping the scalpel. With precise precision, he severed the man's carotid artery, sending a jet of blood spraying out. The man collapsed instantly, his face drained of color as the light in his eyes slowly faded. Such swift and decisive action sent a chill through everyone present, their gazes fixed on the masked man with a hint of fear. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. White gloves, scalpel, it was him, no doubt. Chapter 129, The Forced King the Doctor. The masked man, Emperor Hero, twirled the scalpel in his hand, his gaze fixed on the eagle man before him. That piercing gaze sent a chill through everyone's hearts. A master, this man is undoubtedly a master. Emperor Knight, the masked man, turned to his companions and asked with a grin, pretty cool, huh? His three henchmen looked up at him with worshipful expressions. He's freaking awesome. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. The masked man, Emperor Knight, was about to sheath his weapon. Cliff's stern voice cut through the air, who are you? Humph. Emperor Knight turned his head, displeased. Shut up. With that, the scalpel in his hand shot out like a bullet, hurtling straight toward Cliff. Cliff's expression changed instantly as he raised his blade to block. Clang! The scalpel struck his blade, sending Clive staggering backward. Impressive, huh? The masked Emperor Hero turned back to his henchmen. The henchmen nodded in unison. Boss, you're so cool. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. The masked man's power far exceeded all expectations. Who exactly are you people? Cliff asked, his expression grave, the earlier flippancy gone from his voice. Beside Emperor Knight, the man wearing the digger mask gave a cold chuckle. SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation? At this, the faces of the Elephant Nation, Stick Nation, and Sun Never Set's Empire teams all paled. They had, of course, heard of the SCP Foundation. It was practically the world's largest underground organization. Cliff frowned. He knew of the organization, but had never encountered it firsthand. You can still make a run for it now, the man in the digger mask chuckled. Oomph. With just a handful of you, you actually think you can stand against us? Cliff suddenly roared, attack. As the words left his mouth, the teams from Korea, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and Elephant Nation all attacked simultaneously. Clearly, they had coordinated their actions beforehand. Seeing this, the masked man known as Emperor Hero narrowed his eyes. Looks like scaring them won't work. Retreat. Without any intention to fight, he turned and fled with his companions. But the enemy outnumbered them. Two exceptionally swift superhumans instantly blocked their retreat. Boss, help! One of the SCP Foundation members had his calf bound by a Korean superhuman. Clank! The chains jerked, dragging the member toward them. The masked man, Emperor Hero, immediately turned to rescue him. Out of nowhere, he produced another scalpel and thrust it toward the Korean superhuman. Combat technique, anesthesia. With a thud, the Korean superhuman collapsed to the ground as if struck by something, his body going limp. He swiftly moved to his comrade's side, and with a swift cut of the scalpel, the iron chain was severed as easily as tofu. Emperor Knight rescued his comrade, but by then, they were already surrounded. Cliff stared at them with a wicked grin. SCP Foundation? A tiny underground faction daring to oppose the authorities? Kill them! The command echoed as the four international superhumans launched their attack simultaneously. With over 10 against 4, they held a significant numerical advantage. Qin Ming, who had been lurking in the shadows, murmured, "Time to move." Xiaopang grabbed him by the arm. "Old Qin, are you sure that bastard is the guy you're after?" The boss referred to the man wearing the Emperor Hero mask. Qin Ming smiled faintly. Exactly. Only he would pull off such a disguise. Nickname, the King of Assholes Doctor. Qin Ming was about to strike, but hesitated. Better put on a mask. He pulled out 2 masks, handing the piggy one to Xiaopang before donning the Monkey King mask himself. Xiaopang stared at the Zhu Beiji mask in his hands, lost in thought. Bro, are there other designs? Doesn't this suit your image? Qin Ming said before charging forward. But his direction wasn't to provide backup, he was charging straight toward that lotus pod. Roar! The swamp crocodiles, still feasting on the melon, turned ferocious the moment they sensed an intruder charging toward them. One of them opened its massive jaws, its razor-sharp teeth poised to devour Qin Ming whole. Qin Ming flickered, leaping high into the air, and stomped down on its head. Thud, thud, thud. Using the swamp crocodile as a springboard, Qin Ming swiftly leaped across to the opposite marsh, plucking the spiritual herb in one swift motion. With another leap, he landed steadily on solid ground.
This sudden turn of events caused the extraordinary beings in the midst of battle to halt their actions.
Hua Xiaopang, who had just started charging forward, immediately retreated, cursing inwardly, "Aren't you supposed to be rescuing someone? Why are you picking herbs? Damn it, who the hell are you? Hand over the medicinal herb."
Cliff's face twisted with fury.
The spiritual herb had been within his grasp, only to be snatched away. How could he not be furious? The masked Qin Ming smiled with amusement. Opportunity favors the prepared. A Chinese?
Cliff and his men frowned at Qin Ming's words. The masked man known as Emperor Knight also turned his gaze toward Qin Ming, his eyes thoughtful. Qin Ming acknowledged it outright, shouting, "Chinese hunter of anomalies." He had just revealed his identity outright, a hunter of anomalies, part of China's official organization. Qin Ming was eager to see how Cliff and his crew would react.
Sure enough, when Cliff heard Qin Ming was a hunter, a peculiar gleam appeared in his eyes. "Hand over the elixir and I'll let you go." Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed the eagle-eyed ones were now openly targeting China. Especially now within the dungeon, they'd become even more brazen. It wasn't just eagle sauce, supernatural beings from the Stick Nation and Elephant Nation also shot him hostile glances.
Qin Ming had already made up his mind.
Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He then turned to the masked man known as Emperor Hero and respectfully asked, "First seat, shall we act together?"
At these words, the expressions of the four masked men, including the Emperor Hero, shifted.
Had their identities been exposed? Or could it be that the man across from them was also from the SCP Foundation? The masked man didn't ask, he immediately responded, "It seems you're dazzled by this seat's brilliant prowess. Very well, this seat will teach them a lesson for you." "Shameful,"
Hua Xiaopang muttered under his breath from the shadows.
"Charge." The masked man, clutching a scalpel, instantly lunged toward the encircling group. An Elephant Nation superhuman swung his blade down, sparks of electricity flickering.
The scalpel swept upward, colliding with the broad blade.
With a loud bang, the broadsword snapped clean in two, its break smooth and perfect.
The razor-sharp scalpel struck with brutal precision, slicing cleanly across the man's throat. With a sharp tear, the man's throat was severed, one clean cut to the throat. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the man collapsed to the ground. The masked man, Emperor Knight, executed a stylish finishing pose, his white glove still lightly gripping the scalpel, the blade now stained with blood.
Turning his back to the crowd, he murmured softly, "Elegance never goes out of style." Chapter 130, Sudden Change. The third-tier crimson-faced demon. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. He couldn't stand it. He was still putting on such an act.
Qin Ming had no intention of letting him keep up the act. Gripping the starfall blade tightly, he leaped high into the air.
Roar!
The swamp crocodile lunged ferociously, but Qin Ming countered with a swift backhand slash.
Crash!
The swamp crocodile crashed heavily to the ground, a deep gash splitting open on its head.
Still lacking in power,
Qin Ming flicked his fingers, producing a card.
Battle skill, Ace.
The card shimmered Red King Joker. In the next instant, Qin Ming was clad in a dashing red tailcoat, shifting into his king form.
Power amplified, physique enhanced. Another slash. The charging swamp crocodile was cleaved clean in two.
Early stage 2 beasts were no match for Qin Ming. With a few leaps, Qin Ming returned to the other side of the swamp, casually slaying 7 or 8 swamp crocodiles along the way.
The swamp crocodiles sensed something was wrong.
Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, they lost their will to fight and plunged headfirst into the swamp, vanishing from sight. Qin Ming showed no intention of pursuing. The swamp was the swamp crocodile's domain, chasing them would be futile. Seeing Qin Ming charging toward them, Cliff's expression darkened.
"You bastards, deal with that kid." Clang!
A Korean man whipped his chain, hurling it toward Qin Ming.
Qin Ming glanced sideways. A mere first-tier extraordinary dared to attack him?
Qin Ming grabbed the chain and yanked it hard.
The immense force hurled the man backward, slamming him headfirst into the swamp. Roar! Swamp crocodiles instantly lunged out, dragging the man deep into the mire. "Help! Help me!"
His desperate struggles only piqued the swamp crocodile's interest. After a few splashes, the man fell silent.
"Damn it, you were asking for it."
Another man charged forward, but his ability was peculiar, likely an animal-type sequence, as wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into flight. The next moment, Qin Ming's eyes flashed as he spotted a dark shadow streaking toward them from the distance. With a shrill cry, a bird-like beast swooped down, snatching the flying Korean extraordinary being mid-air in its beak. It proved true: in unfamiliar forests, don't fly recklessly because your bird isn't bigger than other birds. With another taken care of, Qin Ming held nothing back as he charged toward the last South Korean extraordinary being. The man's face paled as he raised his shield before him. Earth shield. Dirt rapidly spread across the shield, attempting to bolster its defenses. Qin Ming charged straight ahead, his starfall blade carving a long trench in the ground before he yanked it upward with force. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the earthen shield shattered into pieces. The man's pupils suddenly contracted as the blade's glint rapidly grew larger before his eyes. Splatter! Blood spattered across the ground. Immediately after, a deafening roar echoed as a massive elephant lumbered forward, charging toward Qin Ming.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This was an extraordinary being from the Elephant Kingdom and animal type sequence. A crimson aura glowed around the elephant, radiating an unstoppable force. Brother, watch out! The masked man known as Emperor Hero shouted a warning from nearby. 2 cards appeared in Qin Ming's hand, which he flung out with force. Combat technique, Royal Flush. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, a red and a black clown leapt from the cards. Clutching bombs the size of watermelons, they charged headlong into the charging elephant. Boom! The explosion boomed, sending the elephant flying through the air. It instantly reverted to human form and crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell is that? The masked Emperor Hero and his crew were stunned. Cliff's heart pounded in fear. Who the hell was this guy? How could he be so brutal? Qin Ming lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the masked man known as Emperor Hero. First seat, are you leaving none alive? The masked man froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Then kill them all. Hearing this, Chris and the others paled. They dared not continue fighting. Retreat! Quickly, retreat! Though they held the numerical advantage, continuing the fight would mean paying a heavy price even if they won. The remaining men turned and fled. Qin Ming did not pursue them. Instead, he stared intently at the direction of their escape. Something seemed to be lurking there. The next moment, Qin Ming's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted toward the fat man in the grass. Fatso, run! As the words left his mouth, a long-limbed, crawling creature burst forth from ahead. The creature devoured an eagle sauce extraordinary being in one gulp, then swung its massive claw, sending another extraordinary being from the Empire of the Sun never sets flying. Its terrifying aura sent shivers down the spine. A late-stage third-tier beast. In mere moments, Cliff and his companions all fell victim, becoming the beast's sustenance. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Run! The masked man known as Emperor Hero also sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted urgently to his companions, run! Xiaopang scrambled out of the grass and sprinted to Qin Ming's side. Together, they sprinted away from the beast. Roar! The long-limbed beast, having long since noticed them, let out a furious roar. Immediately after, over a dozen beasts charged out simultaneously, madly pursuing Qin Ming and his group. Qin Ming glanced back over his shoulder as he ran. Damn it, they're crimson-faced demons. What are these things doing here? Red-faced demons, even the weakest, were 3rd tier, while the strongest could reach 6th tier. They were extremely fast and incredibly difficult to deal with. In his previous life, these red-faced demons had slaughtered entire cities across Huaxia, truly terrifying. With Qin Ming's current strength, facing so many red-faced demons would likely mean certain death. Roar! At that moment, a crimson-faced demon charged forward. Its speed was blinding. It raised its long, spider-like legs and slammed them down, aiming directly at the digger masked man. Seeing this, the Emperor Hero masked man's expression darkened as he flung his scalpel. Combat technique, anesthesia. Thud! A cold gleam pierced the crimson-faced demon's body. Yet the demon merely staggered for a moment before resuming its assault. Thud! The man in the digger mask was pierced through the chest by the red-faced demon's tentacle. Boss, run! The man in the Digimon mask shouted his final words. No! The Emperor Knight masked man's eyes instantly reddened, and he was about to stop to save him. But his 2 other partners dragged him away. Boss, he's done for. Roar! Just then, another red-faced demon lunged at him from the side. Watch out! Qin Ming shouted. The 3 didn't react in time and were knocked flat. The Emperor Knight's mask flew off, revealing a strikingly handsome face. It belonged to a youth whose skin was as fair as a woman's, his features so sharply defined they seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. He was the very person Qin Ming sought. Su Ziliang. All 3 had been knocked down. Su Ziliang regained his footing first, only to see his 2 companions already in the jaws of the crimson-faced demon. Boss, run! The 2 subordinates shouted desperately as death approached. Su Ziliang's expression turned furious as he prepared to fight to the death. But a single phrase from his subordinate halted him. Boss, you still have dreams to fulfill. You can't fall here. With that, the henchman was devoured by the red-faced demon. Su Ziliang stood frozen in place, his face twisted with grief and fury. At that moment, 3 red-faced demons charged forward, poised to swallow Su Ziliang whole. Qin Ming watched Su Ziliang stand motionless, his expression darkening instantly. Damn it, run! Then he halted, gripping the starfall blade as he turned back. Chapter 131, A Man's Conversation. Vote request. Roar! A crimson-faced demon lunged madly at Su Ziliang, who was still frozen in shock. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he shouted, get out of the way! In the next instant, a cold gleam flashed in Su Ziliang's eyes. Clutching the scalpel in his hand, a blue light coalesced, enveloping the blade. Battle skill, dismemberment. Buzz. Su Ziliang swung the knife with all his might. A blue blade shot out like a bullet, striking the red-faced demon squarely in the face. Splatter! The crimson-faced demon was cleaved in 2 from head to torso by the blue light. Foul-smelling blood and entrails splattered everywhere. A streak of blood splattered onto Su Zilion's cheek. His expression turned icy cold. "You beasts! I'll send you straight to hell." Su Ziliang erupted, his mid-stage second-tier aura sweeping across the entire arena.
Qin Ming was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Ziliang's cultivation level to match his own.
Such rapid advancement was truly remarkable.
Still gripping his short scalpel, Su Ziliang instantly dodged the attack of a crimson-faced demon before swinging his blade.
Dismemberment.
Under Su Ziliang's abilities, the red-faced demon's vaunted defenses proved useless.
Under Su Ziliang's scalpel, the demon was no different from an anesthetized ordinary person, merely a patient on a hospital bed.
No matter how formidable its defenses, they were as vulnerable as ordinary flesh, easily sliced open by the scalpel. Su Ziliang's combat prowess exceeded Qin Ming's expectations.
What surprised Qin Ming even more was Su Ziliang's attitude toward his subordinates.
The better his attitude, the more it proved his acceptance of his own status and his strong sense of belonging. If that was the case, it would be difficult for Qin Ming to recruit him. This was a troublesome matter. After slaying two crimson-faced demons in succession, the others snapped to attention, their eyes blazing with malice as they fixed their gaze on Su Ziliang. In the next instant, all the red-faced demons charged forward simultaneously. Roar! The red-faced demons moved with blinding speed.
Run!
Qin Ming dashed forward, thrusting his blade into the void.
Battle technique, probe through space.
The starfall blade pierced through the void, drilling through the head of the red-faced demon mid-air as it leapt. Su Ziliang stared in shock at Qin Ming's vanished arm. Qin Ming grabbed his shoulder and yanked him backward, simultaneously flinging the Ice Serpent King from his body. Roar! The tiny Ice Serpent King rapidly grew in size, its body stretching to over 10 meters tall before lashing out. Python King Spear. A thick layer of frost crystallized on the Ice Serpent King's tail, whipping out like a spear. Thud! The massive tail slammed into the red-faced demons, sending all charging foes flying. Arg! The red-faced demons howled in pain, crashing to the ground in disarray. Go!
Seizing the moment, Qin Ming grabbed Su Ziliang and retreated. Su Ziliang glanced at the ice python in shock before fleeing swiftly.
The Ice Serpent King provided cover from behind, its massive tail lashing out to knock the pursuing red-faced demon flying once more. Immediately after, Qin Ming and the other two leaped onto the Ice Serpent King's back and raced forward. After running for over 10 minutes, the Ice Serpent King rapidly shrank its form, carrying the three into a cave to hide. Roar! Outside the cave, the crimson-faced demon roared madly, its voice filled with rage. Fortunately, after a thorough search, they found no trace of Qin Ming and his companions and reluctantly retreated. They seemed to have left. Xiaopang breathed a sigh of relief. With so many late-stage third-tier beasts, if they'd been any slower, they'd likely have become dinner.
Damn it, picking on us because we're outnumbered.
At that moment, Xiaopang clamped his mouth shut, realizing his slip-up. After all, they were now members of the SCP Foundation. Enough with the act, Commander Qin Ming.
Su Ziliang gave Qin Ming, who wore a Sun Wukong mask, a cold stare. Xiaopang's eyes widened. You? Qin Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. Just as I expected. You recognized me. Old Ding mentioned you possess two sequence abilities. Though you concealed the exposed lightning power, this magic ability can't deceive anyone. Su Ziliang spoke unhurriedly, showing no reaction whatsoever to Qin Ming's identity. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Impressive. Quite thorough analysis.
His magician ability had indeed been demonstrated before Old Ding. Seems my information isn't exactly confidential within the SCP Foundation anymore, Qin Ming chuckled.
Su Ziliang continued, Dong Yan is one of your people, right?
At this mention, Qin Ming's expression instantly hardened.
His own identity could be exposed, but Dong Yan absolutely could not. If an undercover agent was exposed, death was the only outcome. Don't worry. I'm only suspicious I haven't exposed him. That kid really is different from the others, Su Ziliang remarked calmly. As their conversation reached this point, Xiaopang, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Their identities were adversarial, how could they be acting like friends? Qin Ming also fell silent. He took a deep breath and spoke calmly, come with me. That place isn't right for you. Su Ziliang's lips curved slightly. If I refuse, would you kill me? Yes. I've never doubted your strength. You absolutely could. Yet Qin Ming shook his head. I won't kill you. Reborn into this life, he couldn't bring himself to kill the brothers who had shared life and death with him in his previous existence. Su Ziliang stood up, removed his white socks, and extended his hand earnestly. The SCP Foundation truly isn't right for me, but I still have much to accomplish. Many joined unwillingly. I must rescue them. The deaths of his men weighed heavily on him, they had been his most trusted confidants. Qin Ming looked up into his eyes. If you keep doing things your way, more people will die. I can help you. As the words fell, Su Ziliang froze. He understood Qin Ming's meaning. The SCP Foundation was far too vast and powerful. He even suspected official backing. Destroying it alone would be nearly impossible.
His companions who followed him might also perish one by one.
But I'm easier to replace than you, right?
Dong Yen has talent, but he's still a long way from taking my place. Don't worry, I'll make sure Dong Yen stays in line. Qin Ming extended his hand and shook Su Ziliang's. Take care of yourself.
If anything comes up, you can reach me through Dong Yen. No problem. Happy collaboration. Su Ziliang withdrew his hand, wiped it with a wet wipe, then noticed Qin Ming's furrowed brow. He gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, occupational habit. Then he slipped on a fresh pair of white gloves. Alright, I'm off. I'll contact you if there's any news. With that, Su Ziliang walked toward the cave entrance, hands in his pockets, muttering to himself. Man, I'm such a charmer. Even the commander of the monster hunters wants to recruit me. This world just wouldn't function without me. Had heaven not birthed me, Su Ziliang, the great Xia would have remained shrouded in eternal night. Qin Ming. Hua Xiaopang.
Hua Xiaopang glanced sideways at Qin Ming. This is the most outrageous doctor I've ever seen.
Chapter 132, Pursuit and Counterattack.
In the forest, Hua Xiaopang and Qin Ming walked and talked.
You really just let that guy go? Aren't you afraid he'll stab you in the back?
Qin Ming shook his head.
He won't.
Qin Ming trusted few people, but Su Ziliang was one of them. Even though he'd been reborn, his trust in the man remained unshaken.
Hua Xiaopang didn't press further, though his curiosity about that flamboyant doctor grew.
The two continued walking, feeling they had covered a considerable distance. Along the way, they saw numerous human corpses strewn across the ground, all victims of the beast's slaughter. Deep within the forest, distant screams and the sounds of battle echoed intermittently. As they ventured deeper, these sounds grew more frequent. Clearly, the poisonous zone was shrinking, trapping them in an ever-narrowing space. Strange, was Xiaopang remarked, puzzled.
Why haven't we spotted any of our own yet? This instance is larger than we anticipated. Stay alert, Qin Ming cautioned. Bang!
Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air from afar, heading straight for Hua Xiaopang's face.
Qin Ming's brow furrowed as he instantly shoved the chubby kid out of the way. Boom! The arrow struck the tree behind them, exploding violently.
Hua Xiaopang broke out in a cold sweat.
Damn it! Who's there? Bang bang! 2 more arrows shot out, each seemingly trailing a burning fuse. Get out of the way!
Qin Ming immediately threw himself on top of Hua Xiaopang.
Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rocked the air as the arrows detonated above their heads, the deafening blast nearly rupturing their eardrums.
Qin Ming scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with rage.
Damn it! I'll skin you alive.
He charged toward the direction the arrows had come from, parting tall grasses to reveal a large group of people, probably over 100. As Qin Ming appeared, the enemy across from him also noticed him.
It's Qin Ming from China. It really is him. The crowd's expressions froze in shock.
Qin Ming surveyed the crowd. Faces from nearly every nation were present, though he couldn't tell if they represented official forces or some sinister organization. Just then, a man carrying a bow stepped forward, his face filled with apology.
So you're friends from China. We're truly sorry. We thought it was a hidden beast. You're not hurt, are you?
He then introduced his team to Qin Ming. These are friends from various countries.
We've joined forces to fight the beasts. It's safer this way. Brother, wanna join us?
The man spoke Chinese, but his words were thick with the accent of the land of cherry blossoms. Qin Ming instantly sensed something was off. Damn it, this guy's definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Qin Ming turned and sprinted away. Taking on over 100 people standing still would take him a while.
Seeing Qin Ming sprint back, Hua Xiaopang was baffled. What's up?
Run!
Qin Ming didn't explain much, grabbing the chubby kid and pulling him along. Meanwhile, the group watching Qin Ming flee suddenly snapped into action.
Quick, chase him!
Over 100 people charged out simultaneously, their killing intent palpable.
Holy!
Hua Xiaopang turned pale as he saw the massive crowd closing in.
Old Qin, what's going on? Who the hell are these people? Bang!
As they spoke, an arrow whistled through the air.
Qin Ming spun around and blocked it with his blade.
His expression turned grave as he said, "This can't be the allied forces of various nations. They've got their sights set on us." Qin Ming had underestimated his own influence on the international stage. In the civilization trials, China consistently delivered the right responses, nearly monopolizing the top rankings. Nations had come to recognize Qin Ming's terrifying capabilities. Now, he had likely become a global target, hunted by all who sought his life.
With Qin Ming dead, China would lose all its advantages and relinquish its top position.
These bastards were determined to hinder China's progress. Hua Xiaopang seethed with rage upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Damn it! We've been feeding them intel all this time, and they turn out to be a bunch of ingrateful bastards. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind, it's only natural.
But if they dare lay a finger on me, they'll pay the price.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming fled while laying down deceptive formations on the ground to hinder his pursuers. After half an hour of relentless pursuit and evasion, surviving multiple waves of beast attacks, Qin Ming finally shook off his pursuers. But they didn't give up, continuing their search everywhere. This infuriated Qin Ming. Just as he contemplated his revenge, movement stirred ahead. Qin Ming and Hua Xiaopang instantly tensed up, both exhausted from running. Yet the next moment, they spotted a familiar sight. It was a large group of people, led by the 167 Hong Kong Monster Hunters squad. At the head was their captain, Hanan, along with squad members Wild Chicken, Heavenly Lord, Gunpowder, and Big Dumb Brother. The entire team was present. Following behind them were over 30 ice cannon masters. Qin Ming and Hua Xiaopang's eyes lit up, instantly feeling a surge of vindication. At the same time, the Hong Kong squad across the way spotted them too. Wild Chicken squinted from afar, his Tang sword slung over his shoulder, bellowing in Cantonese, "Hey, big boss. Our own people." Hanan flashed a smile. "Call them commander." Then, Hanan quickly saluted Hong Kong Squad 167, saluting the commander-in-chief. Behind him, over 30 ice cannon operators snapped to attention in unison. "Commander-in-chief, good day." Qin Ming snorted coldly. "Cut the crap. Let's go fight." The group froze, clearly still processing what was happening. Beside him, Tianyi nudged Hanan. "Big brother seems to be getting bullied. Damn it. They dare touch our boss? Brothers, let's go." Wild Chicken bellowed, charging forward immediately. Not far behind, Chunshan Dashan led over 100 men in searching for Qin Ming's trail. "Stay alert, everyone. They must still be nearby. The moment you spot them, open fire immediately. Don't let them escape." "You guys, do you think we'll get in trouble for dealing with Qin Ming like this? What could possibly go wrong? This isn't Blue Star. If we take him out, who's to say it was us?" "Exactly. They don't even know who we are. With all the evil forces out there these days, if they get killed, they get killed. As long as we get our reward." Brothers got a point there. The group murmured in agreement. The next moment, tall grasses were crushed down as over 30 ice cannon masters aimed their frigid handguns at them. In an instant, Haruyama, Daisho, and the others froze. "Who are you?" a blonde, burly man shouted. "Who? Your old man was back." Hua Xiaopang burst forward. Beside him, Qin Ming stepped forward, his cold smile meeting the crowd's gaze. "Fire." Seeing this, the expressions of the 100+ people across from them changed drastically. "It's Qin Ming. Move." Bang! 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 The ice cannon operators instantly pulled the triggers. Rounds of frigid bullets shot out, striking the opponents before they could react. The icy cold spread instantly through their wounds. After a single volley, over half of the opposing group fell, frozen solid into ice sculptures. Defensive-type extraordinary beings activated their shields to block the icy bullets. Haruyama Taka hid trembling beneath the shield. "Oh no, oh no. Qin Ming has led his men back to attack." Qin Ming surveyed the devastation before him, his rage surging. "Don't let a single one escape." With that, he gripped the Starfall blade tightly and charged forward. Behind him, Hanan, Wild Chicken, Heavenly Lord, Gunpowder, and Big Fool charged out together. Split. Chapter 133, Sweeping Through the Dungeon. Please vote. Counterattack. Quick, counterattack. Seeing the large group of Chinese charging toward them, the Foreign Alliance members' expressions turned grim. Boom. A mage hurled a fireball, attempting to halt Qin Ming's advance. Qin Ming stomped his feet hard on the ground, slashing with his blade as thunder pierced through the fireball. Thud! The fireball exploded mid-air. The mage's expression darkened as he gathered power once more. But in the next instant, a flash of blade light rapidly expanded before his eyes. No! The mage's eyes widened in horror. Before he could even dodge, his head was cleanly severed. Qin Ming showed no mercy toward such enemies. What goes around comes around. Attack him. Quick, attack him. Haruyama Daisho pointed at Qin Ming, his voice trembling. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 men charged toward Qin Ming. Fierce dragon twin blades. Roar! 2 blades trailing fiery flames whistled through the air, instantly cleaving the 3 men in front. On either side of Qin Ming, Wild Chicken and Heavenly Lord darted past. Hurricane slash. Earth-splitting slash. Boom! Blades flashed, earth flew. Amidst piercing screams, 4 figures were blasted into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Ha ha ha, wildfire. Gunpowder flicked several chips, landing in the densest crowd. The tokens suddenly burst into flames, exploding instantly. Tidal wave. Big Dumb Brother gripped his baseball bat tightly and slammed it into the ground, sending a shockwave surging forward. 2 shield-wielding defensive-type superhumans in front attempted to block it, only to be sent flying. Hanan advanced with dual blades, reaping victims with swift, decisive movements. The Hong Kong squad's first strike shattered the enemy formation, leaving not a single survivor. Witnessing this, Haruyama Daisho's face drained of color, his legs trembling. Surrender! We surrender! Someone immediately dropped to their knees. Gunpowder merely glanced at them before tossing over a token. Thud! Smoke billowed, and the cries of surrender abruptly ceased.
The ice cannon team followed up with finishing shots, each blast carving a new ice sculpture. Finally, only Haruyama Daisho remained in the arena, the one who had shouted the loudest. Cornered by the crowd, Haruyama Daisho was driven to the edge of the trees, his face frozen in terror. "Commander Qin, I was wrong. Please spare me." His words still carried that distinct cherry blossom accent. A little brat, Heavenly Lord frowned, his expression darkening further. "Speak. Who ordered you to attack me?" Qin Ming pressed his blade against the boy's throat. Haruyama Daisho hesitated, stammering and unable to speak. "Save it for your next life." Qin Ming swept his blade across. He already knew who the enemy was, he'd merely wanted confirmation. Since the man refused to speak, there was no point in forcing it. "Boss, looks like those foreign bastards are coming for us," Hanan said gravely. Qin Ming nodded noncommittally. "When it comes to interests, no nation is an ally. If they dare to take action against us, they've made their stance clear. Of course, this is in the dungeon. If it were on Blue Star, they wouldn't dare be so brazen. Take these guys, for instance. Even if you said they were foreign government operatives, they'd never admit it." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Qin Ming waved his hand, instructing the ice cannon operator behind him, "Clean up the battlefield." The others understood immediately. Having accompanied Qin Ming to Bear Nation before, they knew exactly what he meant. The group bent down to search the corpses for useful resources. Sure enough, they found quite a haul: magic potion ingredients, spirit herbs, and even magic potion recipes. Qin Ming glanced back. Their numbers were substantial now, so there was no need for excessive caution. "Let's go. We're heading deeper into the territory." With a mighty surge of energy, the group pressed forward. As they advanced, Qin Ming pondered. He had entered this instance with a specific goal in mind: to find the containment vessel, the Quantum Light Shield. This artifact was crucial to the fourth stage civilization trial. He couldn't afford to miss it. Otherwise, his fortress plan would be severely compromised. After another 10 minutes of walking, they encountered new beasts, a herd of goat-headed creatures. This wave of beasts was quite numerous, likely a gregarious species. Another 2 or 3 dozen people were now surrounded by the beasts, desperately fighting back. Shockingly, these goat men wielded weapons. They held machetes in their hands. Compared to the long swords of Blue Star, however, these machetes seemed crude, like relics from a different era. "Quick, break through the encirclement. Fight them to the death." The crowd was a mix of nationalities, including Chinese. But no matter how fiercely they charged, the goat men repelled them every time. This scene was no longer a battle, it resembled a group of old cats toying with mice. And the humans were the mice. Pathetic humans. How dare you come to the multiverse? Pathetic humans, you are pitifully weak. The goatmen spoke in human tongues, their mockery reaching its peak. This filled the crowd with fury and humiliation. Just as despair gripped them, a great multitude emerged from the grassy thickets, their righteous spirit surging forth. "Ha!" In an instant, this group drew the attention of the entire crowd. The goat-headed beasts all turned their heads to look, their expressions filled with confusion. "Ha! More humans have arrived. Interesting. Looks like we'll have a feast today." Yet the people across from them stared at them as if they were idiots, the leaders even brandishing knives with brazen arrogance. The group of sheep-headed beasts grew even more astonished. These people were incredibly bold. Didn't they fear them at all? Then, Qin Ming waved his hand. "Attack!" Click-clack. In the next instant, over 30 gunners raised their frost hand cannons, aiming them at the goat-headed beasts across the way. Fire! At Qin Ming's command, the ice hand cannons coalesced into powerful streams of energy. "Damn it! Get out of the way!" The goat-headed beast's expression darkened. Boom! 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 The cannons roared, unleashing a barrage of frost projectiles. Over 30 attackers fired simultaneously, their shells blanketing half the sky before crashing into the goat-headed beast horde. Before they could flee, the icy projectiles exploded on the ground. With a thunderous crash, the icy blast howled, spreading a bitter cold that instantly engulfed the area. Nearby goat-headed beasts were encased in frost, the frozen ice spreading from their feet up to their bodies. What is this? Amidst shrieks of terror, over a dozen goat-headed beasts froze solid into ice sculptures. Nearly half the remaining minotaurs managed to dodge, yet frost still crept across their bodies, leaving them shivering violently. Boom! 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 Another volley of shells landed. This time, the goat-headed beasts reacted, scattering in terror. Yet some unlucky ones still met their end, some even having limbs blown clean off. After 2 waves of assault, fewer than a third of the goat-headed beasts remained. Kill! Immediately, Qin Ming led the Xiangjiang squad charging forward, blades flashing like tigers descending the mountain. In less than 3 minutes, every minotaur was slain, leaving only a field of corpses behind. The ice cannon master and his team moved forward with practiced ease to loot the corpses. This scene left the rescued extraordinary beings standing nearby utterly speechless. Gulp! The sound of throats gulping echoed. They felt as if they were in a dream, unable to believe what they had witnessed. As fellow extraordinary beings, could the gap really be this vast? Wasn't this supposed to be a dungeon? Why did it feel like they were just stocking shelves? Chapter 134, The Final Circle. Something's wrong. The formidable goat-headed beast was annihilated before it could even mount a counterattack. And the enemy emerged unscathed, with 0 casualties. This outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Where did this team come from? They're incredibly strong. Huh, isn't that the dean of Huaxia Monster Academy? Soon, someone recognized Qin Ming.
Though they weren't Chinese, Qin Ming had streamed globally multiple times, so many had seen him before.
Commander Qin.
At that moment, a man and a woman stepped forward from the crowd across the way.
Qin Ming looked over in surprise.
Lu Changqing, captain of the Shan City 024 Anomaly Hunter Squad. Lu Xiaolen, member of the Shan City 024 Anomaly Hunter Squad. The two saluted Qin Ming.
Credentials. Tian Yi held out his hand.
He wasn't sure if these people were on his side. Not only did he not recognize them, but even Qin Ming didn't recognize them. Here. Lu Changqing promptly produced his credentials and handed them over.
Tian Yi glanced at it. Indeed, they were allies. What have you discovered since entering the dungeon? Qin Ming's expression softened slightly as he whispered, Are those people over there foreign government officials? Lu Changqing noticed Qin Ming's reaction and whispered back, Some are, some aren't.
But they don't seem like bad guys.
Boss, should we?
Wild Chicken made a throat-slitting gesture.
Lu Changqing and his sister paled. Was he planning to silence them?
We encountered an attack from the Foreign Alliance earlier, Haonan explained. Hearing this, Lu Changqing's face darkened instantly, and he said nothing more. If the people behind them were also hostile forces, he wouldn't show any mercy.
Did they know your identities? Qin Ming asked. Lu Changqing nodded.
Yes. Qin Ming shook his head.
If they knew your identities and didn't attack, they probably aren't enemies.
Numerous extraordinary individuals from various nations had entered the dungeon.
Even if the authorities issued an order, not everyone would comply. Most still possessed a modicum of common sense. With China currently at its zenith, provoking them would be tantamount to suicide.
Qin Ming's gaze swept over the group, catching them all nodding vigorously in gratitude for their life-saving favor. Qin Ming paid them little mind.
You two should tag along with us. This dungeon run is nearing its end, and things will only get more dangerous from here.
Lu Changqing and the other nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the battlefield had been cleared.
Qin Ming waved his hand. Let's keep moving.
The squad pressed deeper into the dungeon, leaving behind a towering silhouette. Behind them, all eyes were filled with admiration.
Is this the Chinese hunter organization? They're so badass. Exactly.
If our Cherry Blossom Nation had an organization like this, we'd be unstoppable in dungeons.
I'm jealous.
They got some serious loot earlier. Along the way, Qin Ming led the squad forward, encountering numerous monstrous beasts that were swiftly dealt with by the Ice Cannon Squad.
The efficiency of this 30-plus person group in clearing mobs was jaw-dropping. Sealing spells, ranged attacks, devastating firepower. It felt like a mechanized force mopping up bandits effortless.
Several more hours passed, and Qin Ming's group grew steadily larger. Starting with fewer than 40 members, they now numbered over 100. The official Chinese organization entering the instance numbering around 200 had now gathered more than half its members.
Meanwhile, the poison zone was rapidly contracting, soon to encircle all survivors. Ahead lay a hilltop. If calculations held true, this very hill would be the final safe zone.
At its base stood a 30-strong squad of awakened, seemingly guarding the path upward. Nearby, another 200 to 300 people stood, their faces twisted with rage. Clearly, they had been blocked. Qin Ming scanned the area and grasped the situation. Clearly, the hilltop was occupied by a major nation or a coalition of major powers. Outside, the enraged but powerless awakened from smaller nations huddled in small groups, too scattered to pose a threat. Qin Ming assessed the situation. These were all Tier 1 awakened individuals, while the 30-plus guards were all Tier 2.
No wonder they dared not act. Boom!
The arrival of Qin Ming and his group drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned their way, filled with confusion.
As Qin Ming's large group appeared, the opposing squad instantly tensed. Who goes there? Halt!
A blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth stepped forward and barked at Qin Ming's group. The hill ahead has been occupied by our Eagle Nation.
No unauthorized personnel are permitted to ascend. Snap!
The moment these words left his mouth, the ice cannon operators behind Qin Ming instantly raised their guns, all aiming at the blonde youth in perfect unison.
The youth's expression changed, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Oomph, Eagle-san sure is bossy.
Was Xiaopang shouted in displeasure.
Chinese hunters, are you certain you wish to intervene?
The voice echoed, causing everyone present to look up in surprise.
Is that the Chinese military? No wonder they're so extraordinary. It's them.
Yes. That's Qin Ming, the commander-in-chief of the Monster Hunters and headmaster of Monster Academy.
I've seen him on TV. Oomph, this should be entertaining.
I'm curious to see if these guys dare to interfere. The murmurs of the crowd reached the Eagle Squad's ears. Their expressions darkened instantly, feeling trapped with no way out.
Clang!
The next moment, Haonan drew his sword, pointing it at the blonde youth. "Step aside, or I'll trample over your corpse." The blonde youth flinched. He dared not stand in the way and quickly stepped aside. "Boss, we're going in." Wild Chicken strode forward. Qin Ming frowned, scanning the surroundings. Haven't Xia Mo and Lu Chang arrived yet? He figured the two were probably together, gathering the remaining Huaxia monster hunters. But why hadn't they arrived yet? This was the final showdown. Could they have beaten us to it? Hua Xiaopang asked. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. Leave a marker. When they arrive, they'll naturally come up the mountain to join us. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Ming flung over a dozen playing cards. Thud, thud, thud. The cards embedded themselves into the surrounding tree trunks. As long as Xia Mo arrived, she would definitely see them. Let's go. Qin Ming didn't want to waste time here. If the quantum light shield was on the mountain, someone else could easily beat them to it. The main force marched up the mountain with imposing momentum. The Eagle Squad members stepped aside, not daring to obstruct them in the slightest. The group climbed for over 10 minutes, an eerie silence hanging over them. Qin Ming frowned. Something's off. Why is it so quiet? Haonan beside him also sensed something amiss. This is the final circle, right? Logically, the boss should be here. Why isn't there even a hint of movement? Could it be that not many people actually came up the mountain? Hua Xiaopang asked. No, Tianyi shook his head. I just asked that blonde guy. The alliance forces climbing the mountain are from major nations like Eagle Sauce and Gaul, at least 2,000 strong. 2,000 people on a single mountain peak, and it's this quiet? Qin Ming grew increasingly suspicious. He pulled out a crow-shaped containment unit, the Calamity Bird. The moment the Calamity Bird was revealed, it began trembling violently, its beak pointing upward. Seeing this, Qin Ming and the others all looked up. The sight above their heads caused their expressions to change drastically. Chapter 135, The Horrific Scene, The Mysterious Cave. What is this? Hanging from the sky were countless corpses, hundreds upon hundreds as far as the eye could see. These bodies were still swaying, clearly having died only recently. Such a horrifying sight sent chills down everyone's spine. What happened here? Hua Xiaopang's face turned pale. None of our people seemed to be among them. It was a relief to see only foreigners above, no familiar faces among them. No wonder we didn't notice them, they're hanging way too high up. Wild Chicken craned his neck, feeling a twinge of stiffness in his own. The bodies hung at a height equivalent to over 20 stories, and without sunlight casting shadows, it was indeed difficult for them to notice. Qin Ming's expression darkened as his gaze settled on the necks of the corpses. Wrapped around them appeared to be vine-like plants. These plants extended all the way to the towering trees flanking either side. Plant-like creatures? As a reincarnated individual, he had encountered numerous monsters, not only conventional beasts but also many plant-like creatures. Qin Ming referred to this type of plant as mutant plants. Most of the mutated plants invading Blue Star possessed extreme aggressiveness, especially toward humans. Human flesh and blood served as the finest nourishment for these aberrant plants. Clearly, these extraordinary beings had been ambushed by these bizarre vines. Otherwise, not a single trace of struggle would have been left behind. Something's wrong here. We need to get out of here fast. Qin Ming shouted to the group. Just then, vines suddenly dropped from above, striking precisely at the people's heads. Watch out! Qin Ming bellowed, producing a deck of playing cards in his hand and flinging them with force. A shower of cards scattered through the air, each slicing through the vines like a sharp blade. Bang! 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 The ice cannon masters fired in unison, bullets exploding mid-air against the vines. Swish, 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 swish. Simultaneously, from the grassy edges on both sides, tendrils surged forward with eerie speed. They silently wrapped around the warrior's legs and yanked violently. Ah! Old Qin, save me! In an instant, over a dozen fell victim, dragged out of formation by the vines. Save them! The squad immediately descended into chaos. Thunder crackled beneath Qin Ming's feet as he swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Several vines snapped, saving Hua Xiaopang and two other hunters. Big Dumb rushed forward to pull them back. Ah! During the rescue, one warrior was dragged away, his body slamming heavily against a tree trunk as he rapidly ascended up the trunk. Damn it! Qin Ming was about to intervene, but in the next instant, the vine burst through his chest. The soldier was lost. Damn it! Save him! Furious, the others tried to rush out. Hold your ground! Qin Ming bellowed at the group. He's already fallen. Let's go. No lingering here. We can't stay any longer. Qin Ming led the retreat, his expression seething with anger. The soldiers understood the gravity of the situation. Forcing a rescue would likely cost them more brothers. The situation here was utterly bizarre. The squad charged forward swiftly, slashing through vine after vine. Only after retreating hundreds of meters from that area did the vines finally relent, ceasing their relentless pursuit. Just as the group was about to relax, they were once again stunned by the scene before them. Before them lay a sea of corpses. Some lay twisted on the ground, others pinned to tree trunks, limbs severed, a horrifying sight.
The entire path was streaked with blood trails. Human corpses bore vicious claw marks and bite wounds from savage beasts.
The mere sight of it was enough to imagine what they had endured in life. It was utterly heartbreaking.
Commander, those are our brothers.
At that moment, an ice cannon operator pointed at a corpse on the ground, his voice trembling. Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the body, and sure enough, it was a familiar face. This man had accompanied him to Bear Country. His name was Li Zhiguang. Qin Ming closed his eyes tightly, a bitter ache filling his heart. "Looks like Xia Mo and the others just got up the mountain before us," Hua Xiaopang murmured softly.
"Strange. Over 100 people died here, yet not a single beast carcass remains?" Haonan frowned. "Exactly. More than 100 people must have passed through here. It's impossible they didn't kill a single beast." Tian Yi also found it unreasonable.
Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice, "The monster carcasses have been disposed of.
Those cunning bastards don't want us to know what kind of monster did this."
His gaze shifted ahead.
"Those bastards are waiting for us up ahead. Let's go. Keep moving forward."
Qin Ming approached the fallen soldier and saluted.
"Sorry, brother. I can't take you home."
Then, Qin Ming cremated him on the spot. Such is the soldier's fate, to die far from home, wrapped in horsehide. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want to bring the fallen soldier's body back to Blue Star, it was that another major battle loomed ahead, and he simply couldn't.
"Let's go."
His comrades, eyes reddened, pressed onward. By now, they had witnessed two comrades fall, and the atmosphere grew heavy.
Pressing onward, the group finally reached the mountaintop. Ahead lay only a cave entrance.
No wonder they hadn't heard a sound below, they must have all entered the cave. Here, Qin Ming also discovered the signal Xia Mo had left for him. It was a hole carved into the cave wall, from which a chill emanated in waves. Only Xia Mo's royal sequence ability could achieve such a feat. Beside the hole, 3 claw marks were etched into the rock.
Qin Ming recognized them, they were Dong Yan's claw marks.
Clearly, this was the signal Dong Yan had left for him. "Looks like we're the last ones here," Qin Ming said to the others.
But it made sense, really.
He had landed at the very edge of the poison zone and spent considerable time making his way here. "So, what do you say?
Should we go in?"
Hua Xiaopang asked.
"Absolutely."
Qin Ming raised his hand.
"Enter combat mode. Prepare to enter the cave."
Qin Ming led the way, slowly entering the cave, with the ice cannon master and other ranged attackers following behind.
The 5 members of the Xiangjian squad brought up the rear.
They entered the cave smoothly, revealing a vast mining tunnel world before them.
Directly ahead lay a swaying iron chain bridge.
Beneath the bridge lay an abyss so deep it seemed to stretch endlessly downward. From the abyss, chilling gusts of wind poured up, sending shivers down their spines. Such an eerie scene weighed heavily on the group's mood.
"Why do I feel like we're exploring an ancient tomb?" Hua Xiaopang's voice trembled.
Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the opposite cliff face, where numerous footprints were visible on the ground.
"Looks like we have no choice but to cross.
I'll lead a group across first. The rest of you guard the cave entrance." Then, Qin Ming cautiously stepped onto the iron chain bridge.
Clang clang clang.
The clanging of the iron chains echoed through the cave. Qin Ming led the way, followed by over 30 others.
The single file chain swayed unsteadily beneath their weight.
The chain bridge spanned nearly 100 meters, no short distance.
The journey proceeded smoothly until they reached the midpoint, when disaster struck. Rumble. From the opposite side of the cliff, dozens of wilderness wolves suddenly charged out.
Arrows clutched in their paws, they aimed in unison at the group on the suspension bridge. Qin Ming and his companions paled.
"This is bad." Chapter 136, Taming the Second Beast. 6-star Wilderness Wolf. He, you finally arrived." The leader of the wasteland wolf beasts wore an eerie grin, as if they'd been waiting here for ages. "Release the arrows." Thud thud thud. Dozens of wilderness wolves unleashed their arrows simultaneously, a hail of projectiles raining down from the sky. "Watch out!"
Qin Ming bellowed, flicking a stack of cards from his hand to collide with the incoming arrows.
"Defense! Quick, defend!"
Behind Qin Ming, all the extraordinary beings activated their abilities to block the arrows. But confined to the iron chain bridge, their movements were already restricted, making effective defense difficult.
After a volley of arrows, several were struck.
Qin Ming glanced back, his expression darkening instantly.
"Damn it!"
In the next instant, the Jack of Hearts card activated. Qin Ming shifted into the Jack of Hearts form, his entire body enveloped in a black tailcoat. His speed surged as he charged across the iron chain bridge toward the opposite shore. He had to reach the opposite bank to provide the soldiers with a safe landing point.
"That's Qin Ming. Shoot your arrows. Avenge our king," the Wasteland King roared. In an instant, all arrows locked onto Qin Ming. Qin Ming frowned. Did the enemy recognize him? Had these wasteland wolves returned from Blue Star? Qin Ming was deeply shocked. He seemed to realize something. The dungeon portal had opened, allowing humans to travel to the world of 10,000 races. Could the beasts of Blue Star also return through the portal?
But the wasteland wolves were beasts from the second civilization trial, which had occurred a long time ago.
As far as he knew, the wasteland wolves on Blue Star had been nearly exterminated. Then why were there so many before him now? Sakura Nation.
Qin Ming suddenly realized there was only one possibility: the den of thieves in Sakura Nation. Qin Ming knew the Sakura Nation's leadership had been entirely replaced by the thousand-faced monkey beasts. The final tally of the civilization trial made it clear: Sakura Nation consistently recorded the lowest number of beasts slain.
So where had the beasts gone? They must have been raised by Kawashima. Rage surged through Qin Ming's heart.
If those beasts from the land of cherry blossoms had returned, perhaps everything before him was a trap set by the beasts.
Damn it! Bang! Bang! Bang!
The next moment, arrows whistled through the air, hurtling straight toward Qin Ming's body. With a crackling sound, electric light surged across Qin Ming's body as thunderous power danced upon the starfall blade.
Battle technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash.
A horizontal slash unleashed a storm of thunder, the blade's light slicing through every arrow. Lightning flared beneath Qin Ming's feet as he executed the eerie flash movement technique, accelerating once more.
Just as the wasteland wolf closed in on the exit of the iron chain bridge, Qin Ming flew in, swinging his blade with fury. Thud! Both wasteland wolves were violently knocked back. Roar! The wasteland wolves roared in fury, charging toward Qin Ming.
Qin Ming flicked his finger, sending a card flying.
Battle skill, Poker Soldier.
The card spun midair, randomly shifting before settling on the ace of spades. Instantly, a dashing man in a suit leapt from the card, delivering a flying knee strike that slammed heavily into the wilderness wolf's chest.
Thud! The wasteland wolf was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall behind it. Ace of spades. The suit thug appears. Cigarette dangling from one hand, straight blade gripped in the other, his expression was indifferent and unrestrained.
He exhaled a deep smoke ring before charging forward, blade in hand. The sudden appearance of the man clearly startled the desert wolf beasts, but they immediately charged forward. The suit-clad thug paid them no mind, his movements swift and ruthless as his straight blade repeatedly struck the bodies of the desert wolf beasts.
The poker soldier's cultivation level matched his master's late second tier. The opposing desert wolves were also late stage tier 2.
But the suit thug's combat prowess alone was more than enough to hold off 5 beasts of the wilderness. As both sides fought fiercely, over a dozen wild wolves fell instantly. The pack leader, sensing trouble, immediately changed tactics.
Arrows! Aim for the hunters on the bridge.
In an instant, nearly half the pack shifted their attack toward the monster hunters on the iron chain bridge.
Qin Ming's expression darkened. Ice serpent. Roar!
In the next instant, the ice serpent on Qin Ming's shoulder leapt down, rapidly expanding in size.
Amidst stunned gazes, a colossal ice serpent made its awe-inspiring entrance. Its massive body blocked the bridge, deflecting every arrow fired by the wasteland wolves. Clang! 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 Arrows struck the serpent's body, clanging against its scales as they were all deflected. An ice serpent? How could an ice serpent appear here? The beasts of the wasteland wolves all revealed looks of horror. Roar! The ice serpent roared, its terrifying sound wave shaking the cave. It lashed its massive tail, instantly sweeping a group of wilderness wolves to the ground. The ice python opened its massive jaws, poised to devour the beasts. Qin Ming snapped his head around. Hold your tongues. They still have use. The ice serpent seemed to understand Qin Ming's intent and held back from killing them. Qin Ming rushed forward swiftly, the Qiankun Gourd appearing in his hand. He sucked in the battle-weary desert wolves. Qin Ming realized a crucial point: to collect a beast, it must be either incapacitated or severely wounded. A corpse was useless. Facing the third-tier ice python, these wasteland wolves offered no resistance. A single sweep sent them all crashing to the ground. Any that tried to resist received another lash from the ice python. Soon, Qin Ming had collected all the desert wolves in the area. Guard the iron chain bridge, Qin Ming ordered the ice python, instructing it to provide cover for the monster hunter's squad to approach. His consciousness then entered the interior of the Qiankun Gourd. Upon entering, he found the leader of the wilderness wolves bound upon the second altar. Scattered on the ground lay dozens of wounded desert wolves, immobilized by chains extending from the altar. Qin Ming glanced over them briefly, ignoring the wailing beasts, and walked directly to the second altar. He clicked the fusion button. Boom! 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 In the next instant, the wolves on the ground exploded into a cloud of white mist, surging into the body of the leader on the altar. Finally, all the wilderness wolves successfully fused, leaving only the one on the altar. A notification popped up before his eyes. Wilderness Wolf Beast Fusion successful. Wilderness Wolf Forbidden Beast 6-star Wilderness Wolf Forbidden Beast upon reaching 9 stars, can evolve into the Royal Beast Armored Wilderness Wolf. It had actually ascended to 6 stars in one go. Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the desert wolf before him. Its already robust physique had become even more muscular. Even more terrifying, its tough skin was slowly coalescing into the shape of armor. If it could ascend to a king beast, it would undoubtedly grow a formidable set of armor. Roar! Suddenly, the wilderness wolf let out a furious roar, its terrifying soundwave making Qin Ming's eardrums ache. You're already mine, yet you still act so arrogant. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. Let the contract begin. Thud. The altar trembled violently as a surge of mystical power flooded into Qin Ming's body, swiftly establishing a connection with the wasteland wolf before him. Clatter. The chains binding the wilderness wolf retracted. With a thud, the wilderness wolf knelt before him. Master. Qin Ming nodded. Very good. Tell me your plan. Chapter 137, The Strange Beast Scheme. Vote request. The wasteland wolf revealed everything he knew, laying bare the strange beast's entire scheme. This time, thousands of beasts have returned from the land of cherry blossoms. Through the thousand-faced monkeys network, we've made contact with the local overlord. Their objective is to target human extraordinary beings. Qin Ming's mood darkened as he listened to the wasteland wolf's words. So this was all part of the beast scheme. They intended to wipe out all human extraordinary beings in one fell swoop. Their current location was in the southern region of the world of 10,000 races, also the territory of the thousand-faced monkey clan. However, the true ruler of this region was the stone ravine spider, an immensely powerful, forbidden beast. It could be said that the dungeon humans had entered was the stone ravine spider's domain, and the cave they were currently in was its lair. Worse still, this cave was not only occupied by the stone ravine spider clan and their subordinate beasts, but also by thousands of beasts that had arrived from Blue Star. Most of these beasts hail from Sakura Nation. Every clan imaginable is present: thunder iron beasts, weasel rats, wilderness wolves, trickster lynxes, two-headed hounds, ice pythons, and more. Thousands upon thousands. This terrifying number left Qin Ming utterly stunned. In other words, Sakura Nation had abandoned resistance against the beasts from the very start, even turning the entire nation into a paradise for them. The original human leadership of the land of cherry blossoms had been slaughtered by the beasts. Now, the nation's supreme leader and all those holding power had been completely replaced by the thousand-faced monkeys. Thus, the current situation had come to pass. The battle ahead would be incredibly difficult. According to the wasteland wolf, over half of Blue Star's extraordinary beings had perished, and the survivors were all gathered here. Ahead lay the trap set by the beasts. The human situation was precarious. Upon learning this, Qin Ming's expression darkened completely, his mind also racing with concern for Xia Mo and the others. The next moment, Qin Ming's mind snapped back to the real world. Commander, what should we do now? The warriors had all gathered around. Qin Ming glanced at the injured hunters. You tend to your wounds here. The rest of you, follow me forward. Let's move. There's no time to waste. Sensing Qin Ming's sudden change, everyone realized something was amiss, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. Wilderness wolf, come out and lead the way. Qin Ming released the tamed wilderness wolf. The moment the wilderness wolf appeared, everyone tensed up. It's fine. It's one of us now. Qin Ming offered little explanation, and the warriors didn't press him. Instead, their gazes toward him grew even more reverent. Old Qin, what's going on? Was Xiaopang asked, puzzled. Qin Ming explained the current situation. Upon hearing it, everyone's faces twisted with horror. What? Then the brothers who went in ahead, aren't they in terrible trouble? Wild Chicken exclaimed, eyes wide. What a cunning beast! This is a complete and utter trap. Hanan frowned, feeling the pressure surge. Qin Ming turned back. Brothers, this battle will be tough. Stay sharp. Yes. The group responded in unison. Their current combat strength comprised 30 ice cannoneers, 10 healers, 5 lightning mages, and 5 earth masons, roughly 50 fighters. Another 50 or so individuals, each with unique abilities, comprised the assembled hunting squads from various regions. After roughly assessing everyone's abilities, Qin Ming began formulating his tactical plan for the upcoming battle. The cave stretched deep underground, seemingly descending further into the earth. Soon, the view grew clearer and the cave widened as they reached a fork. The guiding wasteland wolf halted and turned to Qin Ming. Master, both paths are ambushed. The left holds thunder iron beasts, the right harbors wasteland wolves. Which route shall we take? Do both paths lead to the same destination? Yes. The caves are interconnected, all leading to the Stone Ravine Spider Clan's lair. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Take the right path, I'll help you level up. At these words, the desert wolf's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. After being tamed by Qin Ming, the desert wolf had shed all ties to its pack. In its eyes, there was only obedience and the single-minded desire to grow stronger. Both the desert wolf and the ice python understood clearly, within the Qiankun Gourd, only 9 positions on the altar were available. If they couldn't keep pace with their master, they would inevitably be cast aside. That was not what they wanted. Master, there aren't many desert wolves here, just a few dozen. They pose no real threat to us, the desert wolf reported. Qin Ming nodded. Good. Lead the way. The group pressed onward. Hearing their exchange, Wei Xiaopang and the members of the Xiangzheng squad were deeply shocked. What had Commander Qin done? Not only had he tamed the desert wolves, but he'd also made them guide him to attack their own kind?
This was just absurdly overpowered. Soon, the group slowed to a crawl as they entered a relatively open space.
The wasteland wolf raised his hand, signaling to Qin Ming. They're up ahead. I'll draw them out. Qin Ming waved urgently. Ice cannoneers, prepare. Take them alive. 30 ice cannoneers followed behind Qin Ming. At that moment, the wasteland wolf stepped forward and called out ahead. Come out. We've captured a group of humans and need assistance.
At these words, one by one, the desert wolves emerged from the shadows.
Truly worthy of a leader, well done.
Ha 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 ha. How could mere humans stand a chance against our desert wolf clan?
We've captured several groups of humans already, haven't we? The pack of wild wolves cheered excitedly, rushing toward their leader.
At that very moment, the wild wolf Qin Ming had tamed suddenly clenched its axe and brought it down with a fierce swing upon one of its own kind. Thud! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as a deep gash split open the savage wolf's chest. Even holding back, that single blow could have ended its life. In an instant, all the wild beasts froze in shock.
Chief, what are you doing? No, it's not our leader.
Kill it! Exposed, the beasts charged ferociously. A faint smile touched the wild wolf's lips as it delivered a swift kick to the charging savage beast. Thud! Terrifying force erupted, sending the savage beast flying straight into the wall with a heavy thud.
The 6-star wild wolf's strength surpassed Qin Ming's expectations. Dealing with its own kind was like bullying pushovers, they couldn't even fight back. The entire pack of wild wolves immediately panicked. Who are you? Could such a formidable being exist among their own kind?
This being was even stronger than their fallen king. Charge! At that moment, Qin Ming led his squad charging out of the passageway. Click-clack, the ice blade cannons cocked.
Humans?
The faces of the wild wolves and beasts twisted in fury.
Bang bang bang. The ice cannon operators began their harvest. After a wave of attacks, dozens of wasteland wolves turned into ice sculptures.
Qin Ming collected them all and fused them together. The desert wolf's power surged once more, ascending to a 7-star forbidden beast. Not only that, but their cultivation realm also advanced, breaking through from late stage 2 to early stage 3.
In that instant, the very aura of the wasteland wolves transformed.
With 2 third-tier beasts under his command, Qin Ming felt confident.
Let's go, keep moving forward. Wait, master.
There's treasure here. The wild wolf stopped Qin Ming and walked toward a corner, pulling out a treasure chest. Chapter 138. Deep within the cavern, dense clusters of cocooned larvae.
Seeing the wild wolf emerge clutching a treasure chest, everyone paused in surprise. More loot? Clang!
The wild wolf set the chest down on the ground, its weight thudding heavily.
What is this? Everyone looked on in astonishment. The wild wolf opened the chest, revealing its contents, a startling array of straight blades. At a glance, there must have been 30 or 40 of them. This many? These blades look pretty good.
Tianyi picked one up, examining it closely and even comparing it to the one in his own hand.
Clang!
The blade of the machete collided with the straight blade.
To his astonishment, the long sword, the standard-issue weapon of the hunter exterminators, was chipped in several places.
This.
Tianyi's expression froze.
Qin Ming took the straight blade, his eyes brightening.
It's truly remarkable.
While it doesn't match the strength of containment objects, it's definitely superior to Blue Star's technology.
Wilder Wolf explained, this straight blade is forged from martial rock. It was originally the Wilder Wolf's backup plan. You can forge weapons too? Qin Ming looked over in surprise. Wilderness Wolf shook his head.
The Wilderness Wolf tribe doesn't craft weapons, but the Dwarf Ape tribe does. These were all forged by them. And, martial rock is a local specialty. Beneath this cave lies the martial rock mine.
A mine? Qin Ming's face lit up with delight.
Melee fighters distribute the blades.
We're moving forward.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaopang immediately took one.
Hanan, Wild Chicken, and Heavenly Lord all swapped their blades as well.
For them, a superior weapon meant a significant boost in combat effectiveness. Among the healer sequence members present, all wielded blades. It could be said that this batch of weapons elevated the entire group's combat strength. The team pressed onward. The cave's branching paths grew more numerous, but with Huanglang leading the way, they managed to evade numerous enemies. According to Huanglang, nearly every passage held ambushes by monstrous beasts, leaving only one route unobstructed. Though Qin Ming and his group avoided the passages leading to the beasts, the thick stench of blood was detectable even from a great distance. One could only imagine the heavy toll this dungeon run would take on the human awakened ones. After nearly 20 minutes of winding through the passages, the team finally reached the deepest part of the cavern. Qin Ming surmised they were now deep underground, surrounded by a pervasive dampness. Wilder raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. Standing beside him, Qin Ming peered out into the passageway. Beyond lay an immense underground chamber, likely as large as a football field. Numerous passages encircled this space, and the one they were in was merely one of many. What astonished Qin Ming was the complete absence of any strange beasts in this vast space. Instead, the floor was covered with human-sized cocoons.
These cocoons pulse like heartbeats, resembling flesh-colored spheres. Something's off. Why are there so many cocoons? Huang Lang frowned. Haven't you seen these cocoons before? Qin Ming asked. Wilder Wolf shook his head.
Yes, these are stone ravine spider cocoons, but normally there aren't this many.
What about the humans? Isn't this the end?
Was Xiaopang asked, puzzled.
Qin Ming's expression darkened. Something felt increasingly off. Stay here and wait for me.
I'll go down and check, Qin Ming told Hua Xiaopang and the others.
Boss, I'm coming with you, Haonan immediately offered.
Qin Ming nodded and leaped down the passageway alongside Huang Lang.
Thud. The two men and the beast landed steadily.
Qin Ming approached the nearest cocoon and immediately sensed something was amiss. A long blade was stuck in the cocoon.
There was a person inside.
The thought immediately flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The blade wasn't stuck in the cocoon, it was simply too long for the cocoon to fully encase.
Qin Ming's expression darkened.
He drew the starfall blade and sliced open the cocoon in one swift motion. Thud. The next moment, a man crashed heavily to the ground, already lifeless.
He's dead, Haonan said in a low voice.
He looked up at Qin Ming in shock. Boss, are all these cocoons people?
Damn it. Everyone come down and rescue him. Qin Ming bellowed down the passageway.
Hearing the command, Hua Xiaopang immediately led the others down the passageway.
Break open every cocoon.
Qin Ming yelled, slashing open cocoon after cocoon with his blade.
Xiamo, can you hear me? Lu Chang? Wu Mu, Lei Jiu.
Qin Ming kept slashing, figures tumbling out of the cocoons one after another. 10 bodies in a row, not a single one alive.
This news sent Qin Ming's spirits plummeting.
Old Qin, there's a survivor here, Hua Xiaopang shouted. Qin Ming immediately rushed over and saw a man, an old acquaintance, of all people.
Sotaf, the chief of Xiong Nation and the foremost warrior under the Iron Blood Emperor. Commander Qin? Sotav opened his eyes groggily, recognizing Qin Ming at first glance.
The next moment, Sotav pointed sharply to the far right. Commander Qin, the people from Huaxia are all over there. At his words, everyone immediately charged toward the direction he indicated. Qin Ming was the fastest. Upon reaching the spot, he saw a cocoon-like chrysalis radiating a faint chill, with a long spearhead protruding from it.
Xiamo. Qin Ming's pupils contracted as he carefully broke open the cocoon. Inside lay a block of ice. Qin Ming, is that you?
The ice block shattered with a thud, and Xiamo emerged, looking as fresh and vibrant as ever, completely unharmed. Seeing Xiamo unharmed, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiamo had encased herself in ice before the cocoon restrained her, preventing any harm.
But the others weren't faring so well. Lao Chang, how are you? Wake up!
On the other side, Hua Xiaopang clutched Lu Chang, his eyes instantly reddening.
Lao Chang, don't you dare die. Cough cough, your damn drool's all over my face.
Lu Chang awoke with a look of utter despair, feeling as if the sky were falling.
Brother, wake up. Brother, we're here to save you.
Soon, nearby cocoons burst open, and the Chinese monster hunters were rescued one by one.
Their faces were pale, their spirits broken, as if they'd endured unimaginable horrors.
Qin Ming immediately sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted to the others, break open all the cocoons.
Free everyone. This was clearly a trick by the strange beasts.
If they didn't rescue the people, the combat strength of the human extraordinary beings would dwindle, and they might not all escape. Sure enough, after all the cocoons were broken open, many people regained consciousness in time, their lives preserved. Yet roughly 1/3 remained utterly lifeless.
Soon, extraordinary beings from various nations awoke one after another.
Seeing that soldiers from the Chinese nation had saved them, they expressed their gratitude one after another. Among them were individuals from Eagle Nation, Gaul, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and the Stick Nation.
Even masked members of the SCP Foundation were present.
At that moment, a man wearing a black cat police chief mask fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. Qin Ming met his gaze and instantly recognized him. It was Dong Yen. However, Dong Yen was surrounded by numerous SCP Foundation personnel, so Qin Ming chose not to reveal his own identity.
Qin Ming also noticed the first guardian, Su Ziliang.
The guy was flamboyantly pulling out a compact mirror to fix his messy hairstyle. At that moment, Xiamo spoke to Qin Ming with a grave expression.
We've fallen into a trap. This isn't a dungeon at all, it's a trap set by the alien creatures. Qin Ming frowned. Where's the alien creature? Ha ha ha, Commander Qin, were you looking for me?
Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from high above. From a passageway on the highest level, a man in a suit gazed indifferently down at the crowd below. The moment Qin Ming saw him, his expression darkened.
Kawashima? Chapter 139, Kawashima's Trap, Humanity's Crisis. Indeed, the one who appeared was none other than Sakura Nation's chief, Kawashima.
No, to be precise, this was the thousand-faced monkey disguised as Kawashima.
The supreme leader of Sakura Nation? Kawashima, what do you mean by this?
General John demanded in a deep voice from the Eagle Nation camp. Qin Ming turned his head to look.
General John, an old acquaintance. This was the second time he'd saved the man's life. What weighed heavily on Qin Ming's mind was that General John hadn't recognized Kawashima's true identity. Kawashima's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah, General John. You're here too. What do you say? Shall we team up and take out Qin Ming?
General John's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't expected Kawashima to voice such thoughts so openly. Qin Ming had just saved his life.
Regardless, he couldn't reveal his true intentions now.
The next moment, General John snorted coldly.
Lord Kawashima, what do you mean by this? We humans are one united whole, how can we engage in internal strife? Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression darkened completely.
It wasn't because General John was two-faced, but because he hadn't seen through Kawashima's true nature. He wasn't alone, most of the extraordinary beings present had failed to see through him as well. Logically speaking, the thousand-faced monkey's disguise should not have been able to deceive extraordinary beings. Therefore, there was only one possibility: this thousand-faced monkey had already reached the third tier. Once a thousand-faced monkey reached the third tier, those weaker than it could no longer see through its disguise.
Damn it! The land of cherry blossoms has really fattened up this thousand-faced monkey.
Qin Ming muttered angrily under his breath, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on General John. You fool, he's disguised as a thousand-faced monkey.
What? General John's expression changed. How could that be?
Not only him, but extraordinary beings from all nations present revealed expressions of shock. If he wasn't a beast, how could he have been up there? This entire scheme was his plan to wipe out every extraordinary being on Blue Star.
Do you understand?
Qin Ming's voice echoed through the cavern, stunning everyone present.
Kawashima no longer concealed his true nature, revealing his face outright. A bunch of fools. You've realized it too late.
As the crowd watched Kawashima transform into the thousand-faced monkey, they were utterly stunned. Knowing and seeing it with their own eyes were worlds apart. Who could have imagined that the head of a nation would be the thousand-faced monkey? At that moment, even General John's expression darkened.
So you set the traps we fell into earlier? Exactly. Once I eliminate all of you, Blue Star will suffer devastating blows. Then, the world will belong to our thousand-faced monkey clan. Ha 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 ha. What? Damn it. This was all your scheme? Chaos erupted instantly.
Qin Ming looked solemnly at Xiao beside him.
What just happened?
He was puzzled. Since Kawashima had already captured all the human extraordinary beings, why didn't he just kill them outright? Why make them come to rescue people?
This clearly didn't make sense.
This place was originally a massive spider web.
We were captured the moment we landed, Xiao frowned, equally baffled.
At that moment, Qin Ming looked at the weakened crowd, then his gaze fell upon the cocoons scattered on the ground. These cocoons were arranged in a regular pattern, connected by fleshy cords resembling blood vessels. Seeing these cords, Qin Ming instinctively thought of an umbilical cord. Qin Ming grabbed a pale-faced monster hunter and grasped why they were so weak.
They'd been drained of blood. With such severe blood loss, how could they not be weak? But where did these umbilical cords on the ground connect to?
Qin Ming yanked one of the umbilical cords from the ground. With a sharp tug, the cord rustled and pulled, surprisingly climbing all the way up the wall.
Seeing Qin Ming's action, the entire crowd looked up in astonishment.
Above them stretched a vast expanse of white, misty spiderwebs.
At that very moment, a startling scene unfolded. The web began to peel away, revealing the ceiling above.
The cave's ceiling was completely covered in cocoons. The umbilical cords on the ground were connected to these very cocoons. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. They realized where their drained blood had gone. It was nourishing these cocoons. The next moment, Qin Ming snapped to attention.
This is bad. Retreat immediately. Run.
Supernatural beings from various nations panicked instantly, rushing toward the cave entrance. But just then, one strange beast after another emerged from the cave entrance. Among them were the Thunder Iron Beast number 001, the Thousand-Faced Monkey number 002, the Weasel Rat number 003, the Wilderness Wolf number 005. Every strange beast ever recorded on Blue Star was present.
Now everyone understood what was happening. These beasts had all come from Blue Star.
And the only place on Blue Star capable of harboring so many strange beasts was Sakura Nation.
General John of Eagle Nation glared furiously at Kawashima. Damn it! I'll wipe Sakura Nation off the map when I return. Ha ha ha, you won't get the chance. Kawashima laughed wildly. Kill them. Roar.
In an instant, monstrous beasts leaped madly from every cave entrance, launching a devastating assault on the human extraordinary beings.
Battle. Fight. A fierce battle erupted, plunging the scene into chaos.
Meanwhile, a massive upheaval erupted on Blue Star. The voice of the Black Hand echoed across the globe, sending shockwaves through the world.
Civilizations of the world, the global instance is nearing its conclusion. Live broadcast will commence shortly. Upon hearing this announcement, governments worldwide sprang into action, their citizens gripped with anticipation.
They all hoped their nation's extraordinary individuals would excel in the instance.
Hurry up and start. Let's see how our Eagle Nation's heroes dominate the battlefield.
Bull, our Bear Nation is the strongest. below the Korean nation, all are mere ants.
When Elephant Nation enters the fray, who can stand against them?
The internet erupted in fervor as netizens from every nation shouted their support.
At that very moment, the Black Hand infiltrated every electronic screen on Blue Star.
Phones, computers, televisions, and even street-side billboards all switched to the same feed, broadcasting the scene inside the cave. Yet when the images appeared, showing extraordinary beings from various nations under siege by monstrous beasts, the world's population was instantly stunned.
This wasn't what they had imagined. How could this be? And why were there so few people? Countries had sent numerous participants into the instance. At this moment, the human extraordinary beings were at a disadvantage. The astute could see at a glance that the human side had fallen into a trap. To their eyes, the cave was actually a deep pit, with the beasts towering above, looking down on the human extraordinary beings as they attacked them. The scene was one of relentless slaughter, with beasts tearing into the bodies of the extraordinary beings, an extremely bloody spectacle. Suddenly, the camera shifted to the cave's entrance. Under the horrified gaze of the world, the cocoons were torn open one by tentacles, and terrifying spider-like beasts emerged from their shells. Hovering directly above the human extraordinary beings, the spider-like creatures glowed with red eyes and dripped viscous saliva from their mouths, seemingly ravenous. In the next instant, amidst the terrified screams of countless people, the spider beasts plunged downwards. Chapter 140, Fierce Battle, Stone Ravine Spider King, appears. Watch out. The beasts above are falling. Do something. Damn it, we can't escape. The scene erupted in a cacophony of screams and chaos. Ah! Save me! Help! The rock cave spiders plummeted from above, landing squarely on the heads of the human extraordinary beings. They opened their mouths to tear and bite. Its barbed legs sliced like saw teeth across the human's neck, instantly tearing open the throat as blood spattered everywhere. The scene was intensely bloody, with screams echoing continuously. Though the extraordinary beings present numbered in the thousands, the chaos rendered their true combat prowess utterly useless. This horrific scene was broadcast live across Blue Star. In an instant, the entire world fell deathly silent. People everywhere had anticipated witnessing their own extraordinary beings perform feats of incredible power, only to be met with this horrifying spectacle. A sense of despair welled up. Governments worldwide were unusually silent, utterly speechless. The extraordinary individuals who entered this instance were almost entirely elite forces from various nations, and their numbers were substantial. It was easy to imagine that if these warriors perished within the instance, the futures of their respective nations would be irrevocably shattered. On the battlefield, the fight raged on. Though surrounded by monstrous beasts, the extraordinary warriors from various nations continued to fight desperately. Boss, this can't go on.
Haonan shouted at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the entrance they had come through. Break out. All ice cannoneers, regroup. Lightning mages, fortify the formation. Healing sequence and all melee sequence units, frontline protection. At Qin Ming's command, all the monster hunters responded instantly. Roger that.
First came the lightning mages, the most fragile among them, with significant casting delays.
Without protection, they'd be as good as dead.
But if they could attack safely, their firepower could even surpass that of the ice cannon operators. The hunter warriors were elite soldiers hand-picked from the Chinese military. Their discipline and execution were second to none. Within moments, nearly 20 lightning mages gathered in the center, surrounded by a ring of over 40 ice cannoneers. Forming the outermost perimeter were Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and the Hong Kong squad, all close combat ability users. Once the formation was set, Qin Ming flung the Ice Python King from his shoulder. Ice Serpent, clear the path. Move toward the wall. Roar. With a furious roar, a colossal ice serpent made its imposing entrance under the stunned gazes of all present. A late-stage third-tier Ice Serpent King commanded absolute terror on the battlefield. The Ice Serpent King showed no mercy, unleashing its combat skill the moment it appeared. Python King Spear. A thunderous boom echoed across the battlefield. The Ice Serpent King's massive tail, encrusted with thick frost, swept across the land like a colossal spear. Boom! 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 A single sweep of its tail instantly cleared a vast expanse, leaving countless beasts dead or wounded. What's happening? Above the passageway, Kawashima watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in shock. That's an ice serpent? Why would an ice serpent aid humans? It couldn't comprehend why the ice serpent was siding with humans, seemingly obeying Qin Ming's commands. Kawashima's expression darkened instantly. He bellowed at the beasts, surround the Huaxia soldiers. Kill Qin Ming. Roar. At Kawashima's command, the beasts abruptly turned and charged madly toward the Huaxia camp. Boom. At that moment, a figure leapt high into the air, gripping a massive axe with both hands, and brought it crashing down upon the beast army. Thud. The massive axe slammed into the ground, unleashing a rolling wave of energy that sent a swath of beasts flying. The wilderness wolf gripped his massive axe, his aura brimming with savage ferocity. The faint patterns of armor began to emerge across his body. Truly worthy of its name as a 7-star wasteland wolf, its combat prowess was beyond that of ordinary beasts.
With the ice serpent and the wasteland wolf working together, they forcibly carved a path for the Huaxia squad. The group fought along the wall, facing far fewer beasts. Ice Cannon Master, suppress their fire. Qin Ming bellowed. Boom! 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 Dozens of ice cannoneers raised their frigid hand cannons, unleashing barrages of frost projectiles that turned charging beasts into frozen sculptures, shattering them into flying fragments. Thunder Mages, kill, came another furious roar. Deep within the protective perimeter, the Thunder Mages had finished channeling their energy, each cradling thunderballs the size of watermelons in their hands. Boom! 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 The thunder orb struck, sending wave after wave of beasts flying through the air. This spectacle stunned the extraordinary beings from other nations. Fuck! How can the Chinese be this brutal? General John's eyes darted around as he watched his men fall one by one, instantly formulating a plan. Eagle Nation warriors, heed my command. Close ranks with the Chinese forces now. The Eagle Nation's extraordinary beings didn't hesitate, charging straight toward the Chinese formation. But even earlier than them was the Bear Nation. Sodev shouted from afar to Qin Ming, Commander Qin, save us. Only 60 or 70 Bear Nation soldiers remained, trapped in the midst of the beasts with no way to break through. Qin Ming scanned the direction of the voice and immediately bellowed, Bear Nation sector. Su Jin laid down suppressive fire. Fire! The command fell, and all the ice cannon operators and thunder mages simultaneously shifted their focus, aiming their fire at the Bear Nation soldiers. Fire! Boom! 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 Shell fragments rained down, clearing the beasts ahead and tearing open a path. Sotev's face lit up with joy. Quick, retreat! Gather toward Huaxia. The Xianghua forces successfully escaped and joined the Huaxia formation. They held the outermost line, fending off the beast's onslaught. Though danger still lingered, this situation was a vast improvement over before. Seeing the Xianghua soldiers escape successfully, the eyes of extraordinary beings from other nations lit up. Commander Qin, save us! Commander Qin, we are allied nations. Please help us. Heroes of Huaxia, we beg your support. Extraordinary beings from various nations cried out in unison. But Qin Ming's gaze was fixed on Su Ziliang. On the SCP Foundation side, there were over 100 people. Dong Yen stood beside Su Ziliang and caught Qin Ming's gaze. First seat, what should we do? Su Ziliang glanced at Qin Ming, their eyes meeting briefly. We should go over too. Dong Yen froze. Is that okay? There's no question of whether we can. Take off your masks, we're all Chinese. Everyone listen up. Take off your masks and join our forces. Su Ziliang bellowed, charging toward Qin Ming first. He wasn't wearing a mask to begin with. What the hell was there to fear? The others hesitated. They knew exactly what they'd done. Joining the Chinese formation now would be forcing them to surrender. Once the masks came off, even if they survived, they'd have no choice but to turn themselves in. Dong Yen hesitated briefly before shouting, those who don't want to die, do as I say. With that, he too removed his mask. Seeing this, over 100 others swiftly removed their masks, revealing one Chinese face after another. Su Ziliang raised his hands high and shouted, we are Huaxia people. The army has come to rescue us. This is wonderful. Seeing this, Xiaopeng's mouth twitched. What the hell is this show-off doing? Qin Ming's lips curved slightly. He's saving people. When Qin Ming saw that all these SCP Foundation members were Chinese, he understood what had happened. This had to be Su Ziliang's doing. He'd likely already killed all the members from other countries. To the survivors, Su Ziliang was offering a chance to redeem themselves. The bastards got some nerve. Qin Ming knew he hadn't misjudged the man. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded. Rescue the hostages. Fire support. Ice Serpent, Desert Wolf, clear the way. Roar. Two monstrous beasts charged madly forward, crashing straight into Su Ziliang and Dong Yen, tearing open a bloody path. Damn it, damn it. Above the passageway, seeing Qin Ming manage to steady his footing, Kawashima was consumed by rage. This bastard truly must not be spared. You must die. Immediately after, Kawashima shouted toward one of the passageways. It's your turn. Boom. As the words fell, a 3-meter-tall giant spider burst from the passageway. Hanging upside down on the wall, its densely packed eyes glowed red, radiating a savage aura. Qin Ming's pupils instantly contracted at the sight of this monstrous beast. Stone Ravine Spider King. Chapter 141, Seamless Teamwork, Slaying the Boss. As the Stone Ravine Spider King made its appearance, the atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone stared at the colossal creature with solemn expressions, all feeling its terrifying oppressive presence. Run! It's a late-stage third-tier beast. Run! A Korean extraordinary being, standing closest to the Stone Ravine Spider King, immediately took off running. The next moment, the Stone Ravine Spider King turned its gaze toward him. Its mouth twitched, and it violently spat out a stream of spider silk. Put! The web pinned the man to the ground, its potent corrosive properties instantly melting through his clothing. Ah! The Korean man let out a piercing scream. In less than 5 seconds, his entire body dissolved into a pool of viscous liquid.
Witnessing this scene, every face in the crowd instantly drained of color.
This stone ravine spider king was terrifying. The crowd grew even more terrified. Run! Head toward China. Extraordinary beings from various nations desperately broke through the encirclement, unleashing a barrage of abilities in all directions.
Qin Ming's expression darkened. The stone ravine spider king had locked onto them.
Ice serpent, this is yours. Qin Ming bellowed. Roar!
The ice serpent let out a furious roar, its massive form charging through the horde of beasts, straight toward the stone ravine spider king. The stone ravine spider king's eyes glowed crimson as it spat out a massive web with a puff. The ice python couldn't evade at all, its massive body pinned against the wall. Green venom from the spider web continued to corrode its body. Fortunately, the ice python's scales offered formidable defense, and the layer of frost covering its exterior prevented significant damage. But the ice python was in a precarious state.
It realized the web was incredibly resilient and couldn't break free for the moment. No! Qin Ming shouted urgently. Earth Mason. Build defenses right here. Yes. In an instant, 5 Earth Masters charged to the front, slamming their massive hands onto the ground. Earth Wall, rise. Boom. In an instant, several towering walls shot up from the ground, encircling the group. As the earthen walls took shape, violent tremors shook the outside.
Thud, thud, thud. The stone ravine spider king's web attack struck the walls, only to be blocked. After only a few strikes, the walls began to shake violently. Cracks rapidly spread across their surfaces, prompting the earth crafters to rush to repair them.
This isn't working, Lu Cheng said gravely. Qin Ming nodded. Xiamo, we're going out to kill that stone ravine spider king. If I'm not mistaken, it's the final boss of this dungeon. Alright. Xiamo didn't hesitate, gripping his spear tightly as he prepared to move out.
At that moment, Su Ziliang and Dong Yan nearby looked over, their intent clear. They intended to join the fight.
Qin Ming gave a slight nod. Kill.
In the next instant, a crack split open in the earthen wall as Qin Ming charged out, blade raised. But in the blink of an eye, a slender figure darted past him. Her spear shot out like a dragon, its icy intent sweeping through the air. One thrust pierced through, impaling a spider-like beast through its body, killing it instantly. Xiamo, as always, positioned herself in front of Qin Ming. Though only at the early second tier, her combat prowess was formidable thanks to the power of Mythical Sequence 003. A sweeping thrust shattered the beast's body like ice shards. Behind Qin Ming, Lu Cheng charged forward, wielding the containment object double-bladed axe. With sweeping, powerful strokes, he tore a two-headed dog apart. Just as Qin Ming prepared to act, another figure burst forth. Dong Yan transformed into a half-beast form, his hands and feet beastified. His claws were powerful, his legs possessed terrifying explosive force, and his speed was blindingly fast. Dong Yan deliberately or inadvertently positioned himself in front of Qin Ming, tearing open a path for him. Qin Ming smiled wryly. Dong Yan remained professional, though he likely didn't know Su Ziliang had already uncovered his undercover identity. Scalpel, dissection. Su Ziliang gripped the scalpel in one hand, his figure darting among the beasts. Wherever he passed, limbs flew through the air. He's formidable, Dong Yan murmured to Qin Ming. He already knows you're an undercover agent, and he'll most likely become our ally, Qin Ming replied in a low voice. Dong Yan was both surprised and delighted. He seems like a decent guy. From now on, the SCP Foundation's covert operations will be handled solely by the two of you. With that, Qin Ming charged forward, his starfall blade whistling through the air as it sliced a weasel rat clean in half. Wilderness Wolf, rescue the ice python. Yes. Wilderness Wolf raised his axe and charged swiftly toward the ice python. Roar! At that moment, a massive horde of monstrous beasts charged forward from ahead. A gleam flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as a die appeared in his hand. Containment item, parallel dice. Facing so many beasts, the best strategy was to disrupt their formation. Qin Ming abruptly flipped his palm, and the parallel dice burst into a brilliant light. A shocking spectacle unfolded, all the beasts before Qin Ming flipped upside down. Space inverted, gravity destabilized. The entire space flipped upside down. Roar! The beasts roared as their bodies plummeted upward, while the stone ravine spider king above them flipped from the ceiling to the ground. Awaiting it was Qin Ming's thunder starfall blade. Boom! Qin Ming swung his blade, unleashing terrifying energy that instantly tore through the air, striking the stone ravine spider king squarely on the head. Clang! To Qin Ming's surprise, the strike felt as though it had struck solid rock, sending a jolt of pain through his knuckles. What formidable defense! This strike completely enraged the stone ravine spider king. Its mouth twitched, as if preparing to spew a web. Qin Ming's expression darkened. In the next instant, a chill surged around him. Frozen world. Xiamo thrust his spear forward, piercing the stone ravine spider king's mouth with pinpoint accuracy. Crackle, crackle. The icy cold spread instantly, freezing the stone ravine spider king's mouth shut. The web it had been about to spit out was forcibly blocked in its mouth. Nice work. You beast, take this axe. Lu Chang leapt into the air, gripping his axe with both hands. The blade blazed crimson as it came crashing down.
The stone ravine spider king reacted instantly, its body rapidly petrifying. Clang! Lu Chang's axe struck the petrified spider king, only to be flung backward by the recoil.
The stone ravine spider king snapped out of petrification, emitting a shrill hiss as its front legs plunged violently into the ground.
Boom!
A massive boulder was hurled into the air, crashing down toward Lu Chang. Seizing the moment, Dong Yen charged forward, wrapping both arms around one of the spider king's front legs and executing a bare-handed chokehold.
Snap!
The stone ravine spider king's foreleg snapped clean off. The spider king let out a pained hiss and staggered.
Then, it saw another figure charging toward it.
The spider king instantly reacted, returning to its petrified state. Su Ziliang sneered with contempt, "Nothing can withstand my blade."
Scalpel, dismemberment.
Su Ziliang held the scalpel between 3 fingers and drew a single slash.
In an instant, the spider king's petrification proved utterly useless as another front leg flew off.
The stone ravine spider king's petrification was instantly shattered, and its body crashed heavily to the ground.
Qin Ming flickered forward, appearing before it.
High-risk combat technique Thunder Judgment.
Boom! Thunder surged from Qin Ming's body.
The starfall blade, saturated with terrifying lightning, came crashing down.
Thud!
The strike cleaved the stone ravine spider king's head clean in two. The stone ravine spider king convulsed violently twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground.
In an instant, the entire arena fell deathly silent.
Extraordinary beings from all nations stood stunned.
Had the dungeon been cleared? Chapter 142, Shocking Twist, The True Conspiracy.
As the stone ravine spider king fell, all the little spiders let out mournful cries, sending shockwaves through the entire cave. At that moment, extraordinary beings from all nations, along with Blue Star citizens watching the livestream, stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. What seemed like a hopeless stalemate had unexpectedly been broken. From the moment Qin Ming began his fight to its conclusion, the entire process took merely 3 minutes. A late-stage third-tier beast had been slain with such seamless precision.
So powerful. Is this the power of Blue Star's top player?
It's not just Qin Ming, everyone around him is incredibly strong. Both the live audience on site and viewers watching the livestream across Blue Star buzzed with discussion. Especially the extraordinary beings present. They might have watched Qin Ming's battle footage countless times, but witnessing it firsthand still felt utterly staggering. A late-stage third-tier beast, an invincible force to them, yet he had slain it.
Does this mean we're saved? The dungeon boss is dead. Shouldn't we head back now?
Superhumans from various nations murmured in relief, their original missions forgotten as they reveled in the joy of narrowly escaping death. Qin Ming gazed at the corpse of the stone ravine spider king lying on the ground, a pang of regret washing over him.
Didn't the quantum light shield drop?
And no chance to mine the martial rock either. The dungeon was cleared.
Now it was time to head home. There was no time left to explore anything else.
Qin Ming felt a pang of regret.
Boom!
Just then, the stone ravine spider's corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash, tumbling like a boulder.
Qin Ming looked down.
These stones were all martial rock. A single piece, roughly the size of a palm, was sufficient to forge a straight blade. Given the colossal size of the stone ravine spider king, the fragments yielded likely numbered 200 or 300 stones.
A windfall.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he pulled out his Qiankun Gourd to store all the martial rock inside. This action made the extraordinary beings from various nations envious, but they knew full well they had no chance of competing with Qin Ming. If they didn't want to die, it was best not to provoke Qin Ming. After collecting all the martial rock, it seemed there were no other spoils left. Qin Ming lifted his gaze toward the passageway above, where Kawashima stood.
Kawashima, just wait. You won't escape.
At these words, the crowd glared furiously at Kawashima.
Damn that thousand-faced monkey. Once we return, we'll wipe the floor with Sakura Nation. How dare you betray us? You'll pay the price.
General John of Eagle Nation was the most furious. This time, Eagle Nation had suffered heavy losses, with over 50% casualties. Had it not been for China's last-minute intervention, they likely would have been defeated here.
Meanwhile, the Blue Star people watching the livestream were all dumbfounded. Wait, isn't that Sakura Nation's supreme leader? He's actually a thousand-faced monkey beast? Good heavens! Our Sakura Nation's supreme leader is a beast? What about the other high-ranking officials? No wonder our nation never kills many beasts during civilization trials. Could they be raising them all? The world was in an uproar, especially Sakura Nation's own citizens. Their defenses shattered completely. The nation's top leader had been replaced by a beast, and they'd been foolishly serving it all along. Truly terrifying when you think about it. One can only imagine the chaos currently engulfing Sakura Nation. Things were manageable for now, but once Kawashima returned, Sakura Nation's doom would truly arrive. Since Kawashima dared reveal his identity, he must have a countermeasure. Monkeys of 1,000 faces are the most cunning of all beasts. Inside the cave, Kawashima listened to the angry shouts of the crowd, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression tinged with disdain. He, do you really think this is the end? Do you really think my meticulously planned scheme ends here? Kawashima laughed wildly, his expression twisted into a savage grin. Seeing this, everyone present froze in shock. Even Qin Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him. The next moment, the voice of the Black Hand echoed overhead. Heroes of all nations, the victor of this instance is Huaxia civilization. The top-ranked reward will be distributed shortly. Other nations will receive rewards based on their scores. Thank you for participating. The instance portal is now open. Heroes of all nations may return to Blue Star through the portal. Friendly reminder, please do not bring any alien creatures with you. As the Black Hand's voice echoed, every face in the room paled. They finally understood what Kawashima's ultimate move was. Your friendly reminder. Lu Chang erupted in a torrent of curses. Qin Ming frowned and immediately bellowed, everyone, enter combat readiness. Extraordinary beings from other nations snapped into action. Assemble. The fight isn't over yet. Hurry up. Chaos erupted instantly. One after another, void portals ripped open before the nation's teams, radiating an eerie, shadowy aura. The return portals opened. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from the numerous passageways within the cave. Boom! Boom! The sound of a horde of beasts charging. Beasts were charging in from all directions. Quickly enter the void passageway and retreat to Blue Star. Qin Ming shouted urgently. Over 100 people streamed into the void passage in an orderly fashion. Roar! Just as they were retreating, the beasts in the cave suddenly charged forward with ferocious intensity. Their target was also the void passage. These beasts intended to follow the humans back to Blue Star. Roar! Simultaneously, beasts from every passageway surged forth. The most ferocious among them were the crimson-faced demons. When Qin Ming and Hu Xiaopang saw the red-faced demon, their expressions changed. Damn it, these damn things are here too. Retreat! We can't hold them off. Retreat now. Qin Ming gripped his starfall blade tightly, standing before the void passageway. He slashed down one monstrous beast after another, buying time for the soldiers. Beside him, the ice serpent and the wasteland wolf fought desperately to shield Qin Ming. The great battle erupted once more. From the highest passageway, Kawashima watched Qin Ming below with mocking amusement. You're still the biggest threat. Looks like I'll have to take you out first. Immediately, Kawashima transformed back into the thousand-faced monkey, sending waves of brainwaves toward the horde of beasts below. Buzz buzz buzz. Invisible psychic energy spread outward. As if summoned by some unseen force, the beasts began charging toward the Huaxia camp. In an instant, the majority of the beasts charged madly toward Qin Ming. Not only those already present, but also those arriving in waves. The beasts formed a dense, unbroken tide. Qin Ming's expression darkened completely. Damn the Chuan Island, he'd fallen into its trap after all. Qin Ming, we can't hold them back. Retreat first. Su Ziliang shouted loudly. By the time the retreat was complete, only Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang remained. Qin Ming glanced back to confirm all the warriors had retreated. Go! Finally, everyone charged into the void passageway and returned to China. Yet, even after they had all departed, the void passage showed no sign of closing. With no barrier to stop them, the alien beasts surged madly into the passage belonging to China, swarming in dense masses. Nearly 90% of the beasts in the cavern headed toward China, with only a tiny fraction scattering to pursue other nations. The live broadcast continued. As the people of China witnessed this scene, they were all stunned. In an instant, the capital's command center, the Monster Academy, and the Monster Hunters organization all erupted into chaos. Orders raced from headquarters to every location. Air raid sirens blared nationwide as soldiers from all major military districts assembled urgently. The piercing alarms echoed across the entire country. Urgent notice, the nation has entered level 1 combat readiness. Monitor void portal exits. Upon discovery, report immediately. Urgent notice, nationwide level 1 combat readiness status activated. Monitor void portal exits. Report immediately upon detection. Prepare to receive our nation's extraordinary individuals. All units, attention. All units, attention. Prepare to receive our nation's extraordinary individuals. Attention all units, attention all units. Chapter 143, The Descent of the Monstrous Beast Army. Woo! Woo! The sound of air raid sirens echoed across the entire nation, sending tension rippling through every heart. Live feeds revealed that thousands of alien beasts had emerged through the void passage. For China, this was an absolute catastrophe and unprecedented disaster. Thousands of alien beasts, this was the largest number to descend since the civilization trial began. At this moment, all military personnel nationwide were mobilized, with the Hunter organization deploying every available member. The most urgent task was to pinpoint the exact location where the void passage would reappear. But who could possibly predict it? The only person who might know was being hunted by the beasts Qin Ming. Amidst the nation's tense atmosphere, a void passage suddenly appeared in southern China. The void passage radiated intense energy, shrouded in darkness. The next moment, a man burst out from within. It was none other than Qin Ming.
Qin Ming immediately scanned his surroundings, then abruptly looked up at a towering earthen wall. This place felt familiar. It was the outskirts of Jiangnan City, and this very earthen wall was the first city wall Qin Ming and Master Jiang had constructed.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This landing spot was truly a stroke of luck in misfortune.
With this wall, they now had the means to fight the beasts to the death. Qin Ming's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of the soldiers stationed atop the wall.
Ha! Looks like someone's over there. Could that be a void passage?
The pupils of two soldiers suddenly contracted.
Quick, notify the commander. A void passage has appeared in Jiangnan.
No sooner had they cried out than Qin Ming's voice crackled through their headsets. This is Qin Ming.
I'm back. Prepare for battle.
At that moment, this voice echoed simultaneously across all departments: the sky-piercing tower in Jiangnan City, the Monster Academy, the Central Command in Shangjing, and the Monster Hunters Organization. In the Monster Academy control room, Long Xiaoguo leapt to his feet and bellowed into the microphone, "All units, hear my command.
Locate Commander Qin's coordinates. Troops from all military districts, mobilize immediately. Hunter Organization, all available personnel report to me immediately."
After issuing the orders, Long Xiaoguo immediately led all monster hunters from the Monster Academy into action. Meanwhile, Black Hand's livestream continued uninterrupted, the camera following Qin Ming back to Blue Star. The entire nation of China watched this scene unfold, their hearts instantly gripped with tension.
He's back. Commander Qin is back. Where is this? Pinpoint the coordinates. The entire nation was watching intently.
After Qin Ming burst out, other anomaly hunters followed suit, rushing out of the passageway.
Close behind them were members of the SCP Foundation led by Su Ziliang.
Nearly 200 people surrounded the void passage behind them, their expressions grave as they watched the passage refuse to vanish.
Commander! The void passage hasn't disappeared. Lu Chang shouted.
Qin Ming suddenly drew his sword.
All units, hear my command. Prepare for battle. Slay the anomalies here. They must not be allowed to enter the city.
Yes, sir.
All anomaly hunters reorganized their formation. Warriors took the front defensive line, while lightning mages and ice cannon operators positioned themselves in the rear ranks. Su Ziliang abruptly turned to face the dazed SCP Foundation members and declared in a deep voice.
Those who wish to live to see their families again, prepare for battle. Even in death, we shall perish upon the soil of China. After this battle, I'll clear your names. The final words lit a fire in every Foundation member's eyes, igniting their fighting spirit. Most had joined the SCP Foundation unwillingly or by accident. Given the chance, they would gladly fight for their country.
Fight! Fight! The crowd roared in unison.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, 5 armed helicopters, fully loaded with weapons, took to the skies above the city walls, their engines roaring with overwhelming force.
Commander Qin, the Dragon General orders your immediate withdrawal into the city.
A middle-aged voice crackled through the headset. Qin Ming whipped his head around to see a middle-aged man standing atop the towering city wall, none other than Major General Su Xiao.
Qin Ming responded, "Tell General Long we cannot withdraw.
All soldiers, prepare for battle." Immediately after, under global live broadcast, Qin Ming led his soldiers into battle formation outside the city walls. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of a monstrous beast, the void passage trembled violently. Boom! The very earth seemed to tremble. Bird 1, prepare to fire. Bird 2, prepare to fire. Bird 3, prepare to fire.
High above, armed helicopters stood ready to strike. Fire! Boom! Boom! Boom!
Shells screamed forth, trailing white smoke trails as they slammed into the void passage. Roar! A crimson-faced demon lunged from the passageway only to collide head-on with an artillery shell.
Boom! Smoke billowed, flames shot skyward. In an instant, the void passage was engulfed in flames, explosions echoing relentlessly. The war had begun.
At this moment, not only the people of China, but the entire world watched this live broadcast.
The reason was simple: nearly all the alien beasts were converging on China.
The Chinese people watched the live feed, their hearts gripped by a vice-like tension, their nerves stretched to the breaking point.
Did they kill it? With artillery this terrifying, surely it can kill the beasts? Don't come out, don't come out.
The entire nation stood before their televisions, hands pressed together in prayer, murmuring incessantly. Yet a beast's furious roar shattered everyone's illusions. Roar! Under the stunned gazes of all, a 3 to 4 meter tall crimson-faced demon burst through the passageway. It roared skyward, its eyes blazing with fury at the armed helicopters overhead. In the next instant, it bent its limbs and leaped toward the helicopters high above like a cannonball. The lowest helicopter hovered at a mere 30 to 40 meters. The machine gunner prepared to fire, utterly unprepared for the beast's astonishing leap.
No! Pull up! Too late! Thud!
The crimson-faced beast lunged at the helicopter, smashing the windshield with one claw and plunging the other into the pilot's heart. The armed helicopter instantly lost control and plummeted through the air. Finally, the helicopter crashed to the ground with the red-faced demon, triggering a massive explosion that sent flames shooting skyward.
To everyone's astonishment, the crimson-faced demon emerged unscathed from the flames. It gazed at the humans before it, a wicked smile curling its lips. Ha ha ha, delicious humans! Roar! Immediately, a horde of monstrous beasts burst forth from the passageway. They jostled and surged like a horde of demons descending, sending chills down the spine. Within mere moments, over 1,000 beasts had surged out of the passageway. The armed helicopters overhead were preparing to launch a second wave of attacks, but in the next instant, the 1,000-faced monkeys within the horde had already drawn their longbows. Bang! 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 Arrows shot forth with blinding speed. Duck! The helicopter pilots shouted in unison. But they had underestimated the speed of the beast's arrows. They flew like bullets, impossible to dodge. Thud thud thud. Arrows blanketed the helicopters, striking every pilot. The craft spun out of control and crashed, erupting into fiery explosions upon impact. At that moment, the Chinese people watching the live broadcast froze in shock, their expressions filled with rage and helplessness. Qin Ming clenched his fists and roared with fury. All forces, heed my command, kill. Chapter 144, Falling Forward, Falling Back the Astonishing Chinese Soldiers. Charge! Boom! 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 The ice cannon corps launched the assault first. Wave after wave of ice cannons plummeted from the sky, exploding with deafening roars amidst the horde of beasts. Ice shards flew everywhere, instantly freezing anything covered in frost into ice sculptures. Thunder mages, hurl your thunderballs! Boom! A swarm of thunder-charged orbs screamed through the sky, crashing down with overwhelming force. The beast horde was blown apart in fragments. Though the monster hunters' assault was fierce, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, their attacks couldn't cover them all. Meanwhile, more beasts kept pouring out of the passageway. The number of beasts now exceeded 2,000, while Qin Ming's side numbered only a little over 200. This battle was a fight to the death. Roar! By now, the beasts were charging madly. The charge of over 1,000 beasts was enough to shatter the warriors' formation in an instant. Just then, the fire support from the city walls arrived. Major General Su Shao and hundreds of soldiers lined up along the ramparts, rifles at the ready, sights locked. Fire! Trails of fire erupted, unleashing a furious barrage upon the beast horde. The intense barrage slowed the beasts' advance. But only for a moment. Most of these beasts were late-stage Tier 1, some even reaching Tier 2 or Tier 3. Ordinary bullets could not inflict any damage upon them. Still, buying a moment's delay was already a decent outcome. Earthmage, fortifications! Qin Ming bellowed. Over a dozen earthworkers immediately charged forward, erecting a 30-meter-high earthen wall at the front of the formation. The wall featured firing ports, allowing the ice cannon operators to unleash their attacks. Ice cannoneers, fire to kill! Qin Ming roared furiously. Boom! 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 Ice cannons relentlessly pounded the earthen wall. At that very moment, the rear city gates burst open. Over 100 soldiers surged out. Commander Qin, we're here. Brothers, charge! Support our comrades. Cold Wind turned to look, his expression filled with excitement. Commander Qin, it's our men. The ice cannon battalion had arrived. This was the first elite unit. Qin Ming had painstakingly forged the ice cannon battalion. He had brought only 50 elite members into the instance, but the entire ice cannon battalion numbered over 200. Fortunately, the ice cannon regiment was stationed at Monster Academy, just over 10 minutes travel from here. Ice cannon regiment, heed my command, fire. Strike them down. Qin Ming roared with all his might. Thud. At that moment, the makeshift earthen wall in front took a powerful hit, and cracks began to spread across its surface. Old Qin, the wall's collapsing. Was Xiaopang shouted in alarm. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Yuxing squad, hold the front line. Warriors, follow me into battle. In the next instant, the Ice Serpent King rapidly expanded its form, arching its massive body over the earthen wall to create a makeshift path. Under the live broadcast, as the world watched in awe, Qin Ming led his soldiers across the high wall, stepping over the Ice Serpent's body. Charge! Qin Ming, gripping the Starfall blade, leapt high from the earthen wall. His long sword swung down in a furious strike, thunder cracking across the sky. Thunder annihilation slash. With a single strike, over a dozen beasts were instantly blasted away. Ace of Spades. Qin Ming's massive hand swept out, hurling the ace and king cards into the horde of beasts, where they exploded with a thunderous boom. Boom! A vast swath of beasts was blasted away, clearing a vacuum zone. Frozen world. Clang! Xia Mo burst from behind Qin Ming, plunging into the swarm of beasts. His icy spear danced through the chaos, slicing down one monstrous creature after another. Lu Chang gripped his double-bladed axe, his upper garment torn to shreds, revealing a steel-like physique as he charged fearlessly. By your lives all of you, die! Was Xiaopang gripped his straight blade with both hands. Gold coins leapt from his body, and before his blade even touched the beasts, they exploded in death. Su Ziliang followed behind, white gloves on his hands, a scalpel clenched in one fist. Like death incarnate, he charged relentlessly through the horde. With each swing of the scalpel, limbs flew off effortlessly.
But the most frenzied of all was Dong Yen. Now transformed into a soul-devouring rat, Dong Yen moved like the beasts themselves, biting, clawing, tearing. Even a beast as defensively formidable as the Thunder Iron Beast couldn't withstand a single swipe from Dong Yen. These 6 men plunged into the horde of beasts like a straight blade, forcibly carving a path through the ranks. Following close behind them was the Hong Kong squad, Hanan, Wild Chicken, Heavenly Lord, Gunpowder, and Big Dumb Brother. Following them were the Yuxing sequencers. In that moment, nearly all melee sequencers surged over the high wall, frantically clearing the beasts beyond to secure a safe firing position for the Ice Cannon Battalion. Throughout the battle, hunters fell one after another, killed by the claws of the beasts. Yet not a single one retreated. They knew full well that if these beasts weren't killed, they would breach the city walls behind them and charge straight into the metropolis. Then, far more would die. Charge! Let's fight them to the death. At that moment, more extraordinary beings were rushing to the rear to provide support. Every extraordinary being from Monster Academy had arrived, and monster hunters from nearby cities were also rushing to the scene. On the front lines, men keep falling. At the rear, others pressed forward relentlessly. This scene moved the nation to tears and stunned countries across the Blue Star. The Eagle, the Bear Nation, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, Gaul, the Elephant Nation, the Stick Nation. Nearly the entire world watched this battle. At this moment, the entire world fell deathly silent. Countless people watched the battlefield, their hearts trembling with awe. They struggled to accept it, unable to believe that war could be waged in such a manner. Since the civilization trials began, countless battles had been fought, yet no nation had ever achieved such feats. They finally understood why China was so powerful, why it consistently topped every trial. Official leaders from various nations watched this scene, their hearts filled with both awe and envy. With soldiers like these, how could a nation not flourish? Charge! The battle raged on, with the monstrous beasts suffering heavy casualties. Qin Ming charged at the forefront, with Xia Mo by his side as always. Before them stood the Ice Serpent King and the Wasteland Wolf. These 2 third-tier beasts drew the bulk of the fire, especially the Ice Serpent King, whose massive body alone served as the deadliest weapon. Yet now, it too was covered in wounds, its aura visibly weakened. Qin Ming's expression darkened as his gaze fixed on the final beast at the rear. A third-tier crimson-faced demon. This crimson-faced demon was the leader of this beast horde. Slaying it would surely shatter the morale of the entire army. Wilderness Wolf, clear the path for me. Yes, Master. The wild wolf unleashed its full power. The might of the 7 stars was unleashed, no other third-tier beast could stand in its way. The axe swung relentlessly, cleaving a path through the encirclement for Qin Ming. Qin Ming and Xia Mo tore through the beast's encirclement, charging straight toward the crimson-faced demon leader. Roar! The crimson-faced demon leader let out a furious roar, charging toward the 2 with equal ferocity. Xia Mo charged ahead of Qin Ming, thrusting his spear forward. A blast of frigid ice erupted, crashing heavily against the crimson-faced demon's head. Boom! The ice shattered, and the demon let out a wail of pain. But in the next instant, it lashed out with its massive claw, slamming it down towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo swiftly raised his spear to block the attack. The immense force of the red-faced demon strike sent Xia Mo flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming gripped his starfall blade tightly and thrust it toward the demon. Magic, remote object detection. Thud! The blade pierced through the void, plunging into the demon's chest. Roar! The crimson-faced demon leader roared in fury, slamming his palm down onto the earth. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted from the earth, sending Qin Ming flying backward. Qin Ming tumbled through the air several times. Before he could land, the red-faced demon charged again, its claws tearing fiercely. Rip! Qin Ming took a heavy blow, blood gushing from his chest. Master! As the crimson-faced demon charged toward Qin Ming once more, the wild wolf leapt forward, colliding head-on with the demon. The impact caved in the wild wolf's chest, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Qin Ming's face darkened. He had underestimated this crimson-faced demon. Late 3rd tier, he couldn't defeat it. Just as Qin Ming pondered his next move, a voice sounded from his arm. Hey, handsome, need some help? Chapter 145, we won. The moment the voice spoke, Qin Ming's body trembled. His gaze locked onto the containment unit on his arm, incense burner. Qin Ming was certain it was that woman speaking. The mysterious woman inside the incense burner. You can't defeat this beast, and even with that girl, you won't succeed. The woman's voice continued. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He didn't doubt her words, for he knew full well the gap between himself and the crimson-faced demon chief. Mid-stage 2nd tier versus late-stage 3rd tier, the gap was simply too vast. Since you lit an incense stick for me last time, I'll help you out for free this once. But next time, it'll cost you. Qin Ming thought for a moment, then hesitated no longer. Fine, I agree. As the words left his mouth, the incense burner mark on Qin Ming's arm flashed, and the burner materialized in his palm. A thick wisp of black mist drifted out from the incense burner, instantly enveloping both Qin Ming and the crimson-faced demon chief. The crimson-faced demon, sensing the oppressive pressure emanating from the thick fog, instantly grew wary.
Clickety-clack.
Then, to Qin Ming's astonished gaze, a graceful woman in a black miniskirt slowly emerged, her high heels clicking on the floor. A small bell was tied to her fair ankle. With each step she took, the bells jingled loudly, their sound distinctly clear. Qin Ming gazed at her flawless oval face.
Her exquisite features as if leaping off the pages of a manga, utterly breathtaking.
This was the first time Qin Ming had seen the mysterious woman up close, and his initial impression was one of beauty, utter, breathtaking beauty. Descriptions like beauty that could topple a kingdom or blushing the moon and shaming the flowers were not exaggerated when applied to her.
Ha! She changed clothes?
A thought flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Last time, he'd caught only a fleeting glimpse, vaguely seeing her in a qipao.
But now, how had she changed into such a modern black miniskirt? And this skirt seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the very skirt Xia Mo had worn during her mission at the bar?
He had even arranged for Xia Mo to wear it himself. After she washed it, she returned it, and he had kept it in his dorm room at Monster Academy ever since.
Ha! Did she steal this dress?
Qin Ming's startled gaze caught the mysterious woman's attention. She tilted her head, spread her small hands to show off her outfit, deliberately accentuating her S-shaped curves.
Well, do you like it?
Her voice was melodious, cold yet tinged with sweetness, the type that effortlessly switched between sultry and sweet.
It looks good.
Qin Ming replied instinctively. Of course. The mysterious woman turned away haughtily, her gaze settling on the crimson-faced demon before her. Once I help you slay this beast, you're buying me lots and lots of beautiful clothes, lots and lots.
All right.
Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Roar! At that moment, the red-faced demon, overwhelmed by the mysterious woman's imposing aura, lunged forward in a frenzied rage. The demon let out a furious roar, swiping its claws at the ground. Pebbles flew like bullets, hurtling rapidly toward the woman. The mysterious woman raised her hand, and a Qingfeng sword materialized in her grasp. Roar! In the next instant, the Qingfeng sword erupted with blazing light as she executed a light, sweeping strike. Boom! The blazing sword light shot skyward, completely blocking the red-faced demon's assault. The sword energy intensified rather than receding, striking the red-faced demon with terrifying force. Arg! The red-faced demon howled in agony as its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Qin Ming watched the scene in astonishment, noticing a deep gash on the demon's body.
Flames licked from the wound, showing no sign of dying down.
Terrified, the demon struggled to extinguish the flames, only to find they not only persisted but grew more intense. Roar! The crimson-faced demon howled in madness. But it was all in vain. The flames finally consumed it entirely, reducing its massive body to charcoal. Only two final items of magic potion ingredients dropped, a fingernail glowing with purple light, and a hand bone radiating a crimson glow. Clearly, one was a forbidden grade potion ingredient, while the other was a royal grade potion ingredient. Finally, a glowing orb fell out. Qin Ming picked it up and discovered it was a crystal ball-like object. Qin Ming's eyes lit up instantly as he recognized what it was. A forbidden grade containment object, the quantum light shield, the very treasure he had been desperately seeking.
So it was on the crimson-faced demon all along? Qin Ming wondered to himself. Ring ring ring.
Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out behind Qin Ming, sending a chill down his spine. He slowly turned around to find the mysterious woman had appeared behind him. You. Qin Ming felt an inexplicable fear toward this ghostly woman. The mysterious woman smiled softly, revealing a sweet expression.
I'm heading back. Remember to buy me clothes, pretty ones.
With that, the mysterious woman dissolved into a dense mist and flew back into the incense burner.
Qin Ming hurriedly called out, What's your name? Ding dong.
The woman's voice echoed from within the incense burner.
Ding dang.
Qin Ming silently committed the name to memory. Soon, as the thick mist dissipated, Qin Ming's figure appeared in the arena. In an instant, all eyes turned to him, only to find the crimson-faced demons beside Qin Ming had been utterly annihilated. Roar! The horde of crimson-faced demon beasts let out furious roars, their expressions filled with fear and dread. With their leader dead, the beast army was leaderless. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming bellowed, The crimson-faced demon leader is dead.
Follow me, kill them all.
Charge! Qin Ming charged forward first, targeting a mid-stage third-tier red-faced demon.
Lu Chang, what we seek is on the crimson-faced beasts. Qin Ming bellowed.
Lu Chang snapped into action, charging toward a red-faced demon of his own. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining beasts flashed looks of terror. They actually began retreating, fleeing toward the void passage. Not a single crimson-faced demon can be spared. Qin Ming slashed one of the red-faced demons to death, and the quantum light shield burst forth. Sure enough, every crimson-faced demon possessed one. At Qin Ming's command, Xiamo, Haonan, and other elite fighters launched a counterattack against the red-faced demons. Though the remaining beasts numbered less than half, they still exceeded 1,000. Forcing a stand would inevitably cost more lives. Therefore, the soldiers refrained from deliberate obstruction, allowing them to flee into the void passage. Finally, through the combined efforts of the group, over 40 red-faced demons were slain. The remaining beasts all entered the void passage.
The great battle came to an end. The void passage slowly faded away. Under the global broadcast and the gaze of countless spectators, Huaxia emerged victorious in this great battle. With fewer than 300 men battling over 2,000 beasts, they ultimately slayed nearly half while the rest fled in panic. This feat stunned the world. This battle showcased China's formidable strength while revealing to the world the terrifying nature of these beasts. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of beasts, interspersed with numerous human remains. Among them were monster hunters and members of Su Ziliang's forces. Now, they were all martyrs who had fought for China. Surveying the weary soldiers and the expectant gazes upon the city walls, Qin Ming raised his straight sword and roared. This battle we have won. Chapter 146, National Migration begins, Fortress Plan activated. We've won. We've won. After a moment of silence, the field erupted in fierce shouts. Everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them, the tension in their bodies finally easing. Qin Ming scanned the entire field. Roughly estimating, the number of extraordinary beings who had sacrificed themselves was likely no less than 100. It wasn't that they were weak, the beasts were simply too powerful. Take the ice cannon corps, for instance. While formidable in combat, they were only at the first tier. Facing second tier or even third tier beasts, the gap was simply too vast. Given such a vast gap, winning this battle was no small feat. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming felt a deep ache in his heart. It reminded him of his past life, where humanity had faced the same struggle against the beasts, almost literally using their lives to bridge the gap between humans and the monstrous creatures. Old Qin, you're bleeding. At that moment, Xiaopan's voice trembled as he pointed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down to see his chest clothing torn to shreds. 3 claw marks ran deep into the bone, blood flowing freely. Such severe wounds. Qin Ming hadn't even noticed them, likely inflicted during his earlier battle with the red-faced demons. He had single-handedly slain nearly 20 third-tier crimson-faced demons, leaving his body covered in wounds. Only when the fat boy pointed it out did the pain begin to register. His face instantly drained of color, and the loss of blood made his head spin. Qin Ming. In the next instant, Xiamo, her eyes reddened, rushed over and pressed her clothes against his wounds to stem the flow of blood. Yet Qin Ming couldn't hold on. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, and he lost consciousness. What happened next remained a hazy memory for Qin Ming. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital ward at Monster Academy. Qin Ming was wrapped like a dumpling, his entire body swathed in bandages. Ugh. It hurt a bit. Qin Ming opened his eyes, surveyed his injuries, and gave a bitter smile. Qin Ming, are you okay? Xiamo asked anxiously beside him. Qin Ming shook his head gently. I'm fine. Don't worry. You pushed yourself too hard, Long Xiaogua said sternly from the hospital bedside. Qin Ming, you really acted recklessly this time. Another voice chimed in. Qin Ming turned his head and saw a familiar elderly figure. Chief? You're here too. The chief looked at Qin Ming with satisfaction. How could I not come when our great hero of Huaxia is injured? Qin Ming gave a wry smile. How long have I been unconscious? A full day and night. Xiamo handed Qin Ming a cup of water with a straw inserted. I'm not that fragile. My wounds seem to be healing quite well, Qin Ming remarked in surprise. By the way, Su Ziliang performed your surgery, Xiamo reminded him. So it was him. This guy's medical skills are no joke, he's a forbidden sequence 001, doctor. If he'd handled it, I'd probably be able to remove the bandages tomorrow without any scarring. Where is he now? He left. We didn't keep him here. Dong Yen went with him. But the other Foundation members stayed behind. They're in jail now. Long Xiaogui replied slowly. Qin Ming nodded. Alright, don't worry too much about those two. They're no ordinary people. What about Su Ziliang? Can he be trusted? Long Xiaogua asked. If I didn't trust him, how could I let him operate on me? Qin Ming replied with a smile. He was definitely uneasy, but Xiamo and Hua Zhongxing vouched for it, so he agreed and he watched the entire process. The chief's face broke into a smile. Long Xiaogua's expression turned stern. Get me a bottle of magic potion later. I want to become an extraordinary being too. Oh? Qin Ming looked surprised. I can't have you fighting on the front lines forever. This general must contribute his share. Alright. Qin Ming agreed. By the way, what's the situation outside now? The third phase of the civilization trial has concluded. The Black Hand has announced that our Huaxia nation ranked first. Rewards will be distributed in 2 days. The fourth phase of the civilization trials begins in half a month. Nations are in turmoil now. This battle has cost many extraordinary individuals from each country, and they're all worried. The situation was more dire than anticipated. This time, humanity had suffered heavy losses. How is the situation in Sakura Nation? Has that 1,000-faced monkey returned? Qin Ming suddenly recalled this question. Hearing this, the chief's expression darkened. It has returned, but the situation is not as we anticipated. They had assumed Kawashima's position would be untenable once the thousand-faced monkey's identity was exposed, but that was not the case. The extent of Kawashima's influence had surpassed everyone's expectations.
Both the Sakura nation's government and military had been thoroughly infiltrated by the thousand-faced monkey.
Citizens who dared to call for Kawashima's execution were swiftly and brutally suppressed.
Supernatural beings across the entire Cherry Blossom Nation suffered an unprecedented blow, with the roles of hunter and prey reversed.
Led by the government, supernatural beings within Sakura Nation were hunted down by the military.
Many died, others fled. They had become the primary targets.
The people of Sakura Nation dared not speak their anger aloud, utterly powerless against a government ruled by monstrous beasts.
It could be said that the entire Sakura Nation is now slowly being enslaved by the beasts. Hearing this, Qin Ming and Xiaomo's expressions darkened.
Regarding Sakura Nation's situation, all nations' governments are watching and waiting.
No one dares to intervene lightly. Long Xiaogui turned to Qin Ming.
What's your take on this?
Qin Ming sighed.
The current Sakura Nation is like a malignant tumor embedded in Blue Star. It won't be easy to deal with. The eagle proposed sinking it with nuclear bombs.
A sharp glint flashed in Long Xiaogui's eyes. Qin Ming shook his head.
Impossible. With so many lives in Sakura Nation, abandoning them would inevitably invite sanctions. Put simply, if Eagle-san truly sinks Sakura Nation, their score in the civilization trial would plummet to the absolute lowest level, never to recover. They wouldn't risk such a catastrophe. Moreover, China is the closest major power to Japan. The Eagle Nation might even use it as a counterbalance against China. The chief and the dragon general's expressions darkened instantly. Qin Ming's words made perfect sense. The Eagle Nation would absolutely do that. So we have no options?
Qin Ming shook his head.
There really isn't a good solution right now. Our strength is still too weak. We need more awakened ones. Let's prioritize protecting our citizens first. Everything else will have to be dealt with as it comes.
By the way, how is the fortress project progressing? 36 sky-piercing towers, 2/3 have been expanded, and the rest are being rushed to completion, the dragon general replied.
Qin Ming fell deep in thought. We can't wait any longer.
Initiate the relocation plan. This will be a long process. Relocate the people within the city walls and station soldiers to defend the homeland.
Fortress plan officially initiated. Chapter 147, Abandoning Territory, an Act of Cowardice? That day, a single piece of news sent shockwaves across the globe.
The Great Migration of Huaxia. Jointly announced by the Huaxia government, Monster Academy, and the Hunter Organization, the nationwide fortress plan was activated.
36 massive fortresses across the Chinese mainland would shelter the entire populace. The nationwide migration commenced immediately upon the announcement. The entire nation erupted in shock. Good heavens, what's going on? Are we all supposed to live inside fortified walls now? Is the situation really that dire? I saw this coming.
The Sky Tower was clearly designed as a refuge, but it's far too small to house everyone.
That's why they're expanding, building these fortified walls. Honestly, life inside the walls isn't so bad. Living space is a bit cramped, but you're still within the city limits, and the environment is decent. Yeah, given the current situation, I'd much rather live inside the walls. At least it feels safe. But I can't help feeling uneasy. Does this mean we'll be completely cut off from other walled cities?
As the relocation operation commenced, various voices echoed across the nation, with panic being the most prevalent emotion. Forcing people to leave their homes and relocate to unfamiliar places inevitably stirs up all kinds of emotions. Yet they understood this was the terror of wartime. Compared to other nations, Huaxia was already quite fortunate. Countless people abroad were displaced, and untold cities had fallen. China's early evacuation might not be a bad thing. It was all for the people's safety, and most could understand that. Fortunately, conditions within the city walls proved far better than anticipated. None of the squalor or overcrowding one might associate with a refugee shelter. With the expanded city walls and the existing urban infrastructure, living conditions were not bad. This brought immense comfort to the panicked populace. Of course, relocating an entire nation was no simple task. Despite seamless coordination among all units, it would still require considerable time. Precisely for this reason, Qin Ming had initiated the plan ahead of schedule. Whether it was fortunate or tragic, the plan could be executed precisely because China's current population was relatively small. Had this been attempted at the turn of the century, these 36 city walls would have been utterly incapable of accommodating so many people. Compared to the previous century or the turn of the last century, the current total population had already plummeted by more than half. And with the world enduring this terrifying trial of civilization, even if the invasion of the monstrous beasts is ultimately repelled, the population of China is bound to shrink again. This was an indisputable fact. Some nations have already been utterly destroyed. This catastrophe is nothing short of a deluge for humanity. Around the world, nations are in an uproar over China's actions. Governments urgently convened meetings to decipher the meaning behind China's actions. Under the Eagles organization, a world conference excluding China secretly commenced. In the central conference room of the Eagle Nation, President Trump sat at the head of the table, facing projections of representatives from various nations.
Tepu's face was grim. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on China's actions? Representative of the Empire of the Sun never sets, China has gone mad. Locking its citizens in shelters and abandoning territory? Utterly foolish. The representative of Gaul, indeed, it's unwise. China abandoning its territory is like giving the beasts room to survive. Isn't that even worse? The Korean representative declared, this is cowardly behavior. We find it utterly shameful. Peacock Nation representative, exactly. Abandoning territory and cowering in one corner, have they lost even the courage to fight? Representatives from multiple nations spoke out in condemnation, all viewing China's actions as cowardly and weak. At that moment, the iron-blooded emperor of Bear Nation spoke coldly, who said China is abandoning territory? They are merely relocating civilians within the city walls to protect their people's safety. The representative of the Empire of the Sun never sets retorted, isn't that still abandoning territory? How much of China's land do those 36 walled cities even cover? What about the rest of the land? Are they going to raise exotic beasts like the land of cherry blossoms?
The Iron-Blood Emperor tapped the table lightly. To my knowledge, the Huaxia government has indeed gathered its citizens, but the vacant territories have been taken over by the military.
They've even assigned personnel to cultivate crops.
Every aspect has been thoroughly addressed. At these words, the representative of the Empire of the Sun never sets gaped, speechless.
Is that true? Stationing soldiers across the land? That actually makes sense.
Military garrisons across the land, plus monster hunting squads in every city to guard against beasts. It protects citizens and detects monster tracks instantly.
What's wrong with that relocation plan?
The Iron-Blood Emperor's voice rose slightly, leaving the others speechless.
Is this how you would handle it? Look at your own territory. Have you reclaimed any cities lost to the beasts? When cities fall, the people don't even have a chance to escape. Is that what you want to see? What? You lack the capability to build shelters, yet you mock others as cowards? Absolutely ridiculous.
The Iron-Blood Emperor's words echoed through the hall, seemingly piercing their hidden agendas and leaving everyone flushed with embarrassment. I tell you this with full responsibility, Huaxia's policy is correct. With our current strength, we simply cannot protect so many people by spreading ourselves too thin.
Only by concentrating our forces can we achieve greater defensive capability.
To be perfectly honest, Bear Nation is already constructing shelters.
We must follow China's lead.
And spare us your disgusting hypocrisy. Had Qin Ming not saved the extraordinary beings from all nations in this dungeon run, they would have perished inside. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. That's all I have to say.
Clack.
With that, the Iron-Blood Emperor terminated the video conference, leaving the representatives of the other nations staring at each other in silence.
A silence fell over the gathering.
After a long pause, the representative of Han's Cat Nation spoke slowly. I find his argument compelling.
If we cease prioritizing the safety of our people, we may eventually find ourselves without any transcendent beings at all. The Gaul representative retorted coldly, I consider this unnecessary. How can you be certain where the beasts will appear? What if they descend within the city walls? Wouldn't that be even worse?
His words resonated with several nations.
Exactly. The city walls cover a vast area. Who can guarantee the beasts won't appear within them? Tep frowned, then spoke abruptly, what if Huaxia discovered a way to prevent the beasts from appearing within the city walls? The room fell silent once more. If that were the case, China's fortress plan would be flawless. But they didn't believe it. What method could possibly guarantee the beasts would only appear outside the walls? What they didn't know was that China truly possessed this method. While the nations convened their official meetings, the world's populace was already stirring with unrest. During the meeting, an officer burst in, urgently shouting to Chief Tep. Chairman, it's bad. The building is surrounded by citizens protesting. Tep and the assembled representatives from various nations immediately furrowed their brows. What's happening? The official was frantic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. They're demanding the government build walls for the people, just like in China. Chapter 148, Reward Distribution and 5 Development Directions. What? Chief Tep abruptly stood up, his expression grim. We haven't even acknowledged the feasibility of China's approach, and they're acting recklessly? Tepu erupted in an instant. Not only the Eagle Nation, but representatives from the Empire of the Sun also sets received the news as well. Your Excellency, nationwide protests have erupted demanding we emulate China. Chief, we're surrounded outside. The people demand we discuss the shelter situation with China. Chief. Inside the conference room, one nation after another received reports of the protests. This time, the people of the world had acted in remarkable unison, staging a global-scale protest. The world's people were protesting their government's inaction. They demanded their governments follow China's example, stand up for their people, and provide a safe haven for all. At that moment, the faces of all the representatives darkened, and the meeting was forced to adjourn.
Hans, representative of Cat Nation. Gentlemen, I must attend to an urgent matter.
Excuse me.
The representatives exchanged glances and departed one after another. When they arrived to handle the protests, they discovered the situation had spiraled completely out of control. To appease the people, governments pledged to build shelters.
Some nations, like Han's Cat Nation, actually followed through.
They immediately mobilized their national Earth Elemental abilities, with sequencers possessing construction skills beginning to erect city walls.
Others, however, dismissed the effort, believing shelters and walls were unnecessary.
They argued that walls would be useless unless the problem of the beast's descent could be resolved.
After several days of escalation, the nationwide protests finally subsided.
This incident, however, sparked deep concern among the governments of all nations. Their citizens began to admire China, believing its actions represented the best course of decision-making.
Conversely, they felt their own governments were failing to protect them.
If this trend continues, it will spell disaster.
China would inevitably become the world's leading superpower, a nation of faith for humanity.
The self-proclaimed world's leading power, Eagle Chicken, absolutely cannot accept this. In the Eagle's Central Command Office, Trump flew into a rage, ordering all high-ranking officials to devise every possible means to counter China. Under no circumstances could China be allowed to continue its development. Qin Ming had anticipated this long ago. While battling the monstrous beasts, they must also contend with other nations.
Why else would it be called the civilization trial instead of the monster trial? Because at its core, this is a competition between civilizations.
Qin Ming was well aware of the global uproar, but he paid it no mind whatsoever.
With 10 days remaining until the next civilization trial, all of China was bustling with activity. All citizens hurriedly relocated into the cities.
Simultaneously, master craftsmen led the earthbuilders in working day and night to erect city walls, finally completing all 36 sky-piercing towers. The area within the walls was dozens of times larger than the sky-piercing towers, some even encompassing multiple cities. What troubled Long Xiaoguo was whether Qin Ming could truly guarantee that the beasts would not descend within the city walls. If the beasts appeared within the walls, the fortifications would be utterly meaningless. 9 days remained until the fourth stage of the civilization trial. That day, Qin Ming led the dragon generals and others to the sky-piercing tower in Jiangnan City.
Hundreds of meters above the tower's summit, an iron thunder beast crystal was embedded.
It was precisely because of this beast crystal that China had been able to uncover the thousand-faced monkey hiding within its borders. Qin Ming retrieved the quantum light shield and embedded it beside the beast crystal.
Is that all? Dragon General watched the scene in astonishment, his expression skeptical. Qin Ming nodded. Don't underestimate this thing. It's a real treasure. We'll be relying on it from now on.
Of course, it's merely a standard defensive containment device. At best, it can withstand a fourth-tier beast.
Anything stronger, and it won't hold. If besieged by a horde of beasts, even the energy shield won't suffice.
But I can guarantee this, with the quantum light shield active, no beast will ever land within its coverage area.
Reassured by Qin Ming's assurance, the Dragon General breathed a sigh of relief. That's excellent.
Let's go install it on the other sky-piercing towers. The two boarded a helicopter and traveled to all 36 sky-piercing towers, installing the quantum light shields one by one. Given the gravity of the matter, neither Qin Ming nor the Dragon General dared to delay, personally overseeing every installation. Only after all 36 sky-piercing towers were equipped did they finally relax. Along the way, Qin Ming saw civilians still frantically relocating and frowned.
Can we get everyone evacuated before the fourth civilization trial begins? The Dragon General's face remains solemn. I cannot be certain.
The progress is proving more difficult than we anticipated. Qin Ming nodded in understanding. He grasped the difficulties of the evacuation. Beyond the ordinary citizens, there were elderly with limited mobility and patients in hospitals. These were the hardest to relocate. Qin Ming fully grasped the hardships at the grassroots level. But these were extraordinary times, demanding extraordinary measures.
Let's hope we make it in time.
By the time Qin Ming and the Dragon General finished installing all the quantum light shields and returned to Monster Academy, it was already the next morning. Just as the two were about to rest, a tremendous rumble echoed through the sky.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning flashed across the clear sky. Almost simultaneously, every electronic screen on Blue Star was hacked. The voice of the Black Hand echoed, penetrating the ears of every being on Blue Star. Esteemed civilizations, the third phase of the civilization trial has concluded. Scores and rewards are now being distributed.
The announcement sent shockwaves across the world. Everyone rushed to turn on the nearest electronic screen.
Government officials across nations convened urgently, treating the situation as a major threat.
The Black Hand's voice continued. Civilization Trial Phase 3, First place, Huaxia, cleared 10 dungeons, SSS rating. Second place, Bear Nation, cleared 7 dungeons, S rank.
Third place, Eagle Nation, cleared 7 dungeons, rating A, excessive population casualties.
Fourth place, Han's Cat Nation, cleared 6 instances, rating A. Scoring concluded, rewards distributed.
First place, Huaxia, rewards, 500 randomly awakened units, 100 fixed potions, 2000 potion materials, 10 containment units.
Second place, Bear Nation.
Reward, 300 random awakened, 60 fixed potions, 1500 potion materials, 6 containment units. Third place, Eagle Nation, reward, 250 randomly selected awakened, 50 fixed potions, 1500 potion materials, 5 containment units.
Note, the type of awakened rewards and containment units may be selected freely. Different types represent different developmental paths. After the rewards concluded, the final sentence left the world utterly perplexed. What does this mean? What does development path mean?
No one understood the meaning behind the Black Hand's words except for Qin Ming, whose eyes lit up. Then, Black Hand continued speaking without elaborating further.
Direction of development. 1. Technological advancement. 2. Physical development. 3. Mental power development. 4. Beast form development. 5. Other development. These 5 developmental paths left the world utterly baffled, none understanding their meaning.
Long Xiaoguo froze upon hearing this. He turned to Qin Ming and asked,
"Which one should we choose?" Chapter 149, Occupational Distinctions. Wait, I don't get it at all.
Xiaopeng stared at the screen as red text kept popping up, feeling like his brain couldn't keep up.
He genuinely didn't understand. What's a development path? Xia Mo turned to Qin Ming.
Qin Ming explained slowly, development direction means exactly what it says, choosing different paths. The awakened individuals, magic potions, potion ingredients, or even containment objects that randomly appear in that country afterward will mostly possess abilities aligned with that direction.
For example, the easiest to grasp is beast form development.
If a nation selects this, the extraordinary beings born thereafter will most likely be beast-type, extraordinary beings.
The beast sequence allows for partial or full animal transformation, granting the characteristics and combat abilities of wild beasts. Like Dong Yen?
Xiaopeng exclaimed. Exactly, Qin Ming nodded.
Dong Yen is the most textbook example. But if all the extraordinary individuals in a country turn into beasts, wouldn't that be problematic? Couldn't they lose control like the Fallen? Asked the Dragon General.
Qin Ming shook his head.
No. All sequence users can control their abilities.
Only those who lose control become fallen ones. But there's a problem, beast form sequencers are highly susceptible to corruption by fallen ones. If they maintain beast form for too long and their mental strength becomes insufficient to control their energy, they easily fall into becoming fallen ones. So while beast form is powerful, it carries certain risks.
Then what about the other development paths? Xiaopeng pressed.
Qin Ming explained one by one. The physical constitution and mental power development paths are relatively straightforward. Physical constitution refers to physical attack sequences like Lu Chang's steel body or Wu Mu's life regeneration.
Spiritual power, on the other hand, leans toward spellcasting, think Ice Cannon Master or Thunder Mage.
However, extraordinary beings who follow this path generally have weaker defenses. Their greatest reliance is their formidable spiritual power. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison.
So that's what it means. What about technology? Xiaopeng quickly asked, as technology was the most perplexing of all. Dragon General and the others also turned curious glances his way.
Technology is where things get interesting. It involves merging humans with machinery, essentially cyberpunk, with a strong heavy metal vibe, Qin Ming said, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Huh? Is that where they modify parts of the body into machinery?
Xia Mo covered her mouth in surprise. She'd only ever seen such scenes in movies. Whoa, that's terrifying. Xiaopeng shook his head violently, clearly unable to accept the idea.
Dragon General nodded in agreement. We in China don't need that kind of development. No. This is exactly what I choose. Qin Ming declared firmly. What?
The three of them froze in shock.
Old Qin, you're not joking, right?
Xiaopeng frowned.
I don't want to become like that. Xia Mo shook his head repeatedly.
General Long's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Qin Ming, demanding an explanation, otherwise, he would refuse outright. Qin Ming looked at the three of them and chuckled softly. You're thinking too simplistically. Beyond what you imagine, technology has many development paths like mechanical weapons, mechanical beings, tech fortresses. A single technology has numerous branches and paths.
The same applies to physical constitution and mental power. It's far more complex than just warriors and mages.
Physical prowess can be subdivided into warrior, knight, hero, assassin, archer.
Mental power can be subdivided into mage, alchemist, array master, dietitian, support. Qin Ming rattled off a long list, leaving the Dragon General and his two companions utterly speechless. This is so cool, it's like playing a game.
Xiaopeng's eyes sparkled, overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of this world.
Xia Mo was already stunned. What an incredible setup. Was the Black Hand treating them like a game? Dragon General frowned. But why didn't the Black Hand explain all this to us from the start? Step by step.
This world will give birth to more things as the civilization trial progresses.
Qin Ming explained, each sequence path has numerous distinct professions. The setup is complex, I can't explain it all at once. Wait, what about other?
Hua Xiaopeng zeroed in on the crucial point. This other development hadn't been mentioned yet. Qin Ming looked at Hua Xiaopeng. Your sequence ability falls under other, it doesn't fit into any of the 4 categories above.
Ha? Hua Xiaopeng's eyes widened.
What paths are there under this other category? Qin Ming shook his head. For other category sequence abilities, each power follows its own unique path. But abilities that fall under other are either insanely powerful or utterly useless.
Merchant belongs to the insanely powerful category.
Hearing that last bit, Hua Xiaopeng flashed a wide grin, his worries finally melting away. Qin Ming smiled faintly. The other category was indeed terrifying, just like his own magician, which also followed an other development path. After Qin Ming finished explaining to the group, they accepted his choice of the technology development path.
But how do we choose? National vote? At this point, Dragon General raised the question.
Qin Ming offered no explanation, gesturing for Long to continue listening to the Black Hand's explanation. Then, the voice of the Black Hand sounded once more. The right to choose development paths shall be granted to the most outstanding civilizations from each nation during the first 3 stages of trials.
Decision maker for Huaxia Nation, Qin Ming. Bear Nation's decision maker, Sotav. Eagle Nation's decision maker, Dr. Bazaar. Decision makers will have 5 minutes to deliberate.
Exceeding this time limit will result in a randomly selected development path.
Decision making begins.
As the voice of the Black Hand faded, the entire world erupted in shock.
They hadn't even grasped what development paths were, and now they had to choose? And the decision-making power of a nation was being handed over to an individual?
This was utterly unacceptable. Especially in Eagle Nation, the so-called land of liberty, where citizens were being forced to entrust their fate to others.
Eagle Nation's populace erupted in outrage.
The Eagle Nation's leadership was equally in an uproar. At this moment, Trump was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the Eagle Nation's decision-making power would fall into the hands of the Bazaar Doctor.
What had Dr. Bazaar done? Why was he considered the most outstanding representative of the Eagle Nation? Unfair. Absolutely unfair.
Trump raged wildly in his office, convinced that the choice of the Black Hand was deeply flawed.
Amidst the world's heated debates,
the voice of the Black Hand echoed from the heavens.
Civilization decisions finalized. Development paths determined.
Rewards will be distributed according to each civilization's chosen path. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded.
That's it? The choices are final?
Trump stood frozen in place, cursing furiously.
Bring that damn Bazaar Doctor to me. I want to see what he chose.
Chapter 150, Technological Development Path, Mobile Suit. National representatives have finalized their development path selections, yet the shadowy forces show no intention of revealing their plans.
This situation has left some nations with a real headache.
Take Sotav of Bear Nation, for instance. He was meeting with the Iron Blood Emperor and other high-ranking officials.
Sotav's choice of development path undoubtedly required the Iron Blood Emperor's approval.
Yet the Iron Blood Emperor and the other high-ranking officials were waiting for China, intending to follow the same development path as Qin Ming. But as time dwindled without the Black Hand's announcement, they had no choice but to select the beastification path. Among the 5 paths, this felt the most reliable and aligned with their warrior nation's beast-like fighting spirit. Beyond Bear Nation, numerous other nations similarly sought to follow China's lead, yet all ultimately failed.
Clearly, the Black Hand did not want other civilizations to follow suit.
Not only foreign nations, but even those within China itself remained unaware of Qin Ming's choice. Except for the Dragon Generals Xia Mo and Hua Xiaopeng. In the end, Qin Ming chose technology. For Qin Ming, the Dragon General naturally trusted him unconditionally. No one in this world understood it better than him. In truth, this choice of development path represented a global class change for all extraordinary beings across Blue Star. Transitioning from ordinary professions to exclusive, specialized vocations. This would allow each civilization to develop distinct characteristics, making the civilization trials far more intriguing. Upon deeper reflection, it was truly terrifying. This meant Blue Star had been completely manipulated by the Black Hand. Qin Ming understood the horror of this reality, but there was nothing he could do. When one's strength was insufficient, being manipulated by the powerful was inevitable. To break free from this fate, one must grow stronger and ultimately turn the tables on the Black Hand.
Qin Ming didn't dwell on distant possibilities. His immediate goal was survival to lead China to survival.
Shortly after the Black Hand released its announcement, the rewards were distributed. With thunderous booms, beams of divine light plummeted from the heavens like shooting stars, countless streaks of light hurtling toward nations across the globe. Humankind was already quite familiar with these streaks of light. They signaled the random awakening of extraordinary beings. Watching the streaks of light fall from the sky, people across nations poured into the streets, their eyes filled with hope, wishing they could be the lucky ones. In this world, possessing extraordinary abilities was everyone's dream.
When a profession is rare in the world, its value becomes immeasurable. Such is the case with the extraordinary.
Whether in status or opportunities, extraordinary individuals enjoy the most advantageous positions. This reality was less pronounced in China, but abroad, it was starkly evident. Superhumans stand above the rest, even official authorities treat them with utmost respect.
They are the luminaries of every nation.
Thus, whenever rewards are distributed, people from all nations engage in fierce competition.
Awakening is random, they can't compete for it.
But magic potion ingredients and containment vessels are different.
Once these items surface among the masses, they inevitably spark a bloody, brutal fight. This phenomenon is extremely rare and terrifying abroad.
In China, however, the situation is much better. The Monster Academy and Hunter of the Unusual immediately issued announcements. All awakened individuals could choose to join the Anomaly Hunters, gaining access to a series of welfare policies designed to help them better master their newly acquired abilities. Moreover, the Anomaly Hunters organization features a comprehensive merit system and provides various resources to support new awakened individuals. Consequently, nearly all new awakened individuals choose to join the Hunter of Anomalies organization. There's simply no better place.
Of course, another crucial reason is the cultural legacy of China's millennia-old history, defending the homeland and achieving great deeds.
Citizens who unexpectedly obtain magic potion ingredients or containment subjects may submit them to the authorities. Doing so grants priority access to magic potions and the opportunity to become part of the Hunter of Anomalies. Once these announcements are made, the people of China won't hesitate for a second. They trust the nation, and the nation delivers the best in return. This mutual commitment is the most perfect arrangement. Compared to the situation abroad, China is utterly victorious. Of course, some nations attempted to emulate China's approach, but the results were lackluster. Because they cannot guarantee that every citizen who submits magic potion ingredients and containment subjects will receive a potion. With Qin Ming in charge, China's potion success rate is nearly 100%. Other nations, however, rarely exceed a 30% success rate, creating a massive gap. As the rewards were distributed, the differences in their development paths gradually became apparent. Within roughly 2 days, Monster Academy had fully organized all rewards for this event. As the top-ranked nation, China received 500 random awakened individuals, 100 fixed potions, 2,000 potion ingredients, and 10 containment units. All 500 awakened individuals were officially registered and assigned by the Hunter organization. These 500 awakened individuals all activated the same class, Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior. This belongs to the Mobile Warrior sequence within the Technological Development path. The Mobile Warrior sequence is a combat-oriented class possessing formidable battle capabilities. The standard Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, boasts exceptional mobility. Upon activating their ability, the user is enveloped by an exoskeleton, enhancing all aspects of their strength, speed, stamina, and defense. This is merely the standard sequence. If Qin Ming recalls correctly, the advancement path for standard Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, is prohibited Sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armament. This involves adding a flight system to the exoskeleton, maximizing mobility to the fullest. Acquiring these 500 exoskeleton warriors put Qin Ming in high spirits. Once they were upgraded to Flying Eagle armor, the combat effectiveness of the Hunter Abnormal would surge significantly. It would also resolve a major issue for him. Once the defenses of the 36 fortresses were activated, if the surrounding areas fell to alien beasts, those fortresses would lose contact and become isolated strongholds. But with 500 Flying Eagle units, the situation would be entirely different. They could deploy to any fortress for reinforcement at any time. This was crucial. Time was of the essence. Qin Ming immediately assigned Lu Cheng to personally oversee the training of this exoskeleton warrior unit. What delighted Qin Ming even more was the second reward, 100 bottles of magic potions. This was a fixed reward, distributed directly to the official channels. These 100 bottles of magic potion corresponded to Common Sequence 012, Steelmaster. They belonged to the Mechanical Weapons sequence under the Technological Development path. The Steelmaster's abilities weren't exceptionally powerful, but they were crucial. Its most significant ability was the capacity to smelt steel using the carcasses of beasts. For instance, the carcass of a thunder iron beast is exceptionally suitable. The resulting steel is no ordinary metal found on Blue Star. Its defensive strength can withstand beast attacks. With this steel, Qin Ming could transform the 36 city walls into steel walls. This would grant them the strength to stand against even a powerful alien beast army. By this point, Qin Ming's heart was pounding with excitement. Yet the next moment, upon seeing the third reward magical potion ingredients, he froze for over 10 seconds. Qin Ming's face broke into an ecstatic grin. He never imagined the Black Hand would deliver such a massive surprise. These magic potion ingredients would allow him to forge a batch of powerful sequence. Mechanical Beings. Chapter 151, Mechanical Beings, Forbidden Sequence 006 Mechanical Tiger. That very day, Qin Ming had the Monster Hunters organization deliver all the potion ingredients to Monster Academy.
He intended to immediately create new sequence users. Then he called Hua Xiaopang. "Hey, old Qin, what's the plan?" Hua Xiaopang's voice came through the phone. "Find me 300 tigers. And hurry."
Hua Xiaopang on the other end thought he'd misheard. He paused, stunned.
"Qin, did I hear that right? You said tigers?"
"That's right, tigers. Full-grown, ferocious ones," Qin Ming said earnestly.
"Where am I supposed to find them?"
"Those are tigers."
Hua Xiaopang was dumbfounded. The relocation plan involves centralized arrangements for zoo animals.
"Just go ask for them directly." Once Hua Xiaopang confirmed Qin Ming was serious, he sprang into action.
Securing 300 tigers was a minor task under these circumstances.
Any request from the Monster Academy demanded nationwide cooperation.
"What do you need tigers for?"
Beside Qin Ming, Xia Mo looked puzzled. Forging mechanical beings is hard to explain in a moment.
You'll understand once everything is ready.
2 more days passed, leaving only 7 days until the 4th stage of the civilization trial.
Boom!
Suddenly, a massive rumbling echoed through the bright daylight, capturing everyone's attention. People across the world looked up at the sky, all silently understanding that the Black Hand was about to speak again.
Greetings to all civilizations.
With 7 days remaining until the commencement of the 4th phase of the civilization trial, we now announce the rules for this trial. The moment these words were spoken, the world erupted in commotion.
The trial rules. This was crucial. Government officials worldwide dropped everything, their tension mounting.
Each trial announcement felt like a grim reaper, sending chills down spines. The voice of the Black Hand continued.
4th civilization trial, beast siege warfare. Nations may designate landing zones for beasts to wage a defensive battle. Beasts will arrive in waves. After 5 rounds of assault, if overwhelmed, surrender may be chosen. Scores will be calculated based on the number of beasts slain.
Should a civilization fail to withstand 5 waves of beast assaults, the beasts will overrun the entire city and seize it, resulting in trial failure. Prepare yourselves. Fortify your defenses. Never underestimate the monstrous hordes. As the Black Hand's voice faded, all electronic screens worldwide returned to normal. The world erupted in astonishment, many believing the Black Hand had unexpectedly shown great kindness by allowing them to designate which city the beasts would descend upon.
This would allow humanity to seize the initiative. How wonderful!
Yet only Qin Ming knew that this 4th stage of the civilization trial marked the beginning of the Dark Migration. In the previous cycle, not a single nation on Earth had survived beyond the 5th round.
In other words, humanity didn't even get the chance to surrender. Every nation in the world lost a city during this trial. After the beasts conquered these cities, they did not retreat but instead established them as their strongholds. Then, toward the end of the 4th stage trial, the beasts began to spread, relentlessly attacking human cities. The ultimate outcome was the Dark Migration.
Under the alien beasts' invasion, humanity could only defend passively. Their living space was squeezed, culminating in a great exodus. The world turned the page toward collapse. It was from this point that Blue Star gradually fell under the beast's territorial division, leaving humanity's survival precariously hanging by a thread. Indeed, the progression isn't vastly different from my previous life.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow.
The current progression was 1 stage faster than his previous life's timeline, all within his expectations. This also proved his fortress plan was correct.
In the 4th stage of the civilization trial, the landing sites of the alien beasts could be selected by humanity.
This presented a significant advantage for all nations.
Thus, following the Black Hand's announcement, nations immediately began preparing their battlefields. Their first choice was to distance themselves from urban centers, seeking out remote, isolated areas to deploy their weaponry.
Yet Qin Ming knew from past experience that this approach was flawed. The invading beasts this time were all at least 2nd tier in strength.
Moreover, the species capable of siege warfare possessed formidable defenses, rendering human firearms utterly ineffective.
The optimal strategy still relied on awakened ones and a sturdy city wall. Yet Qin Ming secretly suspected that this trial of human civilization might yield a better outcome than the previous era's conclusion. After all, the 5 great developments had emerged, and extraordinary individuals across nations now possess stronger awakened ones. This was undoubtedly humanity's greatest turning point. It was crucial to remember that in the previous era, the 5 great developments had only begun after the Dark Migration, robbing humanity of vital developmental time. After gathering his thoughts, Qin Ming swiftly made his decision.
He directly chose Jiangnan City as the location for the 4th stage trial.
This was the place Qin Ming knew best, backed by the Tower of Heaven and the Monster Academy, offering the perfect combination of timing, location, and human resources. Qin Ming prioritized upgrading the city walls. After distributing the rewards, a total of 100 bottles of Common Sequence 012 potion were used to successfully create 100 Steel Masters. Over the past 2 days, these 100 Steel Masters had worked day and night smelting iron, achieving remarkable results. Next, they would collaborate with Master Craftsman's Earth Craftsman construction team to upgrade the iron into steel city walls. Qin Ming was confident that if the construction proceeded smoothly, combined with the quantum light shield, no beast's attack could breach these walls no matter how iron-hard their heads. After finalizing these arrangements, Master Craftsman immediately mobilized both the Steel Smelters and Earth Masters engineering teams for urgent deployment.
Meanwhile, the task entrusted to Wu Xiaopang was also completed. 300 adult tigers were admitted into the Monster Academy. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ming burst out of the laboratory, his face worn with exhaustion, bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement. He had finally synthesized all the rewards from the third stage trial into potions. 2,000 potion ingredients, all of the technology type. These ingredients possess numerous concoction methods, encompassing 4 sequence paths within the technology category. These 4 sequence paths were mechanical beings, mobile suits, mechanical weapons, and tech fortresses. Among the 5 major development paths, technology offered the fewest options yet proved exceptionally powerful. Among these potion ingredients, Qin Ming selected the most ferocious and formidable path currently available. Mechanical beings. This time, he concocted Forbidden Sequence 006, Mechanical Tiger. The abilities of the mechanical creature path were highly peculiar. Its design did not target humans. The creatures it best suited were beasts of prey. When Qin Ming excitedly arrived at the Monster Academy Plaza with all his potions, rows of steel cages had already been set up. Inside each cage roared a fierce tiger. At that moment, Dragon General, Wu Xiaopang, Xiaomo, and all the extraordinary beings of Monster Academy were present. They all looked at Qin Ming with puzzlement, wondering why he had brought so many tigers. Qin Ming's next words left everyone present utterly stunned. Qin Ming pointed to the potions beside him. These, feed them to the tigers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such precious potions, fed to tigers? Do you have any idea how many warriors in China would kill for a single vial of this potion? Of course, though puzzled, no one questioned Qin Ming's decision. Immediately, the soldiers began feeding the potions to the tigers. And then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Chapter 152, the 4th stage trial begins. Roar! After consuming the potion, the mighty tiger roared wildly, seemingly enduring immense agony. Its bones creaked and groaned, muscles bulging from within, its very frame stretching upward. In the next instant, under the stunned gazes of all present, the tiger surged to a towering 2 meters. Its form was no longer pure. Its fur had been replaced by a layer of cold, hard metal. Its once supple muscles were now filled with mechanical joints and hydraulic mechanisms, while its limbs were adorned with sharp alloy claws that glinted coldly. The tiger's eyes were no longer amber pupils, but 2 electronic eyes glowing with a sinister blue light, seemingly able to see through everything. Though its exterior had grown cold and rigid, its primal ferocity and power remained undiminished. Enhanced by the machinery, it had become even more terrifying and formidable. With Blue Star's current technological capabilities, even the most advanced techniques couldn't create such a flexible, lifelike machine. This sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lu Cheng exclaimed, his face etched with shock. Transforming a living tiger into a mechanical beast radiating the scent of steel, could such a thing truly happen in this world? Yet the mechanical tiger stood before them, witnessed with their own eyes. There was no denying it. Roar! At that moment, the mechanical tigers let out a unified, deep growl, their initial restlessness giving way to submission. You could even see discipline in their movements. Qin Ming lifted his head slightly and commanded the mechanical tigers before him, sit. Thud. Almost simultaneously, 300 mechanical tigers sat down, their heads fixed on Qin Ming. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, Dragon General, Lu Chang, and the rest felt a chill run down their spines. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Wu Xiaopang's throat rolled. Damn, that's intense. It was obvious to anyone watching, any single one of these mechanical tigers could easily overwhelm the 300 fierce tigers they had faced earlier. This is no longer a creature of this dimension. They possess intelligence? Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming in astonishment. Qin Ming nodded. Indeed. They're even smarter than before, and they obey unconditionally. Long Xiaoguo's mouth opened, but no words came out for a long time. These are the mechanical beings? Can they be mass-produced? Yes, but we're out of potion ingredients, Qin Ming said regretfully. Taboo-level potion ingredients aren't exactly easy to come by. Had it not been for the Black Hand's reward, they would have had virtually no chance of acquiring such advanced technological alchemical ingredients. Hearing this, the Dragon General looked deeply regretful. Such mechanical tigers would be absolute killing machines. So the path of mechanical beings involves transforming animals into machines? Xia Mo inquired. Exactly, Qin Ming nodded. Mechanical beings, whether in defense or offense, far surpass ordinary sequence abilities. Especially in group combat, they become a dagger plunging straight into the heart of the alien beast hordes. Qin Ming then turned to the Dragon General. Dragon General, deploy 80% of the nation's monster hunters to Jiangnan City. Prepare to face the 4th civilization trial. Before that, I will personally train them. Ensure everyone's cultivation level is elevated. Understood. Dragon General nodded solemnly. For the next week, the entire hunter organization underwent Qin Ming's grueling training regimen.
Across all of China, the number of extraordinary individuals had now reached 3,000, forming an immensely powerful force. This number placed them far ahead of any other force on the entire Blue Star. Under Qin Ming's grueling regimen, bolstered by the aid of gene chips, nearly 60% of the hunters had advanced their cultivation realms. After absorbing the beast crystals, Qin Ming and Xia Mo both advanced to the early 3rd tier.
Lu Cheng advanced to mid-stage tier 2, and even Hua Xiaopang reached early tier 2.
As Qin Ming's trump card, all 200 members of the Ice Cannon Battalion advanced to the early 2nd tier, unlocking new combat techniques. The most significant change for ascended beings upon advancement was gaining new combat techniques. A powerful combat technique could elevate an ascended being's combat potential to new heights. This grueling week had brought tremendous growth to the entire hunter organization. Additionally, the city walls of Jiangnan City were nearly complete.
After Master Craftsman's frantic rush to complete the work, the two logistics squads, the Earthmasters and Steelmakers, successfully transformed the earthen walls into steel fortifications. From the outside, the steel wall was utterly awe-inspiring. Rising hundreds of meters high, it resembled a steel beast lying in wait, sending chills down the spine. Within its confines, the citizens felt a profound sense of security. Of course, they were well aware that the location for this 4th civilization trial was right here in Jiangnan City.
In recent days, nations worldwide have been preparing for this great conflict. As nations gradually grasped the meaning of the 5 development directions, their capabilities saw tremendous enhancement. Every nation approached this battle with unwavering confidence, convinced they would claim the top spot. Under the gaze of the entire world, the day of the 4th civilization trial finally arrived. In Jiangnan City, China, Qin Ming stood atop the towering city walls. Flanking him, hunters clad in blood-ignited cloaks stood in solemn formation. High above, fierce winds howled, whipping the hunters' cloaks into a sharp, whistling sound that accentuated their sharpness.
Boom! Amidst a thunderous roar, the voice of the Black Hand echoed from the heavens. Greetings to all civilizations. The 4th phase of the civilization trial now begins. Representatives of all nations, select your battlefield positions. The announcement sent shockwaves through the world. Here it comes, the Black Hand has appeared. The great battle is finally about to begin. At this moment, the world held its breath. Though fear gripped them, hope for the future burned just as brightly. Every nation hoped to break free from its predicament and rise as the world's foremost power. In the next instant, every electronic screen worldwide was hacked, and images began to light up. This civilization trial will be broadcast globally. The battles of all nations are open for viewing. People were astonished to discover they could even choose feeds from other nations. The footage encompassed the entire battlefield, offering a godlike perspective. This heightened the excitement among ordinary citizens worldwide, amplifying their sense of involvement. Next came the moment for each civilization to select their battlefield. This process was swift. All nations had long been prepared, awaiting only the descent of the beasts. 2 minutes later, the voice of the Black Hand echoed across the globe. The battlefields for each civilization have been determined. The first wave of beasts will descend in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Boom! As the countdown ended, the earth trembled violently. On designated battlefields across nations, void portals 20 meters wide and long slowly opened. Roar! The beast's roar reverberated across the land. Rumble! The footsteps of the monstrous beast army shook the very earth. Upon the city walls of Jiangnan City, Qin Ming and his team of monster hunters stood solemn and vigilant, ready for battle. Almost simultaneously, the monstrous horde surged forth across battlefields in every nation. Yet at this moment, not a single nation launched an attack. High-ranking officials from all nations didn't even glance at their own battlefields. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the live feed from the Chinese battlefield. They all made a tacit decision. Hold your horses. Let's see how China plays its hand first. Chapter 153, Exoskeleton Warriors, make their debut. At this moment, all nations' officials silently watched the battlefield on the Chinese side. Yet when they beheld the steel fortress walls erected by the Chinese nation, they all froze in astonishment. The 100-meter-tall steel walls appeared majestic and imposing, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, voices of skepticism began to emerge from the officials of various nations. Eagle San, chief of the Trump administration, what the hell? A steel wall? Why isn't China using an earthen wall built by extraordinary beings? Korean, no way. China actually built walls with ordinary steel? Are they kidding? Can steel of this quality even withstand the beasts? Peacock Nation, laughing so hard on numb. I thought we could learn from China, but this is just plain stupid. Meanwhile, the iron-blooded emperor of Bear Nation frowned, murmuring under his breath, impossible. China wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Could this steel wall hold some hidden secret? Clearly, upon seeing China's city walls, the world erupted with skepticism, some dismissive, some puzzled, some mocking. But more than anything, there was quiet glee. They desperately wished China would suffer a crushing defeat in this war, leaving no rival to challenge their top-ranked position.
After several consecutive trials, they had clearly seen the gap in rewards between the top spot and lower rankings, which had fueled China's current national strength.
Every nation's government now sought to alter this dynamic.
"Old Qin, there are a lot of foreigners mocking us on the livestream," was Xiaopeng remarked, his expression amused as he watched the broadcast on his tablet.
Ordinary steel? What do you know about it?
Qin Ming turned his head. "Ignore these clowns. Prepare for battle." Then he turned his gaze to the two contracted beasts beside him.
Enemy intel. Wilder Wolf responded immediately. They're a tribe from the southern regions of the multiverse called the Iron Armor Beasts. These beasts possess incredibly strong defenses. See the turtle-like shells on their backs?
Those can be detached and used as shields.
As he finished, all eyes focused on the beasts below the city walls.
These iron armor beasts bore some resemblance to beetles, clad in hard armor with a thick, flat horn protruding from their heads.
A more fitting description would be humanoid beetles. They possessed human limbs and even wielded steel pitchforks as weapons.
At this moment, the entire iron armor beast army had surged out of the void passage, numbering roughly 300. They stood at the city's base like an elite armored legion, radiating sheer dominance. Then, the void passage vanished, signaling the first wave of beasts had fully arrived.
Only 300 for the first wave?
Doesn't seem like much, Lu Chang murmured.
Qin Ming nodded. The first wave is intentionally simpler. Otherwise, human civilization wouldn't stand a chance.
In the next instant, Qin Ming swept his arm in a grand gesture.
The first wave of enemies isn't too tough. Follow me out of the city to fight them. Mobile unit, prepare. Bang! 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 Amidst the clanging of steel, hundreds of soldiers leapt onto the city walls in perfect unison.
Witnessing this scene, everyone watching the live stream froze in shock. Whether foreign or domestic viewers, none could fathom their intent.
These were walls over 100 meters high. What were they doing up there?
Government officials from various nations wore puzzled expressions, all sharing the same question.
Is this China's marksman unit? Could they be preparing for a long-range assault? Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded.
Qin Ming stood at the center, roaring with fury. "All troops, heed my command, draw your blades."
Clang! The terrifying clang of blades shaking the heavens. 500 men drew their blades simultaneously, the clanging of steel igniting the battlefield in an instant.
Qin Ming raised his long sword and bellowed, "Charge!" Then, before the stunned eyes of the entire world, Qin Ming led 500 warriors in a 100-meter leap downward.
Holy! Are they out of their minds? That's 100 meters high. Even extraordinary beings couldn't survive a jump like that. Fuck! These Chinese people are absolutely insane.
The world erupted in shock, everyone losing their composure.
To their eyes, this act was tantamount to suicide.
Just as hundreds of soldiers were about to hit the ground, exoskeleton suits activated on their bodies. In the sunlight, the mechanical armor gleamed with an icy, sinister light. With just over 10 meters left, 2 jet thrusters deployed from the exoskeletons, unleashing a powerful counterforce that instantly neutralized their downward momentum.
Boom!
Amidst the clatter of steel hitting the ground, Qin Ming and 500 exoskeleton warriors crashed down, kicking up a towering cloud of dust. Compared to these late-stage Tier 1 exoskeleton warriors, Qin Ming, a Tier 3 beginner, moved with far greater ease. The moment he touched down, a bolt of lightning flashed beneath his feet as he executed the deceptive flash technique, dissipating his downward momentum. Now, under Qin Ming's command, 500 exoskeleton warriors gripping straight blades formed a line across the battlefield, facing the beasts head-on with overwhelming ferocity. Seeing them unscathed, high-ranking officials from nations around the world revealed expressions of shock.
Eagle, holy crap, are those Iron Men? South Korea, got it. China chose technological advancement. Hanskat Nation, is this how technological advancement works? They've actually built robots? We chose this path too. Why does it feel so different? British Empire, these don't look like robots. More like humans wearing mecha suits. Peacock Nation, must admit, these exoskeleton suits look pretty cool. The debut of the exoskeleton warriors sparked global discussion. Clearly, this is the world's first mechanized military unit to make its debut. The exoskeleton warrior suits aren't like the ones developed by Blue Star Tech. They're more like donning a set of armor. Yes, just like what the Eagle Nation folks call Iron Man. Eagle Central. Chief Tup frowned at the screen before him. This doesn't add up. Is Qin Ming planning to engage the alien beasts in close combat? Don't they have a long-range assault unit? Why aren't they using it? This question echoed in many minds. The Ice Cannon Battalion had already made its presence known in the last major battle. Everyone knew they existed, so why wasn't Qin Ming deploying them? This was a tactical blunder. Under the world's watchful gaze, the battle on the Huaxia front erupted first. Charge! Qin Ming gripped his starfall blade tightly, thunder surging through his body as he charged directly into the ironclad beast army. Simultaneously, 500 mobile warriors charged forward at breakneck speed, matching Qin Ming's pace almost exactly. Kill! Roar! The iron armor beast army roared in unison, clashing with the Chinese soldiers as they wielded their steel forks.
Qin Ming charged ahead, thunder surging from his body.
Deceptive Thunder Strike Tier 3 combat skill activated. Boom!
Qin Ming soared high into the air, gripping his long sword with both hands as terrifying thunder instantly gathered along its blade. In the next instant, beneath the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, his form plummeted through the air as the great blade struck down.
Earthquake Thunder! Boom!
The thunder-forged blade slammed into the ground, instantly cracking the earth into a spiderweb of fissures. Bolts of lightning surged from beneath, unleashing terrifying energy. In an instant, dozens of iron armor beasts surrounding Qin Ming were sent flying. Simultaneously, exoskeleton warriors launched themselves forward from their jetpacks, straight blades drawn as they closed in. Their blades were aimed squarely at the throats of the iron armor beasts.
Chapter 154, Clearing the First Round. Thunder surged, violently hurling the beasts away.
In that instant, the exoskeleton warriors closed in swiftly, their straight blades plunging precisely into the iron armor beasts' throats.
Thud! Beneath its hard armor, the throat proved an exceptionally vulnerable spot. The sharp blade pierced straight through, pinning the beast to the ground. The iron-armored beast, its throat pierced, let out a muffled whimper on the ground. After a few desperate struggles, it fell still. In this wave of assault, over 100 ironclad beasts fell. Such seamless coordination was truly breathtaking. And this quickly.
Qin Ming leapt high into the air, thunder surging from his body, and swung his blade once more.
Earthquake Thunder! Boom!
A thunderous roar shook the ground, as if the heavens were splitting apart.
Countless bolts of lightning surged from the earth, and the immense shockwaves sent the iron armor beast flying. Almost simultaneously, the exoskeleton warriors propelled themselves forward with energy jets. The immense thrust catapulted their bodies like arrows, striking once more at the iron armor beast's throat. Splatter! Splatter! A large swath of iron armor beasts fell. After just 2 waves of attacks, fewer than 100 ironclad beasts remained. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Kill! Finally, Qin Ming led 500 exoskeleton warriors in a decisive assault against the ironclad beasts. This time, without Qin Ming's initial advantage, the battle against the ironclad beasts proved exceptionally fierce. Late-stage level 1 exoskeleton warriors could barely breach the ironclad beasts' defenses, yet inflicting fatal wounds proved exceedingly difficult. The only vulnerable spot to kill an ironclad beast was its throat. But the ironclad beasts weren't stupid, they knew how to protect themselves. Under their guard, striking the throat was no easy feat. If the exoskeleton warriors engaged head-on, they would undoubtedly suffer casualties. But don't forget Qin Ming was still in the fray. A surge of energy erupted from Qin Ming's body as he activated the 3rd-tier combat skill, Deceitful Thunderer. Thunder enchantment imbues the body or weapon with thunder, increasing attack power 10-fold and speed 5-fold. Qin Ming swept his hand across the starfall blade, and a surge of thunder erupted instantly. Gripping the thunder-infused blade, he plunged into fierce combat. A single strike shattered the iron armor beast's hardened plating, rendering its formidable defense nearly useless. Qin Ming darted across the battlefield like a razor-sharp blade. Flashes of thunderous light danced as the iron armor beast was hacked to pieces. Under this terrifying firepower, the other exoskeleton warriors simply finished off the remaining enemies from behind. Soon, all 300 ironclad beasts on the battlefield were annihilated, the entire process taking less than 10 minutes. At that moment, viewers worldwide watching the livestream were stunned. This was far simpler than they had imagined. Are these beasts really that terrifying? Yeah, I feel like I could handle that. China's capabilities are solid, but this technological development feels pretty mediocre. It's all being carried by Qin Ming alone. The guy above is right. This technological development path is really weak, all show and no substance. The live stream erupted with heated commentary. Meanwhile, after China's battle, governments worldwide had identified the ironclad beast's weakness. Eagle Nation's chief strategist Up spoke with the front lines. General John, the armored beast's weak point is its throat. On the Eagle Nation battlefield, General John stood atop the city walls, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. All forces prepare. This battle is our chance to establish Eagle's authority. Beside him, General Arthur waved his hand. Monkey Squad, advance. Immediately, 300 soldiers marched out onto the ramparts. Each was tall and imposing, their faces bearing a defiant expression. Then, a shocking transformation unfolded. The soldiers' bodies began to swell, their bulging muscles tearing through their uniforms. Their skin sprouted thick fur, their features shifting as they transformed into towering, 3-meter-tall apes. Clearly, Eagle Nation had chosen the path of beast form. This unit was the reward for the 3rd civilization trial, Sequence 023, Giant Ape. This unit represented Eagle Nation's ultimate trump card. Originally, the Giant Ape unit wasn't meant to be deployed so soon, but to suppress Huaxia, General Arthur decided to unleash their might and restore Eagle Nation's glory. After all, this was a globally televised trial. Under the world's gaze, it presented the perfect opportunity for Eagle Nation to assert its authority. Advance! General Arthur waved his hand, and 300 giant apes, each gripping a 3-meter-tall greatsword, leaped down from the city walls with their massive forms.
Compared to China's 100-meter-high walls, however, the Eagle's battlefield walls were somewhat lower. Though also constructed by Earth elemental superhumans, they fell far short of Huaxia's specialized Earthcrafters. Thus, their maximum height was limited to 60 meters. Now, 300 giant apes plunged downward, their massive forms crashing onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Charge! 300 giant apes charged simultaneously, causing the earth to tremble violently. Roar! Opposite them, an army of 300 ironclad beasts charged forward, steel pikes clenched in their hands. The twin blades clashed violently. The giant apes fought ferociously, sweeping their great swords to smash heavily against the iron-armored beasts. With a thunderous crash, the iron-armored beast's armor shattered, sending its form flying backward. The giant ape pressed its advantage, driving the great sword deep into the ironclad beast's throat. Splatter! Splatter! The clamor of battle erupted. Within 10 minutes, the fierce clash concluded. 300 giant apes suffered 0 casualties while annihilating the iron armor beasts, successfully completing the first wave of the siege. In an instant, the entire nation of Eagle Sauce erupted in excitement. Eagle Nation is invincible. Eagle Nation is mighty, the world's #1. Our speed surpasses China's, our points will definitely outrank theirs. Eagle Nation is destined to claim first place. Eagle Nation's citizens flooded the livestream with comments, their arrogance unrestrained. Top Eagle leaders like Tupo and others cheered excitedly, as if victory were already theirs. 5 minutes later, the Bear Nation battlefield also survived the first wave of Beast Siege. Bear Nation also chose the Beast Form development path, receiving the extraordinary being PX-022, Ferocious Bear. The Raging Bear, extraordinary being, transforms into a colossal bear, a 3-meter-tall, magnified version of itself, sharing striking similarities with the giant ape. While the world watched the live broadcasts of each nation's battlefields, all electronic screens displayed the clearance notification. First round clear, first place, Huaxia. Second place, Eagle Nation. Third place, Bear Nation. As the message appeared, Eagle Nation's citizens froze in shock before erupting into chaos. Wait, why are we second? We clearly finished faster than Huaxia. Exactly. We only took 8 minutes, while China took 10. How is this even possible? Rigged. Totally rigged. The livestream was flooded with complaints from the eagle-wielding crowd. China's netizens couldn't take it anymore and fired back. Did the beasts knock your brains out? When we defeated the beasts, you hadn't even started fighting yet. You bunch of geniuses, weren't you just waiting for Huaxia to discover the beast's weaknesses before attacking? Now you're acting all high and mighty after getting the upper hand. Unbelievable. Damn, these eagle-wielding fools are so stupid, I can't stand it. Seeing these responses, the eagle-wielding netizens finally remembered. Right, they'd calculated the battle duration but forgotten the end time. They really did wait until China finished before attacking. If measured from the monster's appearance to their defeat, China naturally had the fastest clear time. Realizing their mistake, the American netizens flushed crimson with embarrassment. They'd celebrated too soon. But then, Black Hand announced the next clear time. Fourth place, Sakura Nation. Ha! This announcement instantly captured the attention of people worldwide. Sakura Nation? A country overrun by beasts, had they joined the siege as well? Chapter 155, Professions Exposed, each employing their own tactics. In the collective consciousness of nations, Sakura country was a land already subjugated by the beasts. It was instinctively assumed that a nation stripped of sovereignty had failed its trial and withdrawn from the competition. Thus, nearly all nations had overlooked the land of cherry blossoms. Now, seeing Sakura Nation suddenly appear on the announcement board was somewhat shocking. At this moment, even Qin Ming paid attention. Standing on the battlefield, he picked up his tablet to watch the livestream from Sakura Nation's battlefield. Almost simultaneously, people worldwide flooded into the livestream of Sakura Nation. What they witnessed left the world utterly stunned. On the Sakura Nation battlefield, they had also erected fortifications and similarly slaughtered all 300 ironclad beasts in the first wave. Upon the ramparts, Qin Ming even spotted the figures of Commander Kawashima and Commander Yamada. No, strictly speaking, these were 2,000-faced monkeys disguised as humans. Standing on the ramparts, participating in the battle, were both monstrous beasts and human extraordinary beings. Even Qin Ming was stunned by this sight. What was going on? Were the beasts and humans of Sakura Nation coexisting peacefully? What kind of international joke was this? But what was puzzling was why Kawashima, as a member of the beastly 1,000-faced monkey clan, would attack the iron armor beast? The next moment, Qin Ming suddenly realized these 1,000-faced monkeys intended to establish themselves on Blue Star. They sought to monopolize the entire planet. Though the 1,000-faced monkeys were also exotic beasts, the countless races among these creatures harbored rivalries and competitive tensions. If the 1,000-faced monkeys and the humans of Sakura Nation reached a consensus on peaceful coexistence, the monkeys could completely replace the Sakura Nation's government and even protect its citizens. This would provide the 1,000-faced monkeys with an excellent opportunity for development. Naturally, Kawashima is unwilling to allow other alien races to come to Blue Star, for they have already claimed it as their own territory.
What a wolfish ambition! Qin Ming's expression darkened. These thousand-faced monkeys are truly cunning.
Judging by the current situation, the populace of Sakura Nation had likely been tamed.
That they would willingly submit to enslavement by alien beasts was nothing short of a disgrace to humanity. Witnessing this, high-ranking officials from various nations couldn't help but frown, sensing that Sakura Nation remained a persistent threat.
But with their own nations in turmoil, they simply couldn't spare the resources to deal with them. Gradually, more and more nations have cleared the first wave of the beast siege. This time, the development paths of each nation were largely revealed. The fifth nation to clear the stage was Han's Cat Nation, whose development path mirrored that of Huaxia Nation, the technology path. However, unlike China, they obtained the sequence ability of the tech weapons path.
That was 200 Common Sequence 034, firearms experts.
Their ability allowed them to modify Blue Star firearms into superior weapons, granting them the capability to combat the beasts somewhat similar to China's ice cannon masters. Han's Cat Nation was the only country to employ firearms against the beasts this time. This offered humanity a glimmer of hope. Hot weapons weren't necessarily ineffective against the beasts, but Blue Star's hot weapons were simply of too poor a quality. Han's Cat Nation truly demonstrated its prowess this time, shocking people across all nations. Next came the sixth nation to clear the challenge, the Sun Never Sets Empire. The Sun Never Sets Empire's development path centered on psychic power.
Psychic power development branches into 5 major paths:
Mage, Alchemist, Arcanist, Nutritionist, Support. The soldiers revealed by the Empire of the Setting Sun were unmistakably of the Mage path.
On the Empire's battlefield, 200 mages wielding flames stood atop towering city walls, unleashing fierce attacks upon the iron-armored beasts.
Qin Ming watched the livestream, discerning the sequence abilities of this army. Standard Sequence 038, Flame Mage.
This was clearly a formidable sequence ability. The seventh nation to be conquered, Gaul.
They too had chosen to develop psychic power. Shockingly, Gaul repelled the first wave of beast siege with only 10 extraordinary beings.
Those 10 extraordinary beings stood not far from the void passageway.
They tossed bottle after bottle of emerald green potion onto the ground, releasing a suffocating stench. Before the 300 ironclad beasts could launch their assault, they were overcome by the greenish vapor, foaming at the mouth and dying instantly. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the nations of the world. Without a doubt, the power Gaul had displayed this time was the most terrifying.
This guy was playing with biochemical warfare.
Watching the live feed, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow.
Alchemists?
Indeed, the extraordinary being dispatched by Gaul was precisely the alchemist path, and the most ferociously offensive poison alchemist at that.
This ability was truly terrifying. The eighth nation to clear the stage, Peacock Nation. Peacock Nation chose the physique development path.
Physical constitution was divided into 5 major paths: warrior, knight, assassin, archer, and hero.
This is easier to grasp. It's much like playing a game. Peacock Nation demonstrated the warrior path, Common Sequence 043, brute force warrior.
This sequence's ability centers on strength. When 300 brute force warriors, shields and spears raised, charge in unison, even the armor of iron beasts cannot withstand their onslaught. The ninth nation to clear the challenge, Elephant Nation. The Elephant Kingdom also chose to develop their physical constitution. Yet unlike Peacock Nation, they presented a sequence of knight path followers. On the battlefield, the Elephant Nation's forces were small, roughly 100 soldiers, yet everyone rode a colossal elephant, radiating overwhelming ferocity. This force was none other than Sequence 041, Elephant Cavalry. Once mounted, the Elephant Cavalry riders transformed their beasts into monstrous beasts with enhanced physiques. Coordinating with their sequencers, they could unleash devastating combat techniques. In this great battle, a single charge by the Elephant Cavalry shattered 300 iron armor beasts into pieces. Had they not had to finish off each scattered ironclad beast individually, the Elephant Kingdom's clearing speed would have ranked far higher than 9th. Next came the 10th nation to clear the stage, Bamboo Nation. The Bamboo Nation also chose the physique development path. Their reward was the archer path, Common Sequence 051, Blast Archer. Rice Nation's extraordinary beings did not launch a proactive assault. Instead, they positioned themselves on the city walls to deal damage. With 300 archers attacking simultaneously, dealing with the first wave of beasts was effortless. Beyond this, other nations also deployed unique strategies, revealing unprecedented abilities that astonished the world. Clearly, after determining their development paths, the nations of Blue Star experienced a qualitative leap in strength. This was entirely beyond comparison with their previous capabilities. Moreover, humanity gained a deeper understanding of the extraordinary sequence. After the first battle, every nation brimmed with confidence, convinced their country was the chosen one. Soon, the second wave of monster invasions commenced. What the world could never have imagined was that despair would follow in its wake. Chapter 156, Elite Ironclad Beasts. Seeking gold tickets. The heavens trembled as void portals reopened across battlefields worldwide.
Accompanied by the roars of monstrous beasts, the earth shook violently. The second wave of the monster siege was upon them. Roar! The furious roar of the beasts echoed with particular ferocity. But with the experience of the first wave, the extraordinary beings of various nations were somewhat more relaxed. On the Huaxia battlefield, however, Qin Ming remained exceptionally cautious. All units, prepare to engage the enemy. For the second wave of beast assaults, Qin Ming kept his formation unchanged. 500 exoskeleton warriors, blades drawn, stood ready for battle. Everyone ready. This time, we absolutely must take first place. The same rallying cry echoed across every nation's battlefield. Every nation believed they possessed the strength to compete. Almost simultaneously, the second wave of beasts surged forth. Warriors from every nation were ready, launching their attacks the moment the beasts appeared. Charge! Eagle Nation charged fastest. 300 giant apes, wielding greatswords, surged forward in unison. Other nations followed suit, eager to engage the beasts in combat. Only Qin Ming sensed something amiss and bellowed, "Everyone defend! Fall back behind the defensive line." On the Huaxia battlefield stood a defensive line over a meter high. This barrier was piled high with the corpses of iron armor beasts. Hearing Qin Ming's command, all the exoskeleton warriors took cover behind the line. Simultaneously, shields spinning at high speed suddenly flew out from the void passage. Boom! 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 The shields shot out like flying saucers, all colliding with the ironclad beast corpse barrier. Shockingly, despite the ironclad beast's formidable defenses, they could barely withstand the incoming shields. One could only imagine how formidable the enemy's assault truly was. While the Chinese forces managed to hold their ground, other nations were caught in the crossfire. The Eagle Badge forces were the first to fall victim. The Celestial Ape troops were caught completely off guard when the shields erupted from the sky. The high-speed spinning shields were incredibly sharp. They collided with the giant ape's body, tearing open one wound after another. The unlucky ones even had their heads severed. Splatter, splatter. With a series of thuds, 40 to 50 members of the giant ape unit collapsed, their agonized screams echoing. Other nations suffered similarly. The Peacock Nation's brute warriors also fell in droves under the shield assault. Every extraordinary being on the battlefield, except those from China, suffered casualties. The worst fate befell two poison masters from Gaul. They had laid poison on the ground long ago, waiting for the beasts to appear. Unexpectedly, the first to charge forth were the shields. Caught completely off guard, the two poisoners couldn't react in time. They were sliced into pieces by the shields and died horribly on the spot. Even the poison gas was dispersed by the shield's high-speed rotation. A chorus of wails echoed across battlefields worldwide. Seeing this, the gunsmith of Han's Cat Kingdom and the flame mage of the Sun Neverset's empire instantly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they weren't below the city walls. They relied on ranged attacks, so there was no need to engage the beast in close combat, and that very fact had saved them. After a wave of shields flew out, the beasts finally burst forth from the void passage. They were beasts clad in black scales, wielding steel pitchforks with savage expressions. Clearly, the second wave was still composed of ironclad beasts, but these had reached the early second tier, making them immeasurably stronger than the first wave. These were the Iron Armor Beast Elite. Boom! The ironclad beast army surged forth instantly. Their speed and strength far surpassed the previous wave, and their movements were remarkably agile. After bursting through the void passage, the iron armor beasts rolled forward, scooping up the shields scattered on the ground, and charged once more toward the humans. Only then did the world realize that what had flown out earlier weren't shields, but the heavy armor plates from the ironclad beasts' backs. Now, these ironclad beasts charged madly at the humans, one hand holding their shields and the other gripping long spears. Roar! The beasts' roars echoed skyward. Even more shocking was the second wave of iron armor beasts. Their numbers had swelled to over 500, doubling their strength. Qin Ming's expression turned grave as he bellowed, "All units, advance!" Qin Ming charged out from behind the corpse line first, flicking two playing cards from his hand. The Jokers. Magic, Ace of Spades. Qin Ming flicked the cards forward violently. The Jokers seemed to come alive, revealing maniacal grins. Ha ha ha. Bomb time. The red and black Jokers each clutched a watermelon-sized bomb, instantly crashing into the armored beast army. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shattering dozens of iron armor beasts into pieces. Qin Ming, at the early third tier, was no match for the early second tier iron armor beasts. Their power was worlds apart. Next, Qin Ming swept his arm, and the ice python's body rapidly expanded. The ice serpent made its stunning entrance, immediately unleashing its combat skill, Serpent King Spear. Its massive tail, encrusted with heavy frost, swept horizontally toward the iron armor beasts. Boom! A wave of iron armor beasts was swept down. But some reacted swiftly, immediately raising their shields to block. Roar! Immediately, one that seemed to be the leader of the iron armor beasts let out a furious roar. In the next instant, the remaining iron armor beasts contracted their bodies together, transforming into a round, rolling iron ball. Hundreds of iron balls rolled swiftly forward, charging with overwhelming force. The Iron Armor Beast's combat technique, Fearless Charge. The scene startled both Qin Ming and the Ice Serpent King. Master, be careful. The Ice Serpent King raised its massive head, frost gathering frantically in its throat. Frost breath. Roar. The Ice Serpent King opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of frigid frost toward the charging Iron Armor Beast. In an instant, the frost blanketed a vast area. The first Iron Armor Beast to be hit froze solid into an ice ball, frozen in place. But the Iron Armor Beasts were too numerous. 50 solid iron balls crashed into the Ice Python King. The sheer force of the impact sent the colossal Ice Serpent King flying backward. But it wasn't over. The remaining Iron Armor Beasts kept rolling, hurtling straight toward the city walls. Boom! The iron balls swept across, instantly shattering the armored beast corpse barrier. The exoskeleton warriors now faced imminent danger. On the city walls, the Dragon General and others paled visibly. Ice Cannon Corps, prepare! Dragon General bellowed. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, 200 ice cannon operators positioned themselves along the ramparts, ready to provide support. At that very moment, Qin Ming stepped in front of the exoskeleton warriors and shouted, "Prepare energy shock." In an instant, 300 exoskeleton warriors raised their hands in unison, energy rapidly gathering in their palms. Exoskeleton warrior, combat skill, energy pulse. As the torrent of iron balls crashed toward them, all exoskeleton warriors unleashed their combat skills simultaneously. The energy pulses erupted from their palms in an instant. Boom! 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 A powerful shockwave surged forth, colliding heavily with the iron balls. In an instant, before the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the Iron Beast's transformed iron ball was sent flying backward, hurtling away like a cannonball. Crackle, crackle. Accompanied by faint cracking sounds, the armor plating across the Iron Armor Beast's body became riddled with cracks. Chapter 157, The Tiger Mule Beast, Ice Cannon Corps demonstrates its might. Charge! After being knocked back, the Iron Armor Beasts crashed to the ground in disarray, their initial fierce momentum completely gone. Qin Ming seized the opportunity, leading his men forward. The Iron Armor Beasts reacted swiftly, immediately regrouping as both sides engaged in close combat. One ironclad beast gripped its steel fork with both hands and thrust it fiercely at an exoskeleton warrior. Clang! However, the steel fork was blocked by the warrior's hard exoskeletal armor. The warrior swung his straight blade in a backhand strike, landing it on the iron-armored beast's neck. With a loud thud, the Iron Armor Beast's already cracked armor shattered violently, its head cleanly severed. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. The warriors were in a blood frenzy. The beasts were vicious, but the warriors were even more so. The battle raged for nearly half an hour before all 500 ironclad beasts were finally annihilated. Qin Ming surveyed the field littered with the beasts' corpses, then glanced at the exhausted exoskeleton warriors. After 2 waves of attacks, the warriors' strength was nearly depleted. To continue would mean casualties. Qin Ming bellowed at his troops, "Clear the battlefield. Drag every single ironclad beast carcass back into the city." With a thunderous clang, the steel city gates swung open. A squad of monster hunters emerged to assist, hauling the armored beasts' corpses back into the city. At that moment, the voice of Black Hand echoed. "Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for being the first to clear the second wave of alien beast siege." The announcement sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. What? China has already passed? Damn it, we're behind again. On the Eagle Squadron battlefield, as the final ironclad beast fell, the entire high command erupted in chaos. Damn it, we were so close. We cleared the stage, but the casualties are far beyond expectations. From the ramparts, General Arthur surveyed the battlefield below. Of the 300 giant ape warriors, fewer than 250 remained, a devastating toll. And this was only the second wave of beast assaults. 3 more waves remained before meeting the objective. If this kept up, things would turn dire. An Eagle squad was still doing relatively well, other nations' battlefields were even worse. Soon, more nations began clearing the second wave. But some nations collapsed right in this round. Among them was an old neighbor of China's, the Old Nest Nation. The Old Nest Nation's extraordinary beings were not particularly powerful, numbering less than 500. During the iron-armored beasts' assault, over 100 of them were instantly mowed down by shields. Next, the iron-armored beasts transformed into iron balls, charging at the city walls with overwhelming force. True to their reputation as siege specialists, after several powerful impacts, the city walls came crashing down. Once the city walls fell, the Old Nest Kingdom's defense against the beast assault was doomed to failure. After the walls shattered, the remaining extraordinary beings of the Old Nest Kingdom were utterly powerless to stop the beasts. Ultimately, they were forced to abandon the city and flee. And this city would become the domain of the ironclad beast. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. The third wave of beasts attacked the city, and on the battlefield of the Old Nest Kingdom, a void passageway opened. The third wave of beasts poured through the portal. These were beasts resembling both oxen and tigers, tiger-like bodies adorned with ox horns, their bulging muscles radiating savage ferocity. Witnessing this scene, panic instantly gripped the world. Wait, wasn't Old Nest Country already defeated? How could a third wave of beasts still appear? What's going on? Isn't one city enough for these beasts? Are they going to keep coming? No way. What about the fourth and fifth waves? If they all descend and the old nest kingdom can't stop them, won't these beasts just steamroll the entire kingdom? It's over.
The old nest nation is finished. The livestream erupted with intense discussion. Qin Ming watched the livestream from atop the city walls, letting out a soft sigh.
Just as expected. The people's discussion was correct. After failing the trial, the beasts wouldn't just leave. The ones that hadn't arrived yet would keep appearing.
Only after the fifth round would the beasts cease to appear. But this was terrifying enough.
On the battlefield of the Old Nest Nation, over 300 iron armor beasts had appeared. Now, another 500 tiger mule beasts had emerged. Add in the beasts from the next 2 rounds, and their numbers will exceed 2,000.
Once these 2,000 beasts seize the city, their next target will be the entire Old Nest Nation.
At that point, the Old Nest Nation could be declared extinct.
This is the reason behind the Dark Migration. Using one city as a base, the beasts gradually seize territory across the Old Nest Kingdom, forcing humanity to flee and migrate along the way.
This is the Dark Migration.
Gradually, people across nations became aware of this situation, and panic began to spread. They cried out to their governments, hold the city walls at all costs.
The atmosphere began to shift.
Extraordinary beings across nations grew solemn, recognizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the third wave of monstrous beasts launched their assault. After the surprise attack by the second wave of ironclad beasts, battlefields across nations were now cleared. No one dared to station troops directly at the entrance of the Void Passage, fearing the beasts might strike again with underhanded tactics. Simultaneously, officials from all nations turned their attention to the live broadcast of the Huaxia battlefield. As always, they were watching to see how China would handle the alien beasts.
Without absolute certainty, none dared to act rashly.
Qin Ming observed the nation's reactions, a faint smile curling his lips. From here on out, he wouldn't push himself to the limit.
Ice Cannon Corps, prepare for action. Boom!
In an instant, over 200 ice cannon operators mounted their short cannons along the city walls. As the unit Qin Ming valued most, the Ice Cannon Regiment was undoubtedly his trump card. The reason they hadn't deployed the Ice Cannon Battalion in the previous 2 rounds was precisely to conserve their strength.
Now, the time had come. Show the world your power.
Qin Ming's hand swept downward, and the Ice Cannon Battalion opened fire simultaneously.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Icy projectiles screamed from the ramparts, crashing into the Humao army with ferocious momentum.
Roar!
The Humu army roared in fury, yet the 500 troops instantly dispersed with military precision.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow.
Quite clever, but useless. In the next instant, the ice projectiles plummeted, exploding on the ground and sending snow flying everywhere.
Anyone caught in the frost was swiftly engulfed by the icy blast. Boom! 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 Beneath the city walls, ice cannons rained down. One tiger boar was struck in the hind legs.
Frost spread rapidly, freezing its hind legs solid in moments. But the Taigans were formidable, mid-tier second-stage beasts. Freezing them entirely clearly required more power. Still, the paralysis was sufficient.
The wounded beast limped, its speed drastically slowed.
Qin Ming raised his hand again.
Switch weapons.
In the next instant, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, 50 ice cannon operators retracted their short cannons and switched to single-shot long-range sniper rifles.
Second-tier combat technique, Ice Sniper. Click. Bullets chambered. The warriors aimed at the wounded tigers and pulled the triggers. Bang! Bang! Bang!
With the crack of gunfire, one after another, the Taigans fell. The frigid bullets pierced straight through their skulls.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Holy, is this a mage or an archer? Chapter 158, Capturing the Flame Tyrant Dragon Alive. Please vote. The Ice Cannon Corps demonstrated their prowess once more.
In the world's understanding, ice cannon masters should belong to the mental power path of mages. Yet their weapons were rifles clearly pointing to the physical strength path of marksmen.
In truth, ice cannoneers can master dual paths. True to their name, ice represents spellcasting while cannon signifies marksmanship. Both paths are viable.
Ranked at Forbidden Sequence 009, the ice cannon master was undoubtedly formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been Qin Ming's ace in the hole. Under Qin Ming's training, over 200 ice cannoneers had already advanced to the early second tier. Dealing with these mid-second tier tiger mules posed no significant challenge. Moreover, they held every advantage, firing down from elevated positions. No matter how formidable the tiger mules were, they were destined to be no match.
Soon, under the relentless barrage of the Ice Cannon Corps, all 500 tiger mules were annihilated.
Battle duration, 15 minutes. China once again claimed first place in the third round of the Beast Siege. By this point, the other nations were no longer calm.
China's strength far exceeded their expectations.
The earlier doubts gradually faded, leaving everyone speechless. Battles raged fiercely across all nations' battlefields. Beyond the major powers, many smaller nations with weaker forces were already showing signs of exhaustion, struggling to hold their ground.
Defeats began to mount.
City walls were breached, extraordinary beings torn apart by the tiger ox hordes, and the remaining warriors fled in panic. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly. By the end of the third wave of beast assaults, half the nations had failed to defend their cities and were forced to withdraw from this civilization trial. Apart from Huaxia, casualties began mounting in other nations, and the numbers were significant.
Even mighty powers like Eagle Nation and Bear Nation saw their initial deployments of extraordinary beings dwindle from 300 to 200.
And this was only the third wave of beast assaults. 2 more rounds remained before qualification.
Panic spread across the world. They realized these beast sieges were far more challenging than anticipated.
All eyes were on the Huaxia battlefield.
By now, all the corpses of the tiger-like beasts beneath the city walls had been dragged inside.
Monster carcasses were the greatest spoils of war, and Qin Ming naturally wouldn't let them go to waste. Numerous magic potion ingredients could be extracted from them, all of which would become the backbone of Huaxia's future strength.
Boom!
Simultaneously, the earth rumbled once more as the void portal opened. The fourth wave of beasts was about to descend. Qin Ming's expression grew solemn as he murmured softly,
"Here it comes."
The real test has only just begun. Under the gaze of the entire world, heavy footsteps echoed through the void portals on battlefields across nations. Thud! 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 The sound of these heavy footsteps sent shivers down spines. Even before the beasts came into view, the sound alone carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then, a colossal creature 5 meters tall emerged from the passageway. It resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, with thick, powerful hind legs and slightly shorter forelimbs bearing razor-sharp claws. Its massive tail, covered in sharp spikes, dragged along the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. Roar! The beast let out a roar, its sharp teeth seeming capable of tearing anything apart. One such creature after another emerged, a sight that filled the heart with dread.
Is this Godzilla? This beast looks exceptionally vicious. Can we even defeat such monsters?
Whispers of concern rippled across the world. Especially in nations focused on physical strength and beast form development, their expressions darkened considerably. From the battlements of Eagle's fortress, General Arthur surveyed his own giant ape, extraordinary being, then glanced down at the alien beast below. It felt like a child facing off against special forces utterly incomparable.
The 3-meter-tall giant ape stood before the flame tyrant dragon as if it were child's play. Even the elephant soldiers of the Elephant Nation felt the pressure mounting. Though size didn't equate to combat prowess, the flame tyrant dragon truly looked like a formidable fighter. "General, this is going to be tough." Archil, head of the supernatural division, frowned, his expression grim.
General Arthur snorted coldly.
"Difficult or not, we fight. If China can win, why can't we?
You're leading this charge." At those words, Archer's face darkened instantly.
Damn it, I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Just then, on the live feed, one nation launched its attack first.
On the battlefields of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, 200 flame mages had already charged their spells. At the command, 200 fireballs plummeted from the heights onto the city walls.
Fire! Boom! Boom! Boom!
A terrifying roar erupted across the battlefield. The fireballs traced brilliant arcs through the sky, hurtling toward the flaming explosive dragons below. In an instant, the army of fire explosion dragons was engulfed by the fireballs. Explosions erupted one after another, filling the air with acrid smoke.
Ha ha ha, keep it up.
At the forefront of the Sun Never Sets Empire's battlefield stood Admiral Green, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he watched his pyromancers at work.
"This time, we will be number one." Admiral Green waved his hand decisively. "Attack! Attack! Boom! Boom! Boom!"
Under the relentless assault, the area beneath the city walls was engulfed in smoke and fire, completely obscuring the figure of the flame tyrant. Just as General Grimm believed the Inferno Dragon had been annihilated, a fiery beast, engulfed in flames, emerged from the ruins. Its gaze fixed on the city walls above, it let out a furious roar. Roar!
In an instant, the earth trembled as the heavy footsteps echoed once more.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
The Flame Blast Dragon army surged forth in the blaze, their momentum even more formidable than before. How is this possible? Admiral Green's face paled. Not only were the flame dragons unharmed, but they seemed even stronger?
This scene stunned the crowds from all nations. These flaming tyrants were ferocious. Quick, stop them! Watching the flaming tyrant dragons charge toward them, Admiral Green began to panic.
All extraordinary beings, attack!
Clearly, he had realized the fire mages' attacks were having little effect on the flame tormentors. Now, he could only go all out, relying on other extraordinary beings to intercept them. Seeing this, Qin Ming smiled.
The Sun Never Sets Empire's luck isn't looking too good. Flame tyrant dragons are fire elemental beasts. Attacking them with fire won't work unless you have overwhelming power to suppress them.
But the situation was different for the Huaxia side. The warriors of the Ice Cannon Regiment possessed attributes diametrically opposed to the Flame Tyrant dragons. Their ice elemental nature provided the perfect counter to the flaming fury dragons. Qin Ming gazed at the over 500 flaming dragons below the city walls, his eyes burning with intensity. These flame tormentors were first-rate fighters, fully qualified to serve under his command.
And with so many present now, he might even secure a 9-star Inferno Dragon that would be incredibly powerful.
Then, Qin Ming raised his hand.
Ice Cannon Corps, heed my command. Prepare the ice net.
Click-clack. Soldiers swiftly switched weapons, replacing their long-range sniper rifles with hand cannons.
Ice Cannon Corps, second-tier combat technique, ice net. In an instant, the ice cannons fired in unison. Boom! Boom! Boom!
A jet of frigid ice shot forth from the hand cannons, exploding mid-air into a vast net of crystallized frost.
The net swiftly enveloped the flame storm dragons, pinning them one by one. Keep firing. Don't hold back. Keep firing until they can't move. Qin Ming barked out the orders. A single layer of ice certainly couldn't restrain the firestorm dragons, but what about multiple layers?
Thus, under the relentless assault of the Ice Cannon Corps, each flame-torn dragon became entangled in 7 or 8 ice nets, pinned to the ground like creatures caught in a spider's web.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It worked!
Then, under the gaze of the world, Qin Ming leaped alone from the ramparts and strode toward the army of flame tyrant dragons.
Viewers worldwide watching the live broadcast froze in shock.
They hadn't yet recovered from the Ice Cannon Corps' overwhelming assault when they were plunged into utter shock. All eyes were fixed on Qin Ming.
What is he doing? Capture the Yanbalong alive? Chapter 159, 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon. Seeking gold tickets.
Indeed, Qin Ming intended to capture the flaming tyrant dragon alive. After advancing to the 3rd tier, the 3rd contract altar within the Qiankun Gourd unlocked, meaning he could now contract a 3rd beast.
And the flame tyrant dragon was undoubtedly the best choice. In terms of combat prowess, it rivaled the wasteland wolf. In terms of spellcasting, it matched the ice python. Its dual-path development made it an absolutely perfect contract beast. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Qin Ming walked up to a flaming tyrant dragon and placed his hand on its head. The firestorm dragon emitted an angry growl but remained immobilized. Standing beside the 5-meter-tall flaming fury dragon, Qin Ming appeared somewhat dwarfed. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. No rush. From now on, you'll be under my command. You're the leader of this pack of fire dragons, right? Roar. The flame blast dragon let out a low roar, its presence commanding. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Truly the bloodline of a king.
Surveying the more than 10 layers of ice netting covering its body, Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied with this flame tyrant dragon. The flame tyrant dragon belonged to the forbidden beast category, and this particular specimen possessed the potential to become a king beast. Given time, this firestorm dragon would surely ascend to become a king beast, ruling over its kind.
Perhaps I can help you claim the throne.
Qin Ming's lips curled upward as a surge of energy erupted from his hand. The mark of the Qiankun Gourd on his arm flashed with light, instantly drawing the flame tyrant dragon into its depths. The moment of great harvest arrived as Qin Ming sucked each flame tyrant dragon on the battlefield into his Qiankun Gourd. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Witnessing this scene, the global audience was left utterly speechless. WH? What just happened? Where did all the flame dragons go? What exactly did Qin Ming do? How could he make the flame dragons vanish? Everyone was utterly perplexed. This situation clearly exceeded their comprehension. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already returned to the city walls, his joy impossible to contain. Unfortunately, the Ice Cannon Corps had exhausted themselves trying to subdue the flame tyrant. Supernatural combat drained their psychic energy, and the Ice Cannon Corps had already pushed themselves beyond their limits. It would take considerable time for them to recover.
This meant the Ice Cannon Regiment would be unable to participate in the 5th round. But it was all worth it.
While other nations were still embroiled in battle, Qin Ming's consciousness entered the inner world of the Qiankun Gourd. Upon entering, Qin Ming saw the flaming tyrant dragon leader bound tightly by chains on the altar, along with hundreds of flaming tyrant dragons on the ground. Qin Ming wasted no time, fusing them all together.
Ding ding ding. The star upgrade began. 1-star flame tyrant dragon, 2-star, 3-star, 8-star, 9-star.
In the end, a total of 512 flame tyrant dragons were consumed. Before Qin Ming's eyes, the flame tyrant dragon had undergone a complete transformation.
The flames on its body surged with even greater intensity, its skin now resembling molten lava cracking inch by inch as viscous lava pulsed through the fissures, radiating an unbearably scorching aura. The entire Inferno dragon glowed crimson, radiating a savage, overwhelming aura.
At that moment, a notification popped up before his eyes.
Flame Tyrant Dragon Fusion Success.
Flame Tyrant Dragon Prohibited Beast 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon Prohibited Beast.
Realm, Mid-Stage Tier 3.
Combat Skills, Tier 1 Rampaging Dragon Charge Flaming Claw, Tier 2 Dragon Breath Rampaging Dragon Sonic Wave, Tier 3 Scarlet Lotus Form Scarlet Lotus Earthquake.
Status, Contractable. Qin Ming's eyes lit up.
Mid-stage tier 3, Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon, 6 combat techniques. It was simply perfect.
Contract. Contracted now.
With a hum, the altar erupted in blazing light, a surge of energy connecting Qin Ming and the Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon.
The contract succeeded.
Qin Ming sensed the Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon's presence within his mind.
Master.
To Qin Ming's surprise, the Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon emitted a voice that was utterly unexpected.
It was a lowly voice.
Qin Ming paused in surprise, realizing the Red Lotus Tyrant was female.
From now on, I'll call you Red Lotus.
Yes, Master,
Hong Lian replied softly. Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Come on, you'll fight alongside me later.
The next moment, Qin Ming's consciousness returned to the battlefield. Returning to the livestream, the fourth wave of beast assaults had already concluded, with nations worldwide facing unprecedented crisis. Including China, only 10 nations had successfully cleared the fourth wave of monster sieges. They were China, Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Hans Cat Nation, Empire of the Rising Sun, Gull Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Peacock Nation, Elephant Nation, and Stick Nation. All others had failed. With their walls breached, survivors fled in panic, rushing to establish defenses in the next city. Witnessing this scene, the world sighed in unison, the atmosphere growing increasingly somber. Even the remaining 10 nations held little confidence they could survive the fifth wave. Sure enough, the Black Hand wasn't about to let them off so easily. Soon, the fifth wave of sieges commenced. Under the world's watchful gaze, void portals simultaneously appeared across the battlefields of the 10 nations.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The earth trembled once more, echoing with the same heavy footsteps and familiar rhythm.
Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, the flaming storm dragons that had appeared in the fourth wave made their return.
Over 500 flaming fury dragons emerged from the void portals onto the battlefield, their overwhelming aura striking fear into every soul.
Even more terrifying was the final one to emerge, a flame tyrant dragon radiating an even more ferocious aura.
This was none other than the King Beast, the Flame Tyrant Dragon King. Roar! The moment the Flame Tyrant Dragon King appeared, it let out a furious roar, as if mourning the fallen of its kind.
A Beast King.
Qin Ming stared at the Flame Tyrant Dragon King, his eyes burning with intensity.
This beast was bound to yield a treasure trove.
Yet just as everyone thought the fifth wave of beasts had fully emerged, the void passage glowed once more. Hundreds of tiger mule beasts emerged, 500 in number.
Immediately after, an army of iron armor beasts followed.
With the 3 great beast clans appearing together, the number of beasts on each battlefield reached over 1,500. At that moment, the expressions of everyone from the 10 nations changed. This fifth wave of beasts was stronger than all the previous waves combined. A wave of unease washed over them, stirring restlessness across the battlefield. In Eagle Sauce Nation, Archer's throat tightened as he whispered to General Arthur, "General, how about we just run?
Let's not make any pointless sacrifices."
General Arthur erupted in fury.
"Bull! The Eagle Nation never quits. Send the order, hold the walls to the death."
Similarly, no nation on the battlefield chose to surrender.
After all, this was a global broadcast. Whoever fled would lose all face.
At that moment, the remaining nations deployed their full combat strength, determined to fight the beasts to the death. Meanwhile, all nations instinctively turned their gaze toward China. Everyone wanted to see how China would wage this battle. After all, their ace unit, the Ice Cannon Battalion, had been rendered useless. Without several hours to recover, they lacked the strength to fight again.
Qin Ming knew the entire world was watching them now.
A faint smile touched his lips.
Very well. Let China set the tone then.
The next moment, Qin Ming raised his hand.
Mechanical tigers, deploy.
In an instant, 300 mechanical tigers leapt from within the city walls, lining up in formation atop the battlements. When the world witnessed the gleaming mechanical tigers, they were all stunned.
What are these?
Chapter 160, Mechanical Tigers make their spectacular debut, unleashing firepower. Standing atop the battlements, the mechanical tigers towered over 2 meters tall. Their bodies were clad in a layer of cold, hard metal, emitting a deep, icy glow. Their robust muscles were replaced by mechanical joints and hydraulic systems, with sharp alloy claws embedded in their limbs. They radiated explosive power, delivering an overwhelming visual impact.
300 mechanical tigers lined up in formation, their expressions icy, eyes flickering with electronic light. Witnessing this spectacle, the global audience, including high-ranking officials from every nation, stands utterly speechless. Such flawless mechanical lines, such lifelike mechanical beings, how had they been created? Had China's technology truly reached this level? The world buzzed with speculation. But what's the point? These mechanical beasts can't even be pierced by bullets. These robots are all show and no substance. Blue Star's technology and supernatural abilities aren't even in the same dimension. The person above is right. I thought China had a hidden trump card up its sleeve, but it turns out they just pulled a big stunt. Exactly. Facts prove that only supernatural abilities can handle these beasts. Human civilization is utterly incapable.
Just wait and see how China makes a fool of itself.
Live chat comments plummeted.
While the mechanical tiger's appearance stunned viewers, upon reflection, looks matter little. What counts as combat effectiveness.
Moreover, with nations competing against each other, they naturally didn't want China to develop new military capabilities.
At that moment, Qin Ming raised his hand high, his gaze cold and intense as he stared down at the alien beast below.
Machine guns ready.
Then, before the stunned eyes of the world, 300 mechanical tigers suddenly transformed.
2 metal plates split open on their backs, revealing a Gatling machine gun rising up. Clang!
With a faint metallic clang, the long-barreled machine gun mounted itself onto the mechanical tiger's back, its 6 barrels gleaming with a deep, icy coldness. At this sight, the crowd lost their composure.
Holy, these mech tigers are equipped with machine guns? Are you sure that's a machine gun? That muzzle looks as big as my fist. Isn't that a cannon? Has China's technology advanced this far?
If not for the beast invasion, this mech tiger could become a battlefield game-changer.
The crowd gasped in awe.
The 2-meter-tall mechanical tiger stretched 5 to 6 meters in length, while the machine gun on its back easily measured 5 meters. It looked less like a gun and more like an anti-aircraft cannon from a warship.
Thankfully, it's just a conventional heat weapon. Calm down, everyone. It's just a little machine gun. Is it more dangerous than a nuclear bomb? Foreign onlookers sneered with sarcasm.
Just then, Qin Ming's raised hand came down.
Fire!
In an instant, 300 mechanical tigers flashed cold glints in their eyes as the 6 gun barrels on their backs began rotating.
Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Strings of fire tongues rained down upon the city walls, their terrifying sonic waves shaking the heavens.
A torrent of fire engulfed the battlefield, bullets raining down relentlessly upon the beast army. The quickest to react were the iron armor beasts, instantly drawing shields from their backs to shield themselves.
Clang! 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 Bullets struck the shields, sending sparks flying as the powerful recoil sent the iron armor beasts staggering backward.
The unshielded tiger mule monsters fared worse, as the powerful bullets pierced straight through their bodies. Of course, with their formidable vitality, this alone wouldn't finish them off.
But what about a single bullet? What about a full magazine?
Being only mid-tier second-stage beasts, they couldn't possibly ignore the combat skills of these mechanical tigers. Under the terrifying barrage of fire, the tiger beasts were riddled with holes like sieves, collapsing one after another. Even the iron armor beasts, which had initially managed to hold their ground, began to falter under the relentless barrage of bullets.
Cracks appeared in their shields, spreading rapidly until they finally exploded with a loud bang.
Without their shields, the iron armor beasts fared no better than the tiger mules. Their armor was pounded into dents, and like the tiger mules, they were eventually riddled with holes. The iron armor beasts fell one after another. The battlefield echoed with cries of agony, only the flaming tyrant's resilient muscles able to withstand the mechanical tiger's bullets. Even so, the fire-breathing dragon was still forced to stumble backward. Witnessing this, everyone lost their composure. The earlier doubts vanished instantly, replaced by a chorus of stunned shouts. How is this possible? How could hot weapons pierce the defenses of these beasts? Something's wrong. Totally wrong. There's something off about these mech tigers. I get it now. These aren't even products of Chinese technology. I sense extraordinary power. These mechanical tigers are sequence ability users.
What? Machines can awaken sequence abilities? That can't be possible. Don't forget China's chosen path is technology.
This might be a tech-based sequence they discovered. The last sentence sent a chill through everyone. They suddenly realized right.
China chose the technology path.
These mechanical tigers must be supernatural creations.
But this is way too powerful. An ordinary machine gun is more powerful than their Blue Star's nuclear bombs. Roar!
At that moment, the flame-storm Dragon King let out a furious roar, issuing its command.
As its voice echoed, searing flames erupted from every flaming fury dragon, their aura surging instantly. Thud! 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 The flame tyrant dragons moved their heavy feet, charging to the front under a hail of bullets.
They positioned their bodies sideways, shielding the iron armor beasts and tiger mules. These beasts were actually protecting the iron armor beasts and tiger mu beasts. Roar! Bullets struck the flaming tyrant's body, leaving indentations and even drawing blood, but to the flaming tyrant, these were mere scratches. Clearly, this wasn't enough to inflict fatal damage. Especially after entering their berserk state, they became even more ferocious.
Qin Ming frowned.
Truly worthy of being third-tier beasts. They're in a different league compared to second-tier ones. Then, Qin Ming raised his hand once more.
Switch weapons. Prepare to unleash the second combat technique.
The mechanical tiger, forged relatively recently, could only ascend to the early second-tier realm despite Qin Ming's personal cultivation and the exhaustion of resources to feed it.
Unlike human extraordinary beings, mechanical beasts advanced by consuming other beasts. But they didn't consume ordinary beast flesh, they devoured the metal components of other beasts,
such as the hide of the thunder iron beast or the horns of the wilderness wolf.
Thus, China's stockpile was meager, representing their absolute limit.
But now, the mechanical tigers had found a powerful tonic, the ironclad beast. The iron armor beast is entirely metallic. Consuming it would undoubtedly elevate the mechanical tiger's power to new heights. During the first and second waves of the assault, they had captured numerous iron armor beast carcasses. Yet, these power-ups had remained unused. Qin Ming held off on advancing the mechanical tigers, as this was only the fifth wave of beast assaults, still far from his ultimate goal. At this moment, the machine gun on the mechanical tiger's back had ceased rotating. White smoke billowed from its barrel, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. The hatch on its back opened, retracting the machine gun. Then, two small missiles as thick as arms rose up. Witnessing this, every viewer watching the livestream couldn't contain their shock. Guided missiles? Chapter 161, Full Force Assault, directly targeting the Flame Tyrant Dragon King. This was the second combat technique of the mechanical tiger's first-tier realm, Tiger Hunt Missile. These missiles were far beyond anything Blue Star's technology could match. While its explosive power might not match that of Blue Star's thermal weapon missiles, the extraordinary energy it contained possessed immense lethality against alien beasts. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Ming swung his arm decisively. Fire! Boom! 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 300 mechanical tigers simultaneously launched the Tiger Hunt missiles from their backs. The missiles streaked through the sky, trailing searing flames, and instantly slammed into the base of the city walls. Seeing this, the flaming tyrant Dragon King's pupils suddenly contracted, finally sensing the threat of death. Roar! The flame tyrant dragon roared in fury, continuing to issue commands. In the next instant, all the flame tyrant dragons raised their heads, opening their massive jaws as flames rapidly gathered within. Boom! 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 Fireballs erupted, colliding violently with the Tiger Hunt missiles streaking down from above. The missiles detonated mid-air, erupting in blinding heat and churning thick smoke. This wave of attack saw the Tiger Hunt missiles intercepted. Seeing this, Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. I'd been waiting for you to unleash your skills. Immediately after, the second missile launched from the mechanical tiger's back. The flame dragons remained unaware of the situation. By the time 300 missiles pierced through the thick smoke, terror flashed across their eyes. It was too late to gather their dragon breath now. And so, the missiles struck them with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 The entire ground shook violently, even the city walls trembled. Terrifying explosions erupted across the battlefield, flames shooting skyward. Vaguely visible, the flame tyrant dragons were hurled wildly by the mechanical tiger's missiles. Not only did they fail to protect the iron armor beasts and tiger mules, they couldn't even withstand the impact themselves. Under the missile barrage, over 500 flaming beasts were blown skyward, leaving the scene in utter chaos. At the same time, the steel gates ahead swung open. Charge! A chorus of battle cries pierced through the thick smoke. Qin Ming led the hunter exterminators out. Charge! Roar! A beast shrieking echoed, making the earth tremble. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps drew the attention of both people and beasts. The flame tyrant Dragon King's gaze fixed upon the flickering flames, his pupils trembling violently as if he had spotted something. In an instant, a fiery red figure burst through the flames and thick smoke, advancing with heavy strides and a domineering presence. Roar! The Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon roared in fury, crushing the iron armor beast beneath its foot as it rampaged across the battlefield. The flaming tyrant dragons, already reeling from missile strikes, were sent flying before they could react. The Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon was ferocious beyond measure, its indestructible body launching a relentless assault on the flame tyrant dragons. The iron armor beast lay beneath its feet, kicked away like a soccer ball. Its razor-sharp claws were like the scythe of death to the tiger mammoths. A single swipe tore flesh and bone, leaving them utterly defenseless. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned, each person staring in disbelief. What's happening? Why is that flame tyrant dragon attacking its own kind? What flaming fury dragon? That giant came out of the city with Qin Ming, it's his beast. Is it a beast form sequence user? Doesn't look like it. Not a human shapeshifter. I think it's more likely a beast Qin Ming has tamed. Remember that ice serpent? Didn't it become Qin Ming's enforcer too? What? That's a beast Qin Ming tamed? How does he possess such power? The faces of officials from various nations darkened. If Qin Ming possessed the power to control beasts, how could they possibly compete with him? At this moment, the remaining 9 nations that hadn't been eliminated had already commenced their battles. Yet their high-ranking officials couldn't spare a thought for those fights, their attention entirely focused on the Chinese side. The reason was simple: China's offensive was so fierce it made the blood boil. It was far more thrilling to watch than their own grueling battles. On the Chinese battlefield, most of the beasts had already fallen under the mechanical tiger's firepower. The iron armor beasts and tiger mongoose beasts had been nearly wiped out entirely, leaving only the flaming tyrant dragon army standing. The flaming tyrant dragon army was now in disarray. Facing the unstoppable fire lotus tyrannosaurus before them, they were momentarily at a loss. When had their kind produced such a ferocious creature? Its ferocious demeanor could even rival their own king. Roar! At that moment, the flame tyrant dragon king let out a furious roar.
Fools! What are you standing around for? She is not one of us. Kill her.
The other flame tyrant dragons snapped out of their stupor, roaring with fury as they charged toward the Crimson Lotus tyrant dragon with savage ferocity.
Roar! The Crimson Lotus Fury Dragon showed no panic.
With a thud, blazing flames ignited across its body. Lava flowed slowly through the grooves of its skin, its aura surging in an instant.
Third-tier combat technique, Scarlet Lotus form. Thud. 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 At that moment, several flame tyrant dragons charged forward.
One of them opened its massive jaws, ready to tear into its prey. The Crimson Lotus tyrant swung its claws, and with a thunderous roar, blazing flames erupted from its sharp talons.
Flaming claw. Boom. A single strike sent the flame tyrant dragon reeling.
Its massive body launched skyward like a missile, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Qin Ming immediately shouted to the warriors behind him, "Capture it alive."
Boom. 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 In the next instant, several more flaming tyrant dragons were knocked flying. Then, more flaming fury dragons charged forward, perhaps 20 or 30 of them. Prepare to support.
Behind Qin Ming, Lei Jiu commanded the Thunder Mage to prepare support for the Crimson Lotus Tyrannosaurus, but Qin Ming blocked him.
Hold your fire. Roar. At that moment, the Crimson Lotus Fury Dragon seemed provoked, its aura intensifying as molten lava pulsed beneath its scales.
Its claws swung menacingly as crimson light flared across its body, launching into a sudden charge.
Battle skill, Raging Dragon Charge.
The same combat technique collided between them. The Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon sent all the flaming tyrant dragons in front of it flying. Its fiery claws tore deep gashes into the opponent's body, blood spattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Lei Jiu and the other hunters were stunned.
Qin Ming's lips curled into a faint smile.
This was the 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon. How could ordinary flame tyrant dragons possibly compare? You handled the wounded flame tyrant dragons.
The rest are mine.
With that, Qin Ming gripped his thunderblade and charged straight into the heart of the beast horde. Red Lotus, capture the king to subdue the bandits. In the next instant, a colossal figure appeared. The Ice Serpent King had returned. Roar! The Ice Serpent King lowered its head, its massive jaws spewing frost that instantly froze all the flame tyrannosaurs in Qin Ming's path.
Simultaneously, Wild Wolf appeared at Qin Ming's left, wielding his massive axe to knock back every charging tiger mule beast. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon charged forward with heavy strides, tearing a bloody path for Qin Ming as it closed in on the Flame Tyrant Dragon King.
The flaming Tyrant Dragon King's pupils trembled, revealing a look of fury. Humans, you seek death. A faint smile touched Qin Ming's lips. You're overconfident.
Qin Ming flicked his finger, and a card shimmering with thunder appeared in his hand. High-risk combat technique, deceptive card.
Thunder Judgment. Boom.
Terrifying thunder erupted from Qin Ming's body, unleashing a colossal aura that pierced the heavens.
Chapter 162, Slaying the Flame Tyrant Dragon King, Divine Grade Materials Unearthed.
Sensing the aura emanating from Qin Ming, the Flaming Fury Dragon King's expression instantly turned grave. But as a king-tier beast, retreat was not an option. Roar! The Flame Tyrant Dragon King let out a furious roar, opening its massive jaws to spew flames at Qin Ming.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Fireballs screeched through the air, blocking every path of Qin Ming's advance. A flash of lightning flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as thunder surged from his body, activating the combat skill, Eerie Flash. His speed surged instantly, finding a gap in the barrage of fireballs and bursting through.
Battle skill, Thunder Annihilation Slash.
The full might of his early third-tier power erupted, thunder energy rapidly spreading across his blade as he delivered a fierce strike.
Thunder Judgment. Boom!
A bolt of thunderous blade light erupted, its terrifying might scorching a charred trench across the ground before crashing heavily into the flaming Storm Dragon King.
Rip!
The blade's fury instantly shattered the Flame Tyrant Dragon King's defenses, carving a deep gash across its body as blood spattered forth. Threads of lightning coiled around the wound, causing excruciating agony. Roar!
The Flame Tyrant Dragon roared in agony, its expression twisting into a savage grimace. Seizing the moment, the Wasteland Wolf plunged from the sky, swinging his massive axe down with all his might toward the Flaming Fury Dragon King's head. Yet in that instant, the Flame Storm Dragon King abruptly raised its head, letting out a furious growl. You little Wasteland Wolf, you truly have no fear of death. The Flame Tyrant Dragon spoke in human words. Though wounded, his voice still carried overwhelming dominance. The Wasteland Wolf sensed trouble. As a 7-star forbidden beast, it was clearly no match for a king beast of the same rank. Sure enough, the flame-raging Dragon King shifted its body with uncanny agility. The massive axe crashed down beside it, smashing heavily into the ground. No! The Wild Wolf's expression darkened instantly. The next instant, the Flame Tyrant Dragon King swung its claws in a sweeping strike. Thud! The Wild Wolf was struck with devastating force. The claw slammed into its chest, an immense wave of terrifying power surging through its body. Gah! A torrent of blood spurted from the Wild Wolf's mouth as its body was hurled backward. Boom! The wild wolf crashed to the ground over 10 meters away, its form utterly battered. Roar!
The flame tyrant Dragon King showed no mercy, gathering a fireball in its maw as it pursued the wild wolf.
Qin Ming's expression darkened as he shouted, "Xiamo!" Buzz!
A frost spear whistled through the air, shattering the fireball with a thunderous crash. The spear plunged diagonally into the ground, instantly freezing the surrounding area into solid ice.
Thud! Xiamo pulled the spear free, twirling it with effortless grace.
Her almond-shaped eyes fixed on the nearby flame-storm Dragon King as she spoke softly.
Let's wrap this up quickly, there are still many rounds of challenges ahead. Hearing this, the flame tyrant dragon's expression darkened. Human, do you underestimate me?
Xiamo said nothing, her form surging forward as a chill erupted from her body.
Wang Su 003, Ice Phoenix, engage.
With the full force of her early third-tier aura unleashed, she instantly closed the distance before the flame tyrant Dragon King. Her spear shot forward like a dragon, piercing straight toward the Dragon King's eye. Roar! The flame tyrant dragon roared in fury, its claws ignited with blazing flames. It swung down, colliding with the icy spear.
Clang! A terrifying energy explosion erupted between them, rippling through the air in concentric waves. The shockwave blew back Xiamo's high ponytail as flames and frost violently reacted before her eyes.
A faint smile touched Xiamo's lips. She twisted the spear in her grasp, the combat technique, Ice Blast.
Boom!
The icy tip of her spear exploded in the flaming Dragon King's palm.
The violent explosion sent the flame tyrant dragon stumbling backward. Xiamo closed the distance, sweeping her spear horizontally to strike the dragon's thigh. Thud!
The flaming storm Dragon King staggered from the heavy blow to his thigh, nearly falling.
Frozen world. Finally, Xiamo delivered a thrusting spear strike, driving the blade deep into the flame tyrant dragon's body.
Icy cold rapidly spread, threatening to freeze the colossal beast solid. The flames on the flame-raging Dragon King gradually extinguished beneath the encroaching ice, its terrifying aura rapidly diminishing. Yet just as the ice was about to fully encase the flaming tyrant, a blazing light erupted from its heart, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy.
Xiamo's expression changed, and he immediately retreated backward. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the flaming tyrant dragon erupted. Flames shot skyward from its body, instantly shattering the encasing ice. The powerful shockwave surged straight towards Xiamo.
A shard of ice, flung by the explosion, sliced his arm, blood slowly seeping out.
At that very moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared, swiftly blocking Xiamo's path.
Qin Ming stood clad in thunder-patterned armor, absorbing all the damage intended for Xiamo. Shards of ice violently pounded against Qin Ming's thunder armor, sparking flashes of lightning. This armor was none other than the third-tier combat skill of Prohibition Sequence 007, the Thunder Armor. Thunder Armor possessed formidable defensive power, shielding against both physical and magical attacks. Qin Ming abruptly raised his head.
This ends here.
With that, he gripped the starfall blade tightly and thrust it directly into the body of the flaming tyrant Dragon King.
Clang!
Yet the blade stuck in the flaming tyrant Dragon King's body, failing to pierce its defenses.
The flame-raging Dragon King sneered with disdain. Human, do you think a royal beast is so easily slain? Is that so?
Yet the next moment, Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he spoke, enunciating each syllable deliberately.
High-frequency lightning strike.
In an instant, thunder surged from Qin Ming's body. Empowered by the thunder judgment, his aura reached its peak. The long blade pressed against the flame tyrant Dragon King's body began to glow with lightning, unleashing a terrifying burst of thunder.
Thud!
The thunder-infused blade plunged into the flaming storm Dragon King's body.
Of course, even the meter-long starfall blade embedded in the colossal body of the flaming fury Dragon King couldn't pierce through it.
Such an act alone was insufficient to inflict fatal damage upon the flaming storm dragon.
The flame tyrant Dragon King thought so too.
It swung its fiery claws, ready to swat the tiny human away.
But in the next instant, the smile vanished from the flame tyrant Dragon King's face. That long blade seemed to be gathering energy.
Qin Ming frantically channeled his psychic energy into the blade, causing the energy to erupt instantly.
High-frequency lightning strike, 100,000 volts. In an instant, terrifying currents surged through the flame tyrant Dragon King's body.
The flaming storm Dragon King's pupils suddenly contracted, and its massive body instantly stiffened.
Externally, it appeared completely enveloped in lightning, its skin even charred black. Finally, the flamestorm Dragon King's life force vanished completely, its body crashing heavily backward. Boom!
The flamestorm Dragon King crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust.
It was dead.
As if sensing their king's demise, the remaining flame tyrant dragons turned their gaze toward the scene, their expressions a mix of terror and rage.
Roar! They let out mournful cries.
Qin Ming scanned the battlefield. Now fewer than 100 flaming storm dragons remained, the rest had been captured alive.
He shouted, "Don't let a single one escape. Capture them all." The battlefield erupted once more. Just then, 3 beams of light emanated from the flaming tyrant Dragon King's corpse. These were the 3 elixir materials on its body.
The first, purple glow, rare grade. The second, a red glow, king grade. The third item suddenly burst into a golden light. This golden glow flashed across all live broadcast screens, instantly capturing everyone's attention. High-ranking officials from various nations turned their gaze toward the scene. Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat. With lightning-fast reflexes, he swiftly stored it into his Qiankun Gourd, and the golden light vanished. The high-ranking officials from various nations froze, sensing something was terribly wrong with Qin Ming's reaction. They exchanged bewildered glances. What was that golden light? Chapter 163, The Land of Cherry Blossoms cedes territory for peace. Seeking gold votes. Qin Ming was utterly exhilarated. Divine-grade potion ingredients. The Flame Tyrant Dragon King had actually dropped divine-grade materials for him. Even in his previous life, he had never laid eyes on a god-tier ingredient. He'd hit the jackpot. Qin Ming's spirits soared. If he could gather all the ingredients, he might just concoct a single, god-tier, potion creating the first-ever, divine sequence. If the Qiankun Gourd could evolve further, it might grant him a third sequence ability. He already possessed the Forbidden Sequence 007, Deceptive Thunderer, and the Royal Sequence 005, Magician. But one could never have too many skills. This was one reason Qin Ming surpassed other sequence ability users. He'd need to thoroughly study the 3 potion ingredients he'd just acquired. Next, Qin Ming picked up the Starfall Blade and found a Beast Crystal within the head of the Flame Tyrant Dragon King. A King-grade Beast Crystal, this is a rare treasure indeed. Yet in the presence of divine-grade potion ingredients, it pales in comparison. Thus, the mightier the beast, the more treasures it yields. This was precisely why Qin Ming was determined to slay the Flame Tyrant Dragon King. To fuse it with the Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon would be a waste. Moreover, handing this flaming Tyrant Dragon King's corpse over to a steel refiner for forging might yield unexpected rewards. Now deprived of their leader, the remaining Flame Tyrant Dragon's fighting spirit plummeted, and they were gradually pushed back. In the end, excluding the 2 flaming Tyrant Dragons accidentally slain, a total of 518 were captured. This news sent Qin Ming's spirits soaring to new heights. Over 500 flaming Tyrant Dragons would be precisely enough to fuse into a second 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon. What would happen when 2 9-star Crimson Lotus Fierce Dragons fused? Qin Ming was filled with anticipation. Clear the battlefield swiftly and return to the city to prepare for the 6th wave of beasts. At Qin Ming's command, the warriors began dragging the beast carcasses back into the city. This wave of beasts was no small force. Without the mechanical tiger's firepower earlier, securing this victory wouldn't have been so straightforward. At the very least, casualties would have been several times higher. While the warriors cleaned up the battlefield, Qin Ming also sprang into action. Under the strange gazes of onlookers, Qin Ming moved across the battlefield, and one by one, the flaming tyrannosaurs pinned to the ground vanished. These actions unfolded under the watchful eyes of the crowd, yet no one could fathom how Qin Ming accomplished them. The closest guess was that Qin Ming had used a containment device to stow away the flame tyrant dragons. This might explain why Qin Ming could subdue the beasts. Yet the onlookers could only speculate wildly. Regardless of their attitudes toward Qin Ming, they were powerless to intervene. Take the Eagle's chief, Tep, for instance. He seethed with hatred toward Qin Ming, precisely because under Qin Ming's leadership, China had consistently held the eagle down. For someone as proud as him, this was unbearable. And now on the battlefield, China has already endured the 5th wave of beast assaults, while the Eagle Nation still clings to desperate resistance. This scene felt like his face was being pressed into the dirt and rubbed viciously. Teppo couldn't hold it in any longer. He erupted in a torrent of curses and immediately contacted the front lines. Arthur, John. You have 10 more minutes. If you still can't break through, bring your heads to me. Tep's cursing echoed through the headset, making Generals Arthur and John grimace. General John, his face grim, spoke up, General Arthur, what do you suggest we do? General Arthur took a deep breath, about to respond, when a voice echoed from the sky. Barbie Nation's city walls breached. Trial failed. Hearing this, General Arthur quickly grabbed his tablet to check the situation in Stick Country. The live feed showed the flame tyrant dragon smashing through the city gates, leading its army of beasts on a rampage. Rod Nation's soldiers and extraordinary beings fled in panic, their defeat as swift as a mountain collapsing. Rod Nation has failed? General John frowned deeply. General Arthur switched to Elephant Nation's feed inside. Elephant Nation can't hold out much longer either. No sooner had the words left his mouth than hundreds of iron armor beasts transformed into iron balls, crashing through Elephant Nation's walls in unison. The trial had failed. General John felt a pang of shared misfortune. Before long, the Peacock Kingdom also began to face crisis. There, brute warriors suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of the Inferno dragons. The remaining extraordinary warriors also fell one after another, while the opposing beast army had only lost half their numbers. Witnessing this, the Peacock Kingdom's commander made the agonizing decision to abandon the city. If the battle continued, even if they passed this trial, all their extraordinary warriors would be wiped out. Given this, it was better to retreat and preserve their strength to reclaim the lost territory in the future.
And so, the Peacock Kingdom surrendered. The city gates were breached, and the beasts swept through unopposed.
It wouldn't be long before the city fell completely under the beasts' control. Yet compared to the nations eliminated earlier, surviving to the 5th round was already a commendable achievement. At least they had won the first 4 rounds, carrying away numerous beast corpses, leaving relatively few beasts remaining.
If they could later harness these beast corpses to forge more extraordinary warriors, they might just have a chance to reclaim their territory.
Of course, that was a story for another time. With Peacock Nation's withdrawal, only China emerged victorious among the 10 nations that reached the 5th round, while 3 nations failed. The remaining contenders were Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, Han's Cat Nation, Gull Nation, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and Sakura Nation.
Among them, the Sakura Nation faced the most dire situation.
The land of cherry blossoms possessed limited combat strength and had been utterly overwhelmed by the flame tyrant dragon. But unexpectedly, Kawashima appeared at this moment.
Standing atop the city walls, he addressed the flaming tyrant dragon below. How about we call it quits?
I'll cede 1/5 of Sakura Nation's territory to you. These words sent shockwaves through the world. What a shameless trickster. This move is utterly despicable.
They've completely treated the land of cherry blossoms as their own territory. The flame tyrant dragon king gave a cold laugh. 1/5?
That's too little. Hearing this, Kawashima's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, one after another, strange beasts surged onto the city walls: thunder iron beasts, thousand-faced monkeys, weasel rats, wilderness wolves, two-headed dogs, sinister lynxes, ice pythons, and even stone ravine spiders and crimson-faced demons.
In an instant, nearly the entire rampart was swarming with beasts.
Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was dumbfounded. Their numbers even surpassed the flaming fury dragon army below the walls.
Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly.
He hadn't anticipated that the thousand-faced monkey's forces had grown so vast. At that moment, Kawashima smiled as he looked at the Flame Tyrant Dragon King.
Well then, do you still wish to fight?
The Flame Tyrant Dragon King's eyes flickered. I never imagined your thousand-faced monkey clan had developed to this extent.
Very well. The world is vast. I care little for your small domain. Let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Ha 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 ha. Kawashima roared with laughter. Happy cooperation.
And so, before all humanity, the two great beast clans struck a deal, carving out the territories of Blue Star.
This left all humanity seething with frustration, yet utterly powerless. Damn it! After sealing the deal, both sides ceased hostilities. Once the other nations concluded their trials, it would mean Sakura Nation could also pass the 5th round. By then, another batch of rewards for Kawashima would truly cement their dominance. Damn it!
On the Eagle Squadron battlefield, General Arthur seethed with fury, convinced his nation had been reduced to second-rate status, even inferior to a country controlled by monstrous beasts.
We must clear this stage no matter what.
General Arthur gritted his teeth. But this is already our maximum strength, General John grimaced beside him. If we push forward with everything we have, we'll suffer heavy losses. Just as they stood paralyzed, a figure suddenly materialized behind them.
Generals, why not let me try?
The words had barely left his mouth when Generals Arthur and John whipped around. And when they saw who it was, they were startled.
Doctor Strange? Chapter 164, The Bizarre Doctor Steps in the Hulk?
The moment they saw Dr. Strange, both General Arthur and General John instinctively gasped. As high-ranking officials, they were well aware of the Bizarre Doctor's formidable power. The current Dr. Strange was beyond the Eagle's control, otherwise he wouldn't be appearing here. Gentlemen, you seem quite surprised by my appearance. The Bizarre Doctor lifted his aged face, adjusting the reading glasses perched on his nose.
Doctor, what are you doing here?
General Arthur's voice was stiff. The Bizarre Doctor wore an eerie smile.
Ah, isn't this Monster Siege?
I brought my students along to see if they could lend a hand.
Students?
General Arthur's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew exactly who the doctor referred to as his students. General John, who had heard whispers about them, glanced at General Arthur hesitantly. General Arthur instinctively refused. If those things were exposed, the Eagle might become the subject of gossip. At that moment, Dr. Strange gazed down at the battlefield below and chuckled. Gentlemen, if you don't make a decision soon, this battle may be beyond our capacity to withstand.
On the battlefield, Archer led his men, wielding 5 containment objects, locked in fierce combat with the monstrous beasts.
This had already depleted the Eagle's entire reserves. Yet despite the support of the containment units, the Eagle's extraordinary agents continued to fall. The initial Divine Ape Squad had dwindled from 300 to a mere 100, suffering devastating losses. On the city walls, some mage-type superhumans remained. If they were willing to pay any price, they might still pass the trial, but they dared not gamble. Just as General Arthur hesitated, the communicator crackled with the voice of Chief Tep. General Arthur, promise Dr. Grotesque we absolutely must secure this victory. We've already suffered enough losses. If we fail to secure these spoils, Eagle's future development will fall severely behind.
Tep's voice was uncharacteristically calm. He was right. The Eagle Squadron battlefield had already suffered heavy losses. Abandoning the trial would drastically reduce their spoils, rendering those sacrifices meaningless.
With the chief speaking thus, General Arthur hesitated no longer. He turned to Dr. Bazaar, bowing slightly.
Then we'll be counting on you, Doctor.
Dr. Bazaar adjusted his glasses and offered a faint smile.
It's no trouble at all.
However, we do require a share of the spoils. General Arthur's expression stiffened, but the communicator already crackled with Tep's voice. 30% of the battlefield spoils are yours. If you can clear the 6th layer, add another 10%. If you defeat Huaxia, all the battlefield spoils are yours. Tep had thrown caution to the wind. If he could secure first place, battlefield spoils were irrelevant. All he wanted was the settlement reward from the Black Hand.
Ha ha ha, the chief is indeed generous.
Dr. Bazaar laughed unrestrainedly. Immediately, he picked up a special silver whistle and blew it forcefully. Beep. The whistle emitted a shrill, piercing sound. Roar. In the next instant, bizarre creatures surged forth from both flanks and the rear of the battlefield. These creatures bore human features, yet their bodies seemed to possess the organs of beasts, creating an utterly bizarre combination. As these creatures charged forth, viewers worldwide watching the live broadcast froze in shock.
What are those? Monsters? Or mutated humans?
Amidst the global buzz, a deafening roar erupted across the Eagle Squadron battlefield.
Green giants surged toward the battlefield's perimeter.
They bore human features yet stood 5 to 6 meters tall, their bodies bulging with muscle and their appearances grotesque.
The Hulk? The crowd was stunned. Wasn't this the Hulk from the movies?
Even if not identical, they bore an uncanny resemblance 70 to 80% alike.
Are these also eagles, beast form, superhumans?
People speculated, their expressions filled with astonishment.
Meanwhile, the eagle-wing people erupted into cheers.
They didn't care what they were. Anything that could fight the beasts was a hero. Roar!
A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield.
The green giants let out beast-like roars as they charged ferociously toward the army of inferno dragons. The green giants were numerous, and with the fallen added to their ranks, their numbers now exceeded 300.
This sudden surge of reinforcements felt like divine intervention.
Roar! Seeing this, the flame tyrant Dragon King immediately issued his command. The tiger mule beast army turned in unison, charging toward the green giants. The two sides collided head-on.
A green giant leapt high into the air, its fists raised high before crashing down.
Thud! 2 tiger mule beasts were crushed flat, collapsing to the ground and twitching convulsively. The green giant, driven to frenzied madness, grabbed a tiger mule beast's body, wielding it like a weapon as he swung it to smash other charging tiger mules. Thud! 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 Under the green giant's chaotic assault, tiger-like beasts were sent flying one after another. The green giant charged into the horde of beasts, punching and kicking indiscriminately. Neither the tiger-like beasts nor the iron-armored beasts could withstand their onslaught. Roar!
The flame tyrant Dragon King sensed something amiss and immediately ordered the flame tyrant dragon to turn and confront the green giant. But the green giant showed no fear even against the flaming fury dragon. The flaming fury dragon's body glowed crimson as it charged ferociously. The green giant swung his fist straight at the fire tyrant dragon's head. Boom! The flaming tyrant took the heavy blow, its massive body skidding across the ground and flying dozens of meters away. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Generals Arthur and John on the city wall stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. So powerful. This is even stronger than our own giant ape, extraordinary being. What on earth is going on? The two were utterly dumbfounded, the scene completely beyond their comprehension. Beside them, Dr. Bazaar wore a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with peculiar light, thoroughly pleased with his creation. What is this thing? A fallen one?
Over in Huaxia, Long Xiaogua and the others were equally stunned.
None of them had ever seen such a creature, neither fully human nor fully beast. Qin Ming's expression grew grave as his gaze locked onto the white-haired old man in the live feed. Dr. Grotesque, it really is him.
In his previous life, Qin Ming had clashed with the bizarre doctor more than once. The two were fierce rivals. The moment he saw Green Tank emerge, Qin Ming knew it was the bizarre doctor's doing. That green giant is called Green Tank.
He's not a fallen one, he's a sequence user. What? The crowd turned to Qin Ming in astonishment. That massive creature is actually a sequential? Qin Ming nodded. The beast form evolves through 4 paths: landwalkers, flyers, stealthers, and oddities. Green Tank belongs to the oddities sequence, prohibited sequence 017.
Compared to the first 3 paths, the anomalous species are vastly more powerful and shrouded in mystery. No potion formula exists for them. But this bizarre doctor has created so many green tanks. He must have uncovered some crucial information. At these words, the expressions of those present darkened instantly. Chapter 165, 5-Wave Siege concluded, 7 nations cleared. The green tanks proved far stronger than anticipated, sweeping through their path with overwhelming force. Only the Flaming Fury Dragon could offer any resistance. The Iron Armor Beasts and Tiger Mu Beasts were no match for them. Moreover, besides the green tanks, there were dozens of fallen ones, each possessing formidable strength, all at least at the second-tier realm. Seeing this, Qin Ming realized that the fallen who had come to assassinate him in China likely originated from Eagle Sauce. It was highly likely connected to the Bizarre Doctor. With the Mad Doctor's addition, the once depressing situation on the Eagle Sauce battlefield was forcibly turned around. The Flame Tyrant Dragons were gradually slaughtered, and even the Flame Tyrant Dragon King met a gruesome end, crushed by the coordinated assault of dozens of green tanks. Eagle Nation became the second country after China to clear the 5th round. Shortly after Eagle Nation's success, Bear Nation also cleared the stage. However, Bear Nation's situation was grim. They suffered an 80% casualty rate among their extraordinary warriors, ending with a Pyrrhic victory. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire the Iron Blood Emperor's tactics. This tough guy was truly unyielding. In truth, Qin Ming approved of this decision. Similar to Peacock Nation, if Bear Nation had abandoned the fight at this stage, all previous sacrifices would have been in vain, and subsequent scoring rewards would inevitably be severely diminished. But under the current circumstances, despite Bear Nation's heavy losses, the gains they reaped absolutely compensated for those sacrifices. Even if they abandoned the 6th round of the Beast Siege, their scoring rewards wouldn't be diminished. All things considered, Bear Nation stood to gain immensely. Of course, all this was based on ignoring the cost of soldiers' lives. Life is priceless, yet in today's world, it seems so powerless. The third nation to gain independence emerged, Bear Nation. To Qin Ming's surprise, a 4th nation soon followed, Gaul. Gaul suffered the fewest casualties in this war. In the 5th round of the war, they deployed all their poison masters, blanketing the entire city with toxic gas and systematically exhausting all the beasts to death. Gaul was ruthless, yet equally merciless toward itself. Using poison gas against the beasts meant forfeiting the spoils of war on the battlefield. After all, the beasts' bodies were the greatest prize, potentially containing magic potion ingredients or even containment vessels. Yet once infected by the gas, the beasts' bodies became contaminated, rendering the magic potion ingredients useless. Worse still, even the beast crystals within their skulls risked being tainted. Though poison masters are formidable, deploying them against beasts comes at a cost. Still, preserving the extraordinary ones and securing the settlement rewards meant Gaul had made a killing this time. What surprised Qin Ming was that the 5th nation to clear the challenge was Han's Cat Nation. Han's Cat Nation was the only one among the 10 nations to choose the technology development path, just like China. Their main force was the Common Sequence 034 Gunslinger, and Qin Ming had assumed they were out of the running. But unexpectedly, Han's Cat Nation had a secret weapon. They deployed a mechanical heavy cannon, unleashing a volley at the Flaming Tyrant Dragon King. Under the stunned gaze of the world, Han's Cat Nation's entire city wall trembled violently. The mechanical heavy cannon erupted in an instant, a cannon blast erupting with blinding light, like a divine beam crashing into the battlefield. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, raising a massive mushroom cloud over the battlefield as the earth itself trembled violently. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater gouged the battlefield. The Flame Tyrant Dragon King and dozens of Flame Tyrant Dragons lay scattered within the pit, limbs torn apart, their bodies a mangled mess of flesh and blood. A single shot had obliterated the Flame Tyrant Dragon King. Holy, what kind of cannon was that? Is it a containment unit? Or some kind of extraordinary weapon? Unbelievable. Whoa, Han's Cat Nation really kept its cards close to its chest. The world was instantly thrown into upheaval. This was the first nation outside of China to deploy thermal weapons against the beasts. And this cannon was even more powerful than China's mechanical tiger. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the mechanical heavy cannon atop the city walls. The sharp-minded had already linked it to Han's Cat Nation's chosen path of technological advancement. As Xiaopang watched the livestream, his throat convulsing. Holy crap, what kind of weapon is this? It's way too powerful. Long Xiaoguo and the others turned their gazes toward Qin Ming, seeking answers. Qin Ming frowned and murmured, who would have thought? Han's Cat Nation's luck is pretty good, they actually got a royal sequence weapon. Huh? The others looked puzzled, clearly not grasping Qin Ming's meaning. That mechanical heavy cannon belongs to the mechanical weapon path. Its sequence ranking is 159th in the royal sequence. Huh? You mean that cannon is a sequential being? Was Xiaopang looked stunned. It's a person transformed? Qin Ming's face darkened. What kind of logic is that? Among sequence abilities, there are not only sequence users but also sequence weapons. Sequence weapons are just weapons, they don't transform from humans. Sequential weapons share similarities with containment objects, but they're a bit more conventional than containment objects. Han's Cat Nation probably got their hands on the blueprints for the mechanical heavy cannon and forged it themselves. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. In other words, within the sequence rankings, weapons could also be listed alongside normal human ability users. But a single shot capable of taking down the Flame Tyrant Dragon? That's just absurdly overpowered. Xia Mo frowned. She herself was a sequence-ranked individual, holding the 003 position, yet she wasn't even certain she could defeat the Flame Tyrant Dragon in a one-on-one fight. Qin Ming shook his head. You can't measure it that way. High-output sequence weapons like this usually only fire once. It takes a long time for them to recharge and be usable again.
That makes sense, Long Xiaoguo murmured. If Han's Cat Nation has no backup plan, they won't be able to continue.
With Han's Cat Nation's battle concluded, only the Sun Never Sets Empire and Sakura Nation remained.
Sakura Nation had already negotiated a truce, making their victory inevitable. That left only the Empire of the Eternal Sun.
The Empire of the Eternal Sun had chosen the path of psychic power, with fire mages as their main force.
The outcome was the same. These fellows had also been holding back.
At the final moment, just as the Flame Tyrant Dragon was about to breach the city gates, 50 formation mages, who had been gathering power for a long time, appeared. They were Forbidden Sequence 028 Thunder Array Masters. Casting their spells in unison, they summoned the thunder of the heavens. Only then did the world realize that the thunderclouds hovering overhead had been secretly charged by these lightning array masters.
Finally, the thunderclouds erupted. Terrifying bolts of lightning, like the wrath of the gods, obliterated every remaining beast. With a single strike that obliterated hundreds of beasts, every thunder array master instantly collapsed, gasping for breath. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, the Empire of the Eternal Sun successfully cleared the 5th round. Finally, time ran out. Sakura Nation defended its gates and became the 7th nation to pass. The first 5 rounds of beast assaults had finally concluded. Only 7 nations across Blue Star had safely passed, and their methods were truly eye-opening. 5 major development paths and dozens of career routes left observers utterly stunned. Through this battle, humanity gained a clearer understanding of the transcendent sequence. Qin Ming gazed at the corpses of the Flame Tyrant Dragons littering the battlefields of various nations and sighed, such a waste of so many Flame Tyrant Dragons. He then summoned the Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon into his Qiankun Gourd, his consciousness entering its mind. Now came the time for the Crimson Lotus Tyrannosaurus fusion. Qin Ming was eager to see what changes would occur when 2 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrannosaurs merged. Chapter 166 Tyrant Dragon Turned Beauty? Human-formed Dragon. Entering the inner world of the Qiankun Gourd, the first sight was a sea of flaming tyrannosaurs. The Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon stood upon the 3rd altar, her mood cheerful as if she already anticipated what was to come. The Inferno dragons on the ground roared fiercely at the sight of Qin Ming, their expressions savage. But shackles extending from the altar held them fast, leaving them powerless against Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled at the flaming dragons. This is my world. Then, he turned his gaze to the Crimson Lotus Tyrant. Are you ready? The Crimson Lotus Tyrant lifted her head and gave a slight nod. Despite its ferocious appearance, Qin Ming could still discern its feminine subtlety. All right. Qin Ming stepped before the altar, pressed his hand down, and commanded, fusion. Hum. A dazzling crimson light descended from above, enveloping all the flaming tyrant dragons whose bodies now radiated a brilliant red glow. Then, the light began to merge together. Over 500 beams intertwined, ultimately converging upon a single form. Slowly, a second 9-star Crimson Lotus Fury Dragon coalesced. Continue the fusion. The newly fused 9-star Crimson Lotus Dragon transformed back into a crimson beam, instantly enveloping the Crimson Lotus on the altar. In an instant, the light intensified dramatically. The red lotus enveloped by the crimson glow began to transform. To Qin Ming's astonished gaze, the 5-meter-tall red lotus tyrant dragon began to shrink gradually. And this form seemed to be human? Could it be transforming into a human form? Qin Ming was utterly shocked. This was completely unexpected. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the crimson light instantly shattered, revealing a graceful figure slowly emerging upon the altar. Upon seeing the crimson lotus before him, Qin Ming froze in place. She was a woman standing roughly 1.8 meters tall, her waist-length red hair cascading down. Her face was exquisitely delicate, as if stepped out of a manga. Her eyes were smudged with bright red eyeshadow, and paired with her fair skin, she looked like a fairy. Her gaze drifted downward, where form-fitting red and black metallic armor perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Those long legs in particular seemed to stretch all the way up to his chest. In reality, she wasn't taller than Qin Ming, but the armor clung to her like a second skin, creating the illusion of extraordinary length. At first glance, Qin Ming thought she resembled a robot. But upon closer inspection, he was astonished to realize that the armor covering her body was actually her own scales. The scales of a flame tyrant dragon, merely transformed into a new form. Strictly speaking, the woman before him was a half-beast, half-human Crimson Lotus tyrant dragon. Just as Qin Ming was startled, a message appeared before his eyes. 9-star Crimson Lotus Flame Tyrant Dragon Fusion complete. 9-star Crimson Lotus Tyrant Dragon Forbidden Beast 1-star Human Form Dragon King Beast. Realm, late 3rd tier. Combat techniques, Tier 1 Raging Dragon Charge Flaming Claw, Tier 2 Dragon Breath Raging Dragon Sonic Wave, Tier 3 Red Lotus Form Red Lotus Earthquake.
Newly acquired combat techniques: Tier 1 Dragon Tail Whip, Tier 2 Explosive Blast, Tier 3 Dragon Beast Form.
Status: contracted.
After reviewing this information, Qin Ming gained a preliminary understanding of the woman. So she was a human form dragon, and one of her combat skills could transform her into dragon beast form that sounded incredibly powerful. Moreover, Red Lotus had broken through from prohibited beast to king beast, reaching the late 3rd tier in cultivation. This represented a truly qualitative leap in power. This boosted Qin Ming's confidence for the upcoming beast siege.
Qin Ming slowly lifted his head, gazing at the woman before him. He tentatively spoke, "Honglian?"
Her beautiful eyes fluttered, and her crimson lips parted slightly. Her voice remained as melodious as ever.
"What is it, my master? Don't you recognize me?" Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Transforming from a ferocious dragon into a beautiful young woman who wouldn't be confused? Honglian stepped down from the altar and approached Qin Ming, bowing slightly in respect.
Qin Ming reached out and touched Honglian's arm, covered in scales. It felt icy cold to the touch.
Qin Ming was slightly startled. "What astonishing defense!"
"This is my skin," Honglian murmured, her face flushing slightly.
Qin Ming awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Do you need clothes?" Honglian shook her head. "Once I fully transform."
Qin Ming nodded, his expression turning serious.
"All right, let's get back to fighting."
In the next instant, both vanished from their spot. Yet immediately after their departure, a slender figure materialized within the vast expanse. Ding Dang gazed at the altar before her, a pensive expression crossing her face. On the battlefield, the sudden appearance of a red-haired woman beside Qin Ming instantly drew everyone's attention.
"Holy!"
Hua Xiaopang jumped back, his throat clearing as he stared in astonishment at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him.
Qin, who is this?"
Xia Mo, Long Xiaogua, and the others all turned to look, their expressions equally puzzled. "This is Honglian," Qin Ming introduced her to the group.
"That Tyrannosaurus?" Hua Xiaopang's body trembled, his face contorting into an utterly exaggerated expression. No way that Tyrannosaurus was actually a cool, aloof older woman?
Honglian turned her head and shot Hua Xiaopang a cold, dismissive glance.
Hua Xiaopang's face paled, and he quickly ducked back.
Everyone around them stood dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe.
Even the ice python and the wild wolf were equally bewildered.
They studied Honglian curiously, unable to comprehend how she could take human form.
Both ice serpent and wasteland wolf were banned beasts.
Naturally, they sensed the sovereign aura emanating from Honglian, which made them quite wary. They didn't even dare to greet her. After brief introductions, Qin Ming refocused his attention on the battlefield. The remaining 7 nations were now engaged in mopping up operations, hauling the corpses of the monstrous beasts back to their cities. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed across the sky. "Esteemed civilizations, the first 5 rounds of beast sieges have concluded.
Congratulations on your successful completion.
Civilizations that have cleared the trial may choose to end the current trial here or proceed to the 6th wave of beast assaults.
Note, once commenced, the option to withdraw is forfeited. Only by clearing the current round will you retain the right to choose. Nations have 5 minutes to deliberate."
The Black Hand's voice echoed across the entire world, sending shockwaves through every nation once more. Even the defeated nations watched intently, fearing they might miss a single detail. Without a doubt, China was the first to choose to continue the challenge. Qin Ming possessed that confidence.
Very well. China truly has brave warriors. China chooses to continue the challenge.
The Black Hand issued a rare voice of praise. Hearing this, the Eagle Nation could no longer sit still.
Tep immediately contacted the front lines. "Dr. Bazaar, can you handle it? Clear the challenge and we'll increase your pay." Dr. Bazaar chuckled, worth a shot. Thus, Eagle Nation became the second country to sign up. Next, the Bear Nation spoke up. To everyone's surprise, they too chose to continue. This decision stunned everyone.
Even Qin Ming looked perplexed.
Hadn't Bear Nation suffered heavy losses in the previous round? How could they dare to challenge again? Chapter 167, 6th round. Monsters stormed the city, army of bones. No one knew what the Iron Blood Emperor was thinking.
Standing atop the city walls, the Iron Blood Emperor's stature was unremarkable, yet his posture was rigidly upright, his face radiating an air of dominance. "Perhaps they still have a hidden card," Long Xiaogua spoke slowly. "The Iron Blood Emperor never fights a battle he isn't certain to win."
Qin Ming nodded. That was indeed possible.
Both Han's Cat Nation and Sunset Empire had hidden cards up their sleeves. Bear Nation was likely no exception. Next, it was Han's Cat Nation's turn to make a decision. They acted decisively, choosing to forfeit outright. The mechanical heavy cannon was their final trump card. Using it now would require a long time to recover, and with the strength of the 6th wave of beasts unknown, it was better to simply concede. Profits were secured, greed was unwise. The Sun Never Sets Empire shared this mindset. Their Thunder Array Master was powerful, but its setup time was too lengthy and its energy consumption too high. Just the recent charge had already exhausted it completely, leaving it utterly incapable of fighting again. Thus, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets also withdrew. Gull dared not risk it either, declaring they would conserve their strength and choose to withdraw. In the end, only Sakura Nation remained. As Qin Ming had predicted, Kawashima chose to withdraw. If they couldn't even subdue the flame tyrant Dragon King, engaging in a sixth round of beast battles would only result in the land of cherry blossoms losing more territory. Thus, only 3 of the 7 nations chose to proceed with the 6th round. China, Eagle Nation, and Bear Nation. With their decisions made, the 6th round of beast sieges officially commenced. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, a void portal simultaneously appeared on the battlefields of all 3 nations. The beasts were about to descend. The entire world fell silent. All eyes focused on the portals, the atmosphere thick with tension. Then, an eerie aura began to spread. Before the stunned gazes of the world, a vast expanse of white, desolate wilderness spread out from within the portal. The once solid concrete ground transformed into a desolate wasteland of bleached bones. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed. It felt as though they had entered a burial ground, the ground littered with chilling white bones. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming's eyebrows shot up. A domain beast? The only beasts capable of altering the environment were domain beasts. Domain monsters are divided into 3 tiers: prohibited beasts, royal beasts, and cataclysmic beasts. Their abilities roughly correspond to the human sequence ranks of forbidden sequence, king sequence, and god sequence. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, skeletal beings carrying battered weapons emerged from the void passage. These skeletons varied in height and form. Among them were not only skeleton warriors but also skeletal beasts, all skeletal frames, yet each possessed a pair of glowing green eyes. This sight instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. Skeletons? Are these also a type of beast? These white bones look truly unsettling. Yeah, they don't look easy to deal with. The live stream buzzed with discussion. Beyond that, the 3 nations participating in the battle were buzzing with speculation. Old Qin, what kind of monster is this? Was Xiaopang asked in confusion. Qin Ming remained silent, for he had never seen it before. At that moment, the wild wolf beside him furrowed his brow. Among the Western races in the multiverse, nearly all the strange beast tribes that have appeared before came from the south. Yet this, Bone Clan, a Western race, possesses truly bizarre abilities. If even Huanlang called them bizarre, then this, Bone Clan, was clearly no ordinary foe. Skeleton armies poured continuously from the void passage, an unending stream of troops advancing. The 3 kingdoms began to panic. The sheer numbers were terrifying, far exceeding the 5th wave, approaching 2,000 in total. Just then, the void passage trembled violently, as if something massive was emerging. A bizarre, lizard-like skeleton emerged, its overwhelming aura sweeping across the entire battlefield. This creature was none other than a late-stage 3rd-tier Beast King. Across the 3 kingdoms battlefield, every extraordinary being's expression turned grave. Late 3rd-tier, a realm none of them had yet reached. Even Qin Ming was only at the early 3rd-tier. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow at the lizard-like skeleton. Impressive. A sovereign-level domain beast even more powerful than the flame tyrant Dragon King. Compared to ordinary beasts, domain-type beasts wield far greater control over their environment, possessing power beyond that of ordinary creatures. How do we fight this? Xia Emo gripped his spear tightly, his fighting spirit surging. Almost simultaneously, the Eagle Nation and Bear Nation battlefields also turned their gaze toward the Huaxia Nation. Their strategy was straightforward: use Huaxia as the test case, ideally uncovering the beast's weaknesses. Qin Ming was well aware of Eagle's little tricks, but he paid them no mind. Qin Ming's gaze fixed on the lizard skeleton as he spoke slowly. Domain-type beasts may be powerful, but their weaknesses are equally obvious. To catch the thief, first catch the king, take that thing down directly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Ming led his group straight into the skeleton army. Boom! The colossal ice serpent crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Ice serpent, charge! Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Chang, Wang Lang, and Hong Lian stood atop the ice serpent's head. The ice serpent king let out a hiss, its massive body charging forward. Witnessing this, Generals Arthur and John's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! What kind of tactic is this? Just a few people? Are they out of their minds? The Iron-Blood Emperor also wore a look of astonishment, never expecting Qin Ming to choose a direct assault. They were facing 2,000 skeleton soldiers. Qin Ming's actions sent shockwaves through the crowds of various nations. Holy! Has China lost its mind? Damn, they're ruthless. They're going straight for the heart of the enemy. They're incredibly confident, hope it's not overconfidence. Amidst the world's murmurs, Qin Ming and his men had already launched their assault. Roar! Seeing them charge forward, the White Bone Clan let out piercing howls, each brandishing their weapons with formidable momentum. Qin Ming stood atop the Ice Serpent King and shouted, "Ice Serpent, activate your domain." The Ice Serpent let out a hiss, its speed surging once more as a frosty aura instantly spread across its body. Don't forget, the Ice Serpent is also a domain-type beast, and at the late 3rd stage, its power is no joke. In an instant, the Frost Domain collided with the Bone Domain, an endless chill relentlessly encroaching. Charge! The howling skeleton army charging forward slowed as freezing effects spread through the icy domain, dulling their momentum. The Ice Serpent King charged through like a knife through butter, scattering the skeletons blocking its path. Crash! The skeleton army's defenses were fragile. The ice serpent's charge shattered them with a single impact, posing little resistance. They charged straight toward the lizard skeleton king, their momentum unstoppable. Roar! The lizard skeleton king sensed the blatant provocation, instantly enraged, and let out a furious roar. It stomped its massive foot down onto the earth. Boom! A wall of white bones surged from the ground, colliding head-on with the ice serpent. With a deafening crash, the ice serpent shattered the wall of bones, but it too was injured. Its brain buzzed, and it collapsed headfirst onto the ground. Qin Ming and his companions found themselves surrounded by the skeleton army. Good work, Qin Ming waved his hand, summoning the ice serpent back. Then he began issuing commands. Lu Cheng and Huanglang, clear the path. Xia Mo, cover me. Hong Lin. Ha? Where's Hong Lian? Qin Ming scanned the area, but Red Lotus was nowhere to be seen. She's over there. Xia Mo pointed ahead. Qin Ming immediately looked in that direction and saw her already charging toward the lizard skeleton king. In her wake lay a long trail of flames, the ground strewn with shattered white bones. Qin Ming stared in shock. Holy crap, she's that fierce? Chapter 168, The Brutal Human Formed Tyrannosaurus. Please vote for gold tickets. At that moment, Hong Lian resembled a human-shaped beast of prey, bare-handed amidst the encircling skeleton horde. Yet the overwhelming tide of skeletons and beasts couldn't scratch a single hair on Hong Lian. Her two pairs of hands and feet, encased in scales, function like divine weapons, fists shattering skeletons, feet snapping beasts. Kill her! Kill her! The skeleton army, clutching rusty daggers, roared as they charged forward recklessly, one after another. Hong Lian watched the scene coldly. With a thunderous boom, blazing flames erupted from her body. Red Lotus form. Hong Lian's aura intensified. Facing the swarm of skeleton soldiers, she clenched her fists and slammed them into the ground. Battle skill, Red Lotus earthquake. Thud. In an instant, terrifying energy surged from her fists into the earth. The ground erupted violently, fissures spreading rapidly across the surface. Boom! 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 Beneath the fissures, streams of scorching lava surged forth, obliterating a vast swath of the skeleton army into fragments. Whoa! Lu Cheng sucked in a sharp breath. Dean, this woman is terrifying. Qin Ming nodded in astonishment. Hong Lian's power far exceeded his expectations. Charge! Let's aid her. In the next instant, Qin Ming's figure surged forward, thunder flashing as he charged straight toward Hong Lian. But there was always one figure faster than him, Xia Mo. Clang! Her spear shot forth like a dragon. The icy spear thrust out, unleashing countless spear shadows that swept away the skeleton army before Qin Ming. Lu Cheng and Huang Lang, man and beast alike, wielded their massive axes to clear the flanks, blocking every sneaking skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, Red Lotus had already carved a path through the ranks, confronting the lizard skeleton king head-on. Roar! The lizard skeleton king roared in fury, enraged. These humans dared to target the king first, in act of utter humiliation. With a sweeping gesture of its massive hand, the lizard skeleton king sent the stark white bones on the ground flying like arrows toward Hong Lian. Hong Lian crossed her arms over her forehead, using her body as a shield. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of metal echoed. Hong Lian snapped her head up, thrusting out sharp claws with both hands. The instant the attack ended, her form launched forward like a cannonball. Flame-splitting claws. Hong Lian swung her claws, slashing viciously at the lizard skeleton king's skull. Rip! The sound of sharp claws tearing through white bone echoed. The sharp, flaming claws pierced straight into the lizard skeleton king's greenish eyeballs. Roar! The lizard skeleton king writhed in agony, struggling to break free, only to find its eye sockets clamped down by Red Lotus's claws. Hong Lian roared, then executed a brutal shoulder throw, using the lizard skeleton king's eye sockets as leverage. Thud! The lizard skeleton king was hurled violently through the air, crashing to the ground not far from Qin Ming. Even Xia Mo was stunned. What a fierce woman! The lizard skeleton king struggled to rise, but Red Lotus lunged forward, slamming down on top of it to pin it down. A barrage of fiery fists rained down like hail, pounding relentlessly on the lizard skeleton king's skull. The lizard skeleton king writhed in agony, now utterly consumed by terror. Next, Hong Lian seized its throat with both hands, her aura surging violently. Battle technique, explosive bomb. Terrifying energy instantly gathered within Hong Lian's iron-like hands, a crimson glow erupting. Boom! Her hands exploded in an instant, and the lizard skeleton king's head was blown clean off. Savage. So brutally savage. Qin Ming and Lu Cheng were both stunned. This was the real deal, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Qin Ming had offered to help, but he didn't even get a chance to act. With the lizard skeleton king dead, the skeleton army on the field looked at each other in panic, completely thrown into disarray. The proverb "a dragon without a head" played out perfectly before their eyes. Seizing the moment, Qin Ming bellowed toward the city walls. Thunder mages, attack! In the next instant, the lightning mages, already prepared, hurled their thunderballs. Boom! 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 The battlefield erupted in a deafening roar, scattering the skeleton army in all directions. They had completely lost their will to fight, left only to be slaughtered. Witnessing this scene, people from all nations were stunned. This battle ended even faster than anyone had imagined. The entire affair lasted barely 10 minutes, and the lizard skeleton king didn't even last a minute against that red-haired woman. It was brutal. Everyone stared at Honglian, sensing this woman was even more ruthless than Qin Ming. On the Eagle Squadron battlefield, General John's throat tightened as his expression darkened. Could this red-haired woman be Qin Ming's backup plan? Why do I feel she's even stronger than Qin Ming? General Arthur, standing nearby, was stunned, but he couldn't afford to boost the enemy's morale and undermine his own at this moment. Humph. That lizard skull king was simply weak. Watch us, we'll slaughter them just as easily. You agree, don't you, Mr. Grotesque? General Arthur smiled at Dr. Grotesque, who returned the smile. China's strategy is simple: capture the king to subdue the bandits. That's easily done. Then, he waved his hand. Go. Take the lizard skeleton king's head. With that, over 200 green tanks surged from the city walls, roaring as they charged toward the skeleton army. Roar! Kill! Charge! The skeleton army blocked the road, weapons raised, leaping up in a wave that seemed to cover the sky. These skeleton soldiers weren't particularly tall compared to the green tanks, they resembled little dwarves. The green tanks were indeed formidable, smashing through the skeleton army one by one with each punch, unstoppable. Yet before they had covered half the distance, these green tanks were already covered in wounds, blood streaming down their bodies. Worse still, skeletal soldiers now hung from their bodies. These skeleton soldiers rode atop the green tanks' heads and shoulders, their rusty blades slashing wildly at them. The green tanks began to falter. Though the skeleton soldiers weren't particularly strong individually, sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Over a dozen skeletons clung to their legs, hung from their arms, those with weapons stabbed, those without bit down. Who could endure this? Roar! Before long, 2 green tanks let out agonized howls as their throats were slit by the skeleton soldiers, collapsing to the ground. And this same scene was playing out on other green tanks. Watching this, the bizarre doctor on the city wall could no longer remain seated. Impossible! How could my green tanks be defeated by these skeletons? Generals Arthur and John exchanged glances, sensing something was terribly wrong. Something was terribly wrong. It was nothing like they had imagined. Quick! Send reinforcements immediately! General Arthur immediately called for reinforcements. The Divine Ape squad, still recovering from their last battle, transformed once more and rushed out to assist. Dr. Grotesque quickly snapped into action, bellowing, "Everyone, charge! Tear these skeletons apart!" Hundreds of fallen poured into the city, unleashed like caged beasts. Far more agile than the green tanks, they swiftly rescued them. Even so, nearly 50 green tanks perished, a loss that pained Dr. Grotesque deeply. Meanwhile, the lizard skeleton king broke into a smile. Come on, all of you. Become my flesh and blood. At that moment, the green tank's army had torn through the skeleton army's blockade and charged straight toward the lizard skeleton king. Facing the green tank's charge, the lizard skeleton king suddenly erupted, slamming a claw into the ground. Thud! 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 Sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The bone spikes pierced through the green tank's resilient bodies, and in an instant, dozens more green tanks fell. Witnessing this scene, the bizarre doctor and others on the city walls instantly erupted. What? Why is this happening? At that moment, the lizard skeleton king emitted an eerie laugh. Ha ha ha, you fools. Try this move again. It slammed its claw into the ground once more. With a thunderous boom, bone spikes erupted from the earth, sweeping forward like razor blades to strike the green tank's army. General Arthur and the others paled. No! Get out of the way! Chapter 169, Eagle's Bitter Victory, Bear Nation's Last Hero. Boom! 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 The rolling ball of white bones grew larger and larger, its razor-sharp bone blades plowing deep gullies into the earth. The bone sphere moved with blinding speed, instantly bearing down on Eagle's extraordinary warrior. Archer's face paled instantly, his hair standing on end as he darted behind the 2 green tanks. Thud! With a terrifying impact, the frontmost wave of green tanks was sent flying, bone blades plunging deep into their bodies. The scene was gruesome. Over half the green tank army was wiped out. Impossible! The green tank's defenses are stronger than most extraordinary beings. Why were they breached? Dr. Bizarre braced himself against the city wall with both hands, his face twisted in utter disbelief. This brings us to the skeleton army's capabilities. Their strength isn't particularly formidable, especially defensively they're downright fragile, weaker than even first-tier beasts. However, their offensive capabilities were formidable, especially with their rusted, battered weapons that remained razor-sharp. Against a power user like Green Tan, they were the perfect counter. This was precisely why Green Tank suffered such a crushing defeat.
Damn it! Why is this so different from the situation in China?
General John cursed furiously. Beside him, General Arthur wore a grim expression, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the situation. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter and spoke up immediately. Huaxia's team used the ice serpent to clear a path, pressing straight toward the lizard skeleton king and suppressing its damage output.
But we can't break through.
If we let the lizard skeleton king unleash its full power, our entire army will be wiped out. Then, General Arthur immediately shouted down to the city walls, "Monkey Squad, carve a bloody path for the green tank.
Fight to the death.
All ranged units on the walls still capable of movement, provide covering fire."
Roger that.
On the ramparts, dozens of archer-type sequencers stood ready. Though Eagle Squad had chosen the beast form development path, that didn't mean they lacked other types of sequencers, just that they were relatively scarce. These 50-plus archer path sequencers represented the Eagle's entire force.
Roar! Simultaneously, the Divine Ape Squad sprang into action. The extraordinary beings led by Archer provided flanking cover while the Divine Ape Squad charged forward.
The remaining green tanks followed behind them, closing in on the lizard skeleton king. The Divine Ape Squad gripped their iron-armored beast shields, scattering the skeleton army and tearing open a bloody path.
"Green tanks, advance!"
Archer bellowed, unleashing 100 green tanks that charged madly, lunging furiously at the lizard skeleton king.
Roar!
The wounded green tanks grew even more ferocious. Under the assault of hundreds of them, the lizard skeleton king fought desperately but was still torn to shreds. Though powerful, the lizard skeleton king was essentially a ranged attack beast, severely disadvantaged in close combat. With the lizard skeleton king's demise, the bone domain vanished. The skeleton army, leaderless and panicked, fled in disarray. They were utterly annihilated. This battle was a victory for Eagle Squad, but a Pyrrhic one. Over half of their prized green tanks were lost. Victory came at a heavy cost, yet Eagle Squadron's high command was ecstatic, raising their cups in celebration. Similarly, Eagle Nation's citizens erupted in jubilation, the entire nation cheering as if the final victory had already been secured. Meanwhile, the eyes of the world began to turn toward Bear Nation. With two nations consecutively defeated, only Bear Nation remained. Qin Ming grew expectant, eager to see what last resort the Iron Blood Emperor might have up his sleeve. Yet as the world tuned into the live broadcast from the Bear Nation battlefield, they discovered the Iron Blood Emperor was no longer on the city walls. The once densely packed warriors along the vast ramparts had dwindled to a mere handful.
In an instant, everyone froze. Wait, where did Bear Nation's people go? Ha ha ha, where else could they be?
They must have seen how powerful the beasts are and got scared they're deserters.
Bear Nation, how can you even compare to Eagle Nation? Eagle Nation is the strongest.
On the livestream, Eagle Nation citizens shouted out in unison, their faces beaming with pride. Fresh off their victory, they were feeling a bit too cocky.
Undoubtedly, Bear Nation's actions drew worldwide ridicule. But just then, the city walls on Bear Nation's battlefield burst open. Two teams of extraordinary beings swiftly emerged from the city, forming two neat rows. What puzzled everyone was that these extraordinary beings were all wrapped in bandages, clearly wounded warriors from the recent battle. They stood solemnly on either side, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a distinguished figure. Then, to the astonishment of all, the Iron Blood Emperor emerged. The Iron Blood Emperor had shed his suit and donned full military attire. Though past 50, he looked as imposing as ever in his military uniform after so many years. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of Bear Nation instantly burst into tears. "Your Excellency! Emperor!" They wept bitterly, unable to contain their cries. The cries from within the city walls echoed ceaselessly, piercing the heavens. The Iron Blood Emperor fixed his gaze upon the battlefield ahead, raising his fist in roaring. "Bear Nation, prepare for battle! Hurrah!" In an instant, soldiers on both sides roared in unison. "Yura! Yura!" Almost simultaneously, the entire nation of Bear Country erupted in fervor. Men, women, and children alike rose to their feet, clenching their fists and pressing them to their chests. "Hurrah!" The roar of battle cries and the wails of grief echoed throughout the entire Bear Nation. The fighting spirit of the warrior nation had been awakened. Witnessing this scene, all the earlier mocking words vanished. The world watched in stunned silence, utterly shaken by what unfolded. Could the Iron Blood Emperor be leading the charge himself? Has he lost his mind? Can he even lift his sword? Ridiculous. Before absolute power, all will is but a bubble. Voices echoed across the world. Boom! Suddenly, torrential rain poured down upon the battlefield of Qiong Kingdom, drenching the earth. The venerable man in his 50s stood firm amidst the downpour, unshaken. Simultaneously, the aura radiating from his body surged upward. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming finally understood what Xionghua's trump card was. Their trump card was none other than this supreme elder, the Iron Blood Emperor. The fortune of Xianghua remains unshaken. Qin Ming murmured in admiration. What do you mean?
Long Xiaogua frowned, turning to look at him. Lu Chang and the others also looked puzzled.
Qin Ming spoke slowly. Do you remember what we left behind in Xiong Kingdom? The potions? Lu Chang immediately caught on.
Back then, Qin Ming had traded with Bear Nation, acquiring vast quantities of potion ingredients while also leaving them 20 batches of potions.
Qin Ming nodded. One of them was Forbidden Sequence 098, Iron Blood. They likely obtained the advancement path for Forbidden Sequence 098, Iron Blood, later and succeeded, advancing it to Royal Sequence 033, Steel Storm. What?
At this revelation, Lu Chang and the others were stunned.
You mean, that person wouldn't be the Iron Blood Emperor, would he?
Qin Ming smiled, gazing at the Iron Blood Emperor on the live feed, and sighed.
Truly admirable. The last hero of Bear Nation. Hurrah!
Charge! On the battlefield of Bear Nation, soldiers began their charge, with the Iron Blood Emperor wielding his great sword at the very forefront. Braving the storm, braving the downpour, that figure stood tall and powerful. Just as the skeleton army closed in to surround him, the soldiers behind him instantly transformed.
Beast-formed giant bears.
The warriors' bodies swelled, their blood-soaked bandages snapping apart with a pop, revealing rows of gruesome, terrifying wounds as blood gushed forth.
Roar!
In an instant, all the giant bears charged forth simultaneously, fiercely blocking the path before the Iron Blood Emperor. They roared, fought fiercely, and met the skeleton army's long blades with utter disregard for their own lives.
Emperor, the Bear Nation relies on you.
The Iron Blood Emperor froze, his entire body trembling. His weathered eyes turned bloodshot.
Emperor, for Bear Nation, Ula.
Chapter 170, The Bear Kingdom Falls, Blood Stains the Land, Seeking Gold Tickets. Charge!
The gravely wounded giant bear squad charged forward with their shattered bodies. Giant bear's heavy fists struck relentlessly, shattering skeleton soldiers one after another.
Through their fearless charge, they managed to break through the encircling skeleton army.
But soon, the second wave of skeleton troops surged forward. Sotav, blood-soaked and wielding his cleaver, roared, "Shields up!"
At his command, all the bear warriors raised their iron-armored beast shields, forming a square formation. In the next instant, the skeleton army's weapons fell like a torrential rain.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
The weapons struck the shield wall, producing a thunderous clang. The skeleton soldiers, driven mad with fury, hacked and slashed wildly.
Attack the lower limbs! Attack the lower limbs! Attack the legs! Attack the legs!
Suddenly, the skeleton soldiers began chanting in an eerie unison. They raised their weapons and swung them at the giant bear warriors' lower limbs. The giant bear stood 3 meters tall. A shield barely half a meter wide was no match for its size.
Thud! Thud!
Rusty blades repeatedly struck the bear's legs, blood splattering everywhere.
Roar!
The bear soldier let out a pained roar.
But they didn't let go, still holding their shields tightly, struggling to hold their ground.
Sotev's face darkened as he roared, "Push them back together."
Roar!
With a series of shrieks, the bear soldiers erupted in unison. Driven by sheer willpower, the 100-strong squad pressed their shields forward. Under their impact, the densely packed skeleton army began tumbling and retreating. The Iron Blood Emperor's eyes flashed crimson, his aura growing ever more terrifying. Gripping his greatsword, he prepared to charge forward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind.
Charge! Cover the Emperor's breakthrough!
The bearded general led all the extraordinary warriors forward, roughly 500 men, half of them wounded soldiers.
The remaining half who were uninjured were ordinary people. The world was stunned by this sight. Holy, has Bear Nation lost its mind? They're even sending ordinary soldiers? What are they doing? This isn't how you commit suicide. Good heavens, I'm actually moved. Yes, Bear Nation was going all out.
For the future, they must secure this victory. There's no turning back. Charge! The bearded general led his wounded soldiers into the fray, joining the giant bear squad in slaughtering the skeleton troops. They held back the enemy, carving a bloody path.
Your Majesty, advance! Chief, advance! They fought desperately against the skeleton soldiers, shouting with all their might. After analyzing the battles between Huaxia and Eagle Sauce, they all concluded that defeating the Lizard Skeleton King would win the war. The only way they could get close to the Lizard Skeleton King was by forging a bloody path with their own bodies. Iron Blood Emperor gritted his teeth and charged through the blood-soaked path the warriors had carved with their lives, defying the downpour. His heavy footsteps pounded the ground, sending rainwater flying. Though the distance was barely 100 meters, it felt unbearably long. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed an ordinary soldier clutching a skeleton soldier, rusted blades piercing his own flesh. The Iron Blood Emperor dared not look away. His gaze was fixed solely on the Lizard Skeleton King. He charged forward, confronting the colossal Lizard Skeleton King head-on. In that instant, the Iron Blood Emperor unleashed his full power without reservation. Boom! King Sequence 033, Steel Storm, late second-tier realm. This realm was built using every resource Bear Nation possessed, exhausting all beast crystals. Alas, he still could not break through to the third tier.
Now clad in iron armor, the Iron Blood Emperor leapt high into the air, greatsword gripped in his hand. Battle technique, Storm Slash. Thud. A fierce gale swirled around the Iron Blood Emperor as he swung his blade with tremendous force, colliding head-on with the Lizard Skeleton King. In close combat, the Lizard Skeleton King truly lacked the strength of a late-stage third-tier opponent. The blow sent him flying. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, the world trembled in shock, erupting into an uproar. Especially among the high-ranking officials of various nations, none could remain seated. What? How can he be this strong? Impossible. That old man. Eagle-Eye Trump, the supreme leader, was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his rival had already far surpassed him. The iron-blooded emperor now displayed the combat prowess honed through a lifetime of warfare, single-handedly battling the skeleton lizard king. Wang Su 033's abilities were squeezed dry. He even considered sacrificing his own life, refusing to retreat even after being wounded. Finally, the Iron-Blood Emperor severed the Skull Lizard King's head with a single stroke. Staggering back a few steps, he broke into a delighted smile. We won! We won! We won! The Iron-Blood Emperor roared into the downpour. Yet no one answered him. The world fell silent, and the city walls behind him offered no response. The Iron-Blood Emperor froze, turning his head with difficulty. Across the vast battlefield, he stood alone. The entire skeleton army lay fallen, and his soldiers, his comrades in arms, had all fallen too. General Big Beard and Sodhav lay in pools of blood. Hundreds of giant bear warriors had been reverted to their true forms, lying lifeless on the ground. Corpses littered the ground, blood mingling with the pouring rain. Torrential downpours lashed the earth, pounding against that aged figure. The Iron-Blood Emperor's eyes were red, and he remained silent for a long time. Soldiers on the city walls wept silently, having witnessed their comrades fall one by one. For the future of Bear Nation, they had given their lives. The rain pounded the ground with a deafening roar, thunder rumbling overhead. The Iron-Blood Emperor dragged his greatsword with great effort toward the city walls, uttering not a word. His armor had vanished, his powers fully withdrawn, leaving him clad only in tattered military garb, rainwater streaming down his body. The downpour lashed his aged face, cascading down in torrents. At that moment, no one could tell if it was rain or tears. This veteran had fulfilled his duty, holding out for the Bear Kingdom until the very end. And he had lost every single comrade. The livestream camera focused on his back, where his frame standing just over 5 feet tall seemed even more weathered and worn. The global audience watching the livestream fell silent, speechless for a long time. Even the trolls had no words. A man like this, even if he stood on the opposite side, still deserved respect. The Iron-Blood Emperor dragged his wounded body all the way to the city gate, where he halted. 2 soldiers who had rushed forward to support him also halted, their eyes filled with reverence and sorrow. The Iron-Blood Emperor uttered wearily, "Clear the battlefield. Retrieve all the spoils of war. And bring the soldiers' bodies home. The 7th wave, we surrender." With that, he continued into the city, never once looking back. At that very moment, the entire Bear Kingdom was in mourning, its people weeping in anguish. They had won. They had gained rich spoils. But all of this had been paid for with the lives of their warriors. Yet they all understood, this battle had been unavoidable. The 6th wave of the beast's assault on the city had ended, concluded with a battle of staggering intensity. But the war was far from over, as the voice of the Black Hand echoed. The 7th wave of beast assaults on the city began. Chapter 171, The Forbidden Beast, Thunderwasp, The Foundation returns. 7th wave of beast siege preparations commencing. Proceed with trial? Note, after the 5th trial, rewards will double for each subsequent round cleared. The Black Hand's voice echoed across the globe. Eagle had nearly given up, but upon hearing the reward would double, he perked right up. Well, confident? The urgent voice of Chief Tupo crackled through the communicator. General Arthur and General John exchanged glances, neither speaking. Their gazes fell simultaneously upon Dr. Strange. "Dr. Bazaar, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" General Arthur inquired. He was certain the doctor had more than this up his sleeve, or rather, that he wouldn't reveal his full capabilities just yet. Dr. Bazaar pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He shouted into the communicator, "Chairman, have you heard of the SCP Foundation?" At these words, General Arthur and General John's expressions darkened. "That underground organization? You have ties to them?" General Tep's stern voice crackled through the communicator. Dr. Bazaar made no attempt to conceal it, replying with a chuckle, "Merely a business transaction." Tep remained silent, his expression darkening. That damn Dr. Bazaar, keeping all this from him. That dark faction had committed countless atrocities in Eagle Land. Even 1/3 of the randomly awakened individuals from each reward batch had been poached by them. No wonder Tup hated the SCP Foundation. And now he was supposed to cooperate with them? Absolutely ridiculous. But the rewards are doubled. Tep hesitated for a moment before pressing on. "What are their demands?" Dr. Bazaar wore an amused smile. "The spoils from these 7 rounds are ours to share. The settlement rewards are all yours.
What a bold claim. Tep was thoroughly annoyed.
After weighing his options, he agreed. After all, the settlement rewards were the real jackpot, far more valuable than the spoils on the battlefield.
Fine. Round 7 is yours. Ha ha ha, rest assured.
As the bizarre doctor's laughter faded, a masked figure in black robes appeared behind him. Generals Arthur and John froze in shock.
Who was this? How did he appear?
As the two men reeled in shock, masked figures began appearing along the city walls.
Their numbers ran into the hundreds.
Not only the soldiers on the ground, but even the high-ranking officials at Eagle's Nest Central were stunned. The SCP Foundation's strength was far greater than they had imagined.
Behind the man in black stood 3 additional figures.
One wore the Emperor Hero mask, another the Tomcat mask, and the third the Black Cat Police Chief mask. These 3 were none other than 1st Guardian Su Zilian, 6th Guardian Lao Ding, and Dong Yen. Gazing at the masked figures, General Arthur felt a wave of awe wash over him. He couldn't shake the feeling, perhaps it was just his imagination, that these individuals seemed more formidable than the superhumans of Eagle Nation.
General John, standing nearby, didn't overthink it. Seeing so many reinforcements, he immediately broke into a smile. This is in the bag.
General Arthur nodded and shouted toward the sky, Eagle Nation chooses to continue the challenge.
Very well, you are all warriors. The Black Hand's voice echoed. Then, the 7th trial begins. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as void portals reappeared across both battlefields.
Buzz buzz buzz. A piercing hum filled the air. Both armies stood at the ready, their ranks tight and disciplined. Under the gaze of the world, a vast swarm of dark, ominous beasts emerged from the void. These were strange beasts resembling bees, yet each was as large as a dog. Their sharp stingers were as thick as a human arm. A single sting would cause far more than a minor wound. The appearance of these black bees sent shockwaves through the nations of the world.
What? Flying beasts? Oh no, does this mean the city walls are useless now? Good heavens, these bees seem like a real handful. At that moment, the expressions of all soldiers from the 2 warring nations, China and the Eagle Nation, turned grim. Flying beasts. Flying beasts, indeed.
Such a massive swarm of flying beasts had never before appeared on Blue Star. Lu Chang pulled out a scanning device, confirmed the black bees' numbers, and his expression darkened.
Dean, 1000. Qin Ming nodded, showing little surprise.
The further they went, the greater the number of beasts would inevitably become. A mere 1,000 was entirely acceptable.
Qin Ming recognized these black bees.
The thunder sting be a forbidden beast and one of the most troublesome flying creatures. But Qin Ming smiled. The thunder sting bees were a treasure trove. In stark contrast to Qin Ming's composure, the battlefield on Eagle Sauce's side descended into chaos as soldiers began to panic. This time, the beasts had launched the attack first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dark swarm of thunder sting bees surged overhead, instantly soaring to the height of the city walls.
This meant the walls were utterly useless against them.
General Arthur and his men panicked instantly.
They're here. They're here. How do we fight them? Hurry up, do something. General John shouted urgently.
Dr. Bizarre's expression darkened.
His green tank was utterly helpless against the thunder wasps.
He turned to look at the SCP Foundation's man in black. The man in black silently watched the thunder wasps approaching from the sky and spoke calmly, "We have 2 minutes to escape." Hearing this, Su Zilian, wearing the Emperor Knight mask, turned and ran. Almost simultaneously, Dong Yen dragged the still-dazed old Ding to safety. A clatter erupted as all the masked figures scrambled over the wall in a frantic escape. Witnessing this scene, Generals Arthur and John froze in place. The Eagle brand executives watching the live feed were all dumbfounded.
What does this mean? What the hell is this? You bastard, are you messing with us?
General Arthur snapped out of his daze. But the moment he turned around, both the man in black and Dr. Bizarre had vanished.
Where are they?
General Arthur was dumbfounded.
Fuck! They've all escaped. General John panicked, at a loss. What do we do? We've been set up?
Truth be told, the SCP Foundation was indeed after a payoff, but faced with a flying abomination like the Thunder Wasp, they were utterly helpless.
Damn it!
General Arthur turned to face the swarming Thunder Wasps and shouted, "We surrender!
We surrender! This doesn't count!"
Yet no matter how he shouted, Black Hand remained unresponsive. Once the trial began, it could not be interrupted. General Arthur's body went numb.
Run! How many archers did they have? Staying here was just suicide. Damn it, run! Amidst the shouts, soldiers scrambled frantically down the Eagle Fortress walls. Watching this unfold, nations around the world stared in stunned silence. Who could have predicted such an outcome? It's over. It's over. Tepu slumped into a chair, his eyes vacant.
All their efforts had been for naught. Not only had the spoils vanished, but the trial itself had failed. "I told you not to be so greedy." The Eagle Squad leadership wailed in despair, blaming each other. Under the gaze of the world, Eagle Chow surrendered. Everyone scrambled for their lives, while the wounded soldiers became food for the thunder wasps.
Ah! Help me!
Piercing screams echoed through the city, chilling to the bone. The onlookers couldn't help but shiver, their hearts filled with dread.
Then, they suddenly realized. Right, there's still China.
In the next instant, the eyes of the entire world turned to the battlefield of Huaxia. But to their astonishment, not only was no one fleeing on the Huaxia front, they remained remarkably calm. The world stood frozen in shock.
Why isn't Huaxia fleeing?
Chapter 172, The Tower of Heaven activates, unleashing a shocking quantum light shield. Upon seeing that the Huaxia forces showed no signs of retreat, Chief Tepe immediately sat up straight, his eyes gleaming.
Ha 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 ha. Excellent. These arrogant fools won't even flee.
I'll see how you fight this. Tep was visibly energized, his earlier failure seemingly erased in an instant. He viewed Huaxia as a rival.
While Eagle's trial failure was disappointing, Huaxia's defeat would be entirely different, far more thrilling than Eagle's success. Slaughter them.
With so many people in Huaxia City, the carnage will be a sight to behold.
Tep's words began to take on a frenzied edge.
What set Huaxia apart from other nations was that foreign battlefields were always set in remote cities, long evacuated of civilians. Even if the city fell, only the soldiers on the battlefield would perish.
But China's battlefield was set in Jiangnan City, a city currently home to tens of millions. If its walls fell, the entire city would face catastrophe. All nations were baffled. Why would Huaxia commit such folly? Where did Huaxia find this confidence? Could they guarantee success in the trial?
Initially, the world was skeptical. Yet as China demonstrated its might, people began to grasp the source of its courage. That is, until the seventh wave the thunder wasp flying beasts appeared. The world collectively realized China had truly overplayed its hand this time. Faced with such a flying beast, Eagle San didn't even have the courage to resist. They abandoned the city and fled outright. They were convinced China was headed for disaster this time. For most nations, their stance mirrored the Eagles. They hoped China would fail. And if China failed, with the people of Jiangnan City suffering catastrophic destruction, then China's overall score in this civilization trial would undoubtedly be absurdly low. This would give their nations a significant advantage. Under the world's expectant gaze, the swarm of thunder wasps had already darkened the skies above the city walls on the Chinese battlefield.
Ha 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 ha. Slaughter the city. If the Eagle couldn't pass this trial, you won't fare any better.
Tep roared with all his might, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. On the Huaxia battlefield, Qin Ming stood atop the city walls, his gaze fixed on the densely packed swarm of thunder wasps before him.
A faint smile touched the corners of Qin Ming's lips. He knew full well that the eyes of the entire world were now fixed upon him. Too bad.
Your expectations are about to be dashed.
Buzz. 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 The thunder wasps' buzzing was piercingly shrill, their thick, long stingers crackling with bolts of lightning. These thunder sting bees were gathering power.
The next moment, the swarm of thunder stingers surged forward.
Buzz buzz buzz.
They were charging straight toward the city walls.
The world's gaze instantly focused, and the atmosphere grew tense.
The warriors on the city walls felt it most acutely, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the surging swarm. Just as the thunder wasps were about to breach the walls, the entire fortress trembled violently.
Boom!
Behind Jiangnan City, the towering skyscraper over 600 meters high burst into light, a pillar of radiance shooting skyward from its summit.
Boom!
Reaching a certain height, the beam spread like fireworks, rapidly expanding into a colossal light shield that enveloped the city walls. What was truly awe-inspiring was the sheer scale of this colossal shield. It didn't just cover Jiangnan City, but the entire Base 2. Base 2 comprised several cities near Jiangnan City, covering an immense area. The shield stretched endlessly in every direction, its limits impossible to discern with the naked eye.
Just as the shield descended, the dense swarm of thunder wasps crashed into it. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The swarm of thunder wasps collided with the light shield, their brains buzzing instantly as their bodies staggered, nearly losing their footing.
The shield's defensive power was terrifyingly strong, far beyond what the tiny thunder wasps could breach.
Everyone watched in stunned silence as wave after wave of thunder wasps slammed into the shield like flies against a windowpane, utterly futile. In an instant, every viewer watching the livestream was dumbfounded.
Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? An energy shield? Has China's technology advanced this far? Nonsense. This isn't Blue Star technology, it's clearly supernatural. Damn it.
With this kind of tech, no wonder China's so calm. Those bastards. All the haters who'd been waiting to see China's downfall were left speechless. They looked like clowns, slapped in the face. Watching the live feed, Tupo's eyes widened, his pupils trembling as he stared in disbelief.
Impossible. How could this happen?
He slumped back into his chair, his spirit crushed, deflated in an instant.
Arg! China is outrageous.
Possessing such a treasure and refusing to share it with us, damn them.
Exactly.
They show no dignity befitting a great nation. Chairman, we must unite with foreign powers to condemn them.
Mr. Trump? Mr. Trump.
The eagle-eyed leader shouted angrily, only to find Tup had already collapsed unconscious on the floor. The old man's emotions had swung wildly, and he simply couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, Huaxia was already preparing its counterattack. The impenetrable light shield rendered the Thunder Wasp army helpless, leaving them raging in impotence. On the city walls, the Huaxia warriors were filled with excitement, their earlier worries completely dissipated. "Commander, you're awesome! Commander, you're awesome!" The warriors shouted in unison, their spirits soaring to the heavens. They all understood what was happening. This light shield must be Qin Ming's doing. "Is this the quantum light shield we installed?" Long Xiaogua stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned. Though he and Qin Ming had personally installed the shield, this was the first time he witnessed its divine power unleashed. Qin Ming nodded. This was the containment object he had obtained by risking his life to slay the crimson-faced demon. Hard to believe such immense power could come from that tiny orb, Long Xiaogua murmured, his emotions still churning long after the spectacle ended. The Tower of Heaven played a crucial role. Without it, the quantum light shield couldn't have unleashed such immense power. Qin Ming murmured softly, at our current level, blocking a fourth-tier beast shouldn't be a problem. Impressive. Lu Chang and Hua Xiaopang beside him gaped in astonishment. No wonder Qin Ming insisted on mobilizing the nation's full resources to build the Tower of Heaven. From the very beginning he had been laying the groundwork all along. Their admiration for Qin Ming soared even higher. "Alright, it's time for our counterattack," Qin Ming declared, raising his arm. "Mechanical tigers, prepare. Lightning sorcerers, prepare. Roar." In the next instant, 300 mechanical tigers surged forth from the rear, unleashing a unified, furious roar as their battle intent surged. By now, the mechanical tigers had regained some energy. Combined with the lightning mages, they were more than enough to handle these lightning hornets. Seeing Huaxia prepare to counterattack, the world's attention refocused. Wait, are they actually withdrawing their energy shields to counterattack? That seems risky. Once the energy shields are withdrawn, won't the thunder sting bees swarm them? Doubtful voices rose once more. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. At Qin Ming's command, the mechanical tigers and thunder mages launched their assault simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of overwhelming firepower. And Huaxia did not withdraw their energy shield. A shocking spectacle unfolded. The Huaxia soldiers' counterattack pierced straight through the energy shield, unleashing devastating assaults upon the swarm of thunder wasps. The energy shield could actually be attacked from within. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, while the black-clad forces collectively lost their composure. China plays dirty. Chapter 173, All Three Armies Advance, Dominant Huaxia Shakes the World. Rat-a-tat-tat. The mechanical tiger's heavy machine gun unleashed a furious barrage. Streams of fire erupted, riddling the thunder wasps like sieves. The thunder wasps weren't particularly powerful, and their defenses were even weaker. Facing the mechanical tiger's heavy machine gun, they had no means of defense whatsoever. With each sweeping burst, the thunder wasps in the sky plummeted like dumplings dropping into boiling water. Those that evaded the machine gun fire became targets for the thunder sorcerers. Thunderballs shot forth one after another, exploding and sending the thunder wasps flying in all directions. This battle was decided without a hint of suspense. All 1,000 thunder wasps were utterly annihilated. China breezed through the 7th round without breaking a sweat. We won! We won! Long live Huaxia! Long live Huaxia! The entire nation erupted in celebration, everyone overcome with excitement. Across the entire world, only Huaxia had cleared the 7th round, a source of undeniable pride. Qin Ming wasted no time, immediately challenging the 8th round. Whoosh! As China launched its 8th round challenge, the world erupted in astonishment. The world was awed by China's courage. But they quickly came to their senses. Upon reflection, the previous 7 rounds had inflicted heavy losses on nations worldwide, yet China seemed to navigate them effortlessly, sustaining only a handful of casualties. They hadn't even exerted themselves yet. This realization sent shockwaves through the world. Where exactly lay China's limits? Soon, the 8th wave of beast assaults began. A dense swarm of beasts poured out of the void passage. Indeed, flying beasts once more. The dark demon bats, numbering 3,000, were all uniformly late-stage 2nd tier in cultivation. 3,000 dark demon bats descended like a dark cloud, obscuring the sky and creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Clearly, the beasts of the 8th wave were far more formidable than those of the 7th. Facing such formidable foes, Qin Ming smiled. Flying beasts again? How delightful! Compared to ground-based beasts, Qin Ming preferred flying ones, as their defenses were generally weaker. Moreover, their greatest advantage, air superiority, posed no threat to the city walls protected by quantum light shields. The warriors could stand their ground on the walls and fight them head-on. It couldn't get any better. Without delay, Qin Ming issued his command: mechanical tigers, thunder mages, get ready. Fire! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the terrifying dark magic bat charged forward with a menacing roar. Thud! 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 They slammed madly into the light shields, their heads buzzing from the impact. Meeting them was a hail of machine gun bullets and streaks of lightning orbs. Boom! 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 Massive explosions erupted high above, and one by one, the dark magic bats were blasted to death, plummeting down in succession.
Sensing danger, the dark magic bats immediately went on the defensive. Flailing their wings, they emitted a black mist that formed an energy shield, enveloping their bodies.
Under the protection of this energy shield, the mechanical tiger's bullets lost much of their effectiveness. Where a single shot once pierced through a dark magic bat, now it took 8 or 10 shots. Compounding this, the mechanical tiger's energy hadn't fully recovered yet, making its offensive even weaker. The lightning mage's attacks were effective, but the long charge time made it difficult to handle so many dark magic bats. They can't hold out. China is finished. Trolls from various countries watching the livestream immediately jumped in. But before they could finish their sentences, the smiles vanished from their faces.
China withdrew the mechanical tigers and deployed the well-rested ice cannon corps.
The Ice Cannon Battalion was no weaker than the Mech Tigers, and their ice cannon attacks dealt devastating damage to the dark magic bats.
200 ice cannon operators raised their hand cannons, aiming at the dark demon bats. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The assault commenced. Ice cannons struck the dark demon bats' black mist energy shields, exploding with a shockwave that sent them flying.
Frost power spread across the black mist energy shields, its freezing essence seeping through the shields and immobilizing the dark magic bats.
In the next instant, a spectacular sight unfolded. The dark magic bat army transformed into chunks of ice, plummeting from the sky.
In this battle, Huaxia claimed victory once more.
Without losing a single soldier, they cleared the 8th round. At the capital's command center, the chief and the assembled high command were filled with exhilaration.
Brilliant! What a thoroughly satisfying battle. Ah, I'd love to see the look on TEP's face.
The entire nation of Huaxia erupted in celebration once more, people dancing with joy and overflowing with pride.
Shall we continue?
On the city walls, Long Xiaoguo looked at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming nodded. This is our chance to widen the gap between us and the rest of the world. We must seize it.
After this battle, the beasts will likely launch a massive invasion. Without absolute strength, we won't be able to defend our cities and protect the lives of our people. Long Xiaoguo had intended for Qin Ming to deliberate carefully, but upon hearing these words, his resolve hardened.
All or nothing.
Of course, Qin Ming did not rush to begin the 9th round.
He sensed this battle would be no simple affair.
While clearing the battlefield, Qin Ming ordered the mechanical tiger to withdraw and recharge its energy. This was one of Qin Ming's trump cards. The mechanical tigers had to be kept in peak condition. Qin Ming led 300 mechanical tigers to the storage area for beast corpses, where he located the remains of the iron armor beast army. Unlike ordinary sequencers, mechanical beings have a simple method for restoring energy or even advancing, consuming extraordinary metals.
And the iron-armored beast is their ultimate tonic. Let's eat. Qin Ming murmured softly.
In the next instant, 300 mechanical tigers simultaneously pounced upon the corpses of the iron armor beast army, devouring them with frenzied hunger.
Currently at late stage 1, the mechanical tigers would likely advance to early stage 2 after consuming all the ironclad beasts.
And indeed, events unfolded exactly as Qin Ming had anticipated. Without exception, the mechanical tigers ascended to the early 2nd tier.
Their condition fully restored to peak form, and their bodies underwent certain changes.
These changes were likely tied to the 2nd tier combat techniques. Qin Ming smiled at the ferocious mechanical tigers before him.
Prepare for battle. Soon, news of China's intent to challenge the 9th round sent shockwaves across the globe.
All eyes turned once more to the Chinese battlefield as the world buzzed with discussion.
Good heavens, China has already pulled far ahead of us, yet they still dare to challenge? Have they lost their minds? I'm numb to it now. I'm genuinely stunned by China's power, but for this battle, do they even have anyone left?
The previous rounds took a heavy toll, and they've played all their trump cards. I'm curious to see how Huaxia will fight this battle. Amidst the world's murmurs, the steel gates of the Huaxia battlefield thundered open. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the scene.
4 figures slowly emerged from within the city: Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Chang, and Wu Xiaopeng. Following them were 20 teams of hunter abnormalers, cloaked in burning blood robes and wielding long blades. Their aura surged like the fluttering robes, radiating overwhelming dominance. Clang! Clang!
The clanging of metal against the ground echoed as 300 mechanical tigers marched in perfect unison, forming a square formation.
But that wasn't all.
Behind the mechanical tiger formation came the exoskeleton warrior formation.
Roar!
500 exoskeleton warriors marched in perfect step behind the mechanical tiger formation.
Their iron will and resolute expressions instantly elevated the atmosphere to its peak.
Additionally, 200 thunder mages and 200 ice cannoneers stood poised on the city walls, their battle intent surging. At that moment, as Qin Ming led the entire extraordinary formation of Huaxia onto the field, the world fell utterly silent.
Eyes wide, mouths agape, not a single sound escaped their throats. Awe. Absolute awe.
As if sensing the might of the Huaxia soldiers, the void passage ahead erupted with terrifying energy. Monstrous beasts bellowed, surging power shook the air, and the thunderous footsteps made the very ground tremble. In the next instant, the voice of the Black Hand boomed out, loud and powerful. The ninth wave of monsters assaulting the city begins. Chapter 174, Storm Royal Clan. Please vote. Boom. 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 Intense rumbling echoed from the passageway, as if 10,000 beasts were charging forth, their overwhelming momentum causing the very earth to tremble. At that moment, the entire nation of Huaxia grew solemn. People worldwide watching the live broadcasts wore expressions of utter shock. The scale of this beast assault surpassed any previous onslaught. They could even feel the live feed shaking. Everyone realized that the beasts of this ninth wave were far more formidable than anyone had imagined. Qin Ming stared intently at the passage ahead, murmuring softly, "They're coming." Roar! Accompanied by a piercing howl, 3-meter-tall black wolves surged forth. Moving with blinding speed, hundreds surged forth in an instant. Yet these black wolves did not attack immediately. Instead, they formed ranks with the precision of Chinese soldiers. Boom! 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 The earth trembled continuously as more and more black wolves poured forth in a surging tide. Simultaneously, a hurricane-force wind swept through the sky, whipping up clouds of dust on the ground as the scent of blood spread rapidly. Whoosh! Accompanied by piercing cries, hundreds of steel eagles charged through the void passage, stirring up fierce winds. Their sharp eagle eyes seemed to scrutinize the humans below. Flying beasts. This time, flying beasts and land beasts were coordinating their attack. The world erupted in uproar, instantly sent into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the Huaxia side grew tense to the extreme, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of pressure. But it wasn't over yet. Under the stunned gazes of the world, giant apes followed behind the black wolves. Thud! Thud! Their heavy footsteps pounded the earth, causing the ground to tremble. These apes stood over 12 or 13 meters tall, each bearing a massive longbow and quiver on their backs. They resembled ancient hunters, primitive tribes. As the entire army of beasts emerged, the void passage behind them slowly vanished. At this moment, the entire Blue Star watched in awe, stunned by the sheer scale of the alien beasts. A wave of panic surged from the soles of their feet straight to the back of their skulls. Even a fool could see this wave of beasts was entirely different from the previous ones. The army of alien beasts before them was a well-trained military force. Compared to the previous waves, it was like special forces facing off against grunts not even in the same league. The numbers were now clear: 1,000 black giant wolves, 300 steel eagles, and 100 giant apes. Their numbers even surpassed those of the extraordinary beings in China. They moved with strict discipline. While their formations weren't as meticulously precise as those in China, they were still remarkably orderly, even surpassing many national armies. We're done for. China is truly finished this time. How can we possibly fight this? What kind of beasts are these? Disciplined, formidable infantry, aerial assault, archer support. This is a full-scale military deployment. This civilization trial feels far from simple. These beasts are a race, right? This is a war of civilizations. The world was in an uproar, the situation far more dire than anyone had imagined. Such a monstrous army made people realize this was far more than a simple monster invasion. It was a war between civilizations. The alien species aims to annihilate the human race. Or perhaps they intend to enslave humanity, just as they did to the land of cherry blossoms. At this realization, even some foreign onlookers who had been merely spectators grew restless. They hoped China would prevail in this battle, that humanity would emerge victorious in the end. On the battlefield, Qin Ming's brow furrowed deeply at the sight. He recognized these beasts and cursed inwardly. Windwing wolves, wind shadow hunters, hurricane apes, these are the royal bloodlines, damn it. Master, this is the Storm Royal Clan's army. The wild wolf beside him spoke urgently, his expression grim. I know. Qin Ming gripped his long sword tightly, his expression grave. What does that mean? What's a royal clan? Lu Chang and Hua Xiaopang looked utterly confused, having missed the conversation. As a beast from the multiverse, the wild wolf naturally recognized the opposing race. He spoke solemnly. In the multiverse, countless races coexist, yet order prevails. Without it, such diversity would descend into chaos. The forces that maintain discipline among these alien clans are the superpowers, the royal clans. And the Storm Imperial clan before us is one such imperial clan from the southern regions of the multiverse, a force of immense power. What? The beast clans actually have such a strict hierarchy? Hua Xiaopang looked utterly stunned. This was far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, the realm of the beasts across from us isn't too high, Qin Ming offered a reassuring word to the group. In his previous life, he had even clashed with the Storm Imperial clan sovereign, fully understanding the clan's formidable might. These second and third tier Windwing wolves and wind shadow hunters before them were merely the weakest foot soldiers of the Storm Royal clan. Clearly, the trials maintained a certain balance, all orchestrated by the Black Hand. Even so, with Huaxia's current strength, dealing with these elite second and third tier beasts was no easy task.
Dean, should we retreat to the city walls to fight?
Lu Chang asked softly.
Qin Ming shook his head. It's useless. See those hurricane apes behind us? Are you really going to try to outrange them?
Even with the quantum light shield protecting the city walls, it would eventually break if under constant attack. The Imperial clan's beasts were cunning. Retreating would only draw them in closer, forcing Huaxia to endure their hurricane apes' kite fighting tactics, a strategy they couldn't withstand.
This battle must be fought head-on, Qin Ming declared gravely.
Hearing this, Lu Chang and the others all wore grim expressions.
At that very moment, two figures slowly emerged from the ranks of the monstrous beasts.
A werewolf clad in armor rode upon the back of a windwing wolf, stepping out from within the ranks. Simultaneously, a steel-clad eagle circled overhead, and a humanoid creature with a beak-like mouth peered down from its back. As these two humanoid creatures appeared, Qin Ming's brows furrowed once more. Anthropomorphic beasts, late-stage third-tier king beasts. These two are likely the Windwing Wolf King and the Wind Shadow Hunter King. They look incredibly powerful. Xia Amo gripped his spear tightly, his fighting spirit surging.
Qin Ming nodded.
Humanoid beasts are far stronger than ordinary beasts, and these are both king beasts. Their power is formidable.
We must be cautious.
His gaze swept across the horde, settling on the shoulder of a hurricane ape at the rear.
There's another one there.
At his words, everyone followed Qin Ming's gaze.
Perched on the hurricane ape's shoulder sat a woman. Compared to the Windwing Wolf King and the Wind Shadow Hunter King, this hurricane ape king looked more human. She wore a fur-lined garment, her face wild yet exquisitely refined. Without careful observation, one would scarcely recognize her as a beast. Her level of evolution was already comparable to Honglian. Humans!
Surrender to my Storm Royal clan, and I may spare your lives. At that moment, the Windwing Wolf King bellowed, glaring arrogantly at the Huaxia army. Qin Ming's gaze remained cold. Those who dare to invade our Huaxia shall be slain without mercy. All troops, draw your blades. Clang! In an instant, all the monster hunters drew their straight blades simultaneously. The gleaming steel flashed, and the ringing of blades shook the heavens. The mechanical tiger crouched low, poised for an imminent charge. The might of the Chinese army surged, their battle spirit piercing the heavens.
Qin Ming pointed his blade at the monstrous horde and bellowed. Hunters! Present! In an instant, the Huaxia soldiers roared in unison, their battle cry shaking the heavens.
Qin Ming's voice suddenly rose, protect the lights of a million homes.
The entire army roared in unison, protect the lights of every home.
Guard our mountains and rivers.
Defend our land and rivers. Fight with no retreat. No retreat in battle.
Blood will stain the sky.
Kill. Chapter 175, Sweeping Away the Withered and Decayed. Seeking gold tickets.
Charge. In an instant, under the stunned gaze of the entire world, the Chinese army surged forward. Qin Ming led the charge, thunder surging from his body as powerful lightning energy spread from his arms to his long sword.
Boom!
Behind him, the army charged forward. Over 100 hunters of the strange raised their blood-ignited cloaks, their fearless aura surging like a tidal wave.
Roar!
The mechanical tigers let out a series of roars, their limbs stomping heavily and powerfully on the ground, like fierce tigers descending a mountain, unstoppable. Behind them, exoskeleton warriors blasted forward with jet boosters, whirling chains in their hands, locked onto the steel eagles above. Seeing the human army surge forward with such overwhelming force, the Windwing Wolf King couldn't help but pause. It hadn't anticipated that their terrifyingly massive army would not only fail to intimidate the enemy, but actually fuel their fighting spirit.
What kind of people were these? But after a moment's hesitation, the Windwing Wolf King snapped back to reality, waving his massive paw. Crush these humans! Roar! In an instant, thousands of Windwing wolves charged forward, their momentum surging.
Simultaneously, as both sides charged, the 100 hurricane apes drew their longbows. 6-meter-long arrows were notched onto the strings, their terrifying momentum surpassing even human missile launches.
Bang!
Accompanied by a deafening boom, the air shattered with a sonic crack as the thick arrows shot forth like missiles, their speed staggering. The crowd gasped in stunned silence. A single such arrow striking a human body would likely reduce it to a bloody mist. Qin Ming snapped his head up, staring at the hail of arrows descending from the sky. He roared, "Cold wind!" Cold wind on the city wall gritted his teeth and roared, "Fire the ice cannons!" Thud! 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 The ice cannon corps unleashed their attack. Wave after wave of ice cannons fired rapidly, colliding head-on with the incoming arrows. Boom! 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 Terrifying collisions exploded in the sky, sending countless shards of ice crashing down overhead. The ice cannon battalion's assault blocked the hurricane ape's arrows. Mechanical tigers, missile barrage. With Qin Ming's furious roar, 300 mechanical tigers unleashed a barrage of micro-missiles from their backs. Amidst the clash of armies, 600 missiles slammed into the enemy ranks.
Terrifying explosions erupted, their powerful shockwaves sending charging windwing wolves flying in all directions.
This strike instantly obliterated at least 200 windwing wolves.
The charging windwing wolves instantly lost their formation.
Those blown away at the front even collided with those behind them, throwing the entire army into chaos.
The windwing wolf king roared in fury, "Hold your ground! Hold your ground!"
At that very moment, Qin Ming charged forward. His form soared high into the air, the thunder war blade whistling downward, targeting the windwing wolf king. Out of the corner of his eye, the windwing wolf king caught a flash of lightning. Sitting atop his black wolf, he reacted with a sudden snap, his sharp claws lashing out at Qin Ming. With a buzzing hum, 3 energy claws tore through the air.
Thunder enchantment, lightning annihilation slash.
Both combat techniques erupted simultaneously, the thunderous power surging to its peak within Qin Ming.
Boom!
The blade struck down, its thunderous blade light instantly shattering the energy claws and cleaving toward the windwing wolf king.
The windwing wolf king's expression changed drastically as it swiftly raised its claws to block. Clang!
The blade collided with the iron claws, unleashing a terrifying explosion of force. The windwing wolf king's body shot backward like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters away before crashing heavily into the ranks of the beast army.
Kill!
Qin Ming, possessed by the spirit of a war god, unleashed a frenzy of thunderous energy. His blade sliced relentlessly, cleaving windwing wolves in two one after another. Simultaneously, more windwing wolves lunged forward with savage ferocity.
Qin Ming leapt high into the air, unleashing his second sequence.
Magician, cards, ace of spades. Qin Ming flicked 2 playing cards from his hands. A red and a black ace, each clutching a bomb, leapt from the cards and collided with the pack of windwing wolves.
Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending dozens of windwing wolves flying through the air. Roar!
Qin Ming's explosive burst instantly slaughtered over 100 windwing wolves, his formidable power igniting their fury. Immediately, over 100 windwing wolves charged straight at him. Leaping high into the air, they opened their ferocious jaws, intent on tearing Qin Ming to shreds. But mid-air, cloaked figures plunged toward them, sweeping their blades horizontally to instantly bring the wind-winged wolves crashing down. 20 hunter squads charged into the fray simultaneously, slicing through the enemy like a sharp blade cleaving a path.
Among them, Lu Chang wielded his giant axe containment weapon.
His clothes shattered, revealing a body as hard as steel as he charged recklessly through the windwing wolf horde. Hua Xiaopang followed close behind, shouting incessantly, "By your life! By your life!" Wherever he pointed, windwing wolves instantly collapsed. Clink, clink, clink. Gold coins continuously popped out from the windwing wolf corpses, which Hua Xiaopang collected into a lucky bag. By now, Hua Xiaopang had fully mastered the combat techniques of Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant.
Windwing wolves aren't weak.
If Hua Xiaopang used his combat skill, to harvest their lives, then with his mental strength, killing even 2 would be a struggle. But Hua Xiaopang's target wasn't the tough windwing wolves, but the severely crippled ones.
Dealing with severely crippled windwing wolves required far less mental energy.
Moreover, after advancing to Tier 2, Hua Xiaopang had acquired a new combat skill, currency exchange.
This combat skill was somewhat game-breaking.
He could use gold coins to purchase mental energy. Whenever his mental energy ran low, he could trade gold coins for it.
And after slaying beasts, Hua Xiaopang could obtain gold coins.
Thus, Hua Xiaopang became a perpetual motion machine, a merchant harvesting lives. The monster hunter's assault was ferocious. The windwing wolves attempted to mount a counterattack, but the mechanical tiger's charge shattered their resistance completely. Having ascended to the early second tier, the mechanical tiger grew even more ferocious. While its heavy machine gun on its back unleashed a hail of fire, its massive body lunged directly at the windwing wolves. Its steel claws extended, capable of ripping open a windwing wolf's throat with a single swipe. Their steel bodies plowed through the windwing wolf army like killing machines. Seeing the windwing wolf army suffer heavy losses, the wind shadow hunter king circling overhead lost his composure. He ordered the steel eagles to dive bomb the Huaxia soldiers. This move fell perfectly into Xiaomo's plan.
Perfect timing. Grab them. At Xiaomo's command, 500 exoskeleton warriors instantly flung their iron hooks. Whoosh!
The hook shot forward, swiftly snatching at the diving wind shadow hunters.
Clang!
One by one, the hooks latched onto the wind shadow hunters' bodies. The warriors yanked hard, and the wind shadow hunter let out a piercing scream as its massive body plummeted rapidly through the sky.
It struggled to resist, flapping its wings desperately to fly away.
But the strength of the exoskeleton warriors was beyond that of ordinary superhumans. Jet thrusters on their arms surged, boosting their strength instantly. One by one, the wind shadow hunters slammed into the ground.
Roar! The mechanical tigers instantly pounced, tearing into the prey.
Even the steel feathers couldn't escape their massive jaws, ripped clean off in a savage display of ferocity. These steel-clad bodies were potent nourishment for the mechanical tigers, fueling their ferocity with every bite. Deprived of their aerial advantage, the wind shadow hunters were like helpless chicks, emitting pitiful cries. With their aerial support crippled and ground forces being overrun, the Storm Royals' defeat became undeniable as their archers were suppressed.
The battle's turn of events stunned everyone.
The world watched in stunned silence, while officials from various nations trembled in their seats.
Is this the true might of China?
Chapter 176, The Unexpected 10th Round, The Royal Clan's Challenge.
The combat prowess of the Chinese forces sent shockwaves across the entire world. By comparison, the previous rounds of combat by other nations seemed utterly pitiful. No comparison, no pain. These Windwing Wolves and Windshadow Hunters were undeniably formidable, yet why did they appear so feeble before China's extraordinary warriors? After several rounds of assault, the Storm Royal Clan's forces suffered heavy losses. The Wind Shadow Hunters suffered particularly heavy losses, with only a handful managing to climb away in time to evade the exoskeleton warriors' iron hooks. The Windwing Wolves weren't faring much better either, having also lost over half their numbers. The weaker ones were nearly wiped out, leaving only late-stage Tier 2 and a few isolated Tier 3 survivors. These were left for Red Lotus to handle. At this moment, Red Lotus transformed into a killing machine, her form resembling a raging dragon as she charged across the battlefield, heading straight for the Hurricane Apes in the rear. After the Hurricane Apes' arrow barrage was repelled by the Ice Cannon Battalion, they shifted tactics, preparing to launch a direct assault. If those massive bodies entered the battlefield, they would undoubtedly inflict immense damage on the Chinese extraordinary beings. They must be stopped. Xia Mo, charge with me. Qin Ming bellowed.
Got it. Xia Mo responded, preparing to charge forward and join Qin Ming. But in the next instant, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, sweeping a massive gale of wind across the battlefield.
Boom!
The gale slammed into Xia Mo, sending him flying. The Wind Shadow Hunter King had struck. Flapping its steel-like wings, its body glistened with a cold light, swirling with tendrils of gale force wind. Seeing Xia Mo knocked back, Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly.
Xia Mo. Xia Mo rolled on the ground. Don't worry about me. I can handle this. With that, Xia Mo unleashed a surge of power. His spear whirled, its razor-sharp tip driving straight toward the Wind Shadow Hunter King. Human, you're overestimating yourself.
The Wind Shadow Hunter King sneered coldly, flapping its wings to unleash a hurricane that slammed towards Xia Mo once more. Xia Mo's expression hardened as a chill erupted from him. Freeze the world. Hum. The frigid air swept through, seeming to freeze even the gale force winds in place. An icy spirit shot forth, targeting the Wind Shadow Hunter King's head. Startled, the Wind Shadow Hunter King swiftly folded its steel wings to shield itself. Clang! The spear slammed heavily against the steel wings, its immense force sending the Wind Shadow Hunter King flying backward. What? The Wind Shadow Hunter King's expression changed drastically. It never expected this woman to be so formidable. It flapped its wings, preparing to create distance. The next moment, Xia Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. Ice blast! The Wind Shadow Hunter King froze, instinctively glancing down at its wings as frost rapidly spread across them. Boom! An explosive crack echoed as the ice shattered. The Wind Shadow Hunter King took a devastating blow, both wings blown to pieces. Xia Mo closed in, his aura growing ever more formidable. A strand of ice spread along his spear, gathering terrifying energy. The Wind Shadow Hunter King's expression changed drastically. Flapping his shattered wings, he immediately fled. Xia Mo thrust his spear forward, its tip blazing with icy radiance. Battle skill Ice Phoenix. With a piercing cry, an icy phoenix bird soared into the air, pursuing the Wind Shadow Hunter King. The Wind Shadow Hunter King's pupils suddenly contracted. No! Boom! The frost phoenix bird slammed into the Wind Shadow Hunter King. Icy cold spread instantly, freezing him solid before crashing him heavily into the ground. Wind Shadow Hunter King, dead. On the other side, Qin Ming broke free from the Windwing Wolves' encirclement and prepared to charge toward the Hurricane Ape. But at that very moment, a figure darted in from the side, its sharp, icy blade whipping up gusts of gale force wind. Qin Ming swung his blade backward, dispelling the gale. Immediately after, he saw the Windwing Wolf King closing in, its claws aimed straight for his throat. Qin Ming's brows furrowed as thunder surged forth. Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! Thunder raged, sending the Windwing Wolf King flying with a single strike. The Windwing Wolf King's expression finally shifted. It wasn't carelessness that had sent him flying earlier, his opponent was genuinely formidable. Damn it! The Windwing Wolf King roared in fury, his body swelling as his aura grew ever more formidable. No time to play with you. Qin Ming thrust his blade from a distance. Magic, remote object detection. With a sharp pop, the blade pierced the void, instantly materializing before the Windwing Wolf King. Before the Windwing Wolf King could react, the blade pierced its chest. Thunderous energy surged through its body. Eyes wide with disbelief, the Windwing Wolf King crashed heavily to the ground. Windwing Wolf King, dead. After slaying the Windwing Wolf King, Qin Ming continued charging forward. Before long, Xia Mo and Honglian caught up from either side. Just then, a terrifying aura swept toward them from ahead. Qin Ming's expression changed.
Get out of the way. All three leaped aside simultaneously. The very instant they moved, an arrow as thick as a plate slammed into the ground, sending concrete fragments flying. Before Qin Ming could steady himself, two more arrows shot toward him, forcing him to scramble for cover. By now, the hurricane monkeys had all drawn their bows, aiming relentlessly at the trio. The constant barrage of arrows made it impossible for them to advance. This won't work. We can't break through, Xiaomo frowned. Qin Ming scanned the city walls. Ice cannon core, thunder mages cover us. In an instant, the ice cannon operators and thunder mages on the ramparts locked onto the hurricane apes, unleashing a torrent of devastating attacks. Boom! 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 The hurricane apes took heavy hits. Their massive bodies slowed their movements, leaving them little choice but to raise their arms to block the fierce assault. But the ice cannon and thunder mage attacks weren't so easily blocked. Freezing cold spread, lightning raged, and damage was maximized. The hurricane apes let out wails of agony. At that moment, the woman perched on the hurricane ape's shoulder furrowed her brow and let out a sharp cry. Roar! In the next instant, the windwing wolves and wind shadow hunters still engaged in combat responded in unison. They abandoned their fight with the enemy and swiftly retreated. Pursuit! Lu Chang, of course, wouldn't let them escape. He led the hunter squad in a frenzied pursuit. The mechanical tiger charged forward, its ferocious speed knocking down one windwing wolf after another, pinning them to the ground and tearing them apart with savage bites. But at that very moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman suddenly raised her head and shouted toward the sky, "We surrender." Qin Ming froze in shock. What's going on? What shocked him even more was that the Black Hand had actually opened a void passage for her. Stop! Something's wrong. Qin Ming bellowed, halting the pursuing army. The beasts swiftly regrouped, returning one after another to the hurricane ape's feet. But by now, their losses were severe. Only a little over 100 windwing wolves remained out of the original 1,000, and the wind shadow hunters numbered less than 100. The two armies once again faced off against each other. Strangely, though the void passage had opened, the woman showed no sign of retreating. She merely stared silently at the passageway, as if waiting for something. Qin Ming was suddenly overcome by a sense of unease. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, a young man emerged from the void passageway, riding a majestic three-headed lion. His expression darkened as he first surveyed the army of beasts. Then, his gaze settled on Qin Ming. You are the human leader? Qin Ming was completely bewildered. This clearly violated the trial rules. The youth continued, his tone commanding, the Storm Royal clan issues you a challenge. This battle a duel. Do you dare? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the situation, when the voice of Black Hand suddenly echoed. Huaxia civilization cleared the 9th round beast siege. The 10th round target is challenging you. Will you accept? Chapter 177, Strengthen Our Human Race. Vote request. The 10th round target is challenging you. Will you accept? The Black Hand's voice echoed across the entire world. What seemed like a question was, in truth, forcing Qin Ming to accept this challenge. The reason was simple, the alien race had issued a challenge not just to Qin Ming, not just to China, but to all of humanity. If Qin Ming refused, the other side might be powerless to act, but such a refusal would leave humanity vulnerable. At this moment, Qin Ming represented all of humanity. Human, dare you accept this challenge? The young man's voice boomed once more, his aura surging. Scales on his body had already begun to shatter, revealing his true strength, early 4th tier. This was a full tier higher than Qin Ming. Faced with such blatant provocation from the alien race, the world no longer cared about this man's origins or background. All they wanted was for Qin Ming to accept the challenge and teach this alien a proper lesson. On the live stream, crowds from all nations were in an uproar. Their nations had long since failed the trials, and now the alien beasts were invading their homelands. Their already pent-up emotions erupted instantly. They shouted in unison. Mr. Qin Ming, accept the challenge. Slaughter these damned alien races. Yes. Refusing this battle would be a disgrace to our human race. Mr. Qin Ming, strengthen our human race. Mr. Qin Ming, strengthen our human race. Mr. Qin Ming, please strengthen our human race. At that moment, a colossal roar erupted across the world, angry, impassioned cries saturated with blood and tears. The cries surged like a torrent, pouring straight into the heavens, their momentum shaking the earth. The cries of the masses stirred the citizens of Jiangnan City. They too were swept up in the fervor, joining the chorus within the city walls. Mr. Qin Ming, please strengthen our human race. This. Upon the city walls, Long Xiaogua furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed intently upon Qin Ming as he murmured softly. Heroes are always lonely, and they are always helpless. Clearly, Qin Ming had been thrust into the eye of the storm. He had naturally heard those voices strengthen our human race. Whether these words were flattery or genuine sentiment, they struck a chord within Qin Ming. In his previous life, battling the 10th tier beast, it was these very cries that had fueled his fight. Alas, he had betrayed the trust of the Chinese people, he had failed. But this time, he must win.
Qin Ming faced the beast youth directly, initially intending to propose terms for the duel. But now, none of that mattered anymore. Fight! Boom! That single word ignited the entire planet, its roar seemingly strong enough to overturn the blue star. The beast youth stood atop the three-headed lion beast. With a wave of his hand, the army of beasts behind him retreated, clearing the battlefield. Similarly, Qin Ming shouted at Xiamo, "Stand down." Xiaomo's face was filled with worry, yet she offered no words of dissuasion. She understood Qin Ming's predicament. This battle was unavoidable. Retreat! Xiamo bellowed, and all the monster hunters and mechanical tigers retreated, leaving a vast open space at the center of the battlefield. In the center, Qin Ming and the young beast tamer faced off, their powerful auras colliding. The beast youth fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. "I'll let you die with clarity." Ninth Prince of the Storm Royal Clan, Wind Cultivation. Just as expected. Qin Ming's eyebrows arched slightly. A prince of the Beast Royal family. Moreover, his high level of humanoid evolution indicated this was a beast of immense potential. Based on his past life's experience, the more mature the humanoid form of a beast, the more terrifying its strength and potential became. Without a doubt, this, Xiaofeng, was one such beast. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade, his voice cold and detached. "Qin Ming, of Huaxia." Xiaofeng sneered coldly, "Very well. You killed so many of my kin, you're dead." Simultaneously, both sides prepared for battle as the Black Hand assumed the role of referee. Round 10, Beast Assault on the City, commence. With that, Qin Ming and Xiaofeng charged toward each other simultaneously. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from Qin Ming's body, its immense power surging into the starfall blade. Boom! On the other side, Xiaofeng unleashed a formidable aura. His scales bristled, and swirling gale winds coiled around his body. Xiaofeng drew a curved blade as sharp as steel feathers and swung it forcefully at Qin Ming. Qin Ming channeled thunder into both hands. Thunder enchantment, lightning annihilation slash. Thud! Two colossal auras collided, thunder and gale winds raging against each other. Between the two combatants, a terrifying energy shockwave instantly radiated outward. Boom! 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 Thunder exploded, gale winds swept, and the ground was carved with sharp gashes. Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected this human to block him with only early third-tier strength. "Human, you have some skill, but it's nowhere near enough." Suddenly, Xiaofeng swung his blade with all his might, forcing Qin Ming back. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, unleashing a torrent of gale force blades toward Qin Ming. Thunder armor. At the critical moment, a lapis lazuli-like thunder armor coalesced around Qin Ming's body. Countless gale force blades slammed into Qin Ming's body, erupting in a series of violent clashes. Qin Ming was once again knocked back mid-air. Hovering mid-air, Qin Ming raised his blade, aimed it at Xiaofeng, and thrust forward with all his might. Magic, remote object detection. In an instant, the thunder-forged blade pierced through space, thrusting toward Xiaofeng's eyes. Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He hastily raised his blade to block, but Qin Ming's blade still sliced a wound across his face. Immediately after, Qin Ming flicked two cards from his hands, the jokers. Royal Flush. Under Xiaofeng's stunned gaze, a red and a black joker emerged from the cards, each clutching a bomb with a lit fuse. "Ha ha ha!" They emitted an eerie laugh as they lunged directly at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's scales instantly retracted, maximizing his defense. Boom! The powerful explosion sent Xiaofeng flying backward. Earthquake thunder! In the next instant, Qin Ming swung his dual blades down with all his might. Xiaofeng immediately rolled to evade. Boom! Thunder surged from the ground, and the powerful thunder once again sent him flying. Qin Ming showed no mercy, swinging his starfall blade. Second-tier magician combat technique, object deformation. In the next instant, the starfall blade softened, whipping out like a long whip and instantly coiling around Xiaofeng's ankle. Qin Ming yanked violently, dragging Xiaofeng's body savagely toward him. Qin Ming clenched his fist, thunder surging within it, and brought it crashing down. Thud! The punch landed squarely on Xiaofeng's face, sending him crashing into the ground. Whoosh! Witnessing Qin Ming's ferocious attack, the live stream audience erupted in gasps. They had assumed Qin Ming was no match for Xiaofeng, given the vast gap in cultivation levels. Yet none could have imagined Qin Ming would prove this formidable. He was practically crushing his opponent. Just as Qin Ming gripped his blade, poised to deliver the finishing blow, Xiaofeng let out a furious roar. "Human, you're asking for death." Boom! A powerful gale erupted, sending Qin Ming flying backward. In the next instant, Xiaofeng's body began to swell. Before the stunned gazes of onlookers, he shed his human form, revealing his true nature. It was a steel falcon, far more ferocious than the Wind Shadow Hunter. Royal Clan, Storm Eagle Beast. Qin Ming frowned. Chirp! With a piercing cry, Xiaofeng roared with fury. "Human, you have earned your pride by compelling me to reveal my true form. But you have enraged me. I shall make you my servant." In an instant, the storm eagle swept toward him, the surrounding air slicing like blades at Qin Ming.
Chapter 178, Slaying the Royal Clan, perfectly clearing the trial. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Endless gale force winds swept through, tearing up the concrete ground like mud as dust and debris swirled.
Qin Ming's expression darkened. The beast form Shou Feng was even more formidable than before.
Qin Ming flicked a card from his hand. Poker Soldier. The card spun randomly before settling on the one of diamonds. With a thud, a poker soldier clutching a shield materialized before Qin Ming.
A gale force wind swept in, slamming heavily into the ace of diamonds. Then, a shocking sight unfolded. The gale compressed into razor-thin threads, silently slicing through Diamond 1.
Diamond 1 shattered completely, like a playing card tossed into a shredder. The wind pressure threads continued their assault, closing in on Qin Ming's face.
Qin Ming instantly retreated, but how could his speed possibly outpace the wind?
The wind pressure threads struck his body, and his thunder armor emitted a hissing cutting sound.
Qin Ming's face paled. If the thunder armor couldn't hold, his body would be sliced like block 1.
Magician, 3rd tier combat technique, shift and swap.
Swish!
A surge of psychic energy erupted, swapping Qin Ming's body with a pebble. With a thud, the pebble reappeared only to be pulverized by the wind pressure.
How is that possible? Shou Feng's eagle-like eyes flashed with shock. Where is he? Behind you.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qin Ming materialized behind Shou Feng, raising the starfall blade high before bringing it crashing down.
Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed as the blade struck the Lanning beast's back with crushing force. Rip!
A long gash split open, blood spattering everywhere. The storm eagle beast crashed to the ground, snarling in agony.
But the beast possessed extraordinary vitality. Such an injury was not fatal. But the second wound enraged Shou Feng completely. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation.
Human, you forced my hand. Suddenly, Shou Feng whipped around, fixing his target on the city walls of Jiangnan City. His wings flapped relentlessly, rapidly gathering a torrent of gale force winds.
Buzz! 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 In an instant, a terrifying gale swept across the battlefield, gathering between his wings.
A destructive force of wind elements raged, building with terrifying momentum. The mightiest strike of the Storm Eagle Beast Royal Clan.
Winds and breath of oblivion. No! Xia Mo snapped to attention. This attack was too overwhelming.
If unleashed, it would likely bring down the entire city wall, and all the warriors and Tier 1 supernatural beings atop it would perish.
Qin Ming, stop him.
Qin Ming's form surged forward, his aura erupting with explosive force. He knew full well that a full power strike from a 4th tier early stage Storm Eagle Beast would overwhelm the quantum light shield. If the city walls were breached, not only would casualties be heavy, but the entire trial might fail. All their hard work would come to nothing.
Damn it! We agreed to a one-on-one duel. You're cheating.
Qin Ming's rage boiled over as he charged toward the Storm Eagle Beast.
Ha 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 ha! You can't stop me!
Shou Feng let out a savage laugh, folding his steel wings behind him as if preparing to withstand Qin Ming's attack head-on.
You can't even break through my defenses, you weakling human!
Shou Feng continued his taunts as the breath of oblivion before him coalesced into a human head-sized sphere, its charge nearly complete.
The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly froze. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but feel tense.
This strike would decide the outcome. At that very moment, Qin Ming had already charged behind Shou Feng. Facing those resilient steel wings, he swung his blade directly.
High-risk combat technique, magic human body dissection. Buzz! With a sweeping stroke, Shou Feng's body was cleaved clean in two. What steel wings! What ultimate defense! Against this combat technique, they were utterly useless. The blade sliced through like cutting through bamboo.
Shou Feng's eyes widened as his upper body flew upward, his vision spinning with his body. He clearly hadn't grasped what had just happened, yet his body lay severed in two, life rapidly draining from him. He was dying.
The proud 9th prince of the Storm Royal family was about to perish at the hands of a mere human.
Terror filled Shou Feng's eyes. He couldn't fathom how his opponent had achieved this. Why had his defenses been utterly useless? Thud! Filled with resentment and regret, Shou Feng's body crashed to the ground.
The Storm Eagle Beast split in two, collapsing onto the ground.
At that moment, the entire world watched the scene unfold. One by one, they stared in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend how that single strike had happened.
After a moment of silence, the world erupted in uproar.
On the battlefield, all the beasts of the Storm Royal clan roared in fury, their shrieks shaking the heavens.
Roar!
The woman on the hurricane ape's shoulder stared at Qin Ming, her pupils trembling.
She couldn't believe it either. The 9th prince had been defeated, and so utterly.
As if sensing her gaze, Qin Ming slowly turned to meet her eyes. Her lips parted slowly. Killing him would be your greatest mistake.
You would bring immense disaster upon your nation.
Qin Ming sneered with disdain.
So what? Come at me all you want. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Had he not slaughtered enough in his past life? Did they think a few harsh words could intimidate him? What a joke! The woman fixed Qin Ming with a piercing gaze. Retreat! The remnants of the Storm Royal clan's beast army let out wails of despair and swiftly retreated into the void passage. This battle saw the Storm Royal clan's beasts retreat in utter defeat, barely a tenth of their original numbers remaining. Soon, the voice of the Black Hand echoed from the sky. Congratulations to Huaxia for clearing the 10th round of Beast Siege. Congratulations to Huaxia for flawlessly completing the 4th stage of the civilization trial, passing all 10 siege rounds. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for securing first place in the 4th stage civilization trial. Scoring is being calculated. Rewards will be distributed shortly. The 5th phase of the civilization trials will commence in 1 month. A series of announcements echoed, sending shockwaves across the entire Huaxia nation. On the battlefield, warriors embraced each other in excitement. We won! We won! Ha ha ha, a perfect victory! We're unstoppable! Commander, you're the best! Commander, you're the greatest! The city gate swung wide open, and all the warriors rushed out in excitement. Bright red banners fluttered in the wind, proclaiming his triumph. The 4th round of the civilization trials had finally concluded. The live broadcast continued, showing the entire nation of Huaxia celebrating a moment of immense glory and pride. This scene filled people across nations with envy. Official representatives from other nations wore expressions of bitter disappointment. No comparison, no pain, they hadn't even made it through 5 rounds, while China had cleared them all. The gap was nothing short of staggering. Not just ordinary citizens, even they were envious. The rewards China would receive for this victory were beyond imagination. Watching the jubilant Chinese warriors on screen, Kawashima wore an eerie smile. How utterly reckless, daring to kill even royalty. Your days of prosperity are numbered, China. The 5th stage of the civilization trial, how eagerly anticipated. Chapter 179, Rich Rewards, 100,000 points, Instant Wealth. This time, the Black Hand settlement was swift. While Qin Ming and his team were cleaning up the battlefield, the voice of Black Hand echoed. Esteemed civilizations of all nations, the scoring for the 4th stage civilization trial has concluded. Results are now announced. The moment this announcement echoed, the world erupted in sensation. The rewards were here. Official representatives from all nations immediately perked up. Based on past experience, regardless of whether the civilization trial was passed or not, rewards were distributed according to scores. Everyone received something, big or small. Thus, even the nations that had failed were deeply excited. They understood clearly that each stage's rewards marked a turning point. Especially after their defeat, with a city now occupied by the beasts, if these creatures weren't swiftly eliminated, they could sweep through the entire nation. Thus, these rewards were each nation's lifeline. At this moment, everyone focused intently, listening as if afraid to miss a single word. The Black Hand's voice sounded once more. 4th stage civilization trial, 1st place Huaxia, rating SSS, points 100,000. 2nd place, Bear Nation, rating A+, points 20,000. 3rd place, Hans Cat, rating A, points 15,000. 4th place, Empire of the Sun Never Sets, rating A, points 15,000. 5th place, Gaul, rating A, points 15,000. 6th place, Land of Cherry Blossoms, rating A, points 13,000. 7th place, Eagle Sauce, grade B, 10,000 points. 8th place, Elephant Nation, rating C, 9,000 points. All nations' ratings were revealed. Except for Huaxia, none achieved an S grade or higher, and the point gaps were enormous. Just as the world wondered about the purpose of these points, a massive display illuminated the sky. The display was an exchange panel, featuring 7 categories: city defenses, potions, potion ingredients, potion recipes, containment units, spirit elixirs, miscellaneous. Each category displayed various items, with point values clearly marked beneath each. The implication was clear: the points awarded by each civilization were meant to be exchanged for extraordinary items. In an instant, the world erupted in chaos. Holy crap, points are for trading treasures? China has 100,000 points? That's insane. 100,000 points can buy so many treasures. Good heavens, China has become a billionaire. Beyond points, China also gained numerous exotic beast carcasses from this war. At this rate, our strength will only fall further behind China. China, are you still accepting immigrants? I want to move there, wah. Huaxia once again became the center of attention. 100,000 points, a 5-fold lead over 2nd place. That's truly formidable. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was already operating with practiced ease. The right to redeem points, as in the previous phase, falls to the individual who contributed the most to each nation. And for Huaxia, that person was undoubtedly Qin Ming. Before Qin Ming lay a scaled-down version of the redemption interface. Qin Ming swiftly scrolled through it. A standard tier magic potion typically cost between 100 and 300 points. Prohibited tier potions ranged from 500 to 800 points, while royal tier potions demanded 5,000 points and were strictly limited to 1 bottle. Holy crap, old Qin! Ordinary tier potions are 100 points each. We could redeem enough for 1,000 sequencers. Hua Xiaopeng exclaimed excitedly beside him. Qin Ming shot him a disdainful look. Those are the most useless. Only fools would trade points for potions. With his Qiankun Gourd, brewing potions himself was clearly the smarter move. A common potion ingredient cost only 5 points, while a forbidden grade potion ingredient was around 20 points. If he could brew them with a 100% success rate, he'd be rolling in it. But Qin Ming had no intention of creating too many ordinary sequencers. First, their combat effectiveness was too weak. Second, too many soldiers would be unaffordable. A Tier 1 sequentialer requires resources to advance their realm, and the Hunter of Anomalies organization simply couldn't afford it right now. Weak Tier 1 sequencers would be cannon fodder against anomalous beasts. You're right. We need useful ones. Stop daydreaming. Lu Cheng silenced Hua Xiaopeng. In the Yi Potions category, Qin Ming ultimately only purchased the limited quantity Royal Sequence potion. Royal Sequence 027, Commander, belonged to the other development path. Dragon General, this one suits you, Qin Ming remarked. Hearing this, Dragon General paused in surprise. For me? Qin Ming nodded. It's a powerful sequence ability, perfect for you. Study it yourself later. Successfully consumed 5,000 points. Dragon General hesitated. 5,000 points? That was more than all the other nations combined. Lu Cheng, Hua Xiaopeng, and the others shot envious glances his way. This was a king-tier ability. Next, Qin Ming focused his attention on the City Defense category. This is a must-select. 36 city walls and fortresses currently only at a preliminary scale, with woefully inadequate defenses. Soon, Qin Ming located the upgraded Quantum Light Shield. Taboo-grade Quantum Light Shield, capable of defending against 6th-tier beasts, preventing their manifestation within the domain, and equipped with terrifying energy-accumulating defense cannons. Exchange points, 1,000 points. Everyone's eyes lit up. Capable of defending against 6th-tier beasts? That would be invincible. And it's both offensive and defensive, far superior to what we have now. It's a bit pricey though. If we buy 36 of them, that's 36,000, Xia Mo remarked. Qin Ming nodded. There's a reason for the price. With this, we won't have to worry about our walls being breached in the next 2 trial stages unless we're facing an assault by over 10,000 beasts. Qin Ming proceeded to purchase 40 forbidden tier Quantum Light Shields in one go. The extra 4 were for backup, better safe than sorry if anything went wrong. This brought the total to 45,000. Qin Ming lingered in the City Defense category and soon found a suitable item. Quantum Cannon, capable of obliterating beasts below Tier 4. Exchange points, 100 points. Compared to the 1,000-point laser cannon, this offered far better value. This one must be purchased too. The city walls cannot be without offensive capabilities. 8 cannons per fortress meant 288 quantum cannons for 36 forts, totaling 28,800 points. Whoa! Seeing Qin Ming spend like this, everyone sucked in their breath. This was borderline extravagant. Second place Xiongua had only 20,000 points, yet they'd spent nearly 30,000 just on cannons. Protecting the people, these points must be spent. Long Xiaogua nodded repeatedly from the sidelines. Next, he skipped the potion recipes and containment units sections entirely. The formulas were already stored in Qin Ming's mind. As for the containment units, here, they were nowhere near as useful as those dropped by monsters, so he wouldn't waste money on them. However, he needed to buy some spiritual medicines. Extraordinary beings required them when injured. Thus, another 5,000 points were spent on spiritual medicines. He also needed to buy some potion ingredients. While Qin Ming possessed numerous recipes in his mind, many exotic beasts had yet to appear, and some potion ingredients hadn't surfaced either. This was an area where he could supplement his collection. Just a quick glance revealed several promising sequence abilities. Among them, the common sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, needed an upgrade. He could promote them all to the forbidden sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armament. Qin Ming continued his sweep, spending another 5,000 points. Finally, his gaze settled on the other category. Clicking in, he found only one item listed. It was a crafting blueprint, the Ghost set. Upon seeing this set, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. His ghost squad was about to emerge. Chapter 180, 2 Divine Grade Materials, Crafting Equipment. Ghost set, Forbidden Tier Extraordinary Equipment. Abilities, increases movement speed by 5-fold. Allows temporary entry into ghost state, rendering the wearer invisible to the naked eye. Exchange points, 12,000. The price wasn't cheap, but it was absolutely worth it. Qin Ming didn't hesitate and bought it outright. After spending all his remaining points, the 4th stage of the civilization trial concluded. The Huaxia battlefield was rapidly clearing away the corpses of the monstrous beasts. These alien beast carcasses would all be transported to the Monster Academy, where they would be processed by a team of biology experts led by Qin Ming. Monster Academy was about to become incredibly busy.
The alien beast carcasses required meticulous processing. First, all magic potion ingredients must be extracted from their bodies, then they would be tagged with rank labels. Common, rare, and king-grade specimens will be sorted accordingly. Next, they must check each beast's brain for beast crystals, further refining the classification.
But that's not all.
For steel-type beasts, all the metal in their bodies must be smelted out and processed by steel masters. These extraordinary metals will serve a greater purpose later. They are the raw materials for crafting extraordinary equipment.
Finally, after extracting all valuable parts from the beast, its flesh and blood are transported to military districts for soldiers to consume.
This enhances their supernatural constitution.
These ferocious beasts of war, once fallen, become humanity's greatest spoils.
They enter production lines or human stomachs. Nothing is wasted.
This process takes time, which is why the Black Hand grants humanity a month of recuperation. Of course, not all nations could rest. Take Eagle Squad, for instance. After hastily bolstering their forces with rewards, they immediately rushed back to the front lines. Because the beasts of the fourth trial phase were frantically seizing cities. If Eagle Squad failed to fortify defenses and counterattack promptly, the cities would fall completely. Second, there were still numerous monster corpses littering the front lines, victims of their own costly battles. They had to reclaim them to bolster their strength. During this exchange, Eagle Squad acquired numerous, superior weapons, firearms and the like, along with flight species, potions specifically to combat the Thunder Wasps. Countless nations like Eagle Nation are striving to reclaim lost territories, eliminating as many beasts as possible to bolster their own forces. Thus, the world was far from peaceful. Nearly every nation was locked in combat with the beasts. Only China remained serene. The migration plan was still underway, and the 36 fortresses had already taken shape. Under the direct supervision of Long Xiaogui and Lu Chang, forbidden tier quantum light shields and quantum cannons were installed across all 36 strongholds, providing the populace with a greater sense of security. Following the fourth stage trial battle, the migration plan progressed more smoothly. People began to recognize the formidable power of the beasts and understood that safety lay within the walls. As civilians relocated to live within the walls, military forces began occupying the now empty cities. Though the civilians had retreated, the soldiers remained. The monster hunters remained. They continued to guard every inch of the nation's land. Qin Ming had declared, not until the very last moment would they relinquish this land beneath their feet. As the entire nation scrambled into action, Qin Ming's side also grew bustling. He remained in his research lab, surrounded by the spoils of war spread before him, his gaze burning with intensity. Since his rebirth, he had never fought such a bountiful battle. First, his eyes fell upon the golden glowing, divine-grade potion ingredient, the heart of the flame dragon divine, dropped from the Flamestorm Dragon King. Second was the divine grade, wine steel feather divine, dropped from the Storm Royal clan's ninth prince, Xiu Feng. The two divine grade potion ingredients were the greatest haul of this expedition. The problem was, Qin Ming had no idea how to proceed with them. First, he lacked the divine sequence potion formula. Attempting to concoct a divine sequence potion with these materials was clearly impossible. Second, such elixir materials had another purpose: crafting transcendent equipment. Transcendent equipment differed from containment items. Containment items were relatively more powerful, belonging to the rule-based category of equipment. Transcendent equipment, however, could be widely distributed to all anomaly hunters. With blueprints and materials, it could be mass-produced. But Qin Ming currently possessed neither. Just then, a thick fog suddenly materialized before his eyes. Ding Dang, clad in a black dress, appeared. "Young man, trouble? I can help you." Ding Dang beamed at Qin Ming. Qin Ming sighed helplessly. "Next time you appear, could you at least give me a heads up?" He truly had no patience for this incense burner woman. While he could control most other contained objects, this particular one left him utterly helpless. "Alright then, Ding Dang, show me what you've got." Qin Ming knew she meant no harm. "I can help you craft equipment," Ding Dang offered with a beaming smile. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. "You have that ability too?" Ding Dang tossed her hair. "You know nothing about me. As long as you agree." Qin Ming nodded. "As you wish. Then I won't hesitate." Ding Dang suddenly smiled. The containment object, incense burner, appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, several magic potion ingredients from the flaming tyrant Dragon King were all absorbed into the incense burner. Qin Ming instantly panicked. Those were 3 rare grade items and 1 king grade item. What a waste. But what Qin Ming hadn't anticipated was Ding Dang grabbing over a dozen beast crystals from the table and tossing them straight into the incense burner. "I need some energy to exert myself. This is my payment." Qin Ming couldn't stop him. And just like that, the mysterious container known as the incense burner had absorbed several of the most precious materials right before his eyes. Qin Ming's heart bled. But soon, the incense burner began to tremble, as if tinkering with something. Then, with a clink, it turned itself upside down and poured out a suit of armor.
A forbidden tier extraordinary equipment, the Tyrannosaurus armor.
Qin Ming's eyes widened. Holy, you can actually craft gear?
He thought Ding Dang was joking, but it turned out he really had this ability.
Using the ingredients from the Flame Tyrant Dragon King to craft a forbidden great extraordinary equipment piece? That's not a bad deal at all.
Bring out your gourd and melt down the fiery dragon heart, Ding Dang instructed.
Ha!
Qin Ming was puzzled, but he trusted Ding Dang. Qin Ming shoved the heart of the flame dragon straight into the Qiankun Gourd. After a few shakes, it melted into a pool of liquid.
Pour it over the armor, Ding Dang urged.
Qin Ming hurriedly complied. The fiery liquid flowed out, dripping onto the rampaging dragon armor.
Then, a miraculous transformation unfolded.
The rampaging dragon armor transformed. The already razor-sharp armor began to fuse with the liquid from the heart of the flame dragon, and fiery patterns emerged across its surface. The armor's lines grew sharper, its appearance alone elevated to a whole new level. The Tyrannosaurus armor taboo grade ascended to Flame Dragon armor king grade. Qin Ming couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his pupils trembling.
What a steal! Chapter 181, Full Army Combat Enhancement, Ghost Squad.
Qin Ming donned the flaming dragon armor, then tapped it with the starfall blade, producing a series of clanging sounds.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Incredible defense!
Truly worthy of its royal grade equipment status. The next moment, his mental energy retracted, and the flaming dragon armor vanished, transforming into a wrist guard that slipped onto Qin Ming's hand.
Effortlessly transformable, incredibly practical.
If this armor could be equipped for all monster hunters, that would be absolutely awesome.
Qin Ming's hopeful gaze fell upon Ding Dang. Ding Dang shot him a withering look. You're dreaming.
Using the incense burner required consumption.
Even with ample materials, Ding Dang wouldn't agree to it.
Seeing Ding Dong's expression, Qin Ming knew he was overthinking it.
Besides, he couldn't afford it anyway.
Ding Dang had just taken over a dozen beast crystals in one go.
These things weren't exactly easy to come by. But isn't it a bit wasteful to melt down a god-tier material just to make a king-tier item? Qin Ming tentatively asked. Waste my ass.
When you're done with it, just melt it back down. Divine-grade materials never get consumed. Ding Dang shot him a withering look. Qin Ming felt reassured. His gaze then shifted to Wind Steel Feather Divine.
This can forge a blade.
As she spoke, Ding Dang collected several rare-grade potion ingredients and over a dozen beast crystals from the table. Finally, from the incense burner, it produced a straight blade with black patterns. Drawing on his previous experience, Qin Ming melted the Wind Steel Feather Divine into liquid and poured it over the black veined straight blade. Suddenly, a gale force wind surged from the blade, and an extraordinary straight sword came into being. Wind Feather Straight Blade King Grade. Qin Ming picked up the Wind Feather Straight Blade, examining the feather-like patterns on its surface with great satisfaction. It's truly beautiful. Most high-grade, superior equipment comes with combat techniques. You can study it later. This lady is tired. Farewell. With that, Ding Dong's face betrayed a hint of exhaustion as her figure flickered into the incense burner, then returned to Qin Ming's arm. Forging two transcendent equipment pieces in succession had truly exhausted her. Qin Ming felt a pang of emotion and murmured, "What a kind soul." With two king-tier equipment pieces in hand, Qin Ming's combat prowess was bound to receive a massive boost.
Qin Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Alright, now it's my turn to take action.
First up was the Ghost Squad. This covert special forces unit absolutely had to be included. Lawn Eagle Beast Feather, plus, Wine Shadow Hunter Steel Wing, plus, Thunder Sting Bee Stinger, plus, 5 ml pure water, equals Prohibited Sequence 018, Ghost, Potion. These ingredients were all extremely rare, especially the Stormhawk Feather. Had Qin Ming not slain Shou Feng, this potion would never have been concocted. In the end, 18 doses of Forbidden Sequence 018, Ghost, Potion were successfully brewed. Next, Qin Ming began preparing the advancement potion for Common Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior. Forbidden Sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armament. This required Iron Armor Beast Blood, Flaming Tyrant Claws, Dark Demon Bat Eyes, Windwing Wolf Feathers, and Wind Shadow Hunter Steel Wings. Fortunately, these potion ingredients were the most abundant among the spoils of war. Working tirelessly day and night, Qin Ming spent 2 full days brewing 500 doses of Forbidden Sequence 055. Of course, 49 exoskeleton warriors had fallen in this battle, leaving their numbers below 500. But Qin Ming replenished their ranks. He also reinstated their designation as Mobile Warriors. Next, Qin Ming began brewing the advanced tier potion for Common Sequence 089, Life Restoration. Ordinary Sequence 089, Life Restoration, Prohibited Sequence 037, Fearless. Recipe, 10 ml Ghost Shark Blood, 10 ml Dog Bat Blood, 1 Tonlan Grass, 1 Undying Flower, 5 ml Purified Water. This formula had been obtained by Qin Ming earlier, but the materials had always been insufficient. It wasn't until the reward exchange that he finally gathered them all.
Prohibited Sequence 037, the Fearless One, brew quantity, 100 doses. This was also a rather impressive sequence ability. Qin Ming intended to hand this squad over to the Dragon General. Dragon General now possessed King Sequence 027, Commander, a power beyond ordinary. With Dragon General's support, many tasks could be delegated to him. After all, Qin Ming alone couldn't shoulder everything. Across the vast expanse of China, one cannot rely solely on him. After this round of resource allocation, the spoils of this campaign were nearly depleted. Finally, the new sequence. Technology development, the sequence for the Tech Fortress path. Standard Sequence 067, Blacksmith. This sequence was specifically crafted by Qin Ming using potion ingredients he exchanged for, though unfortunately, only 20 were available. So, they're in for a lot of hard work from now on. The forger's ability lies in crafting extraordinary weapons and repairing extraordinary weapons. And they were about to shoulder the entire equipment logistics for the Hunter organization. It was going to be tough. Thus, Qin Ming sought out the master craftsman and tasked him with selecting 20 of the most diligent and hardworking artisans to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Monster Academy Training Hall, the familiar location of the Awakening sequence. At this moment, Wu Mu's Yuxing squad, 500 exoskeleton warriors, and 18 elite soldiers of China had all gathered here. The first to awaken was Sequence 067, the Blacksmith. After the awakening, Qin Ming gave them a motivational speech before handing over the Ghost Suit blueprint, hoping they could forge it within 3 days. Next came the Yuxing squad. This marked their second awakening, the Forbidden Sequence. Everything proceeded smoothly, with all members advancing to Forbidden Sequence 037, the Fearless. This squad was then formally placed under the Dragon General's command. Next came the advancement of 500 exoskeleton warriors. This process also proceeded smoothly. Products from Qiankun Gourd were always reliable. With the emergence of 500 Forbidden Sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armor, warriors, China now officially possessed flight-type extraordinary beings, gaining significant influence in aerial combat. Qin Ming was certain that from now on, no nation in the world would dare to suppress China in the skies. As these 500 Flying Eagle-armed warriors awoke, high-ranking officials like Long Xiaoguo were overcome with excitement. Air dominance held profound significance for China. Sir, look, our aircraft will never have to make a second pass over enemy territory again. This era of prosperity is just as you envisioned. An hour later, only Qin Ming, the Dragon General, and 18 elite soldiers remained in the training hall. These 18 men, aged between 25 and 35, were the most elite soldiers across China's 3 military branches. Even during the previous awakening, the military dared not risk deploying them. But now, the Ghost Squad could only be formed by them. Qin Ming studied them intently. Ghost Squad will become China's most mysterious and powerful unit. You will undertake the most dangerous missions. Any objections? None. The 18 responded in unison. Excellent. Qin Ming produced the magic potions. Without hesitation, they each took a vial and downed it. In an instant, all 18 collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The forbidden Formula 018, Ghost, potion proved far more excruciating than any they had experienced before. Qin Ming continued, "You have 1 week to adapt. Advance to the second tier for me, then carry out the mission." Hearing this, the Dragon General standing nearby froze in shock. So soon? What are you planning? Qin Ming's gaze sharpened. We're going on the offensive. Target, Old Nest Nation.